Chapter 1. No golden finger for my journey? Are you kidding me? The Grand Line is a maritime route that traverses the entirety of the world. This illustrious route is bisected by the Red Land, dividing it into two segments. The first part is familiar to most pirates, often referred to as the Pirate's Paradise. The latter portion is known as the New World, a realm only the mightiest dare to explore, and it beckons them with an almost foolish allure. The last words uttered by the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, during his execution ignited a cataclysmic upheaval across the globe. Do you wish to claim my treasure? It is yours for the taking. I have concealed all my riches upon the vast seas. Go seek it. It was this proclamation that propelled countless souls toward the ocean and the Grand Line, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. On this fateful day, the sun shone brilliantly, its warm rays illuminating the cerulean expanse of the ocean. Amidst these waters sailed a formidable pirate ship, adorned with a black skull emblem, its deck glimmering with golden hues, radiating the most beloved colors of the people. On this deck, a jubilant throng of pirates reveled in exuberance, each face alight with joy, their grins stretching almost to their earlobes. Ha ha ha! Coco, wasn't that exhilarating just now? Stick with me, and you'll witness such spectacles frequently. Indeed, Brother Neo is correct. I shall heed his every word from now on. Puffed. You should listen to me. It is thanks to the great Captain Crow that we have amassed such treasures. The pirate known as Brother Neo delivered a hearty slap to Coco's head, both chastising and relishing in his own pride. Brother Neo is the foremost authority aboard this ship. Aside from the captain and the first mate, he was also the first to discover the tiny island. While anyone could have stood in Brother Neo's place and made the initial discovery, the world is devoid of what-ifs. At the ship's stern, however, stood a solitary figure who did not partake in the revelry. His gaze was serene as he observed the battered island in the distance. He was a young boy, appearing around 15 or 16, possessing a delicate appearance and a slender frame, with long golden hair cascading down his shoulders. From afar, one might mistake him for a girl. Yet, he was undeniably a boy, specifically one who had traversed from Earth. Ava's transition was indeed peculiar and absurd. You might not believe it, but he met his demise while playing on his phone, electrocuted. What disgrace! Not from jumping off a building or being struck by a vehicle, but from a mere phone. Ha ha ha! To do nothing and simply awaken in this fantastical setting is almost too perfect. Why must he die from a phone? This left AV feeling quite embarrassed before the numerous predecessors of transmigrators. Upon awakening, AV found himself lying upon a small wooden plank, surrounded by an endless ocean. After drifting for an entire day, he was rescued by the crew of this ship. At first, he believed he had encountered benevolent individuals, but after a few days aboard, AV realized the reality was far from his expectations. This world was that of the Pirate King, the immensely popular saga he once followed avidly on Aichi, but upon entering the New World he ceased to watch. For once in the New World, it became akin to Naruto, rife with glitches and nostalgia. AV was thoroughly repulsed, leading him to abandon it, only to find himself in the world of One Piece. Thus, inspired by the monumental deeds of countless predecessors of transmigrators, he felt a surge of ambition, exclaiming, "This world shall be different with my presence." Should he aspire to be the Pirate King, or perhaps the Fleet Admiral of the Navy? This posed a question worthy of contemplation. By the way, where's my golden finger? Yet, AV searched in vain for his golden finger. No essential golden finger for transmigration? Are you jesting with me? How can a frail, unremarkable boy like me survive in this perilous ocean without a golden finger? Even more unfortunate, AV discovered several wretched boys and girls confined in cages within a certain basement on the ship. From his deductions, the Crow Pirates were not only notorious for their ruthless pillaging, but were also engaged in human trafficking. This revelation left AV utterly disheartened. Revolt? How could a mere child, whose development was stunted, possibly stand against such a multitude of pirates, particularly the notorious Crow Pirates with their 30 million bounty? Dream on, perhaps in dreams. Anything is possible. Nonetheless, AV did not surrender, although he was uncertain why he had not ended up in a cage like those boys and girls. This could serve as an opportunity to escape. If he could slip away while the pirates were distracted, he surely could flee. Phew! Though it may not be the best time to think this, I must express my gratitude. It is you who have given me this chance. AV gazed at the seagull flag rising in the distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was AV who had raised the alarm, seizing the moment when a pirate guard was inattentive to stealthily escape and notify the authorities. The reason he returned was, of course, out of fear that he might perish before the Navy arrived. May the coming Navy possess great strength. As Avi prayed, he ventured into the basement, and as he entered, the door was slammed shut behind him. Yes, Avi found himself confined within the basement, but he was granted some time to breathe fresh air each day, perhaps as a reward for good behavior. Avi finally comprehended why he was treated differently. His androgynous appearance, with delicate features, likely led the pirates to harbor such thoughts, which was also the reason he had previously expressed gratitude. Had it not been for the discovery of that small island, things might have turned truly dire. Avi, what is happening outside? A little girl confined in a cage inquired of Avi. The basement was not particularly spacious, measuring 4 meters in length, filled with various odds and ends, and housing a large iron cage. Inside were 3 boys and 2 girls, separated by a barrier. Upon descending the staircase, Avi could see the iron cage. He squinted to adjust to the dimness and approached the little girl. The girl was strikingly beautiful, though a substantial black scar marred her face, detracting from her charm. Avi could discern that the black scar was self-inflicted, for even a boy like him could easily fall victim in the hands of such pirates. A girl should be even more vigilant in protecting herself, and she spoke up. Today, they discovered a small island. She sat on the ground, falling silent. Yet the other boys and girls understood well what it meant when a band of savage pirates stumbled upon an island. I also ventured there secretly and contacted the Navy. When I entered earlier, I spotted the seagull flag. If the Navy proves capable, we should be able to escape soon. Avi lay on a straw pile, gazing into the dark basement as he spoke. You perverse little fiend. Could you not catch your breath and get to the point next time? The little girl fiercely grasped Avi's neck. Her ire was not unwarranted. A boy confined daily with 2 girls, sharing meals and resting. Who else would she vent her frustration upon? Not in the manner you might be imagining. Hey, Shaddy, was I not addressing the crux of the matter? Avi protested in confusion, for had it not been for that small island, he might have found himself in dire straits. Was that not the main point? Indeed, Avi was confined within the girl's cage, though he remained oblivious as to why he, a boy, was placed there. But it mattered little. Avi could not fathom the thought processes of individuals in the pirate world. Clearly, many lacked common sense. Moreover, he could not afford to be ungrateful, for that would lead to a most brutal demise. Oh, and by the way, Avi's full name was Smilok Avi in his memories. That was the only name he retained, with nothing else to recall. Since he was here, he might as well make peace with it. Pondering over other names was a futile endeavor. Chapter 2. Once believed to be the chosen one, in the blink of an eye, life and death hang in the balance. With the resounding blast of cannon fire, the tranquility and jubilation of the Crow pirates were shattered. Shouts and curses erupted everywhere, even from the depths of the basement. Avi and the others could distinctly sense the pirates' panic. The Navy has arrived. Run. Damn it. How could the Navy arrive so swiftly? Wasn't it said that they always come late? What do we do? What do we do? This is my first time being a pirate. Will we be executed? Everyone quiet down. Keep your voices down. The captain hasn't spoken yet. Stop creating chaos. We've encountered the Navy before. Listening to the commotion outside, Avi could sense that it was Brother Neo who was trying to maintain order after the discovery of the island. Alas, the hero's spirit is fleeting, and the fate of Brother Neo is tragically brief. With the echo of a gunshot, Ivy never again heard Brother Neo's voice. It seems he could no longer utter sound. Life is so ephemeral. To merely exist is such a daunting endeavor, Ivy lamented. Yet his expression betrayed no sign of grief for the demise of the pirates. Clearly, this was an empty proclamation. Ivy, did you truly relay the message I entrusted to you? Shaddy inquired, hiding beside Ivy. Could you not concoct a less embarrassing code? Ivy scowled. What on earth is not eating little bunnies, for they're so adorable, supposed to mean? How could I, a young man of the new age, possessing both charm and integrity, utter such nonsense? I did not say it. Recalling the words he had spoken to the Navy via the phone bug on Shaddy's behalf, Ivy felt his face pale at the memory of the silence on the other end. Had Shaddy not claimed that someone in the Navy would come to their rescue upon hearing the code? Would you think Ivy so devoid of principles? Oh, Shaddy replied simply, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the door to the basement. She hoped for the arrival of the Navy, not the pirates. Gently, Ivy patted Shaddy's shoulder, offering silent comfort. The battle concluded swiftly. From the pirates' cries of the Navy is here, to their futile resistance and subsequent annihilation. It all transpired in less than 3 minutes. Of that time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds were consumed by the pirates' incessant shouting and disarray, meaning the Navy's actual assault and the extermination of the pirates took mere seconds. Creak! The door to the basement swung open, a familiar light illuminating the previously dim space. causing Ivy and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. Girl, now you understand the horrors of the outside world, do you not? Come back with me at once. Ivy quickly adjusted to the contrast of light and slowly opened his eyes to behold the figure entering from outside. Squinting. Ivy detested squinting eyes. Such individuals were invariably up to no good, harboring ulterior motives. Wearing watermelon glasses with short black hair, a beard, and furrowed brows, he donned a yellow and white suit beneath a navy cloak. Given his current expression, Ivy could not help but perceive him as exceedingly lecherous. Moreover, being in the world of One Piece, a similarly unsavory figure from Ivy's memories overlapped with the man before him. Lecherous man, Yellow Ape. The term flashed through Ivy's mind, escaping his lips without thought. How formidable was Yellow Ape, one of the Navy's highest powers, a member of the Three Admirals. With ears so sensitive that he could hear a mosquito's wings flapping from miles away, it was impossible for Ivy to conceal his reaction at such close proximity. Ah, little Shaddy, it hasn't been long since our last encounter, and you've already found your best friend. It seems this venture has not been in vain. Yellow Ape teased as he regarded Ivy and Shaddy. You old bastard, are your eyes blind? Can't you see him, man? Ivy retorted upon seeing Yellow Ape's face. But after uttering those words, he noticed the change in Yellow Ape's expression and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This was it. He was doomed. Why was he so impulsive with his words? A moment's patience would yield calm, seize, taking a step back would grant a broader horizon. Now, before leaving this place, he had offended a high-ranking Navy official. What would become of his future? Uhu, you're correct. I am indeed Shada's very best friend, Ivy. Ivy grasped Shada's hand, hiding behind her, abandoning all dignity and shame, and donned an innocent expression of a best friend. Yet Ivy forgot that he had already declared himself a male now. Being so close to Shaddy after previously calling Yellow Ape a lecherous man, the situation had escalated to a serious degree. At that moment, Ivy realized this and felt his body stiffen. Glancing at Yellow Ape's still unchanged dark expression, his heart sinking further. Come now, old man, stop scaring him. He is my savior. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall pluck every last hair from your beard. And Ivy did not mean to address you in such a manner, did you, Ivy? Shaddy laughed at Ivy's flustered state. Then she stepped forward to threaten Yellow Ape before teasing Ivy once more. May I inquire about the nature of your relationship? Ivy asked cautiously. He is my detestable old man. Do not be intimidated by his countenance. Moreover, you are correct. Anyone who sees him would find him rather lecherous. Ha ha! Shaddy erupted into laughter, while Yellow Ape looked on helplessly. Ivy could only awkwardly force a smile, refraining from further reckless banter. However, his mind was in turmoil when had Yellow Ape acquired a daughter? This detail had not been present in One Piece. Could this be the so-called protagonist treatment? A person sits at home, and a thigh comes to them. Gazing at Yellow Ape, though indeed lecherous, he was still a formidable force within the Navy, a dominant power at sea, and had connections to both himself and Shaddy. With his identity as a transmigrator, could he not thrive in this world? Ivy thought to himself, feeling quite pleased, and scrutinized Shaddy without the dark smudges on her face. She appeared remarkably beautiful, easily an 8 out of 10. Ivy followed behind Yellow Ape, lost in his musings. Meanwhile, on the deck, the pirates lay motionless. Whether dead or merely incapacitated was uncertain. Regardless, Ivy stepped over one pirate's back, and the pirate showed no sign of response. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly erupted beside Ivy's ear, followed by a deluge of water splashing onto the ship, drenching many unsuspecting Navy personnel. Perhaps due to being close to Yellow Ape or because of Shaddy, Ivy was lifted into the air by Yellow Ape's hand, narrowly avoiding getting soaked. What in the world is this? Ivy looked at the throngs of pirates surrounding the Crow pirates and Navy ships, panic rising within him. There must be several thousand pirates present. Yellow Ape was formidable, no doubt, but he was merely a weakling with no ability to fight back. Chapter 3. The Confirmation of the Golden Finger. Ha 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 ha. Yellow Ape, it seems fortune smiles upon me, as I have fortuitously encountered you here. The sea has indeed been generous to me. Huang Yuan, today I shall avenge my deceased brother and eliminate you. A pirate from the Dulong pirate crew, with a single eye, laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Dulong pirate crew, charge forward. For every Navy soldier we slay, we shall receive 10 women and 300,000 berries. Huang Yuan, leave him to me. The captain of the Dulong pirate crew, Poison Dragon, bellowed. The pirates of the Dulong crew, energized as if they had consumed a potent stimulant, laughed maniacally as they brandished their chains and ascended. You two find a place to hide. You, ensure that little Shaddy is well protected. If a single hair is harmed, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Huang Yuan instructed, setting aside Avi and the others to seek shelter. Avi trembled in fear at Huang Yuan's lewd grin. He understood that Huang Yuan was not jesting. He was entirely capable of carrying out his threats. Avi nodded emphatically and quickly led Shadi to a concealed spot. In the dim and cramped space, Avi couldn't help but sigh, feeling a sense of bitterness within. "You pervert, get behind me." Shadi, seeing Avi's distressed expression, felt a pang of compassion. She recognized Avi's fragility. If anything were to happen, he would surely be the first to perish. "Do not be afraid, we will be fine." Though the old man may be a bit eccentric, he possesses considerable strength. Those pirates outside are no match for him. Observing Shadi shivering, yet mustering the courage to protect herself, Avi felt a warmth blossom in his heart, a deep sense of gratitude taking root. He resolved to safeguard her at all costs. As a man of honor, how could I allow a woman to protect me? Stay behind me. Avi found an inexplicable surge of strength as he pulled Shadi behind him. Shadi, unable to break free, gazed at him in astonishment, wondering when this perverse individual had become so strong. However, Avi ignored Shadi's inner bewilderment, peering through the gap to observe the chaos on the deck. On the deck, the Navy and the pirates were locked in a deadly struggle, with a life claimed every second, be it a Navy soldier or a pirate. The conflict showed no sign of abating. Contemplating the origins of these pirates, Avi marveled at their audacity to attack despite knowing that Admiral Huang Yuan was present. It was akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, seeking a premature end. Yet, after much reflection, he could not discern the source of these pirates. Perhaps the tale of the Pirate King was merely an adventure centered around the protagonist, Luffy, while Avi found himself in a reality that was far more tangible. Ultimately, Avi concluded that he was overthinking the situation and that his stomach was grumbling. "Shadi, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry." His gaze remained fixed on the chaotic deck as he inquired of Shadi. "How did you know I have food?" Suddy gazed at Ivy in astonishment, perplexed as to how he knew of her food. "Just a moment ago, while passing through the kitchen, do not think I did not notice your little antics. Given the current circumstances, it seems the battle with Kizaru is far from over, and I am left with an empty stomach. This is intolerable." As she consumed the bread handed to her by Suddy, she could not help but admire the captain of the Dulong pirates, Poison Dragon, for being able to hold his own against a marine admiral for such an extended duration. Furthermore, Kizaru would not afford him the same leniency he showed towards Luffy. Thus, it was evident that Poison Dragon possessed strength on par with that of a warlord of the sea, and indeed, stood among the elite ranks of the 7 warlords. "What is this?" Ivy suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then stood still. "You perverted fool, what is wrong? You're not choking, are you?" Suddy asked anxiously, patting Ivy's back. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel as though I might have discovered a method to grow stronger," Ivy replied, her face illuminated with excitement. After consuming a piece of bread, Ivy found herself seemingly endowed with the fabled ability of introspection, observing the faint currents of electricity coursing through her body. She watched as the bread she had ingested was decomposed into a soft blue energy, dissolving throughout her being. Ivy could distinctly sense that her body felt stronger. Though the increase was modest, in the context of the pirate world, where an ordinary person's strength measures at 10 units, Ivy, who originally possessed a mere 5 units, had just gained an additional 0.5 units from that single piece of bread, a full 1/10 of an increase. While strength does not equate to power, it undeniably constitutes a vital component of one's capabilities. And this was merely an ordinary piece of bread. The pirate world is rife with powerful, energy-laden creatures. Just imagine, if she were to consume them, could she become even more formidable? The mere thought ignited a fervent impulse within Ivy to set this plan into motion. Yet, she remained cognizant of her present situation. Although she had a goal, it was unattainable in the short term. "But Suddy, wait here for me. I shall step outside for a moment and return promptly," Ivy declared, having noticed the absence of anyone on the deck. "I will accompany you," Suddy insisted. "No. Remain quietly hidden here and do not wander about." Ivy placed her hands firmly on Suddy's shoulders and said earnestly, "If anything were to happen to you, I would be heartbroken." "Understood." Shadi was momentarily taken aback by Ivy's unexpected words, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze, unperturbed by Shadi's immersion in her own thoughts. Ivy gently opened the cabinet door of the confined space, exercising utmost caution to avoid making a sound. He then sprinted toward the kitchen, seizing a bloodied pirate knife from the ground along the way, gripping it tightly in his hand. The perilous journey to the kitchen was not without purpose. He felt an urgent need to ascertain the authenticity of the preceding scene. Once the energy of the bread had fully integrated into his body, Ivy found himself unable to introspectively examine his own form, compelling him to seek out more sustenance in the kitchen. Although he could not fathom why he had not experienced this miraculous ability before, this sudden revelation demanded his attention. Yet, pondering such matters was not his priority. His immediate goal was to discover additional provisions. First, he sought to verify whether what he had witnessed was real or merely a coincidence. Second, he aimed to grow stronger. In no time, Ivy reached the threshold of the kitchen, but he refrained from entering immediately, instead crouching in the shadows by the doorway. From within, the lively and excited chatter of two individuals could be heard as they appeared ready to emerge from the kitchen. At this moment, feeling relaxed enough to enter the kitchen without a care, it was evident that they belonged to the notorious Dulong pirate crew. Were we truly bold enough to launch a direct assault on a naval vessel? Surely, nothing disastrous would occur, especially with a Marine Admiral, Kizaru, present. Nonetheless, I doubt that Kizaru would dare to take action against us. After all, do you know who our captain's benefactor is? Who might that be? Our captain is backed by a celestial dragon. The Navy? Merely a dog in service to the celestial dragons. So, our captain's intent to attack the Navy. Is it perhaps due to internal strife among the celestial dragons? Be cautious, for walls have ears. I have merely heard rumors. Oh, Shalu, please do not speak of this. It is said that some celestial dragons harbor suspicions about Kizaru. As they spoke, they opened the kitchen door to step outside. Alas, however, their lives were abruptly terminated in this very instant. It was not that Ivy wished to silence their gossip. Rather, if she hesitated any longer, the opportunity would vanish. The moment the two pirates opened the door was the perfect and unparalleled chance. Chapter 4. Suddy in peril. I apologize, though I long to hear your idle chatter continue. I cannot risk my life for mere gossip. Therefore, prepare to meet your demise. After all, no one would mourn the passing of pirates as vile as you. Ivy withdrew the pirate blade embedded in the chest of one. Observing the shock on the faces of the pirates at her sudden appearance, her muscles taut with tension. In an instant, she struck again, her blade precisely severing the pirate's throat. Blood gushed forth, creating a small fountain-like spectacle, some of which splattered across Ivy's face. She watched quietly as the nameless pirate clutched his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the flow of blood, ultimately succumbing to despair. Astonishingly indifferent. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting second. Ivy snapped back to reality, gazing at her hands. Then at the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she leaned against the wall, bowing her head and retching. Yet, perhaps due to the faint electric current coursing through her veins, she could produce no tangible result despite her efforts. Nonetheless, Ivy felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was not that she was being overly sentimental. She remained unmoved by the numerous corpses of pirates and Marines strewn about outside. Instead, she experienced an unsettling sense of unreality, akin to watching a film or an anime, perpetually detached from the world around her, never fully immersed in the unfolding events. The experience of taking a life with his own hands has thoroughly awakened Ivy. He is no longer the person from his past life who merely existed in a state of lethargy. He has entered the world of One Piece, a realm where death occurs daily and every second brings forth the end of lives. However, unlike in his previous existence, here he is destined to witness or even partake in these harrowing events. The act of dispatching those two pirates had drained Ivy of all his strength. Yet he still managed to unsteadily close the kitchen door before seeking sustenance. Even if pirates were to pass by the kitchen, they would not immediately see the occupants within. They would first have to open the door. This afforded Ivy a moment to respond. This is a sense of vigilance, a wariness that Ivy has cultivated during her nearly month-long sojourn in this world. As she approaches the refrigerator, Ivy realizes that her body feels alien to her. Racked with unbearable pain, a consequence of having unleashed an overwhelming surge of strength moments earlier, gritting her teeth against the spasms coursing through her muscles, she musters her last ounce of energy to pry open the refrigerator door and retrieves a piece of meat from within. She devours it ravenously, swallowing without chewing, stuffing her mouth with abandon. Were someone from her past life to witness such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. Pondering the torment this beautiful young woman must have endured to be reduced to such a state of desperation. Alas, this is not Ivy's former existence. And there are certainly others here who consume with even greater fervor. Moreover, Ivy finds herself devoid of alternatives, gambling on the hope that her newfound abilities will prove more formidable. Otherwise, in her current condition, even a 5-year-old child could easily vanquish her. Rendering any notion of pirate's mood, would it not be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Thus, Ivy continues to eat with increasing haste, and before long, she has consumed every morsel within the refrigerator. Strangely, she feels no discomfort, her belly not distended from overindulgence. Instead, she is invigorated, sensing a newfound strength coursing through her veins. At this moment, Ivy believes that she could easily overpower the very pirates she had encountered earlier with just one hand. At this moment, Ivy fully realized the immense power of her abilities, the capacity to transform the food consumed into a certain form of energy. Enhancing her physical attributes and strength could only be aptly described as supercharged vitality. Ivy felt a surge of delight as these thoughts coursed through her mind, and without hesitation, she swiftly began to devour all the food in the kitchen. Whether raw or cooked, Ivy spared none. In this nascent phase of capital accumulation, how can one be so discerning based on whether something is raw or cooked? We must gaze toward the horizon, for the culinary delights of the future are boundless. Yet, to traverse into that future, this primitive accumulation is indispensable. Ivy, thus, while allowing her thoughts to wander, consumed all the provisions in the kitchen. With a firm clench of her fists, Ivy felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her veins, as if a single blow could shatter the very fabric of space. However, nothing transpired. It was merely a figment of Ivy's imagination, a mirage conjured by the sudden influx of strength, arising from her inability to adapt and harness this newfound energy. I believe that given a moment, Ivy will soon acclimatize, for this power is intrinsically hers. At that moment, Ivy suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the door and quickly concealed herself at the threshold, eager to discern the identity of the visitor while also seeking to adapt swiftly to her strength. Combat, after all, is the finest crucible for honing one's abilities. What mischief are those two gluttons, Xiao Lu and his companion, up to? It has been far too long. We've decimated the navy, yet they remain absent. Unbeknownst to Ivy, two fearsome pirates, with menacing expressions, approached the kitchen. One, adorned with tattoos, grumbled, "What ill fortune befalls us?" Those two fools slipped into the kitchen without a second thought. Were it not for their connection to the captain, who would care for their fate? A sharp voice followed, grating like unbroken chalk scraping against a blackboard. An unsettling sound that pierced the air. Yet, the tattooed pirate displayed no sign of discomfort, continuing his discourse with the shrill-voiced pirate. It was then that Ivy finally comprehended the chaos among the pirates, realizing why those two had not joined the fray, their prowess woefully inadequate. From their descriptions, Ivy could envision that the two pirates she had vanquished were indeed members of the unyielding dragon pirates, and decidedly unpopular among their ranks. The situation was indeed a consequence of the captain's connections. Without them, the grass atop the grave would surely be 3 feet high. Just as Ivy was preparing to take decisive action, ready to strike before they could react, his movements abruptly froze. He had heard a third voice. It was that of Sooty. Although her mouth was sealed with tape, Ivy was utterly convinced that it was Sooty, who had lived with him for nearly a month. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a girl aboard this naval vessel. "Truly, fortune smiled upon the two of us," remarked the tattooed man with a hearty laugh. Yet, the girl slung over his shoulder, Sooty, was pale with fear. "You old wretch! You wicked old man! Come save me!" she cried out in despair. "And that perverted fool? He said he'd return shortly but took ages. I was starving, and the moment I stepped out I was captured. You've truly doomed me." Sooty's heart brimmed with hopelessness. After a month aboard the Crow pirates, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited her if this continued. Unable to contain her sorrow, she began to weep quietly. "My dear brother, do you truly believe I came with you to search for those two worthless fools?" The effeminate pirate sneered, his voice sharp as a blade. "Ha ha ha! You think I'm unaware of your intentions? I brought you along to share in the revelry." The captain of the 16th Division, who had perished during the assault on the Black-Red Pirates, had instilled in him a desire to attain greater ambitions. "What say you to that?" The tattooed pirate initially laughed heartily before revealing his ulterior motives. Chapter 5. Indomitable. Swift as the wind, Ivy cautiously opened a crack in the kitchen door, pressing his face against it to survey the pirates outside. Though his powers had significantly increased, he was aware that, with Sooty in the pirate's clutches, he could not act recklessly. Additionally, the rapid surge in his strength had left him with little time to adapt. Thus, his foremost objective was to rescue Sooty from the pirates and devise a plan to deal with the tattooed men. At that moment, Ivy noticed that Suddy had spotted him too. She placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent and to leave everything to her. However, upon seeing Ivy, Suddy felt no relief. She was all too aware of his capabilities. If she fell into the hands of these two pirates, her chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. In her heart, she had been cursing Ivy for his delayed appearance, yet now she shook her head, urging him to flee. This gesture, however, caught the attention of the tattooed man, who glanced at Suddy and then back toward the kitchen door. A flicker of suspicion rose within him. But as he detected nothing amiss and had more pressing matters to attend to, he dismissed it, with a playful slap on Suddy's rear, producing a crisp sound. He laughed heartily. Little wench, now you know fear. No need to be afraid. In a moment, I shall grant you unparalleled ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Shaddy's face flushed crimson as she gazed towards the kitchen, for she had been humiliated in front of Ivy by the tattooed pirate. And a flicker of unease coursed through her heart. This sensation is unlike anything I have ever experienced before, and Shaddy cannot comprehend the reason behind it. It is an overwhelming discomfort. Hidden behind the door, Ivy is also tense, only exhaling a sigh of relief once the gaze directed towards this side withdraws. He understands that he cannot blame Shaddy. She is merely acting in her own best interest. Furthermore, the previous version of himself would have been utterly helpless in this situation. However, the circumstances have changed. Ivy gazes at his hands, gripping the bloodstained pirate knife. He cautiously opens the kitchen door a fraction, having previously closed it before the tattooed-faced pirate glanced over. His mind races, calculating everything and identifying the optimal moment to strike. Just a little closer, just a bit more. Ivy fixates intently on the movements of the tattooed-faced pirate. If he takes one more step forward, Ivy will have the opportunity for a lethal strike. While it is uncertain whether he could kill the tattooed pirate, he is confident he can rescue Shaddy. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Yet, the tattooed-faced pirate does not advance. Instead, he sniffs the air, furrowing his brow, and swiftly places his hand on the flintlock pistol concealed within his garments. In the realm of piracy, it is unclear how their technological advancements have developed, as they possess various advanced technologies surpassing Ivy's former life, yet still wield only flintlock pistols. Perhaps he is being overly cautious. It could be the work of Lou and the others against the Navy. The androgynous pirate casually remarks. Impossible. Those two useless fools could never have taken down a Navy soldier. Although the tattooed-faced pirate does not complete his thought, another pirate, not lacking in intelligence, also realizes something is amiss. Those two cowards, if not for the captain's protection, would have perished countless times. How could they possibly be killers? Ivy knows that he has reached the limits of his patience. The tattooed pirate and his crew will not advance further. While the distance is not ideal, it is sufficient. Just as the tattooed-faced pirate finishes speaking to the androgynous pirate, he feels a sudden prickling sensation in the arm that holds Shaddy. This instinct, honed over years of life-and-death battles against pirates in the Navy at sea, compelled him to remain vigilant in such situations, for the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Swiftly, he hurled Shaddy in front of him to shield against Ivy's assault, retreating rapidly while his other hand grasped the flintlock pistol at his waist. He unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Ivy, the resounding echoes of gunshots reverberating through the air. In mere moments, the tattooed-faced pirate found himself shrouded in obscurity, enveloped by a thick cloud of smoke. Is he dead? The effeminate pirate inquired with trepidation. I don't know. The tattooed pirate himself harbored doubts, unable to fathom how anyone could evade such a relentless onslaught. Yet an unsettling anxiety lingered in his mind. Behind the veil of smoke, Ivy had successfully rescued Shaddy. Indeed, his primary objective had always been her safety, while eliminating the tattooed pirate was a secondary concern. Consequently, after losing the opportunity for a fatal strike, Ivy decisively redirected his aim towards the pirate's arm that clutched Shaddy. Yet, Ivy had underestimated the danger, failing to notice the flintlock pistol concealed within the pirate's clothing. Are you all right? Shaddy gazed at Ivy with alarm, for his attire was drenched in blood. Despite the formidable strength he had gained from consuming an entire kitchen's worth of food, evading bullets was a challenge, though not insurmountable. However, safeguarding Shaddy while dodging every bullet proved impossible. Thus, he resolved to act as a human shield. It's nothing, just a minor wound. There will be plenty more opportunities to get hurt later. Ivy grimaced, clutching his abdomen, his anger boiling over at his own vulnerability. He grappled with the reality that he was struggling against mere lackeys, nameless minions in the pirate world. How could he hope to protect those he cherished under such circumstances? Please don't say that. Your expression is terrifying. You weren't like this before. Shadi expressed her concern for Ivy. Don't worry, I'm merely experiencing a momentary surge of emotions. Ivy reassured her, realizing that his recent surge in power had inflated his ego. The most pressing task at hand was survival. Everything else could be addressed later. Yet, he did not believe his earlier thoughts were misguided. To achieve his goals, he understood that strength was essential. Stay quiet here for a moment. I will go deal with those two pirates, and then we shall find your father together. Ivy, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through her abdomen, remained undeterred in her movements. Her muscles tensed, and her gaze fixated intently on the obscured figures behind the veil of smoke. Though invisible to her, she was acutely aware that the two pirates who had inflicted her wounds lingered nearby. As a silhouette emerged from the haze, without a moment's hesitation, she drew her blade. In the realm of martial prowess, there exists no impenetrable defense, only the swiftness that shatters all. This is the simplest yet most practical move that Avi could conceive. Having spent a month in the pirate world without systematically learning any sword techniques, and given the impossibility of doing so in his previous life, this maneuver is currently the most suitable for Avi. In a flash, due to Avi's extraordinary speed, by the time the tattooed-faced pirate realized what was happening, Avi's blade was already before him, forcing him to raise his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, Avi's weapon was not only swift, but also possessed tremendous power. With Avi's current strength, effortlessly lifting a 300-kilogram stone block was trivial. Thus, in the face of Avi's strike, the tattooed-faced pirate, despite being a mid-tier member of the Dragon's Fang pirate crew, met with no alternative outcome. With a resounding thud, the body of the tattooed-faced pirate collapsed to the ground, and the blade that had accompanied Avi through 3 lifetimes fulfilled its grim purpose. Chapter 6. The same move against the Saint Warrior. The severed pirate blade was carelessly discarded by Avi, who then fixed a fierce gaze upon the effeminate pirate. He needed a moment to compose himself. Having unleashed such overwhelming force for the first time, he found it difficult to contain his power, leading to an excessive exertion. Nevertheless, Avi concealed his struggle and, appearing slow yet rapid, charged at the effeminate pirate. Captain, help! The moment Avi glared at him, the effeminate pirate was struck with fear, compounded by Avi's relentless advance. Consequently, the effeminate pirate fled with all his might, wishing he had been born with 2 more legs, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Avi's sight. Yet, Avi soon regained his composure and swiftly pursued him. In a brief span, he overtook the effeminate pirate, blocking his path of escape. Did you think you could run after bullying my little Shadi? Though devoid of a weapon, Avi had gleaned from his encounter with the tattooed-faced pirate just how formidable he had become. Indeed, combat was the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Captain, you're here? This scoundrel has killed little Lu and Wenlong. Just as Avi prepared to deliver a thorough beating to the effeminate pirate, the latter suddenly shouted towards Avi's back. Avi was momentarily startled. He was well aware of who the effeminate pirate's captain was, a notorious sea rogue capable of battling the likes of Kazuru for an extended duration. Given his current capabilities, encountering such a foe would surely spell his end. As he glanced back while contemplating a retreat, though he felt outmatched, surrender was not an option for Avi. No one. I've been deceived. As a proud transmigrator, I cannot believe I was tricked by a mere pirate lackey. The realization caused Avi to flush with embarrassment, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. If this were a comic, one could clearly see the fiery rage emanating from Avi's head at that moment. How dare you deceive me? The effeminate pirate possessed a sharp intellect. Yet his movements were far from agile. Perhaps he had overexerted himself in his previous flight, resulting in a cramp. He was now limping desperately towards the exit, only to be effortlessly overtaken by Ivy once more. Grasping the collar of his garment, Ivy hoisted him up and delivered a fierce punch to that grotesque visage, causing blood to spurt from his nose instantly. Captain, help me! The effeminate pirate cried out once more, his voice filled with a piercing desperation. Do you truly believe that employing the same tactic against a Saint Seiya twice would yield results? Ivy struck again, this time targeting the pirate's abdomen, inflicting a blow that threatened to upheave his very insides. Eddie, what has transpired? A chilling voice echoed from behind Ivy, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon the emergence of that chilling voice, Ivy felt as if his entire being had been frozen. It was an aura of lethal intent, one that could not arise without the demise of countless souls. The effeminate pirate, known as S. Ng seized the moment of Avi's distraction and swiftly escaped. He limped toward the captain of the Dulong pirates, Poison Dragon, and began to embellish the tale of events with exaggerated fervor. Avi, however, was oblivious to their conversation or, perhaps, indifferent to its content. His sole concern was how to escape from the clutches of Poison Dragon. His mind raced, yet the conclusion was grim, regardless of the outcome. His fate seemed sealed. Suddenly, Poison Dragon appeared before Avi, and with all his strength, Avi charged forth. The standoff lasted less than a second before Avi was sent hurtling backward at 5 times the speed he had advanced. He crashed heavily against the ship's hull, a surge of blood rising within him, which he painstakingly swallowed down. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, death was inevitable today. Where had that lecherous yellow ape vanished to? Why had he not appeared despite the passage of time? Poison Dragon was not his adversary, was he? Why had Yellow Ape fled at the sight of him? Avi's mind was a tempest of frustration. At this moment, he realized he could once again access his inner vision. Through his recent experiences, Avi understood that each time his inner sight manifested, it coincided with moments of consumption. Countless feeble currents coursed through every corner of his body, breaking down food into a vibrant blue energy that augmented his strength. Yet, he pondered, I have not consumed anything. He glanced at his fist. Only moments ago, he had exchanged blows with Poison Dragon and had not noticed it then, but now he felt a peculiar numbness in that part of his hand. No, it was not numbness, but rather a gradual return of sensation, albeit at a sluggish pace. Avi soon comprehended the reason behind the manifestation of his inner sight despite his lack of sustenance. The faint currents within him seemed to have encountered his opponent, entangling with the poison upon his fist. However, the functionality remained. Under the network of feeble currents, Avi sensed his strength incrementally growing. In any other circumstance, he would have been elated by such a development, yet faced with a formidable pirate capable of contending with Yellow Ape, how could he find joy? Moreover, judging by the state of the feeble currents within him, should he engage Poison Dragon once more, the delicate balance between the currents and the toxins would surely shatter, leading to his own demise by poison. You've got some talent, kid. You can take a hit and still stand. But if you hadn't thwarted my plans, I might have considered making you my subordinate. A cacophony of laughter erupted from Poison Dragon, echoing ominously. The one-eyed Poison Dragon suddenly erupted into laughter directed at Avi. Yet, Avi felt an intensified aura of menace surrounding him. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to discern the appearance of this Poison Dragon. With fiery red hair resembling a rooster's crest, adorned with earrings on his ears, a square jawline, and eyes that bulged widely when I was a hollow void. An abyss of darkness that evoked an immediate sense of dread. Clad in a flower-patterned shirt and shorts, and sporting flat shoes, the dragon's hands were clasped behind his back, imparting to Avi a palpable impression that he could spring into action at any moment. Is that so? In light of my esteemed reputation, why not let him go? The voice of the Yellow Ape playfully resonated beside Avi. Initially, Avi felt a surge of relief, believing that his assistance in saving Suddy would compel the Yellow Ape to protect him. However, upon reflecting on the Yellow Ape's words, a heavy sense of foreboding settled within him. It seemed the rumors he had heard were indeed true. The Poison Dragon was a lackey of the Celestial Dragons, and the Yellow Ape might have been aware of this. Otherwise, no matter how laid back the Yellow Ape claimed to be in his sense of justice, he would not merely resort to words in the presence of a ruthless pirate. It appeared that the Yellow Ape could not be relied upon, and ultimately, Avi would have to depend on himself. Seizing the moment while the Poison Dragon conversed with the Yellow Ape, he decisively leapt into the sea. Fortune favored Avi as he had been struck by the Poison Dragon near the coastline. Otherwise, escaping would have proven exceedingly difficult, regardless of any clever tactics. Planning to flee? Ouroboros. The Poison Dragon clenched his hand into a claw and hurled a stream of black toxic gas towards Avi. Though Avi was swift, the toxic gas was swifter still. Old Man, Suddy, who had emerged, shouted in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Alas, the young must not be kept. Poor old bones of mine. The Yellow Ape muttered to himself, his form dissolving into particles of light, intercepting the Poison Dragon's assault. This is bad. As the expression on Huang Yuan's face suddenly shifted, he turned his gaze towards Ai Wei, who had already plunged into the sea. Chapter 7. The Handsome Gentleman. Ai Wei, submerged in the ocean, could only witness the toxic gas, previously obstructed by Huang Yuan, disperse like a sentient entity. It swiftly enveloped him from behind, and Ai Wei felt as though countless venomous serpents were gnawing at his shoulders. The poison began to seep throughout his body from the wounds inflicted, and in what felt like an eternity, AI Wei sensed that time had stretched into a century. Just as he was on the brink of death, he was swallowed whole by a colossal sea creature. The serpents of poison on his shoulders seemed to have exhausted their strength. Or perhaps the prolonged immersion in the ocean had rendered them powerless, and they began to vanish. Yet, AI Wei was oblivious to it all. Having succumbed to a profound unconsciousness, the faint electrical currents that had once coursed through him were now confined solely to his head. To an outside observer, aside from his head appearing normal, the rest of his body was marred by a purplish hue, devoid of any signs of a healthy human being. AI Wei. Upon witnessing AI Wei's descent into the depths of the ocean, Shadi dashed forward frantically, desperate to rescue him. In an instant, Huang Yuan appeared before Shadi, embracing her tightly. "Shadi, what will happen to AI Wei?" she asked, her lips clenched so tightly that they bled, trembling with anxiety. Huang Yuan was acutely aware of the fate that awaited those attacked by the venomous dragon. The venomous dragon was a Zoan-type user of the snake fruit, and its abilities had reached an awakened state. In terms of toxicity, it surpassed even Magellan's in the depths of the underwater prison. Based on Huang Yuan's observations of AI Wei, he saw no possibility of survival. Thus, he merely comforted Shadi, stroking her hair gently. "Yes, I must grow stronger. Yes, I shall attend the Naval Academy. Yes, I wish for AI Wei to survive." With a heavy heart, Huang Yuan departed with Shadi, which, in truth, could be considered a fortuitous turn of events for her. Although Huang Yuan held the esteemed rank of admiral, he could not remain by Shadi's side at all times to shield her. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Avi, Shadi's future might have been fraught with even more uncertainties. Avi, in her previous life, had been oblivious to the fact that Huang Yuan had a daughter. If Shadi were to possess formidable strength, she would face far fewer adversities in the future. Ever since Roger's fateful words prior to his execution, Huang Yuan had sensed the impending turmoil that would engulf the seas. Yet, he never anticipated that someone would dare to stir chaos right beneath his nose, endangering his beloved daughter. Contemplating this, he gazed down at Shadi, who had fallen asleep in his embrace, and his resolve began to solidify. Perhaps it was time to seriously consider that scoundrel's suggestion, especially since it might not bear any adverse consequences for him. "Don't run away, little tiger. Your brother will be gentle. Do you prefer barbecue, fried, or boiled? What flavor do you fancy?" On an island named Little Garden within the Grand Line, a blanket of pristine, white snow adorned the landscape, rendering the entire a picture-perfect tableau. A refined-looking young man, swift as the wind, dashed across the terrain. He possessed long, golden hair cascading over his shoulders, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, clad in a red tank top and shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet. Despite the winter chill, he seemed utterly unfazed by the cold. Before him, a massive striped tiger, measuring over 4 meters in height and 6 meters in length, was desperately fleeing, its expression imbued with a human-like terror. Suddenly, the elegant young man leaped gracefully onto the tiger's head, delivering a powerful punch with his right fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. He then sprang off the lifeless tiger's body and seized its tail, dragging it away. At the heart of the island stood a live volcano. Beneath it sat 2 colossal figures, the only remaining inhabitants of Little Garden, Dory and Broggy. They beamed as they watched Avi return, erupting into laughter. "Avi, have you been training again today?" "Indeed. After each training session, I must replenish with copious amounts of food. Otherwise, I feel utterly dreadful." Behind Avi trailed a plethora of game, including not only the striped tiger, but also dinosaurs and enormous snakes. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the bounty before Dory and Broggy. Let the feast begin. The trio ignited a fire and commenced their grilling. Avi, in his former life, had been well acquainted with a variety of delicacies, though he lacked the skills to prepare them. In recent years, he has experimented with various culinary endeavors. Apart from the simplest forms of barbecuing and boiling, the other dishes he attempted could only be described as culinary abominations, even too much for titans like Dongli to endure. Among these, Avi has a particular fondness for barbecued meat, as it is the most straightforward. One merely needs to ignite a bonfire and roast the meat until it is cooked to perfection. After satisfying his hunger, he had already darkened considerably. Broggy, using a toothpick fashioned from a sturdy tree, was busy picking his teeth and inquired, "Avi, have you yet decided when to set sail?" Avi did not respond, instead becoming lost in reminiscence. Indeed, when Avi was assaulted by the abilities of the notorious sea pirate, Poison Dragon, he found himself teetering on the brink of death, his life hanging by a fragile thread. Yet perhaps it was not Avi's fate to perish just yet. Not long after being swallowed by the Sea King, Ivy regained consciousness. Although only his head could move, a powerful instinct compelled him to struggle for survival. The faint current within him had already proven capable of absorbing the poison of the venomous dragon. However, the feeble current was insufficient to counteract the overwhelming toxins in his body, resulting in a dire predicament. Ivy pondered that if only the weak current could be strengthened. He recalled that the initial spark of this current had come after he consumed a piece of bread. Thus, he set his sights on devouring the Sea King from within. He bit into the internal organs of the Sea King, disregarding the unbearable stench and the churning of gastric fluids. At this point, Ivy could no longer even feel his stomach. With reckless abandon, he bit harder with each mouthful, as if the faint current within him were being replenished. Gaining a slight enhancement, the absorption of toxins accelerated. Unbeknownst to him, Ivy consumed several Sea Kings, including a large one, ultimately purging the toxins from his body. In the moment of liberation from the poisons, Ivy lost his will. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a small garden. It was Brokey who had saved him. According to Brokey, he had discovered Ivy floating in the sea while bathing. Ivy's body was severely swollen, a clear indication that he had been adrift for many days. When Brokey first saw Ivy, he thought he was dead. Had it not been for the faint murmurs of Ivy, repeatedly uttering phrases about becoming stronger, he would have left him to float in the ocean. Upon learning that he was now in a small garden, Ivy felt a fleeting sense of strangeness, not because he awaited Luffy's arrival to join the Straw Hats, but rather due to the familiar sights that evoked a sense of nostalgia. Yet the desire to grow stronger remained deeply rooted in Ivy's heart. Chapter 8. Resolving concerns. Deep beneath the ocean, several thousand meters down, lay one of Ivy's essential training grounds. Utilizing the immense water pressure, he continuously adapted and strengthened his control over his body, striving for perfect mastery of every ounce of his power. In practical training, he was guided by the two experienced veterans, the captains of the former giant soldier pirate crew, the Blue Demon, Dolly, and the Red Demon, Brokey. They lacked no practical experience. The food available on the island and the Sea Kings in the depths also served as means for Ivy's enhancement. However, he did not rely on this golden opportunity. Instead, he viewed it as a supplement to his growth. Although the increase in strength was significant, its ease of acquisition rendered it somewhat unreal for Ivy. Thus, he would utilize this advantage as a trump card but would not deliberately exploit it. Through rigorous and disciplined training each day, Ivy's foundation had become exceptionally solid, and his strength had grown immensely. Hey, little brat, just a few words and you think you're floating away? You won't even respond to your elder brother. Brokey delivered a sharp slap to Ivy's head, leaving Ivy dazed and disoriented. Phrases like drifting away, right? Were learned from Ivy. After hearing them a few times, Brokey and the others adopted these mottos as their own. For instance, drifting away, right? Just having a little fun? Making a grand debut. Having confirmed our gaze, you are my lucky charm. Let's charge forward together. No. I was merely contemplating that perhaps it was time for me to step outside for a while. However, before I do, I must assist my two elder brothers in resolving some troubles. Ivy rubbed his head and turned to Brokey and the others, breaking into a wide smile. Recently, several individuals have arrived on this island, seeking to trouble Brokey and his companions, yet they were all swiftly dealt with by Ivy. It was prudent not to inform Brokey and his group, for they are exceedingly naive and would stand no chance against the cunning and treacherous villains. Had Ivy not intervened, they would undoubtedly have fallen victim to the insidious schemes of the criminal organization known as Baroque Studio, particularly the Candleman, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week. However, with Ivy's arrival, everything shifted. Under her influence, while Brokey and Dongli occasionally clashed, their confrontations ceased to be life-and-death struggles. The imminent showdown that would have erupted with the volcano's eruption was also halted. Nevertheless, Ivy remained uneasy about allowing the Candleman and his accomplices to linger on the island. While they were certainly no match for Brokey in terms of brute force, victory is not solely determined by strength. Cunning and strategy play a crucial role. As Ivy prepared to confront the Candleman, on the opposite side of the forest, concealed within the earth, lay a house fashioned from wax. The interior of this modest dwelling contained little more than a bed and a table cluttered with various items and a phone book. Mr. 3, the Candleman, appeared rather unremarkable, donning blue swimming goggles and a blue and white outfit adorned with a red bow tie. What set him apart was his hair, styled in a twisted formation resembling the number 3. Seated in this chamber, he anxiously awaited the ringing of the phone bug. Bring Hello? Is this Mr. 3? Upon hearing the phone bug's chime, the candle man immediately answered, and a cultured woman's voice resonated from the other end. Yes, it is I. I never expected to have your attention, Vice President, he exclaimed in astonishment. Within Baroque Studio, agents whose numbers approach 0 possess formidable abilities, and among them, very few are women. Miss Fingers, Miss Golden Week, Miss Merry Christmas, Miss Valentine, Miss Monday, and Miss Wednesday. Yet, there remains one female agent who has never shown her face since joining Baroque Studio, the Vice President. I shall be arriving shortly. I wish to ascertain the particulars of the situation. Perched upon the back of a majestic sea turtle, Nico Robin gazed at the photograph in her hand and mused aloud. If Ivy were present, she would undoubtedly recognize it. The image Robin held bore an uncanny resemblance to Ivy, albeit with a more youthful appearance. The Candle Man, without any hesitation, recounted the myriad of experiences he had endured during this tumultuous period, unafraid of revealing his vulnerabilities. It had indeed been the darkest chapter in his life, fraught with an overwhelming sense of despair. Upon his arrival on this island, he had been filled with ambition, eager to invite the two giants residing there to join their studio. He had anticipated little difficulty, yet instead of encountering the giants, he had first met Ivy. What ensued was a calamity. Ivy possessed immense strength. Easily overpowering the Candle Man, attempts to ensnare Ivy using his fruit abilities proved futile, as she could mysteriously dissolve the restraints with her unique technique, which accelerated her blood flow and raised her body temperature to the point of melting wax. Moreover, the presence of a faint electric current inflicted no harm upon her physique or potential. Overwhelmed and unable to contend with her, the most disheartening realization for the Candle Man was that even when he utilized his infinite shadow clone candle technique, Ivy could effortlessly see through it. In her presence, he felt utterly subdued. Since joining the Baroque Works, he had never felt so humiliated. As for his partner, Miss Golden Week, though diminutive and possessing an extraordinary ability, she was still just a child. After being playfully caught by Ivy several times and receiving a few stern spankings, she had become quite obedient, to the extent that even the Candle Man was unsure of her whereabouts now. Perhaps she had already left the island, he pondered. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he had reluctantly sought assistance from the studio, only to be surprised by the personal visit from the Vice President. Understood. Robin concluded her conversation, disconnecting the snail phone, and gazed at Ivy's photograph with a complex expression. Could it truly be you? Meanwhile, the Candle Man, left hanging, opened his mouth in protest. I hadn't finished speaking yet. Frustrated, he slammed down the phone, sending everything on his desk crashing to the floor. And the flame atop his head ignited in fury. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Candle Man abruptly leaped up in alarm, being a user of the wax fruit. He was most fearful of fire, which could easily consume him. Before long, the entire wax house began to melt away, and after enduring considerable hardship, he finally extinguished the flame atop his head. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, he found himself devoid of energy to be angry at Robin's abrupt termination of the call. On the other side of the forest, Ivy meticulously inspected the small boat she had constructed, ensuring that there were no oversights. Indeed, there was nothing that the great Ivy could not accomplish. Gazing at the sturdy wooden beams bound together by vines, Ivy chuckled to himself with a sense of satisfaction. Though rudimentary, the vessel was equipped with all necessary provisions. With its ample dimensions, over 10 meters in length and 4 meters in width, it could accommodate a substantial supply of food. The sky served as a canopy, while the ship functioned as a bed. Ivy, being robust, faced no discomfort. Personal hygiene was the least of his concerns, especially since acquiring his unique abilities, allowing him to proudly declare himself a true paragon of masculinity, unconcerned with such trivial matters. All items had been transformed into a blue energy that enhanced his physical potential through a mild electric current. With a hand resting on his hip, he patted himself down and turned back. It was time to deal with that Candle Man. Chapter 9. The tenacious Mr. 3 on the other side of the small garden. Mr. 3, the Candle Man, was already plotting how to humiliate Ivy after he dealt with him. Indeed, children were unreliable, so timid that she wouldn't even dare to come over and wait for the Vice President's arrival. Sitting on a sofa crafted from wax, Mr. 3 scoffed as he felt the sea breeze. Should he take the opportunity to indulge in a bath, demonstrating his respect for the Vice President? He pulled out a mirror to admire his handsome visage, feeling a tinge of vanity. The thought of a refreshing bath spurred him into action. He began by crafting a pool from wax and filling it with water. After a good soak, he He would revel in his alluring hairstyle, striking features, and muscular physique. Humph. If he managed to charm the vice president, he would see if anyone dared to underestimate him again. Just thinking of the two imposing figures looming over him filled Mr. 3 with indignation. Although they were part of the same organization, competition was fierce. The adage "the strong rise while the weak fall" aptly described their group. Each member of the Baroque works had their own motives, and if he could eliminate the enigmatic leader, Mr. Zero, how glorious that would be. Of course, this was merely Mr. 3's daydream. For now, he hadn't thought that far ahead. In his fantasies, he envisioned Ivy beneath his heel, humiliated and ridiculed. Ha 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 ha. Was that foolish laughter he heard? Ivy had wandered through the forest of the small garden, and he couldn't help but commend Mr. 3's hidden prowess, despite his lack of strength. Having passed the same grand tree multiple times without realizing it, Ivy marveled inwardly. Oh, could that beautiful lady be thinking of him? Rubbing his nose, Ivy speculated. Never mind. He decided to find someone to inquire. As he walked toward the source of the laughter, he pondered whether newcomers had arrived on the island, pirates, or perhaps navy. It would also serve as an opportunity to gauge his own strength. To his astonishment, it was him. Truly, he had stumbled upon his quarry without any effort at all. Perched upon a tree branch, Ivy observed the boisterous laughter of Mr. 3 below. Was he not weary? Had he not grown tired of such prolonged amusement? It seemed he might soon find himself breathless. What could possibly bring him such joy? Ivy pondered in confusion, unaware that in watching Mr. 3 laugh for so long, it was she who was the true spectator of tedium. Hey, what is it that brings you such delight? Do share, so we may all partake. Ivy exclaimed as she appeared behind Mr. 3, giving his shoulder a playful pat. Who dares? Do you not know that startling someone can be fatal? Mr. 3 jumped several feet into the air, turning to glare at Ivy with a fierce expression. What are you doing here? Weren't you just kneeling and licking my shoes? It appeared that Mr. 3 still lingered in his own delusions. Ivy's expression darkened. Me? Lick? What nonsense. Without hesitation, she swung a fist towards Mr. 3's face. Reacting swiftly, Mr. 3 let out a startled cry, utilizing the unique properties of his fruit to narrowly evade disaster. A fist-sized void appeared on Mr. 3's face, through which the vast ocean could be seen once Ivy retracted her hand. Not bad. You've improved quite a bit to dodge my punch, Ivy remarked with a light chuckle as she scrutinized Mr. 3. Of course, ever since you bested me last time, I have tirelessly researched my fruit's abilities. This time, if I do not reduce you to a quivering mass, I shall no longer be Mr. 3. Mr. 3's bravado was astonishing. Having just moments ago contemplated his inability to defeat Ivy and how he might join forces with Robin to torment her later. Now, however, those thoughts had vanished. Having evaded Ivy's strike, he swelled with newfound confidence, recalling how he had previously failed to dodge her blows. I have discovered the technique to defeat you. The reason you managed to hit me before was merely my ignorance of your tactics. You, who rely solely on brute strength, shall find yourself at a disadvantage beneath my candle swamp. Let us see what you are truly capable of. With that declaration, Mr. 3's body softened, transforming into a pool of white liquid that slithered across the ground. Ugh, how revolting! Ivy cried, retreating in horror as the viscous substance approached. Its appearance reminiscent of a rather unsavory white liquid. Yet, it could also be said that Ivy's thoughts were rather convoluted. Mr. 3, however, was not burdened by such complexities. Instead, he reveled in Ivy's retreat, laughing maniacally. Should you choose to submit to the greatness of Mr. 3, I might graciously spare your life and allow you to serve as my subordinate. In the eyes of Mr. 3, Ivy seemed to have reached a point of no return. And indeed, the reality mirrored this sentiment. Faced with Mr. 3's formidable and repulsive powers, akin to those of a natural element, Ivy found himself utterly helpless. Approaching was out of the question, even if it meant death. Leaping from a tree or plunging 10,000 meters beneath the sea was an impossibility he could not entertain. It appeared that a singular solution remained. With a grave expression, Ivy gazed intently at Mr. 3. A solution? Mr. 3 pondered, momentarily taken aback. He hesitated to advance any further, halting at a distance of 1 meter from Ivy, wary of drawing closer. He was indeed haunted by the memories of Ivy's previous triumphs over him. Despite his current arrogance, a shadow of fear lingered in his heart. With a swift motion, Mr. 3 observed the now empty branches before him and glanced at Ivy, who was leaping gracefully in the distance. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall not indulge you any longer. Ivy's voice echoed from afar. You dare to toy with me? Mr. 3's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed furiously, releasing himself from the fluid state. He hastily gave chase. Although that state was powerful, its endurance was limited, and it was not particularly swift. I will certainly make you pay. At that moment, consumed by fury, he cast aside thoughts of Robin and focused solely on venting the ire that burned within him. Ah, that oblivious fool. Does he not realize that bullying children is against the law? Ivy and Miss Golden Week exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide in surprise. Hello, it seems we meet again. Ivy extended his hand in greeting, then turned his gaze to Miss Golden Week, adorned with a hat and sporting 2 braids. The tea she held slipped from her grasp, as she appeared to be preparing something to roast over a fire with a rudimentary grill set up before her. This is entrusted to her by Ivy, representing Miss Golden Week's second fondness aside from Simbe. Why not indulge in Simbe? Simply because it has run out. However, Ivy's sudden appearance startled her. How did you find me? Miss Golden Week sat on the ground, retreating repeatedly, fearful of exposing herself. Oh, so that's how it is. Observing the dark-colored paintings created with pigments scattered across the grassy expanse, Ivy nodded in realization. No wonder, when she had hurried over, there seemed to be no one around. And yet, suddenly, a person had appeared. This is undoubtedly Miss Golden Week's hidden darkness. Although Miss Golden Week is merely a child of less than 10 years, her inclusion in the Baroque works and her partnership with Mr. 3 are not without reason. In Baroque works, every agent is paired with another whose abilities are comparable. Miss Golden Week serves as Mr. 3's partner. Her unique ability allows her to blend colors with the brush in her hand, and anyone who comes into contact with these colors will have their emotions manipulated. Each hue produces a distinct effect, and through Ivy's observations, it becomes apparent that Miss Golden Week can mix more colors than those she is initially familiar with. Eureka! A sudden flash of inspiration strikes Ivy as she glances at Miss Golden Week, realizing how to contend with Mr. 3. Golden Week, could you do me a favor? I assure you, it will be worth your while. With Ivy's promise, Miss Golden Week accelerates her retreat. Chapter 10. Farewell to the little garden. Where did he run off to? How can he vanish in the blink of an eye? Pausing in a grove, Mr. 3 looks around, confirming that Ivy's figure is indeed nowhere to be found, and, in frustration, he strikes a tree with his fist, causing the leaves to rustle. Ivy, observing Mr. 3 before her, who is oblivious to her presence, cannot help but lament the profound depths of the pirate world. The array of powers is both intricate and formidable. Ivy is certain that Miss Golden Week does not possess a devil fruit ability, yet she wields extraordinary power through her palette. It seems the time has come to learn about hockey. Numerous ability users await in the future, and lacking hockey would prove troublesome. But whom could she ask for guidance? Silver's Rayleigh, the Pirate King's first mate from Sabaody Archipelago? She is not Luffy. Would he teach her? Luffy has Shanks, who is acquainted with Rayleigh. Furthermore, she shares no kinship with Rayleigh. The Amazon Lily? All the inhabitants there are proficient in hockey, and seeking their tutelage could be a viable option. Yet, a prerequisite remains. She must possess sufficient strength and must first defeat a celestial dragon before escaping from an admiral to earn such an opportunity. Therefore, it is best to wash up and sleep. Overthinking serves little purpose. Dreams hold infinite possibilities. Golden Week, why did you choose to join Baroque Works? Are you unaware that it is filled with ruthless villains? This is not good, quite the opposite. It could lead you astray. Ivy earnestly advises Miss Golden Week while playfully tugging at her 2 braids and gently kneading her chubby cheeks. Humph. Miss Golden Week, with a haughty demeanor, turned her head away. Now that escape was futile, she relinquished all other thoughts. Leisurely sipping a cup of tea, she observed Mr. 3, who was scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he stepped onto a green illustration, a serene green that belonged to Miss Golden Week. Anyone who stepped upon it would shed all constraints, leisurely sitting down to sip tea, unbothered and unthinking. Out of nowhere, Mr. 3 produced a cup of tea, seated himself upon a chair crafted from wax, crossed his legs, and comfortably sipped his tea, squinting his eyes in delight. Now was the moment. Ivy seized a torch and ignited a fire around Mr. 3. Ha ha ha, Candleman. Let's see what you can do this time, Ivy declared, hands on her hips, gazing at Mr. 3. Oh no, I must flee, Mr. 3 exclaimed, abruptly awakened, only to discover that he was surrounded by roaring flames, with signs of melting upon himself. Golden Week, you traitor, the president and the others will not spare you. Mr. 3, now aware of the cause of his impending defeat, glared fiercely at Golden Week. Who will not spare whom? As long as I am here, no one shall dare harm Golden Week. I will ensure it, Ivy asserted, ruffling Golden Week's hair affectionately. Golden Week remained silent, ignoring Ivy. So, little Jojo, How about becoming my ally? I will never allow anyone to bully you. Ivy continued. Whatever. Golden Week replied dismissively. Where's the vice president? He should have arrived by now. Mr. 3 pondered, watching the encroaching flames, and resolutely declared, I will fight. Wax shield. With a flourish of his hands, 2 white wax shields formed, protecting him as he charged toward the flames. As he surged forward, the wax melted and fell away. But it indeed carved a path to safety. Emerging from the inferno, Mr. 3 appeared disheveled, gasping for breath. Ivy, where are you? He called out, intending to make a fierce statement, only to realize Ivy had vanished. Looking for me? Ivy's voice echoed from behind him, prompting Mr. 3 to sprint ahead. Yet, Ivy's voice followed closely, like a shadow, ensuring he could not escape. Domineering fist. Avy raised his right hand, and with the naked eye, one could observe the rippling waves of air emanating from it, as if his punch had shattered the very atmosphere. Ignoring the resistance of the air, he struck Mr. 3 in an instant. Speed and power, these were concepts Avy had grasped many years ago. He understood that with sufficient velocity, anything could be achieved. The principle behind his signature move, the flash, was precisely that, and the same applied to his dominance fist. Before Avy, Mr. 3 had no time to react and was swiftly knocked down by a single blow. A human-shaped crater formed in the ground, and it took a while for Mr. 3 to climb out of it. Are you still playing, Candleman? Avy regarded Mr. 3 with a benevolent gaze. And no, not at all. Mr. 3 managed an awkward smile. Eager to leave this place and never encounter Avy again. I can guess that you are currently wishing to depart from here immediately and never see me again. Mr. 3 nodded vigorously. Indeed, that was his desire. Very well, you may leave at once. Avy stood, gesturing with a smile for him to go. Just as Mr. 3 attempted to escape at light speed, Avy tapped him on the shoulder. There's no need to rush. Allow me to accompany you part of the way, Avy said, his expression radiating goodwill. Avy, I will kill you. Mr. 3's voice echoed from above, then transformed into a star and vanished from sight. Retracting his kicked leg, Avy chuckled. I hope you managed to survive. Readers might wonder why Mr. 3, once fearful of the Candleman, had so swiftly succumbed to such overwhelming force. The reason lay in the discomfort Avy felt towards Mr. 3's liquid form. It could be said that he overthought the situation. Hence, this time, he struck with decisive swiftness, catching Mr. 3 off guard and preventing him from utilizing the technique that Avy dreaded. Let us depart, Avy declared, cradling Miss Golden Week in his arms as he prepared to leave. Now, only Broggy and Dory remained on the island. Avy had urged them to leave, but they insisted they could not return. Feeling helpless, Avy resolved to assist them with their troubles, doing what he could. I will undoubtedly return after I have circumnavigated the Grand Line. Avy shouted towards the little garden. Go on, you rascal. We await the day your name resounds across the seas. It shall not be long. Broggy and Dory laughed heartily. Old man, wait for me, and do not die before I return. Avy turned to gaze into the distance, reminiscing about the moments spent on the island, a warm sentiment flashing through his heart. Ah well, the lifespan of giants is quite lengthy. Barring any unforeseen events, I believe those 2 old geezers will live on. Avy's fleeting melancholy vanished, for the world awaited the grand conquests of the illustrious Avy. Ha ha ha, what is that rascal laughing about? Let it be, it matters not. The erratic fool, thought Miss Golden Week, as she sipped her tea and squinted her eyes. She resolved to cunningly lead him to the boss, planning her little schemes meticulously. From now on, I shall call you Golden Week. Do you know the way to Alabasta? Ivy tilted her head and inquired. You're venturing out to sea, yet you possess no log pointer? Never mind, here, take this. Golden Week tossed out a permanent log pointer, which contained the coordinates of Alabasta. By following the pointer, one could reach Alabasta regardless of their location. Although Ivy's reasons for traveling to Alabasta remained a mystery, Golden Week was indifferent, seeing it as an opportunity to facilitate Ivy's journey. She had been contemplating how to persuade Ivy to go, but now it seemed unnecessary. Thinking can be such a laborious task. Time to rest, she mused, taking another comforting sip of her tea. Chapter 11, A New Island. The adventure begins. Have they already departed? Robin stood in the small garden, gazing at the vast ocean. Just like that, they slipped away. Her eyes lingered on the sea, and she imagined Ivy setting sail, laughing heartily as she left. In her hand, she held a slightly yellowed photograph of Ivy as a child, exquisitely adorable. Many years prior, during the infamous Buster Call, a mysterious figure had arrived at O'Hara, attempting to thwart the calamity, but ultimately failing. O'Hara, Home to the world's greatest scholars and the most extensive collection of books, the Tree of Knowledge was utterly obliterated during the Buster Call. All scholars who studied ancient texts perished. Only the ordinary residents survived, sheltered by the enigmatic protector. Robin was among the fortunate survivors, yet she did not abandon her quest to decipher historical texts. She yearned to uncover the truth. What transpired during that century of obscurity in history? Why did the world government go to such lengths to annihilate O'Hara? Thus, she resolutely departed from the island, which was under the mysterious figure's protection, setting sail alone. Young Robin, having navigated a world rife with betrayal, harbored no regrets. By chance, she discovered that Ivy bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic savior from her past, prompting her to keep Ivy's photograph close. The reason I personally came this time was to discern the relationship between Ivy and that enigmatic figure. In the vast ocean, fate will lead us to meet. Should you encounter difficulties, I shall lend my utmost assistance. If indeed your connection to the benefactor holds true. Robin's eyes flickered with intrigue before she took her leave on the turtle. As for Mr. 3 and his companions, Robin paid them no heed. In her eyes, none of them mattered. Her sole desire was to uncover the historical texts buried beneath Alabasta. With the eternal record pointer in hand, a smile graced Ivy's lips. The warlord crocodile shall serve as the perfect gauge for my prowess. Though I lack the mastery of hockey, the inherent weakness of any ability user lies within the depths of the sea. If Luffy could vanquish you with this tactic, how could I, the esteemed Ivy, not succeed? Ivy mused whimsically. Furthermore, enticing Robin to join me, not to deceive, but to invite her as a companion, seemed a splendid notion. Yes, this decision brings me delight. My third companion must be a chef, one capable of crafting delectable and nutritious meals suitable for our maritime journey. For now, this shall suffice. Hey. Did you embark on this voyage without any preparations? Golden Week felt exasperated by Ivy's antics. A makeshift raft was one thing, but lacking even an oar to row was quite another, drifting aimlessly with the waves. Remain calm. Did I not prepare provisions? I even brought a special barbecue grill, allowing us to dine at any moment. I crafted a little shelter for you, which I, myself, do not possess. Ivy spread her arms wide and continued. Since my arrival at this little garden, I have yet to see any pirates or navy vessels pass through here. Where am I to find a ship? This is already my pinnacle achievement. Fear not. The most important aspect is joy. Look at this splendid scenery. With a grand gesture, she indicated the vast expanse of pristine sky and azure sea behind her, with a smile plastered on her face, yet feeling a twinge of frustration within. Ivy could only comfort herself and attempt to persuade Golden Week. No matter how much Ivy adored the sea, after half a month, even the most ardent affection could grow tiresome. The provisions had been consumed within days of setting sail, and thereafter, it was Ivy's ventures into the deep sea to salvage seafood and small sea kings that sustained them. Otherwise, they would have surely perished from hunger. At this moment, Ivy yearned desperately for sight of an island. Any island would do. Just to set foot on land would rejuvenate her spirit. Surely, Golden Week felt the same. Yet days passed without even a glimpse of an island's shadow. Golden Week's temper flared, culminating in an outburst. What have I done to deserve this? Why must fate thrust me into the presence of this insufferable wretch? I should be in the little garden now, watching the small creatures frolic outside. Basking in the warm sunlight, reclining on a sun lounger, leisurely sipping tea. But alas, must I, at such a tender age, meet my end in the vast ocean? I am still just a child of 10. The Golden Week lamented in a frenzy of exasperation. It seemed there was a small island ahead. Suddenly invigorated, Ivy sprang to her feet. Look over there. Golden Week echoed her excitement, elated regardless of where we were headed, having indulged too much in barbecued delights. The sunbae was long gone, and afternoon tea had become a distant memory. For Golden Week, this was a monumental misfortune. Her dream was to bask in the sunlight daily, savor sunbae, enjoy leisurely afternoon teas, and indulge in painting, embodying the essence of a carefree, modern-day hermit by the sea. We accelerated. Grasping a piece of wood from the raft, I forcefully dislodged it and waved the stick behind the raft to propel us forward. Enormous waves surged behind us, and the effect was striking. The raft sped forth at a visibly astonishing rate. Just before reaching the shore, Ivy tossed aside the stick and clung tightly to me. Calling out to Golden Week, she bent her legs and launched herself skyward, akin to a cannonball. Boom! With a leap that effortlessly spanned 100 meters from the shore, she soared high. Ah, the scent of earth, the thrill of adventure. Ha! I want a drink. I want to feast on meat. Ivy exclaimed, arms outstretched in joyous laughter. Who knows how she had endured these past days? Had it not been for her innate resilience, she might have perished countless times while foraging for food beneath the waves. Do you have any money? The adorable Golden Week inquired innocently. Give it to me. She extended her hands, shaking them before Ivy. No money. I have neither wealth nor life. Ivy's expression darkened immediately. After years in this pirate world, she found herself broke. Hadn't that predecessor who crossed over started off fabulously wealthy? How had she ended up in such a pitiful state? Well, if you were to be captured by the Navy, I could sell you to them for a bounty. But who knows who you are now? Golden Week remarked dryly. Ivy paid little heed to this, but in Golden Week's words, she conceived a brilliant idea. How about we capture a pirate? Ivy proposed enthusiastically. What? Golden Week responded, utterly bewildered. You, a pirate, intend to capture another pirate, and then run to the Navy to claim a bounty? During the Golden Week. I truly wish to place my hand upon Ivy's head to ascertain whether her mind had become befuddled with fever. After all, are there not numerous pirate ships in sight? Surely, they could provide us with enough to cover our travel and sustenance expenses, and who knows, we might even acquire a magnificent vessel of our own. A private bedroom, a kitchen, a swimming pool, and a barbecue stand. Just the thought of it fills me with anticipation. Ivy, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly urged Golden Week to race toward the town. Shortly after Ivy's departure, a pirate ship arrived at the island, its flag adorned with a skull and a spade behind it. This is a grand pirate ship, yet it harbors only 4 individuals. The first mate, Masca Deuos, leaned against the vessel, gazing at the island before him. Ace, our purpose here is merely to resupply. Let us refrain from lingering too long. This place swarms with pirates. I would rather not have you embroiled in any trouble. All right. I shall return before nightfall. Boss Deuos, Ace replied, not waiting for Masca to finish, as he leapt off the ship and ventured ashore. Chapter 12. Dining on the dime of others, there are rules. You know how he is, Myhol remarked nonchalantly, polishing the firearm in his hand. Clad in a black gentleman's hat and a flamboyant leather coat. With black shorts adorning his lower half, Myhol carried a long, scroll-like object on his back. At times, he lifted his sniper rifle, seemingly aiming at some distant target. Once a teacher in a war-torn region, he had followed Ace to sea due to the recent surge of piracy, now serving as the ship's sharpshooter. I need to go down and procure a few items. What about you? Myhol inquired, glancing at the other 2 members aboard the Spade pirate's vessel. Coincidentally, I am in need of restocking some medical supplies. I hope to find something surprising here, Deuos replied softly. Deuos, with his short black hair and handsome visage, favored flamboyant eyewear, dressed in a white suit with a blue coat that danced gracefully in the sea breeze. He was undeniably a scion of wealth and the first companion of Ace, having co-founded the Spade Pirates, where he served as the second-in-command and ship's doctor. And you, Scar? Deuos inquired, turning to the quiet figure lingering behind him. Scar, not yet considered a true companion, but rather a mere hand on board, was a man enveloped in a skeletal motif. He had an affinity for all things skull-related and frequently mingled with various pirate crews, collecting his favored skeletal trinkets along the way. Deuos was unsure when Scar had joined their ship, but since Ace had said nothing, he remained. To this day, Deuos had yet to witness Scar in action, yet the latter emanated an aura of danger that kept Deuos on his guard. However, Scar remained oblivious to this subtle animosity, replying nonchalantly, No, I shall guard the ship until the captain returns. With a skull mask adorning his face, Scar shook his head dismissively. Very well then, let us depart. Deuos shook his head, and then leaped off the ship alongside Myhol. He held a considerable trust in Ace, although Ace could be unreliable at times. He possessed an instinct akin to that of a formidable beast. Since Ace felt that Scar posed no threat, Deuos chose to remain silent, deciding to simply exercise caution in the future. Roxas Island, an unremarkable all along the Grand Line, was anything but ordinary today. A multitude of pirates had gathered here. Some were invited, while others had intruded unannounced. Yet, the island's master remained unconcerned, for he was backed by a powerful figure from the dark underworld. Have the invitations been dispatched? At the island's heart stood a church. But the inhabitants within were not necessarily benevolent missionaries. They could very well be demons cloaked in darkness, preying upon the unwary. The true ruler of the island, Sedekanavan, gazed out at the bustling streets and inquired, Have all the deliveries been made? Yes, indeed. Today, 2 groups have arrived on the island. One group consists of 2 individuals, a man and a woman, whose identities remain a mystery. However, their ability to leap 100 meters from the shore suggests they possess considerable strength. The other group is the recently notorious spade pirates. How shall we proceed? From the shadows behind Naven, a man's voice echoed, eerie and fluctuating. Yet, Naven appeared oblivious to it, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to such occurrences. Pay no mind to the man and woman. There are countless beings like them along the Grand Line. However, regarding Ace of the Spade Pirates, extend him an invitation. The figure in the darkness seemed to acknowledge the command before vanishing without a trace. Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 49 million berries. A newly emerged pirate and a Logia-type user of the Flame fruit. Securing his allegiance would undoubtedly please the boss. Consequently, that artifact may also be brought forth when the time is right. Naven lifted a glass of milk with his left hand, savored a sip, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Unbeknownst to him, while he plotted his schemes, Ivy was being scorned by others. Moreover, she had no inkling that Ace had also arrived on the island after her. Strolling along the street, Ivy clutched a plate of bounty notices, all obtained from the island's naval branch. Golden Week had distanced herself from Ivy, deeming it beneath her dignity, and set off to pursue her own methods. Meanwhile, on another narrow street, Golden Week, employing her adorable charm, had followed a menacing man, unmistakably of ill repute, into a bar, embarking on her leisurely escapade. Had Ivy known, she would have lamented that the little girl was unaware of the darkness that lay beneath the surface of that man. Forget it. No more searching. Time to eat. She turned and spotted a bar, promptly vanishing from sight, leaving only the sound of the doors swinging back and forth. This is the state of someone who has entered. Sitting at the bar, Ivy holds a fork in both hands and slams it on the counter. Bring me everything you have. I'm not short on cash, Ivy exclaimed, disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around. All right. The owner replied and then retreated to the kitchen. Shortly after, he emerged with a pizza and beef. Another unsuspecting fool has arrived. It seems that today, the scoundrel Yuan will rake in a fortune. Yes, just like that guy, remarked two men seated in the hall. Their voices unmasked. Following their gaze, Ivy noticed a robust man with dark hair sitting nearby, fast asleep. One hand held a piece of meat suspended in midair, just shy of his mouth, yet he remained oblivious to the food, even a bubble forming at his nose. Hearing this, Ivy felt a sense of relief. It appeared this bar was indeed a den of iniquity, prompting him to eat even faster. Before long, he had devoured everything. Calling out to the owner once more to bring more. How can this guy eat so much? Is he even human? The two men who had spoken earlier stared in astonishment at the pile of plates accumulating before Ivy, their mouths agape. Burp. That meal was decent. I suppose I'm about 70% full now. Indeed, it's slightly better than my own barbecue. Perhaps I should hold off on tricking Robin and first find a chef. Ivy pondered, scratching his head. Wait, I actually fell asleep while eating. Damn it. Suddenly, the bubble at the nose of the dark-haired man beside Ivy burst, stirring him awake. He took a hearty bite of the meat in his hand, tearing into it with gusto, smacking his lips. Owner, thank you for the hospitality. I finished my meal. Ivy expressed his gratitude with hands together, aware that although this bar was a den of thieves, he had no intention of paying, nor the means to do so. A simple thank you would suffice. And it wouldn't cost him a morsel of meat. Well, this time your total comes to 100 million too. Huh, why are you leaving? The owner shouted. You dare to dine and dash at my establishment? Just wait until Yuan jumped in front of Ivy, menacingly. You scoundrel. I thought you were a polite person, but you brazenly walk out without paying. Even Ace, wouldn't dare to be so blatant in skipping out on a bill. Can't you sneak away quietly? You've insulted our profession of dining and dashing, and I shall teach you a severe lesson. Ivy narrowed his eyes at the freckled man before him. Ace, are you trying to force my hand? Ace? Ivy was taken aback to encounter Ace in this unexpected place. Judging by Ace's attire, it was evident that he had recently returned from the sea. Do you know me? Ace inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, before swiftly pushing the proprietor aside. Do you realize that one cannot brazenly proclaim one's intention to dine and dash in front of the owner? It is far more amusing to discreetly depart, leaving him to realize our absence in due time. Your actions are an affront to our profession. Therefore, I insist that you settle the bill at once. Ace declared with an air of entitlement directed at Ivy. Isn't this merely an act of evasion? It is quite surprising that Ace possesses such a sense of professionalism. While your words are undeniably rational and have imparted considerable insight upon me, we shall discuss all of this later. I wish to test my own strength. Never mind. Ivy initially intended to challenge Ace to ascertain his own standing, yet upon reflecting that Ace is a user of the Mara no Mi, a natural type devil fruit, He recognized his own lack of means to confront such powers. Seeking hardship is not in Ivy's nature. I apologize, but I am in pursuit of some high-bounty pirates and cannot afford to linger here. Thank you for your hospitality. Without so much as a backward glance. He waved goodbye to the bar owner, Zaida Yuan. How intriguing. Ace's eyes glimmered with interest, and he hurried after Ivy. I am a pirate with a bounty of 49 million berries. Are you not intrigued? Ace inquired with a playful demeanor. Are you attempting to provoke me into a confrontation? Ivy turned around to face Ace. Though he held a fondness for Ace, he was no longer the outsider he once was. He had wholly immersed himself in this world. He was steadfast in his ideals and, understanding Ace's character, recognized the impossibility of inviting him aboard. However, the notion of friendship had crossed Ivy's mind. Yet their timing of encounter was far from ideal. From the very first meeting, they found themselves at odds over a single issue. Given Ivy's nature, it was utterly inconceivable for him to acquiesce to Ace's demands and pay up without protest. Moreover, Ivy was currently devoid of funds. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. Let alone Ivy. Though he lacked methods to contend with natural types, he could still rely on his speed to prevent Ace from utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Such an endeavor would come at a steep cost, and he was rather reluctant to engage in battle with the Ace before him. Ace is the brother of Luffy, who is the chosen one in the world of pirates, a veritable second-generation prodigy. In his previous life, Ivy had encountered a humorous anecdote. It recounted how one of the four emperors, Big Mom, sought to kill Luffy, prompting a cadre of powerful figures to come to his aid. The naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, cracked his knuckles and declared, I hear you intend to kill my grandson? Are you tired of living? Meanwhile, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul D. Dragon, furrowed his brow and remarked, I hear you plan to kill my son? Are you tired of living? Even one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, who commanded respect from both the world government and the navy, approached with his sword and stated, I hear you wish to kill my chosen disciple. Are you tired of living? From this, it is evident that if one were to eliminate or severely injure Ace, they would inevitably acquire numerous adversaries. Moreover, Ace, being the son of the pirate King Roger, has not seen the end of his father's crew. Even the formidable Silvers Rayleigh remains a figure whom even the likes of Iway cannot contend with. In Iway's perspective, the Pirate King is merely a group of second-generation pirates embarking on adventures alongside Luffy, ultimately aiding him in his quest to become the Pirate King. Despite the multitude of considerations, should Ace truly wish to engage him in combat, Iway harbors no fear. He would rather stand against the world than cower. No, I merely heard you were seeking pirates with high bounties. Are you not intrigued by my own bounty? I am Ace. I aspire to be the Pirate King. And you? A bounty hunter? Ace conversed with Iway, wholly disregarding the band of thieves surrounding them. After Ace concluded his statement, Iway exhaled softly. He recognized his own weakness. Knowing he had offended many potent figures within the pirate world, a realization that weighed heavily on him. I am not a bounty hunter. My name is Iway, a pirate, though my ship has unfortunately met its demise. Thus, I plan to procure a new vessel for my adventures. Iway revealed a handful of bounty notices. As for you, I have no desire to offend a multitude of people for the sake of your meager bounty. He continued, then turned his gaze back to Ace. Do you have any further business? If not, I must take my leave. Tilting his head and observing the freckled visage of Ace, Iway mused narcissistically that, without those freckles, Ace's looks might rival a fraction of his own charm. It was Ace's first encounter with the notion of pirates capturing bounties from the Marines to collect rewards. And offend a multitude of people? What do you mean by that? Ace was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by a voice. Ace, I finally found you. We have news regarding what we've been searching for. Dias shouted as he sprinted toward Ace from a distance. You've caused trouble again, Ace. Honestly, you can't seem to stay out of mischief for even a moment, Dias scolded, noticing the unusual situation. However, his tone soon softened. After experiencing much, he had developed a certain immunity to chaos, recognizing that such is the nature of pirates, always surrounded by lively commotion. Who is he? Dias inquired, glancing at Iway's departing figure. A newly acquainted friend. But never mind him. Fate will bring us together again upon the vast sea. You mentioned earlier that there is news about what we've been looking for. Ace turned to Dias, who, despite his carefree demeanor, had proven dependable in crucial moments. What were you two muttering about? You must be in cahoots with that fellow. The man has fled, and since he has not yet paid his dues, you shall cover for him. And yours too. A total of 230 million berries, let S round it up to 300 million. Those who are wise will obediently hand over the money. Otherwise, humph. The notorious leader Yuan spoke harshly, observing Ivy easily break through his encirclement alongside his incapacitated subordinate. Yuan chose to act decisively. These two men appeared relatively weak, yet Yuan, brimming with audacity, remained oblivious to the terrifying reality of the individuals standing before him. Casting a glance at his subordinates, he gradually surrounded Ace and his companions. In the meantime, doors produced an invitation, which was intended for Ace. Inside lay a sheet densely inscribed with numerous words. However, the key detail was the peculiar black pattern located in the lower right corner. After Ivy departed, a fire ignited in that vicinity. Ivy gazed toward the direction of the bar, pondering whether it was Ace who had made a move. The man from earlier emanated a sense of danger. Could this be the Spade Pirates to which Ace belonged before joining the Whitebeard crew? How intriguing. Ivy shook his head, stifling a chuckle. Ivy's attention was drawn to a towering figure emerging from around the corner, an imposing man standing 3 meters tall, clutching a bounty notice. The first target has been identified. A smile crept onto Ivy's lips as he approached. Chapter 14. Ivy's ambition, how feeble. It seems the reputation does not match the reality. Ivy dragged the severely injured giant towards the naval base. The pirate in his grasp was the captain of the Blade Pirates, known as Frenzy. With a bounty of 28 million, Ivy had anticipated a struggle, yet the man could barely last 3 seconds. Observing his formidable stature, it was surprising to find him a mere 3-second fighter. Such a waste of physical prowess. Oh, what is this? Ivy noticed a black invitation slip that had fallen from Frenzy's grasp and picked it up. An invitation. It read, "The black market opens tonight at 9 o'clock. You are invited." The reverse side was filled with a detailed list of items set for trade that evening, culminating in an enigmatic black pattern. It bore a striking resemblance to the invitation in Ace's possession. Fascinating. A smile of keen interest graced Ivy's face as he handed over the unfortunate pirate to the Navy. Upon exiting, a group of battered and bruised Navy officers, struggling to walk, followed behind, bidding Ivy farewell. Initially reluctant to award Ivy a bounty, this nearly defeated group of Navy officers eventually reformed under Ivy's educational influence, sending him off with resolute smiles. Heh. Let's see how the Golden Week can criticize my lack of ambition this time. Avy ambled down the street, burdened by a sizable backpack. Ill-gotten gains, it is said, are readily claimed by all. After Avy's departure, how could she possibly leave with merely 20 million berries? Once she was gone, the naval officers reverted to their menacing demeanor. "Let us report to headquarters." One of the officers, with a half-closed eye, snarled. "Isn't she a pirate hunter? Hunting pirates? From this moment forth, you shall be the very pirate every hunter seeks." Another officer, limping on a leg, echoed the sentiment as he joined the others. Yet one officer did not follow the group inside. Instead, he hobbled toward the church at the town center, the residence of Naven. While reporting to higher-ups, he painted Avy as a ruthless and malevolent villain, a powerful scourge of the seas. Ultimately, the naval headquarters, considering Avy's initial appearance and her previous lack of significant wrongdoing, deemed her audacity in attacking a naval base a grave offense, issuing a bounty of 30 million berries. Though modest, it was clear that the Navy had classified Avy as a pirate. At that moment, Avy remained blissfully unaware of her inexplicable notoriety. Upon finding Golden Week, Avy discovered her reveling in the chaos. Golden Week sat alone at the bar, while the hall bore the marks of battle. A group of individuals, evidently members of the same pirate crew, were engaged in a fierce scuffle. "After waiting so long, you finally show up. What took you so long?" yawned Golden Week. Observing the scene, Avy realized that this band of pirates had undoubtedly fallen victim to Golden Week's treachery. Regardless of their significance as allies, once ensnared by betrayal, they would not hesitate to draw their blades. Golden Week had initially intended to use this tactic against Avy, yet she had not anticipated Avy's hidden prowess, which not only thwarted her plans but also allowed Avy to absorb the energy, thereby augmenting her strength. What a waste. So many pirates, all packed together. Regardless of their numbers, that's a fortune in berries. Avy lamented, exuding an air of exasperation. But never mind, all the berries from the Navy are in my possession. Even if I were to bring these pirates to them, they wouldn't have any berries to spare. Before Golden Week could interject, Avy continued her self-dialogue. "Let us procure a grand ship, and while there is still time, we must purchase some supplies for our voyage. This time, we cannot afford to be frugal. Do you understand?" It sounded as though it was I who was reluctant to spend, as if following you was a matter of coercion. Golden Week mused inwardly, thinking that had Avy not promised to return her to Alabasta, She would have been quite unwilling to accompany this cunning individual any longer. Moreover, Avi's unpredictable behavior left Golden Week questioning whether Avi could even survive the journey to Alabasta. Let us be off. During the Golden Week, without uttering much, he calmly traversed the fighting pirates and approached Ivy's side. At that moment, during the Golden Week, she noticed the large backpack on Ivy's back, a flicker of doubt passing through her mind. She was aware of Ivy's plans, and within this brief period, Ivy had managed to locate a pirate possessing such formidable strength and a high bounty. Furthermore, Golden Week did not perceive any sounds of intense combat resonating from the island. Was it all just filled with berries? Indeed. Did you rob a naval branch? A thought flashed through Golden Week's mind, prompting her to inquire. How did you know? Ivy responded. I had initially captured a pirate, intending to claim the bounty, but those scoundrel Navy officers dared to deny me my berries. Consequently, I taught them a lesson. Inadvertently discovering that this group of Navy personnel was utterly corrupt, having long exploited the island's inhabitants under the oppression of someone named Naven. They amassed a considerable amount of ill-gotten wealth. So tell me, should I not claim this bounty? Ivy proclaimed with a proud expression. Truly audacious. A hint of panic crossed Golden Week's face. Then let us leave swiftly. Although Golden Week was an employee of the Baroque Works, she was not a core member and remained unaware that her clandestine boss was scheming to seize a nation. Despite Golden Week's boldness, she was not compelled to confront the Navy directly. Under the call of the Pirate King, Roger, an increasing number of individuals disregarded the world government. Yet a power that had dominated the seas for centuries could not be taken lightly. Even without deploying an admiral, the mere presence of a vice admiral would render escape impossible for Golden Week. Fear not. I found something intriguing. I shall take you to experience it tonight, Ivy said with a mysterious smile directed at Golden Week. At that moment, Golden Week found Ivy to be unrecognizable, markedly different from the familiar persona she usually encountered. But the feeling was fleeting. The black market, the realm of darkness. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, was a significant figure in the shadowy world. Known by the moniker the Joker, at the very heart of that invitation was the chance to join the Joker's crew. However, Ivy did not aspire to join the Joker. She merely wished to witness the nature of the black market. Her curiosity about the unknown had always been intensely piqued. In her past life, there was a saying about the pirate world that left a lasting impression on Ivy. Having watched pirates for over a decade, I tread in Doflamingo's footsteps, emulate Smoker's smoking style, wear a smile reminiscent of Kizuru, and share Brooks jokes with girls by the roadside. If their boyfriends approach, I channel Shanks and Whitebeard, saying, do me a favor, would you consider being my son? To be honest, Ivy found some enjoyment in this lifestyle. Having heard that those who expressed such sentiments ended up in hospitals, all claiming that the hospital's Wi-Fi was exceptionally good, Ivy was determined to prove that what others deemed impossible could perhaps be achieved through her own efforts. Chapter 15. The Rising Storm on the Island of Roxas. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at this late hour, when most people are fast asleep, a steady stream of individuals ventures into a dimly lit alleyway. Standing sentinel at either side of the entrance are 2 imposing middle-aged men, resembling guardians, who require an invitation for anyone seeking entry. Though their strength may not be exceptional, their employer, Naven, is not one to be trifled with, especially on someone else's territory. Such is the unspoken rule. While one may disregard the rules if they possess formidable strength, it is rare for powerful pirates to set foot on Lox's Island. Thus, this rowdy bunch, accustomed to the tumultuous life at sea, displays an unexpected sense of order. I anticipated a spectacle, yet I find these pirates surprisingly compliant. Have I been misled by the false bravado of others? Ave, perched atop a rooftop, muses upon the scene below. Do you believe everyone shares your disposition? Those who attack the naval branch, instead of fleeing, remain here on the island. Golden Week contemplates, aware that the Navy must surely be dispatching reinforcements. The plundering of a naval branch is no trifling matter. The Navy's reputation is at stake. Calm on the surface. Golden Week's heart races with uncertainty regarding who the Navy will send this time. Meanwhile, a naval warship races across the sea towards Lox's Island. Report to Colonel Smoker. We have entered the reverse flow sea, and Lox's Island is imminent. The reverse flow sea, notorious for its unpredictable currents, lies within the Grand Line, and Lox's Island is situated within its confines. Accelerate. Smoker commands with a nod, his voice low and resolute. Approaching the bow of the ship, his eyes blaze with intensity. How dare these pirates brazenly assault a naval branch? Such audacity is infuriating. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Smoker yearns to reach Lox's island without delay and bring Ave, the perpetrator of this affront, to justice. Like Suddy, Smoker is a graduate of the Naval Academy and can be considered a student of Zephyr, making him a senior to Suddy in their ranks. This time, Smoker was dispatched to Logue Town in the East Blue, the very town where the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was executed 2 decades prior. Logically, a second-generation scion like Smoker would typically remain at headquarters, honing his skills over the years to become a stalwart of the Navy. Especially considering his status as a natural devil fruit user, his future was undeniably bright. However, Smoker's eccentric personality led him to repeatedly breach the Navy's regulations, resulting in strained relations with officials at headquarters. Consequently, his family orchestrated a transfer to the East Blue, deemed the weakest of the 4 seas, with the intention of tempering his disposition. Once the opportune moment arose, he would be reinstated at headquarters. En route to Logue Town, Smoker received a message via a transponder snail, alerting him that the Navy branch on Roxas Island was under attack by pirates. Despite his abrasive nature, Smoker shared the Navy's perspective on pirates, viewing them as a band of nefarious rogues. Without hesitation, he altered his course, postponing his journey to Logue Town to address the crisis on Roxas Island. Meanwhile, Avi remained unaware of the impending danger that loomed over him. Ace had entered the fray. After observing for a while, Avi found little amusement in the spectacle and decided against watching further, realizing that witnessing events was never as engaging as experiencing them firsthand. Just as he prepared to step in, he noticed Ace had already taken the plunge, flanked by 2 imposing figures, one being Dias, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, whom Avi had encountered previously, and the other a newcomer, Mile, the sharpshooter instructor of the Spade Pirates. "Hello. What a coincidence to meet you here, Ace," Avi exclaimed, hastening towards Ace and bypassing the 2 hulking guards. As the guards contemplated intervening, they caught sight of the invitation in Avi's hand, a realization dawning upon them that Avi was not to be trifled with. Despite the audacity that ran rampant among pirates, the guards understood that even with Navin's backing, their lives were irreplaceable. "Huh, Avi, I was just thinking we might meet again on the high seas, but here we are so soon." Ace laughed heartily, turning to Avi and giving him a friendly pat. Golden Week observed the 2 with puzzlement, curious about how Avi had acquired such a friend. "Ace, who is this?" Mihal inquired, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Avi, sensing an underlying danger akin to that of a ferocious beast. This sensation was one that Mihal had only experienced when he first encountered Ace. He discerned that this individual was a formidable powerhouse on par with Ace himself. "This is Ivy, a rather intriguing fellow whom I dared to approach today," Ace proclaimed with a hearty laugh, subsequently introducing Ivy to his companions. "This is Captain Mast D. Dos and our teacher, Mihal. Have you grown so familiar after just one meeting?" Golden Week pondered internally. Dos and the others were well acquainted with Ace's exuberant personality, hence their reactions were unremarkable. Ivy, too, was aware of Ace's unrefined nature and did not take offense. After all, Luffy had once invited Bruno to join his crew simply because he found him amusing, even going so far as to confront one of the 7 warlords, Moria, over it. Thus, Ivy had developed a certain resilience to the eccentricities of the pirate world. "So, what do you think? Would you be interested in joining us, Ivy?" Ace extended an invitation, arms wide open. Before Dos and the others could interject, they could only helplessly rub their temples and observe Ivy's response. "No, I will not join any pirate crew. I am a pirate in my own right. If I must join, I shall be the captain." Ivy firmly declined, harboring a hidden desire to invite Ace to join him instead, although he was already aware of its impossibility. However, he had no intention of joining Ace's crew, as he did not believe himself to be inferior to anyone in this world. "I am the captain. I aspire to become the king of the pirates," Ace retorted vehemently. Thus, I will not join you, but I do hope we can remain friends." Ivy chuckled, realizing that like attracts like. He never would have imagined Ace to be so reminiscent of Luffy during his initial viewing of pirates. It was not that Ace maintained the image of a good older brother solely for Luffy, but that connection was not entirely direct. Ivy caught himself drifting into tangential thoughts and quickly refocused. He then heard Ace say, "Of course, but if you challenge me for the title of King of the Pirates, I will certainly give you a thorough lesson." Naturally, likewise, Ivy smiled in response. The group ambled leisurely onward, soon exiting the narrow alleyway, where they encountered a grand door. Upon opening it, they were enveloped by an overwhelming warmth, revealing a world entirely distinct from the outside. Within, a multitude of pirates congregated, indulging in revelry and all manners of entertainment, replete with every amenity one could desire. At the heart of the hall stood a modest auction house, albeit small. It was the most frequented gathering place for pirates, each one more extraordinary than the last. Among those Ivy recognized were several notorious figures with bounties exceeding 40 million berries. By the way, Ace, what brings you here? Are you looking to purchase something? From the very beginning, Ivy noticed a backpack on Myhil's back, from which she could see a plethora of coins through a narrow, unsealed gap. This prompted her inquiry. I have a friend who is ill. To effect a complete cure, he lacks one crucial item, which happens to be found here, Ace succinctly explained to Ivy. Chapter 16. Conspiracy. A bustling crowd surrounded a gambling den, where fierce shouts erupted. These were seasoned locals, not pirates, yet far from virtuous, akin to mountain bandits and ruffians. On a raised platform, a stunningly alluring woman danced provocatively, eliciting a chorus of whistles from the audience below. Throughout the journey, Ivy felt as though her eyes had been opened to a world previously unseen. Experiences that were either foreign to her in her past life or had only been glimpsed through the lens of television and film, never truly lived. Everything she witnessed was immensely fascinating. Ace, along with the boss, departed for the auction house to attend to their own matters. Ivy chose not to follow. Instead, wandering through the venue with Golden Week, indulging in playful activities and acquiring intriguing items as keepsakes. Sir, someone requests your presence. A sharply dressed man approached Ivy while she was meandering. Following his gaze, Ivy spotted a pallid man seated beside the bar in the distance. Do we know each other? Ivy inquired as she approached, scrutinizing the man closely. His blue hair was parted down the middle, cascading to his shoulders, and his complexion was as pale as that of a vampire. Clad in black inner garments and an ebony coat, at first glance, Ivy mistook him for a character from a bygone television show. Indeed, you are the one who entered with my invitation, the man replied, revealing himself as Naven, the true ruler of Roxas Island. Yours. Ivy responded with a faint nod, showing little reaction as she regarded Naven. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? Naven inquired, seemingly unfazed, as he lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently before taking a sip, then smilingly posing the question. Not in the slightest. Ivy thought to herself, incredulous at the notion that this man, despite being the kingpin of the black market, would propose such a thing to her. What a fool. That's all right. Take your time to consider it. You will eventually agree. Naven continued to smile, rising to leave. As he stood, those seated around him also got up, trailing behind him as they exited. Do you think a crowd can intimidate me? Ivy scoffed at the sight. Ivy. Ace's voice resonated from behind her. Ace. Have you completed your business? In an instant, Ivy cast aside all other emotions and laughed heartily at Ace. The individual they had encountered moments ago was indeed a mystery. Ace nodded affirmatively before inquiring about Ivy's thoughts. That person? I do not know him either. It seems he was the one who sent the invitation. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, shall we depart together? Ace suggested to Ivy. Having sufficiently explored the surroundings, they agreed to leave in unison. As they made their way toward the exit, Ivy engaged Ace in conversation about his adventurous exploits, from the war-torn, yet hopeful end of the world island to the breathtakingly beautiful Crystal Island. Ivy found the tales utterly captivating, as they represented experiences he had yet to encounter, filling him with eager anticipation for future adventures. During their discourse, Ace spoke fondly of his brother, Luffy. The moment Luffy's name was mentioned, Ace seemed to transform, exuding an exuberant pride akin to that of an ardent fan. Ivy found this amusing, the laughter between them never ceasing. Although he was aware of Luffy's reckless and whimsical nature, he was still somewhat taken aback. Amidst their jovial banter, they arrived at the Black Market's exit, where numerous pirates had gathered. A strange occurrence unfolded before them. The path they had traversed had vanished, leaving only an expanse of white, devoid of all else. What could possibly be the cause of this? Why has the road disappeared? Naven, you scoundrel, show yourself. If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame the strong bull pirates for their lack of courtesy. The assembled pirates clamored for Naven to emerge and clarify the situation. At that moment, Ivy began to comprehend the implications of Naven's earlier words. The suggestion to consider it was merely a prelude to an elaborate scheme, a colossal conspiracy orchestrated against all present. Could this individual truly be a concealed mastermind, audaciously scheming against everyone? Meanwhile, the commotion finally captured the attention of all the pirates in the black market, with an ever-growing crowd gathering. Amidst the throng, Naven slowly emerged from the white wall. I sincerely apologize for keeping all of you here today. However, it won't be long before you express your gratitude. For the individuals present will soon achieve accomplishments beyond your wildest dreams. With fervor, Naven proclaimed, I offer you a chance, follow me, and you shall attain the highest honor. Haha. Naven, do you dare to covet our allegiance? Have you grown weary of life? A pirate snarled, swiftly brandishing a massive blade and striking at Naven, unleashing a tempest of force that sliced through the air. Naven scarcely had time to react before he was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Ha 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 ha. With such pitiful strength, you dare speak of recruiting us. A voice rose, fear not, for I, the strong bull pirate crew, shall protect you all and lead you away from this cursed place, subsequently dividing Naven's treasures amongst you. Strong Bull turned to the crowd, seemingly intent on continuing Naven's plan, albeit atop Naven's corpse. Yet, Avi sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Naven could not have perished so easily, for everything was unfolding too smoothly. Avi's gaze fixated on the white wall behind Strong Bull, eyes narrowing. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Naven's voice resonated from behind Strong Bull, who appeared as though gripped by an invisible hand, slowly turning to face Naven. You're not dead yet, are you? Naven continued, echoing Strong Bull's prior words. I was interrupted before finishing my statement. Now, to resume, if you refuse. Naven cast a glance at Strong Bull, who was desperately clutching his throat, mouth agape as if to scream, yet no sound emerged. Moments later, with a sudden crack, Strong Bull collapsed to the ground, his body rigid, utterly lifeless, while a white substance began to spread from his head, ultimately resembling plaster. The expression of despair etched on his face was vividly haunting, as though he had merely changed color, yet he lay dead. This fool is your inevitable fate. Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy stillness, rendering nearly everyone speechless, save for Avi and Ace's group. Are you a devil fruit user? Avi inquired, pondering the peculiar method used to extinguish a life. Apart from the devil fruit on the bed, she could conceive of no other possibility. Indeed, a year prior, I was bestowed a remarkable gift by my esteemed master, the superhuman devil fruit, known as the white fruit. Any person or object that comes into contact with me is instantaneously cleansed, their blood and hair rendered immaculate. Naven proudly elucidated this to Avi without a hint of concealment. Chapter 17. The Wall, the Resurrection Point. The notion of the white fruit cleansing? Truly, the vast world is filled with wonders. Even such specialized terminology has emerged. At this moment, Avi continued her sarcastic musings. Did they truly believe they could ensnare us with this? Such delusions. Ace scoffed, flames erupting from his body, driving back the surrounding pirates. I know you, the user of the flame fruit, Ace. Should you reconsider your stance now, I could recommend you to the boss. With your fruit's prowess, you may surpass me one day. What say you? Naven spoke calmly in the face of Ace's flames. Fire fist. In response, Ace unleashed his fist, which surged forth, leaving a trail of fire in its wake, aimed directly at Naven's pallid visage. Boom. Naven retaliated with a punch of his own, his entire arm turning an eerie white, resembling that of a corpse. The collision of Ace's fiery fist and Naven's striking blow generated a force that neither ignited Naven nor yielded to the flames. Instead, it formed an equilibrium of power. You may be a natural type, but your command of the fruit is lacking. Merely relying on basic abilities, how could you possibly contend with me? As Naven spoke, he exerted force, sending Ace staggering backward, etching 2 10-centimeter deep grooves into the ground, which extended for over 10 meters before Ace finally halted. Indeed, Ace had not possessed the flame fruit for long, and his mastery of its capabilities had yet to reach the depth one might expect after a year or two. Nevertheless, Ace's physical strength was no trifling matter. Like Luffy, he had been subjected to the nurturing training of Garp since childhood, yet even he was sent reeling by Naven's singular punch. Avi could not help but narrow her eyes. Even if she faced Ace, victory would not come so effortlessly. Observing Naven, it appeared he had not exerted much strength at all. When did such formidable beings arise in the Grand Line? This scene serves as a reminder to Ivy that the absence of characters in the world of One Piece does not necessarily imply their weakness. It is possible that, in the original narrative, Naven was defeated by Ace, as there is scant description regarding Ace's spade pirates. We are privy only to Ace's childhood adventures, his departure to sea, his defiance against Whitebeard, his adoption as Whitebeard's son, his capture by the Navy, which sparked the Marineford War, and ultimately his demise at the hands of Akainu while attempting to save Luffy. There is little revealed about Ace's spade pirates and their escapades. Let us strike together, Ivy declared to Ace, lifting his hand from the railing, placing both hands upon it, and sweeping across, forming a sturdy iron rod in the process. Ace nodded in acknowledgement, activating the abilities of his fruit, which spread throughout his body. It was Ace's powers that enabled him to withstand Naven's peculiar assault, while Ivy, intent on joining forces, must have had his own defensive strategies ready. Despite their encounters being limited to just two, Ace felt an intrinsic trust in Ivy, perhaps stemming from an inexplicable synergy between them. As they advanced, one wielding an iron rod and the other conjuring flames, they penetrated Naven's vicinity with remarkable agility, executing their movements with seamless precision as if they had rehearsed countless times before. Wind, fire, mountain, forest. Ivy gripped one end of the iron rod firmly, thrusting it towards Naven's head with astonishing speed, creating the illusion of 1,000 strikes in a fleeting moment, leaving after images suspended in the air. With Ivy's increasing velocity, the temperature of the iron rod surged. Finally, with a resounding crack, the rod ignited, erupting in crimson flames, embodying the ferocity of wind and fire combined. Simultaneously, Ace was not to be outdone. As Ivy launched his attack, Ace also made his move. 6 extremes of heaven. He shaped his fingers into a pistol form, concentrating a ball of fire at his fingertips. Initially the size of a human head, it gradually condensed under Ace's focus to the size of a fist, ultimately transforming into a small luminous point at the tip of his finger. Although it appeared to unfold slowly, the process was swift, culminating in an instant. Boom! Ace finally made his move, and the luminous sparks darted forth from his fingertips, striking Naven. Ivy's iron rod had reached its limit, showing signs of melting amidst the flames. Ultimately, all lingering shadows converged into one, and with Ivy's final thrust, a deafening explosion erupted, leaving the surrounding pirates momentarily stunned. The radiant brilliance unleashed by Ace rendered the pirates nearly blind due to their proximity. Even Golden Week had to shut his eyes and cover his ears with his hands. Ivy, blown back by the force of the explosion, smiled broadly. After all, he was still but a child. Perhaps when Golden Week matured, he would become formidable. But for now, he remained a mere brat. Turning his gaze towards Ace's companions, Boss and the others, Ivy noticed they merely squinted slightly, displaying no other reaction. Truly, they were worthy partners of Ace. It seemed imperative to craft a superior weapon in the future. Ivy observed the iron rod in his hand, now mostly melted except for a small section in his grip, and muttered softly. His preferred weapon was the staff, for its simplicity and effectiveness. In his past life, Ivy had a fondness for Sun Wukong, which influenced his choice of weapon in this life as well. However, Ivy's strength had rapidly increased. From a rudimentary wooden stick to a specially crafted iron rod, none had been able to accompany him for long. The small garden lacked a master weaponsmith, so Ivy had not prepared any specialized weaponry, believing that sticks could be found anywhere and could be fashioned on-site as needed. For instance, this time. Yet, Ivy intended to purchase a proper weapon on the next island, one that could accompany him for at least a month. Ideally, it would be one that could last indefinitely. Suddenly, Ivy glanced towards the spot where Naven had stood, now shrouded in dust and obscured from view, but Ivy sensed something. Someone was emerging. And Ace had noticed as well, both fixating their gaze intently in that direction. With Ace reflecting inwardly that Ivy truly lived up to being recognized by the future Pirate King, having spotted it before him. Naven was not dead. Ivy whispered softly. Not dead. How could that be? After such a tremendous explosion, how could that scoundrel possibly have survived? This cannot be true. You must be joking, right? Ivy's words sparked a flurry of chaos among the surrounding onlookers, but how much of it was genuine, Ivy could not discern. For these pirates, it was preferable not to ally with Naven. They had set sail with dreams in their hearts, and their time on the sea had not yet corroded their spirits. If there were no one capable of opposing Naven, they might have resigned themselves to their fate. However, with two formidable beings like Ivy and Ace present, hope was rekindled. Ivy's assertion that Naven had not perished was met with disbelief. How could he have survived such a powerful explosion? If that were true, would they be left to languish under Naven's heel? As the smoke dissipated, Naven's pallid visage emerged, his body covered in dust as if he had risen from a grave. The dust fell slowly to the ground with each of his movements. Could it be that the wall behind Naven served as the point of his resurrection? Observing the wall and the dust that trailed behind Naven, Ivy pondered aloud. Chapter 18. The Development of the Golden Finger, the Heavenly Eye Ace. You confront him while I investigate the area from which he emerged for anything unusual. Avi's gaze flickered as he addressed Ace. "Leave it to me," Ace declared, adopting a stance of readiness as he eyed the approaching Naven. "Huh, no problem." The boss laughed heartily, charging forward alongside Ace. Myhal nodded slightly, raising his sniper rifle, employing a unique serpentine movement as he advanced towards Naven, preparing to attack. There was no way this fellow could resurrect indefinitely. Even a devil fruit could not grant such power. To Avi's knowledge, the only one capable of reviving the dead was Brooke, still aboard the Phantom Galleon, whose revive fruit could achieve that feat. Naven, however, could not possibly possess such an ability. It was merely his ignorance of Naven's fruit powers that led him to such incredulity. Seizing the opportunity while Naven engaged with Ace, Avi instructed Golden Week. "Give me a dark resilience. Do not hold back." During the Golden Week, a nod was given, acknowledging that being trapped here would preclude the enjoyment of celestial rice crackers and the leisurely sipping of afternoon tea. Thus, this time, Golden Week exhibited an extraordinary level of cooperation, producing a palette to paint an aura of concealed darkness beneath Ivy's feet, and subsequently began to move about the hall. The pillars, the floors, and the walls became canvases for this shrouded shadow. This concealed darkness could be deemed the most formidable ability currently at Golden Week's disposal. It had manifested before in the small garden. Had it not been for Ivy's unique nature, a moment's inattention would have led to a perilous fall into a pit. The effect of a single instance of concealed darkness is to obscure the five senses of anyone who steps into it for a period, plunging them into a state of disorientation. However, by consecutively casting multiple instances of concealed darkness, one can create an effect of invisibility within its domain, rendering oneself unseen by others. It was reminiscent of the time Ivy evaded the Candleman. Had it not been for a fortuitous turn of events that led her into Golden Week's realm of concealed darkness, she would never have discovered Golden Week's presence. While Golden Week expanded the vastness of this concealed darkness, Ivy pondered a solution to the predicament. Observing Naven, who had been shattered countless times only to re-emerge from the walls, Ivy sensed something amiss. Except for the initial Naven, the subsequent iterations were of significantly diminished strength, easily vanquished by Ace and the others. Were it not for his infinite resurrection ability, the later manifestations of Naven would be utterly inconsequential. Something was awry. Ivy, recognizing that the wall behind Naven was the key, noted that what had once been merely a doorway-sized white space was now encroaching upon more than half of the hall. It would not be long before the entire hall succumbed to its coverage. Though unaware of the consequences of complete coverage, Ivy's sixth sense sounded an alarm. Inaction was not an option, and fortuitously, Golden Week had just completed the large-scale array of concealed darkness. Breathing heavily and with a pale visage, Golden Week declared, "If you cannot defeat that pale-faced man, do not blame me for being ungracious. Not a problem, leave it to me." Setting aside the Golden Week's furniture for a moment, I followed an instinctive sixth sense in search of Naven's true form. In Avi's eyes, the Golden Week's abilities embodied an enigmatic mental force, one that is pure and can be manifested through artistry. The hockey of the pirate world represents a form of mental power, where an armament hockey is wielded through unwavering imagination, envisioning oneself clad in impenetrable armor. Observation hockey allows one's cellular structure to perceive external imaginings, receiving information from the world and transmitting it to the mind, thus forming vivid images. Conqueror's hockey is a manifestation of profound mental strength and exceptional will, radiating from within and exerting influence over others. Those lacking in formidable or steadfast mental power are inevitably subdued. The so-called ability of the Pirate King to hear the voices of all things is also a form of mental power, albeit of a higher caliber than ordinary hockey, each with its unique function. When utilized skillfully, these powers become formidable and invincible. The mental prowess of the Golden Week, however, is pure and possesses immense potential for development. Its purity allows it to assimilate other powers, transforming them into its own. Each painting created by the Golden Week serves as a source of influence, altering emotions, affecting the senses, and reshaping concepts. Yet, due to its youth and lack of guidance, its strength has not reached its full potential. In Avi's perspective, everyone in the pirate world is a warrior, while the Golden Week stands as a mage. As Avi sought Naven's true essence, she shouted, "If you wish to survive, thwart the encroaching light that blankets the entire hall, you fools." The pirates, momentarily stunned by a series of blows, suddenly regained their senses, turning to search for Avi. "Who is speaking?" They inquired in unison. "I am Avi. Should you wish to continue living, do not linger here awaiting death," Avi threatened, shifting her conceptual framing. In truth, They had other options, namely the choice to cease their resistance. Naven sought to recruit these pirates, who possessed considerable strength, as his subordinates. He did not intend to slay them. The prior slaying of the captain of the formidable bull pirate crew was merely a means to set an example. A plan interrupted by Avi and Ace. Thus, under Avi's guidance, the pirates did not even consider this alternative. Perhaps a few astute individuals recognized it but chose to remain silent, who would willingly serve under Naven. Especially given their understanding of his association with a figure from the dark underworld, they had grown arrogant, fueled by their ignorance of the true power behind Naven, and thus felt no inclination to submit to him. What if he were stronger? Each of these pirates bore a rebellious spirit. Let us band together. That scoundrel Naven dares to attempt to subjugate us. He should take a good look in the mirror. A group of pirates scattered, endeavoring to halt the spread of white within the hall, while Ivy attentively observed their movements. She realized that the white substance was insurmountable. Moreover, one pirate inadvertently got a smear of white on his hand. Had he not acted decisively to sever his own arm, he would have been entirely engulfed by the white. Gazing at the plaster-like severed arm on the ground, a look of terror etched itself across the pirate's face, although she understood the futility of resistance. Ivy couldn't help but let out a sigh. At last, she had found it. Just then, her gaze sharpened as she focused on a wall. While it bore no peculiarities to the naked eye, Ivy's heightened perception revealed a figure entirely enshrouded in white upon its surface. This is Ivy's method of harnessing her unique ability, utilizing the faint currents within her body to stimulate her eyes, enabling her to perceive things that are ordinarily invisible to the naked eye. For years, Ivy has harbored a deep curiosity about the subtle currents coursing through her. Yet despite the passage of time, she has only managed to exert a modicum of control over them. Nevertheless, with this limited mastery, Ivy has developed 3 distinct abilities, one of which allows her to see extraordinary sights. She has named this power Heavenly Eye. Meanwhile, Smoker has finally reached the shores of Rox's Island after traversing the treacherous reverse sea, where he has discovered the true form of Naven. You all head to the Navy branch to gather information. I shall apprehend those vile pirates. With that declaration, Smoker transformed into a swirling mist, departing the warship and flying into the town. Chapter 19. Madness. The black market lay in utter disarray, with fallen pirates strewn across the ground and fierce flames illuminating the hall with a bright glow. Huff. Who? Ace gasped as he sent Naven's body flying once more, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance against a sudden assault. Ace, do you think that guy Ivy has managed to escape? I haven't seen him, Myhawk queried, aiming his sniper rifle at the perimeter, maintaining a cautious defense. Impossible. I can sense him, Ace replied without a trace of hesitation. How can you be so confident he won't flee, having only just met him today? Myhawk pondered silently. However, with the entire hall enveloped in Naven's white presence, Myhawk found himself devoid of alternative options, relying solely on Ace's instincts. The peculiar fruit ability possessed by this individual is utterly baffling, devoid of any discernible principles or methods for overcoming it. In light of what Avi has articulated regarding the true form of Naven, it seems that Boss Dio might indeed be the sole point of breakthrough. I have faith in him. I sense that this fellow is not one to retreat in the face of adversity, Boss Dio remarked, adding that even if Avi wished to flee, there would be no exit. If there were, they would surely have discovered it. Myhol nodded in understanding, his gaze fixed upon the approaching group of Navens. From a solitary entity at the outset, it has now escalated to 10 Navens mobilizing simultaneously. Were it not for that enigmatic ability, any one of Ace and his companions could eliminate these Navens with ease. However, those unfortunate enough to be touched or encountered by them meet a profoundly tragic fate, a reality that Ace and his comrades have witnessed firsthand, instilling in them a sense of caution as they prepare to defend themselves. Your fruit ability is indeed extraordinary, possessing the capacity to corrode an expanse of space and transform it into your domain. This is essentially what the abilities of a devil fruit user entail. The awakening of the fruit is a transformative change that occurs only when its powers have been fully developed. Even the Paramecia-type devil fruits, upon awakening, can manifest a plethora of bizarre abilities, including a transformation reminiscent of the Logia-type elementalization. Such strength is indeed formidable. In Ivy's perspective, the individual before him, Naven, had undoubtedly not reached the stage of fruit awakening, as those capable of such feats are typically at least of the caliber of the 7 warlords. However, the fact that Naven's fruit abilities seem to preemptively exhibit characteristics akin to an awakened state left Ivy quite astonished. You have hidden yourself so deeply, yet you were still discovered. Initially, I did not pay you any mind until you executed a pirate captain who had accepted my invitation and arrived here holding that very invitation. At that moment, I merely perceived some potential in you, yet I never anticipated the delightful surprises you would bring forth, which truly fills me with joy. Naven exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile, though internally he felt an icy chill, and the cold indifference in his eyes was nearly chilling. Yet Ivy remained unfazed, quietly observing as Naven emerged from the wall. He keenly sensed the encroaching white mist that had enveloped the black market hall receding after Naven's appearance. Not only that, but Ivy also discerned that this white mist was flowing back into Naven's body. With each decrement of this white essence, Naven's aura grew stronger. On the other side, Ace and the others soon realized the true Naven's emergence, as the illusions of Naven dissolved into a puddle of white liquid on the ground, flowing towards Naven's feet, where it was absorbed. It seemed that this white essence was the source of Naven's power, previously blanketing the hall to place them within his domain, ensuring that he could dictate their fates. In such circumstances, any pirate with even the slightest will to survive would inevitably submit to Naven. As for how Naven would subsequently win their loyalty, that was not for Ivy to contemplate. Moreover, it was Ivy who had disrupted this plan, which explained Naven's fury. How could you see me? Naven inquired. As for thanking me, that is unnecessary. Simply allowing me the pleasure of defeating you would suffice. Ivy replied, tilting his head slightly as he gazed at Naven's increasingly indifferent expression. Ivy, I always knew you could accomplish this, Ace said, stepping beside Ivy and patting him on the shoulder. Indeed, you can see me too, Ace. Ivy responded, astonished to see Ace, then turning to observe Gold Week's outstretched hands, which made everything clear. The time has come. With Gold Week's mental prowess, Ivy had managed to remain concealed for this long, an extraordinary feat in itself. And he had no further remarks to make. Very well. Since this attempt has failed, let us begin anew. Mr. Joker would not mind. He is merely a wielder of a devil fruit's abilities, and besides, I have yet to report this. After dealing with you, I shall return once more. Naven's cold gaze swept over Ivy and Ace, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. His demeanor seemed somewhat off. Caution is warranted. Ivy dragged Ace several paces back, and Ace offered no resistance, aware that Ivy would not act without cause. In Ivy's heightened perception, he discerned that the energy within Naven's entire being resembled a tangled mess, with some surging disturbingly toward his brain. Given the current circumstances, Naven could barely maintain control. But as the white essence permeated his body, the consequences for Naven remained uncertain. However, the mere thought of the basic characteristics of the white fruit, cleansing and erasure, sufficed to illuminate the issue. Though he is a fruit wielder, the backlash from the attack would undoubtedly be unbearable for Naven. May you all perish. In that moment, Naven appeared to spiral into madness. The last vestiges of clarity fading from his gaze, his pupils swirling in an extraordinary manner within their sockets, mirroring the rotation of the surrounding white. As he drew in the essence without restraint, his eyes finally reached a state of extreme whirl. With a thunderous explosion, a deluge of white surged toward Ivy and the others, engulfing them in an instant. The colossal white waves showed no signs of abating, surging forth and enveloping the town. What a cacophony! Smoker, drawn by the sound of the explosion, beheld the white waves violently erupting from the town's center, radiating outward in all directions. What could that be? Though perplexed, Smoker did not linger. He called upon his naval subordinates to prepare for rescue. Regardless of the origins of those white waves, their tumultuous nature signified disaster for the ordinary populace. Quickly evacuate the citizens. I shall buy some time. With that proclamation, Smoker soared toward the white waves, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. He circled the entire town, but despite his subordinates returning with intelligence from the naval headquarters, they had yet to locate Avy. From the words of the residents, Smoker discerned that the town was not merely home to Avy's crew, but also a multitude of other pirates. Yet, Avy remained elusive. However, with the emergence of the white waves, Smoker finally understood where Avy and his cohort had taken refuge. Yet, how could he refrain from wrath when such a catastrophic event unfolded? Smoker harbored discontent towards certain bureaucratic elements within the Navy, but he possessed his own sense of justice. Protecting the populace and apprehending pirates constituted what Smoker deemed righteous. Damn it! Smoker transformed into an endless plume of smoke, his ever-present cigar falling from his mouth as he encircled the white waves, veins bulging with intensity. The naval officers below dared not lose a moment, for to do so would be to betray Smoker's relentless efforts. Within the confines of the white waves that Smoker had ensnared, a pulsating yellow light flickered, on the verge of breaking free from the white tumult. Chapter 20. Alliance. Having confined the white waves momentarily, Smoker became acutely aware of their perilous nature. Utilizing his devil fruit powers, he was confident in his immunity to harm. Yet, he distinctly felt portions of his smoke detaching from him, slipping beyond his control. What in the world is this? A glimmer of astonishment crossed Smoker's smoky visage as he drew forth his sea stone weapon. No matter what you are today, I shall annihilate you. You shall not wreak havoc any longer. Smoker relentlessly unleashed assaults with his sea stone weapon, and the white waves unleashed by Naven evidently felt the repercussions. Now is the moment. Avi, seizing this fleeting opportunity, felt sparks of electricity dance in his eyes as he produced a golden coin, balancing it on his fingertip. The electricity crackled, reveling in the anticipation of his inaugural triumph upon the seas. Super. Electric Cannon. This is the second ability of Ivy to manipulate the currents within, and its power is equally formidable. The tremendous force not only shattered Ace's flames and Naven's towering white waves, but also penetrated Smoker's enveloping smoke. In an instant, it breached the defenses of 3 natural users, wielding immense strength at a significant cost. Ivy declared that she would not depart until her belly was not bursting. What is this phenomenon? Ever since arriving at the island of Roxas, Smoker's astonishment has been unceasing. It cannot be said that he appears to lack worldly experience, but rather that he is taken aback by unforeseen events. Ace, it falls to you now. I am utterly spent and can no longer muster any strength. Ivy cradled the golden week in her arms, her expression unchanging as she gasped wearily to Ace. Leave it to me. The indomitable Ace surged with vigor. Great. Flame Emperor. The flames suddenly erupted with intensified ferocity, and the temperature soared, placing everyone within as if they were immersed in the sun. Such searing heat, such terror. If Ace were to unleash this technique upon me, even if I employed my ultimate trump card, I might not be able to defeat him, Ivy mused, her gaze flickering as she beheld the colossal flames. Accursed pirates. I, Smoker, shall bring your wretched kind to justice. The flames burned with unparalleled intensity. Although the white waves possessed a unique ability, without Naven's active control, their power, while formidable, fell short of suppressing Ace's great Flame Emperor. Similarly, with the obstruction of the white waves removed, Smoker discerned Ace's presence. He recognized this newly risen pirate. The smoke surged continuously, as the sea stone weapon in his hand relentlessly targeted Naven and Ace. Who are you? Do I know you? Though Ace had changed significantly for Luffy, he was not one to allow himself to be attacked without retaliating. After escorting Ivy and the others to safety, he activated his fruit's power, and with the raging flames guided by Ace, they entwined with Smoker's smoke, creating a stalemate. Ace, cease your assault. Naven is about to emerge, transforming into smoke. Is this the renowned Smoker, often referred to as the second coming of Garp, who vowed to capture Luffy? Doesn't he seem particularly formidable, maintaining his omniscient state? Ivy cast a glance at Smoker, pondering. That guy is back. Ace's expression turned grave. Indeed, and his aura is even stronger than before. In Ivy's omniscient state, even if Naven concealed himself well, he appeared as if unclothed, laid bare before her all-seeing eye. Another meddler. Otherwise, I would have grown even more powerful. The white giant wave ceased its tumultuous rolling, gradually converging towards a singular point before coalescing into the form of Naven. With a pallid complexion, Naven cast a malevolent glare at Smog, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Had it not been for this unexpected intruder disrupting his meticulously crafted plans, the inhabitants of the entire island would have been transformed into his formidable resources. The white fruit possesses an additional ability. It can obliterate an individual's memories, physique, and powers, with a portion of that energy seamlessly melding into the body of the fruit's wielder, thereby elevating the wielder to unprecedented heights of strength. This marks the second objective of Naven, the first being to recruit a formidable crew of pirates to serve under him. However, his initial scheme was disrupted by Avi and her companions, while his subsequent plan was thwarted by Smoker, resulting in Naven's inability to achieve his goals entirely. Yet, the pirates in the black market could hardly satiate Naven's insatiable appetite. You are a member of the Navy, are you not? Moreover, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Since you have derailed my plans, it falls upon you to make amends. He cast a glance at the Navy personnel relocating the townsfolk, then fixed his gaze upon Smoker. Let us see if you possess the capability. For the time being, he paused his confrontation with Ace, standing on the ground, as Smoker, with a cigar grip between his lips, remarked, "How about we join forces? This adversary is not to be underestimated." Avi set aside her concerns about the Golden Week, delegating other tasks before approaching Smoker, while simultaneously pondering the immense power of Naven's Devil Fruit ability, which seemed to render him virtually invincible. Any Devil Fruit user would fall under his dominion, and those who encountered him would be stripped of their prowess. It remained unclear whether Haki would prove effective, after all. Smoker's previous engagement with Naven using Sea Stone yielded little substantive progress. Where on earth did these individuals emerge from? Each one more terrifying than the last. Why had I never heard of them before upon the vast ocean? I have indeed heard of Ace's reputation, Smoker contemplated silently. I, Smoker, would never ally with pirates. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. I have mentioned that you are likely aware of this fellow's abilities. Are you certain you can handle him? If he escapes this time, you know the consequences. I am indifferent. It solely depends on your perspective. Avi remarked languidly, adopting a nonchalant tone, as if merely standing by to whistle and enjoy the spectacle. Indeed, Smoker's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the uncontrollable scene involving his smoke. Witnessing Smoker's change of demeanor, Avi realized he had succeeded. How delightfully prideful. Avi had ample methods to address that. With another enforcer joining, things should become a tad easier, shouldn't they? Yet, he remained woefully underwhelming. Truly, I detest engaging with such individuals, as my strength fails to ascend, and I merely gain a modicum of experience. The clash of fists is the essence of a man's romance. Just wait. The day I master Haki, I shall thoroughly educate you lot. Here we go. Ace was the first to charge forward, while Smoker glared at Avi with the same intensity, racing right behind him. Indeed. It seems I have conceived a method worth trying. Smoker, may I borrow your weapon for a moment? What? Just as Smoker was charging forth to engage with Law, he heard Ivy's voice and soon realized that the Sea Prism Stone weapon in his grasp had vanished. Damn. What are you doing, you fool? Upon witnessing Ivy's actions, Smoker's face turned pale. His custom-made Sea Prism Stone weapon was, astonishingly, dissolving. Raijin. Ivy's palm emitted crackling currents of electricity, coursing over the Sea Prism Stone weapon, which was visibly melting and transforming before his eyes. This is the third ability that Ivy possesses in utilizing the currents within the body, Raijin. Since Enel has a technique called Raijin, he decided to name this move the same. Raijin, capable of healing anything. It is Ivy's ultimate skill and trump card. Chapter 21. Those who dare to disturb my meal shall perish. Hiki. Allow me to showcase my prowess. Ivy moved with astonishing speed, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear behind Naven, striking him on the head with a sea stone club. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as Naven was sent flying, crashing into countless structures. Haha. Truly pathetic. He laughed derisively, momentarily forgetting the devious scheme he had concocted to recruit another ally. With the club held aloft, resting against his neck, he disdainfully declared, "Come again." Ivy charged forth once more, leaving Smoker speechless. Humph. Despicable pirate. Smoker rapidly followed suit, transforming into an ethereal cloud of smoke. Though not as swift as Ivy, his speed was commendable. How could I be absent from this spectacle? Ace, reveling in the chaos, would typically refrain from taking pleasure in kicking a dog when it's down, but today was different. Naven had inflicted a significant loss upon him. This could not simply be brushed aside. Naven shall be defeated by my hand. Ivy laughed exuberantly, darting across the rooftops like a monkey. Not so fast. Smoker retorted defiantly. In a confrontation between devil fruit users, without the application of Haki, the natural type generally holds the advantage. However, though Naven was not a natural type, his adept use of his abilities gave Smoker the impression that he was. It is exceedingly difficult for two natural-type devil fruit users to determine a victor unless one party exhausts its strength. Smoker mused that Naven had been engaged with Ivy and the others for some time now. Although that peculiar ability seemed to counter his own, Naven's strength remained abundant. Moreover, armed with a sea stone weapon, it was almost certain that Naven would be the first to tire. The weapon. Smoker's expression soured as he gazed at Ivy, who was bounding across the rooftops like a monkey. Cough, cough. Cough. I'm not yet finished, and you all are clamoring for my life. Have you even considered my opinion? The stones that had pinned Naven down were shoved aside as he coughed, glaring menacingly at Ivy and the others. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Do you think I am already at your mercy? I can only say that in my domain. You dare to act with such impunity? You are indeed gravely mistaken. Naven gradually crouched down, placing his hands upon the ground, relentlessly coughing up blood, yet refusing to cease his actions. Before our eyes, his form began to dissolve, spreading outward like an ethereal mist. Even amidst the darkness of night, his luminous white hue was strikingly radiant. This was a technique of my master, one I could scarcely wield, yet against you. It would surely suffice, enough to bring about your demise. If you wish for my end, then you and this entire island shall accompany me to the grave. Naven proclaimed with a frenzied tone, before vanishing entirely. However, the white essence continued to extend, enveloping the surrounding structures in its embrace, cascading to the ground like waves, converging into a river of brilliance. The river swelled larger, and under Naven's command, it erupted with formidable force. Be cautious, Avi suddenly shouted to Ace from atop a rooftop. Leaping backward, just as Avi retreated, an attack erupted silently from the very spot he had occupied, a white spear piercing through the air with sharpness and might, instantly reducing the house to rubble. It then fell into the white river, becoming a part of it. Although Ace was unaware of Avi's reasons for retreating, he too sensed the danger. In the moment the white spear assailed, his fiery fist clashed against it, resulting in a stalemate of power. Following the ensuing shockwave, Ace also distanced himself, evading Naven's relentless barrage of white spears. The Grand Line. How could such a powerful being exist, one of whom I had never heard before? Smoker, in his smoky form, descended from the sky beside Avi, questioning why Avi had only warned Ace. Neither he nor Ace could fly, but Smoker possessed that capability. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Avi's face. He had once witnessed the obliteration of an island in his desperate flight for survival. Would he be forced to flee once more? Though these adversaries were not his concern, Avi was unwilling to simply abandon the scene. Noticing Avi's silence, Smoker refrained from further words, instead weaving through the white river as smoke, rescuing residents still untouched by Naven's overwhelming tide. Alas, this was the very reason I chose the path of piracy. The Navy was simply not for me. A fleeting involvement was bearable, but carrying such burdens was truly exhausting. Avi turned away, moving towards the direction of the Golden Week. Ace. Daffy furrowed his brow at Avi's departing figure, addressing Ace. This is none of your concern, is it? Ace responded with an air of nonchalance, yet a hint of disappointment lingered in his expression. Yes, it was not his affair. But witnessing it unfold before him was another matter entirely. Doflamingo, my hawk, let us lend our aid. After speaking, Ace joined the ranks of those rescuing the island's inhabitants. The boss exchanged a glance with his companion before following suit. Indeed, how could one stand idly by when such events unfolded right before their eyes? Although he was a pirate, this was precisely the reason he had chosen to ally with Ace. Myhol observed Ace's figure ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, as everyone rallied to save the island's residents and combat the colossal white waves conjured by Naven, what was Ivy doing? Ivy certainly did not flee. The first time had been out of necessity, lacking the strength to intervene. However, this time was utterly different. While he did not consider himself a savior, he had spoken of the world's government's decay and the need to overthrow it, as well as to dismantle the oppressive reign of the celestial dragons. Ivy was acutely aware of his own limitations. In his past life, he had not been a civil servant or a military figure, lacking any talent in such arenas. If he had pursued that path, he would have long since become a mere memory. Joining the Revolutionary Army, Ivy did not come to be a mere subordinate. His principle was to remain uninvolved unless it directly concerned him. In his previous life, even the elderly collapsed on the streets when unattended. Standing is the best testament to societal apathy. This has shaped Ivy's character. It is not something that can be easily altered, nor does Ivy intend to change. Have you rescued everyone from the Golden Week? Ivy inquired as he faced Golden Week. Indeed, Golden Week remained as direct as ever. Previously, Ivy had instructed Golden Week to leave in order to free the residents imprisoned by Naven. With this achievement, he planned to host a bonfire party for the residents, which Ivy deemed quite fair. However, now the island was on the brink of destruction at the hands of that fiend. His actions had disturbed Ivy's peace, and he vowed not to leave in such disarray without dealing with Naven. Golden Week, take these people to the ship for shelter. The commotion may grow quite intense shortly, Ivy commanded while boarding the vessel, seeking the secret weapon he had prepared earlier. Chapter 22. Ivy versus Smoker on the island of Roxas. Anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Help! Oh God, save us! A young man, fleeing for his life, urged those kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Ace and Smoker transformed into the Smoke Man and Fire Man. rescuing residents while contending with Navin's white onslaught. This cannot continue. To halt the white wave, we must defeat that pale-faced villain, Myhal asserted as he approached Ace, feeling powerless against the white tide, only able to assist the residents. Regrettably, the pale-faced fiend was well concealed, making him impossible to locate. Myhal sighed deeply. If only Ivy were here. He seems to possess an uncanny ability to detect where that pale-faced villain is hiding, but Ivy has departed. I believe I hear someone longing for my voice. Ivy's mischievous tone rang in Ace and Myhal's ears. Haha, I knew you wouldn't flee. Ace chuckled as Ivy emerged from a narrow alley. He had initially intended to host a bonfire party before leaving, savoring a hearty meal. But the fact that this villain sought to obliterate the island was tantamount to depriving him of his feast, a reckless act. Nonchalantly stepping out of the dim alley, Ivy casually rested his sea stone staff on his shoulder. It was essential to restrain those with devil fruit abilities without employing hockey. This is not a turn-based game, where one takes a turn and then the other responds. The moment we engage, Ivy intends to deny Navin any chance to counter. Ace, let's go. With a powerful push from the ground, Ivy soared into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. Activating the sky eye, she scanned the white waves for Navin's concealed form. At the edge of the frothy expanse, Ivy successfully located Navin's true presence. As gravity pulled her downwards, she retrieved her secret treasure, a shell-like object. Indeed, it was a shell, but not an ordinary one. It was the wind shell from the Sky Island, a gift from Brokey during their time in the small garden. The wind shell is used to store gas and release it in the form of wind, serving both maritime vessels and formidable weapons, and is now nearly extinct. This shell was acquired by Brooke and his companions during their expedition to the Sky Island. A rare treasure indeed. Similarly, the wind shell, when affixed to one's person, manifests an equally formidable effect. Upon retrieving the wind shell, Ivy placed it beneath his feet and called out to Ace, "Let us proceed." With great enthusiasm, Ace followed Ivy's gaze and discovered the well-concealed Navin. Gently pressing the protrusion on the back of the wind shell, a tremendous gust of wind surged beneath Ivy's feet, significantly augmenting his speed. Simultaneously, he executed a rapid series of foot movements, employing the Navy's Six Styles technique known as the Soru, the most accessible maneuver that anyone with robust physical prowess could master. Firmly believing in the principle that all martial arts are invincible and swift, Ivy's techniques predominantly revolved around speed. The wind shell served as a magical artifact that elevated Ivy's velocity to new heights. In scarcely a moment, before Navin could react, Ivy's assault had already arrived, compelling Navin to shield himself with his hands, attempting to gather the crashing white waves in hopes of defending against Ivy's onslaught. Ultimate technique. Momentary bloom. With the combined acceleration from the wind shell and the Soru, Ivy's strike unleashed an unparalleled might. The white waves were shattered almost instantaneously, as if a dark flash of light had manifested before Navin. It felt as though he was besieged by 1,000 attacks. Yet it seemed as if there was but a single strike. No matter his reaction, Navin could not fend off this blow. This fellow calls me up just to feast alone? As if I would snatch it away, Ace mused silently, observing Ivy's speed. He contemplated that even if he intervened now, the battle would likely be concluded. Could he evade such a strike if directed at him? With a resounding roar, the entire island of Roxas appeared to tremble, and a massive pit emerged amidst the white waves. It was a silence akin to an abyss, thick with darkness. It seemed to be over. Ivy gazed at the dissipating white remnants on the ground, their color fading until only silence remained. Cough, cough. A weak, raspy sound emanated from the depths of the pit. Was he not yet dead? Smoker stood alert, fixating on the pit, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ivy below cursed inwardly countless times, feeling the overwhelming drain of his energy. How much must one consume to recover from this? 3 ribs are fractured, and my arm is crushed. O heavens! O earth! My handsome visage, trembling. I extend my hand and touch the bloodstain on my face, a mark left by a stone's cruel embrace. Am I cursed by the deity of misfortune? I can face a boss without a scratch, yet I emerge from a pit disfigured. However, Avi merely pondered for a moment before dismissing such thoughts. Endowed with a golden finger, he knew that no matter the severity of his injuries, a hearty meal would restore him to perfection, leaving not a trace of scar. You two up there, have you gazed long enough? Will you not descend and lend me a hand? He spoke with vigor, utterly unreflective of his grievous condition, as if he had merely indulged in a leisurely massage and emerged rejuvenated. The last time we escaped together, you appeared just as composed. I find it hard to believe that you are not merely feigning. EIS remarked nonchalantly, gesturing for Bastio and Michael to depart, while casually threatening Smoker. There are two pirate factions on this island. Will you not take your leave? Having witnessed the prowess of both himself and Avi, Smoker understood the implications. Currently, they seem to coexist amicably as comrades. Yet, one party is comprised of pirates and the other of marines. Even under special circumstances, their allegiance would remain unchanged. If Avi and the others were to confront him here, could he possibly escape? Humph. Below, return to me what I lent you, my 10 hands. Smoker scoffed coldly before addressing Avi. Those 10 hands were crafted with immense effort. If they do not return to me 10 hands? What 10 hands? Are not your 10 fingers attached to your hands? Do you possess 20 fingers? Avi leaped from the pit, gazing quizzically at Smoker. As if questioning the latter's sanity, how could a person possibly have 20 fingers? Do not beat around the bush. Return the sea stone weapon you snatched from me. Seeing Avi's audacity to claim his 10 hands, Smoker's anger flared. Nay, when did I ever steal from you? Should I encounter your lost item, I shall certainly inform you. But do not malign an innocent. Avi raised his hand, kindly reminding him. Smoker was about to retort, but recalled the scene of Avi altering the shape of the 10 hands. No matter his protestations, this unscrupulous fellow would undoubtedly transform it beyond recognition. Ultimately, he cast a fierce glance at Avi and the departing EIS, commanding his subordinate marines, move out. It is not that he has become timid. Rather, Smog possesses a clear understanding of himself. Essentially, it is a matter of the heart. Chapter 23, Alabasta. Although it was deep into the night, the island of Roxas was ablaze with light and filled with laughter. In the streets and squares, people sang and danced, some sitting and drinking, others twirling around the bonfire, while a few indulged in hearty feasts. Come, drink, drink. A middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time, raised his glass, reminiscing about the days he had spent imprisoned, his heart filled with trepidation. All is in the past, Seba. Do not dwell on it. Things will improve. An elderly man comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Seba was indeed one of the residents rescued by Ivy and his companions. Ivy's plan had succeeded, and with the merit of saving the townspeople. Hosting a party was an uncomplicated affair. How fair this is. I shall raise a toast to our benefactor. Seba excused himself from his friends and strode over to Ivy, who was seated alongside Ace. Ace, who relished festivities, could hardly depart without partaking in the revelry. Had there been no party, he would have already left. Instead, he was now devouring meat and drinking heartily. Where will you head next? Ace mumbled through mouthfuls, his words slurred. Had it not been for Ivy's remarkable hearing and extraordinary imagination, he might not have been understood. Our next destination is Alabasta, where I seek someone, followed by a chef. Ivy replied casually, slightly inebriated, yet his appetite remained insatiable. He could not afford to waste the bounty he had labored to acquire. Ivy had not personally hunted the game. It was only through the recent battle that the island of Roxas, weakened, had managed to provide such provisions for the bonfire celebration. Thus, Ivy consumed as much as he could to replenish his energy. The food transformed into blue energy that coursed through Ivy's limbs, mending his injuries. After clinking glasses with Seba and taking a sip, he turned to Ace and inquired, "What about you?" "Ha. Our journey has only just begun. There is no need to rush our reunion. It could be soon, or it could be ages," Ace replied. "It is getting late. My friend awaits my return with medicine to heal him. I must take my leave." Ace raised his glass to Ivy once more before standing up. "Until we meet again." Ivy signaled with his cup as he watched Ace depart. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since Ivy left Roxas Island. He had set sail for Alabasta, and time at sea often felt monotonous. Standing atop the lookout tower, he gazed at the unchanging horizon. Hearing the rumble of his stomach, Ivy realized it was time to prepare a meal. Indeed, I must find a chef as soon as possible. Avi, having leapt from the watchtower, vowed silently, filled with remorse for having neglected to secure a cook before departing from the island of Loxus. What a blunder! Yet, Avi failed to consider that few would willingly follow a pirate into the treacherous unknown, living a life fraught with peril and the constant specter of death. Perhaps there were some, but Avi would not deign to associate with them. Any companion worthy of joining Avi's ranks must earn her respect. In the realm of piracy, it is not the number of crew members that matters, but rather their caliber. Thus, even a cook must possess formidable strength, lest they be deemed unworthy of Avi's esteemed company. Such were Avi's contemplations. These fleeting thoughts echoed beneath the sunshade as I called out to Golden Week. "It's time to eat." A faint response came from Golden Week. The daily routine of barbecuing had truly become tiresome. I longed for the days of savoring rice crackers while sipping afternoon tea. How unfortunate my luck was back then. I had resorted to enduring darkness, merely waiting for the great demon to leave. Yet, how did I end up being discovered? That wretched Mr. 3. Had he not coerced Ivy into coming, I would not be in this predicament. Consequently, Golden Week has also developed a grudge against Mr. 3. Wasn't it said that the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line was notorious? Why then has the sun been relentless for days on end? My handsome visage is on the verge of being sunburned. I leapt into the sea, commencing my search for today's sustenance. The sun was too scorching, and Ivy, lacking experience at sea, had no access to a refrigerator on the ship. The provisions brought from Roxas Island had long spoiled under the relentless heat, and even without spoilage, they were insufficient for Ivy's needs. Meanwhile, Ace, accompanied by his spade pirates, had arrived at the island where his friend resided. After disembarking, he addressed Boss Pio. After this, "You must treat me to a proper drink." Ace's ailing friend was none other than Boss Pio's sister. As a wealthy heir, it was not that they couldn't find the medicine she needed, but the particular remedy was exceedingly rare. They had searched extensively without success. And Ace's promise to assist Boss Pio was also driven by curiosity. Surprisingly, as they set sail in search of the medicine, they stumbled upon it. A stroke of incredible luck indeed. "Absolutely," Boss Pio replied with a smile. Smoker, along with his naval subordinates, traversed the calm belt, entering the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. "As long as I, Smoker, am here, I shall never allow pirates to scale Reverse Mountain." Given the incident involving Ivy and Ace, Smoker's demeanor toward pirates had grown increasingly ruthless. "Yes, Colonel, with valor." His naval crew cheered behind him, fist raised in support. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed aboard the vessel dubbed Smilock by Ivy. That great demon had been submerged in the sea for half a day without resurfacing. Could it be that he had perished? Golden Week murmured to himself while fishing with a rod. "Isn't that so, Liz?" Lizzie is a cat that was brought back from the island of Loxas during the Golden Week. Without Lizzie, the Golden Week would have been exceedingly dull. Beneath the ship, Smilock, there lies a rope, with one end anchored deep in the ocean's abyss. In the depths of several thousand meters, Avy suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the swaying silk thread in her hand. With her feet kicking in the water, she shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow. With a single leap spanning 100 meters, she ascended rapidly, soon arriving at the location that caused the thread to sway. There, she encountered a colossal shark, measuring over 20 meters in length. It was this very shark that had brushed against Avy's silk thread while swimming. Just as her training concluded, a delightful feast awaited. Observing the shark, which had not strayed far, Avy smiled faintly. Boom! A tremendous splash erupted as the ship's Smilock trembled, followed by a shadow that obscured the sunlight, elegantly arcing before landing on the vessel with a resounding thud. Avy, emerging from beneath the unconscious shark, was the Golden Week. His gaze fixed on Avy with a murderous intensity, a sight she had witnessed before. Despite the Golden Week's generally amiable nature, he was nearing the brink of madness. "Relax. I know you're hungry. I'll prepare some grilled shark meat for you shortly." Pulling the silk thread from the sea, Avy waved her hand nonchalantly. These threads were meticulously crafted by Iway to ensure that she would not lose herself while training beneath the sea. Is this what I meant? Day in and day out, it was nothing but roasting shark meat or octopus. Oh, there lies a small island ahead. Alabasta. Following Iway's gaze, Golden Week immediately recognized it as Alabasta. And in that moment, tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. After a long wait, the day had finally arrived. They could escape the clutches of the great demon and break free from their suffering. Although the sight of the island stirred excitement within him, he could not allow himself to weep. Iway teased as she observed Golden Week. Chapter 24, Why do you fear me, when I am so handsome? As they approached the coastline, two figures swiftly drew near. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Let us accomplish this task and secure our grand achievement, urged a man who resembled a prince, sporting a mustache artfully trimmed into the shape of the numeral 9. Quack. The yellow duck cast a disdainful glance at Mr. 9, scoffing at him. You. Indeed, the two individuals before them were none other than the mid-level agents of the Baroque Works, Miss Wednesday, also known as Weiwei, and Mr. 9. Mr. 9 glared furiously at Karu Duck. Karu. Weiwei gently patted the head of Karu Duck, regaining some spirit, and with a flick of her head, she boldly fixed her gaze on Mr. 9, declaring, "Rest assured, this credit shall belong to us." As she tossed her head, her aquamarine braids swung into her face with considerable force. "It would be best if it were so. Just don't fall behind," Mr. 9 said haughtily, keeping pace with Weiwei as she rode on Karu. Though Mr. Nine possessed limited abilities and lacked strength, his arrogance was boundless, fueled by an inexplicable confidence. Stop. Ahead lies a herd of martial sea cows. Standing atop Karoo, Wei Wei, with her elevated vantage, spotted a large group of martial sea cows hiding behind the rocks. The intelligence of these kung fu manatees is remarkably high, and they possess a particular fondness for martial arts. Ordinary pirates are no match for them, and even the faintest notion of competition seems far-fetched. Ahead, a pirate ship approaches, and it is evident that the target of these kung fu manatees is that very band of pirates. Mr. Nine proclaimed with authority, "Those individuals up there seem quite familiar. Could it be Golden Week?" As I squinted at the increasingly visible silhouette on the pirate ship, I realized it was indeed a member of Baroque Works. Let us not rush to depart. It appears Golden Week is aboard that vessel. Could it be that Golden Week and Mr. 3 have completed their mission? How swift! I called out to Mr. 9, who was ready to leave, contemplating the implications. A massive pirate ship surged forward across the sea, its white sails billowing in the wind. Adorned with a skull at its center, surrounded by numerous scratches whose meanings eluded recognition. That was none other than the Smilock, captained by Avi. "Golden Week, we have arrived," Avi exclaimed, casting the anchor into the sea to secure the vessel. Jumping down, he shouted to ease the tension. "There are still too few people on board for any revelry. It seems I must seek out some lively company," he mused thoughtfully, finally free from this formidable tyrant. Golden Week could not help but express his inner thoughts as he leaped down. "What did you say?" Avi turned to Golden Week, a puzzled expression adorning his face. There's a commotion. Before he could fully register Golden Week's hurried gesture to cover his mouth, Avi's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned towards the source of the sound. Before him lay a throng of kung fu manatees, encircling them in striking poses, their gaze fixed intently upon Avi. These formidable manatees possess a resolute gaze and exhibit a mastery of their techniques, unmistakably indicating that they are not to be trifled with. And their numbers are exceedingly vast. These are the unique specialties of Alabastan, the kung fu manatees, aren't they? Ivy gazed at these enchanting creatures, contemplating the information regarding the kung fu manatees. With their adorable appearance and backs resembling tortoise shells, they inhabit the arid expanse of the Alabastan Desert. A charming assemblage of animals fervently devoted to the art of kung fu. Upon encountering a human, they instinctively seek to engage in a contest. Should they lose, they must submit to the victor as their master. If they prevail, they seize the victor's provisions of food and water, demonstrating their remarkable prowess. Allow me to properly instruct you. Those who dare covet our treasures must be prepared to pay the price. Ivy drew forth from behind her the weapon she had named the Limitless Staff, crafted from sea tower stone, and began to rhythmically strike it in her palm. Clap, clap, clap. With each resounding beat, she approached the kung fu manatees with a determined stride. The kung fu manatees exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the situation. Yet it mattered little. In their minds, despite the unexpected turn of events, victory would ultimately be determined by strength. With a collective cry, they launched themselves at Ivy, executing kicks and punches as if in agreement. Alas, their fortune was rather unfortunate, returning only to encounter such misfortune. Mr. Nine's voice was tinged with sorrow as he wiped his eyes, seemingly heartbroken for his companions who faced such injustice upon their return. Yet, not a single tear fell. Instead, a smile grotesquely stretched across his face. The individual accompanying Golden Week did not appear to be Mr. 3, but rather someone else. Squinting at Ivy, it became apparent that the distance had obscured his vision. Only now could he discern that the figure engaged in battle with the kung fu manatees was not the candle-headed man marked with a 3. Whoever it was mattered little. It was possible that Mr. 3 had perished during a mission, and this person was Golden Week's newly appointed partner. Yet, even so, surrounded by so many kung fu manatees, one would not escape unscathed. Mr. 9 remarked nonchalantly. How could this be? In Mr. 9's view, Ivy moved with ease, wielding the Limitless Staff with calm precision, while the kung fu manatees seemed entranced, charging one after another into the staff. Before long, a multitude of kung fu manatees lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads and rolling about. This is bad. We must not allow them to discover us. Perceiving Ivy's gaze shifting, Wei Wei quickly concealed herself behind a sand dune. What difference does it make? They are all colleagues. Wei Wei called out to the two friends hiding behind the dune, urging them to emerge. What are you afraid of? Mr. 9 looked at Wei Wei, bewildered. They may no longer be our colleagues. If they were, we would surely know about that man. Golden Week would have reported any changes in partners to the studio, yet we have heard nothing. Do you remember a few months ago when Mr. 3 called for help? The vice president even went to assist him, and I noticed that man's resemblance to the painting in the vice president's possession. Wei Wei recounted her experience from months prior when she had followed Robin, now sharing what she could with Mr. 9. It was indeed that encounter that had led Wei Wei to discover something extraordinary, which had left her in a daze ever since. Are you suggesting that this individual might be the one who defeated Mr. 3? Mr. 9 recalled vague whispers he had heard, murmuring of a mysterious figure who had vanquished Mr. 3, leaving his fate unknown. However, he had not anticipated it to be true. Come over. Am I truly that frightening? As I observed the leisurely approaching duo of Wei Wei and Karu Duck, a flicker of recognition ignited in Ivy's eyes. Their identities became abundantly clear. The woman with azure tresses could only be Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta. The man, of course, was Mr. 9, Wei Wei's partner from Baroque Works. Accompanied by the ever-present Karu Duck, the situation had crystallized, and having identified the pivotal characters triggering the narrative, how could Ivy possibly allow them to depart? Are you agents of Baroque Works? Ivy inquired, feigning ignorance. No. Yes. Wei Wei and Mr. 9 exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for words. Yes. No. They both responded in unison. So which is it? Ivy found amusement in their panicked expressions. It was rather comical that her handsome visage could evoke such fear. Do you have any senbei? Came the voice of Golden Week as she approached. Yes, Lady Golden Week. Wei Wei, a mid-level agent, swiftly retrieved the senbei from her bag and handed it to Golden Week. She then froze, her body rigid, mechanically turning to face Ivy, unsure of how to proceed. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. I merely wish to inquire the way to Baroque Works. Being unfamiliar with this area, I seek someone well-versed in the path. Chapter 25. Where are you going and what for? Wei Wei gazed at Ivy, puzzled, then glanced at Golden Week. If you need directions, isn't Golden Week here? Would you mind guiding me? Ivy declared, disregarding Wei Wei and the others, and strode ahead. However, she was promptly obstructed by a group of kung fu manatees, who knelt before her in unison. With a resigned slap to her forehead, she recalled that once defeated, these manatees would pledge themselves to the victor. Well, after this encounter, I wonder if that fellow Luffy will ever return here. If he does. Ivy paused, seemingly amused by the thought, halting her advance. In that case, allow me to teach you a few moves. In Alabasta, specifically in Alubarna, the land had not seen rain for over a year, leaving the city awash in desiccated sands, besieged by relentless rebel forces. Among these, the most formidable was the faction led by Crocodile. Crocodile and Wei Wei had been childhood friends, having established the San Brigade during their youth, with Crocodile as its leader. Discontent with the actions of the Alabasta king, he had formed the rebellion. Crocodile, are you truly prepared to take this step? What if it is genuine? Cabby gazed anxiously at Kusha, seemingly intent on halting his actions. As a member of the San Brigade, Cabby had joined the rebellion after Kusha established the insurgent army, becoming Kusha's staunch ally. I must enter the palace tonight to seek the truth. I refuse to believe that Kaburo would truly resort to using dance powder. The insurgent army's base was in Yuba, and Kusha, as its leader, ventured to Alba due to his disbelief in Kaburo's character. Enough. There is no need to persuade me further. I am resolute in my decision to enter the palace tonight. Cutting off Cabby's impending words, Kusha lowered his head, taking a seat at the table, where a map lay spread out before him. It was a map of the palace, detailing every road and passageway, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise tonight, Kusha would have an escape route. Sighing in resignation, Cabby knew all too well that once Kusha made a decision, he would not easily waver. I hope Kaburo is still the person we remember. Meanwhile, within the palace, a dramatic transformation was unfolding. A man adorned in a swan costume, his face embellished with flamboyant makeup, twirled joyously. You are the true culprits behind the use of dance powder. Why have you done this? Kaburo, tightly bound, struggled against his restraints, glaring fiercely at Mr. 2. Oh dear. This is for your own good, you know. The country hasn't seen rain for a year. If we don't act, the consequences will be dire. Mr. 2 responded nonchalantly, delicately covering his lips with a flourish, while Kaburo's expression darkened. Why do you look exactly like me? Staring in disbelief at the face of Von Clay morphing into his own, Kaburo exclaimed, What on earth are you planning? Why? We intend to make extensive use of dance powder. Ha. Von Clay laughed heartily as he exited the palace, seamlessly assuming Kaburo's identity, leaving the real Kaburo to struggle in the dimly lit chamber. At that moment, Ivy had already departed from the landing site. Though Kung Fu Manatee had initially wished to accompany Ivy, he was deterred by her insistence to remain behind. We are currently situated at the coastal city of Elmaru. And to reach the Baroque studio, we must traverse the desert to arrive at Rainy Land, Mikey explained cautiously, then tentatively inquired. What do you wish to seek at the Baroque studio? Mr. Nine perked up his ears, attentive to the exchange, as this information could prove valuable. Once they reached Rainy Land, he would find a way to inform the boss, thereby redeeming himself. Thus, the boss would not resort to self-destruction. In the Baroque works, meritocracy prevails. Those lacking strength and betraying the organization will inevitably meet their demise, regardless of how far they flee. Presently, they are compelled to endure Ivy's tyranny for the sake of survival. If they fail to demonstrate their worth, once the operatives within the organization eliminate Ivy, they shall be next in line. It must be acknowledged that while Mr. May Ninth be inept, he possesses a quick wit in dire situations. Regrettably, this tactic, which has spared him numerous times in the past, will not suffice this time, for Ivy is not among those who can be easily dismissed. Those who seek Ivy's life typically find their own extinguished in the end. And there is also the poison dragon. Ivy has inquired about it, only to discover that this pirate crew seems to have vanished without a trace. I shall seek your vice president, Robin, and enlist her as my ally. Simultaneously, I will address the matter of your Baroque works. Yes, it is as simple as that. With candor, Ivy articulated her intentions, causing a momentary pause in the steps of those present. Such audacity was not entirely unprecedented. Yet it was rare to encounter someone who would travel such vast distances to court death. May I inquire if you are aware of the prowess possessed by the agents of Baroque works? Each operative within is immensely formidable, capable of dispatching you with remarkable ease. And yet you wish to bring about their downfall? In a curious twist of fate, she spoke these words without fully grasping her own motivations, perhaps driven by some unarticulated hope. Months prior, while shadowing Robin, she uncovered Baroque works' sinister plot. The hero revered by all in Alabasta was, in truth, the most cunning of villains. The uprisings across the nation were inextricably linked to Crocodile, yet she lacked the evidence to expose him, forcing her to remain hidden within Baroque works. If this individual before her truly possesses strength, then, indeed, I am well aware of that. I have encountered you before, yet there are certain matters you remain oblivious to. Your boss, Mr. Zero, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Knowing his identity and still daring to challenge him signifies my confidence. A pirate aware of Crocodile's status, yet bold enough to act. Does he aspire to rise through Crocodile's downfall? As she pondered, she concluded that this person did not seem particularly formidable. Should Ivy indeed wield such power and harbor such intentions, bringing him along would be an immense risk. She resolved that if she were to take Ivy with her and fail to vanquish Crocodile, she would be in peril, and the nation would face grave danger. Conversely, if Ivy triumphed, it would be akin to letting a tiger loose in the sheepfold. Thus, she suggested to Ivy, as the day wanes, perhaps we should find a place to rest for the night. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. Just ahead, there lay a moderately sized canyon, which Ivy, accompanied by the likes of Golden Week and others, traversed first. It must be said that Alabasta is undeniably sweltering. As a city situated atop a desert by the sea, Alabasta has been further rendered parched due to the dance powder employed by Crocodile and his cohorts, resulting in over a year without rainfall, consequently intensifying the climate's heat. Chapter 26. How about a kiss? In the small canyon, though night had fallen, it was ablaze with light. A colossal bonfire illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. In the desert, where the scorching heat of the day transitions into an exceedingly frigid night, many would succumb to the cold without the warmth of the fire. As night deepened, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the group, enveloping them in a peculiar stillness. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed through the canyon. It was Ai Wei. She opened her eyes and slowly approached Wei Wei, extending her hands toward her. What are you intending to do? At that moment, Wei Wei suddenly opened her eyes. In truth, she had not been sound asleep, but had been pondering how to resolve the issues posed by Avi and the Golden Week. Yet, despite her efforts, no solution had come to mind. Just then, she heard Avi stirring. Sensing Avi's movements, Wei Wei feigned ignorance, intending to follow her once she departed. To her surprise, Avi approached her directly, extending a hand with an unclear intention. Shoo! Avi covered Wei Wei's mouth and gently pulled her away from their resting place, leading her outside. I have released you, but you must not shout recklessly. Observing Wei Wei's wide-eyed expression, Avi gradually lifted her hand from Wei Wei's mouth. I know you. You are the daughter of Cobra, Princess Wei Wei. Who on earth are you? Wei Wei, weapon in hand, a shimmering artifact reminiscent of peacock feathers, pointed it at Avi. Her tone a mixture of fear and determination. You need not be alarmed. As I mentioned, I harbor no ill intentions. As for your identity, I have my sources of information. All I can assure you is that I mean no harm to you or Alabasta. Unfazed by the weapon aimed at her throat, Avi observed Wei Wei's demeanor and sought to calm her. Given Avi's prowess, even if Wei Wei were to strike, she would not inflict any harm. Noticing the gentleness in Avi's eyes, Wei Wei slowly lowered her weapon. That is more like it. I sought you out because I felt you were in a pitiable situation and wished to offer assistance. Moreover, it is merely a proposition of trade. Avi settled herself comfortably on a nearby seat, glancing up at Wei Wei, who remained rooted in place, and beckoned her to join. You, a dignified princess, are now forced to live in hiding due to Crocodile's machinations, masquerading as a spy. I can only imagine the hardships you have endured these past years. What exactly do you wish to convey? Wei Wei, however, did not follow Avi's line of thought and asked pointedly. Well, as I mentioned, seeing your plight, I want to lend you a hand. If I help you dismantle the Baroque works and halt the infighting among the rebel forces, what would you say to a kiss in return? Avi, who had been engaged in a serious conversation, unexpectedly shifted to a playful tone, catching Wei Wei off guard. Rogue. After a moment of astonishment, Wei Wei's cheeks flushed as she scolded Avi. All right, no more jesting. I will acquire what I desire on my own. I simply found myself restless tonight, seeking conversation with you. Good night, I shall sleep now. Avi walked straight back, leaving Wei Wei alone in a whirlwind of thoughts. Her expression shifting like the hues of a traditional Beijing opera mask. Late at night, within the opulent confines of the Alabastan Palace, Kusha evaded numerous guards and arrived at Kubra's chamber. After a careful observation that revealed no one else was present, he leapt from the rooftop and pushed open Kubra's door, entering cautiously. Kubra, I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. Kusha approached the wall, reaching out toward Kubra, who lay on the bed. Suddenly, the blanket covering Kubra was yanked away, and the lights in the room flared to life, illuminating Kusha and leaving him nowhere to conceal himself. I knew you would come tonight. I've been waiting here for quite some time, my dear Kusha. The expressionless Xiao Feng, masquerading as Kubra, stepped forth from the shadows. Gazing at Kusha, are those dancing powders appearing in various places truly your doing? Kusha, disregarding his precarious situation and the mystery of how Kubra knew of his visit, was solely focused on obtaining an answer. Indeed, those dancing powders were distributed by the king of slaves. It has been over a year since our land has seen rain. You must understand the consequences of such a drought. To Kusha's astonishment, Kubra openly admitted this. Do you not know what occurs in regions that utilize dancing powders? Kusha's face flushed crimson, panting heavily, his eyes wide as saucers as he incredulously queried Kubra. And what of it? Kubra, unfazed by Kusha's accusations, beckoned the guards to seize him. You, the leader of the rebel army, dare to enter my palace today? You shall find no escape. After issuing his command, Kubra retreated into the shadows, disregarding Kusha's struggles and shouts. Moments later, a figure stealthily approached and whispered in Kubra's ear, that fellow has already escaped. Understood, Kubra replied, gesturing for the figure to depart. Suddenly, his countenance changed, reverting to Xiao Feng's form, the swan-winged attire restoring itself. Boss, everything is proceeding smoothly. Once that man returns, he will incite a great war. Indeed. Besides Xiao Feng's voice, another deep voice echoed in the night. The weapons provided to the rebels have been augmented. Create chaos. The louder the commotion, the better it is for me. After uttering this, the second voice vanished without a trace, leaving only Xiao Feng. I understand. As the sun rose, Ivy and the others had long since departed, riding upon the back of the express crab, en route to the Rain District. Had it been in the days of partnering with Mr. 3, he would never have dared to rouse Golden Week so early. It would have been met with resistance. However, under Ivy's rigorous training over the past few days, despite the grim expression on his face, Golden Week had grown accustomed to hardship. The two companions remained silent, each burdened with their own thoughts, save for Ivy, who remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Wei, who had been teased by her the previous night, was now intensely fixated on her, as if trying to etch her image into her memory. Is what you said yesterday true? Wei Wei suddenly inquired. What? The atmosphere was already dull, and upon catching Wei Wei's question, the group turned their gazes towards Ivy and Wei Wei, curious about the gossip that might alleviate their tedium on the journey. Come on, give me a kiss first. Ivy leaned in provocatively. You rogue. Wei Wei retaliated with a playful punch that struck Ivy squarely on the head. Time passed amidst their playful banter, marked by encounters with sand bandits, the old well-digger from Yuba, and the chaos of the rebel forces. At last, they were nearing the Rain District. Meanwhile, in that very district, someone had been waiting for them for quite some time. Robin. In the basement of the Rain District Casino, Robin sat calmly in a chair, perusing the intelligence in hand. How could that guy possibly be here? The documents contained Ivy's wanted notice alongside photographs of Ivy, Wei Wei, and the others. Clearly, since Ivy had set foot in Alabasta, Robin had taken notice of her presence. Chapter 27. Those who dare to speak to me thusly must be unaware of the height of the grass upon their graves. In the Rain District of Alabasta, the group was dressed quite casually. Wei Wei had shed her disguise, donning blue hot pants and a sheer black top, exuding beauty. Ivy and Golden Week were less concerned with appearances. Ivy, bare-chested and clad in shorts and sandals, braved the sweltering heat that had bronzed his skin. As they strolled through the streets, purchasing trinkets and the rice crackers that Golden Week favored, Mr. Nine had already been dispatched by Ivy. He was of little utility, and Ivy had no intention of silencing him permanently. Ivy surmised that the Baroque Works members must have already realized his arrival. First greetings, then hostilities. I have forewarned you. Look, how forthright Ivy am. Are those rice crackers really that delicious? Ivy queried, observing Golden Week's unwavering grip on the snacks. He had sampled a bit and found them unpalatable, devoid of meat. They held no allure for him. If given a choice, I would rather forego meals entirely. Provided I could have meat, that would suffice for me. It's futile to converse with someone like you, a cunning man preoccupied with muscles. Golden Week cast a nonchalant glance at Ivy. The juxtaposition of muscle-bound and sinister seemed contradictory, and moreover, this fellow hardly appeared to be the type consumed by brute strength. Rather, his mind was saturated with lewd thoughts. After pondering Golden Week's words, Ivy contemplated inwardly. Is this truly how I am perceived in the charming little Jojo's eyes? Upon hearing Golden Week's remarks, Ivy felt a profound blow to his self-esteem. He considered himself to be forthright and righteous. Had it not been for his disdain for the Navy's cumbersome procedures, he was certain that upon his arrival, that fellow from the warring states would be so moved by his integrity that he would willingly abdicate his position in favor of Ivy. Is this how you view such a cool man like me? I'm famished. Time to eat. Coincidentally, a bar lay ahead. Pushing open the door, the trio entered, only to find the dining area sparsely populated, the hall eerily spacious. The bar's proprietor, a stout man with short hair clad in attire reminiscent of a Shaolin monk, quietly polished glasses at the counter. Hey, boss. We like a meal. Ivy boldly sat down, oblivious to the proprietor's peculiar gaze upon him. The boss remained still, producing a wanted poster and laying it on the table. You are the audacious pirate Ivy, are you not? Setting aside the glass he was polishing, the proprietor scrutinized Ivy closely before shifting his attention to Golden Week and Miss Wednesday. Miss Golden Week, Miss Wednesday, you have betrayed the organization, and I have been ordered to eliminate you. How shall you meet your demise? A cold, expressionless face now bore the unmistakable aura of impending violence. Well, I'm actually on a wanted list. My first bounty is 30 million berries. It seems the Navy has begun to recognize my strength. Ivy mused. What moniker should I adopt? The Law King? The God of Thunder? The Law of Annihilation? Ah, the Law King of Thunder sounds splendid. It embodies my unique traits and is, after all, somewhat ambiguous, pleasing to the ear. The Law King of Thunder, Ivy. Not bad, not bad. He applauded his own cleverness. Ah, what did you just say? Ivy, momentarily slow to react, looked up at the proprietor. You intend to kill my companions. With a heavy fist, he struck the bar, shattering it. Run. We must flee. This place is no longer safe. The remaining patrons in the bar quickly made their exit upon witnessing the commotion. A bit formidable, but not quite enough. Mr. One stepped out from behind the splintered bar, his body covered in wood shavings as if he had been hewn by some weapon. Golden Week. Do you know who this fellow is? Ignoring Mr. One's movements, I turned to inquire of Golden Week, harboring no concerns about the prospect of being unable to defeat him. Mr. One, the elite agent of Baroque Works, had consumed the quick-sliced fruit, transforming him into a formidable foe. The voice of Golden Week echoed from a distance. Evidently having grasped the situation upon realizing that the bar owner was none other than Mr. One, I was taken aback to learn that even the quick-sliced man had been dispatched to deal with Ivy. Truly unfortunate. Should I have refrained from returning with the Dark Lord? I must not perish before even embarking on this mission. What folly clouded my mind that I overlooked this critical detail? Baroque Works has always adhered to the principle of eliminating anyone who betrays the organization or compromises its intelligence. Indeed, it is all due to the Dark Lord's influence. Had he not revealed such astonishing information that the mastermind behind Baroque Works is none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I might never have contemplated this predicament. Yes, it is indeed the Dark Lord's fault. Golden Week had retreated to a considerable distance, as had the diminutive princess. Since you boast so grandly, it is time to demonstrate your true prowess. If I could indeed best Mr. One, I would be willing to stake everything. Miss Golden Week, where are you headed? This voice, a memory that the princess would never forget, belonged to that devilish woman. Nico Robin. Ah, good afternoon, Sister Robin. Golden Week turned around with a radiant smile, embracing Robin's leg. In the bar's hall, upon hearing Golden Week's words, Ivy finally realized who this Shaolin monk-like man was. He was the one who imparted experience to Zoro, the Swift Slayer. The world of pirates is overwhelmingly vast, and in the later stages, apart from Nico, it has transformed into a veritable erotic animation. How could Ivy possibly recall the early experience packs? Thus, at first, Ivy did not recognize who this individual was. I remember now, you are that experience pack. Enlightened, Ivy pointed at the Swift Slayer and shouted. Although the Swift Slayer did not comprehend the meaning behind Ivy's words, he felt an overwhelming surge of displeasure within. With a sudden burst of power, he unleashed a devastating move, the Annihilation Slash. The Swift Slayer's speed was astonishing, nearly matching Ivy's, who had not utilized the shave technique. His arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, crossing towards Ivy's abdomen. Before Ivy could react, the Swift Slayer had already maneuvered behind her, having switched positions in an instant. I told you, you are not worthy. The Swift Slayer retracted his fruit ability, returning his arms to their fleshly form, preparing to pursue Golden Week and the others. Who are you calling unworthy? Impossible. It clearly should have worked. The Swift Slayer abruptly turned to Ivy, convinced that anyone struck by his attack could not possibly escape unscathed. Alas, just a fraction more, and I would have eviscerated you. Truly, one must never be careless. In the Swift Slayer's gaze, Ivy's abdomen, which he had cleaved open, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, restoring itself within moments, leaving no trace of a scar. Her 8-pack abs now appeared remarkably powerful. This time spent training has not been in vain, Ivy mused, reflecting on the blue energy coursing within her. This is the recent achievement of research. Previously, the blue energy would directly disperse throughout the body, thereby enhancing Ivy's physical form, but such an approach was rather passive. Ivy has always despised passivity, so she diligently delved into her studies. Her perseverance paid off, ultimately allowing her to master the ability to control the accumulation of blue energy within her body without it being absorbed, potentially saving her life in critical moments. Uncertain whether you can recover after being severed into pieces, she calmly stated, "Let us see whether I shall strike you down first, or you me." Ivy stood there languidly, seemingly full of vulnerabilities, yet simultaneously appearing impenetrable. Chapter 28. Robin, applauding your peculiar thought process. In an unknown bar amidst the rain, the atmosphere had inexplicably descended into a profound gloom. A palpable aura of hostility enveloped Ivy and the Swift Slayer, creating a barrier that others could not breach. With a resounding crash, Ivy and the Swift Slayer clashed. The seafloor stone weapon, the Infinite Staff, met the Swift Slayer's arm with a cacophony of metallic clangs, a sound exceedingly grating to the ears. In an instant, Ivy's footwork became a blur, her form vanishing only to reappear above the Swift Slayer, delivering a powerful blow with the Infinite Staff. Taste this formidable strike. The force of her attack cleaved through the air, producing a deafening explosion. The Swift Slayer, seasoned by countless missions and formidable opponents, though not as swift as Ivy, was nonetheless formidable, having dispatched many adversaries before. The clang of metal echoed incessantly as both engaged in a flurry of attacks, each second consumed by their fierce exchange. Yet the expended energy was immense. Breathless, Ivy observed, in terms of stamina, you are still 500 years behind. Aside from a slightly unsteady breath, she remained as pristine as when she first entered, devoid of any dust. In contrast, the Swift Slayer's fitted Shaolin monk attire lay in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. Gasping for air, he hunched over, arms dangling like those of a long-armed ape. After taking a deep breath and straightening his posture, he activated his devil fruit ability, causing numerous blades to sprout from his body. You are worthy of my ultimate move. His form spun like a top, attacking from every conceivable angle with arms and legs moving with remarkable speed, each strike aimed at Ivy's vital points. Micro dust spiral slash. Utilizing the full spectrum of my body's capabilities, I executed a swift and precise strike aimed at Ivy, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The blade shimmered under the sunlight, reminiscent of the kaleidoscopic lights in a KTV, casting a vivid array of colors into Ivy's vision, significantly affecting her perception. Alas, I am not one of those easily vanquished minions. Regulating my breath, blue sparks flickered in my gaze as I activated my divine sight, raising the limitless staff with a deceptive slowness while my legs gradually bent, though I have yet to attain the profound state where all can be cleaved. I possess a similar capability, my divine sight. A wicked smile slowly crept across my lips, seemingly mocking the overconfidence of my assailant, as I gripped the limitless staff tightly, my eyes fixed on the vital points of my opponent. Regardless of whether the assailant spun or leapt, Ivy's eyes gradually closed, following the electric impulses surging within her. She suddenly thrust the limitless staff upward at the moment the assailant approached. Now you may take a breather. Without even a glance, she swung at the heart of her adversary. A resounding explosion echoed, the force powerful enough to rupture the air, surging into the assailant's heart with Ivy's deft strength. What does it matter if one can transform their entire being into impenetrable steel? What difference does it make if the blade they become can shatter an ordinary knife? A single strike, and one may not perish but be left utterly incapacitated. An assault from within is invariably the most effective. Recall the tale of the Monkey King, who, in his quest for the magical fan, was denied by Princess Iron Fan. He resorted to burrowing into her abdomen to wreak havoc, compelling her to yield. Otherwise, her very insides would be thrown into disarray. Moreover, consider the legendary authors Jin Yong and Gu Long. Observe the martial arts masters, whose skills are unparalleled, and their agility unmatched. Yet, with a single vial of poison, they would all meet the Grim Reaper. Thus, an internal attack remains the most potent weapon of all. This is Ivy. If it were anyone else, they would be incapable of utilizing such a technique. Indeed, in Ivy's recollections, no one has ever employed an internal assault of this nature, save for Enel, with his lightning prowess. Speaking of Enel, Ivy is resolute. He must venture to Skypiea and persuade Enel to join his pirate crew. He longs to explore the subtle currents of electricity within his own body, yet he requires the guidance of a master well-versed in lightning to assist him. Otherwise, he would be left with mere fantasies, unable to harness the potential he envisions. Ivy is acutely aware of the aloofness of that delicate electric current within him. Despite being so benevolent, providing lavish feasts daily, it astonishingly disregards the esteemed Ivy. The swift executioner was sent flying by Ivy's strike, crashing into innumerable structures before landing heavily in the heart of the desert. Lying motionless, his heart ceased to beat, plunging him into a state of apparent death, with minute fractures coursing through his bones, leaving no part of him unscathed. That once stalwart physique, akin to copper and iron, was utterly shattered by Ivy's blow. Time passed, and the once still heart of the swift executioner began to beat slowly once more. The sand beneath him shifted into an hourglass form, enveloping him entirely. Unbeknownst to Ivy, one could not help but marvel at the prowess of a character who had once graced the world of pirates. Take Naven, for instance. No matter how peculiar his fruit abilities might be, he was swiftly vanquished by Ivy, leaving him utterly depleted. With a rumbling stomach, Ivy emerged from the ruins of the bar, the sound of his belly echoing in perfect harmony with his plight. Dear Princess Wei Wei, as the local sovereign, shouldn't you treat me to a meal to replenish my strength? After all, I just saved your life. He cast a reproachful glance at Wei Wei and her companions, who had fled during the battle, while also noting the striking woman standing behind them, Robin, a beauty reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Ahem. Greetings, Robin. I am aware of your circumstances, and I firmly believe I possess the strength and capability to protect you. Would you consider joining us as my comrade? Ivy extended a heartfelt invitation to Robin, his words imbued with sincerity, expressing his awareness of her past without seeming to care. This was a classic move, reminiscent of the protagonists from the romance novels he had perused in his previous life. Typically, when such sentiments were voiced, the female lead would either swoon at the hero's feet or feel a stirring in her heart, laying the groundwork for a tumultuous love affair. In Ivy's view, this served as a splendid opening line to initiate a connection with Robin. He prided himself on being an upright gentleman, above reproach. Bathed in the golden rays of the rising sun, Ivy emanated an aura of sanctity, as if he were one with the light itself. However, upon hearing Ivy's words, Robin thoughtfully stroked her chin, appearing to grapple with her response before decisively rejecting him. You are too slender. You do not meet my standards. You are simply not my type. The blow was substantial. Was he truly that thin? He considered himself fit, and certainly not lacking in form. Did one truly need to be a muscle-bound figure to be deemed attractive? Such notions were absurd. And why was she even discussing preferences at this moment? Had he inquired about such trivialities? He was well aware of her cunning nature, yet how did she conjure such contemporary phrases? Her thought process was indeed peculiar. Ivy stood frozen, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away, leaving him lost in an endless desert. Chapter 29. Robin vs. Sand crocodile nestled in the Great Route on St. Ding Island in Alabasta. Amidst the rain-soaked desert, the hot winds swept across the vast expanse of sand, stirring up small whirlwinds of grains. There stood a Na'vi young lad, unaware of the vastness of the world around him. After the sand settled, a solitary figure remained, clad in a black fur coat, beneath which lay a yellow checkered shirt. His left hand was not a hand at all, but a golden hook, and his face bore a long, horizontal scar. An aura reminiscent of an Italian mafia lord enveloped him. He removed the cigar he had been smoking. As the sand beneath his feet churned violently, gradually revealing the body of Mr. One, the executioner. It was astonishing that he had been bested by an insignificant child. Crocodile cast a glance downward at the defeated figure, his expression betraying no hint of elation or anger. Meanwhile, Robin, either moved by Ivy's words or struck by the uncanny resemblance Ivy bore to her savior, refrained from attacking Ivy and instead led them to her bar, the Intelligence Bureau of Baroque Works, her domain. Inside, numerous tomes filled the shelves. Ancient texts that catered to Robin's scholarly pursuits, alongside a myriad of peculiar artifacts. Ivy, however, showed little interest in the surroundings, his attention captivated by the food Robin had summoned. Upon the arrival of the sumptuous feast, his eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the aromatic, succulent crab meat, scorpion flesh, and camel meat, all sufficient to ignite Ivy's appetite. In that moment, all thoughts and considerations faded away, leaving only the singular focus of how to swiftly and accurately consume this delectable spread. All right, let us begin, he declared, his hands clasped in a gesture of gratitude. Before his hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, rapidly filling his mouth. Unlike Luffy, whose rubbery physique allowed him to devour vast quantities, Ivy's mouth had its limits. Yet, he required no chewing. Once the food was inside, it would be broken down by the faint currents within his body and replenished as energy. While he did not need to ponder energy replenishment, Ivy still savored the pleasure of chewing when indulging in a meal. The energy expended this time was not excessive. Thus it began with a ravenous pace, but subsequently improved significantly. The manner of consumption became much more refined, yet her hands remained unceasing, and the food in her mouth never diminished. Robin observed Ivy's gluttonous demeanor, resting her chin on the back of her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Yet she remained silent. As for the reason behind Robin bringing Ivy here, it was evident that Robin had her own motives. Upon seeing Ivy in person, Robin was convinced of the undeniable connection between Ivy and her benefactor. With Crocodile and his crew already having discovered Ivy, it was clear that wherever Ivy roamed within Alabasta, capture was inevitable. The desert belonged to Crocodile, his dominion. As the user of the sand fruit, Crocodile could easily take a life in the vastness of the desert. If there was any glimmer of hope for Ivy, it resided solely in this place. Do you truly not recall your past? Robin inquired softly, raising an eyebrow. Is there an issue? Ivy pondered, wondering if perhaps she and Robin shared some clandestine and profoundly intricate history. In the novels from her previous life, protagonists either grew up in O'Hara alongside Robin and saved her or met her on some obscure island, protecting and cherishing her, only to part ways for some reason, ultimately journeying toward a harmonious conclusion together. It seemed that her former self had a similar narrative with Robin, but due to her transmigration, her memories were in disarray, leaving her with no recollection whatsoever. You merely resemble someone I once knew, she mused, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, yet assured Robin, I have no aversion to age gap relationships. If you were to train a bit, you might indeed grow a little. Robin encouraged Ivy with an expression of unwavering support, albeit her gaze briefly flickered toward Ivy's waistline. This left Ivy utterly perplexed. Was this truly the Robin she recognized? Despite the vast changes in the storyline, it merely transformed the darkly cunning Robin into an elegant, fair-skinned beauty with an alluring figure. Had her former self imparted some dubious teachings? Yet, within the context of the pirate world, did her past self possess such capabilities? Though her mind was a muddle, Ivy decided to forgive Robin, influenced by her growing fondness for her. Small, you will have the opportunity to witness my true potential. Ahem. I assure you, I am quite respectable. Have you made your decision? Will you join us and become my companion? You need not worry about that crocodile fellow. As long as you agree, I shall bear the burden for you. With a resolute thump on his chest, Ivy confidently proclaimed, exuding an air of unparalleled authority. However, at that moment, Crocodile and Robin were in a partnership, and although Robin had escaped from him, one could never be certain whether Crocodile would come to her defense if she were in peril. Once, he had been a figure of immense notoriety, a name known across the seas, one that even the Navy headquarters and the world government dared not provoke. Although he had not made an appearance for several years, his lingering influence was profound and enduring. The 7 warlords of the sea were birthed from his legacy, while Crocodile harbored no fear of him. He was reluctant to see his meticulously crafted plans unravel due to such a threat. With a somber expression, he approached the Baroque Works Intelligence Network, entering Robin's chamber. A swift gesture of his right hand transformed the door into grains of sand, cascading to the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, Ivy, Robin, and the others turned their gaze toward the sandy figure of Crocodile. Robin, are you truly going to oppose me? Crocodile entered, disregarding the piercing gaze of Princess Kills and the restrained hands of Golden Week, focusing solely on Robin. I still have unfinished business, otherwise I might have seriously considered your proposal. Despite the sun-kissed complexion Robin had acquired during her years in Alabasta, her smile remained captivating, and she offered Ivy an apologetic grin. Crocodile, you must understand that we are allies, not your subordinates. Your unannounced intrusion troubles me. She stepped closer to Crocodile, locking eyes with him. Although she did not possess his towering stature, to an observer, it appeared as if 2 equally matched opponents were engaged in a standoff. Humph. I advise you not to deceive yourself. Otherwise, I may truly end your life. Even if you were to come, it would remain the same. Crocodile did not seize Robin by the throat as Ivy had imagined. Instead, he issued threats, allowing Ivy's taut nerves to relax. The Robin before him seemed so different from the Robin he thought he knew. It was as if she had transformed entirely, were it not for her appearance and name. Ivy would scarcely believe she was the same person. Even in his absence, it remains unchanged. Find that item and inform me. You are not welcome here. After speaking, Robin turned around, positioning her back in the line of sight of the sand alligator, and resumed her seat. The sand alligator's expression darkened ominously, as though it could drip with malice, causing Ivy to feel the atmosphere grow markedly more arid, while the walls began to erode, revealing a significant gaping hole in the more fragile areas. Chapter 30, The Stunning Naval Beauty. Are you truly Robin? The sand alligator ultimately managed to restrain itself and departed, leaving behind a door that had expanded to more than double its original size. With wide eyes, Ivy stared at Robin with a mix of curiosity and confusion, asking, "What is the matter?" Sitting at her desk with her legs crossed, Robin shifted her gaze from the book to Ivy. "Well, I can't shake the feeling that this world deviates somewhat from my understanding. Could it be the butterfly effect? Yet, such a drastic change seems implausible. Moreover, from what they implied, these alterations occurred long before my arrival." After musing for a while, Ivy noticed that Robin was still regarding her, awaiting a response. She quickly added, "It's nothing. Ahem. Your presence here is merely to study ancient scripts, right? Let me tell you, the historical texts beneath the Palace of Alabasta are nothing like you envision. They document one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. If you genuinely wish to delve into the history of ancient texts, I can assist you with the century that has vanished. I possess extensive knowledge of the historical documents residing there. There are many, such as Sky Island and Zoe. Casting aside other frivolous thoughts, one must naturally come to know what is essential, especially since those matters do not directly impact her. There is no rush. When the time comes to comprehend such things, it will be clear. As long as one possesses formidable strength, no matter how bizarre the circumstances may be, they can prevail and sweep everything aside. Do not doubt me. I will take you there." Observing the skepticism in Robin's gaze, Ivy felt indignant. She was speaking nothing but the unvarnished truth, so why was this person refusing to believe her? Such simplicity, such sincerity, such honesty in a person is indeed a rarity in this world. Thus, accompanied by the gentle Miko and the Golden Week, Robin set forth. What is the fuss about the King of the Underworld? It is merely a name. The King of the Underworld, one of the 3 ancient weapons in the world of pirates, is the mightiest of warships, rumored to possess the power to obliterate an entire island with a single shot. It stands alongside the other two ancient weapons, the Sea King and the Sky King. It is said that the ancestors of the Cobra family forsook their chance to become celestial dragons, choosing instead to remain in the desert of Alabasta to guard the king of the underworld. Furthermore, the sand crocodile's ambition to seize Alabasta and his collaboration with Robin are both driven by the desire to locate the king of the underworld, thus fulfilling his nefarious aspirations. Just as Avi and the others departed, the sand crocodile's form slid down from the wall. It turned out that he had not left, but rather employed the powers of the sand fruit to conceal himself and eavesdrop on Avi's conversation. This little imp knows about the king of the underworld? Although the sand crocodile doubted that such a child could possess knowledge of its whereabouts, he could not dismiss Avi's confident demeanor and Robin's attitude towards her. The sand crocodile had a clear understanding of Robin, who had long wandered between betrayal and being betrayed. And her obsession with ancient text was known to all. Ha 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 ha. If this little brat truly knows the location of the king of the underworld, I would not mind leaving him intact after we find it. Robin's study was now deserted. The only sound remaining was the echo of the sand crocodile's laughter. As Avi and the others made their way to Alubarna, intent on proving the truth of their claims to Robin, the Baroque works began to operate at full speed under the sand crocodile's orders. Some, who had just learned of his identity, contemplated rebellion, only to be swiftly fed to his pet crocodile. Thus, with the assassination order against Avi rescinded, Avi and his companions traversed through their surroundings with nary a disturbance. Although Avi and the others harbored suspicions, they quickly cast them aside. Avi had faith in his own strength. Robin was assured in herself. Miko longed to reunite with her father, Cobra, and Golden Week was blissfully carefree, enjoying rice crackers and sipping hot tea while lounging on a sea turtle chair, utterly relaxed, as if on a leisurely vacation. Days later, Avi finally arrived at the capital of Alabasta, Alubarna. Towering walls shielded against the relentless winds and sand, as well as the continuous assaults from the rebel army. The arrival of Avi and his companions triggered yet another alarm, and led by one of their number. The guards brandished their weapons at Avi and the others. "Who are you?" The vice-adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, Bell, gazed below and called out. Soaring into the sky with two ebony wings unfurling from his back, circling above Avi and the others. Bell, a bird-type Zoan fruit user with the abilities of a falcon, was among the rare individuals capable of flight granted by his fruit. "Hey, your Princess Weiwei is back with me. Quickly open the gates. Let us in," Avi remarked while casually digging into his ear with his pinky finger. "Princess Weiwei." Avi's voice resonated too loudly, prompting not only Bell but all the other guards to hear. Upon realizing that Princess Weiwei had returned, they erupted in cheers, and upon confirming her presence, hastily opened the city gates. Meanwhile, Bell had already descended, kneeling before Weiwei and exclaiming, "Princess Weiwei, you have finally returned. Please persuade the king." It turned out that after Xiao Feng had replaced Cobra in the role of king, he began disseminating the dance powder throughout the kingdom, inciting widespread outrage among the populace. Had it not been for the Kingdom Guard, the situation would have spiraled out of control. "Get up. What on earth has happened?" Weiwei hurriedly dismounted and helped Bell to his feet, inquiring. Upon learning the details, Weiwei's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. She was all too aware of the dangers posed by the dance powder. Yuba was a living testament to its perils, having dug several dozen meters deep without a trace of water due to its effects. "Do not fret. There must be more to this story. I cannot imagine the king would act so recklessly," Avi consoled, gently stroking Weiwei's head. "It's all your fault." Weiwei suddenly turned, brandishing her weapon, leaping towards Robin with the intent to attack. Yet Robin remained unfazed, seated in his chair with arms crossed, seemingly preparing to unleash his abilities. This is the precursor to Robin's abilities being unleashed. It is evident that these two individuals are about to engage in a serious confrontation, compelling Ivy to intervene. "We are all family. Let us refrain from squabbling and causing rifts." Ivy suddenly appeared between Weiwei and Robin, grasping the peacock-feathered weapon in Weiwei's hand with her left hand while her right hand held Robin's arms, her expression one of amiability. "Who are you calling family? You lecherous scoundrel!" exclaimed Weiwei. "That depends on the sincerity of your intentions," Robin retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ivy. "Enough. Let us cease this commotion and proceed into the city. If there are issues, we can address them face to face inside. Waiting here will not yield any answers," Ivy declared, her countenance darkening. Truly, where had Robin learned such behavior from that rogue? They were certainly not on such familiar terms. As Ivy made a grand entrance into the city, A naval warship glided through the waters of Alabasta, the white seagull flag seeming to dispel all shadows. At the bow stood an exquisitely beautiful woman, her visage marred by worry. She donned a tight red bodysuit, paired with ultra-short shorts, her long, slender legs radiating an alluring elegance. To put it in contemporary terms, she was a quintessential beauty. The white naval cloak fluttered gently in the sea breeze, stirring the locks of hair that framed her face. Alas, this is the 56th time. When will it end? The stunning naval beauty sighed, her heart heavy. Let us dock. She was uncertain why she had come to Alabasta. She had merely sought to escape her troubled thoughts and ended up here. Perhaps it was fate's design, she mused. Turning her gaze toward the islands of Alabasta, she pondered whether this was the very territory abandoned by the Nefertari clan, once celestial dragon descendants. Chapter 31. Ivy versus Sand Crocodile in the Garden of Eden, the naval code-named Peach Rabbit, a general within the Navy and a candidate for admiral, is closely related to Admiral Crane, who holds her in high regard. This time, Peach Rabbit had no mission. She merely sought refuge from the persistent advances of T-Pig, who had professed his love to her 58 times, only to be rebuffed each time, yet he remained undeterred and clingy. However, T-Pig was far from being Peach Rabbit's ideal type. This outing is merely a respite, a retreat into tranquility, and before I knew it, I found myself in Alabasta. Since I have arrived, it would be prudent to pay a visit to King Cobra. Idleness serves no purpose, and it seems one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is also present on this island. The system of the 7 warlords is rather distasteful to me. It bizarrely permits pirates to plunder with impunity. It would also provide an opportunity to observe the man who dared to challenge Whitebeard. As the ship docked, I descended the gangplank, accompanied by 2 female soldiers, while the others remained aboard to maintain watch. Alyabarna, the royal palace. With Crocodile's prior instructions, the Baroque works agents refrained from intervening. In the grand hall of the palace, the king, portrayed by a young man, was receiving Vivi and her companions. Ah, is that not my precious daughter? Come, step forward so your father may see if you have gained weight. The king beckoned her closer and then addressed Vivi and her party. Thank you for returning my daughter. Feel free to express any requests, and I shall see to their fulfillment. Vivi, however, did not respond, instead surveying the opulent surroundings of the palace hall. It must be said that the decor was resplendent, exuding an air of grandeur, yet it felt somewhat sparse in terms of attendance. Only the deputy commander of the royal guard, Belle, was present, with others lurking in the back rooms. Robin whispered softly into Vivi's ear, her warm breath causing a slight discomfort. No problem. Thus, it appears that the king before us is but an impostor. According to Ivy's understanding of the narrative, the true Cobra has already been captured and imprisoned. Simultaneously, there stands the captain of the royal guard, a certain Lime, a man with curly hair who bears a striking resemblance to his wife. The aforementioned Wei Wei is currently interrogating the king regarding his excessive use of dancing powder. Ivy steps forward, her gaze fixed intently upon the king. Wei Wei, descend, that is not your father. Previously, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope, a thought that Crocodile and his cohorts would not act so swiftly, but the outcome has long been sealed. Overthinking is futile. What? How can this be? He is my father. How could it possibly be otherwise? My precious daughter, I assure you, I am truly not your father. You have erred this time. Little Feng dispelled the power of his disguised fruit, restoring his true visage, and then seized Wei Wei, speaking in a delicate tone. My dear Robin and Ivy, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. If you wish to save this lovely princess, you must make the king of the underworld speak obediently there. Do not wait until you have suffered before you comply. The rebel forces should have breached the castle by now. TSK, your time is running short. Slowly, Crocodile emerged from the rear chamber, his poisonous hook gliding up and down Wei Wei's neck, as if pondering where best to strike. It has always been you. How foolish we were to consider you heroes of the sea. You have been scheming all along. The king lamented, having misjudged them. Bale, witnessing this sudden transformation, became infuriated, his anger boiling over as he charged at Crocodile. With his weapon raised high and his wings gently unfurling behind him, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Oh, the ignorance! Always believing oneself to be exceptional. Without even a glance at the rushing Bale, Crocodile merely shook his head at Ivy, and with a wave of his hand, a sandstorm erupted within the room, engulfing Bale. The anguished cries of Bale echoed from within the tempest. Bale! Wei Wei struggled desperately against Little Feng's grip. Her teeth clenched tightly as she yearned to rush forth and rescue her comrade. It's all your fault. What have you done with my father? She glared at Crocodile, her eyes brimming with tears of rage. If you cooperate, I can allow you to see him one last time. Should you refuse, this princess will have to wait for you below. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Crocodile fixed his gaze upon Ivy and the others. I have no connection to them. Whether you choose to kill them is of no concern to me. As for the king of the underworld, I know nothing of him and have no interest. It was this handsome fellow who brought me here. So if you wish to inquire, direct your questions to him. Robin smirked slyly and pushed Ivy to the forefront. Ivy never anticipated that the sand crocodile would emerge from behind. Upon hearing Robin mention someone was approaching from the rear, Ivy's first thought was of the captured cobras held by Xiao Feng and his group. But how could the sand crocodile possibly arrive? Suddenly, a realization struck Ivy, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. It was inconceivable that a man of such stature, a member of the 7 warlords who dared to confront Whitebeard, would resort to eavesdropping. Truly, one had underestimated the depths of this fellow's moral fiber. Shaking her head in disbelief, Ivy regarded the sand crocodile as if she were encountering him for the very first time. Should you utter any further irrelevant words, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Raising her delicate neck, her body began to dry out at a visible rate, losing moisture in abundance. Yet, even under such duress, she emitted not a single cry of agony nor a word of surrender. Stop! In the blink of an eye, such a flower-like beauty has transformed into a withered old woman, and Ivy feels an immense pang of sorrow. If you wish for me to reveal the whereabouts of the Underworld King, I shall do so, but first, release Wei Wei. Indeed, I harbor no interest in tormenting the weak and infirm. Like discarding refuse, the sand crocodile carelessly tossed Wei Wei aside, heading towards the pillars of the palace. Just as it was about to collide, Ivy caught her. Huang Jinzhou, take good care of her and provide her with some water. Ivy instructed gently as she laid Wei Wei softly on the ground. The cunning Robin followed suit. Let me show you that I speak the truth, Ivy called out while walking. Sand crocodile, Kabura is over there. It is impossible to find that place without a guide. What you claim to know is indeed this. The sand crocodile halted, glaring fiercely at Ivy as if it intended to devour her whole. The Underworld King has long suspected the sand crocodile's presence in Alabasta, and the only ones aware of the Underworld King's location are Kabura and his family. This elucidates why the sand crocodile has been scheming against Alabastan, yet has refrained from assassinating Cobra. Now, with Ivy claiming ignorance and suggesting that he must consult Cobra, it is no wonder the sand crocodile is incensed. If such knowledge were so readily accessible, why would he have plotted all these years? A grave miscalculation indeed, as he seems to have been overtaken by emotion. Soon enough, the sand crocodile regained his composure and shook his head. The desert blade. His arm transformed into a sand-like blade, striking towards Ivy with immense force, cleaving through the very fabric of space. The pillars of the palace rapidly turned to sand after being sliced, relentlessly advancing towards Ivy. Boom. At the last moment, Ivy leapt upwards, soaring onto the palace rooftop. And with a voice filled with incredulity, he shouted, "Sand crocodile, have you lost your mind? I did not say I would help you find that so-called king of the underworld, yet you are already going back on your word." The place where Ivy had stood was left with a deep trench carved by the desert blade, marked by a purple-black hue reminiscent of lightning. How this little wretch learned of my plans and dared to speak so brazenly here truly infuriates me. The sand crocodile's body transformed into sand, swirling around before coalescing on the rooftop, confronting Ivy with a face darkened by rage. Chapter 32. The underground palace emerges. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the sand crocodile's domain, making victory against him seem a formidable challenge. The Wuji staff had long been drawn by Ivy, who wielded it with precision to deflect the sand crocodile's punches. The battleground shifted from the rooftop to the underground, and in this uneven contest, Ivy stood his ground, or perhaps it could be said that they were evenly matched. Neither party unleashed their full potential. Suddenly, the desert sunflower materialized beneath Ivy's feet, exerting a powerful suction that threatened to pull him into the sands below. The desert sunflower, through manipulation of the underground water veins, controlled the dunes, creating quicksand capable of engulfing everything. Known also as the sand coffin without a gravestone at that moment, the sand crocodile appeared behind Ivy. With lightning speed, his poisoned hook plunged into Ivy's back, the blue venom infiltrating his body and beginning to erode his blood vessels and muscle cells. Under this dual assault, even a deity might struggle to survive. Yet Ivy was an exception. The faint currents of electricity within him surged forth, capturing the encroaching venom and transforming it into blue energy to bolster his strength. Moonstep. With a soft utterance, Ivy's feet barely touched the void, as if treading upon solid ground, effortlessly evading the desert sunflower's grasp and positioning himself above the sand crocodile. The Wuji staff was swung with unparalleled speed towards the sand crocodile, accelerating with each moment. Boom. In the fleeting moment of Ivy's assault, the sand crocodile had already elementalized and made its escape, conjuring a sandstorm that obscured Ivy's vision. Struck by my scorpion venom, it appeared unfazed. You are worthy of uttering your name, so let me remember it. The sand crocodile, with a body comprised of sand and flesh, spiraled through the air, its black cloak billowing with a rustling sound. Listen well, my name is Smilock Ivy. This name shall become an indelible nightmare in the life that lies ahead of you. Standing atop a rooftop, Ivy spoke with a calm demeanor. If the sand crocodile were not driven from the shadows, what if it sought trouble with Bloki and the others in the small garden? Ivy held no subjective assumptions regarding the sand crocodile. In another circumstance, Ivy might have wished to befriend this creature, but their opposing stances rendered such a possibility impossible. Moreover, given the sand crocodile's nature, any desire for change would demand an excessive amount of time, and Ivy simply did not possess that luxury. Furthermore, the sand crocodile was a middle-aged man. Not a stunning beauty. Why should Ivy divert his focus? It reminded Ivy of an incident from his past life while watching Pirates, where, despite the sand crocodile's misdeeds, destroying homes and coveting Alabasta, everything changed in an instant. This transformation occurred when the transgender king claimed to know the sand crocodile's secret. Given the king's unique abilities, many netizens speculated that the sand crocodile was once a woman, but due to certain events, sought the king's intervention to change gender. This news has yet to be substantiated, and the creator of the pirate saga has not provided any clarification, allowing this matter to perpetuate across the internet. There have even been discussions surrounding transformations of the sand crocodile into a woman and related fanworks. Enough of this digression. Avi shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and then fixed his gaze upon the sand crocodile, declaring, "Even if you were to be deemed a beauty, I would remain unconvinced." A tense silence enveloped the air for a fleeting moment, and then the sand crocodile erupted in rage, feeling as though he had been humiliated by this audacious man before him. Meanwhile, as Avi and the sand crocodile engaged in their fierce battle, Robin was not idle. Utilizing the unique abilities bestowed by the Hana no Mi, she spread her flowers far and wide, ultimately locating her father, King Cobra. As for the crossdresser, Xiao Feng, he stood no chance against the cunning Robin. Given her understanding of the Baroque works personnel, there was no way she would allow Xiao Feng to approach her. She had already incapacitated him from several meters away with a barrage of 30 flower-based attacks. A mage must never allow close combat brutes to close the distance. This was entrusted to Robin by that individual, and she has never forgotten it. King Cobra, please reveal the location of the dungeon to me. If the historical text indeed chronicles the underworld lord rather than what I seek, I assure you, I shall not divulge a single word to the sand crocodile. Please trust me. Robin gazed earnestly at Cobra, her expression grave. She approached everything pertaining to the historical text with utmost seriousness and diligence, fearing even the slightest error. Father. After gently assisting Cobra to his feet, she embraced him tightly, weeping. The gratitude Cobra initially felt for Robin's rescue was suddenly replaced by a stern demeanor as he scrutinized her intently. Meanwhile, the captain of the Royal Guard, Ikelam, stepped protectively in front of Cobra, positioning himself as a barrier between Robin and the king. I am not threatening you. Rather, I am beseeching you. Smilock, this surname carries significant weight, and the man fighting outside is named Smilock Avi. This Robin had initially hesitated to speak, but ever since departing from that place, a sense of guilt had lingered within her. After leaving, she had refrained from uttering that person's name, not wishing to cause any trouble. Yet, the circumstances were too coincidental, and Avery's arrival was akin to pouring cold water into boiling oil, resulting in an explosive reaction. Upon hearing the surname Smilock, Kabura was flooded with memories and emotions. He had almost become that person's companion, but had turned them down due to his responsibilities. Nevertheless, he had kept track of that individual's news until a few years ago when all information about them abruptly vanished, leaving no trace. Years had passed, and he never expected to see another man bearing the Smilock name. If that is the case, then you should go. This was also what he had intended initially. Kabura sighed, recalling how he had once extended an invitation to that person in an attempt to alleviate his guilt, only to be met with refusal. In the future, someone would come in my stead to seek you out, I hope you will not turn them away. That person had smiled at him like sunlight, and at this thought, Kabura's gaze towards Robin softened. Thank you. Robin bowed respectfully in gratitude. Just as Kabura was about to share something with Robin, his expression suddenly changed. They had already passed. It turned out that Avery and the Sand Crocodile's battle was still ongoing, now reaching the underground city. In a fierce clash, Avery was struck by the Sand Crocodile's arc-shaped sand dune attack, crashing heavily to the ground, only to find himself in an underground palace. Ha ha ha. At last. I have found you, Hades. The Sand Crocodile laughed heartily upon witnessing this, then turned his gaze toward Robin beside Kabura. This is bad. He must not gain access to Hades' information, or the world's balance will surely be disrupted. Kabura's face turned pale, and he momentarily steadied himself before sprinting toward the underground palace without looking back. Robin followed closely, transforming her hands into wings, soaring at an astonishing speed of 500 meters per second. Chapter 33. Robin faces reality, the wrathful Sand Crocodile. The underground palace beneath the desert appeared, instantly altering everyone's mindset. Rising from the ground, Avery dusted himself off and surveyed his surroundings. The dimly lit underground palace exuded an aura of history. He placed his hand on a stone, raising it to find it covered in dust. The further he ventured inside, the more spacious it became. The hall grew larger, and at its end lay a massive black square stone, inscribed with words unknown to Avery. He scanned the area, seeking a sense of familiarity from his memories. This must be the historical text that records the location of Hades. Indeed, there is no path without hope, and just as the willows darken, there emerges another village bathed in light. I had long contemplated seeking counsel from Cobra, yet I feared his silence would render my efforts futile. However, should Robin lose interest in this place, I am confident that with my exceptional charisma, I could persuade him to join my cause. As I observed the historical monument, a massive stone, the Sand Crocodile descended from the underground palace alongside Robin, moving with remarkable speed. Robin, consumed by a fervent drive, hardly noticed the grip of the Sand Crocodile upon him as he pressed onward with unwavering resolve. At last, the moment had arrived. The Sand Crocodile's form became ethereal, soaring through the air as dust enveloped the entire corridor. In no time, I caught sight of Ivy's silhouette ahead. Meanwhile, Miwei was not idle. She was accompanied by Golden Week and the vice-captain of the Royal Guard, Belle, to quell the insurrection. Hurry! Miwei exclaimed anxiously from Belle's back. As the rebel forces clashed with the Royal Guard soldiers, the city echoing with cries of battle. Do not continue this. You have all been deceived. This is but a conspiracy. Miwei's voice rang out from atop the city walls, desperate to awaken the goodness and reason within their hearts. These are indeed my own subjects. Yet now, they find themselves here, serving as pawns in the schemes of certain individuals, engaging in fratricidal conflict. Here, take this communication device. Observing the weeping Princess Weiwei, Huang Jinzhou pondered for a moment and retrieved a communication device. Princess Weiwei lifted her gaze to Huang Jinzhou, a wave of warmth and guilt flooding her heart. She had always held a bias against Huang Jinzhou and his companions, but in this moment, they had not forsaken her. They truly regarded her as an ally. This device was connected to the city's broadcasting system, and now it was time to showcase your strength. Your subjects are still awaiting your call. With her arm hastily wiping away her tears, Princess Weiwei took the device in hand, her resolve solidifying. At this juncture, she realized that only she could halt the unrest. Citizens of Alabaston, I implore you, cease this self-destructive violence. Stop. You once believed in love and trust, did you not? How has it come to this? I beseech you. No more fighting. Halt this madness. Princess Weiwei shouted with all her might, her voice cracking, oblivious to her own strain, hoping that her heartfelt emotions would awaken them to clarity. It is Princess Weiwei. The soldiers of the kingdom's guard paused, their blades poised to strike the insurgents, their eyes turning towards the broadcasting device. Princess Weiwei has returned. The citizens cheered. The girl Weiwei has come back. Captain Kaibi of the insurgents gazed at the device, reflecting on the return of the vice-captain of the Sand Pirates. The cessation of hostilities was only temporary. Whether this conflict could be entirely quelled would depend on Princess Weiwei's capabilities. At this moment, Avi was unaware of these developments, nor did she realize that her arrival had precipitated the widespread turmoil in Alabaston. Her attention was fixed solely on Robin and the Sand Crocodile beside her. Her concern centered on one matter: how to defeat the Sand Crocodile and ensure Robin's survival. In the original narrative, Luffy had managed to barely triumph over the sand crocodile through a surprise attack, bolstered by the protagonist's aura. But now, facing the sand crocodile, what advantages did she possess? Though his physical prowess was formidable, and he harbored no fear of the scorpion poison of the sand crocodile. Armed with the formidable sea stone as his ultimate weapon, this tool had long been exposed. Given AV's current speed, launching an attack on the sand crocodile was simply unfeasible. Its elemental transformation was exceedingly tricky to contend with. Thus, his only recourse was to provoke the sand crocodile, compelling it to confront him directly. He hoped that the creature would not resort to its domineering ways. In the realm of anime, the sand crocodile appeared to eschew such tactics, rising to the status of a warlord through its ruthless and cunning nature, alongside an exceptional mastery of the sand fruit. Moreover, during the Paramount War, it had the audacity to withstand even the formidable Whitebeard, while the jester Don Quixote da Flamingo refrained from engaging in direct combat with the sand crocodile. This indicated that the sand crocodile had undoubtedly awakened its fruit's abilities. To secure victory, he must act swiftly, ensuring that the sand crocodile was deprived of any opportunity to harness its full potential. Otherwise, the tides of battle could shift dramatically at any moment. Observing Robin's gaze, which transitioned from brightness to a somber shadow, his emotions surged like a roller coaster, leaving him in turmoil. After years of subterfuge, he found himself confronted not with the knowledge he sought, but rather with a weapon of death. For many years, Robin has been devoted to the quest for historical texts, leaving her mark in numerous places. Yet, without exception, all the rumored locations of such texts have left her in disappointment. Is there any mention of the Underworld King here? The sand alligator, keenly observing Robin's changing expressions, eagerly pressed for answers. There is no indication of the Underworld King's whereabouts. It merely records some biographical accounts. Although disheartened, Robin was resolute in not revealing the Underworld King's location to the sand alligator. If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. Sand swirled around the sand alligator, clearly indicating genuine fury. If it's not there, then it's not. Why would I lie? If it's absent, I shall take my leave, Robin stated calmly. Yet her body shifted towards Ivy. During Ivy's previous confrontation with the sand alligator, Robin had discerned that Ivy's strength was not to be underestimated. Holding on to the notion that Ivy, sharing the surname Smilock, must possess considerable power, Robin thought it wise to accompany Ivy. After all, she was the only person in the world capable of comprehending historical texts. The world government's bounty on her was severe, and to continue her search for historical texts across the seas, she needed a formidable ally for protection. Ivy had extended an invitation, thus temporarily aligning with her seemed prudent, as the outcome would be the same regardless. This, of course, hinged on her ability to escape the wrath of the sand alligator. Robin, you go ahead. I will deal with him. Ivy focused her mental energy, refusing to let her concentration waver, for in the life and death struggle, even the slightest lapse could lead to her final glimpse of the world. Chapter 34. The defeat of the sand alligator. At this moment, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Ivy found herself utterly defenseless against the sand alligator's onslaught, barely managing to protect herself. The sand alligator's speed was astonishing, and its elemental transformation seemed effortless. Ivy understood that, no matter how powerful the fruit's abilities, they required ample stamina to sustain them. Yet, it appeared that the sand alligator did not possess particularly formidable physical strength. Noticing the sand swirling beneath the sand alligator's feet, Ivy finally grasped the truth. Standing upon the desert, the sand alligator had an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, with no moment of fatigue in sight. Given this revelation, Ivy knew she had to act swiftly. Her mind raced, ideas flashing one after another, until, at last, she found it. Unable to strike you with precision, I shall instead lure you into attacking me. The moment you make your move will be the instant I counter. With this thought, Ivy slowly closed her eyes. The practice of self-cultivation is profoundly introspective. If one is determined, anything can be accomplished. A blade can sever steel, and the conqueror's haki can annihilate the weak in an instant, and there are reasons for this. In the world of pirates, myriad methods of training exist, and this realm permits the manifestation of such powers, undoubtedly harboring forces unknown to Ivy. In this moment, Ivy stood languidly, having returned the sea prism stone weapon, the infinite staff, to her back, her mind empty, attuned to the sensations around her. If you, sand crocodile, can evade by elemental transformation, then I shall cease my pursuit. Yet should you dare to strike, I shall reveal to you the vibrant beauty of the blossoms. As for how to confront the sand crocodile without the sea prism stone weapon, Ivy had already devised a plan. The wound on her arm, inflicted by the crocodile's venomous stinger, was not allowed to heal this time. Instead, she suppressed the instinctive currents within her, letting her blood drip from her arm onto her clenched fist. Blood, too, is water. Should an ability user come into contact with water, their body can no longer assume elemental form. This time, I truly let my guard down, inadvertently revealing the sea tower stone weapon, the infinite staff, at the very first moment, which granted the sand alligator the opportunity to prepare. After this matter concludes, Ivy is determined to conceal the infinite staff, disguising it as an ordinary weapon. This strategy is crucial for turning the tide in critical moments, especially before mastering the armed color of hockey. Emptying the mind does not equate to a lack of thoughts. Rather, it signifies an abundance of them. With eyes closed, her bodily senses become exceedingly acute, augmented by her innate ability to harness a faint current within. Moreover, reminiscent of the inner vision found in martial arts novels, her perception of the body reaches its zenith, allowing her to detect even the slightest changes in wind speed and air vibrations. Suddenly, she feels a subtle breeze shifting behind her, disrupting the previously steady airflow. Clenching her bloodied fist, Ivy springs into action the moment the sand crocodile strikes. With a powerful leap, she unleashes a relentless barrage of punches upon the creature. The impact reverberates as if striking iron, releasing an unprecedented force that connects with the sand crocodile's jaw. A piercing scream escapes the beast as it is propelled upward, crashing into numerous structures along its path. Dazed and disoriented, the sand crocodile finds its head lodged in a pile of sand. Now is the moment. Faced with such a significant advantage, Ivy cannot afford to relent. Seizing the opportunity, she prepares to deliver the final blow. The infinite staff is once again firmly in her grasp. With a swift motion, she pursues the sand crocodile, unleashing a torrential assault that leaves it utterly defenseless. Mastery of the technique, momentary radiance. Ivy stands atop a structure, her legs bending gracefully as she employs the same move that had triumphed over Naven on the island of Roxas, a true ultimate technique. In that instant, the infinite staff transforms into countless replicas, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. In the air, she accelerates relentlessly, her gaze fixed on the sand crocodile. With complete immersion in the execution of this profound move, she finally releases her power. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupts, casting clouds of sand and dust that envelop the subterranean palace, transforming it into an ocean of grains. No path remains to traverse, nor can anyone discern the whereabouts of the underworld's king as chronicled in the annals of history. What sound is that? Perched atop a peculiar creature with her two naval subordinates, the rabbit-headed Tau observes the capital of Alabasta, Albana. Suddenly, a dark shadow ascends into the sky, revealing a person, one who has been grievously beaten and is now unconscious. What has transpired? Along the journey, Peach Rabbit had witnessed numerous battles between the rebel forces and the kingdom's guards. Given Peach Rabbit's disposition, she remained indifferent to these conflicts, as they were merely internal strife within Alabasta. Until she received a plea for help, she would not intervene. Throughout her travels, she had encountered many tragedies. Yet she adhered to her intrinsic sense of justice, only choosing to act when something piqued her interest. How intriguing it seemed that a civil war was unfolding in Alabasta. Not far from the city walls, Peach Rabbit could hear the clamor of combat within, accompanied by the desperate cries of someone striving to halt the fighting. However, the operations of Baroque works had proven to be quite troublesome. To think that a mere girl like you could halt a war is utterly implausible, Mississippi. With her fingers poised, Bora relentlessly cornered Weiwei, mocking her as she was ensnared by thorns. You wretched scoundrels! I will do everything in my power to stop this senseless war, Weiwei exclaimed, scanning her surroundings for an escape, hoping to ascend to a vantage point to implore everyone to cease the conflict. Yet, Bora was a formidable opponent. As a user of the thorn fruit, dealing with Weiwei was a trivial task, and at that moment, Weiwei was battered and bruised, with little unscathed flesh remaining on her body. Avi will surely defeat Sand Crocodile. Victory belongs to our president. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted, the sound of Avi sending Sand Crocodile flying, capturing everyone's attention. Uncertain of who had been struck down and who emerged victorious, Bora and her allies remained confident in Sand Crocodile, especially after learning that their enigmatic leader was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, Princess Weiwei and her companions held steadfast faith in Avi. Or at the very least, they could only hope for Avi's triumph. Who would emerge victorious? In this moment, Questions arose in the minds of the onlookers. Ah, everyone, cease your actions at once. How much longer will this continue? The cacophony is nearly deafening. If you do not desist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Following the emergence of the sand crocodile, Ivy leaped forth from the underground palace, observing the relentless skirmish among the rebel forces. With a casual flick of her pinky in her ear, she bellowed, "Our ranks are simply too few. We cannot maintain control over such a trivial situation." Ivy's gaze swept over the scene. Mimi was locked in a standoff with Bora, Belle was engaged in combat with Xiao Feng, and Golden Week was playing hide-and-seek with Mr. 3, while Robin effortlessly dispatched all the minions. "We must expand our forces post-haste," Ivy lamented. Chapter 35. After the battle, Ivy emerged victorious. Hearing Ivy's proclamation, Robin smiled faintly, then turned her attention to Xiao Feng. "In that case, I shall show no mercy." With 30 rounds of grappling hooks, she launched a surprise attack. Crossing her arms, numerous limbs materialized around her, as if they had sprouted from her very being. With each joint applying pressure simultaneously, Xiao Feng was compelled to bend backward, his body unable to withstand the strain. Ultimately, a sound akin to a fracture echoed, and Xiao Feng collapsed to the ground, motionless. Robin, a master of joint techniques, thrived when given the opportunity, her methods nearly impossible to counter. With Ivy's imposing presence, Robin acted decisively, coupled with the defeat of the sand crocodile. The agents of the Baroque works fled in terror. The thorned woman, Bora, paled, ceasing her assault on Mimi and retreating into a nearby alley. "Do not think you can escape." Mimi, gritting her teeth against the pain, attempted to pursue, yet her strength was insufficient to catch up with Bora, and she cast a resentful glance in the direction of her fleeing opponent. Upon her departure, she encountered Belle, and with his assistance, she once again ascended the towering city wall, clutching a transponder snail as she relayed the sand crocodile's nefarious plot. This time, without the interference of agents from the Baroque works, coupled with a heartfelt speech and Cobra's exemplary conduct, the originally amiable residents were finally moved, leading them to lay down their arms and embrace harmony. The leader of the rebel army, Kusha, had actually never left the capital. Instead, he was hiding in a certain location. After his previous reckless foray into the palace, he sensed something was amiss. Having been close to Cobra in his youth, he could not overlook even the slightest changes. After a harrowing escape, he aimed to rescue the king, but the agents of Baroque works were formidable. This time, he sought to assault the palace to liberate Cobra. Upon witnessing the appearance of Mikey and Cobra, he halted the rebels' advance, urging them to retreat outside the city while he and his confidants entered the palace to pay their respects to Cobra. Of course, none of this concerned Ivy, who was indifferent to the unfolding events. After receiving a definitive response from Robin, he intended to depart, anticipating a more relaxed journey ahead. In the world of pirates, there was no one he felt particularly compelled to invite as a companion. The next step was to recruit some allies and set sail towards the New World. Naturally, all of this required a hearty meal to replenish energy before embarking. Curiously, a pirate engaging in such activities, holding the unconscious crocodile and the limp bolus, Peach Rabbit remarked, observing the lively lights and laughter emanating from the palace. "Peach Rabbit, should we capture them? They are, after all, the infamous Nico Robin, wanted by the world government." A Navy officer standing beside her noted, catching the glimmer of interest in her eyes. "There's no rush. We can observe for now. Continue the pursuit of the fleeing Baroque works agents and summon the Navy on the coast for assistance. I wish to step away for a moment." After giving these instructions, she gently leapt, vanishing into the night. Old Sengoku, the warlord crocodile, seeks to secretly seize Alabasta and has instigated a civil war there. I hope you will revoke his title as a warlord. Upon my arrival, Crocodile had already been defeated by a pirate. Regardless of this pirate's motives, one could say he indirectly saved Alabasta. Currently, Crocodile has been captured and I will confine him in the underwater prison, just to keep you informed. Setting aside the din of the transponder snail, the figure of Peach Rabbit transformed into a shadowy specter amidst the night, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku gazed at the disconnected transponder snail, unable to quell the tumult within him. He did not doubt the veracity of the message conveyed by Peach Rabbit. Yet, one revelation followed another, leaving Sengoku in a state of consternation. He was acutely aware of the significance of the title of Warlord of the Sea, and the audacity of Crocodile to commit treason was equally unforgivable. However, there were two particular aspects of this news that troubled Sengoku. Firstly, the existence of a pirate capable of defeating Crocodile was unprecedented. Since the demise of Roger, Although the seas had been rife with pirates, few had exhibited such formidable momentum. Secondly, the arrest of Crocodile by Peach Rabbit had become a tangible reality. This was not to suggest that Sengoku intended to rescue Crocodile, but rather that the implications of the warlord title were far too significant. It served as a buffer for the Navy against the four emperors of the New World. Any vacancy could destabilize the precarious balance. Currently, Sengoku could hardly conceive of a suitable replacement for Crocodile. A report reached him. Admiral Sengoku, the Fire Fist ace of the Black Peach Pirates, has defeated Rear Admiral Deer at Clearsource Island, annihilating the Navy's branch there. Truly, fortune does not come in pairs, nor calamity alone. Mere moments after receiving the news of Crocodile, he was met with the alarming tidings of Ace's assault on the Navy's stronghold and the defeat of an admiral. Could it be that all of this transpired in the name of justice? Setting down the transponder snail, Sengoku's gaze flickered with confusion, quickly masked. His fingers lightly drummed against the desk as he pondered a solution. Send a message to Ace, inquiring if he has any interest in becoming a warlord of the sea. Sengoku instructed softly in his office, where, though he was alone, a voice responded with obedience. With the vacancy of the warlord title emerging alongside the appearance of two formidable pirates, Sengoku perceived that Ava sought to ascend by stepping on Crocodile's back. For such individuals, had there been no alternative, Sengoku might have reluctantly acquiesced for the greater good. However, with Ace now surfacing, Sengoku was well aware that he was the grandson of his unpredictable old comrade, Garp. The thought of this made Sengoku's head ache. Garp, though a hero of the Navy, had one son aligned with the Revolutionary Army opposing the government and a grandson who was a rapidly rising pirate. That old scoundrel. Bring that old rascal Garp to me. In the depths of the night, the voice of the general resonated within the confines of his office, filled with fury. At this moment, Avi remained blissfully unaware that, in the general's eyes, he was perceived as a cunning and treacherous individual. However, even if he were cognizant of such sentiments, Avi would not concern himself with them. For he held no entanglements with the general. Why should he care? At present, Avi was immersed in a veritable sea of delectable cuisine. Indeed, the fare within the palace was exquisite, and the multitude of chefs managed to keep pace with his voracious appetite. Before him lay a veritable mountain of empty plates, while the attendant beside him diligently cleared away the remnants, marking the 6th round of his indulgence that evening. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the attendant gazed in disbelief at Avi, who seemed to possess an insatiable abyss for a stomach. How could he consume so much without a hint of fullness? Aside from Avi, no one else remained to partake in the feast. They simply stared at him in astonishment. Burp. Just barely. 7/10 full. One must not overindulge at night, lest one risk choking, you know? Avi exhaled a sigh of excess, imparting his culinary wisdom to the onlookers. Chapter 36. Avi's heritage. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. The head chef of the palace nodded and bowed in gratitude, acknowledging Avi's remarks. 7/10 full. Truly, you are magnanimous, my lord. This time, I was utterly exhausted. I summoned the servants to the kitchen to inform the chefs that they could take a well-deserved rest, and then I too, my legs weak and unsteady, departed. Upon receiving the news that their duties had concluded, the chefs in the kitchen sank down onto the floor, one by one. On that day, time seemed to stretch as if a year had passed. Ivy, my dear nephew, I wonder how much you truly know about your origins. After learning that Ivy might be the son of that remarkable individual, Cobra inquired about Ivy's circumstances from Robin. Discovering that Ivy had experienced amnesia and was thus unaware of his past. I don't have a clear understanding. I lost my memories years ago, and I can't recall anything from before. Is it possible, Uncle Cobra, that you know about my past? He pondered. Could it be that I too have an extraordinary lineage? In the world of pirates, many who rise to power are often the offspring of formidable figures. Luffy, for instance, has a grandfather who is a naval hero and a father who leads the Revolutionary Army. Sanji, the Prince of Germa 66. Zoro seems to have ties to the Wano country and its samurai. There are countless examples. It is, after all, a Japanese anime, deeply entrenched in the significance of bloodlines. Indeed, I am acquainted with your father, Smilock Blue Phoenix. A legendary figure, Cobra began to delve into the subject, recounting the exploits of Ivy's father. Could it really be true? Does traversing to this world come with the boon of a powerful father? Is this the privilege of those who cross over? However, Ivy's gaze shifted to Robin. Even if his arrival had implications, it would have been after he came, and according to Robin, his benefactor father was protecting her and some residents of O'Hara. By that logic, could it be that his benefactor father was also a traveler? As Cobra narrated, Ivy's expression grew increasingly complex. Blue Phoenix had once served in the Navy, nearly attaining the rank of admiral, but declined. He had been a pirate, and at sea. He was the only one capable of confronting Whitebeard head-on after Roger's departure. The Revolutionary Army also bore the influence of his benefactor father, who was bound by brotherhood to Dragon. This remarkable individual, if not a time traveler, AV truly cannot believe it. One might think that after traversing time, he would be the sole master of his domain, but upon discovering the existence of other time travelers, the most common course of action is to eliminate the competition. However, this formidable time traveler happens to be AV's own father, and regardless of future confrontations, AV finds it difficult to take such a step against him. Furthermore, AV is not so tyrannical. He never aspired to dominion over the seas or to ascend to the throne, lacking any sense of immersion. AV merely finds amusement in the situation, but for the figure atop the roof, Toru, it is an entirely different matter. She is taken aback to learn that AV is the son of that infamous individual, a man she remembers vividly from her youth, having once been subjected to his playful yet mischievous antics. After the man defected from the Navy, Toru sought to bring him to justice, but his power was far too great for her to contend with. To encounter the son of that man in Alabasta is an unexpected twist. If she cannot capture the father, apprehending the son will suffice for her revenge. Who goes there? AV stands first, surprised that someone has been watching from the rooftop without his knowledge, indicating a formidable presence. Through the swirling dust and debris, he discerns a woman descending. Her aura undeniably powerful and not to be underestimated. Robin, be prepared. Golden Week, escort the others away, he commands, not glancing back, then turns to the dust-laden Toru, Miss. Arriving uninvited at such an hour seems rather uncouth. If you wish to engage me in a friendly contest, you must first allow me to assess your qualifications. With a staff drawn quietly, AV, oblivious to Robin's peculiar gaze, assumes a defensive stance. Following AV's father, Robin cannot possibly miss the underlying implications of AV's words. Realizing that Makoto's assessment had proven accurate, it is an undeniable duty of the Navy to apprehend pirates, wherever and whenever they may arise, Toru declares. Stepping forward in her high heels, her stunning beauty and slender waist momentarily causing AV to pause, though he quickly regains his composure. You have misjudged us. We have just vanquished the scheming crocodile. You chose not to intervene then, and now you arrive. Truly, the Navy is as one might expect. AV spreads his arms wide in mockery. Your words hold little weight. The Seven Warlords system was established by higher authorities, and Toru has no power to oppose it. Although you have thwarted Crocodile's machinations, I had initially considered letting you go. However, my mind has since changed. Therefore, you are left with two choices: surrender peacefully without resistance, or lay down your arms. Secondly, take up arms and continue to resist, or passively surrender beneath the blade of the Peach Rabbit. The choice is entirely yours. And the Peach Rabbit shall not interfere. Is this a choice? I never anticipated that the stunning beauty before me was Admiral Peach Rabbit. I was already aware of her reputation as a renowned beauty and a Vice Admiral of the Navy, a title that carries immense pressure. After replenishing my strength, I believed that even if the sand alligator stood before me now, I would not be intimidated. However, the rank of Vice Admiral is one I cannot yet hope to defeat. Moreover, she is a Vice Admiral whose prowess lies in martial arts and swordsmanship, far surpassing my own, which relies on fortuitous advantages. Is there a third option? My mind raced as I contemplated a means of escape. That scoundrel Kabura. If only he would emerge now to clarify the situation, at least it would provide some respite. Yet, I had misjudged Kabura. The fault lay with Golden Week, who had fled too swiftly, leaving Kabura and the others without a trace. Otherwise, for any reason, Kabura would have certainly safeguarded my interests. Yes, defeat me, Peach Rabbit exclaimed, drawing her long blade, Kink, with a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, as if she had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Robin, you go ahead. Take Golden Week with you and wait for me on the Smilox ship. Don't worry about Mikey and the others. The Navy will not harm them. If I am not back by tomorrow night, you must leave with Golden Week. Positioning myself between Robin and Peach Rabbit, I urged Robin to depart quickly. Peach Rabbit did not impede my request for Robin to leave, even though Robin was a target of the world government. However, in Peach Rabbit's eyes, Robin's importance paled in comparison to my current predicament. Deep love breeds deep hatred, aptly describes Peach Rabbit's current mindset. The king of misfortune precisely encapsulates my own thoughts. Must I endure this relentless turmoil without a moment's respite? One challenge after another. Both of us gripped our weapons tightly. Here they come. In an instant, The figures of Peach Rabbit and I vanished. Chapter 37. The Great Escape from Alabasta. What transpired? Mikey said after being forcibly taken away by Golden Week. I don't know. I just did what Ivy instructed. Perhaps she feared collateral damage, considering your frail state. Golden Week, munching on sunbae, remarked. We might have to take our leave. This is where we say goodbye. Upon seeing Robin emerge from behind, Golden Week understood Ivy's intentions. The palace had been reduced to ruins by the clash between Ivy and Peach Rabbit. Being acutely aware of his own limitations, Golden Week had no desire to join the fray. Moreover, Ivy's demise might work to his advantage, allowing him to escape just as the Baroque works had crumbled. Regardless of the path he took, he would be free to enjoy life. The only condition was that Ivy must survive, though the odds appeared slim. The captain has instructed us to leave first and wait on the ship for him. Thank you for your care during this time. I will return to visit when I can. Robin nodded to Miwei and Kabura before departing with Golden Week. Wait a moment. Your captain is still fighting. And you are leaving just like that? Miwei inquired. It's all right. We have made an arrangement. Robin waved her hand dismissively. Aren't we partners? You won't leave without me. Will you? Of course not, Robin replied. Our captain has stated that this country still needs you. They cannot do without you. Once you have resolved everything, we shall return for you. Until we meet again. As she spoke, Robin had already walked away, leaving Miwei kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. During this period, seemingly without intention, they have laid aside their grievances and forged a profound bond. The battleground of Ivy and Peach Rabbit has continuously shifted. From the initial palace to the outskirts, and now to the desert. Ivy, concerned that the aftermath of their battle might devastate too many structures, shares Peach Rabbit's sentiment that a change of scenery is indeed preferable. Unbeknownst to others, you possess a certain degree of skill. Standing in the desert, Peach Rabbit effortlessly raised her golden weapon, aiming it at Ivy with a casual demeanor. Ivy, equally poised, gripped her limitless staff, bending slightly at the waist to focus intently. In the face of Peach Rabbit, Ivy remarked that the sand crocodile ahead was merely a challenging mode, while Peach Rabbit represented a hellish abyss mode. Perhaps due to an overconfidence in her fruit abilities, the sand crocodile had primarily honed her powers without training in physical combat or mastering hockey. In contrast, Peach Rabbit was different. Though petite and beautiful, she exuded an aura of potential threat. To have attained the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, she must be well versed in the 6 forms of the Navy and at least possess proficiency in one form of hockey. Aside from lacking the Conqueror's hockey, her mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey was remarkable. Even before Ivy made her move, Peach Rabbit had already discerned the trajectory of Ivy's impending attack. Despite numerous assaults, AI Wei failed to land a single blow on Tao Tuesday. Had it not been for the breakthrough achieved during the previous battle with the sand crocodile, which significantly enhanced his sensory perception of the body and allowed him to detect subtle changes in the air, coupled with his inherently formidable physique and agility, he would have succumbed at the very moment the confrontation began. This is also the reason why Peach Rabbit praises Ivy as quite remarkable, a newcomer to the Grand Line, who does not exude an air of dominance. Managing to withstand such an array of attacks under her command is already a source of pride for Ivy. However, have you found your final resting place yet? Gazing at the desert beneath her feet, Peach Rabbit slowly parted her crimson lips and spoke with a smile. Of course not. I was merely contemplating that my companions are still waiting for me. I cannot simply fall here. What a tremendous loss that would be. Had I known I should have departed immediately after defeating the sand crocodile, I would not have lingered here, only to encounter such a formidable navy. How can I escape? By now, Robin and the others should have already left, right? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Ivy remained vigilant. The moment Peach Rabbit made her move, Ivy's body shifted as well. Moonwalk. It was as if she were leaping continuously on solid ground, employing the moonwalk repeatedly within a confined space to counter Peach Rabbit's onslaught. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. The disparity in strength was too great. Even if Ivy could catch a fleeting glimpse of Peach Rabbit's attack trajectory, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. The gap in strength could not be bridged by Ivy's minimal advantage. To escape, she needed to strike back at Peach Rabbit. Being on the receiving end was never Ivy's nature. In this intense combat, her innate fighting prowess was fully unleashed. It seemed she could vaguely sense the direction of Peach Rabbit's attacks and the opportune moments to counter, transforming her techniques into a blend of reality and illusion. Is this the manifestation of observation hockey? Ave pondered to herself. Initially, relying solely on her innate abilities, Ave could only perceive minute changes within half a centimeter of her body, using her swift agility to fend off Taudu's assaults. However, at this moment, Ave found herself capable of discerning the trajectory of Taudu's attacks and the flow of her techniques even before they were unleashed. Visions of Taudu's strikes flickered intermittently in her mind, a phenomenon previously unknown to her. Indeed, combat proves to be a potent catalyst for rapid growth. With these thoughts in mind, Ivy narrowly evaded the fatal strike from the Peach Rabbit and, for the first time, took the initiative to counterattack. A resounding clash reverberated across the desert as Ivy's limitless staff and the Peach Rabbit's golden kunluo clashed in a stalemate. Each combatant was driven by a profound sense of purpose and conviction, compelled to fight and achieve victory. In this fierce confrontation, neither side would concede defeat. Indeed, he is the offspring of that fellow. His battle instincts have matured remarkably quickly. If given a few more years, it is unimaginable what kind of upheaval you would unleash upon the seas. The Peach Rabbit clenched his teeth tightly, his white supreme blade, the golden kunluo, tainted by the dark hue of armed color hockey. It exuded an aura of resilience, solidity, and unparalleled sharpness, rendering Ivy's limitless staff utterly incapable of withstanding such force. The staff was already riddled with cracks, practically deemed irreparable. Even if it were forged entirely from sea prism stone, it would still falter. Fortunately, Ivy was unfazed. With the power of the thunder, mending the staff would be a mere trifle. However, the Peach Rabbit would not afford Ivy the luxury of time for repairs. What to do? If this continues, things could truly spiral out of control. After pushing the Peach Rabbit away with all his might, Ivy found himself drenched in sweat, which instantly froze upon contact with the frigid desert air. The nights in Alabasta were exceedingly cold, yet this did not deter the fervently warm Ivy, whose body radiated heat like a furnace. Under Ivy's command, his blood surged rapidly through his veins, a feat that ordinary individuals would never dare attempt. For the heart could not withstand the pressure of such accelerated blood flow and would surely burst, compounded by inadequate blood supply. This technique was something that Ivy had only witnessed Luffy employing, for Luffy's entire body was composed of rubber, granting him resilience far beyond that of an ordinary person. Due to the unique advantages provided by his abilities, Ivy could also harness the aid of faint electrical currents to achieve a similar effect, and there was no apparent limit to this capability. As long as the blue energy within Ivy was sufficient, it could elevate his strength and durability to the level of an admiral, albeit only for a brief period. Even with such extraordinary abilities, the body would inevitably succumb to exhaustion after intense battles, leaving one to ponder how much energy would be required for recovery, rendering Ivy vulnerable and easily dispatched, even by a child. Thus, Ivy was cautious in employing this technique, deliberately reserving some strength. A surge of steam enveloped Ivy, obscuring him from view. Chapter 38. Captain, I have come to rescue you. Golden Week, you should wait on the ship, Robin instructed as they walked, suddenly halting to face Golden Week. Are you planning to go back? Golden Week, perceptive as he was, quickly deduced Robin's intention to remain. Yes, I owe so much to that family. Even though I know my staying may not change anything, I cannot leave without attempting to make amends. With that, Robin departed, leaving Golden Week at a loss for words to express his own feelings. Ivy's situation seemed dire, for the individual in question was undeniably formidable, as Golden Week had observed, far surpassing the strength of Crocodile. With Robin's departure, this should have been the optimal moment to escape. Yet Golden Week felt an inexplicable reluctance to leave. Sighing, he thought, alas, how can I be so charming and yet burdened with responsibility? He produced a rice cracker and, bouncing with energy, made his way toward the ship. The amplification of strength significantly bolstered confidence, and as Ivy emerged from the vaporous heat emanating from his body, he felt invincible, as if a single punch could obliterate any adversary. His muscles bulged, transforming his previously slender yet robust physique into something more imposing. Each step was taken with unwavering determination. Even his flip-flops remained intact upon the desert sands, a testament to his newfound strength. Now, let us truly engage in combat, he declared, exhaling steam as he lightly sprang from his ankles, vanishing from sight. There, Tontada's pupils dilated unnaturally as she searched for Ivy's silhouette. Thanks to her exceptional observation hockey, she finally pinpointed his location. To the left, with her gold scythe poised, she swung it towards the right, anticipating Ivy's approach through a serpentine trajectory. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the point of collision between the two combatants. As the Wujin staff clashed against the Jin Kunluo, Ultimately, propelled by AI Wei's force, Tao staggered backward, nearly losing her footing. Had she not swiftly braced herself with her weapon to mitigate her retreat, she would have surely fallen victim to AI Wei's onslaught. What tremendous strength! With eyes wide open and her hand gripping the blade trembling slightly, Tao gazed at AI Wei in astonishment. I had already cautioned you. Take this seriously. For next time, should you perish, do not seek me out. As she spoke, AI Wei vanished once more, his speed surpassing the previous instance. Indeed, this was his forte. Have you ever witnessed the speed of light? My velocity eclipses even that. AI Wei's voice emanated from all directions, leaving Tao bewildered as to its source. Yet, she need not discern the direction. Her objective was simply to strike AI Wei. Years of combat experience rendered Tao unflappable, while AI Wei, despite reaching a general's prowess in certain aspects, was ultimately charging forth without a solid foundation, relying on mere bravado. Under the weight of Tao's immense strength and battle wisdom, apart from the initial moment when she had yet to fully grasp her own power, AI Wei could only manage to hold his ground against her. This is truly remarkable. Ivy is unaware that the astonishment within the heart of the Peach Bunny far surpasses her own, as she never anticipated that Ivy possessed such formidable strength. No wonder she was able to defeat the sand crocodile earlier. Yet, Ivy's attacks become increasingly swift and ferocious. This power is but fleeting. If one cannot vanquish the Peach Rabbit before this strength dissipates, or manage to flee, one shall truly become a fish out of water, at the mercy of others. A strategy must be devised. You possess observation haki, do you not? Fear not, my ability in this regard may not rival yours. Yet as long as my speed is sufficiently swift enough that even with your foreknowledge of my assault, you remain unable to counter it, then success shall be ours. With these thoughts in mind, Ivy relentlessly accelerated, hastening the depletion of the blue energy within her body at an unprecedented pace, indifferent to the consequences. She believed that as long as she could seize even the slightest opportunity, escape would be within her grasp. Defeating Peach Rabbit was no longer a hope she harbored. Her sole focus was on fleeing. The ultimate technique, fleeting splendor. After numerous encounters, Ivy finally discerned Peach Rabbit's flaw. Seizing the moment of misjudgment caused by her own assault, Ivy executed her ultimate technique without hesitation. Compared to the previous application of this move against the sand alligator, its potency had escalated considerably. Not only had her strength increased, but her speed had also intensified, along with a deeper comprehension of the technique itself. Strength is not a constant. Anyone familiar with One Piece would understand this. After all, how did Zoro's steel slash come to be? Everything has a rhythm. The former Ivy lacked understanding and experience, yet was fortunate to have the Golden Week anomaly by her side. If she did not diligently study and develop her abilities, how could she justify the invitation extended to Golden Week? Having gained profound insights after her encounter with the sand alligator, Ivy's technique now possessed such might that even Peach Rabbit could only evade it. Yet, her body was still recovering from Ivy's previous strike. And Ivy's assault came at a breakneck speed, leaving no time for Peach Rabbit to react. In her line of sight, the world around her faded, the desert vanished, Ivy disappeared, leaving behind an overwhelming silence, enveloping her in darkness. In that void, there was nothing but desolation, stirring the depths of Peach Rabbit's fear. Then, in the darkest of moments, a ray of sunlight pierced through, shattering the darkness before her, illuminating her world with the vibrant sounds and sense of nature. However, this was an illusion, fleeting and ephemeral. The last image etched in Peach Rabbit's mind was Ivy's resolute expression and that solitary, unique staff. Peach Rabbit managed to raise her golden kunro in a feeble attempt to defend, but it was futile. For this was a strike fueled by Ivy's very life force and indomitable will, a feat she could scarcely replicate. Ivy felt as if her entire body were collapsing. Darkness engulfed her vision as she crumpled to the ground. Peach Rabbit, still reeling from the encounter, realized how close she had come to disaster. Yet, at that moment, her injuries could no longer be contained. Coughing, she knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her blade, her head bowed as blood oozed from her lips, mingling with internal hemorrhages. Though she appeared to be the stunning, icy beauty of the Navy, Peach Rabbit's interior was riddled with wounds. In her perception, every bone in her body felt misaligned. Ivy's attack had penetrated beyond the surface, striking at her very core. Regardless of her immense potential, the path she tread had reached its terminus. Trembling, he rose to his feet, raising the golden kunro in his hand. Addressing the unconscious AV on the ground. Captain of the Smilock Pirates, Pirate Smilock AV, you are under arrest. I apologize if this disappoints you, but our captain has many unfinished matters to attend to. How could he fall here, in the stillness of the desert? It seemed to Tautu that only she and Avi existed, until another voice pierced the silence. Amidst the flourishing blossoms, a hidden scheme unfolds. Suddenly, countless arms emerged from beneath the desert, grasping Avi's unconscious form and pulling him down, until he was engulfed by the sands. This left Tautu utterly disoriented, having lost sight of Avi. Ah, intriguing. It appears that fate is yet to claim you. With a serene smile, Tautu ceased her pretense and reclined in the desert, a subtle smile curving her lips. She took out her portable Den Mushi and dialed a number. Hello, Sengoku, old man. Chapter 39. Welcome aboard, Robin. On the other side of the Grand Line, in the Navy headquarters, within Sengoku's office, the sound of crunching echoed. After ending the call, Sengoku's expression was grave as he glanced at his old comrade Carp, who continued to munch on some bay. That individual has returned. Who? Carp inquired, momentarily pausing his snacking. Who else but Smilock? Sengoku replied, seeing the confusion on his friend's face. He isn't the one who. Carp began, his voice trailing off. I don't know. Sengoku admitted. According to the report from Rear Admiral Tautu, the pirate who defeated the sand crocodile and saved Alabasta is indeed the son of that man, named Smilock Avi. Rear Admiral Tautu attempted to capture him but was unsuccessful. Leaning back in his chair, Sengoku pondered how to address this situation. The commotion that individual once caused was undeniably monumental. If people were to discover that Avi was the son of that man, the already enigmatic seas would become even more inscrutable. Sengoku found himself uncertain of the Navy's position at such a time. Whatever. Let the younger generation find their own paths. After all, isn't everything fine for now? Besides, in dismantling the sand crocodile's plans, that little brat Avi did the right thing overall. Carp waved his hand dismissively and once more retrieved Sunbei from his drawer, happily indulging in them. How can you even say that? Just look at you. Your son opposes the Navy, and your grandson has become a pirate. Were it not for our long-standing camaraderie and your past contributions, I would have been the first to apprehend you. Upon sighting Carp's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku felt a surge of anger. He approached Carp, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun, yet Carp remained oblivious, lost in slumber. The bubbles on his nose expanded and contracted rhythmically, indicating his deep slumber. Carp. Sengoku's thunderous roar nearly shook the office to its foundations, illustrating his frustration with his old comrade. Unbeknownst to Ivy, the affairs of the Navy headquarters unfolded without her awareness, and she was unaware that they toiled through the night, burdened by their own troubles. The sun in Alabasta had risen, enveloping Ivy in a warm embrace. The early sun, while the most comforting, often heralded the coldest moments. She weakly raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, tossed aside the blanket, and languidly stretched. Surveying her surroundings, Ivy found herself nestled within a modest canyon, lying on the inner side. Not far from her lay a smoldering campfire, its embers now extinguished. Clearly, she had been rescued, and she needed not guess who the savior was. There was no other name that came to mind. Upon introspecting her body, she realized her energy had been entirely depleted. The recollection of yesterday's battle sent a shiver through her. She had fought with such fervor that she had exhausted every ounce of energy within her. Had it not been for the resilience of her body, she might have succumbed to exhaustion. How could she now feel merely fatigued? To her surprise, Ivy noticed something peculiar, despite not having consumed any food. A trickle of blue energy seeped into her body from her limbs, replenishing her drained veins. Was it the sunlight? Could this be a serendipitous turn of events? Although she felt nearly lifeless, her latent abilities had once again evolved. While the replenishing of energy was slower than through consumption, the advantage lay in its enduring nature. As long as she remained in a sunlit locale, she could survive for years without food or drink. Thank you, Robin. At that moment, Ivy spotted Robin approaching, greeting her warmly. Are you feeling better? If so, let us finish our meal and continue our journey. I've informed Golden Week that if we do not return by nightfall, she is to set sail without us. Robin tossed down some animal carcasses before departing. Hey, is this a joke? I'm injured here. Ivy protested softly, her tone gentle yet exasperated. And these are all raw. How am I supposed to eat them? I'm not like Ace, who can effortlessly cook such things. Ivy grumbled, knowing full well that given their current circumstances in the desert, securing any food was a considerable achievement. Never mind. I'll pass on eating. Tuck the blanket around yourself. For since the moment Avi first encountered raw meat years ago, coinciding with the emergence of her golden touch, the taste has lingered in her memory. An indelible mark on her evolution from primate to human. She has no desire to experience it again. For now, basking in the sunlight suffices to replenish her strength. The necessity of consuming these animal carcasses seems trivial. Welcome aboard, Robin. Avi earnestly extended her invitation to Robin, standing before her. May I rely on you in the future? Captain Avi? Certainly. Let us set sail. As you command, Captain. The rising sun cast elongated shadows of the jovial Avi and her companion, stretching far into the horizon. Before long, the small canyon that had sheltered them from the tempest faded from Avi's sight. Upon reaching the shore where the Smurlock gracefully floated upon the sea, the manatees, previously instructed by Avi, safeguarded the vessel, protecting Avi's ship. On the Smurlock, Golden Week reclined against the ship's hull, her fingers idly toying with her loose hair. No longer bound, but flowing freely in the wind. The long strands danced beautifully, yet they could not disperse the turmoil within her heart. She hoped for Avi and her crew to remain forever in Alabasta, yet simultaneously yearned for their return. Oh well, regardless of whether they return or not. Life must go on, mustn't it? Upon reflection, the Golden Week was no longer mired in indecision. Instead, he retreated to his cabin aboard the ship. Retrieving an abundance of snacks and delicacies, and leisurely preparing a cup of afternoon tea, he reclined beneath the sunshade, donning golden sunglasses, and indulged in his moment of bliss. As for the surplus provisions on the vessel, they were a token of gratitude from the crew. Naturally, to prevent the Navy from discovering Alabasta's affiliations with pirates, which could tarnish its reputation, these supplies were delivered discreetly. In stark contrast to the leisurely Golden Week aboard the Smylock, on the opposite shore, Tontada was diligently searching for Ivy's ship. Following their previous skirmish, Tontada had vented her long-bottled frustrations, contemplating the inconvenience of pursuing Ivy at this juncture. Adopting a laissez-faire attitude, Tontada acknowledged that their earlier ruckus in the palace had already caused enough disturbance, and one could claim ignorance. Thus, the prospect of continuing the pursuit in Alabasta seemed implausible. The only option was to wait until Ivy had set sail. As twilight gradually enveloped the sky, Golden Week remained oblivious to Ivy's whereabouts. Could it be that they had already met their demise? Golden Week, caught in a swirl of emotions, paced restlessly on the deck before coming to a halt in a daze. Golden Week, behold your dashing captain's return. Why have you not yet come to greet me? At that moment, he heard a familiar, cheeky voice that had etched itself into his memory. Chapter 40. Robin, is it still possible to disembark? Aboard the Smylock. The provisions delivered by the crew were sufficient to sustain the entire vessel for several months. Yet now, more than half had vanished, devoured by Ivy. With a contented belch, Golden Week emerged from the kitchen, patting his belly. Crew, we shall set sail. He called out exuberantly, but no one responded. Golden Week was still fast asleep, while Robin was engrossed in her reading in the study. What a worrisome crew I have. Without my charming leadership, how shall you all manage in the days to come? After all, there was only one male aboard, destined to bear the burdens. Swiftly, he hoisted the anchor from the depths, lowered the sails, and allowed the sea breeze to guide the ship as he approached the helm. What adventures awaited them on the horizon? Just then, Robin and Golden Week slowly emerged from their quarters. Captain, where shall we head next? In a remarkably brief span of time, Robin has managed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Ivy and her companions. Aside from Ivy, the sole captain, only the adorable Gold Week remains. And there is also the newly joined self. There is no chef, no navigator, no ship's doctor, nothing at all, not even a log pointer. It is a mystery how Ivy has survived in these vast seas until now. It truly seems miraculous. Have I inadvertently boarded a pirate ship? Is it too late to disembark? Such thoughts swirled in Robin's mind. Following the direction of her heart, she waved her hand and pointed randomly toward a direction, then turned the ship's bow and set sail. Suddenly, a hand sprouted from Ivy's neck and gave her a heavy thump on the head. The weather of the Grand Line is ever-changing and the currents are equally unpredictable. One moment you may be heading south, and the next you could be sailing north. How did you manage to navigate in such conditions? It is astonishing that you have made it to Alabasta. Your luck must be extraordinary. Robin shook her head in perplexity, expressing her confusion. Ah, is that what you mean? Thanks to Gold Week. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it to Alabasta, and I wouldn't have found you. Ivy chuckled heartily as she produced the eternal pointer Gold Week had given her, its arrow still pointing toward Alabasta. Exasperatedly, Robin pressed her forehead, saying, Do you even know which direction you are currently heading? There are no coordinates on the sea. Do you know what our next island is? Who cares? Wherever we go, we go. It's an adventure. Isn't that the thrill of the unknown? Don't worry, I won't starve. Your great captain can catch sea kings. There will be plenty of food, as long as you don't mind it getting monotonous. Well, the next step should be to find a chef, preferably a male. so that I won't have to do everything myself. I can indulge in delicious cuisine during leisure and have them take on the laborious tasks when necessary. Yes, that is settled. With her thoughts leaping ahead, Ivy began to envision a delightful future, ignoring Robin's wide-eyed gaze. Do we have a necessary log pointer for navigation? No, we don't. Here, take this. It's the log pointer. Just follow it. There is magnetic force between the islands that will guide us to the next one. I'm exhausted. You should study it well. Robin retreated to her cabin, utterly worn out from the day's exertions, and as for the pursuing navy, it must be said that, as Robin had mentioned, Ivy's luck is indeed remarkable. They set sail from Alabasta without ever catching a glimpse of the Navy's warships. Meanwhile, the Peach Rabbit-S warship had also departed from Alabasta, not even pausing to wait for Ivy and her crew to venture out to sea. This journey was originally intended for relaxation, yet I find myself utterly fatigued. As for the matters of the warring states, Peach Rabbit remains indifferent. Moreover, wasn't the sand alligator captured? It is being escorted to the underwater prison, under the pretext of fearing its escape. Thus, Avy and the others departed from this island, which left a profound impression on Avy and Skaith. Alas, who could blame me for being the only man aboard this vessel? A man must shoulder responsibility in times like these. Climbing alone to the lookout tower, I gazed at the direction indicated by the recording pointer, attentive to the movements upon the sea. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. A gentle, rhythmic sound began to emerge, and Avy, leaning against the wooden planks, succumbed to slumber, his hand, which held the recording pointer, drooping unconsciously to the floor. Daybreak and twilight, time flows silently. The sun has risen, and Avy, stretching and yawning, greeted Robin, who had stepped out to bask in the sunlight. Hello. Good morning. Yet, Robin merely stood by the ship's side, responding not to Avy's words. Wow, that was swift. Little Golden Week, come out. We've reached the shore. Avy exclaimed with delight, placing his hand on Robin's shoulder. How long have we been asleep? You truly are my lucky star. Chef, chef, chef. He danced with exuberance, while Robin's expression grew increasingly dark. What is all this noise so early in the morning? Can't anyone sleep? Golden Week emerged, clutching her beloved doll, squinting in displeasure. Are we back in Alabasta? What is happening? Gazing at the island we had docked at, Golden Week was taken aback, glancing at Avy, then at Robin. What transpired? Was I dreaming yesterday? No. All credit goes to our captain, Robin ominously remarked, observing Avy dancing like a fool, her arms crossed silently. Suddenly, Avy, amidst the revelry, froze. Hands covering his lower body, his eyes filled with confusion, resentment, rage, culminating in despair. Avy, lying on the ground, began to move with alarming speed, almost a blur. Ah, it's over. It's over. You sly woman. Don't you understand the difference between men and women? Avy exclaimed, rolling on the spot, then leaping up, pointing out Robin's perceived faults. Upon noticing Robin exhibiting inclinations towards her abilities, he swiftly covered his mouth with one hand and shielded his lower body with the other. Fear not, I have no interest in you. Golden Week, it seems our next companion should be a navigator. Casting a disdainful glance at Ivy, who remained in a defensive posture, Robin turned to discuss matters with Golden Week. The situation was rather straightforward, due to Ivy's carelessness during last night's watch. The ship had departed from Alabasta and, amidst the treacherous sea, had returned once more to Alabasta. Consequently, Robin resolved never to allow Ivy to keep watch at night again. It was far too perilous. Henceforth, he would bear the burdens alongside Golden Week. After all, it was his choice to embark on this vessel with such an unreliable captain. Was it too late to disembark? Robin pondered anxiously about his uncertain future. Thus, the Smilock set sail once more, navigating towards the next island as indicated by the compass, with a calmness that belied any immediate errors. Chapter 41. The enormous ship falling from the sky quickly. Hard to port. Is there still fuel? Adjust the sails. Amidst the torrential downpour at sea, Ivy, Robin, and the crew were a flurry of activity, darting about the ship. The reason was simple. They had encountered a waterspout, only realizing it upon its approach. Escaping this predicament proved exceedingly challenging, relying on sheer luck. After a harrowing escape, Robin lay on the deck, devoid of any semblance of femininity, a reflection mirrored by Ivy and the others. It must be said that fortune favored them, as this marked their second narrow escape, suggesting that the goddess of luck still smiled upon them. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh at Robin's state, one remarked, Robin, you are not quite the same as the one I first met. At the mention of this, Robin's expression darkened. Who could he blame? It was only after sailing with Ivy that he truly comprehended the challenges of a pirate crew lacking a navigator, particularly in the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line. The monotony of their daily meals was one thing, but encountering a waterspout for the second time this month was another matter entirely. Other perils, such as hidden reefs and disorientation, were numerous, and neither he nor Golden Week could maintain constant vigilance. A moment's inattention could lead to calamity. Robin was merely an archaeologist, occasionally dabbling in intelligence gathering, yet each day brought life and death stakes, leaving him utterly exhausted. Years of drifting on pirate ships had not matched the fatigue he felt this past month. And still, he found the audacity to smile. "Captain, is it still possible for me to disembark now?" At this moment, Robin once again broached the subject. "Haha, once you've boarded the pirate ship, there's no disembarking. With a captain as benevolent as I, what strange notions you entertain daily. Alas, they cannot sustain one." Naturally, Ivy declined. This marks the nth occasion this month that Robin has brought it up, but it is merely an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, devoid of any deeper meaning. And Ivy pays it no heed. Ivy remains quite confident in her personal allure. After all, the Golden Week, whom she had previously coaxed aboard, now acknowledges her as captain. Observing the Golden Week, who has succumbed to slumber on the deck, Ivy finds herself reveling in this thought. If only the Golden Week were not so utterly exhausted, succumbing to sleep in any available spot. Were he aware of Ivy's sentiments, he would undoubtedly imprint his size 25 shoe upon her face, illustrating just how thick-skinned she truly is. However, at this moment, no one can shatter Ivy's sense of self-satisfaction. "Very well, even if I were to tell you. You wouldn't heed my words. Once we dock, we must first find a navigator, do you understand? If we fail to do so, I shall certainly disembark." After delivering a verbal threat to Ivy, she picked up the Golden Week and returned to her room, placing it gently on the bed before retreating to her own chamber to sleep. She thought to herself, "Keep a watchful eye, let there be no further mischief. I am weary and shall rest for a while." From within the room came Robin's feeble voice, causing Ivy's smile to fade. It seemed evident that finding a skilled cook would be a formidable task ahead. "I should first seek a navigator," Ivy mused internally. Thanks to the evolution of her special ability, fatigue had not beset her. As long as the sun shone brightly, she remained in an exuberant state. Yet, this was true only for her. Observing her two exhausted companions, Ivy recognized the need for consideration. They were not like her, lacking her unique talent. And being two young girls, their situation was even more precarious. The absence of a navigator aboard the ship had left a deep impression on her during this time. The previous voyages had been devoid of challenges, but the last month had been fraught with trials, perhaps due to their deeper venture into the unknown. Without a navigator, drifting into a calm zone could spell disaster. The colossal sea creatures, towering hundreds to thousands of meters, were a risk Ivy dared not take, relying solely on her good fortune. Just then, an object streaked across the sky, resembling a shooting star. For the sake of her companions and their future comfort, she recalled an old legend from her homeland. Whenever a meteor appeared, one should close their eyes and silently make a wish, for dreams would come true. Thus, Ivy solemnly shut her eyes, crossed her fingers, and began to pray earnestly. "Grant me a navigator who can alleviate my burdens, so I need not endure the mischief of these two scheming girls. Oh heavens, let my wish be fulfilled." After making her wish, Ivy resumed her optimistic demeanor. Although it seemed her previous good fortune had waned, with misfortunes cropping up intermittently, she hoped that this time would herald a change for the better. Was it not said that those who witnessed shooting stars were often blessed with luck? Regardless of where she had heard it, Ivy believed it wholeheartedly. The air over the sea was invigorating, a stark contrast to the smog-laden atmosphere of her hometown. Leaning against the flagpole in the lookout tower, she gazed at the charming clouds drifting across the sky. In a previous life, even those who knew little could observe the sky's cloud formations and discern the general weather patterns. However, on the Grand Line, such predictability was a luxury. Each second held the potential for dramatic change, with clear skies giving way to torrential rain in an instant. Yet, this was Robin's task assigned to her. Though unsure of how to interpret the skies, Ivy believed that merely looking up would suffice to fulfill her duty. She had not slacked off. "This blossom resembles a flower. This one evokes the cunning of a black-hearted robin, and this particular bloom appears almost like flesh." With a rustle, I wiped my drooling mouth, silently cursing my own lack of willpower. Each day I consume so much, yet here I am, salivating at the sight of a mere cloud. It truly makes me disdain myself. Exercise. 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 With this training, one can justifiably claim to have overexerted oneself, depleting all energy. Haha, this genius is indeed clever. With a leap from the lookout tower, I prepared to plunge into the sea for training, while also capturing some delectable marine creatures, freeing them from their aimless existence. I aspire to transform them into vibrant beings, destined to become culinary delights on dining tables, embodying positive energy and sound values. Oh, has the night fallen? Glancing up at the sky, I shouted to Robin and the others, thunder is rolling in. Rain is pouring down. Time to get up and gather the laundry. Goodness. This rain is quite heavy. As I gazed at the ominous shadow looming closer above, I felt my legs tremble. It was a vessel several times larger than my own ship. If it were to crash down, I would be in grave peril. This only reinforces Robin's assertion of being a jinx. No, I must not let Robin and the others find out, or they will undoubtedly mock me. Soon, Ivy resolved to act. With a graceful leap, she soared towards the massive ship that had plummeted from the sky. Preventing this descending vessel from crashing was no small feat, and Ivy knew she must proceed cautiously to avoid alarming Robin and the others. Reggie, in her hands, the limitless staff gradually melted away, transforming into slender, resilient threads that Ivy deftly manipulated to secure the ship tightly. With a mighty effort, she exerted all her strength to pull the great vessel away, altering the tragic fate that loomed over the Smylock. She hurried back to her own ship, knocking eagerly on Robin's door, exclaiming with delight, "You must see what I've discovered. A grand ship has fallen from the heavens. Surely it harbors many secrets. Come out and take a look." Then, she whispered to herself, "I certainly won't divulge that I nearly allowed the Smylock to be struck due to my own carelessness." Chapter 42. The Unfortunate 8 Pirates Before Long. Robin and the others rushed out of their room, eager to understand the commotion. What the hell? Can't a person get some rest? What is going on now? Golden Week emerged, wearing a disgruntled expression but was nonetheless fully equipped. The commotion had been too great. Although the falling ship had not struck the Smylock directly, it had crashed into the sea, creating towering waves that caused the Smylock to rock violently. However, it was Robin who first noticed the ship slowly sinking beneath the waves and recalled Ivy's earlier words. How could a ship fall from the sky? She pondered, resting her chin on her hands, perplexed. It's quite simple. It must be a pirate or adventurer exiled by the people of Sky Island. Once the clouds cleared, it tumbled down. How could you not grasp such a straightforward concept? Setting that aside, despite not knowing how long the ship had drifted in the air, it certainly held something intriguing, perhaps valuable information. Let us go check it out, Ivy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. A sky island, over 10,000 meters high. The very essence of their existence is indeed intriguing. Upon the vast ocean, they lacked clear indicators to guide Ivy toward the sky island. How could she locate the town of Magic Valley and board the immense updraft to ascend to the sky island? However, the descending ship from the heavens has now distinctly informed Ivy that they are not far from Magic Valley. For Ivy, who has long yearned to reach the sky island and train Enel, this revelation holds significant value. Moreover, in Magic Valley resides the 8 Pirate Crew, a group dedicated to salvaging sunken ships that have fallen from the sky. Seizing the opportunity before the 8 pirates arrive, Ivy sets forth, leaving behind Robin and Golden Week on the ship, one a child, the other a user of a devil fruit power, making it difficult for Ivy to allow them to accompany her. Robin is quite captivated by the notion of the Sky Island, as it was said that there lies a historical text there, a temptation that initially lured her aboard Ivy's ship. Regardless of the truth, having a direction is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. Golden Week and Robin stand at the ship's edge, leaning over to gaze into the depths of the sea, where Ivy and the sunken vessel have now vanished from sight. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Ivy has forcefully kicked open the dilapidated door of the sunken ship, secured with sturdy threads she had utilized during her underwater training. As she swims about, she feels the solitude of her adventure deeply, realizing the need to find like-minded companions. After all, solitary play lacks joy. Could the Sky Island truly exist? Clutching the log pointer Ivy left on the ship, which now seemed to malfunction, pointing skyward, she peruses the books she brought along that contain accounts of the legendary Sky Island. Suddenly, a raucous cry emerges. Brothers, prepare for salvage. All that has sunk to the sea is ours. The sound resembles the chattering of mice, emanating from the left side behind the ship's Mylock. Approaching is none other than the 8 Pirate Crew, a band of ne'er-do-wells whose profession is salvaging sunken vessels. In the next moment, the captain of the 8 pirates, known as the Salvage King, spots Robin and Golden Week standing on the Smylock. You there? Are you preparing to salvage a sunken ship? He bellows, swinging his robust arms. Oh, no, what of it? Who are you monkeys? Robin slightly lifts her gaze to glance at the Salvage King before lowering it again to her book. Did you hear that? That woman just called us monkeys. Indeed. Captain, that woman said we look like monkeys. The crew members shout in response to their captain's inquiry. Even if you flatter me, it won't help. This is now the territory of our ape pirate crew, so you had best leave. The proud Salvage King had his mouth stretched to the heavens, yet at that moment, he continued to elaborate on his responsibilities. Is it not a matter of concern? We have long admired your pirate crew, and witnessing this iconic scene fills us with hope that you might showcase your extraordinary salvaging skills here. Robin spoke with an impassive expression, betraying no semblance of admiration, before once again burying her gaze in her books. However, the Salvage King and his companions took her words to heart, invigorating themselves with fervor, as a backdrop depicting a volcanic eruption was set behind the Salvage King. Captain, it seems they are not taking photographs. One crew member reminded the self-absorbed Salvage King from behind. Ahem, since you hold me in such high esteem, I shall graciously allow you to witness my prowess. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he beckoned his crew to commence their work. United in their efforts, the ship of the 8 pirates underwent a remarkable transformation, with the decorative gong at the bow gradually sinking. Just as the Salvage King was about to foolishly attempt to blow air into the sea to raise the sunken vessel, Avi suddenly emerged, burdened with an assortment of miscellaneous items, including 2 boxes whose contents were unknown but likely corroded after such a long time. Avi's excitement peaked at discovering an empty island shell. Remembering the advantages brought by the previous wind shell, Avi eagerly anticipated what surprises this new shell might hold. Hey, Robin, who are those silly-looking, monkey-like individuals over there? Are they pirates as well? Avi, still recovering from her ascent, overlooked the astonished faces of the 8 pirates staring at her in disbelief. At that moment, the Salvage King had already leaped from the ship into the ocean. Be careful. Robin's response was succinct. Gazing up at the descending Salvage King, Avi instinctively threw a punch upward. The Salvage King, taken aback, responded with a punch of his own. Determined to assert some discipline, regardless of Avi's origins or sudden appearance. The clash of their fists was evident, with the outcome clear. The Salvage King had underestimated the situation, as he was propelled into the sky with astonishing speed. Oh, I remember now. They must be the 8 pirates. At that moment, a spark of realization ignited within Ivy, as he discerned the true identity of the group before him. Oh no, he had just sent the captain flying. How could he dare to request guidance now? Helplessly cradling his forehead, Ivy climbed aboard the ship, casting a disheartened glance at Robin. If only Robin had informed him sooner, he would have certainly exercised greater caution. Observing the raucous antics of the crew of the monkey pirates, who were in disarray, and the elusive Salvage King, whose altitude rendered him invisible, Ivy's mind raced with thoughts of how to rectify the situation. Help. Time passed, though Ivy could not tell how long, until the Salvage King finally plummeted from the sky. His expression one of sheer terror, as though he had ascended to paradise and encountered his long-departed mother. Chapter 43. The town of Demon Valley. In an effort to atone for his blunder, Ivy struck the Salvage King with a stick, preventing him from meeting a dismal fate in the sea. With a resounding slap, the Salvage King pushed away the wooden plank that had pinned him down and shook his head, instantly erupting into a frenzy, pounding his chest in a display of immense anger. Robin, doesn't he resemble a colossal gorilla? Ivy inquired as he nudged Robin's shoulder. Indeed, he does bear a resemblance, Robin replied. Prior to Ivy's arrival, she had already learned that the Salvage King and his companions relished being referred to as monkeys or gorillas. Thus, she continued, advocating for a peaceful resolution, it was best to avoid conflict whenever possible, as victory would yield no tangible benefits. Robin had always been averse to battles devoid of purpose or advantage. Setting aside the items he had salvaged from the sunken ship, Ivy observed the Salvage King and his companions, who were now elated at being called gorillas. Ivy expressed his intent. That gorilla over there. Do you possess a permanent pointer to Demon Valley? Please toss one over. Oh, certainly. The Salvage King complied without hesitation, tossing a permanent pointer to Ivy. Thank you, Robin. Let us prepare to depart. Ivy exclaimed. Ah, would you like us to join you? He called out to the monkey pirates. Absolutely, the Salvage King replied, grinning foolishly as he nodded. Captain, it seems he may have just tricked us out of a permanent pointer. One crew member exclaimed. Captain, look at the items he just discarded. They appear to have been retrieved from the sea. Another chimed in. Captain, it seems they are about to leave. A third companion warned. The chorus of his comrades successfully roused the Salvage King from his dazed state. You fools. Hurry, pursue them. How dare they touch the belongings of my Salvage King? Today, they shall learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. If we do not make a stand now, how shall we survive in the future? This is a matter of principle. The salvage of sunken ships has always been monopolized by them. Today, if someone dares to disturb their possessions, there will surely be others who follow suit in the future. Moreover, they even deceive themselves. When questioned previously, they claim they had not descended into the sea. This is a deception of one's own emotions. Moreover, that eternal compass is the only one on the ship after their departure. If it is simply taken away by Ivy, how will they find their way home? Upon returning, will they not be ridiculed by that fellow? Thus, the 8 pirate crew swiftly tidied everything up, and young Fan gave chase. Captain, it seems those individuals have caught on. Robin cautioned Ivy, who was reveling in the possession of the eternal compass. Looking back, they indeed spotted the 8 pirate crew members, who resembled monkeys. You deceitful charlatan! How dare you trick me, the salvage king? Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Halt the ship, if you do not stop. Do not blame us for being rude. The furious shouts from the 8 pirate crew echoed relentlessly. What is there to fuss about? I politely inquired of them, and besides, they discarded it themselves. Can you blame me? Ivy spread her hands, providing a matter-of-fact explanation. However, ultimately, Ivy experienced a pang of conscience. Realizing that it was inappropriate to deceive the trust of the 8 pirate crew's friendship, and gradually reduce the ship's speed until it came to a halt. To the esteemed members of the 8 pirate crew, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. May I inquire if you know where the upward current is located? This is a significant issue, as I am unaware, hence my inquiry. Why should I disclose this to you? The irate Captain Wong retorted, demanding that Avy apologize and return the permanent compass to them. Look, a flying saucer. Avy pointed casually. Where? The 8 pirates immediately turned their gaze towards the direction Avy indicated, yet after a prolonged moment, they could not see the saucer Avy had mentioned. Farewell. I shall return to seek you again. Turning back, they found that Avy had already departed far away, inciting even greater ire among the 8 pirates, who began to furiously shake their fists in frustration, reigniting their pursuit. In the town of Magic Valley, a congregation of extravagant pirates gathers. Here, acts of murder, arson, robbery, and brawling are commonplace. Nevertheless, many pirates still flock to this place. After all, pirates are known to be a reckless lot, often bold beyond measure. The number of pirate ships here is quite substantial. Unlike other islands, where one must seek hidden coves to dock, vessels can easily berth at the harbor. Golden Week, Robin, who among you is willing to watch the ship? At that moment, Ivy smiled at the 2 ladies and inquired, shall I stay behind? It is simply dreadful down there. Remember to bring back plenty of sabe. Golden Week turned to Ivy and advised her, nodding in agreement. Ivy promptly called Robin to jump off the boat together. In Magic Valley Town, it was imperative that someone remain aboard, as numerous nefarious individuals could easily board the vessel, committing murder and theft. Indeed, Ivy noticed that more than one group had already taken an interest in their location. However, she felt assured about Golden Week's ability to hold the fort, if nothing else. The colorful paintings adorning the ship would be more than sufficient to dissuade those ruffians. Moreover, Golden Week was adept at manipulating psychological emotions, making it all too easy for intruders to fall into a trap during their first encounter. Thus, Ivy departed with Robin, feeling quite at ease, offering only a silent prayer for those daring enough to threaten her ship, hoping their fate would not be too grim. Robin, shall we stick together or split up? Let us separate. I need to purchase a few items. I left in such a hurry that I lack sufficient clothing and books on board. Very well. I shall procure some food then and enjoy myself while I'm at it. Upon hearing Ivy mention food, Robin scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. What sort of look is that? Ivy, irritated by Robin's expression, stormed away, while Robin embarked on her quest for various books. As Ivy walked through the bustling streets, witnessing the ongoing brawls, she felt a sense of what it truly meant to be a pirate. A casual glance revealed that Blackbeard had yet to defect, and thus his formidable allies were absent. With her observation hockey scanning Magic Valley Town, she detected no significant threats. In this light, it appears that the Golden Week should not pose any significant issues. Within Ivy's perceptive observation of the world, he detected a powerful aura emanating from a towering building ahead, the most formidable on the island, prompting him to take a closer look. However, he refrained from further action, as he was not specifically seeking conflict. Rather, he prioritized nourishment. Eating fish and meat daily had become tiresome, and he yearned for a change in palate. Delicacies such as pizza and barbecued meats were truly his favorites. He also sought to find someone, politely borrowing a bit of belly before heading toward the bar. It was said that such places, bustling with people and chatter, were the most conducive for gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, after Ivy's departure, a wretched man slowly emerged from the alleyway he had left, crying out in despair, "Robbery!" How had this fellow arrived? It was none other than the bald man with a head resembling a cone, who had been observed by Ivy in that very building. Now puzzled as he scratched his shiny scalp while watching Ivy depart. On the table of the cone-headed man lay a stack of wanted posters, one of which featured Ivy. Smyrock Pirate Crew, Captain Ivy, Bounty, 130, 000 Belly. Chapter 44. Miss Sparta. Miss Sparta is a renowned bounty hunter and chef in the Grand Line. His whereabouts are erratic, with no one knowing his next destination. Magic Valley Town is Sparta's hometown, where his parents were residents of the island. However, one day they abandoned Sparta, and he bore no desire to seek out such irresponsible parents. At a tender age, Sparta, through unwavering determination and diligent training, became a formidable chef. Yet, in this unpredictable world where might dictates everything, he faced the harsh reality of survival. Due to an unfortunate incident, Sparta found himself compelled to leave his homeland once more. It has already been 5 years since Sparta departed from the town of Magic Valley. And now he returns for the first time, feeling undeterred as no one on this island poses a threat to him anymore. However, just moments ago, he encountered Ivy, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 130 million. At this stage, Sparta finds himself in the presence of a formidable figure he cannot provoke. He adheres to the principle of non-aggression. As long as he is not disturbed, all is well. Yet, should anyone dare to challenge him, even in death, he would ensure they accompany him to the grave. Sparta possesses a mindset of tranquility amidst chaos, yet he is not one to shy away from trouble. After all, he would not have become a pirate hunter, a profession that requires one to dance upon the edge of a blade. "Boss, that's him," a shifty-eyed man whispered to the proprietor of the building, gesturing toward Sparta. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Very well, if this is indeed true. This task shall earn you great merit. By the way, have you utilized that item?" "I used it long ago. Otherwise, how could I dare to inform the boss?" The confirmed proprietor, observing Sparta's silhouette, chuckled with unrestrained delight before gradually making his way toward Sparta. "You must be the renowned pirate hunter, Mr. Sparta." He casually rested a hand on Sparta's shoulder. Sparta, lost in contemplation of the bounty notice, turned to face the boss. "What is it?" His tone was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. 5, 4, 1, down. Sparta, who had been pondering the man's approach, promptly collapsed onto the table at the utterance of down. His eyes, filled with resentment, glowed a fierce crimson as he glared at the boss, unprepared for the twist of fate that had befallen him. "Someone, drag him away," the boss commanded, and sensed that Sparta had dared to kill Lord Tyke's brother. There would be consequences. With a wave of his hand, numerous henchmen surged in, seizing Sparta and dragging him into a dark passageway. Tyke, originally known as Moni Tyke, is the captain of the Eastern Star Pirates, a formidable figure with the power of the mammoth tiger fruit from the Zoan category. He had once evaded a naval assault of 10 warships with ease, establishing himself as a recognized king in Magic Valley. Sparta's previous assignment had involved targeting Tyke's brother, even collecting a bounty for his head. Tyke had been relentlessly searching for him, with his bounty in the underworld soaring to 100 million. Yet, Sparta's whereabouts remained elusive, leaving the task unfulfilled. Coincidentally, Sparta returned to Magic Valley and crossed paths with the boss, who must have been elated. Even more fortuitously, Tyke was also in Magic Valley, having not departed. As the boss reveled in the prospect of a lucrative opportunity and a powerful ally to bolster his future business, Ivy, sated from her meal, awaited the boss to package 50 pizzas and 50 watermelon pies while casually inquiring about notable chefs in the vicinity. "Boss, are there any remarkable chefs around here? I currently lack a chef aboard my vessel and am in search of one." Musician Ivy has already devised a plan, envisioning none other than the harpist Cornus from Sky Island, along with the warrior Enel. Together with myself and Robin, our pirate crew would then comprise 5 members. Should we find a chef and a navigator, we would have a total of 7 individuals, sufficient to ensure the ship operates smoothly. As it stands, the 3 of us can merely set sail, but cannot manage the vessel's operations effectively due to our limited numbers. The ship is simply too vast for us to handle alone. Without any concrete leads, Ivy happily began to daydream about future adventures. "By the way, I am also in need of a navigator. Do you have any recommendations?" Ivy naturally posed all her inquiries at once. The proprietor, momentarily taken aback by Ivy's whimsical thought process, maintained a professional smile and replied, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but I truly do not know. Oh, I see. Then I shall ask someone else. Ivy expressed her gratitude to the owner, albeit somewhat disheartened, and shifted the conversation, quietly awaiting her takeout while lost in thought. The owner, observing Ivy's contemplative demeanor, felt a mix of surprise and eventual understanding. His surprise stemmed from the fact that Ivy's group lacked a navigator. He wondered how they managed to traverse the seas and arrive at Magic Valley Town. The realization dawned on him that perhaps something unfortunate had transpired during their journey, leading to Ivy's navigator meeting their demise in the depths of the ocean. Within a brief span of time, the owner had conjured numerous scenarios in his mind and felt grateful that he had not rashly set sail himself. In Magic Valley Town, most individuals are pirates. But as their numbers increase, certain norms begin to emerge. As long as one remains compliant, pirates are unlikely to seek trouble. It is, in a sense, a moderately safe haven, and those capable of running a shop here often possess their own network of information. For instance, at this very moment, Old Shocky, the legendary chef Spartacus has returned, but now he has fallen victim to the treacherous Cuckoo, who has ensnared him and is presumably transporting him to the base of Tech. A small boy, resembling a monkey and sporting a mustache, rushed in from outside, requesting a glass of water before breathlessly informing Old Shocky. His name is Shaji, the diminutive nephew of Shocky. Old Shocky is the owner of this establishment, while the Cuckoo is the one responsible for Spartacus' downfall. The reason why news of Spartacus's capture reached Old Shocky lies in their unique past relationship, as he has consistently kept an eye on Spartacus' endeavors. Legendary chef? Hey, did you not just say you were unfamiliar with chefs? Upon hearing this, Ivy was immediately incensed by the audacity of the deception. Moreover, anyone bold enough to claim the title of divine chef must possess considerable skill. Such a title alone ignited in Ivy an irresistible urge to meet this individual. The very moment she sought a divine chef emerged, leading Ivy to believe that this was indeed the fulfillment of a wish she had previously made to the heavens. At that moment, Ivy had completely forgotten that what she had initially perceived as a shooting star was, in fact, a sunken ship that had fallen from the Sky Island. Alas, the unfortunate Sparta had fallen into the hands of Cuckoo and Tech, complicating matters significantly. Ignoring the grip Ivy had on his collar, Old Shaji merely sighed heavily, feeling sorrow for his old friend. Chapter 45. Luck so extraordinary it invokes doubt. Release Old Shaji. If you do not comply, do not blame Shaji for his lack of courtesy. Ivy felt a tug at the hem of her garment and turned to find it was Shaji, Old Shaji's nephew, who had come to deliver the message. Shaji exuded an enigmatic aura, simultaneously formidable and peculiar, which piqued Ivy's interest. Upon her arrival in Magic Valley Town, she had already utilized her observation haki to scan her surroundings, and aside from the intriguing Sparta, she had discovered an array of fascinating individuals. The same can be said for this Shaji and that Take. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary old man now appears somewhat extraordinary. It stands to reason that a figure capable of offering a bounty of 31 million Bailey would not be overly concerned with the hasty words of a child. Old Shaji, noticing the change in his nephew and the gaze that Av directed towards him, wore a pained expression as he attempted to mediate. It was not that the old man had previously been dismissive. Rather, it was due to the fact that Sparta had departed from Magic Valley Town 5 years ago, and no one could ascertain whether he would return. Furthermore, he was a bounty hunter specializing in the pursuit of pirates, and even if he were to share information, it would be in vain. Old Shaji gradually elucidated the background to Av, clarifying that he had no intention of deceiving him. At that moment, Av's desired pizza was also ready. Your order is complete. Please take your leave. There is nothing here that you seek. At this moment, Old Shocky had issued an eviction order, yet Ivy remained steadfastly present. Hey, whether you succeed or not is not up to you. It is he who must decide. If he disagrees, then I shall take him by force. Ivy spoke with an audacious authority. Tell me, where is that Tyke? I must personally extend an invitation to Sparta. Sparta? The very name suggested an extraordinary individual, piquing Ivy's interest, while Tyke was of little concern to her. Surely, it was improbable that she would encounter a vice admiral or a general at such a juncture. Ivy remained skeptical. You may leave. We shall devise a means to rescue Sparta on our own. Clearly, Old Shocky was unwilling to involve Ivy in this affair. However, Shadget held a differing opinion. Casting a glance at Ivy, he remarked, Old Shocky, it is harmless to inform him. An extra pair of hands is always beneficial. Silence. Do not utter such words again. Old Shocky's countenance shifted abruptly, delivering a stern reprimand to his nephew. Regardless of Ivy's subsequent inquiries, old Shaki remained reticent, and neither would Shadget speak. With no other recourse, Ivy departed, determined to seek answers elsewhere, confident that information would eventually come to her. As she strolled through the streets, carrying a watermelon pie and pizza, Ivy reflected that at this hour, Bellamy, the fervent admirer of Doflamingo, ought to have arrived in Magic Valley Town. Yet, to her surprise, Bellamy was absent, and the town yielded no information. Instead, there were whispers of a culinary master named Sparta and an underground king known as Tyke. Ah, my dear father. This must be the so-called butterfly effect, pondered Ivy, considering the possibility that her father was indeed a previous traveler. Lost in thought, she failed to notice an individual ahead, colliding with them and sending the person sprawling. I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Regaining her composure, Ivy hurried to assist the fallen stranger, only to discover it was none other than Shadget, old Shaki's nephew. What brings you here? Given that old Shaki had firmly resolved not to divulge any information to Ivy, she was perplexed by Shadget's sudden appearance. Are you a pirate? Shadget gazed up at Ivy, who towered over him by a considerable margin. Ivy stood at a height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters, while Shadget barely reached 1 meter and 78 centimeters. His slight frame rendering him akin to a diminutive monkey in Ivy's presence. What is the matter? Most of those appearing in Magic Valley Town are pirates. Why do you ask? Ivy inquired, puzzled. I've heard that you possess formidable strength. Shadget replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Would you be willing to take me to sea? Before Ivy could respond, Shaji posed yet another question. With pirates lurking everywhere, why have you chosen me? Faced with Shaji's desire to join her, Ivy expressed a sense of perplexity and confusion. This is quite natural. My intuition tells me that you are an excellent captain. Allow me to accompany you. I implore you. At this moment, Shaji appears exceedingly earnest, and even AI Wei shares in this seriousness, attentively observing every subtle change in Shaji's expression, discerning whether his intentions are genuine. Although Shaji maintains a grave demeanor, he harbors a sense of trepidation within. This is not his first attempt to join a pirate crew. After gaining awareness, he has sought to enlist in over 100 pirate bands. Yet, inexplicably, every time he embarks, the entire crew he joins meets their demise, whether it be through tumultuous waves capsizing their vessel, succumbing to the jaws of sea monsters, annihilation by the Navy, or being crushed by falling debris from the sky. It seems as though Shaji possesses an uncanny knack for bringing misfortune upon his companions, while he himself remains unscathed. The pirates dwelling in Magic Valley Town are well aware of Shaji's predicament, hence none dared to accept him into their ranks. Thus, he sets his sights on the newly arrived pirates in Magic Valley Town, who are oblivious to his history. He has a compelling reason to venture forth in search of someone. Despite the overwhelming challenges, he refuses to relent. Initially, Shaji contemplated other methods, but upon recognizing his inexplicable misfortune, he abandoned such thoughts. It is better to lead unscrupulous pirates to their doom than to inadvertently harm the innocent. Very well, I consent. What skills do you possess? Upon realizing that Shaji genuinely wishes to join and is not deceiving him, AI Wei readily acquiesced, especially since the ship was in need of crew members, and he preferred quality over quantity. Shaji barely met AI Wei's criteria, prompting the inquiry about his capabilities. I heard you lack a navigator. I am unsure if that is due to an absence or previous fatalities, but I possess extensive maritime experience that could guide you through many tempests. An experienced navigator signifies an invaluable layer of safety for all aboard. Since AI Wei has consented to Shaji's inclusion, he does not hesitate to recount his past achievements. After listening, AI Wei does not dwell on the veracity of these claims. The truth will inevitably reveal itself in due time. If one were to deceive him, he believes that Robin would ensure they learn a lesson in humility. Do you know where that base, Tech, is located? With you as our guide, we can conveniently resolve the issue of the chef. Magic Valley Town truly seems to be a land of fortune for him. A chef has been found, and an experienced navigator as well. AI Wei, feeling fortunate, suspects this may be a grand scheme. Everything had been meticulously arranged, and it was merely a matter of colliding with destiny. Without further contemplation, Avi followed Shaji to the base of Tyke, a villa sprawling over several hundred square meters. The exterior bore a unique charm, with a formidable iron gate standing before Avi, adorned with sharp deterrents to prevent any unauthorized access. While ineffective against the most formidable of pirates, it was sufficient to deter the majority of those of lesser strength. As for those who possessed the capability to dismiss such barriers, they would still refrain from intruding, for this was Tyke's domain. Even the most unruly pirates in Magic Valley Town dared not wreak havoc here. Is this the place? Do you know if my chef is held captive within? Avi inquired. Standing atop a residential building in front of the villa, gazing intently at Tyke's stronghold. Indeed, Tyke has stepped out and has yet to return. We have the perfect opportunity to rescue Sparta, Shaji swiftly replied, internally rolling his eyes at the notion that Avi referred to Sparta as her chef without having even seen him yet. Such audacity was remarkable. Then lead the way. In no time, Avi and her companions navigated through numerous perils, breaching the villa's defenses and arriving at an underground passage. Flanking the corridor were several cells housing ferocious beasts and pirates, one of which contained a naval officer, chained and glaring menacingly at Avi. At the passage's end, there stood another cell, not secured by a door, but rather by a cross-like apparatus. Sparta was bound upon it, his head bowed in disarray. The pointed top of his head was immediately recognizable to Shaji. Surely he hasn't succumbed already? Shaji mused, noting the uniquely styled Sparta, who would soon be his chef. At least, based on appearances, Avi would not need to worry about finding stray hairs in her meals. Hey, are you alive? Avi asked, placing a hand on Sparta and shaking him vigorously. The force was so great that it could have easily incapacitated a living person. Yet, the cross that restrained Sparta remained immovable, as if firmly rooted in the ground. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Sparta slowly lifted his head, his gaze settling upon Avi and Shaji, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Fortune has led you to a formidable captain this time, Shaji. What brings such a notorious pirate to this place? What schemes do you harbor? Forget it, regardless of your intentions. Escaping from here will not prove to be an easy task. First, Sparta glanced at Ivy and then at Shaji, quickly discerning that Shaji had allied himself with Ivy. Sparta was somewhat aware of Shaji's reputation. Every true warrior tends to distrust fate, placing their faith solely in themselves and their own strength. Sparta had once shared this belief. Had he not departed early during their previous encounter, he might have already met his demise beneath the waves. He had no desire to speculate on Ivy's intentions, for they were now in the heart of Tech's stronghold, and Ivy's arrival would not make their escape an easy task. Indeed, you were correct, you cunning little insect. Were it not for your heinous act of slaying my brother, I might have considered bringing you into my fold. A bounty of 130 million on the head of a notorious pirate. How impressive. Had you not graced this place with your presence today, I might have turned a blind eye to your existence. But alas, your lack of foresight leaves me no choice but to confine you here quietly. As Ivy pondered the meaning behind Sparta's words, a heavy male voice resonated from behind, the sound of polished shoes echoing with each step. Turning around, Ivy beheld a man clad in a white t-shirt and a golden trench coat, his flamboyant trousers accentuating his robust calves, which were densely covered in hair. He was accompanied by 5 men who resembled bodyguards, alongside a sensuously dressed woman. Indy still requires plenty of material. And a pirate with a bounty of 100 million should surely delight him. Didn't T-Tech leave? What brings him back here? Ivy questioned, bewildered, realizing this could jeopardize his plans. His initial intention had been to stealthily rescue Sparta, avoiding conflict at all costs. Yet, it now appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. And Ivy felt a surge of irritation at Tech's arrogance. You must leave quickly. Otherwise, you may not be able to escape at all, Sparta urged, feeling compelled to remind Ivy and his companions of the gravity of their situation, regardless of their intentions. The act of coming to his aid was a gesture he would remember. This place was perpetually exuding a virus known as CD, the longer one lingered. The more their strength would wane, and when the time came to flee, it would be too late. Moreover, your companions were likely already ensnared by their captors. Hurry and depart. Sparta weakly lifted his head to explain to Ivy. At that moment, Ivy finally understood why everything he had witnessed upon arrival had been so lifeless. The ferocious beasts that appeared so formidable outside now resembled docile infants within these confines. Even the fearsome naval officers and Sparta himself bore a sense of despondency. Thus, the truth was unveiled. With a clear understanding, she nodded. When it comes to poison, Ivy harbors no fear. The faint currents within her body are in constant motion. Rather than diminish, her strength has only grown. As for Robin and Golden Week, Ivy feels no concern. She has unwavering faith in their abilities. There is no urgency in this matter. My purpose for being here is primarily to learn that you are a chef, and coincidentally, I am in search of one. Hence my invitation for you to become my partner. She waved her hand dismissively, disregarding Tyke's threats, and turned to Sparta with a serious invitation. This matter is truly significant. After several months of seafaring, Ivy is content with everything else, yet there is one aspect that remains unsatisfactory. That is the act of cooking. Cooking is a cumbersome affair. Not only must one venture into the sea to gather ingredients, but one must also kindle a fire, prepare the meal, and subsequently wash the dishes. What a hassle. This is nothing like the seafaring life that Ivy had envisioned. It is precisely because of this that Ivy has harbored such a fervent obsession with finding a chef. With the utmost sincerity in her gaze, Ivy looked at Spartan, hoping he could sense her urgent desire and the seriousness of her intent. Let's leave this place first. Casting a glance at Tyke, whose expression had soured due to Ivy's disregard, Spartan skillfully shifted the conversation. So, if I defeat this guy, we will become partners. Oh, finally. A chef has appeared. I can finally bid farewell to the role of a mere cook. The very thought ignited a fiery passion within Ivy, causing her gaze to intensify as it fixated on Tyke. Chapter 47. The tenacious Tyke fueled by motivation. Ivy's combat prowess exceeded all expectations. After uttering those words, her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Tyke, and she delivered a powerful punch. She aimed for a swift resolution, for this fellow dared to lay hands on her beloved Robin and Golden Week. Although she was not overly concerned for their safety, she felt compelled to teach him a lesson to prepare for the inevitable questions from Robin upon her return. However, to her astonishment, 5 men resembling bodyguards suddenly materialized around Ivy, encircling her. They all launched an assault on her. Everything unfolded too rapidly, leaving Ivy no choice but to rely on her observation hockey to narrowly escape this perilous situation. Standing at a distance, Ivy, still shaken, touched her chest in disbelief. Goodness, who would have thought that those bodyguards behind Tyke possessed such formidable strength? It seems I can no longer judge others' capabilities based on mere appearances. Many things have transformed, and an abundance of powerful individuals has emerged. Upon reflection, the Navy remains remarkably steadfast, maintaining its dominant position as the ruler of the fishing grounds amidst the treacherous seas. It is undoubtedly more complex than it appears on the surface. Meanwhile, at the Navy's base, a significant event unfolds due to AI Way's actions. Sister Peach Rabbit, have you truly seen AI Way? Inquired a long-haired beauty, grasping Peach Rabbit's hand at the docks of the Naval Academy. The long-haired beauty in question is Shaddy, the daughter of the Yellow Ape, whom Avy first encountered. Years have passed, and Shaddy has blossomed from her youthful days into a graceful young woman, capturing the admiration of countless young naval scions who yearn to pursue her. However, Shaddy's foremost desire now is to ascertain whether Peach Bunny truly met Avy and if Avy is indeed alive. Since that fateful incident, Shaddy has devoted herself to rigorous training, even taking Zephyr, the most esteemed instructor in the Navy, as her mentor. In just a few short years, she has graduated and now serves as a teacher at the Naval Academy. Shaddy has often sought to venture out to locate the poisoned dragon pirates who harmed Avy. Yet her endeavors have been thwarted by the Yellow Ape's cunning manipulation of power. Nevertheless, Shaddy has not surrendered. When direct attempts fail, she resorts to clandestine measures, even becoming a bounty hunter. It was during this time that she forged a deep friendship with Peach Bunny. Do you know that guy? Peach Bunny exclaimed, astonished at Shaddy, unable to fathom how someone who has remained at the Naval Academy, even sneaking away to the New World, could possibly know Avy, a fledgling pirate. Despite Avy's formidable lineage, it seemed implausible for Shaddy to be acquainted with him. Indeed, I know him, and not just in passing. He was the one who rescued me when I first ran away from home. I thought he was dead, but to my surprise, he is still alive. Where is he now? What is he doing? Do you know? Ah, so you hadn't heard. Peach Bunny, somewhat exasperated, recounted Avy's current situation to Shaddy, who immediately grew displeased. Humph. Sister Peach Bunny, you must apologize to Avy. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you. In this moment, Shaddy resolutely defended Avy, incensed by the thought of him being harmed. Faced with her friend's muddled reasoning, Peach Bunny could only roll her eyes in resignation before turning to leave. Hey, don't go, Shaddy called out, hastily following her, chattering incessantly as they departed. Meanwhile, far away in Magic Valley Town, Avy remained oblivious to the near fallout between the two longtime friends due to his existence. Within the underground passage of Tech, apart from Avy and Tech's group, Spartacus lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength, lacking even the energy to lift his head and assess the situation. Were it not for the cross that supported him, he would have crumpled to the ground like Shaji. Tech and his companions were unharmed due to the antidote for the CD toxin, while Avy retained his combat prowess, albeit with a faint electrical current coursing through him. How come you're unscathed? At this moment, Tyke gazed at Ivy in astonishment, bewildered by the circumstances. This CD gas was a lethal amalgamation of neurotoxin and cytotoxin, It was well known that even an admiral in the Navy would succumb to such a noxious fume. Yet, Ivy appeared immune to this formidable toxin. There were only two possibilities. Either Ivy was a fruit user whose powers specifically countered the gas, or she possessed knowledge of the toxin and, like him, had consumed the antidote. However, the latter explanation was implausible, for the antidote was meticulously safeguarded by Tyke, and he was acutely aware of its quantity. Do not presume that immunity to the toxin grants you impunity. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of power. Stand aside. After fending off the 5 black-clad bodyguards and the provocatively dressed woman, Tyke's muscles pulsed rhythmically, indicating that something extraordinary was unfolding within him. This transformation, regardless of circumstances, is one that Ivy must confront with utmost seriousness. Those 5 bodyguards have already managed to entangle Ivy for a considerable duration. Their leader, Tyke, undoubtedly possesses even greater strength. And the woman with the revealing attire is not to be underestimated. Until she reveals her capabilities, one cannot ascertain whether she is merely a decorative figure or a concealed master. Ivy cannot afford to be complacent. Tyke's height gradually ascended amidst this transformation. What was once a slight advantage in stature over Ivy now placed him towering above, with Ivy barely reaching his armpit. The skin on either side of his arms displayed an unusually pale hue, and while his legs bore a slight curvature, they exuded an explosive power. Very well. Let us engage in a fair contest. Should you emerge victorious, I shall allow your departure. As he spoke, Ivy caught sight of Tyke's teeth, each one sharp as a dagger, evoking an unsettling sensation of being torn apart by a single bite. Without hesitation, the two clashed for the first time. The speed was remarkable, and the sound of their weapons meeting echoed swiftly. Ivy's staff struck Tyke with a force akin to striking iron. It proved ineffective, leaving only harmless white marks on Tyke's skin, which was predominantly pale, rendering them nearly invisible. Conversely, Ivy found himself inadvertently struck by Tyke. The latter's claws, sharper than knives, left several bloody marks on Ivy's chest. The woman with the revealing attire stood to the side, her gaze fixed on Ivy, occasionally casting flirtatious glances and blowing kisses, which rendered Ivy unable to concentrate on his observation abilities, leading to frequent miscalculations and placing him in a disadvantageous position. Even with his eyes closed, Ivy could envision her alluring poses, unsettling his focus. Logically, this should not occur, and all these irregularities defy explanation. In Ivy's mind, there was but one conclusion: that woman had consumed some form of alluring fruit, disrupting his concentration. After being struck once more by Tyke, Ivy refrained from retaliating. Instead, he maneuvered towards the direction of the alluring woman, recognizing the necessity to dismantle their alliance. Alone and disadvantaged, he faced 7 adversaries, Tyke and his 5 bodyguards, against himself. Chapter 48. The Great Battle. As Ivy made his move, the 5 bodyguards simultaneously advanced, swiftly positioning themselves between Ivy and the enchanting woman, effectively obstructing Ivy's attack. The sudden assault at this moment did not hinder Ivy as it had previously. With a purposeful and relentless punch, he sent the bodyguard flying. At that moment, Tyke appeared, raising his hand to intercept the descending staff, firmly grasping it, thwarting Ivy's intentions. Realizing that a single lethal strike was unattainable, Ivy elevated himself, feet off the ground, and executed a powerful kick to Tyke's chest. He then distanced himself, creating space between them. Their synergy was remarkable. Individually, Ivy felt no fear, yet together they rendered him helpless, unable to exert his full strength. "Alita, how are you?" Tyke inquired without glancing back, his gaze fixed on Ivy to prevent any further surprise attacks. After this encounter, Tyke had sensed Ivy's formidable prowess, feeling that Ivy surpassed his own strength. Were it not for Alita's assistance, he might have faced defeat. Thus, Alita must remain safe. The poisonous gas in the dungeon posed no threat to Ivy. If Ivy were to be released, Tyke would be unwilling, yet he found himself lacking effective means to confront Ivy. Continuing this stalemate would prove detrimental for Tyke, as he had other responsibilities, specifically, escorting the prisoners from the dungeon to Indigo. "It's all right, boss. Continuing to entangle with this fellow might delay our mission with Indigo." Alita expressed her concerns after assuring him of her well-being. Alita had consumed a superhuman fruit, the charm fruit, which enabled her to sway the hearts and minds of enemies with her every movement, inducing instability. Now, she could focus her alluring aura solely on adversaries, sparing her allies from its effects. During Tyke's earlier confrontation with Ivy, her abilities had significantly aided him. However, after such a prolonged engagement, Alita couldn't help but marvel at Ivy's remarkable composure. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. "I understand. What do you propose regarding negotiations? With little animosity between them and lacking the power to eliminate Ivy, and with his own mission at stake, continuing this conflict would be unwise. Sparta, what do you think? Ivy did not immediately acquiesce. He was not one to concern himself too much with matters of this nature. He was not fond of fighting upon arrival in any location. Yet circumstances compelled him to engage. If a ceasefire were possible, he would welcome it, as he held no affection for the beasts or the navy. Meddling was ill-advised. After his departure, he would care little for the ensuing chaos. However, if Sparta disagreed, Ivy would find himself at an impasse. For the opinions of his chef were significant, he did not operate as a dictator aboard his vessel. Otherwise, why would Ivy be in such dire straits aboard her own vessel? Tormented by two cunning individuals, one large and one small. As for Shaji's words, it was not that Ivy refrained from inquiring, but rather that Shaji had already succumbed to slumber. Whether true sleep or mere unconsciousness was uncertain, yet the rhythmic sound of his gentle snores indicated the former. Slowly lifting her head, she beheld Alida, who stood behind Tyche, and Sparta's eyes began to redden. I have heard that sound before, outside my home, before my parents departed. Who are you? Why were you there back then? He whispered hoarsely, despite never actively seeking out his irresponsible parents. The sound of Alida's voice stirred an involuntary tremor within him, awakening fragmented memories from years past. Sparta, stay at home, and do not wonder. If I find out you were running amok when I return, just wait until I get my hands on you. Sparta's father had threatened him with a menacing expression. This time, your father is off to earn a fortune. If the gambling house owner comes looking for money, just say we have already left. If all else fails, find some odd jobs. As long as you don't starve, that's all that matters. Sparta's mother had echoed similar sentiments before locking him inside the house. From within, he could hear the faint voices of Alida conversing with his parents, yet even now, Sparta struggled to recall the specifics of their words. Though he harbored deep resentment towards his parents, they were, after all, the ones who had brought him into this world and had once treated him well. It was only during that period when they became enraptured by gambling that he was left as an orphan, cast aside. In retrospect, it seemed a conspiracy, inextricably linked to Tyche and his cohorts. So you are the offspring of those two wretches. After those scoundrels fled, they intended to return and abduct you as well. Little did they know you would escape. Such negligence was a grave error. What do you intend to do now? After fleeing for so long, you find yourself captured once more. Alida recalled the first task she had undertaken upon aligning herself with Tyche. A venture that ended in failure due to the antics of Sparta's parents. Boss, this individual is the son of those two scoundrels, Alida whispered to Tyche, prompting him to remember that earlier incident. Observing Ivy's evident concern for Sparta, Tyche's gaze shifted slightly as he devised a method to extricate Ivy from the situation. If you leave now, I will permit you to take that fellow with you, he declared, pointing at the feeble Sparta, his eyes fixed intently on Ivy. In Tyche's estimation, exchanging one Sparta for a moment's respite was a reasonable trade, even if Sparta was indeed the son of the two fugitives who had slain his brother. It matters not. As long as one has the leisure, seizing an individual is a rather simple endeavor. Even with Ivy and his companions safeguarding Sparta, Tyche remains unperturbed. For he stands behind a man renowned as a legend among pirates. Apologies, but this is no matter of your willingness to spare me. Rather, it is I who shall not relent against you ruffians. While conversing, Ivy remained vigilant, subtly employing his observation hockey to locate the passage that incessantly emitted neurotoxic gas. With a thunderous crash, he acted without hesitation upon discovering it, shattering the device and rendering the neurotoxin incapable of infiltrating the dungeon any longer. You, Tyche, what of you? Now, it is time to settle the score. As the noxious gas dissipated, a swift reaction ensued. Ferocious beasts roared in wrath, their claws relentlessly assaulting the walls, transforming the dungeon into a cacophony of chaos. Freed from the torment of the gas, Sparta swiftly liberated himself from his restraints. Discarding the remnants of his chains and approaching Ivy to stretch his limbs, growling, "Captain, what shall we do?" "Of course, we shall create a ruckus." Ivy nonchalantly let his staff dangle upon the ground, his grip relaxed, as if it might fall at any moment. Tilting his head, he fixed his gaze intently upon Tyche. "Dare you threaten me, Ivy? If you do not learn why the sky is so blue today, I shall share your surname." Chapter 49. Rear Admiral Giant. The chain reaction following the disappearance of the neurotoxin was monumental. It was precisely due to the incessant emission of the neurotoxin that Tyche managed to capture numerous formidable pirates and beasts. "Damn, Tyche, release my grandfather at once. A mere schemer, once Becky and Talon emerge, I shall surely eliminate you." "How?" The furious curses of the pirates and the roars of the beasts transformed the once silent dungeon into a bustling marketplace of noise. They relentlessly assaulted the dungeon's door, which teetered precariously. Even without assistance, their escape was imminent. In one of the dungeon cells, a fierce-looking man with a square jaw sat upon the ground, unmoved by the dissipating neurotoxin, unlike the pirates who vented their rage. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the shackles upon his feet, crafted from sea prism stone, specifically designed to restrain those with abilities. He, indeed, was a paramecia-type devil fruit user, the Navy's rear admiral, known as the Giant. Having been ensnared by Tyke's machinations while investigating certain matters, he had languished in confinement for over a year. Listening to the commotion outside, he felt no concern for being among pirates. A rear admiral, even when trapped, remains a formidable force. For many years, he has been contemplating ways to liberate himself from the constraints of sea prism stone, and he has devised a method reminiscent of the one employed by the Golden Lion during his escape from the undersea prison 2 decades ago. However, due to the constant emanation of neurotoxic gas in this place, even without the binding force of the sea prism stone, escape remains an impossibility. This time was different. A flicker of malevolence crossed the face of the Giant, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, as he slowly approached the solitary stone within the confines of the cell. He grasped it firmly. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. Yet, he raised the stone with determination, striking down repeatedly. The shadows cast upon the wall by the external light revealed his feet contorted unnaturally upward, ultimately severing completely. Amidst all this turmoil, Avi remained oblivious, or perhaps lacked the opportunity to observe. The confrontation with Take had thoroughly consumed Avi's focus, while Shaji lay sprawled on the ground, lost in slumber. Avi kicked him a few times as he passed, but to no avail. Sparta was locked in a standoff with 3 black-clad bodyguards, while the other 2 vigilantly shielded Alida, who continuously entranced both Avi and Sparta. Her allure dulled their senses, preventing them from unleashing their full potential, and Avi's actions inadvertently thwarted Take's plans. The entire dungeon seemed to awaken like a ferocious beast, quaking violently. Take's gaze darted around, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape route. Exerting every ounce of his strength, presenting Avi with the visage of desperation. With a rise and a fall, Take unexpectedly managed to outmaneuver Ivy. However, this occurrence did not bring him joy. The true reckoning would arrive once the pirates imprisoned in the dungeon emerged. This mission had not only gone awry, but also threatened to cost him the base he had painstakingly built over the years. Most importantly, whether they could even escape remained an uncertainty. You 5, hold them off for now. I have a device here that can decisively defeat these 2 ruffians. With a swift kick to Ivy's staff, Take quickly addressed the others behind him. In this fierce battle, despite Tech's robust physique, he was left with no unscathed flesh, and the extent of his internal injuries remained unknown. Thus, he could no longer afford to delay. He urged his companions to hold off Avi and the others while he frantically sprinted toward the exit. Understood, boss. 2 black-clad bodyguards and Alida swiftly intercepted Avi, who was intent on pursuing Tech, and each of them began to fight desperately, revealing their trump cards. Alida unleashed her ultimate move, Charming Transformation, grasping her hands in reverse. She directed a tumultuous wave toward Avi and his group, her body flipping backward, gliding through her legs, her gaze entrancing. A pink mist began to permeate the dungeon. This time an indiscriminate, all-encompassing assault. The 5 bodyguards promptly sheltered themselves behind, leaving only Avi and his companions exposed. Amidst the pink fog, Avi appeared to glimpse his past lover, a smile gracing his face as he reached out to embrace her. Meanwhile, Sparta saw his parents from his childhood approaching him from the shoreline, and he hurriedly ran to embrace them. In his slumber, Shaji mumbled incoherently, his hands flailing wildly, his expression one of terror. Wait. When did I get a girlfriend? Avi suddenly awoke, kicking Sparta aside as he chased after Tech. However, in that brief moment, Tech had already escaped. Only the 5 bodyguards and Alida remained, and as Avi broke through the pink mist, Alida lay exhausted on the ground, her complexion pale. To simultaneously affect 2 steadfast minds was already the limit of Alida's power. The time she bought for her boss was sufficient. Once he was gone, you would all be doomed. Ha 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 ha. Alida sneered at Avi, speaking each word with intent. Are you sure he's gone to prepare some backup? He has already abandoned you to flee. Avi, opting not to pursue further, mockingly regarded Alida. Impossible. The boss shares a deep bond with us. He would never abandon us. Alida expressed disbelief. Sparta, however, was not as anxious about Tech's departure. His sole focus was Alida. What did you do with my parents? He demanded, confronting her. Want to know? Alita's lips curled into a smirk, her expression dripping with scorn. Think you can escape? A tremendous sound echoed, reminiscent of thunder, followed by an enormous arm that first obliterated the dungeon's entrance, then emerged from the depths of the earth, traversing several meters below, ultimately arriving at Tyke's base. With effortless ease, it seized Tyke, as one might grasp a mere chick, and began to retract. Tyke found himself ensnared within the colossal palm. Utterly powerless and with no avenue for escape. How could this be? In a frenzied struggle, Tyke could hardly believe that this individual could still act. Despite being shackled by seastone cuffs, why was he still able to wield his devil fruit powers? Upon witnessing the immense arm extending from the dungeon's depths, Tyke recognized the identity of his captor, the giant marine admiral he had ensnared with his cunning. The moment he glimpsed the severed feet, dread washed over him, leaving his face ashen with despair. The giant admiral calmly remarked, "This time, you have indeed presented me with an exquisite gift. A pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries, alongside a group of pirates with bounties of 30 and 40 million berries. Once I return with this lot of refuse, I should be able to persuade Vegapunk to craft me a new pair of legs." The bloodied stumps remained planted on the filthy ground, their tranquility contrasting sharply with the pallid visage of the giant's square face. Holding Tyke firmly in his grasp, the giant began to stride forward, leaving behind 2 crimson trails on the ground. Chapter 50. Departure. As Ivy and Tyke engaged in battle, Robin and Golden Week faced simultaneous assaults from unfamiliar assailants. Armed with what resembled a submachine gun, the attackers unleashed a torrent of fire upon the two, leaving the Smilox ship riddled with damage. A peculiar group of individuals descended upon Robin just as she returned from shopping, prompting her to seek refuge in haste. Golden Week, too, curled up tightly, caught off guard and denied any opportunity to retaliate. Six-petal bloom, backstrike. Robin's clear voice resonated as multiple arms sprouted from the attackers, ensnaring their bodies and bending them backward with ferocious speed. In a cacophony of cracking sounds, none of the assailants could remain standing. Quickly, she helped Golden Week to his feet, asking, "What happened? Where is Ivy? How should I know? That scoundrel must have provoked some sort of trouble, the wretch." Golden Week replied bitterly, relieved that Ivy was absent. The thought of being seen in such a cowardly state by Ivy was mortifying. As Golden Week was unaware of Ivy's whereabouts, Robin seized one of the attackers and interrogated him about Ivy's location, though Robin was not particularly worried for Ivy's safety. Dusk was approaching, and the time for their rendezvous was drawing near. Ivy was still dawdling instead of returning, undoubtedly caught up in some frivolity. It seemed imperative that she go retrieve him. Boom. A colossal arm emerged from the depths of the earth, as if seizing something, only to retreat back into the subterranean darkness. This sudden action startled all the pirates of Magic Valley Town, who gazed in a daze towards that direction. It appeared to be the territory of that fellow, Tyke. One pirate struggled to swallow, while another, in agreement, remarked with icy hands and feet, "Such enormous arms, could it be that Tyke is hiding a giant beneath the ground?" At this sight, Robin momentarily froze, but then recalled that Ivy seemed to be in that direction, prompting him to hasten toward Tyke's base. Unbeknownst to Ivy, she had been envisioned by Robin as a carefree, mischievous figure. Meanwhile, she was intently watching the emerging giant general, emanating an aura reminiscent of an ancient beast, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. As the giant general made his move, most of the prison cells in the dungeon had already swung open, with many others buried beneath fallen earth. The pirates who emerged hesitantly gazed at the giant general and the weapon he wielded, the tech, rendered speechless by fear. Even the once ferocious beasts lay sprawled on the ground, silenced and subdued. Gradually, the giant general fully stepped forth, his square face turning towards the trio of Avi, while casting a glance at the pirates, who were too intimidated by his imposing presence to make a move. Through the passage cleared by the general, a radiant light akin to the hues of dusk poured generously into the long enshrouded dungeon, casually discarding the nearly lifeless tech onto the ground. He raised his arms high above his head. Ah, the long-awaited sunlight, the crisp air, and this, the stench of refuse. With a sudden turn, he surveyed the gathered pirates, his pale visage taking on a tinge of crimson under the warm glow of the evening light, which rendered him particularly menacing. What should we do? Do we stand a chance against him? Spartan's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the giant general, then spoke to Avi. Frankly, no. However, we can still attempt to fight our way out. His eyes drifted to the general's feet, noting the remnants of the fallen commander. Even if he still held the title of commander, it remained uncertain how much of his true strength he could still muster. As for our side, we have numerous pirate fodder, Spartan, myself, and the unknown abilities of the navigator, Shaji. Just considering this gave Avi a sense of assurance. Alita had been captured by Avi and his companions, while all 5 of her black-clad bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground, gasping for breath, gripping Alita tightly. Spartan was resolute in his intent, harboring a deep loathing for this group. Leave at once. I shall join you shortly. With a firm squeeze, Alita's life was extinguished. Her body slumping to the ground, her face still adorned with a smile, her neck twisted in death. Swiftly, he charged ahead, shouting, "You fools! Why do you stand there idly, awaiting your demise, one by one?" Rallying the paralyzed pirates, he urged them to surge forward. These pirates are indeed fierce individuals, remarkably astute in recognizing the times. Otherwise, they would not dare to navigate the vast seas. Brothers, let us charge forth. It is merely a naval officer. I have dispatched many. Today, I shall give it my all. Shouting fervently, each of them unleashed their unique skills. Knowing well that if they did not defeat the giant general, escape would be impossible, Tyke had already emerged from the dungeon and reached the surface. On the verge of fleeing, only to be effortlessly recaptured by the giant general. With a sudden transformation, the giant general's fist swelled to the size of millstones, swinging them relentlessly, manifesting an endless barrage of fists in an instant. This onslaught sent the encircling pirates flying, yet his pallor deepened further. Glancing at the sand gathering around him, he could not help but wonder if the words of that Spartan fellow would truly come to pass. This individual is nothing short of a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who crosses paths with him is destined for calamity. It had barely been a day since I had followed him, and yet I found myself encountering a rear admiral. Such formidable luck cannot be overlooked. In the vast realm of pirates, how many powerful vice admirals exist? To encounter one so fortuitously, could it be that they were all awaiting this very collision? Of course. This is merely a jest. It is inconceivable for Avi to abandon Shaji, having already accepted him as a companion. To forsake him now would be utterly contrary to Avi's character. It is either a matter of commitment or not at all. Surrender is not in her nature. It is merely a stroke of misfortune. As long as she grows stronger, all formidable forces shall be hers to wield. Those who stand in her way, be they Buddha or gods, shall be vanquished. Nothing is insurmountable. Setting Shaji aside, Avi took action. It would be utterly unbecoming for a captain, endowed with combat prowess, to remain in the rear while a mere cook battled valiantly at the forefront. With a swift and evolved technique, a thrust, the pole in Avi's grasp, honed to an excruciating sharpness through her mastery of thunder, pierced through the body of the giant vice admiral at the speed of light. The encounter was far from over. With a swift turn in the air, she found herself above the giant admiral, delivering a powerful stomp. The sound echoed as the giant admiral fell to the ground. Overwhelmed by Ivy's relentless assault, Ivy could scarcely believe it. Was it truly that simple? Was there no use of hockey for defense? No observation hockey to sense her movements in advance? How was it possible for someone to hold the rank of vice admiral in the Navy under such circumstances? This is a quintessential example of someone who, having gained an advantage, feigns innocence. They have already triumphed, so why concern themselves with further matters? In the preceding battle, there were scarcely any pirates left standing. To be precise, hardly any at all. This is the real world, where invulnerable beings do not exist. This is not a narrative of a protagonist. Death is a natural occurrence. After probing for the breath of the giant general, it was discovered that he still had life. Avi, disregarding the matter further, beckoned Spartak to bring Shaji along and departed from the dungeon. The few surviving pirates, who initially intended to express their gratitude, exchanged glances filled with resentment before casting one final glare at Take's lifeless body and leaving. However, once they departed, it was certain that the base, villa, and estate painstakingly established by Take would be utterly destroyed by these furious pirates. Chapter 51. Every companion is extraordinary that night. The town of Magic Valley remained bustling with life, teeming with revelers undisturbed by the actions of Avi and his companions. "Robin, allow me to introduce you," Avi exclaimed, pointing to Spartak's bald head. "This is our ship's future cook," he continued, gesturing towards Shaji, "and this is our ship's future navigator." They then made their way to the lively tavern in Magic Valley, where the proprietor was none other than Shaji's kin, Old Shaji. "Old Shaji, bring me 30 servings of meat. I'm famished," Avi declared, having already devoured the pizza and other treats he had intended to take back. There was no need to carry food home now that a cook had been found. He could simply await the feast laid before him. "What brings you here, Shaji?" Old Shaji exclaimed upon noticing Avi and his companions, particularly his nephew Shaji and the long-unseen friend Spartak. "What? Am I not welcome?" Spartak boisterously claimed as he took a seat, eyeing his old friend. Years had passed, yet to Spartak, old Shaji still appeared timid. I'm not like you. There's nothing wrong with staying quietly here. The outside world is fraught with danger, and the sea is perilous beyond measure. A moment's distraction could lead to death. Old Shaji's tone grew somber, hinting at past events that had made him fearful. While conversing, old Shaji did not forget Avi's order for 30 servings of meat. And soon enough, the kitchen was bustling. The long-awaited meat finally arrived. Given the grave dangers faced, indulging in a hearty meal was a necessity for Avi. He eagerly grabbed 2 pieces of meat and began to savor them. Indeed, let me tell you, old Shaji, I have officially joined the Smilok pirate crew. At that moment, Shaji chimed in, and old Shaji nodded in agreement upon seeing Avi, his expression tinged with concern. You are the last of the night elves. I will not allow you to leave recklessly. Old Shaji spoke vehemently, his booming voice drowning out the cacophony of the bar, drawing the attention of all present. What are you staring at? Get the hell out of here. Typically the epitome of meekness, old Shaji's sudden outburst startled the regular patrons, who found themselves captivated by his fierce gaze. One by one, they vacated, as if fearing dire consequences would befall them should they linger any longer. You may not be aware of Shaji's background, he continued. He has joined over 100 pirate crews and merchant fleets, yet none have survived. Those who welcomed him aboard ultimately met untimely ends. Knowing this, would you still dare to let him set sail? With a solemn tone, old Shaji implored Ivy, recounting Shaji's illustrious past in hopes of dissuading Ivy from permitting Shaji's participation. I am sorry. I have never been one to dwell on such notions, Ivy replied indifferently, seemingly unfazed by old Shaji's sudden display of authority. Surrounded by this so-called son of the devil as deemed by the Navy, Ivy had witnessed no adverse effects thus far. Let it go, she added, her demeanor resolute. The seafaring folk were often superstitious, believing fervently in legends, but Ivy remained skeptical, despite the existence of illogical phenomena like devil fruits. In a previous life, she had been an avid reader, consuming countless novels, which fortified her resistance to such tales. You must ensure that this scoundrel remains safe. Old Shaji's tone shifted, now focused on Ivy's duty to protect Shaji. I cannot offer guarantees. But as long as I draw breath, no harm shall come to my crew. Ivy declared with unwavering conviction. This sentiment echoed her true feelings. If she could not safeguard her comrades, what kind of captain would she be? After all, protecting one's crew was the very essence of a captain's duty. By the way, boss, may I ask you something? We are headed to Sky Island. Do you know where Onebland Kulik resides? Ivy recalled that Kulik should be located on the opposite side of Magic Valley, but searching for him would undoubtedly consume time. It would be prudent to inquire with someone, especially since she was uncertain when the ascending current to Sky Island would surge. Finding Kulik promptly would enable her to ascertain the timing of the current, allowing her to proceed without haste afterward. Do you believe in the existence of Sky Island? Do you truly buy into such legends? Old Shaji exclaimed with wide eyes, incredulous that there were still pirates who believed in the island's existence. Successfully diverting the conversation, he ceased to dwell on the previous topic. Indeed, if you believe in the existence of Sky Island, seeking out the descendant of that braggart, Kulik, is undoubtedly the most sensible course of action. Although Lashaji himself does not believe in the existence of Sky Islands, he does not oppose others who hold such beliefs. Each individual possesses their own convictions and dreams. At his advanced age, Lashaji only trusts what he can see. He will neither declare the non-existence of things he has not witnessed nor readily accept their existence. Therefore, if Sky Islands truly exist, he would appreciate being informed of their whereabouts. With that said, Lashaji instructed Ivy on the direction to find Kulik. Shaji, come here for a moment. Since you are so determined to leave, take this with you. It was left by your parents. Observing Shaji's playful demeanor, Lashaji shot him a stern glance before leading him upstairs to a room. Lashaji could discern the truth in Ivy's words. He possessed such abilities. Shaji had been clamoring to depart, and although he had not succeeded, Lashaji realized he could not accompany him for a lifetime. It would be better for Shaji to follow Ivy now. Given Ivy's strength, he should be able to handle it. Lashaji thought without any psychological burden. Captain, I have a personal matter to attend to. I will step away for a bit. At this moment, the Spartan, who had consumed his fair share, stood up. After exchanging a few words with Ivy, he departed. Captain, the 2 crew members you found are quite intriguing. Robin, with his hands resting on the bar, elegantly indulged in his meal, then teasingly remarked at Ivy, I once read a little about the Knight clan in an ancient text. They are said to be servants of the goddess of misfortune, inherently bearing the curse of bad luck. However, centuries ago, a cataclysm occurred, and the cause remains unknown. Since then, the Knight clan has vanished from sight. I never imagined the captain would be so fortunate as to encounter them. It is said that those from the Knight clan possess a particular trait. They bring misfortune to their companions, unless one possesses extraordinary luck. It is wise to avoid friendships with members of the Knight clan, for a moment's negligence could lead to death. Robin shared what he knew with Ivy, ensuring he was not left in ignorance. The Spartan is no ordinary individual. He is a formidable bounty hunter, with countless pirates having met their demise at his hands. Moreover, he is vengeful and capricious. Captain, our future days are bound to be increasingly exciting. Robin chuckled at Ivy's dazed expression, finding it immensely amusing. Stop laughing. Misfortune comes in waves. The companions I have chosen will never be easily abandoned. Not long after, the Spartan returned, a scent of blood clinging to him. The task is complete. Avy gazed at Sparta and inquired. While Avy did not concern himself with the personal affairs of his crew, he could discern that the latter was undoubtedly seeking revenge on the one who had wronged him. Chapter 52. Meeting Kulik aboard the Smylock, the crew sailed towards Kulik's residence. The role of the navigator proved invaluable, as the crew no longer had to labor extensively every time they set sail. Shaji, what did you bring back just now? Let me see. Avy suddenly leaned in close to Shaji, startling him with his unexpected presence. However, upon recognizing Avy, Shaji's irritation flared. Get lost. With a disapproving expression, he kicked Avy away, unable to tolerate his incessant pestering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Show me. Come on. Avy incessantly appeared before Shaji, searching for something unusual. Stop causing trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me when the ship capsizes. You already know of the misfortune that seems to follow me. Why not keep your distance? Are you eager for your own demise? I certainly do not want that. After your death, I would have to devise another means to set sail. Skillfully maneuvering the Smylock, he urged Avy to hold on a little longer, as he did not wish for him to perish so swiftly. Otherwise, he would need to seek out another companion. Impossible. I have yet to traverse the world or savor all its delicacies. How could I possibly meet my end now? He retorted loudly, leaping to the bow of the ship. Our journey is towards the boundless sea. Avy proclaimed with fervor. Stop obstructing my view at the bow. You offend my eyes. Regrettably, the sentiment was not reciprocated. At that moment, the bald Spartan shouted from the kitchen, dinner is served. Instantly, in Shaji's line of sight, Avery's figure vanished. Baldy, this time, I truly wish to savor your culinary skills. If they do not meet my expectations, I shall have to throw you off the ship. Avery sat at the dining table, utensils in hand, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the food. What a delightful anticipation. Spartan responded calmly while serving the meal. Haha, just kidding. He playfully patted Spartan on the shoulder before promptly resuming his seat. Delicious. With the first bite, Avery felt as if he had ascended to paradise. Compared to his previous culinary endeavors, this was nothing short of divine. Robin, elegantly eating from his plate while perusing an ancient tome, cast a glance at Avery and the others, pondering. These individuals are aboard for various reasons. Can our Captain Avery truly manage to keep them in line? After some reflection, he concluded it was a futile thought, for Avery showed no signs of attempting to assert control over the group. Thus, each person appeared to be burdened with heavy thoughts. Save for Avery. Shaji retrieved a beautifully crafted ring from his pocket, his eyes filled with longing, and solemnly placed it upon his finger. This was left behind by the parents of Shaji. Sparta leaned against the stern of the ship, his indifferent expression revealing nothing. Yet, he emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. After enjoying the golden week, he returned to his quarters, contemplating whether to remain here or consider other options. Just as Robin had suspected, the companions that Ivy had gathered were not genuinely committed to the Smylock pirate crew. They regarded it merely as a temporary and fleeting vessel. They would remain quietly aboard until they achieved their respective goals. Whether Ivy could win over this motley crew depended entirely on her own capabilities. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped head emerged from the surface of the sea, revealing a stout man with a chestnut atop his head, gasping for air before swimming toward the shore. The man with the diamond-shaped head is none other than Kirik, the very individual Ivy has been searching for. He is the commander of the Ape Mountain United Army and a descendant of the notorious deceiver Rolando. For centuries ago, Kirik's ancestor, Rolando, was executed by the king due to a certain incident, casting a long shadow of infamy upon his lineage. Unwilling to succumb to fate, Kirik ventured to the fabled Golden Island, as described by Rolando, diving into the depths of the sea each day in search of it. Determined to prove to the world that his ancestor did not deceive. Alternatively, he contemplated that should he perish before finding it, it would bring an end to his quest. These thoughts lingered in Kurik's mind, yet upon seeing the imposing figures of two colossal apes on the shore, a fleeting pang of guilt washed over him. Had he not instructed them to leave? He had charted his destiny, yet he could not bear to burden these two friends. With a resolute thump on his chest, the Salvage King declared his determination. "Old man, we will not leave." Masra, the captain of the Masra pirate crew and a member of the Ape Mountain United Army, responded loudly. Kurik had disbanded the United Army in pursuit of the Golden Island, yet these two individuals remained steadfast. "Old man, have you found it today?" The Salvage King inquired swiftly. "Alas, it has been 3 years with no discovery," Kurik sighed, somewhat inexplicably. "Tomorrow, the rising current will surge. It's no longer possible to venture forth." He pondered. If he himself could not believe, how could he expect others to accept the existence of the Golden Island? He also harbored doubts about the rising current. Could it be that the Golden Island had not sunk, but had instead been swept into the heavens by the ascending tide? Such thoughts were fleeting. "Old man, a ship approaches," the keen-eyed Salvage King exclaimed, spotting a vessel sailing towards them. "Let us go take a look." They arrived at the shore, watching the Similoc swiftly approach. "Captain, we have arrived." Indeed, as old Shaji had stated, a vast wooden villa loomed ahead. Shaji called for Ivy to come out, gazing at Kurik's abode, covering his face in disbelief. From the outside, Kurik's house appeared grand. Yet it was merely a wooden structure. The Similoc soon docked, halting before Kurik and his companions, who stood on the shore. Ivy, Sparta, and others quickly leapt ashore. "Hello." To the two apes and this esteemed Uncle Kurik. "Greetings." They greeted cheerfully, displaying an air of familiarity. "Who are you? What brings you here?" "You are not welcome," Kurik responded sternly, attempting to dismiss Ivy and the others. Hey, no need for violence. We come in peace. This visit is intended to seek your assistance." While speaking, I stepped into the room. Kulik positioned himself in front of Ivy, gesturing that if Ivy dared to advance further, he would take action. "Old man, I remember now. They are the pirates who seized our permanent pointer at sea today. Moreover, they disturbed the sunken ship." The Salvage King had been pondering, trying to ascertain the identities of Ivy and his companions, as they evoked a sense of familiarity. "So they are enemies." Kulik's gaze sharpened, fixing a piercing stare on Ivy. "Since you are foes, then prepare to meet your demise." With a powerful push from his feet, he lunged forward, his arm slightly bent, aiming a strike at Ivy, reminiscent of a serpent's punch. Chapter 53. That's enough. Is this a joke? To confront us so abruptly. Kulik was swift, but Ivy was swifter. The endless staff mercilessly thrust into Kulik's abdomen, causing bile to surge forth. "I warned you against being impulsive. Fighting resolves nothing." Kindly, I helped Kulik to his feet, casting a warm smile at the two gorillas, the Salvage King and his companion, who dared not move. "Hello, Uncle Kulik. We are the Smiloc pirates en route to Sky Island. I am Captain Ivy. Those over there are my companions, Robin, Golden Week, Shaji, and Sparta. We have heard that you possess a method to reach Sky Island, which is why we sought you out." With Ivy's assistance, Kulik finally regained his composure, clutching his stomach and regarding Ivy and his crew with a hostile expression. "Have you not tirelessly searched for the Golden Island spoken of by your ancestor, Roland? You seek to validate his claims, to ascertain their truthfulness. I can assure you, Roland's words are indeed accurate. A fabulously wealthy island, abundant in gold, once existed here. Moreover, I am aware of its current whereabouts." Seated in a chair, Ivy began to weave his tale, as the group found themselves within Kulik's abode. Sparta, ever at ease, commandeered Kulik's kitchen and soon emerged with a splendid spread of food. "The night has grown so dark, we must order a midnight snack. Is what you say genuinely true?" Kulik, the one with the chestnut head, regarded this stranger, this unfamiliar pirate, with skepticism, though the Golden Island had long been a haunting obsession for him. A treasure he yearned to uncover, he found it difficult to trust someone who appeared from nowhere, claiming to know its location. "I am aware of many things about you. Descendant of the kingdom's criminal, Roland. Like your ancestor, you too are an adventurer. Years ago, he ventured to sea, establishing the United Monkey Legion. A few years back, he fortuitously arrived here, disbanding the Legion, and has since plunged into the depths daily, searching for the whereabouts of the Golden Island as relayed by Roland. However, I can unequivocally inform you that the direction you seek is misguided. The fabled Golden Island does not reside beneath the sea, but rather, it is suspended in the heavens." Engrossed in his meal, Ave paid no heed to Kulik's astonished expression, continuing his relentless struggle for sustenance. Kulik's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly rose from his chair. An air of resolute determination in his gaze as he pointed accusingly at Ave, demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The fact that Ave had thoroughly investigated his background left Kulik with no choice but to suspect that Ave's arrival harbored ulterior motives. "Calm down. What could I possibly covet from you? I merely wish to inquire about the frequency of the upward ocean currents. We aspire to embark on an adventure to the Sky Island. Beyond that, I have no other intentions." Ave reassured him, adding, "Rest assured, once we ascend, we shall inform the Sandia people of your affairs. We are the descendants of those who were once close friends with your ancestor, Roland." Observing Kulik's bewildered expression, Ave was filled with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. As a time traveler, well-versed in the entire narrative, why should he appear as lost as a native? A more ostentatious demeanor was warranted. He patted Kulik on the shoulder before striding out of the room, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. "Be astonished. Are you not shaken by my words? Bow before my flamboyant presence, you mere mortals. Ah ha ha ha. This is madness. Just awakening from a slumber, during the Golden Week." Both Huang and Shaji gazed at Ai Wei, exchanging a glance that conveyed their simultaneous thoughts. Sparta remained as stoic as ever, seemingly untouched by any emotion. Robin observed Ai Wei, pondering with a hint of curiosity about how Ai Wei came to know such things. If Ai Wei had been with that person since childhood, it would not be surprising for him to possess such knowledge. In Robin's mind, Ai Wei's father was a figure of omnipotence and omniscience. Yet Ai Wei had clearly suffered from amnesia. Had his memories returned? After Ai Wei departed, Kulik joined his two companions, who were gathered around Dalao Wang. "Old man, let us go teach that scoundrel a lesson," Dalao Wang exclaimed, visibly enraged. On the sea, Ai Wei and his companions had seized his target, the sunken ship, and had just assaulted his father. Had it not been for that scoundrel's threat against his father, Dalao Wang would have recklessly charged ahead. Dalao Wang would never tolerate anyone bullying old man Kulik. "Old man, do you think what that guy said is true?" Dalao Wang asked. "You have been searching the sea for 3 years with no leads. Perhaps Fatty Maslow was right," he added hesitantly, "in pursuit of the Golden Island." Old man Kulik had dived into the ocean daily, refusing to let anyone accompany him. Over the years, his health had deteriorated significantly. Maslow observed this with a heavy heart. Though he struggled to express his feelings, as old man Kulik never spoke of it. Listening to the brothers, Kulik neither agreed nor opposed their sentiments, remaining pensive. Lost in thought, "I'm going to teach them a lesson," Dalao Wang declared, interpreting old man Kulik's silence as consent, and he marched determinedly towards Ai Wei, who stood at the water's edge. "Stop." Kulik slammed his hand on the table, admonishing Dalao Wang. The latter, taken aback by the unusual demeanor of his father, froze mid-step, watching as old man Kulik approached Ai Wei. "Old man," Dalao Wang and Masla called out, "can you ensure that what you said is true?" "Of course." "What proof do you have?" "None." "Then why should I believe the words of a pirate?" "Because I am Simulak Ai Wei." "And what benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" "Tomorrow, an unprecedented large upwelling current will arrive. Since you seek your own demise, I shall not hinder you." Their brief exchange did not last long, as Kulik left with a complex expression. "I will assist you in modifying your ship to better withstand the immense upwelling current." Ai Wei smiled faintly as he gazed at the surface of the sea. Indeed, Kulik's formidable will to defy fate remained unaltered. "Thank you. I apologize for what happened earlier." Avi certainly had other methods at her disposal, yet due to the previous events, she felt an inexplicable agitation, which led to a somewhat extreme approach. Nevertheless, the objective was achieved, and it bore no ill consequences for either party, aside from the salvage king, who was begrudgingly observing Avi while modifying the Smylock. There was truly nothing amiss. Tomorrow, they would ascend to the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A new map, new companions. The sensation of unrestrained freedom is truly delightful. Gazing at Robin and the others, who were aware they would soon be resting on the lofty Sky Island, as well as Kulik and his team busy with the ship's modifications, the image of the navy that Avi once harbored in her mind, one that would pursue pirates relentlessly, even at the cost of a leg, vanished in an instant. The world is so splendid. Freedom is so enchanting. Being able to safeguard her beloved companions is more than enough. Chapter 54. Seizing every opportunity to grow stronger as day breaks and night falls, time perpetually races forward, eluding any attempts to capture it. In the blink of an eye, the sun was on the verge of rising, and the Smylock had undergone a remarkable transformation under Kulik's skilled hands, now adorned with 2 enormous wings, exuding an aura of majesty. "Stay close," shouted the salvage king and Masra from the sides of the Smylock as they set off. The three vessels, connected by chains, were secured against any perilous descent, and under the experienced navigation of the crew from the sand gathering, the Smilock successfully embarked on its journey towards the Sky Island. Without a guide, one would truly struggle to find it. Avi stood at the bow, observing the indistinguishable expanse of the sea surrounding her. In truth, utilizing the force of the surging ocean currents to propel the vessel to the lofty Sky Island was a perilous endeavor. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. Yet there was no alternative. Rumors spoke of other, safer pathways that could lead to the Sky Island, but such knowledge eluded the majority. Unfortunately, Avi was among that vast majority, and it was precisely because so few were aware that the pirates in Magic Valley Town dismissed the existence of the Sky Island. Before long, the crew detected the direction of the surging sea currents, a revelation obvious to anyone with a modicum of sense. A few hundred meters ahead of the Smilock, the sky darkened ominously, flashes of lightning flickering in the distance, while the ocean currents swirled erratically below. This created a colossal underwater vortex. And under the unusual conditions of the sky and sea, the winds were more fierce than ever, billowing the sails of the ship. The pull of the currents was astonishing, as if everything was destined to be consumed by that immense whirlpool. Is this the site of the surging currents eruption? Golden Week gasped, wide-eyed, clinging tightly to Robin's leg in astonishment. If one were to be careless, it could indeed lead to catastrophe. At this juncture, one can only place faith in the captain's assurances. Robin gently patted the head of Golden Week, offering solace. Do not worry, even if we were to fall, there would be no pain felt, for in that fleeting moment of descent, all sensations would vanish. Truly, there is nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Golden Week felt an even greater sense of dread, tightly clutching Robin's leg, too frightened to open her eyes. What a coward, weren't you once so bold? Ivy remarked with a dismissive pout. Well, we can only take you this far. How you proceed from here is entirely up to you. The resolute crew of the Salvage King swiftly unfastened the chains connecting their vessels and turned back. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider our journey. Golden Week officially addressed Ivy for the first time, and Ivy felt a surge of delight in her heart, though her words remained stern. Do not weep. For the scorned shall revel in your sorrow. Do not bow your head, lest the crown fall. Golden Week, you are destined to be a companion of the Pirate King. How can you cower so? Under the skilled and adept maneuvering of the crew, the Smilock spun gracefully upon the surface of the great whirlpool, yet everything proceeded smoothly. The sails had been furled thanks to the efforts of Ivy and her companions. In such conditions, unfurling the sails could easily lead to disaster. Even Ivy had to exercise caution, with depths exceeding 1,000 meters in the rapidly spinning whirlpool. A mere piece of steel cast into the abyss would be reduced to nothing in an instant. The Smilock came to a halt upon a submerged rock, and gazing at the towering waves surrounding them, even the most resolute of Sparty felt a shiver of trepidation. Casting a deep glance at Ivy, one could only contemplate the fate that awaited should those monstrous waves descend upon them. What is happening? Golden Week sensed the vessel trembling violently, struggling to maintain its balance. It is the upward current we have been anticipating. Shaji, we are counting on you. Ivy grasped the ship's body, her smile stretching nearly to her ears, brimming with excitement. Such an experience, if not personally felt, is a sensation that one can never truly comprehend. The exhilaration. Henceforth, Ivy shall continue in this manner, as interest dictates passion. Provided the captain speaks truthfully, if there truly exists an opportunity, then leave it to me. I eagerly anticipate the island, standing high at 10,000 meters above the ground. Shaji's expression remained serene. Although he had not undergone such experiences, he had, after all, participated in over 100 pirate crew voyages as a navigator. Moreover, to have survived amidst total annihilation on more than 100 occasions demonstrates a certain audacity. However, should there be any deceit, death would be inevitable, and I would ensure to eliminate you beforehand. Alas, it is indeed a challenging task to be a captain. Why does everyone seem so eager to slay the captain? Where is the captain's authority? Where is the captain's majesty? Has it been fed to the dogs? I assure you, I am not one to jest with my own life. Clearly, I am not. Set sail. As Avi uttered the words set sail, the upsurging current arrived with a forceful surge, lifting the Smilock ship high into the air. Each member aboard was caught off guard by this sudden change, even Avi, as the updraft came swiftly and powerfully. In the blink of an eye, the Smilock ship had ascended from the sea, soaring rapidly into the boundless sky. Farewell, and may good fortune be with you. Kulek silently wished as he observed the immense updraft. Although this current could propel one to heights of 10,000 meters, its duration was fleeting, lasting no more than 7 or 8 seconds. In other words, ascending over 1,000 meters in just a second. Such speed is unparalleled. Riding the turbulent sea current, The Smilock ship quickly settled after a brief moment of chaos. Golden Week clung tightly to Robin's waist, refusing to let go, while Robin utilized her fruit abilities to create a swing from the mast, seating herself upon it. Unafraid of falling, Shaji and Sparta stood at the doorway, gazing at the ever-approaching sky, their spirits unwittingly easing. Avi was not aboard the ship, but rather immersed within the currents of the updraft, training his muscle density and strength. He felt no fear of being crushed into a bloody pulp by the water pressure. Avi possessed a profound confidence in this regard. Realizing that such a potent and precise force of water pressure was a rarity, Avi's training reached its limit, and he had not ventured into the sea for further practice, as it would be futile. This adventure was solely to surpass his physical limits, amplifying his potential. Moreover, there lingered a subtle intuition that should he break through, his golden finger might also undergo some transformation, becoming more formidable. As the Smilock ship ascended towards the Sky Island, the debris carried by the updraft continued to rain down. Boom. Stepping lightly upon the moonlit path, Ivy once again sent a dilapidated ship, long corroded by the sea, soaring into the air. A vessel that had evidently been submerged for quite some time. Fortunately, this time, the upward current was quite robust, unlike the predicament faced by the Straw Hat crew, who struggled with insufficient momentum at the last moment. With Ivy leading the charge, the journey remained serene and propelled by the vigorous current. They soared through a layer of clouds, landing upon a pristine expanse of white sea, a breathtaking realm composed entirely of clouds. Chapter 55, Guided by God. For is this the Sky Island? Golden Week's eyes widened in awe as he beheld the dazzlingly pure sky. It was a stark contrast to the tumultuous sea below, evoking a sensation akin to descending into a terrestrial paradise. Technically speaking, they had not yet reached the Sky Island. They were merely hovering above the white sea that lay beneath it, still some distance from the true island. Ivy, equally astonished, stretched his limbs while reveling in the sight of the unique waters. However, he found himself somewhat hindered. Sparta, a former pirate hunter, instinctively sensed the need for vigilance and was the first to notice something amiss. "You're right about that," Robin remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she acclimatized to the rarefied air. This region was quite unlike the Grand Line below, and experiencing mild hypoxia was to be expected. Given their capabilities, they would soon adapt. "I'll take a look below," Ivy declared, leaping off the ship and plunging into the white sea. Here, buoyancy was virtually non-existent. But for Ivy, that was of little concern, as long as he was not contending with the gravitational pull from several kilometers above. It felt no different than traversing the skies upon solid ground, perhaps even easier. Gliding through the white sea with his moonwalk, he observed the myriad creatures within, seeking a delectable feast. Before long, he had identified his target. "Ivy, you really are reckless," Golden Week fumed as he watched Ivy venture forth. Though he too was captivated by the enchanting white sea. "Hasn't he always been this way? It's just his nature." Robin, unfazed, recalled Ivy mentioning the existence of ancient scripts on the Sky Island, though she wondered when she might finally encounter them. "Someone is approaching," Sanji announced. And as his words echoed, a man shouldering a large cannon floated over on the clouds from the opposite side of the sky. Sanji, innately sensitive to various air currents, had sensed this presence early on, which was a significant reason behind his choice to become a navigator. When the formidable warrior of the Scipians, Weber, arrived, he had already aimed his flaming cannon at the Smilock. It seemed that the newcomer bore ill intentions. As Sparta's gaze sharpened, he acted the moment the burning cannon fired. His weapon, a lengthy 2-meter blade known as the White Wolf, was renowned for evoking the sensation of being torn apart by a wolf, leaving its victims bleeding profusely while the wielder remained unsullied by a single drop of blood. Standing upon the ship, he sliced through the cannon, cleaving it in twain, causing the shells to diverge and ultimately erupt in a thunderous explosion. Witnessing this scene, Weber was momentarily taken aback. These detestable pirates from Qinghai had swiftly acclimatized to the climate of the White Sea. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his murderous intent intensified, vowing to spare not a single pirate hailing from Qinghai. What transpired? Below, upon hearing the cannon's roar, Ivy, grasping 2 empty fish, paused in astonishment before a realization struck him. Activating his observation hockey, the spectacle above the White Sea instantly unfolded in his mind. Moonwalk. With a swift leap, he ascended, discovering Sparta, Sanji, and others confronting the bare-chested Weber, a man of the Sandia tribe. "Humph. You are no longer a god. Do you still meddle in our affairs?" Were it not for Gaunt's loss of divinity, Weber would have already acted. "Nevertheless, I shall obstruct you. I will not permit you to harm them," Gaunt declared, mounted upon his celestial steed with righteous fervor. "Humph. Ultimately, Weber stormed away in fury. What on earth occurred? Who is this? Upon his arrival, Ivy feigned ignorance, almost forgetting that Weber, the Sandian, would assault any pirates entering the White Sea, alongside the former god, Gonfer. To his astonishment, he found himself witnessing a scene from the original narrative 2 years ahead of time, akin to watching a live broadcast. I am an Elder Sky Knight. I presume this is your first visit to the Sky Island. For a mere 500 million Ixter, I shall introduce you. In this regard, Gonfer, as the former god, felt no shame, for a simple reason: he had run out of money, in dire need of funds. He had recently encountered a new variety of vegetable seeds and sought to earn some extra income. Earning money through one's own abilities is nothing to be ashamed of. 500 million berries. Are you robbing us? Upon hearing this, the Golden Week was incensed. Behold, the elderly man with a white beard has driven away Weber, leading one to believe him to be a benevolent figure. However, it turns out he is even more despicable. My dear girl, you have misunderstood. It is not 500 million berries, but rather 500 million Ganfuer, he hastily clarified. Avi and his companions are the first group of pirates Ganfuer has encountered in recent years, and missing this opportunity would be unwise, as the vendor of vegetable seeds is on the verge of departing. By chance, they crossed paths with Avi's group, prompting Ganfuer to rush over. During the Golden Week, the currency of Sky Island differs from our berries. 10,000 Exeters equate to a single berry in our realm. Thus 500 million translates to merely 50,000 berries, hardly a significant sum. While explaining the Golden Week, Avi felt a lack of many things. Yet money was not among them. Previously, when rescuing Sparta, he had also dismantled Take's base, seizing a substantial amount of berries, and upon Sparta's return for vengeance, he too brought back a wealth of berries. All of these were ill-gotten gains, and Avi bore no moral burden in utilizing them. Having a local guide is indeed advantageous. Without hesitation, Avi consented. Ganfuer, upon receiving Avi's agreement, was elated, and a subtle smile broke through his otherwise stern demeanor. This is your first visit to Sky Island, isn't it? After boarding the vessel, Ganfuer whistled, and from the depths of the White Sea, a gigantic shrimp suddenly emerged, its pincers snapping as it seized the Smilock and began a frenzied dash. Indeed, we ascended from the depths of the abyssal valley, 10,000 meters below. Riding the upward current, what a thrilling experience. At the mention of this, Robin could not help but express her sentiments, then inquired, why did that person attack us? And what did he mean by calling you the former god? Are there truly gods on this Sky Island? Upon hearing that they had arrived via the upward current, Ganfuer visibly recoiled, scrutinizing Avi and his companions. Truly, it takes a daring soul. It has been over a decade since he last saw anyone brave enough to traverse the deadly currents, save for that individual from years past. Ganfuer expressed his astonishment, then addressed Robin's question. The one who just attacked you was a warrior of the Sandia, the war demon Weber, who specializes in ambushing pirates who venture from the Blue Sea. As for this old man, it is best left unsaid. Seeing Ganfuer's reluctance to elaborate, Robin refrained from further inquiries and instead began discussing some of the unique features and history of Sky Island. Thus, with the aid of the swift shrimp, Avi and his companions beheld a grand white gate adorned with the words Heaven's Gate. Have we truly arrived in paradise? Mused Golden Week, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, a small, squinting old woman emerged from a tiny room within the gate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh, Ganfuer, you old man, what brings you here? The diminutive old woman initially counted Avi and his companions, but upon spotting Ganfuer, her squinting eyes finally opened wide. Chapter 56, The Harp Maiden, Conies. What? Am I not allowed to come? Ganfuer gazed at the elderly gatekeeper and remarked, these individuals are my esteemed patrons, accompanying them on a tour. The old woman, initially wide-eyed, resumed her squinting demeanor and replied in a monotonous tone, but that is not the case, since they are here for sightseeing. The fee is 10 billion each, totaling 60 billion Axtel. Please settle the payment. 60 billion. Is that not excessively steep? Must we pay to enter? Is this truly the rule? Huang Jinzhou looked incredulously at the old woman. You may enter without payment as well. At this moment, the elderly lady spoke up, brandishing her camera and capturing a flurry of images of the crowd. All right, Wu Jinzhou, let us not make a fuss. Since this is the rule, let us just pay up. We are not particularly concerned about that small sum. Originally, Ganfuer had intended to persuade Gu Jinzhou and his companions not to stir up further trouble over these berries, especially since he was now serving as AI Wei's guide. However, he was pleasantly surprised by AI Wei's perceptiveness. This would save the old man some effort. Guojin Shou glared at AI Wei with displeasure. Even though the conversion of extra to berries was minimal, berries were not something to be squandered carelessly. Recently, the young girl had developed a peculiar fascination with them. AI Wei, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, was also curious to see if paying the berries would lead to a saga akin to that of Luffy and his crew. Before long, under AI Wei's indifferent gaze and Guojin Shou's increasingly crimson stare, a super-fast shrimp resurfaced, seizing the Smilox ship and departing at an even swifter pace this time. Damn AI Wei, when did you become so generous and rule-abiding? Guojin Shou remarked sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance at AI Wei. Unfortunately, at that moment, AI Wei was oblivious to Guojin Shou's peculiar tone, preoccupied with contemplating how to entice Enelu to join them. This is indeed no trivial matter. The reason Enel seeks to construct a golden ship to journey to the moon is simply that, with the power of the Rumble fruit, he finds himself unrivaled in Skypiea. Boredom, coupled with his twisted and dark ambitions, drives him to aim for the moon, intending to annihilate Skypiea as if it were the destruction of his homeland, Burka. When one grows weary of a place, a change of scenery is sought. Hence, the foremost task for Ivy is to shatter Enel's delusions of invincibility, wherein he fancies himself a god. In terms of strength, Enel ranks at the level of an elite rear admiral within the Grand Line, slightly inferior even to Admiral Momonosuke. And this is solely due to the extraordinary enhancement bestowed by the Rumble fruit. Were it not for such an overwhelming advantage, a person like Enel, who solely cultivates his fruit's abilities and neglects martial arts, would languish around the rank of a captain. Nevertheless, with the Rumble fruit's extraordinary boon, he possesses the ability to self-resuscitate by tapping his heart, rendering him a formidable opponent in Ivy's eyes. Ivy's confidence stems from this. Enel's knowledge is confined to Skypiea, and he has never encountered the broader world, which severely limits his combat experience. Suppressing Enel would merely be a slight inconvenience. Ivy intends to convey to Enel that beyond the heavens, there are greater heights, and beyond humanity, there exist superior beings. He should abandon his conceited demeanor, for the world outside is vast, far beyond the meager civilization of moon-dwellers. What pride is there in overpowering diminutive children? Of course, such matters are not urgent. Ivy merely contemplates these thoughts internally. Ah, the sound of that music is quite enchanting. As Ivy mused, a melody wafted into his ears, capturing his attention. The only one he could imagine playing the harp in Skypiea, aside from the harp maiden, Konis, was indeed her. This also served as one of the reasons Ivy agreed to let Gonfer be his guide, as Konis shares a close bond with him. Throughout their journey, Ivy has also fostered a good rapport with Gonfer, who agreed to assist in searching for a crew member for a music festival. Whether Gonfer's agreement is genuine or merely perfunctory matters little to Ivy. With their established connection, he believes he can persuade Konis with a bit more effort. Konis, Gonfer, too, heard the melody and recalled how much Konis enjoys coming to Angel Beach to play the harp and rest. He suddenly remembered Ivy's earlier mention of the music festival and could not help but suspect that Ivy had orchestrated this. However, lacking evidence, and considering Ivy had never visited Skypiea before, he could not possibly know Konis. Thus, if Ivy were to propose inviting Konis aboard, would Gonfer assist him? Or would he not? At the same time, Konis spotted Gonfer riding on a Pegasus. Grandfather Gonfer. She set her harp aside, her face blooming with a radiant smile, and rushed towards him. Oh dear. Konis, it has been quite some time since you last visited your grandfather. Setting aside the troubling matters, Ganfuer could not help but smile upon seeing Cornus's radiant expression. Not at all, Ganfuer. I visited just last week, Cornus retorted. Ivy and the others had not accompanied him on the previous visit, as their unfamiliarity with Cornus could easily lead to discomfort. Moreover, aside from Ivy, the crew members like Robin were also unacquainted with her. After anchoring the Smilox at Angel Coast, they all disembarked. Greetings. Will you join my crew? We are in need of a musician aboard, and I believe your presence would make our festivities truly lively, Ivy said warmly as he approached Cornus. Previously, when Shaji and Sparta had joined, Ivy had suggested hosting a banquet to celebrate, but the event had felt rather lackluster and devoid of excitement. Robin quietly read while snacking. Not wanting to disturb Ivy, and during the Golden Week, he had only managed a small bite before succumbing to sleep. He had been unusually drowsy of late for reasons unknown. Shaji, as the protagonist, engaged in playful antics, while Sparta merely sipped his drink and continued preparing the banquet food. Although Ivy was pleased, as captain, he felt it essential to consider the sentiments of others, and in his view, the absence of a musical performance was the reason for the subdued atmosphere. Otherwise, the celebration would surely have been much more joyous. Also, Cornus instinctively greeted Ivy. A casual salutation akin to hello. Noticing Ivy's silence, her pet cloud fox, Cece, climbed onto her shoulder, peering curiously at him. They had all come from the azure depths of the White Sea for a leisurely visit. Gamfuer explained this to Cornus, but did not acquiesce to Ivy's earlier invitation. He had not anticipated that Ivy would extend an invitation to Cornus upon his arrival. I'm sorry, but I cannot join your ship. I still have my father to consider. By the way, what is the Azure Sea like? Is it beautiful? What kinds of architecture and food are there? Cornus inquired eagerly, revealing her genuine curiosity about the Grand Line, a realm so vastly different from the Sky Islands. Since her earliest memories, she had scarcely encountered anyone from the Azure Sea. Chapter 57, Destination, Appiato. Within the confines of Cornus's family's abode, Ivy and the others comfortably settled on the sofa, eagerly watching as exotic dishes from the Sky Islands were served, their mouths nearly watering in anticipation. The steaming roasted meat, still releasing wisps of smoke, evoked a sensation akin to enjoying a hot pot, enhanced by the presence of hot shellfish. To try this, the flavor of the shrimp is simply unparalleled. Cornus's father greeted Gaia with a smile. Robin stood on the balcony, gently caressing the hanging sound shells, producing a melodious tinkling sound. The inhabitants of the Sky Islands skillfully integrated various shells into their daily lives. For instance, Weber had previously utilized the properties of the cloud shell to soar through the skies, while attacking Ivy and the others. The sound shell could record and play sounds akin to a radio. The light shell stored illumination, brightening every home in the darkness of night. Among countless others, the oven also contained burning shells, making these energy sources ubiquitous among the islanders. Each time Ivy beheld these air shells, she pondered whether there existed a shell akin to a storage ring. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders, yet it remained merely a fleeting thought. Ivy had extended her invitation to Cornus several times, but Cornus had yet to acquiesce. It was understandable. If it were that simple, it would be too easy. Yet, why did it seem effortless for others? With a roar, the mighty would bow. But such fortune had not befallen her. Since immediate success eluded her, she resolved to emulate the renowned figure and pay her respects thrice at his humble abode. After inquiring about where to procure air shells, Ivy and her companions dispersed to explore, taking advantage of the lingering daylight. Meanwhile, around the simulacrum, a group of men clad in white garments and donning berets advanced step by step, eventually coming to a halt. This was the place. The leader stood, gazing at the air fish previously captured by Ivy, his expression grave. Capturing the rare ethereal fish is a level 9 offense. Have you located that group? The leader turned to his companions behind him. Report, Captain. That band of Blue Sea people is currently at the lovely street on Angel Island. The beret-clad team members saluted in response. Enforce strict punishment upon the Blue Sea people. The beret-wearing guards began their discreet retreat. Of course, Ivy and her companions, wandering aimlessly, were entirely unaware of these events. Initially, Ivy had caught 2 air fish, consumed one, and forgotten the other aboard the ship. "Ah, Granny, how much for this?" she inquired, picking up a bizarrely elongated blue fruit and biting into it without hesitation, finding it quite agreeable. 200 extors each. How many would you like? The elderly woman with loose skin rose from her chair, warmly welcoming her. "Sir, what is this?" Ivy asked, shaking an irregularly shaped object before the elderly gentleman. "This is a remarkable item. Your discerning eye has recognized its value at first glance." She then inquired about the locations of the wind shells, burning shells, and impact shells for sale. Avery approached a passerby on the street and inquired, having asked numerous individuals along the way to no avail. She decided to rely on chance as she continued her search. He was a slender man of considerable height, with small eyes that conveyed an impression of narrow-mindedness. "Ah, are you intending to purchase these? Have you brought enough money?" Gucci cast a sidelong glance at AI Wei, raising an eyebrow with a tone that bore an air of casual intimidation. Under ordinary circumstances, one might have succumbed to Gucci's pressure and divulged everything. But AI Wei was no ordinary individual. "As long as I have it, money is not an issue," he replied flatly, patting the pouch at his waist filled with Bailey. His tone lacked excitement, urgency, or any hint of vulnerability. Otherwise, he might be perceived as an easy target. The inhabitants of the Sky Island were not all benevolent souls. When groups gathered, there would inevitably be factions driven by self-interest and power. Such matters cannot simply be categorized as good or bad based on mere explanations. "Very well. Follow me." With that, Gucci strode ahead, departing with an air of superiority, devoid of a merchant's mindset, as if Ivy were of little consequence to him. Ultimately, it was of no great concern, and Ivy chose not to dwell on it. Since they had arrived at Sky Island, it would be remiss not to gather some sky shells. After all, it was with the aid of a wind shell that he had previously triumphed over the enigmatic Maven. As Ivy followed Gucci's lead, Robin and her companions found themselves ensnared in a predicament, surrounded by the members of the Beret Guard. Given your unauthorized actions against rare creatures, you shall face a level 9 penalty as per regulations, confiscation of all your assets and 10 years of labor, announced McKinley, the captain of the Beret Guard, as he proclaimed their punishment to Robin and her group. What on earth? Golden Week gazed quizzically at the members of the Beret Guard, particularly at McKinley, who had his finger pointed at his head. They are likely the enforcement division of Sky Island, akin to the Navy, Robin speculated, offering an explanation to Golden Week. Oh, step aside quickly. Your presence is quite detrimental to our enjoyment of the market. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of civility. Shaji's expression darkened. They were merely the Navy, and to disturb his mood was truly an act of recklessness. For Shaji, everything in Sky Island was a marvel, entirely distinct from the mundane affairs of Magic Valley Town. This marked the first successful departure of Shaji from the enchanted town of Imogu, venturing to a new island. Previously, his maritime journeys had been fraught with peril, as ships would capsize shortly after setting sail, or drift aimlessly until the crew succumbed to starvation, compelling him to return alone. The reasons behind such tragic occurrences, even in the presence of navigational instruments, eluded Shaji. With his sailing prowess, such outcomes seemed utterly impossible, yet they transpired nonetheless. Thus, the fortune of Ai Wei and his companions was indeed remarkable, as no misfortune befell them due to Shaji's presence, reinforcing his belief that Ai Wei possessed the resilience of the fabled characters spoken of by Lao Shaji. How dare you threaten the enforcers? You are now charged with a level 7 offense. McKinley was instantly incensed by Shaji's words, pointing an accusing finger at him. What nonsense! Is this amusing? You frightened everyone away. Don't go looking for trouble, Sparta remarked, casually chewing on a piece of fruit he had snatched from a nearby vendor. It became evident that aside from themselves and the beret-clad McKinley, the streets were deserted. Perhaps the others had taken refuge, unwilling to approach. Gripping McKinley's shoulder, Shaji tugged back forcefully, sending him hurtling several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the beret-wearers and the inhabitants of the Sky Island felt an abrupt stillness in the air, their eyes betraying a sense of terror. How dare you attack the enforcers? McKinley exclaimed, his tone laced with disbelief that this Blue Sea dweller would dare to challenge him. Sparta, oblivious to the fact that he had transgressed the rules set forth by the sky god Enlil, would have remained unperturbed even if he had known. He was inherently audacious. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely chosen the path of a pirate hunter, especially considering his initial weakness. In just a few short years, he had earned a reputation as a renowned pirate hunter along the Grand Line, and this was no mere coincidence. Where's the captain? He hasn't returned yet, Sparta remarked, biting into a piece of fruit. They had agreed to explore before heading to the place revered by the Sky Islanders as the sacred domain, Appiato. It was Ivy who had informed Robin of the historical text said to be located there, prompting Robin's determination to visit. Ivy had consented as well. However, now that they had all gathered, Ivy was the only one missing. She has probably lost track of time while eating over there, Robin casually remarked, knowing this was not the first time Ivy had done something like that. Chapter 58. The priest. I am Gu Feng, a companion of my elder brother Gu Guai, often engaging in petty misdeeds. Though my strength is not formidable, I have garnered some renown on the seas. By a stroke of fortune, I followed my brother to the Sky Island. After witnessing the formidable power of the sky god Enlil, I contemplated leaving. Yet, life here, bound by rules, offered a sense of safety far superior to the constant fear of the open seas, and the money was also quite lucrative. Thus, I settled down in the Sky Island with my brother, establishing a business in empty shells. While the ordinary empty shells held little value, the powerful impact shells, cutting shells, and repelling shells were immensely valuable, capable of dramatically enhancing an ordinary person's combat prowess. Due to the regulations, one could not operate openly. Yet life in the shadows was quite comfortable. Currently, Gu Guai and his crew could be considered suppliers of empty shells to the Shandians, thriving on the fringes of the law where the profits were greatest. Having a moment to spare, Gu Feng strolled through the streets, seeking out anything novel. However, he was soon intercepted by a tall man who inquired about forbidden shells. A mere glance was enough for Gu Feng to discern that this individual hailed from the depths of the Grand Line. This individual possesses considerable skills, and having become accustomed to a life of unrestrained dominance over the years, he carries with him a formidable slashing shell, harboring no fear of being outmaneuvered by Ivy. If he were to be duped on his own turf, then the likes of Gu Feng and his entourage would surely not have survived to this day. However, he never anticipated encountering such a motley crew on the Sky Island. Alas, it seems the Sky Island is not the idyllic paradise it once appeared to be. Amidst a crowd of incapacitated individuals, Ivy collected several valuable wind shells, including the massive shell, dual wind shell, and wind shell. Before departing with a few ragged women from the Sky Island, Ivy detests such occurrences, and it is utterly foolish for those caught to contemplate retaliation after being discovered. The torment of the women imprisoned on the Sky Island is more than sufficient. Additionally, he sees some sea prism stone from within. Perhaps due to the influence of the sea prism stone, Inel's observation hockey could not detect this location. It is also possible that the peculiar base of this group lies at a considerable distance, or that Inel's observation hockey has not yet reached its zenith. Was it not said that Inel's observation hockey is the most formidable, capable of encompassing the entirety of the Sky Island? Lost in thought, Ivy ensured the safety of several Sky Island women before taking his leave. He did not forget his agreement with Robin and the others. Furthermore, it would be prudent to engage with Inel soon, to gauge his true strength. Captain, where have you gone? Off to secretly indulge in some food again? Sparta and the others held a profound admiration for their captain, whose seemingly insatiable appetite was remarkable. All right, let us proceed. What transpired? As they walked towards the ship with Robin and the others, Ivy inquired, noticing the streets were eerily empty, unlike their earlier arrival when they were thronged with people. And some individuals were furtively observing them. I don't know. A group of fools just came by, claiming they wanted to capture us for some alleged crimes. They demanded we surrender our possessions and work for 10 years. As soon as we mentioned our destination to Appiato, they fled. Shaji casually explained, absorbing the unique sights that contrasted sharply with those of the Blue Sea, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Crimes? We paid our dues upon entry. What else could there be? Ivy pondered, unable to comprehend, and then dismissed the thought. They still needed to head to Appiato, which, by their laws, could also be deemed a crime, subject to divine retribution. Reflecting on this made Ivy feel somewhat redundant. Why had he even bothered to pay upon entry? Although the amount was trivial, it could have sufficed for a hearty meal. Set sail. Standing at the bow of the ship, he utilized his observation hockey to ascertain the direction of Appiato before embarking. The proximity between Angel Coast and Appiato was fortunate. Otherwise, Ivy would not have been able to sense it. With a resounding splash, the journey commenced. At that moment, a cadre of beret-clad guards stood at the water's edge, observing them, before whistling sharply. Suddenly, two enormous pincers emerged from the depths, seizing both sides of the Smilock and swiftly propelling it across the sea. You lot. Avi and the others stood at the stern of the ship, watching their smug demeanor, while Sparta felt a surge of rage. These insufferable pests, having provoked no quarrel with them, yet they incessantly disrupted their peace, particularly McKinley with his condescending gestures and smug grin. Sparta. Enough. We shall address this upon our return. Avi firmly grasped Sparta, who was intent on leaping overboard to teach McKinley a lesson, shaking his head. It was not that Avi was naive. Prior to their arrival in the pirate realm, he had been indifferent. But experiencing it firsthand instilled a deep-seated aversion towards McKinley and his ilk. Originally bound for Appiato, they decided to let this incident slide, as it bore little consequence. However, should they encounter such behavior again upon their return, Avi would not be so lenient. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of Appiato, Enel, seated in his celestial palace. Since the arrival of Avi and his companions. How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered amusement. Today, it appears I've stumbled upon some delightful playthings worth observing. Go, inform the priests that they may have their fun, but do not dispose of them too quickly. Otherwise, there shall be no enjoyment in the spectacle. Enel reclined against the bosom of a female acolyte while plucking an apple from a platter held by another. Yes, replied a male acolyte, promptly departing with several others. Let us hope these toys arrive alive, yawned the priest presiding over the iron trial. The one who claimed a survival rate of 0, as he lounged atop his pet dog. Holy, there are still a few left. I shall go select some prey, lest the previous ones play too ruthlessly and inadvertently eliminate them all. It has been years since anyone visited since the divine ascension. The priest overseeing the rope trial. The celestial knight Azura chuckled as he stroked his red beard. Roar, roar. I truly hope that moment arrives swiftly, roared the priest in charge of the ball trial. The sage of the forest, Shadeli, as he bounced on a cloud of white spheres. Boring. I would rather sleep than waste time by the time those fellows arrive. They will likely be long dead. Wait, why can I not speak? What is happening? Have I been cursed? Gaydaz bit down hard on his lip, producing muffled whimpers. Unable to articulate any words. In a flurry of panic, his eyes began to roll back, and he stumbled, kicking a stone before collapsing to the ground. Have the enemies already arrived? Such cunning tactics, where could they be hiding? How dare you curse me? If you possess the courage, step forth and engage in a fair fight. Lurking in the shadows does not constitute manhood. The High Priest Gaydaz, overseer of the Trial of the Swamp with a purported survival rate of 50%. Tightly clenched his mouth, rolling his eyes while lying on the ground, flailing at the air as if in a seizure. Gaydaz, have you forgotten to open your mouth? And stop rolling your eyes. You want to see anything that way, reminded one of Gaydaz's subordinates, clearly accustomed to this scenario after numerous occurrences. Oh, I see now. With his mouth agape and no longer rolling his eyes, Gaydaz dusted himself off and stood up. Chapter 59. The Priest, not worth mentioning within a cavern. There lay a vast, open platform at its center, upon which rested a colossal ship crafted entirely of pure gold. This was the Ark Noah, constructed by Enlil for himself. Powered by lightning, meaning that no one but Enlil could operate it. At this moment, it had been successfully completed. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the former generation of priest subordinates. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect of a previous transmigrator, this process, which was supposed to take an additional 2 years, had now been abruptly concluded. Meanwhile, the current god, Enlil, dispatched his subordinates in a large troop to deal with the artisans, a classic case of killing the donkey after the millstone has been removed. Mia, your work is done. It is time for you to return to where you belong. The leader, a robust and towering figure, stood at an impressive height of 2 to 3 meters. His face bore a smile, and with a pair of pristine white wings behind him, despite his corpulence, he radiated an aura of sanctity. However, the artisan Mia had a different perspective. After years of experience, she recognized that this was the final deadline. Enlil had not taken matters into his own hands, but had sent the leader with his subordinates, evidently preparing to witness a classic game of cat and mouse. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there was a sliver of hope. Run. With Mia's loud command, all the artisans began to scatter and flee. Fortunately, Enlil had not intervened directly, leaving a glimmer of survival, however minuscule, that ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit among them. It seems something is happening over there. AV's gaze sharpened as he observed the battlefield near the leader of the subordinates from a distance. He sensed something amiss but could not discern the specifics. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for clarity would soon arrive. With the swift maneuvering of the super express shrimp, AV and the others quickly arrived at a location resembling an altar. What are you bringing us here for? Golden Week inquired, adhering to the principle of asking questions when in doubt, surveying their surroundings. It appears to be a sacrificial site. Robin leaped from the ship, gazing at the towering trees surrounding them and the great sharks occasionally surfacing beneath the altar. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Since we are here, we must explore thoroughly and ascertain the capabilities of our future companions. Saji, you stay behind to guard the ship while we venture out and return before nightfall." Upon finishing his words, the group swiftly leaped across the wide river encircling the altar. Robin and Golden Week were each cradled in Ivy's embrace as they gracefully departed. Meanwhile, Spartan made a powerful leap, effortlessly clearing the several meters of the river's width, leaving only Saji aboard to oversee the vessel. Shall we proceed together or split up? Spartan pondered aloud. Let us remain united. After all, this territory is unfamiliar to us. Golden Week suggested first, glancing apprehensively at the magnificent trees surrounding them. Noticing that Robin and Spartan shared no objections, this proposal was unanimously accepted. Within this realm, there exists not merely the 4 divine officials, but also a celestial serpent, the master of the skies, who has thrived for over 3 centuries. It is wise to tread carefully. If only those cotton candy-like clouds were edible. Along the journey, Ivy encountered spherical clouds resembling cotton candy, eliciting an involuntary exclamation, revealing her true nature as a foodie. All you do is eat, you glutton, mocked Golden Week. Robin, not to be outdone, joined Golden Week in their playful derision of Ivy. However, Sparta sensed a subtle aura of danger emanating from these clouds, a sensation he had learned to trust implicitly. It is prudent to maintain our distance. Something feels amiss, he advised. Indeed, upon hearing their remarks, Ivy too felt an unsettling familiarity, as if she had seen such clouds before. Activating her observation hockey, she began to scrutinize the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar. I am surprised you noticed me. Quite impressive. The voice of Shadeli, the forest sage, resonated from behind them, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, They had unwittingly entered the trial known for its perilous survival rate of merely 10%. "Who are you, you plump, unattractive woman?" Golden Week retorted fearlessly. For he feared no one as long as Ivy stood beside him. What a hideous woman! It was evident that Shadali's complexion darkened to a deep shade of purple. His expression ominously grim. "I am a man," Shadali declared, irked by the mistaken identity. His voice had often led to such misconceptions. Yet, since ascending to the rank of divine official, few dared to utter such folly, for those who did had long since met their demise. Surprising clouds. With a scowl, Shadali swiftly maneuvered through the air, striking each cloud and sending them towards Ivy, with Golden Week as his primary target. "Be cautious," Ivy urgently warned. For these clouds concealed various traps, blades, serpents, and explosives, all shrouded in mystery. Even though Ivy possessed formidable strength, she was reluctant to confront such bizarre hazards. Without needing further prompting from Ivy, Robin and the others had anticipated that these threats would be far from trivial. Utilizing his fruit abilities, Robin conjured a series of arm-like staircases from the trees, assisting Golden Week in ascending to safety. Meanwhile, Sparta relentlessly cleaved at the astonishing clouds with his White Wolf. Initially, they revealed only small stones within, but upon striking one containing explosives, he learned to exercise caution. The forest is enveloped in a myriad of astonishing clouds. And while a few might be manageable even for Sparta, an overwhelming number would deter even the bravest from acting recklessly. Who knows what lies within? Observing his companion struggling to evade the bewildering clouds, Captain Avy could not remain idle. "You insufferable fool! You have provoked my ire." With a swift moonlit stride, he adeptly dodged the strange clouds while approaching Shadley, brandishing his limitless staff. "Seeking death, are we?" He swung down upon Shadley with all his might. The left hand exerted force, while the strike aimed at his head was merely a feint. The true lethal blow was directed elsewhere. Unperturbed, Shadley continued orchestrating the astonishing clouds, dismissing Avy's attack entirely, for beneath Shadley's mental web, everything had been foreseen. With a resounding crack, Avy's staff struck Shadley's head, seemingly causing his neck to vanish entirely, with his head retreating into his torso. Yet, Shadley maintained a defensive stance towards the empty space to his left, as if repelling some unseen threat. Suddenly, under the weight of Avy's formidable blow, Shadley's resolve crumbled, and he collapsed backward onto the ground, akin to a falling swan. "Fool! Knowing you wield a mental web, how could you resort to such simplistic tactics?" Avy mused. "This move shows promise. There is room for improvement." Placing the limitless staff behind his back and dusting off his hands, he summoned his companions to continue their aimless wandering. "How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly entertaining," Enel remarked as he observed Avy's departure. Shadley, that dimwit, fell so swiftly. The remaining three priests exchanged glances of disdain, seemingly regarding Shadley as lacking in strength. None afforded him any respect. One presence has vanished. It is a priest. At the Sandian camp, a little girl wearing a yellow hat whispered softly, seemingly filled with trepidation. Chapter 60. The gradually chaotic battlefield. After a brief interlude, Avy and her companions resumed their quest for the historical text. They had two primary objectives for their journey here, one of which was to seek out their future ally, Enelu, a fact that Avy had already relayed to Robin and the others. Although the rationale behind Avy's desire to recruit Enelu remained unclear, it was ultimately the captain's command, and Sparta and the others felt it unwise to voice any dissent, particularly since Sparta had only recently joined their ranks. Lacking profound loyalty to the Smilot pirates, he was even less inclined to oppose the decision. As for the second objective, it was to accompany Robin in her search for the historical text, of which Avy was certain, though the specific contents within remained a mystery to her. Having witnessed Avy's strength, Enelu no longer restricted the activities of his high-ranking priests, for the ability to dispatch one with a single blow warranted at least a modicum of his attention. With that in mind, it was time to initiate the plan. Biting into an apple, Enelu issued his final command. "Before night falls, only 6 shall remain on this island. All others shall return to their original places, the Blue Sea. Go forth and bring joy to the gods." His raucous laughter echoed through the temple as everyone else fled following Enelu's proclamation. No one doubted the veracity of his words, for Enelu was a man of his word. His homeland, Baika, had been laid to waste after he grew weary of it. Soon, Enelu departed, vanishing amidst flickers of electricity. At the Sandian camp, the battle-hardened Weber and Raki surrounded Aisha, questioning the authenticity of her claims. They understood that Aisha was innately gifted with the ability to awaken the heart net from birth, ensuring her infallibility, yet the revelation was astonishing. They had attacked the deity multiple times and were well aware of the priest's formidable prowess. "Do you know who defeated him?" Which priest was it? How many were there? Weber pressed, recognizing that if true, this could be the perfect opportunity for a counteroffensive to reclaim their homeland. It must have been the priest from the trial of the sphere, that rotund fellow. He was defeated by 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, who have since departed. Aisha intently relayed her insights. 4 men and 4 women? It must be that group. Weber mused silently, concealing his thoughts, yet recognizing the chance that lay before them. Weber, you must go there. Raki called out as she watched him depart in silence. Now is the prime moment to reclaim our homeland. I shall strive to be as great a warrior as Karl Glera. Karl Glera is an ancestor of Weber, the one who made a pact with the Grand Orator Roland. For generations, Weber and his kin have been the most formidable warriors of the Sandia tribe, ever yearning to reclaim their homeland. Once inhabitants of the Sky Island, they now face the god Enel. Yet, regardless of who occupies that territory, they shall be deemed Weber's adversary. Weber, tread carefully. The chieftain emerged from the tent of the encampment and gazed intently at Weber. Indeed, this is the finest opportunity we have encountered in centuries. Should we let it slip away, we may not know when another will arise. The chieftain gazed at Weber's departing silhouette, his eyes drifting to the towering statue of the valiant warrior standing resolutely in the camp, and tears involuntarily cascaded down his cheeks. Our dear friend, Rolando. We shall surely ring the bell of our promise. We have not faltered. Weber, accompanied by his comrades Raki, Mantis, Kamaham, and numerous other warriors, set forth on their quest. In this battle, failure equates to martyrdom. Each individual's seemingly inconsequential step can precipitate a cascade of unforeseen changes. This decisive confrontation was hastened by 2 full years due to Ivy's arrival, though whether this is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. However, Ivy remains oblivious, as they are now being targeted by a colossal entity, a gargantuan serpent, one that has thrived for over 3 centuries and has attained a formidable sentience, Lola. This immense serpent has set its sights on Ivy and her companions, perceiving them merely as sustenance. Evade. A swift kick sent Sparta sprawling, and in the blink of an eye, Lola's gaping maw clamped down upon the great tree behind him. The venomous fangs of the beast corroded the tree, reducing it to mere splinters, while the remaining half, unable to withstand the assault, collapsed with a thunderous crash. This is not an isolated incident. As Lola writhed her body, she had already unknowingly toppled countless massive trees. This poses quite a dilemma. Gazing at the colossal serpent named Lola below, Ivy furrowed her brows. The scales adorned her entire body, and even the most vulnerable underbelly was impenetrably hard. Coupled with Lola's formidable resilience, she could easily be deemed a prehistoric behemoth. An internal assault would undoubtedly be the most effective approach, and Ivy was unperturbed by the serpent's venom. In fact, the poison was one of the catalysts for her own empowerment. The only reason for Ivy's frown was the sheer filthiness of the creature. This serpent consumed everything and neglected dental hygiene for centuries. Just the sight of its gaping maw bellowing at Ivy was enough to make her feel utterly discomfort. The stench was unbearable. Robin, the location you seek is over there. Just proceed straight ahead. Spartan, ensure the safety of the Golden Week. I shall divert the serpent's attention. The battlefield here is indeed unfavorable. Even if the Golden Week can devise some strategy, it would be swiftly undermined by the formidable figure of Laura. Given Laura's immense stature, Golden Week finds it challenging to devise an offensive approach. At this moment, Golden Week stands as the most perilous, lacking the physical prowess of Robin. Consequently, Ivy feels a sense of unease, instructing Sparta to provide protection. After observing Robin and Sparta nodding in compliance and departing, Ivy finally dedicates herself to scrutinizing Laura intently. With a vigorous leap, she bounds to another large tree. You foul serpent, you wretched snake, if you possess the courage, come and devour me. She taunts incessantly, playfully slapping her backside toward those enormous serpentine eyes before swiftly retreating. I may not be able to confront you, but I can certainly evade you. What a bother. Having successfully diverted Laura's attention, Ivy manages to escape. The cost of vanquishing the gigantic serpent Laura is far too great for Ivy to bear. At this moment, Ivy ponders that the golden ship crafted by Enel cannot be for naught. Once she manages to abduct Enel, she could conveniently seize that golden vessel, the Ark Noah. What a brilliant idea. How clever I am. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ivy, Shaji finds himself in quite the predicament, entangled with Shura, the celestial knight, one of the 4 divine officers. Ivy had assigned him the task of guarding the ship. Shura's most formidable technique involves fire attacks, leaving Shaji bewildered. Should Ivy return to find the ship in ruins, her wrath would undoubtedly be directed at him, potentially leading to his dismissal from the adventure. Thus, He glares furiously at Shura while desperately attempting to extinguish the flames and fend off Shura's assaults. This truly puts Shaji in a difficult position. As a navigator, he is not a warrior like those from Sparta. It is indeed a case of a sailor confronting a fighter, rendering reason ineffective, and the relentless pursuit continues. Should this persist, I shall not hesitate to reciprocate in kind. After extinguishing the flames aboard the ship once more, Shaji glared at the threatening Ashura. Upon departing, old Shaji gifted him a book that chronicled the exploits of Shaji's lineage, along with some arcane practices. However, due to the considerable cost of utilizing these, Shaji had refrained from employing them until now, but it appears that he has no choice but to resort to them. Uncivil? I am eager to witness the manner in which you intend to be uncivil. Mounted upon his pet, the three-jung bird, Shaji gave a firm tap on its head, prompting the creature to open its beak. Equipped with a flame shell, it unleashed a torrent of searing fire, igniting the ship once more. Chapter 61. An invitation to Inaru. Amidst the ruins, Robin strolled gracefully, her fingers gently tracing the historical remnants left behind. Years have passed, and it seems to have originated from that very place of ascent long ago. Robin, a scholar of history, recognized these artifacts instantly. Are you intrigued by these? A warm voice resonated above Robin. It belonged to a bare-chested man with 3 small drums on his back. Inaru. These are remnants shaped by the relentless passage of time, still preserving their historical significance. Robin did not react with hostility to Inaru's presence. She had been informed of his formidable observation haki, capable of transforming into lightning, enabling him to traverse vast distances in an instant. Oh, are these stones of such nature as well? Inaru inquired with a hint of curiosity. Your arrival certainly livens up this place. Suddenly, Inaru turned his gaze toward another direction. Compared to Robin's mundane examination of stones, the happenings over there seemed far more captivating. Observing Inaru's departure, Robin remained unfazed, for her focus had always been the information encapsulated within these stones. The records here are incomplete, and the golden bell mentioned remains undiscovered. Is this the other half of the sky island that was washed ashore? Robin gazed at the half-dilapidated villa before her, covered in moss, clearly abandoned for an extended period. Having seen Uncle Kulik's house below, which bore an exact resemblance to this one, it was evident that Avi had not lied. What he said was indeed true. But how did Avi come to know all of this? That was over 400 years ago, unless Avi had visited here previously, which, based on Robin's understanding of Avi, seemed utterly implausible. Perhaps there are unknown factors at play, and even if she were to uncover them, what difference would it make? Dada. Robin keenly discerned the hurried footsteps of several individuals approaching from behind, their pace frantic and disordered, while a more measured stride lingered behind them. Help? The individuals finally emerged, their eyes brightening upon spotting Robin standing atop the ruins. Quickly informed the inhabitants of Angel Island. Inel intends to annihilate it. They were 3 figures clad in the tattered garb of former divine servants, hastily relaying the information they possessed, imploring Robin to return and convey the urgency to the residents of Angel Island. In that moment, they ceased their flight, turning to confront their pursuer, the chief divine servant, a portly fellow with an air of authority. What is this? No longer fleeing? None of you shall escape. Allow me to escort you back to where you belong. The chief divine servant, with a sudden surge of energy, swiftly subdued the fleeing individuals, for they had long been deprived of sustenance and were vastly outmatched in strength. Why do you not run? Observing Robin's refusal to flee, the chief divine servant was momentarily perplexed, yet he did not halt his advance. He swiftly closed the distance, extending his hand to strike at Robin. Why should I run? There is still so much left to behold. With arms crossed, a pair of fleshly wings sprouted from Robin's back, allowing him to evade the attack and ascend to a branch. Floral chaos. Sever. Suddenly, an array of hands sprouted from the chief divine servant's body, tightly grasping him and beginning to contort his form. The battle raged on unabated, fueled by Enel's indifference. He refrained from intervening directly, neglecting to impose divine retribution upon the shipbuilders or deploying his priests. Despite the perilous circumstances, a few managed to escape amidst the chaos wrought by the 2 generations of divine servants clashing. Enel reveled in the sight of humanity's trepidation, proclaiming that since time immemorial, humanity has ascribed all fear of nature to the divine, perpetually evading those unfathomable terrors. People do not fear the divine. Rather, the terror itself embodies divinity. Enel was presently enacting the very essence of divinity, instilling fear, panic, and despair in the hearts of humanity, allowing them to experience the profound power of the divine before his departure. See, is it not merciful to permit you such proximity to the divine's might? Tremble. Despair. The army of the Shandians surged into the vast grinding arena, a scene of carnage unfolding before them, although the unrestrained priests refrained from direct engagement. Their primary target being Avi and his companions, any Shandian they encountered met either death or disfigurement without exception. The chaos of battle erupted. The clash between Shajia and Azura had reached a fever pitch, with Shajia's mastery of arcane techniques instilling a sense of dread in Azura. In the midst of their confrontation, Azura felt as though the very heavens conspired against him, each moment fraught with misfortune and relentless minor setbacks, a perilous predicament indeed, where even the slightest mistake could prove fatal. Previously unshakable, Azura now found his courage waning, as if it had evaporated entirely in this moment of peril. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Golden Week, Sparta, and the overseer of the trial of the marsh, Gadaz, took a turn for the worse. This was Gadaz's domain, and Sparta found himself ensnared in the mire, while Golden Week could only keep a cautious distance, biding her time to discern Gadaz's vulnerabilities. As for Avi, he found himself face to face with Enel. Reclining upon the serpentine form of the colossal snake, Rora, who lay limp upon the ground, though not dead. She was utterly devoid of strength. Avi had bound her mouth with threads woven from sea prism stone, plotting to ensnare either Shagia or Sparta, in hopes of extracting treasure. You possess the power of a god. Enel hovered in the air, astonished by Avi's display. Moments prior, he had been engaged in a game with a Shandian, one of those you strike, I evade, or I shall slay you contests, when he sensed the surge of energy from Avi. Unmistakably the power of lightning, that unmistakable blue glow. I grant you permission to accompany me to the boundless lands and become my new priest. How does that sound? In his earlier observations, Enel had noted Avi's considerable prowess and unwavering spirit. Now, he was both astonished at Avi's command of lightning and intrigued by the potential of having such a formidable subordinate. Yet, in Enel's eyes, the divine was a mere illusion. He had never contemplated the possibility of rejection, and Avi's ability to wield divine power marked him as an ideal servant to the god, far superior to any mere mortal acolyte. Apologies, but I must decline your offer. I aspire to become the Pirate King, Avi proclaimed boldly from Rora's back, declaring his lofty ambition. The Pirate King? What an odd notion, Enel mused, perplexed, for he had never encountered such a concept. The Pirate King is not a nation, but rather the epitome of freedom upon the seas. My purpose in arriving at Skypiea was to seek you as my companion. What say you, Enel? Let us venture forth and witness the heroes of the great ocean together, and ascend to greatness. Thus, Avi formally extended his invitation to Enel. Ah, how delightful. This has truly been the most amusing joke I have ever encountered. You have successfully elicited laughter from me. Thus, as a reward for your efforts in amusing me, I bestow upon you a rather grim proposition. How about meeting your demise? Enel lowered his head, revealing a sinister and terrifying grin. Chapter 62. Gathering towards the place where lightning converges, do not speak with such absolute certainty. Do not presume yourself invincible, for there are many who surpass you in strength. Your audacity to consider yourself a deity, given your limited prowess, is a testament to your narrow perspective. Avi shook his head, disregarding Enel's threats. Ha 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 ha. This is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Are there beings more powerful than gods? Preposterous. Nevertheless, I grant you this opportunity, but you must survive first. Ha 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 ha. Enel laughed boisterously, whether mocking Avi's arrogance or his fanciful notions was unclear. Yet, it was evident that Enel had been lonely for far too long. Before departing, he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly. As Enel departed, Avi called out loudly, "Then I shall take your words as agreement. Should you dare to renege on your promise, do not blame me for withholding opportunities." Rising to his feet, he retracted the sea stone threads. For the sky snake lay unconscious, and he knew not when it would awaken, but there was no need to linger. Now was the perfect time to locate his companions and ensure they were not ensnared by Enel. Avi was confident in his abilities, yet he was equally well acquainted with the strengths of his comrades. Enel's lightning abilities were undeniably formidable, ranking among the most powerful fruits in nature. Of course, with great strength, all paths ultimately converge. Extending his observation through the forest, he gradually radiated his awareness outward. It was not far to the departure point. Soon, Avi discovered the Smilok ship, along with the previous generation of deities, Goffer and Shaji, engaged in combat with Azura atop it. Shaji held an ancient tome in his hands, reciting incantations with fervor, his fingers tracing enigmatic patterns, his pallor ashen and drenched in sweat. You, old wretch, were it not for the mercy of the gods, you would not have survived to this day, yet you dare to come here. Today, you shall have no return. Azura soared through the skies upon his 3-meter bird, his weapon clashing with Ganfer's, each encounter igniting blinding sparks, while his pet exhaled searing flames. I had no desire for such conflict, merely wishing to guard the people in peace, yet you seek to obliterate Angel Island. Thus, even at the cost of my life, I must thwart your plans. The old man has truly become ruthless, each strike more ferocious than the last. Prior to Ganfu Air's arrival, Shura had already been battered by Shaji's peculiar assaults, leaving him in a pitiful state. With Ganfu Air's enhancement, Shura found himself in a perilous situation, narrowly evading death with every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet, as time wore on, Shura's endurance began to wane. "The Lord God shall surely avenge us," he gasped, blood bubbling from his lips as Ganfu Air's weapon pierced through his chest. He and his companion, the three-jung bird, plummeted into the shark pool, sinking beneath the surface. How does this fiend know of the destruction of Sky Island? It is merely my advantage in the narrative. How could this old man possibly be aware? Suddenly, Shaji's gaze shifted to the dense green leaves of a large tree. Who would have thought Shaji's vision would sharpen? AI Wei leapt down from the branch, landing on the ship, and observed the tense figures of the two men and the bird. "Captain, you have returned. What are the others? What has transpired?" Shaji tucked the ancient tome into his cloak before inquiring, while AI Wei refrained from pressing the matter, recognizing it was not his to question. Nonetheless, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him, but this was not the moment for such musings. "Shaji, what is the nature of that book? Might I glimpse it?" Just for a moment? AI Wei couldn't help himself, his intrigue piqued by the novelty. "Very well, I shall show you, though it is a relic of my kin. And only those of our bloodline can unlock its potential. In the hands of others, it would be naught but worthless parchment." Upon receiving the tome, AI Wei noted the 4 enigmatic characters emblazoned on the cover, their meanings surfacing intuitively in his mind. It was profoundly mysterious, forbidden spells of the sorcerer. Indeed, as Shaji had asserted, the contents within could only be wielded by him. AI Wei's understanding was simple, aside from the 4 characters on the cover. The pages revealed not a single legible word, a veritable book of blank pages. What purpose could it serve? With an impassive expression, he returned the wordless tome to Shaji, concealing the tumult of frustration that brewed within him. How could this be? Not even a glance allowed. If it is said that others cannot learn from it, then what harm is there in merely showing it? Our lineage is inherently shrouded in a foreboding fortune, and this book elucidates how to harness this ominous luck in battle. It is my first experience employing such a method. The specifics remain somewhat unclear. As Shaji elaborated, AI Wei nodded intermittently, feigning profound understanding. While inwardly pondering the truth of the matter, truly, the Pirate King possessed a multitude of concealed professions. Enough of this discourse. Uncle Ganfu Air, how did you arrive here? And what of the destruction of Angel Island? What is the reason behind it? Ivy is certainly aware, yet feigns ignorance for the time being. That scoundrel Enel has taken all my former subordinates to forge the golden ship. His desire to depart mirrors his previous escape from his homeland, Baika, and he seeks to annihilate Angel Island and Appiato just as he destroyed Baika. I learned of this from those who managed to escape. The inhabitants of Angel Island have begun to conceal themselves. This time, I have come with the resolve to risk my very life to thwart that madman Enel. In such a short time, it has become widely known that Enel fellow is truly something else. Yet, what difference does it make even if one knows? Where can one possibly hide? No matter where one seeks refuge, a single lightning strike would be enough to spell doom for all. This is an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even if one is not struck down by lightning, the fall would surely be fatal. The only way to prevent this calamity is to vanquish Enel. The old man indeed possesses a commendable spirit of self-sacrifice. Observing Angel Island with keen perception, it was evident that chaos reigned there. McKinley and Cornice of the Beret Guard were diligently organizing the evacuation of the island's inhabitants, yet the vessels were evidently insufficient. Even with their overcapacity, many remained stranded. Why had the sky darkened? Avi suddenly noticed the ominous blackness above, revealing a colossal thundercloud conjured by Enel. How could the final battle commence so swiftly? Hadn't it just been stated that they would wait until a victor emerged before leading the remaining souls away? Such a capricious individual. We must move. If we do not thwart him now, it will be too late. My dear Cornice, you must hold on. You are destined to be the future musician aboard my ship. If you perish, it would grieve me greatly. Avi, along with Shaji and Ganfu, rushed towards the sky where Enel loomed ominously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sparta successfully exploited Gadat's character flaws to decisively defeat him. The captain would likely head in that direction, so let us converge with him there. Gazing at Enel in the sky, Sparta, accompanied by Golden Week, left the motionless and unconscious Gadats to be slowly consumed by the swamp clouds. Logically, The golden bell must still exist. Where could it be? Observing the towering vines behind Enel, Robin contemplated a possibility. It was conceivable that what she sought might be located there alongside the golden bell. Chapter 63. You've all fled. What is there left to behold? Once everyone reached the White Sea, it would lose its allure. After all, I have yet to fully indulge in my amusement. Several bolts of lightning scattered the populace attempting to depart from Angel Island, creating an impenetrable barrier on either side. Father, what shall we do? We cannot leave. Cornus expressed her concern to her father, sitting in their peculiar little boat. The most perilous place is often the safest. My daughter. We shall head to Appiato. A flicker of determination flashed in her father's eyes. This man, who had lived half his life in cowardice, overcame his fears for his daughter and conceived this plan. But that area is forbidden, father. Cornus gazed with trepidation at the enormous thundercloud above. Was he that pirate inviting you to join him as a companion? Regardless of its authenticity, in this moment, we must choose to believe. Once her father surmounted his initial psychological barriers, he swiftly contemplated their options. Yet even so, Avi could never defeat Enel. He is a god who has vanquished Uncle Gonfal. Moreover, how could he protect us? Cornus posed another question, her mind in turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically. This is our final opportunity. We must depart. Suddenly, Cornus's father set the small boat in motion, heading towards Appiato. At that moment, Ivy was unaware of Cornus and her family's circumstances. Instead, she had joined forces with Spartaro and the others, ascending along the massive vines to stand amidst a sea of clouds. Here lies the domain of the last of the four great high priests, known as Om, the priest of the Iron Trials. Here, an intricate array of inconspicuous mechanisms lies concealed. A careless step upon them will inevitably exact an unimaginable toll. This is precisely why it is renowned for its survival rate of 0%. However, this did not deter Ivy and his companions from seeking trouble with Enel. Rather, it was because they were struck by a bolt of lightning from Enel, unveiling an ancient relic that had not seen the light of day for centuries. Sanctuary of Gold. Mandra, it is time for us to make our entrance and enjoy ourselves. Those fools are utterly useless. Om, perched upon a large rock, remarked to his pet, Sanctuary, before leaping towards Ivy's direction. Woof, woof. Sanctuary stood upright on its hind legs, its front paws raised as it ran with thunderous strides, effortlessly scattering countless stones that obstructed its path. It charged forward with remarkable speed, matching Om's pace. Attention, someone approaches. Shifting his gaze from Mandra, Ivy focused on the billowing smoke in the distance, perceiving a leaping figure accompanied by a large bulldog that charged towards them. You can check it out below. I will hold off that fellow, Ivy declared, positioning himself between Om and Robin. Don't push yourself. Spartan, standing in solidarity with Ivy, replied impassively. When have you seen me overestimate my strength? I do not regard this fellow as a threat. My target is the one above. If I cannot defeat him, how could I possibly stand a chance against the formidable Enel? Ivy asserted, dismissing Spartan's concerns. Regardless, I have no interest in what lies below. With such a powerful adversary, I would feel unsatisfied if I did not engage in a proper battle. Spartan replied, a smile gracing his face as he casually dragged his white wolf behind him. His gaze fixed intently on Om. That works well. The dog is formidable enough. I shall deal with it. Ivy swiftly selected his opponent, his speed leaving Spartan momentarily speechless. Were you not just saying you wanted to have a good fight with a strong opponent? I have conveniently obliged your request by choosing the weaker one. Why do you look at me like that? At this moment, Ivy found himself perplexed, uncertain of Spartan's true meaning. Nothing. Spartan returned his gaze, casually remarking. Isn't this just the Captain-esque character? I have come to understand it thoroughly over this time. What is there to be surprised about? Spartan had resigned himself, or rather, had temporarily acknowledged Ivy, at least in terms of strength. Other matters would be assessed later. Robin and Shaji leaped down from the clouds, landing within Mandra, a place reminiscent of ancient Egypt, filled with various structures. At the center stood a pedestal with two upright frames. It was evident something had once occupied this space. Below, there lay a large, square black stone embedded within the pedestal, a testament to history. Upon seeing the stone, Robinton's spirits were instantly lifted. He dashed forward, earnestly caressing its surface as he deciphered the inscriptions. How audacious! Sacred, have we been underestimated? In his hand, the longsword, crafted from cloud iron, danced wildly, capable of expanding and contracting at will. Let them realize just how ludicrous their misconceptions are. Om's figure flickered as he swiftly approached Ivy. Your opponent is me, Sparta interjected, positioning himself in front of Ivy, clashing with Om's cloud iron sword. The sound of their weapons meeting resonated like a chorus of firecrackers in that moment. Meanwhile, Ivy had instantaneously ascended to the head of the pet dog, Sacred, who remained oblivious to Ivy's presence. The dog surveyed its surroundings, occasionally kicking aside massive stones. "Little pup, what are you searching for? Would you like your brother to assist you?" Ivy gently stroked Sacred's head, speaking softly. "Wong Wong." Upon hearing Ivy's voice, Sacred's expression transformed into one of fury, its vicious teeth bared in an explosive display, saliva uncontrollably dripping. It raised its paw, striking down towards Ivy without a thought to the possibility of hitting itself instead. Yet, while Sacred, being a dog, could afford to disregard such consequences, Ivy, possessing a kind heart, swiftly evaded just in time. Thus, Sacred's wish to inflict harm upon itself was fulfilled. Woo. Moreover, Ivy generously bestowed upon Sacred a sumptuous meal of the utmost indulgence, certain that Sacred would be eternally grateful and utterly speechless. "I've handled things here. You keep pushing forward. I'll be cheering for you in spirit." At that moment, Sacred was no longer the serene creature it once was, lying on the ground. And one could only imagine that if it were to be simmered for soup now, it would yield a deliciously sweet dish. "Ah, I will kill you." OM. Witnessing his pet in such a pitiful state, was consumed by rage, abandoning his confrontation with Sparta. Chapter 64. The grand entrance. "Your opponent is me, and you dare to be distracted." Sparta blocked OM's path, forced to watch as Ivy descended into the ruins below. With eyes aflame, OM acknowledged that he had not felt such fury in a long time, not since he had followed Inallu and ascended to the role of priest. This time, he was genuinely enraged. To OM, the other priests were merely rivals, but his pet, Sacred, was treated with genuine affection, being his closest companion. Now, gazing at Sacred, barely clinging to life on the ground, OM became resolute. "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath." Perhaps the tedium of the past had led OM to underestimate Ivy and his companions, resulting in the current predicament. As he steeled himself, OM's aura intensified, causing the air around him to become palpably still. "Priest, people of Qinghai." At this moment, the warrior Weber of the Sandian tribe leapt up, equally astonished to behold OM and Sparta. His body tensed as he gazed upward, only to discover that Inal had vanished from the heavens. However, Weber could not afford to dwell on such matters. If that colossal thundercloud were allowed to proliferate unchecked, his homeland would inevitably be struck down into the abyssal sea below. The only solution lay in vanquishing Inal. After a fleeting glance at OM and the others, Weber disregarded them and prepared to ascend the gigantic vine to disperse the thundercloud. Just then, the Sky Knight Gopher appeared, alighting upon the Cloud Island, creating a formidable four-way standoff, as his position effectively obstructed Weber's path. In that moment, none of the few present dared to move. Ganfoer cast his gaze around, failing to spot Iway and the others, and promptly inquired of Sparta, "Where have they gone?" The brief encounter had allowed Ganfoer to recognize Iway's formidable strength, and he understood that he could not possibly defeat Inallu alone. Thus, he sought to ally with Iway and the others to overthrow Inallu's reign. However, during their earlier journey, he had briefly stepped away due to a personal matter, only to find that everyone had vanished, and Inallu was likewise absent from the skies. At the edge of the island, Cornus and her father had also set foot on the land of Appiato. Although their faces were pale with fear, their eyes shone with determination. Yet they dared not venture further inside. Nevertheless, recalling Ganfoer's words, the Sky Knight, they resolved to persevere. After all, none wished for death and had no choice but to brave peril for the sake of survival. Indeed, Ganfoer had departed precisely because Cornus and her companions encountered danger en route, prompting him to give Cornus a whistle. Should she blow it, it would signal her peril, and he would sense it. They have all descended below. Sparta gestured towards the ruins beneath. The land of gold. Upon seeing the remnants below, Weber was suddenly reminded of the place long sought after by generations. They had scoured the island, only to find it concealed within the clouds. Astonished, he felt an irresistible urge to descend. Ganfoer shared this sentiment, but at that moment, thorns and iron chains erupted from the ground around them, soaring skyward and intertwining to form a cage-like structure, ensnaring the 10 of them securely. "Today, I hardly know what to say. I have brought you all to my side. Oh great God, allow me to rid you of these detestable pests." OM's voice echoed, revealing that he had activated a mechanism. This was the trial of iron, OM's main battleground, naturally endowed with geographical advantages. "Get rid of me? I shall eagerly await that," Sparta retorted, licking his tongue across the white wolf, his demeanor fierce. "Now, this is interesting." Although he was a cook, it did not imply a lack of fervor or a desire for battle, especially for a fierce confrontation. In that moment, the long-dormant blood within him surged once more. It was not about hatred, belief, or power. It was solely about combat. Observing the clash between OM and Sparta, Weber remained preoccupied with thoughts of descending to the land of gold, yet the iron cage remained impervious to her attacks. She possessed a trump card, but it was crucial to reserve it for the right moment, not to reveal it prematurely. First, let us unite to eliminate OM. Gonfuer directed his gaze towards Weber and proposed his strategy. Despite his advanced age, he possessed a cunning nature and was resolute in his decisions. After Weber's acquiescence, he refrained from immediate aggression. Instead, he bided his time, waiting until Weber had engaged before launching a stealthy assault from the sidelines. The manner of attack was inconsequential. What truly mattered was victory. Faced with a triad of adversaries, OM began to falter, primarily due to his underestimation of Sparta's prowess. Yet, as a priest, surrender was not an option. It was not merely his own fate at stake, but also the honor of representing the divine. A priest embodies the visage of the deity. And until the divine voice is silent, any intervention would signify his impending demise. As for why OM harbored such thoughts, was it not evident that the other three priests had also faced defeat? This is because OM is the strongest among the priests and has always been by Enel's side. The other priests gradually gathered around Enel only after his formidable power had ascended. Consequently, OM has always felt a sense of honor, while others may falter. He cannot afford to do so. In the midst of battle, Weber suddenly launched an attack on Gonfuer. Had Gonfuer not evaded in time, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. This unexpected turn of events forced the four to separate once more, their gazes vigilant against potential ambushes. The rationale behind Weber's actions is straightforward. He harbors animosity towards Gonfuer. And with the opportune moment at hand, OM gravely wounded and unlikely to endure much longer, why not seize the chance to eliminate Gonfuer as well? Weber's thoughts are as extreme as his actions. Anyone who covets the Golden Country is his enemy, be they gods, Enel, Ivy, or Gonfuer, in Weber's eyes. They are all invaders who have usurped his homeland. Weber, what are you doing? Gonfuer glared at Weber, but upon noticing Weber's resolute gaze, he discerned the answer. He had encountered that same intensity in the eyes of the Sandians when he was still a god. However, there was little he could do. These were the grievances of the previous generation. He had consistently endeavored to prevent the conflict between their peoples from continuing, striving for their harmonious coexistence. Had it not been for Enel's arrival, Gonfuer would have continued his efforts. He may not have been an ideal leader, but he was a just and compassionate deity. Fair to all. Yet, with Enel's emergence, everything changed. All of Gonfuer's efforts were rendered futile, a devastating blow that led him to retreat into his home. Living as a humble gardener. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted beneath their feet, causing a tremendous upheaval that left them unsteady. What has happened? The group quickly glanced below, uncertain of the unfolding events. Directly beneath them, Enel engaged in a fierce battle, defending Robin and the others against his relentless assault. The brilliant and ferocious lightning struck Ivy without mercy, causing her hair to stand on end. Meanwhile, Shaji lay unconscious on the ground. As their race was inherently vulnerable to lightning, especially the attacks wielded by Enel. After being struck once, he fell to the ground, charred and lifeless. Had Ivy not arrived just in time, the outcome could have been dire. Chapter 65, Enel, the arch-nemesis. I promise. The sensation is truly exhilarating. While silently enduring the onslaught of Enel's lightning, I deftly harnessed the minuscule currents within me to absorb the invading electricity, growing stronger, thicker, and more formidable. In tandem, my control over that feeble current, no, perhaps I should say a current the size of a pinky finger, has intensified. How pitiful it is, defeated by a handful of despicable mortals. It seems you are not destined to conquer this vast land alongside me. Enel can distinctly sense the intermittent presence of OM above, yet refrains from eliminating Weber and the others. Perhaps the time is not yet ripe, or perhaps Enel simply seeks to prolong his amusement. His gaze fixated on the frowning figure of Ivy before him. How detestable. You are a false believer, a traitor to the divine, despite possessing powers akin to divinity. When I extended a hand of compassion, you turned your back on me. How could this not incite Enel's fury? Moreover, Ivy has the audacity to absorb my lightning power. Those bolts consumed by Ivy seem entirely beyond my control, as if rendered ineffectual in that moment. How delightful. With eyes shut, Ivy suddenly opens them wide, unleashing two arcs of electricity that strike a boulder taller than a man, which, upon the caress of the wind, disintegrates into fine sand, scattering away. This demonstrates that Ivy's strength has indeed undergone a significant enhancement. I previously warned you that there are beings beyond beings and realms beyond realms, advising you against your arrogance, yet you remained unconvinced. Having suffered a grievous blow, it appears the time has come for you to witness what true power entails. You are utterly ignorant of strength. There seems to be an array of mysteries swirling in my eyes, only to vanish in an instant, following the rhythm of the unseen. Ivy suddenly materializes before Enel. His fist lands unannounced upon the bridge of Enel's nose, causing blood to flow forth. In this moment, Enel was unable to elementalize. Or perhaps simply could not match Ivy's swiftness. How can a mere false believer strike me? I am lightning, the swiftest of all. Enel traverses through initial surprise, confusion, and disbelief, culminating in fury, all within the span of a single second, during which he showcases his remarkable ability to change expressions. Thus, I reiterate, you know nothing of power. Merely lightning, and I can keep pace with light. What hope do you have, you arrogant deity? You, who only bullies the weak from your lofty perch. Indulging in a child-esque game, lost in your own delusions. Countless beings far mightier than you exist upon the vast ocean, too numerous to tally on both hands. At this moment, Avi did not forget to undermine Enelu's confidence, and he merely stated the truth. Many people have overly glorified Enelu's lightning fruit, as if he were the sole exceptional being. In reality, he, like Enelu, is ensnared in his own fabricated grandeur, unwilling to break free. Avi is now striving to awaken Enelu, helping him realize that strength is not merely a boast. Even with a single hand, Avi can effortlessly overpower him. Furthermore, after landing that punch on Enelu's nose, Avi distinctly felt as though his arm was enveloped in an invisible armor, which, while not particularly rigid, shattered upon contact with Enelu's nose. Is this what they call armament hockey? Avi pondered, contemplating the necessity of seizing the fleeting sensation to train further. He feared that if he turned away and forgot this feeling, he might miss the opportunity. Thus, he resolved to find a resilient, durable punching bag to ingrain this sensation into his muscle memory. The ability to awaken armament hockey without formal instruction made Avi feel like a genius. Humph. I need no guidance. I am the brightest star upon the vast ocean, while others can only gaze up in admiration. In certain respects, Avi and Enelu are alike. Regardless of Enelu's evasive maneuvers, teleportation, elemental transformation, or fleeing, none proved effective. In this moment, Enelu genuinely experienced what it means to be naturally restrained. When it comes to speed, Enelu believed his transformation into lightning rendered him invincible. However, he was effortlessly surpassed by Avi, who playfully toyed with him as if he were a mere ball. As for attacks, Enelu possessed strikes of immense voltage, hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions of volts, invoking the might of the thunder god. Yet, these ordinarily formidable bolts appeared to be nothing more than sustenance for Avi. This exemplifies natural restraint. Avi's golden touch is indeed the nemesis of Enel, surpassing even Luffy's rubber abilities. Luffy merely enjoys immunity, whereas Avi has the capacity to absorb these powers, thereby enhancing her own strength. The most formidable aspect of the Logia fruit, its elemental transformation, proves utterly ineffective in the presence of Avi. Whenever one attempts to flee, Avi detects them with precision and relentlessly pursues them. Enel, initially believing that in his elemental state he was impervious to all physical attacks, finds himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Avi's relentless assaults. He had hoped to catch her off guard with his Sea Prism Stone Staff, intending to trip her up, augmented by his masterful lightning techniques that allow Avi to instantaneously transform the staff into anything she desires. This is also the source of Ivy's confidence. And the sudden awakening of armament hockey is an unexpected delight. The Sea Prison Stone weapon is precisely what Ivy employs to counter those with abilities. With the addition of armament hockey, Ivy's strength has been significantly enhanced. As the effectiveness of armament hockey is continually validated against Enel, Ivy has become increasingly adept at its application, to the point where it can be said that Ivy has genuinely mastered armament hockey. Engaging in a practice duel with a Logia user brings Ivy immense satisfaction. Standing before the motionless Enel on the ground, Ivy stated, "What I said earlier still holds true. And to be candid, it is precisely because I have heard of your great name that I traveled a great distance from below to seek you out. Here, I sincerely invite you to join us." Ivy spoke earnestly, leaving Enel momentarily stunned and genuinely bewildered. On this day, he faced an overwhelming blow that shattered his long-held worldview and sense of self-worth, along with that arrogance of believing himself to be the greatest under heaven. Before Avi, he felt like a mere puppet in her hands, unable to escape her grasp. Resigned, Enel nodded as if conceding. But just as the last syllable was about to escape his lips, he struck. Harnessing the power of his lightning, he forged a short spear in an instant, driving it firmly into Avi's chest, piercing through. Ha 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 ha. Anyone who dares to oppose this god is merely seeking their own demise. Enel boasted. Is that so? Take a closer look. Did you truly strike me? Robin interjected, pointing out his folly. In an instant, the spear clattered to the ground. A mere illusion left by AV's incredible speed. It was so swift that it deceived not only Inilu but also the spear itself. You have not yet joined us. Therefore, this attack on the captain will be excused this time. Should you dare to act similarly again, do not blame the captain for being unmerciful. AV declared. Well, you are still not my comrade, so I must give you a proper thrashing. He mused to himself that his mastery of armament hockey felt a bit rusty. Realizing he needed further practice. At that moment, AV manifested 8 clones encircling Inilu. It was not that AV possessed the shadow clones of the Whirlpool clan, but rather that his speed was so extraordinary that these afterimages resembled real beings. Slowly raising his fist, he struck down upon the man surrounded by his doppelgangers. Chapter 66. Resolving troubles after another arduous training session. This time the results were not as favorable as before. Perhaps it was due to Inilu's lack of resistance and desperation compared to their last encounter. Moreover, mastery in any skill requires continuous practice. It is impossible to achieve excellence overnight. Even with AV's prodigious talent, he must adhere to this principle. Having spared Inilu, AV gazed once more at the vast dark thunderclouds above, contemplating that they represented a significant threat that ought to be eradicated. You foolish buffoon. I did not realize your strength was so formidable. During the Golden Week, watching Ivy, one could not help but marvel at her formidable strength. It had always been known that Ivy was powerful, yet in this moment, her true might became evident. The once mighty crocodile and the god of Skypea, Inil, both succumbed beneath her feet. One could only speculate how many more would fall victim to Ivy's prowess in the future. After his moment of awe, Golden Week felt a sense of relief. The sudden appearance of Inil had initially terrified him, but with Ivy's overwhelming strength, he realized he no longer needed to fear being slain by other pirates or the Navy. In the vast ocean, power is paramount. All else is merely an ancillary benefit of strength. Without power, who would care about your noble qualities or kindness? This is a world that reveres strength. With power, one possesses everything. Thus, Golden Week felt at ease as he explored the ruins alongside Robin. If Sparta and Shaji were present, they would surely be grateful for not having been treated as Ivy treated others. Reflecting on this, one might conclude that Ivy had indeed been rather benevolent towards them. Ha! 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 Upon witnessing Ivy display her capabilities, Robin ceased to worry about her safety and immersed herself in the study of historical texts. Of course, he is the child of destiny, the protagonist. As long as you stick with me, your fortunes are guaranteed. Just as he turned, ready to humbly engage with Golden Week, he suddenly realized that both Golden Week and Robin had vanished, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. It seems my handsome and valiant aura has left them awestruck and bashful, prompting them to hide away, fearing my gaze. Yes, that must be it. Those 2 rascals. If only others had witnessed this. I would never let them off the hook for such a slight to my dignity. Should there be a next time, I shall make them pay. The azure sky is truly beautiful. Every new member of my crew must present a token of allegiance, given your unfortunate state. I shall not impose a daunting task upon you, merely unravel that storm cloud above. Recalling the television shows of his youth, he chuckled at the idea of newcomers needing to offer such tokens. However, at that moment, Inil had already lost consciousness and could not hear Ivy's words. What a charade! Unable to withstand such a minor setback? Were you not capable of reviving your own heart? Shaking Inil's body vigorously yielded no response. Had Inil been conscious, he would surely have cursed, "Damn it! Reviving my heart requires awareness. Preparation is essential. Otherwise, how can one control it?" Moreover, having been struck into unconsciousness by Ivy, his body was already exhausted. Even if it were possible, what good would it do? Did he not wish to recover? Fortunately, at this moment, Inil lies in a state of unconsciousness, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Ivy contemplates whether to assume control in Inil's stead, eager to experiment with her newly acquired electrical powers. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she decides against it. After all, should he perish, this immensely talented ally would be lost forever. How frustrating. I have yet to agree to join you. Must the divine be devoid of dignity? If Inil were aware of Ivy's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express such sentiments. However, leaving Inil unrestrained feels rather improper. What if he awakens and causes chaos? Ivy muses to herself. An idea strikes her. She retrieves her limitless staff, which, under the influence of her lightning abilities, transforms into 2 ropes crafted from sea prism stone, one long and one short. She first binds Inil's hands behind his back with the shorter rope, then employs the longer sea prism rope to secure him in a series of intricate knots. The name turtle shell bears significant meaning, and once bound, it holds firmly, alleviating any concerns of escape. Sigh, I had always hoped to showcase my skills, yet I never imagined my debut would not be for the likes of Robin, Nami, Hancock, or Perona, but rather for this insufferable wretch. You should be thanking me, you scoundrel. Were Enel conscious, he would surely retort, did I ask you to bind me? Did I? You presumptuously created this mess and expect my gratitude? The heart of the little one is burdened, yet remains unspoken. This likely encapsulates Enel's current plight. It is time to address that ominous, dark mass in the sky. Should it strike my dear conies, the consequences would be dire. Due to Enel's lack of control and his unconscious state, the ominous black thundercloud above continues to swell, unleashing a chaotic barrage upon everything below. Angel Island, Appiato. The White Sea, these are all targets of the tempestuous thundercloud. Be careful, Lachi. Weber gazed at the approaching Raki and urgently shouted, following the deafening explosion. Weber and Sparta had desperately tried to ascertain the cause of the commotion. However, the thorny cage, composed of an indeterminate material, resisted their efforts to cut through or knock down. Sparta had already settled down to rest. He was well aware of Ivy's strength. Yet he had yet to witness Enel's prowess firsthand, leading him to believe the captain should be capable of handling the situation. Nevertheless, as he observed the ominous storm cloud above, a sense of unease washed over him. After all, it was thunder, an embodiment of nature's wrath that humanity had long feared. Each manifestation of wind, fire, and lightning held the potential for devastating, wide-ranging destruction. The fact that Enel wielded the power of lightning did not overly trouble Sparta. If Ivy were to fall here, it would merely confirm that Ivy was a man who could only reach this point. Ganful and Weber, however, had not yet relinquished hope. Weber strained to bombard the thorny cage with the cannon perched on his shoulder. Aspiring to breach the path to the Golden Country, an ancestral home where their forebears had lived for generations, Ganful, meanwhile, cast a worried glance at the rampaging lightning, concerned for the fleeing populace. If this continued, the entire Sky Island might indeed plummet from the heavens. At that moment, Weber's companion Raki arrived, just as a bolt of lightning surged toward her. Overcome with fear, Weber's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "What?" Raki, puzzled by Weber's alarmed expression, instinctively trusted her companion and swiftly rolled away from her standing position. Simultaneously, she caught sight of the approaching lightning behind her. Yet, the distance she had leaped was minimal, and the lightning was immense, placing her within its strike zone. With the lightning's astonishing speed, Raki found herself with no second chance, helplessly watching as the colossal bolt converged upon her. At that moment, a figure clad in black shielded her from harm. "Are you all right, my lady?" A gentle male voice whispered in Raki's ear. The shadow not only protected Raki from the imminent thunder, but also expressed concern for her well-being. Indeed, this was Avi. Yes, it was him, our illustrious hero. Avi. Chapter 67, An Irish Power Bank. You deserve it, I'm fine. Raki replied, regaining her composure upon hearing Avi's inquiry. It's a relief to hear that. You truly frightened me. Avi hastily patted his chest, indicating his surprise. You were startled? How could that be? I was the one who was genuinely shocked. To catch an Irish thunder barehanded and emerge unscathed speaks volumes about your formidable strength. Thus, Avi's stature and Raki's eyes soared dramatically, transforming from a mere stranger into a master of hidden prowess. I am grateful you sustained no injuries. It would have been unfortunate otherwise. I cannot bear to see a lady harmed in my presence. Today is indeed fortunate. This storm cloud is rather substantial. How shall I extinguish it? Consuming it would take an eternity, yet destroying it feels wasteful. I must devise a plan. Raki expressed her gratitude to Avi before reuniting with Weber, only to discover that they had finally located the fabled golden land their clan had sought for centuries. Under Weber's command, they leaped down, upon seeing Anira securely bound. Raki was initially taken aback, but that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, as Avi pondered how to absorb the thunder without waste, visions of formidable figures enduring tribulations and emerging transcendent danced in his mind, tales of using lightning to refine one's essence. Stories of harnessing thunder to forge a small universe and dominate the world. Haha. The tribulation. I have come to confront it. He laughed exuberantly as he soared into the heavens, enveloped by the heavy thunder. That fool, has he lost his wits? Ganfuer muttered, watching Avi ascend into the tempest. I hardly care whether he has lost his mind. All I desire is to escape this place and reach my ancestors' realm. Weber, undeterred by the arduous endeavor, relentlessly struck the thorny cage yet again. Sparta yawned and advised, do not waste your energy. This thorny prison is exceedingly resilient, and with your strength, you cannot break it. Upon witnessing Ivy's emergence, Sparta felt a sense of calm wash over him. It was quite illogical that the so-called god Enel had yet to appear after such a considerable span of time. After all, they had just extinguished Ohm right under his nose. The only plausible explanation for this was that Enel had descended below, only to be subdued by Ivy. Sparta's ears had not deceived him. He had clearly heard the resounding thunderous explosion moments prior. With Ivy now ascending, this was the only conclusion that made sense. Given Sparta's understanding of Ivy's character, it was unfathomable that Ivy would bravely venture alone into the perilous storm of lightning without having dealt with Enel first. The incessant sounds of Weber's attacks were beginning to grate on his nerves. The earlier confrontation had been exhilarating, a fierce battle that had seemed evenly matched. Yet, the arrival of two interlopers had disrupted the flow, and they were proving difficult to dislodge, oblivious to the need for rest once the fight concluded. Mind your own business. Sparta snapped at the Blue Sea Man. If you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll soon find out what a laser cannon feels like. Meanwhile, Weber, frustrated by his inability to break free from the thorny cage, was seething with anger. His fiery temperament flared up at Sparta's provocation. What's wrong with making the first move? Let's see whether your laser cannon is mightier than my grandfather's missile. Sparta was equally unyielding, engaging Weber in a sharp exchange of words. Enough of the bickering. At least until we have vanquished Enel, our situation remains precarious. We must unite our efforts, or we stand no chance against Enel. His strength speaks for itself. Just look at that tempest in the sky, Goffer urged, pointing toward the turbulent clouds above. Listening to Goffer, Weber instinctively reached for the conch shell hidden beneath his clothing. This ancient mollusk, now a mere relic of myth, possessed the ability to unleash power exceeding that of the impact shell tenfold, albeit with a recoil that could prove fatal. Weber's expression shifted. Was he truly considering its use now? Yet, he had not even glimpsed Enel's shadow. This was his trump card, reserved for the most critical moment. Unbeknownst to Sparta, Weber was wrestling with his internal conflict, but upon noticing that Weber seemed to heed Ganfer's advice and refrained from escalating the situation, Sparta opted not to pursue further quarrels. He reclined on the ground and soon drifted into slumber, the sound of his snoring filling the air. Meanwhile, within the chaotic sphere of lightning conjured by Enel, Ivy reveled in his newfound existence. He had not anticipated that once enveloped in this tempest, he would need not lift a finger. The lightning surged into him, transforming through an unknown process into a form of energy that he could master and command. This electric essence can be harnessed. Unlike the feeble and chaotic currents within the body, which merely serve internal functions, the energy absorbed resides in an enigmatic realm, readily accessible for external offensive maneuvers. Initially, this space was no larger than a fist and absorbed energy at a sluggish pace. However, as the accumulation of power intensified, this mysterious reservoir expanded, growing from the size of a cabinet to that of a house, and ultimately to a 3-story building. The more energy one absorbs, the grander this space becomes. Have I inadvertently embarked on an extraordinary journey of mystical cultivation? An alternate dimension, perhaps? Or could it truly be the fabled Interdantion? The notion of enhancing one's strength seems incongruous. Nevertheless, this space is profoundly enigmatic, and its precise location eludes even my understanding. Moreover, I can sense that the energy entering this realm can not only be utilized for attacks but also replenish the robust currents within my being. Should I find myself poisoned or in peril again, the vast reservoir of energy, equivalent to several rooms, would surely equip me to face any unforeseen challenges. I vividly recall the harrowing experience of nearly succumbing to toxins upon my arrival in this world. Thus, my rationale for inviting Eniru aboard has gained yet another dimension, a colossal, complementary power bank that anyone would covet. In an instant, Eniru has transformed from an ordinary crew member into a figure of considerable significance to me, a remarkable leap indeed. What a joyous occasion it is. One can only wonder how many times Eniru's ego has been upended. How could a deity of the Sky Island, a formidable entity in his own right, find himself relegated to the role of a mere power source? It seems rather unjust. Alas, Eniru remains in a state of unconsciousness, unaware that once again, his fate has been irrevocably altered by my hand. Before long, the thunderous energy was entirely absorbed, leaving behind a swirling void of darkness, which I effortlessly dispersed. The sunlight, previously obstructed by the tempest, now streamed through, illuminating the scene as the sun had yet to fully descend and the evening glow had not yet risen. The gentle rays cast a colossal silhouette of my form, visible not only to the inhabitants of the Sky Island, but also to those dwelling in the depths of the ocean, 1,000 meters below. My figure loomed even larger there, towering several thousand meters high, dwarfing even the mightiest of giants, igniting a wave of commotion and becoming a legend in that maritime expanse. Of course, I remained oblivious to this, and given my disposition, I would not ponder whether this legendary shadow was indeed my own. As the tempest dissipated, both the residents of Angel Island and the kin of the Sandians erupted in waves of euphoric laughter. Having resolved such a monumental dilemma for them, should I not host a bonfire celebration in their honor? With her right hand gently stroking her chin, Ivy pondered. Chapter 68. The journey to the Sky Island concludes. As night fell, Apaya was ablaze with lights and filled with the sounds of jubilant voices, a veritable sea of joy. Even the typically aloof Weber was drawn into the festivities, finding himself beneath the performance's bonfire. However, one corner of this vibrant atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the surrounding merriment. How long do you intend to deliberate? Ivy exclaimed. I made it clear, if you remain silent until dawn, I shall take you away. Do not blame me for not granting you the opportunity. Very well. If you wish to proceed this way, I shall accompany you. Ivy settled cross-legged opposite Enel, with the sole distinction being that Ivy's chatter was incessant, while Enel's lips were sealed by a rubber band, rendering him forgotten even by Ivy. Ivy was quite democratic, offering a chance for reconsideration, however. Since Enel did not cherish this opportunity, he was advised to refrain from complaints once aboard. Seizing a hefty roasted leg of lamb, she devoured it voraciously. If you agree, merely nod. If not, we shall wait for dawn. I have presented you with two choices. Ponder them wisely. With her hands planted on her thighs, she prepared to depart. Having already wasted ample time on Enel, should he venture out in the future, he could at least hold his head high. Yet Enel harbored a different perspective. Two choices? Mere semantics. One was active and the other passive, with the ultimate outcome being indistinguishable. To think that the esteemed god of Sky Island had been captured by a pirate from the Blue Sea, his dignity had long since evaporated into the heavens. He resolved to endure for now and observe. Seizing the moment while Ivy had not yet departed, Enel nodded vigorously, signaling his acquiescence. In truth, he harbored another notion. He wished to witness whether the Blue Sea was indeed as formidable as Ivy claimed. Considering that someone like Ivy could so easily overpower him without eliciting a shred of defiance. Below, there were purportedly many others of similar strength. Enel found himself torn between anticipation and anxiety. Alas, Ivy did not notice as she departed, leaving Enel to squirm in an effort to capture her attention. Captain Ivy, do you truly wish to invite Enel to join us? He is a god. Surely, with such arrogance, he cannot be the same. Cornus had officially joined Ivy's crew, the particulars of which need not be elaborated. Yet, before she could finish her thought, she observed Enel writhing on the ground, undulating like a caterpillar. In that instant, the image of the once mighty deity who had ruled the Sky Island for 6 years crumbled in Cornus's mind, shattered into nothingness. Fear not, for we shall fight side by side in the future. Let us endure this moment, and soon all shall be well. In any case, Ivy harbored such thoughts within. Regardless of what one might currently contemplate, the priority was to secure passage aboard the vessel. Once on board, it would be his dominion. Is there not a saying that goes, in my territory, should a dragon arrive, let it coil, should a tiger come, let it lie down? Such a notion exudes a certain flair. With his formidable charisma, subduing a few individuals, even one deemed a deity, would be an effortless task. Furthermore, the rationale behind such subjugation was quite simple. Aboard a ship, during moments of leisure, they would jest and frolic, and when challenges arose, they would stand shoulder to shoulder. As long as he remained the strongest on this shared vessel, sentiments mattered little. Cornus nodded, seemingly grasping the essence, before returning to her father's side. Sharing laughter and merriment, Ivy then cast aside Enelu's shackles and declared, Your grand ship lies concealed. Join my flagship, and thus you shall pledge your allegiance. At this moment, Enera found himself in a state of despair, rendered speechless by the coercion to join and the demand for a pledge of allegiance. This forceful recruitment bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine charisma of the gods. Come on, Enera declared, leading the way while Ivy and the others followed closely behind. At this juncture, Shaji's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The former Smilok ship had been under his watchful eye, and for the sake of that honor, he had fought fiercely against one of the 4 divine officials, Azura, teetering on the brink of life and death. And now, here they were, discussing a change of vessels. Shaji, do you harbor any thoughts on this matter? Ivy suddenly inquired, recalling the intense scene from the manga when Usopp had fought valiantly during a ship change. Well, I am merely reflecting on past events. And considering that after the ship change, my grand abode will also be lost, I find myself momentarily speechless. Initially, Ivy had thought Shaji's lack of enthusiasm stemmed from an attachment to the ship. Little did she realize it was merely due to the inadequacy of the room allocated to him after the change. What a peculiar notion. Indeed, Sandy has only been part of the crew for a mere week, and there exists no profound bond between him and the ship. How could there be any sense of camaraderie with the vessel? In the comic, Usopp's attachment stems solely from the fact that the ship was a gift from his beloved, with whom he has shared countless experiences. His fear of being unable to return home transforms his longing for his beloved into an affection for the ship itself. Were it not for the connection to his beloved, would Usopp truly create such a commotion? Absolutely not. The other crew members do not share such sentiments. Their concern is merely for Usopp's feelings. As for Ivy, the situation is far simpler. The ship is merely a casual purchase made during her time with Golden Week, serving solely as a means of transportation. The others joined the crew later on, and neither Ivy nor Golden Week harbors any particular attachment to the ship, so why would the rest? Upon seeing the magnificent golden ship, Ivy's eyes sparkled with wonder. She had never encountered such an abundance of gold in her life, especially in the form of a ship. Just envisioning herself navigating the vast ocean aboard such a vessel left her momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by excitement. The others were similarly affected by this spectacle. Can this ship truly sail the seas? Robin pondered earnestly, posing a legitimate question. The ability of a ship to navigate the ocean relies on the buoyancy of wood. But what of gold? When placed in water, it sinks. How does one navigate this golden vessel? Fear not, for this ship can soar through the skies. It is more than capable of sailing, rest assured. After reassuring Robin, he was the first to leap aboard. Is this the clandestine location where the divine servant has labored for years? Is this the reason so many have perished? When Cornus beheld the golden ship, she felt a sense of indifference. With a concerted effort from Ivy and Enel, the golden vessel finally roared to life. Initially, it swayed unsteadily, but soon it settled into a tranquil glide, as if standing on solid ground. We are off. Farewell. He waved at the crowd below, regardless of whether they could see him or not. As for the items that were originally aboard, they had already been transferred during their arrival. He turned back, seizing a small stone, and struck it against the celestial vines, producing a resonant, hollow chime, the sound of the golden bell. Having promised that diamond-headed chestnut fellow, Ivy is no one to breach his word. Moreover, with the golden ship in his possession, he no longer cared about the mere gold atop the bell. Thus, it can be said that aside from the gold on the bell, everything else was taken away by Ivy. Indeed, Ivy is quite generous, accompanied by the bell's chime. It seemed as if the Sky Island rejoiced in the departure of this scoundrel, who had taken another scoundrel with him. Chapter 69. The discontent of Enel. The room is splendid. Resplendent in gold and brilliance, it is a hue I adore. Entering her room, Golden Week lay contentedly on the soft bed, arms outstretched, savoring the moment of satisfaction. Perhaps the choice made long ago was not erroneous. At least she had a formidable leader, and life was indeed improving. Golden Week mused this to herself, firmly believing it. Leaving the sand crocodile had been a forced decision. Yet the experiences shared and the kindness shown by Avi made it worthwhile. Continuing to live this way seemed quite acceptable. The golden ship, under the control of Enel, soared slowly through the skies. There was no need for constant vigilance, for the destination lay directly below, as long as the ship did not plummet. All other matters were trivial. Everyone returned to their designated quarters. The original golden ship had not possessed such accommodations. Indeed, it had none. It was merely Enel's vehicle for an expedition to the moon. However, with Avi's arrival, everything changed. This was to be their permanent residence, after all. How could it not be adorned beautifully? Employing Reichu's abilities, every corner of the ship was transformed, with Avi personally designing the rooms. Shaji's room was a simple one-bedroom suite filled with peculiar items, all brought by him or exchanged with the inhabitants of Angel Island upon leaving Sky Island. Robin's chamber was equally modest, crafted in the style she desired, featuring a large bookshelf brimming with various books she wished to read and those she had yet to explore. Other rooms mirrored this simplicity, while Spart's quarters boasted a basement, brightly lit and equipped with a variety of fitness apparatus. Look, behold how, after my captain's renovations, this once indifferent golden ship has been transformed into something so beautiful and inviting. On board, Avi had also strung several ropes adorned with small conch shells, tiny musical shells, and luminous shells, all of which glimmered gently in the night. In response to Avi's display of pride, Enel merely regarded the ship's underside with indifference and suddenly declared, "Should you dare deceive me, I shall ensure you experience the wrath of a deity." Huh? What deity? Let us be clear. I am the captain here. It's fine among us, but what if there were outsiders? Where would my reputation as captain stand then? With a casual flick, I struck Enel on the head, addressing him as he suddenly turned around. What did Avi mean by Enel? Initially, it took considerable effort to persuade Enel to join us. It was only after much struggle that he reluctantly agreed, especially given Avi's assertion that many formidable individuals remained. Enel's aspiration is to conquer all, to become a supreme deity. Whether he has been influenced by some external force remains uncertain, yet Avi is indifferent. If Enel wishes to express something, he will do so in his own time. Moreover, given their recent acquaintance, the concept of superficial familiarity leading to profound discourse is quite applicable here. At that moment, a melodious sound wafted from the platform on the second floor. It was Cornus performing a piece. The pirate's song, Bink Sake, was entrusted to her by Avi. For how could a pirate music festival lack such a classic? Thus, Avi had imparted this knowledge to her. However, this particular piece was not that song. It was an original melody by Cornus, instrumental and devoid of lyrics, yet equally soothing to the soul. Why didn't Avi sing himself? After all, he is the captain. Of course, he wouldn't disclose that his singing voice was quite unbearable, rendering it intolerable for others. A phrase aptly describes Avi's vocal talents, while others sing for money. Avi sings for life. Yet, he does not feel ashamed. Rather, he takes pride in preserving such a potent weapon. A trump card that might one day save his own life. Leaning against the windowsill, everyone was rapt in attention to the song. Its lack of lyrics making it even more moving, as it resonated not in the ears but within the heart. This lullaby is quite remarkable, Avi praised, giving Cornus a thumbs up. Also, thank you. Cornus quickly stood, seemingly surprised that others were listening, but grateful for Avi's earlier compliment. I hope I haven't disturbed you. I merely grew accustomed to Cornus's shy grasp of her skirt every night, she said. Not at all. It's quite pleasant, especially since no one is asleep. Avi waved dismissively. Encouraged by Avi, Cornus performed several more enchanting melodies, leaving Avi and Enel to keep watch through the night. Currently, aboard the ship, no one aside from Avi could contend with Enel, especially amidst the skies. Should any trouble arise, it would spell disaster. Thus, Avi chose to share the vigil with Enel. But in a gesture of trust, he decided to grant Enel greater space. From atop the golden ship's mast, a steady, gentle snoring emanated from Avi in the lookout tower, an unequivocal testament to trust. Enel turned to gaze at the now tranquil interior of the ship, where Avi and the others lay in slumber, and then cast his eyes upon the pitch-black sea under the night sky, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Finally, he exhaled a heavy sigh. He uttered not a word, pondering the irony of a god of the sky, destined to conquer the vast, unyielding land, being tasked with keeping watch after being brought aboard. It was indeed baffling, yet Enel refrained from protest. It was Avi's presence that unveiled to him the existence of those far more formidable than himself. The multitude of unknown entities stirred within him a flicker of excitement and intrigue, awakening feelings long dormant in his heart. He would never concede to being a frog in a well. A god is never in error. If there were mistakes, they would lie not with him, but with the world itself. Once I conquer the phantoms that haunt this sea, I shall return, gazing at the ever-present moon in the sky. Enel's countenance grew solemn. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and a god returns to his dominion. With so many disrespectful souls in the blue seas, ignorant of divinity, Enel knew he must reveal the magnificence, majesty, and terror of the divine. Perhaps there were no gods in this world, but soon all would recognize that I am the sole deity of existence. Ha 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 ha. Lost in delightful contemplation, Enel could not help but laugh aloud. What a nuisance, he thought. Is there no peace for sleep? A slipper descended from above, landing squarely on Enel's face as he howled at the heavens. Glancing at the lookout tower, he could see a hand dangling. There was no doubt it belonged to that scoundrel. If only I could overpower you. In this moment, the thought of pulling you down and turning you into skewered lamb was tantalizing. Oh, lightning is futile against him. The realization cast a pall of desolation over Enel. To think someone could be immune to lightning, and not only that, but capable of consuming it. What manner of creature is this? His physical prowess is terrifying. Enel felt profoundly constrained by Avi, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate or even a trace of indignation. Chapter 70, Old AI's Daily Recklessness. Dorsey Island. One of the innumerable perilous, uninhabited islands along the Grand Line, known as the Devil's Garden, is home to numerous dangerous beasts. Every blade of grass and every tree defies conventional understanding. Every unwitting traveler who has passed through this island has never returned alive. They have all become nourishment for the flora and fauna that thrive here. Today, however, a group of individuals, swathed in high-tech attire, arrived at this treacherous locale. Their strength was formidable, allowing them to detect approaching dangers with uncanny precision and resolve them swiftly. Sorcerer, are you certain this is the right place? Originally, this group consisted of more than 30 individuals. However, only 8 remain willing to delve deeper into the matter. The one posing the questions is Ikundi, a tall and imposing man, who also serves as the captain of this crew. The Tuntan pirates may not boast significant renown across the seas, yet their strength is undeniably formidable. They once ventured into the New World, only to retreat for reasons that remain obscured. This time, they arrived on Dorsey Island with a distinct purpose, and this island, renowned as the Garden of Demons, certainly lives up to its name. On the surface, it appears tranquil and serene, resembling a beautiful garden untouched by the world. However, to assume it is merely that would be a grave mistake. The flora here can swiftly transform into carnivorous fiends, and those seemingly delicate and adorable creatures may, in the blink of an eye, metamorphose into terrifying beasts. Captain, I am certain this is the place. As long as we can locate that object, we shall undoubtedly become subordinates of that legendary figure. Sowers, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with short orange hair and two swords at his waist, evidently a swordsman, held a map in his hands. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed ahead at Ikundi. Good, as long as the direction is correct, once we find that. All our previous losses will pale in comparison. Onward, Ikundi declared, vigilant as he scanned the surroundings for any potential threats. Oh, the crew members behind him cheered in unison, embarking once again on a challenging yet spirited journey. When will we finally reach below? We've consumed everything on the ship. If we don't descend soon, we shall perish from hunger here. Avi moaned languidly against the ship, holding a fishing rod, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of fishing in the sky rather than the sea. Yet, no one attempted to dissuade him, for the provisions aboard had truly run out after they endured a fierce storm. Logically, with someone like Shaji, who was attuned to the very essence of the air, they should have been able to foresee such calamities. Yet, how unfortunate it was that they were beset by colossal waterspouts, appearing with alarming swiftness, seemingly without any forewarning, as they approached the golden ship. It is indeed due to the reminder of the sand gathering. Otherwise, one would have plunged headlong into it. The entire propulsion of the golden ship is powered by Enel's electricity, theoretically allowing it to soar indefinitely through the skies. However, the speed leaves much to be desired. After Avi and the others managed to escape that deadly tornado, they discovered that a significant portion of their provisions had plummeted overboard. Old AI, have you been floating in the heavens for too long, that you've forgotten how to descend? It has been a full day and night. Even an ant would have managed to climb down by now. We are human, not sky-dwelling birds. Our feet must touch the ground. Regardless, I shall not tolerate it any longer. If we do not descend today, you shall see how I deal with you. Brandishing his fishing rod, he threatened Enel with unwavering determination. Let us proceed then. With a nonchalant glance at Avi, Enel released his grip, ceasing the transmission of power, causing the golden ship to plummet at an unimaginable speed. It was akin to the speed of light. Those within the confines of the cabin hardly had time to react. While Avi was unceremoniously flung out, the vessel, made of gold and weighing hundreds of tons, plummeted thousands of meters from the sky. One can only imagine the velocity at which it fell. Enel, you scoundrel, I will have your head. In the blink of an eye, Avi realized he was the sole occupant of the sky, rapidly descending, while the golden ship accelerated beyond comprehension, shrinking to the size of a mere sesame seed in his view. How could one not announce their descent? You bastard! With no other option, Avi, stomach growling, retracted his fishing rod and swiftly pursued, his newfound strength propelling him to unprecedented speeds. Even though the golden ship fell with alarming rapidity, Avi quickly caught up, grasping the hull and clambering aboard, bellowing at Enel, you long-eared bastard, if I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain forever ignorant of why the flowers bloom so brightly. Yet, the rapid descent rendered Avi's voice inaudible, though Enel could discern from Avi's expression that it was certainly not a compliment. Ignoring him, Enel gazed down at the ocean, estimating the distance to the water's surface, and at the appropriate moment, waved his hand. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from him, enveloping the entire ship, which seemed to come to a halt. Caught off guard, Avi, who had been gripping the rail, fell heavily onto the deck, landing face first. Meanwhile, from the quarters of Sparta and the others, angry shouts echoed incessantly. One must understand the sensation of an object in rapid motion coming to an abrupt halt without any cushioning. To describe it more vividly, it would be akin to being struck by a train hurtling at full speed, magnified 100-fold or more. How does that feel? Enjoyable, is it not? Rising from the ground, Avi shook her head and questioned, the strength of mortals. Enel coldly responded, then dismissed her entirely. I will bite you to death. In that moment, Avi surged forward, transforming her sorrow and hunger into a fierce power, unleashing an astonishing 120 times her usual strength as she embraced Enel. Kicking, punching, elbowing, headbutting, and biting. They would appear to Robin and the others as two ragged figures, bruised and battered, gazing at each other in disbelief. "What on earth are you two doing?" shouted Golden Week, her voice filled with discontent. On the ship, Golden Week held an exalted position, akin to that of a little princess or a mascot. Though her strength was not formidable, a certain fear surrounded her. Anyone who crossed her path could find themselves in an embarrassing predicament, whether through uttering foolish words or performing strange dances, experiences they had all endured. It's all his fault. This guy suddenly accelerated the ship's descent without a word while I was trying to teach him a lesson. Upon seeing everyone had emerged and hearing Golden Week's furious voice, Avi swiftly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Enel. "You complained about the speed, and I have done as you instructed. How can you blame me now?" Enel dusted himself off, responding nonchalantly, "It's clearly your fault." Avi fervently rejected the blame, unaware that Enel had yet to grasp the full extent of Golden Week's formidable nature. Avi resolved that shared joy was preferable to solitary amusement. Harmony was paramount. "Forget it. Regardless of who is right or wrong, let us all join together." With a snap of her fingers, Golden Week departed. Enel remained oblivious to the reason behind the snap, while the previously triumphant Av's expression soured. "What on earth is happening?" murmured the slightly dazed Cornus as she ventured from her room into the living area. Puzzled by the commotion, peering through the window, she beheld Avi and Enel engaged in a bizarre duet, dancing with wild abandon. Chapter 71. The arrival at Dosar Island. Deep within the dense forest, members of the Tontata pirates continued their journey as directed by the map, their number having dwindled from 8 to 5. Yet, the remaining few were formidable pirates of considerable skill, not to be underestimated. However, the harrowing experiences along the way had left each of them with an expression of deep vigilance, meticulously observing their surroundings. The more critical the moment, the greater the need for relentless caution. "Captain, look up at the sky. What is that dazzling golden light?" At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man looked up at the sky and exclaimed in astonishment. This individual was the sharpshooter of the Swallowing Sea Pirates, possessing remarkable eyesight, which had earned him a place under Captain Hikundi, known for his exceptional marksmanship. "What on earth?" Captain Hikundi exclaimed, following the sharpshooter's gaze, equally astonished, for he discerned that it was a grand vessel entirely crafted from gold. Who possesses such audacity in this world to amass such a vast collection of gold and even construct a grand vessel? What a prodigal of such extravagant proportions! What astonished Hikundi the most was that the vessel was still soaring through the sky. How could he be so certain? If it were not airborne, it would have already plummeted to the ground. Instead, it was descending languidly. Caution! It seems the approaching entity harbors ill intentions. In a mere moment of distraction, Hikundi regained his composure. Regardless of the origin of this presence, it had arrived, and he could afford no unforeseen variables. "Cummin, can you take it down?" He turned to the marksman Cummin, whose principle had always been to strike first, lest he suffer the consequences of delay. "Captain, I shall give it a try." Cummin retrieved a compact sniper rifle from his pocket, and under his adept manipulation, the weapon swiftly morphed, transforming instantaneously from a diminutive firearm into a formidable cannon. This is the capability of Cummin, who once inadvertently consumed a superhuman-type devil fruit, enabling him to transform any firearm he has previously encountered into another gun of his choosing, albeit limited to firearms alone. Nevertheless, the power of these weapons should not be underestimated, for the bullets are specially modified by Cummin himself. Coupled with the formidable artillery that has gained a notorious reputation across the seas. Boom! A burst of sparks erupted from the cannon's mouth, followed swiftly by a bomb racing towards the golden ship, morphing mid-flight. Fiery tendrils emanated from the explosive, which, at that moment, took on the form of a phoenix, continuously transforming from 1 into 3, rapidly approaching the golden ship for an imminent strike. Little Nirvana. With Cummin's voice echoing, the bomb struck the golden ship, causing it to sway precariously as if it might lose its balance and topple. "Who dares?" A voice filled with indignation rang out. "Have you no sense of public decorum? In broad daylight, you indiscriminately fire cannons, unaware of the disturbance you cause to others' peace and the impact on public hygiene? You scoundrel! Show yourself!" Avi, fuming, rose from the gangplank and approached the bow of the ship, casting a glance at the seemingly unscathed hull before glaring disapprovingly at the 5 individuals below. Fortunately, unlike other pirate vessels, the golden ship is constructed of gold, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. One need only consider the density of gold and the thickness of the vessel. Ordinary cannonballs merely scratch its surface, inflicting no real damage. However, Avi was exceedingly irate, having just emerged from the punishment meted out by Golden Week. and with an empty stomach, he was already on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, instead of allowing him a moment's respite, they chose to fire cannons. Is this not akin to an ancient sage consuming arsenic, lamenting the length of his own existence? Enel cast a wary gaze towards the figures emerging from the dwelling, particularly focusing on the golden weak. The feeling of helplessness he had just experienced was truly unforgettable. Who is he? A deity, the god of the Sky Island. How could he engage in such an embarrassing dance? Fortuitously, the golden ship is a meticulously sealed entity, devoid of any fissures, had there been a crevice. Enel would have surely sought refuge within it. What transpired? The group, including Robin, emerged in a state of confusion, only to witness the previously furious Ivy at the bow of the ship suddenly undergo a dramatic transformation, leaping down with a beaming smile as he called out, "Ha ha! Have I arrived in paradise?" In Ivy's eyes, he spotted a delectable piece of meat hanging from a tree resembling a coconut palm on the island below. And such trees were certainly abundant on this isle. Given Ivy's nature, combined with the pangs of hunger he had endured for so long, he was no longer concerned with the notion of danger, his gaze fixated solely on the mouth-watering morsel. "Captain, is he consuming the fruit of the deadly meat tree?" Cummin stared in astonishment at Ivy devouring hungrily from the tree, murmuring his question. Upon their arrival on the island, they had suffered grievously at the hands of this tree, losing more than 20 comrades, an event that had severely impacted the Swallowing Pirates. "Run!" Cummin's warning jolted the remaining crew members of the Swallowing Pirates into action, as they hurriedly disregarded the reasons behind Ivy's sudden leap and subsequent feast. Their only thought was to escape swiftly. Once the fruit of the deadly meat tree is bitten, it releases an invisible, odorless toxin that poses a lethal threat to anyone who consumes it. Moreover, this toxin holds an irresistible allure for other creatures on the island, drawing animals from a radius of a mile towards the meat tree, all eager to hunt down the individual who has partaken of its fruit, sparing none in their frenzy. "How did you manage to flee? Given that you alerted me to this bounty below, I had intended to spare your lives," Ivy remarked while continuing to indulge in his meal, casting a glance at the retreating figures of the Swallowing Pirates. "This meat is exquisite, tasting as though it were real, and indeed surpassing it in flavor. It may seem toxic, yet I care not. Few things in this world can truly poison me. Hey, there's a plethora of delicious natural meat down here. Would you like some?" He called out to those aboard the golden ship, preparing to resume his culinary endeavors. However, he soon felt the ground tremble violently, as though an earthquake were unfolding. Boom, boom. The rumbling continued incessantly, and upon utilizing his observation hockey, Ivy discerned numerous colossal, ferocious beasts racing towards him with alarming speed. What on earth is happening? Is this a gesture of kindness, knowing that I am famished? My heavens, you are exceedingly gracious. Thus, I shall not refuse. Ha ha. With hearty laughter, I swiftly devoured the meat in my hands, my cheeks swelling like a pufferfish from the haste. With mirth, I charged towards the beasts. By the time Robin, Annie, and the others descended from the golden vessel, they discovered that Avy had already kindled a roaring fire, expertly roasting the meat to a tantalizing sizzle. "Spartan, the flora and fauna on this island are imbued with potent toxins. Could you possibly eliminate them? If not, I suggest you endure your hunger until we reach the next island for sustenance." At this moment, the roasted beast meat was thoroughly cooked, and without a second thought, they indulged in it eagerly. Avy also discerned that everything on this island was toxic, though it appeared innocuous at first glance. It was akin to the fruit from the meat tree that Avy had previously consumed. Both in appearance and flavor, it bore no signs of being harmful. However, based on Avy's extensive research on toxins over the years, the fruit of the meat tree contained a potent venom. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to ecstasy at the moment of consumption, leaving this world with a smile. The animals here were equally venomous. Without hesitation, Spartacus took Avy's hand and began to prepare a meal using the resources at hand. "Who were those people just now? Pirates?" Robin inquired, seated on the scorched ground. "I don't know. They haven't left the island yet. Let's ask them after we finish eating," Avy replied, having descended from the Sky Island. They were uncertain of their current location. Coincidentally, the Tontata pirates were the only inhabitants of this island, and Avy and his companions could not let them escape, even going so far as to attack their ship. They fled without a warning. If it weren't for Avy's remarkable abilities, they might have slipped away unnoticed. "Oh," Robin responded slowly, savoring the feast prepared by Spartacus. The others also received their share of food from him and commenced the significant act of dining. Chapter 72. The ruthless Hakundi. Far from Avy and his group, the Tontata pirates finally came to a halt. "Captain, do you think they can survive?" Sniper Cummin glanced back, noting that aside from the initial roar, Silence now enveloped the area. I wonder if they all perished, he pondered. Forget about them. We must focus on our own plans. If they dare to disrupt us, we will eliminate them, Captain Hakundi declared, snatching the map to compare with their route. They were not far from their destination. With his keen vision, Hakundi could perceive that Avi's group possessed formidable strength, yet the strangeness of this island made him skeptical, even if Avi's group were strong. He believed they would be left severely weakened. Thus, he paid them little mind, for their current objective lay within reach. Capturing it would surely grant them entry into the ranks of the Golden Lion pirates, becoming part of that legendary crew, one that had nearly brought down the Pirate King, Roger. Had it not been for that sudden storm, Roger might not have survived. Yet, fate appeared to favor Roger. What could the Golden Lion do? There was no alternative. During the tempest, most of the crew had to be sacrificed, and now he bore an unsightly crown of chicken feathers upon his head. Initially, everyone believed that the infamous Golden Lion had perished, yet in recent years, rumors of his existence have continuously resurfaced. The Navy has made attempts to locate him, but to no avail. In the black market, there exist certain clandestine channels, and pirates like Hakundi, who have long navigated these shadowy waters, are well aware of the mission that Golden Lion had once issued. By mere chance, Hakundi learned that this island might possess the very object Golden Lion seeks. Although he is now advanced in years, he feels compelled to take the risk. With age, his prowess has waned, rendering him unable to keep pace with the relentless march of time. This era undoubtedly belongs to the youth, exemplified by the rising pirate ace, who has garnered significant attention across the seas. It is said that the Navy extended an invitation for him to join the Shichibukai. Yet he declined, an opportunity Hakundi yearns for but cannot grasp. To have the official endorsement, allowing one to plunder freely, is a remarkable prospect, yet it was turned down. Despite his advanced age, he refuses to succumb to the notion of retirement. Unwilling to wait for a more opportune moment to find a tranquil place to spend his twilight years, perhaps to be killed in obscurity. Joining the Golden Lion pirate crew would grant him the chance to roam the seas once more, avoiding the current clandestine existence he leads. Glancing at the few youthful crew members beside him, who have accompanied him for quite some time, he feels a pang of regret. Yet, for the sake of the future, he must part ways. If he were to align himself with the Golden Lion, his age would undoubtedly be a disadvantage against these young aspirants. Beyond that mountain lies our destination, he announced, gesturing in a direction before the group set forth once more. This desolate island has long been devoid of visitors. Yet it astonishingly possesses a clear directional indication and a map. The mastermind behind this is none other than Hakundi. Long before he made the decision to come, he had dispatched numerous underlings to scout the terrain, a hidden contingency plan of sorts. His intentions were not aligned with the Tunton pirate crew, and it was only upon receiving precise information that he made his grand entrance. As for the map, he casually fabricated a reason to gloss over its significance. His crew, sharing Hakundi's aspirations, yearned to join the Golden Lion pirate crew. Given the opportunity, they were unconcerned about the details. Moreover, they held the belief that their captain had never deceived them. However, this time they miscalculated, underestimating Hakundi's ambition. Ah, Captain. Why? Save us. Standing atop the mountain, gazing at his former comrade struggling for survival below, Hakundi felt a fleeting pang of compassion, quickly overshadowed by resolve. I desire to join the Golden Lion pirate crew, and I cannot carry you along. If you are present, my ascent will be stifled. Thus, you shall rest here, content in your demise. Once my objectives are fulfilled, I shall use all the creatures of this island to accompany you in your eternal slumber. With hands resting on his hips, he raised them once more, revealing two green tendrils writhing in his palms, disrupting the earth beneath them. In a final tumultuous collapse, the original entrance was securely concealed. I shall carry forth your dreams, living in your stead, relishing the unparalleled power that is rightfully yours. May you bless me from above. I am with you in spirit. Placing a hand upon his chest in prayer, he wished for them to be his brothers in the next life. Ha! How amusing. To slay one's own comrades while espousing such righteous rhetoric, truly admirable. As Hakundi wallowed in silent sorrow, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from behind him, causing his countenance to shift dramatically as he turned around abruptly. To his astonishment, the group he believed to be dead was very much alive. How could this be? He had meticulously studied every detail of the forest, and with so many perishing aboard the ship, only a handful remained, his doing, without a doubt. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of recklessly trespassing upon the island, especially after the recent events. Based on Hakundi's understanding, even if they had survived, they would be severely weakened. Furthermore, having taken certain measures during his escape, it was precisely this reasoning that led him to betray his comrades at the critical moment. Yet, The robust voice emanating from behind him did not sound at all like that of an injured individual. His gaze turned fierce as he beheld the golden ship soaring towards him. In that instant, Hikundi grasped the reason for their escape. They had undoubtedly boarded that mysterious vessel capable of flight during a moment of desperation. However, he had miscalculated this time. The true motive for boarding the ship was convenience. After indulging in a hearty meal, they were reluctant to move, if not for the fact that Hikundi and his crew were the only ones on the island. Even Ivy would have relished the opportunity to lie down and enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet, upon discovering such a scene, Ivy lamented the decline of humanity's morals. He resolved that after extracting the necessary information, he would eliminate them. Should they refuse to cooperate, he would simply kill them. After all, they had already descended. The island was abundant with food, and Sandy's navigational prowess made the journey to the next island far less urgent. Since you have managed to escape, why return to seek your own demise? Hikundi's voice resonated with gravity. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no gates yet you choose to enter. Thus, do not blame me for leaving you no avenue for survival. This flying ship would belong to him. With it, his leverage would surely increase. He laughed heartily, gesturing with his hands as green vines erupted into the air, ensnaring the golden ship tightly. As Hikundi moved, the vessel swayed precariously in the sky, as if it might plummet at any moment. Shall I intervene? Inel remarked calmly from the ship. Indeed, had he chosen to act, a single bolt of divine retribution would likely have rendered Hikundi well-cooked, perhaps with a touch of mustard for flavor. Allow me to take charge, Sparta declared, stepping forward. With a swift stroke, he severed the tightly wound vines encasing the golden ship. Impossible, Hikundi exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed Sparta's escape. Since acquiring the devil fruit, he had been virtually invincible, with the resilient vines assisting him in countless endeavors. Yet, in this moment, they were effortlessly cleaved by the towering figure before him. You are Hikundi, captain of the Swallowing Pirates, are you not? I nearly captured you once due to your bounty, but you proved exceedingly elusive. I am aware that your greatest skill lies in swordsmanship. Let it be demonstrated in a fair duel, for this may be your only opportunity. Sparta positioned the white wolf in his right hand, stepping back half a pace, and boldly challenged Hikundi. Chapter 73. The Judgment of the Pure World. It is indeed rare for Sparta to take the initiative. Leaning against the golden vessel, Ivy observed the two below. In Ivy's recollection, Sparta had never before engaged in such a proactive challenge. Perhaps he was still unfamiliar with the situation, thus, Ivy refrained from overthinking it, viewing it as a chance to closely assess Sparta's prowess. In Ivy's estimation, Hikundi's abilities were not to be underestimated. Impudent child. Do not presume that escaping my tendrils makes you remarkable. Your skills are insufficient to compel me to draw my sword. Prepare to meet your demise. With both hands, the tendrils expanded, swiftly forming a massive battle axe, and in the blink of an eye, Hikundi appeared directly above Sparta. You have underestimated me. Remaining perfectly still, not shifting an inch, he lifted his gaze to glance at the looming vine axe, which drew closer in that fleeting moment. Boom. The white wolf met the giant axe head-on, expressionless while regarding the ferocious Hikundi. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Unleash your full strength if you wish to deserve your conclusion. With a powerful swing, a radiant beam erupted from the white wolf, cleaving the vine axe cleanly in two. Had it not been for Sparta's guidance and Hikundi's relatively nimble agility, the outcome might have been dire. Yet, he still did not unleash his full potential. Sparta had initially held back. If that individual failed to exert himself in the second strike, the battle could swiftly reach its conclusion. Having indulged in an ample feast, he took his time digesting the food within him. It had been a while since he had experienced such fullness. However, overindulgence was not without its drawbacks. It induced restlessness and fatigue, which was quite uncomfortable. Thus, Ivy leaned against the ship's hull, observing the clash below as if he were an audience member at a boxing match, murmuring to himself, "You insolent brat! How dare you look down upon me? When I ruled the seas, you were but a child in tattered shorts, playing in the mud. If I do not slay you today, my resentment shall remain unquenched. Where is my sword? Where is my sword? Where is my sword?" Standing in place, cursing while searching around like a frantic rodent for his sword, he could not pause. Yet he refused to glance in Sparta's direction. Stop pretending. Did you not always carry your sword with you? Following Sparta's gaze, he beheld the belt of Hikundi, shimmering in silver. Had Sparta not mentioned it, an ordinary person would have overlooked its presence. Witnessing the disruption of his strategy, Hikundi ceased his search for an optimal escape route and steadied himself. After years of commanding the seas, he could not afford to lack courage. His eyes were drawn to the floating golden ship above, a reflexive twitch at the corner of his eye revealing his apprehension. The ship, ensnared tightly by his vines, was reduced to ashes in a blinding flash of lightning. He had underestimated both the situation and Ivy's crew when had such a formidable group emerged upon the seas. He had never heard of them before, yet it was evident that such pirates could carve out a domain even in the New World. Much like the infamous Fire Fist Ace, he lamented his misfortune in crossing paths with them. Heavens, I have finally endured to the brink of success, only to be confronted by such a calamity. My luck is truly dire. Ah, young ones, let us negotiate, shall we? I can disclose the species' whereabouts to you if you grant me my freedom. After all, we bear no monumental grudge against one another. In that moment, Hekundi decisively relented. Confronting a single opponent was already challenging, and the golden ship above harbored multiple individuals who appeared to be no mere trifles. Birds of a feather flock together. Pirate crews on the seas generally fall into three categories: common pirate crews, elite pirate crews, and a combination of both, the emperor-level crews of the New World. Characterized by formidable strength, substantial numbers, and vast territories. This had long been Hekundi's aspiration. Common pirate crews were akin to a few ragged birds, insignificant and engaged in minor skirmishes. In contrast, elite pirate crews, though few in number, possessed unparalleled strength, essential for survival in these waters. The appearance of Ivy's crew indicated they belonged to the latter category, one he could not confront alone. Hekundi resolved to bide his time, plotting revenge once he escaped. To claim what belongs to me, you shall pay dearly, he mused, dismissing the irrelevant chatter. If you do not strike soon, your opportunity will slip away. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you freedom. Of course, defeating me is an impossibility, were it not for the scant presence of individuals on this island. The few who remain having fallen victim to your treachery, do you truly believe I would linger here to play games with you? Sparta reflected inwardly. Were he to act in accordance with his usual temperament, he would not tarry so long. If a confrontation was imminent, it would occur. He merely sought to gauge Hekundi's capabilities before testing his own mettle. No more dawdling. Speak plainly, life or death. The figure of Sparta swiftly approached, not allowing Hekundi a moment to respond, for it was evident from Hekundi's demeanor that he lacked the courage. Hesitation had already been sufficient. Sparta's temperament was notoriously irritable, which was precisely why he had taken on the mantle of a pirate hunter. As Sparta closed in rapidly, Hekundi found himself with no recourse. His expression grave as he unsheathed the white soft sword secured at his waist. The name of the swallowing pirate crew was indeed inspired by Hekundi's peculiar techniques. His strikes were lethal, ensuring that any adversary who crossed blades with him would find their weapon utterly obliterated, as if devoured and then spat out in a state of disarray. With no other choice, he resolved to fight. After all, Hekundi had navigated the seas for over 2 decades. He would not allow a mere child to bring him dishonor. It was time to engage slowly, as he prepared to witness a live combat spectacle to alleviate his boredom. This was not all. Ivy had even moved a chair to the bow of the ship, seated herself, and inexplicably produced a chess piece inscribed with "Sparta will prevail," fervently shaking it to cheer for Sparta. Go Sparta! Sparta will triumph! Sparta, you are the mightiest! Oh. While indulging in exuberant cheers, she inadvertently engaged in a form of exercise. Anilu, Robin, and the others had certainly retreated to their quarters, unwilling to stand outside and risk humiliation. Although there were no outsiders present, the sight of Ivy's antics was truly unbearable for their sense of shame. How could I, a deity of such stature, find myself part of this pirate crew? How could this happen? Anila reflected on the circumstances that had led to his joining, shivering as the weight of that memory deepened within him. Alas, how does one cultivate the power of armament hockey? Anila resumed his clandestine training, pondering how a god could ever be subordinate to mortals. Regardless of the distractions, although Ivy's voice was irksome, Spartan remained focused, effortlessly filtering out these earnest attempts to engage with Hekundi. After a brief skirmish, Hekundi realized he was no match for Spartan. The only reason he had held on for so long was that Spartan was merely using him as a sharpening stone. Though aged and having relinquished many things, he had never abandoned the dignity inherent to a swordsman. Thus, faced with Spartan's humiliating display, Hekundi finally succumbed to rage. He ceased to ponder how to defend against Spartan's formidable swordsmanship, nor did he contemplate an escape route. He completely surrendered all thoughts and devoted himself entirely to this battle. Spartan noted Hekundi's resolve and refrained from interrupting as he gathered his strength for a decisive move. At that moment, you truly resembled a swordsman. The greatest respect one can show a true swordsman is to engage with utmost sincerity, no longer concealing his intentions, nor contemplating how to integrate the newly conceived techniques. The world around them faded away, leaving only the two blades in a dance of conflict. One, akin to an ancient white wolf, fierce and cunning, exerted its full force. The other, reminiscent of a concealed cobra, struck with lethal intent. In this final exchange, I pay my respects to you, thus I shall unleash my most formidable technique. You may depart this world without regret. Sheathing his sword and turning his back to the fallen Hakundi, he declared, this technique is named the Purifying Pagoda. Chapter 74, Golden Lion, you have provoked me. How does it feel? Ivy, sitting in a recliner, composed himself and inquired of Spartan. His prowess was undeniably formidable. Yet he had consistently refrained from exerting his full strength. Had he done so, defeating him would not have been as effortless. Fortunately, he took the final strike seriously. He leapt onto the golden ship, a hint of unfulfilled longing evident in his tone. Hakundi was not a worthy opponent, failing to meet Spartan's expectations. Here, this fell from him. It is said to lead to a group of beings with unique bloodlines, allowing one to join the Golden Lion pirate crew. He tossed Ivy a map, which was not merely hearsay, but information Hakundi had divulged to him before his demise. However, Ivy had little interest in such matters and needed to calm his mind. Though the battle had not met his expectations, there were still insights to be gained, requiring reflection to deepen his understanding. Well, the Golden Lion, that legendary pirate, he is still alive. What had my predecessor done? And why did the downfall of the Golden Lion's legacy remain so strikingly similar, devoid of even the slightest butterfly effect? Based on some of his information, Ivy knew that the Golden Lion had indeed succumbed to Roger amidst a tremendous storm, attacked the Navy headquarters after Roger's capture, and was ultimately apprehended. He had even severed his own legs to escape impelled down, and according to Ivy's estimates, he was likely lingering on some small sky island, conducting research on his secret biochemical weapons or the like. Ivy found herself perplexed. The butterfly effect. Was it not said that the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings in South America could ultimately conjure a tempest across the ocean? Is this all merely a deception? With such confusion, Ivy resolved to return to her room to take a refreshing nap, indifferent to the circumstances. After all, it did not directly concern her. She must continue onward. It was rumored that Ace's speed was nearing the Sabaody archipelago. According to their agreement, if he were to arrive first, she would undoubtedly be the one to lose. How can this be? Considering Ace's life, he has never been outdone by anyone. How could he possibly succumb to this matter involving Ivy? On an uncharted island along the Grand Line, Ace's crew was taking a respite. Their numbers significantly increased since their encounter with Ivy. They had just successfully escaped from a naval encirclement and were now celebrating yet another victory with a feast. Ace. We are faced with two choices, Bastio said, raising his cup to clink with Ace's. HM? Ace looked at Bastio with a hint of confusion, mirrored by the expressions of his other companions. We are nearing the end of the first half of the Grand Line, about to enter the latter half, where there are only two routes to the New World. First, we could head to the Sabaody archipelago, coat our ship, and delve into the depths of the Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. However, this path bears two uncertainties. The first being that the ocean at such depths is perilous. No one can predict what might transpire. Countless pirates traverse this route each year, yet only a mere 1% manage to reach the New World. Moreover, that 1% must confront the challenge posed by Fishman Island. Secondly, there exists a route through Red Line that leads to the New World, which is considerably safer. But it is exclusively reserved for naval warships and the celestial dragons, heavily guarded. Nevertheless, this route offers a relative degree of safety, with a little influence from my family. We can disguise ourselves well enough to pass through unscathed. However, should we be discovered, escape would be impossible. Bastio meticulously outlined the pros and cons of these two routes, then turned to Ace, eager to discern his decision, for he was the captain. Despite their joint founding of the crew, of course, I choose the path of freedom. Disguising ourselves as Navy? Ha ha ha, I am not so timid. A mere 10,000 meters beneath the sea does not frighten me, Ace. Besides, I have wagered with that fellow. Whoever reaches the Sabaody archipelago first shall be the victor. I have not heard anything from him during this time at sea, yet I refuse to believe he has faltered along the way. Last time, he got the jump on me. This time, he cannot possibly prevail. Ha 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 ha. Cheers. With exuberance, he raised his cup and began to drink with his comrades, laughing heartily. Yes, that is our captain. Boss, we stand by you. His loyal subordinates shouted in support of Ace, downing their cups in unison. Isn't there any mention of a wager? Why so serious? Though he harbored doubts deep within, it was evident that without such a disposition, he would not be Ace, would he? Consequently, he chose to relinquish his inner turmoil. As a crew member and companion, his duty was to unconditionally support the captain's every decision, of course, contingent upon the righteousness of those choices. Yet, he held unwavering faith in Ace's instincts, those primal, almost feral intuitions. At that moment, Ivy remained blissfully unaware of Ace's imminent arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, still yearning for news of him. As she gazed at the newspaper in her hands, her fury was indescribable. The paper bore a headline reporting that the esteemed Marine Colonel, Suddy, an instructor at the Naval Academy, had been captured by the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion during a mission. In a fit of rage, Marine Admiral Kizaru relentlessly pursued the Golden Lion pirates. Yet due to the elusive nature of Shiki's float fruit abilities, he could not ascertain their lair's location. In his wrath, he annihilated countless pirates of varying renown along the way. Ivy, filled with a blend of anger and sorrow, gazed upon Suddy's name in the newspaper. Her emotions a tangled web of confusion. She recalled the little girl who had playfully marred her visage upon her arrival in this world. To think that she had now risen to the rank of Marine Colonel and even taken on the role of a teacher at the Naval Academy was beyond Ivy's imagination. However, upon reflection, it became clear Suddy was Kizaru's daughter, and thus, her remarkable transformation was no longer astonishing. Yet, the fact that Suddy had fallen into the hands of Shiki ignited a fierce indignation within Ivy. That little girl was one whom only she was permitted to torment. Should anyone else dare to lay a finger upon her? Ivy vowed they would come to understand the dire consequences of inciting her wrath, a torment from which escape would be impossible. This is unequivocal. Friends, let us all set to work. Calling out to Robin and the others in the ship's hold, I harnessed the power in my palm to ignite the golden vessel. This lightning was summoned from an unknown realm. Initially, Ivy had intended to harness the heavenly thunder to strengthen his body. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. With the presence of the complementary power bank, Inalu, it was time to indulge in a bit of luxury. Captain, are we heading there? Shaji asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he gazed at Ivy. As the navigator, it was his duty to steer the ship. Yet he felt discontent that he had not been called upon when they set sail. Hadn't that fellow lost a map earlier, claiming that delivering it to the Golden Lion would grant him entry into the Golden Lion Pirates? That was the very reason for their journey. You scoundrel! You can't be serious about joining the Golden Lion Pirates, exclaimed Golden Week, the first to voice her disbelief. Knowing Ivy well, she found it utterly implausible that he would ever consider living under someone else's shadow, even if the Golden Lion were a legendary pirate. If Ivy truly harbored such thoughts, Golden Week would contemplate whether to disembark. Yes, I intend to find that bastard Golden Lion and personally eliminate him, Ivy declared through gritted teeth. At that moment, he could think of no other course of action. The Golden Lion had concealed himself exceptionally well and possessed the float fruit, granting him dominion over a small sky island, allowing him to soar high above the ground. Ivy could not ascertain his whereabouts, nor could he reach that poor girl in need. What has transpired? Robin inquired with rationality, unable to fathom Ivy's seemingly impulsive nature, as the shift in his demeanor felt abrupt. She merely returned to her room to apply a facial mask. Ivy tossed a newspaper to the group and elucidated his connection with Shadi, which finally clarified the source of his fury. Stand aside. With an approach like yours, you will never save Shadi. Shajia pushed Iway aside, and under Iway's guidance, the golden ship merely spun in place, never advancing even a meter, which was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 75, The Turmoil of the Black Market. In the shadows, a myriad of entities can flourish, where various shades of gray and decadence can be found without exception. Wherever there are people, there will exist places tailored for their survival. The black market serves as a haven for those who cannot conduct their affairs openly, a space for exchanging the superfluous for the necessary. As more individuals congregated, amusement devices proliferated, gradually forming a group dedicated to coordinating the myriad happenings within. What unfolded before Iway and her companions was a resplendent city, where people entered and exited. Some somber, others flamboyant, some exultant, while others despondent. The tapestry of transient lives was vividly displayed here. The black market was not singular, but rather a network of such markets, each existing in various sizes. The black market before Iway and her companions was evidently large, as it did not lurk in obscurity, but rather boldly presented itself to the eye. Any newcomer to this city would find it hard to believe that someone would dare to engage in such ostentatious activities. Yet the outcome suggests that perhaps the darkness conceals more than it reveals, or that the most perilous places may paradoxically be the safest. There might be powerful entities behind this black market, with far-reaching influence. Why do I say this? Because many naval officers frequent this place, including those of the rank of Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. Occasionally, even celestial dragons are known to visit, reminiscent of the legendary figure known as the Golden Emperor, who possesses the power of the golden fruit. Perhaps I am merely ignorant. Such beings may be more common in this world than I realize. Their notoriety amplified by the Golden Emperor's powers upon the seas. The fact that Iway's golden ship is entirely crafted from gold is already remarkable. While the Golden Emperor commands an entire island made of gold, one can only imagine the staggering wealth he possesses, reportedly holding over 20% of the world's riches. Ahem, I digress. Iway does not envy, she simply allows her thoughts to wander for a moment. Yet she remembers her purpose for being here, to locate the scoundrel who issued the mission, establish contact, and ultimately find the Golden Lion. Lastly, she intends to teach the Golden Lion a lesson in humanity. Spartacus remains aboard the ship, an entire golden vessel. Pirates are audacious. And what if that scoundrel attempts to steal it? The ship is powered by lightning. Can it function otherwise? However, if some gold were to be dislodged from the ship, given the depraved nature of these pirates, Iway can certainly envision individuals who would go to such lengths. Having Spartacus stay aboard is indeed a prudent decision. Enel volunteered to come down. It's not that Iway lacks faith in him. When Enel first joined, he heard Ivy speak of the 4 emperors and admirals, extolling their formidable prowess. Countless unparalleled masters lurked in the vast ocean, or so it was said. Yet, Enel remained skeptical. Ivy's extraordinary strength surpassed his imagination. Furthermore, upon encountering that unfortunate Secundi, Enel found him utterly unimpressive, scarcely worth a glance. His lofty self-confidence was swiftly restored through this unfortunate soul. Despite Ivy's assertions of formidable warriors existing in the black market, Enel was unconvinced and thus followed Ivy into the depths of it. Indeed, Enel soared through the skies. How could a deity traverse the ground like mere mortals? That would surely diminish his grandeur. With his eyes closed, he unleashed his observation haki, scanning for any potent auras within the black market. The moment Enel activated his haki, Ivy felt an awakening within himself. Since he had awakened his observation haki, Ivy could perceive a world unlike anything visible to the naked eye. His sensitivity to haki intensified. And with his unique observation haki and introspective abilities, Ivy's armament haki also flourished rapidly. He could envelop his entire being in a layer of armament haki, rendering his defensive and offensive capabilities exceptional. If he concentrated his armament haki in a single location, he could scarcely fathom its immense power. He once experimented, striking the ground gently on the island, causing the very island of Dosi to tremble faintly. Whether it was an illusion or reality, it was undeniably impressive. This is yet another reason for AV's swift arrival. With formidable strength as a foundation, what is there to fear? If one were to cower, they would not be human. Thus, AV does not concern himself with whether Enel's reckless behavior might provoke someone. In his impression, there are few individuals possessing the ability to awaken haki in the first half of the Grand Line. Of course, this impression stems from watching the anime. In a true world, there would likely be many more. Nevertheless, AV remains unperturbed. Along the journey, he inquired with various individuals and, through certain means, arrived at the genuine location of the black market. I told you, it is implausible for anyone to be so formidable. Establishing a black market in such an overtly conspicuous location, not far from the Navy headquarters, is simply audacious. Should a ship depart from the Navy headquarters, a swift warship could reach here in mere hours. Asking for directions is straightforward, as this place has thrived in association with the black market. Although it cannot be publicly acknowledged, those within are, to some extent, aware of its existence. Simultaneously, the entire black market became aware of the presence of a wealthy band of pirates. Why do I say this? Would a ship entirely crafted from gold not suffice as evidence? Let us test that young lad's capabilities. Does he possess the strength to handle such a vessel? Some of the prominent figures in the black market dispatched individuals to gauge AV and his companion's prowess. If the gold were scarce, these individuals might have swallowed their pride. But a whole ship's worth compelled them to hesitate, uncertain of AV's true identity. Those audacious enough to sail such a conspicuous vessel are undoubtedly formidable. Some prepared to test the waters while others observed from a distance. However, these matters held no relevance for AV, who directly sought the location where missions were posted. A large bulletin displayed a tabulated list of tasks, not limited to this locale, but encompassing black market missions from all regions, gathered in one place. On the second row, AV spotted the task related to the Golden Lion, which remained unfulfilled. To locate this object and deliver it would grant one admittance into the legendary pirate Golden Lioness ranks. Lacking extensive elaboration, the task was straightforward. Accompanied by a sketch depicting the object's appearance, a creature with horns, hooves like a lion, a waist like a tiger, a serpent's tail, and a human face. Enduring a wave of revulsion, AV nodded. This was indeed the pivotal item. As he surveyed the myriad of tasks assassinating Whitebeard, Doflamingo's rampant acquisition of devil fruits, and the need for an undercover agent among Big Mom's ranks, Avi found himself perplexed. Is this truly a black market? Something feels amiss. Instead, it gave Ivy a sense reminiscent of a mercenary. Was this not merely a replica of the Pirate Hunter Guild, albeit with a broader scope of operations? Within the realm of piracy, there exist several formidable factions, aside from the world government and the four emperors, that stand as the most powerful. These include the World News newspaper and the Pirate Hunter Guild, which have nearly global reach. Wherever there are people, these entities are present. They are the mightiest and most transparent, yet devoid of grand ambitions, steering clear of antagonizing the elder stars of the Navy headquarters. However, none can dispute their strength. I digress. But in the realm of these missions, there is but one prominent figure. The task at hand involves locating Zimarak Lanwang. Whether alive or deceased, the reward remains undisclosed. While the identity of the client shrouded in secrecy, stated to be confidential and not for viewing. Given the former influence of Ivy's benefactor, she could not ascertain the client's identity, as the possibilities were simply too numerous. Had it not been for this encounter, Ivy might have nearly forgotten about her rather dubious benefactor. Are you here to accept a mission or to submit one? At this moment, a friendly-looking bearded gentleman approached, smiling at Ivy and her companions. To submit a mission, Ivy replied, pointing to the task involving the Golden Lion, her demeanor innocently cheerful. She might as well have proclaimed, I am but a meek soul, come forth to bully me. I shall tremble and fulfill your every request. The latter statement bears no ambiguity, so please refrain from overinterpretation. Shaddy had been captured, and Ivy could not suppress her anger, yet she struggled to find an appropriate outlet for her frustration. As a New Age pirate of commendable character, she could not act recklessly. There must be a justification. Chapter 76. The formidable Ivy pirate crew. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Shaji and Golden Week exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the cause, until a look of understanding dawned on Golden Week. What is the matter? Shaji inquired curiously, glancing at her companion. It was not that he was to blame. Despite being older than Golden Week, he was still less versed in such scenarios. Looks like someone is about to receive a lesson, Golden Week scoffed, elucidating the situation. It was evident that someone intended to take action against Ivy. Yet Golden Week remained unperturbed, a clear affirmation of her past choices. In the past, encountering such circumstances would have prompted her to prepare for a hasty retreat. But now she found herself eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Following the appearance of the bearded man, others began to gather slowly around them. Meanwhile, in an upstairs private room, individuals were smoking cigars, their breaths casting alternating shadows and light as they scrutinized the scene below. Kid, may I ask you something? Is that ship parked outside yours? It seems that the bearded man, having noticed the crowd gathering behind him, grew increasingly emboldened. He placed his hand on Ivy's shoulder, casting a provocative gaze in her direction. Unfazed, he continued, Indeed? It belongs to me. Is there a problem? A problem? Indeed, a significant one. Do you not realize that your arrival with that ship has obstructed our entry into the city, causing severe repercussions? The bearded man threatened menacingly, his words occasionally accompanied by sprays of saliva, all of which Ivy deftly evaded. However, the bearded man was dissatisfied. Interpreting her avoidance of his spittle as a sign of disrespect, his demeanor shifted, shedding any pretense as he revealed his true nature. The impact of that ship on our territory has been dire, and according to regulations, it will be confiscated. Do you have any objections? I hear you intend to submit a mission. Have you brought the items? Present them to me, and I may offer you some counsel. Perhaps it was Ivy's perceived weakness that emboldened the bearded man, as he now revealed his henchmen, who loomed menacingly around Ivy and her companions, effectively encircling them. It was evident that these pirates possessed formidable strength. Even the weakest among them could command a bounty of at least 10 million berries. Yet, they were not merely confronting anyone. They were facing Ivy. Having previously entertained the idea of engaging with them, she now found her reasons to act justified. Oh, you desire my ship? By all means, feel free to take it. Should you manage to acquire it, it would be a gift well deserved. As for the mission items, they are securely in my possession. Come and retrieve them if you have the capability. At this moment, Ivy shed the previous demeanor of weakness, exuding an inexplicable aura that surged within her. Nevertheless, she had already provoked the ire of the bearded man and his cohorts. What audacity! Here I am, approaching matters with goodwill and adhering to the rules, merely requesting the retrieval of the most ordinary vessel, seeking only to offer counsel regarding the task at hand. There was no intention of violence. Even in the worst-case scenario, I could merely incapacitate you. Yet, must you address me in such a manner? In any case, the bearded man was understandably furious, and the consequences would be dire. His expression had darkened to a menacing degree. How dare you act so brazenly? Since you insist on this course, do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. Onward! With a command from the bearded man, the pirates encircling Ivy and her companions charged forward, brandishing their weapons in a flamboyant display. Yet, beneath the surface of this ostentation lay the reality that their efforts would not endure for long. Misfortune escalated. Sand gathered his hands and clapped, as if striking something, then gently exhaled towards the oncoming assailants. Instantly, the pirates began to stumble and fall, either tripping over their own feet or inadvertently injuring their comrades in their haste. A cascade of calamities unfolded in an instant. Those rushing towards Golden Week were even more unfortunate. Golden Week, blissfully savoring her lollipop, remained utterly still, while the pirates, as if under a spell, became irrationally agitated. Unable to control their emotions, they began to quarrel amongst themselves, resorting to violence, while Golden Week remained unperturbed. Witnessing them turn on each other, Golden Week had diligently honed her abilities. Although her close combat skills were modest, she had developed numerous subtle powers. No longer needing to sketch or mix colors on a palette, her mental prowess erupted, allowing her to achieve remarkable feats within a brief span of time. Being but a child with an innocent visage, she easily deceived the unsuspecting and garnered their favor. This is also a reason for the esteemed status of the Golden Week aboard the ship, as no one desires to be subjected to bizarre and humiliating actions without cause. Amidst the chaos, Robin crossed her arms, and those pirates charging forward were immediately felled, their necks contorted at unnatural angles, their bodies twitching intermittently. Enel, on the other hand, found his task even simpler. After employing his observation hockey to scan the entire city, he appeared utterly drained, his infamous lifeless eyes remaining shut. With a casual snap of his fingers, the pirates were struck by electric shocks, their forms enveloped in darkness, an elusive fragrance wafting through the air. Avi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he observed the actions of his companions. It seemed that each of them had risen to the occasion, meeting Avi's expectations. Casting a glance at the seemingly stunned pirates, he drew his staff, offering them no chance for escape. Having already engaged, there was no possibility of allowing them to flee. The more adversaries, the better. Avi was determined not to dispatch them with a mere single blow, as he yearned for a cathartic release, lest he be driven to madness by restraint. Simultaneously, he took note of the individuals in the upper box. He was there to fulfill a mission. And it was certain that someone must know how to contact the Golden Lion's crew, or perhaps members of his faction were present. It was implausible that they were unaware of the situation, especially since the Golden Lion had shown such keen interest in this matter, even issuing a task. There would undoubtedly be some form of communication. After all, how else could one report the completion of a mission? Thus, disregarding the pleas of the bearded man, Avi delivered a swift kick to his face, allowing the man to experience the sensation of flight. I have come to fulfill a task. If anyone is still alive, make your presence known. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of trifling with me. The delay earlier was not only due to Ivy's frustration seeking a means to vent, but also because one ought to grant sufficient time for preparation when presenting a task. Now that all who were meant to appear have done so, it is essential to assert one's dominion and strength, thus expediting the unearthing of the individual privy to the truth. With a creak of the door, an unusual figure emerged from behind, each step accompanied by an odd sound akin to flatulence. Chapter 77. The enraged yellow ape. The ocean is vast and boundless, merging seamlessly with the sky, an expanse that seems to connect heaven and earth. Waves frolic and churn, while a naval vessel sails upon its surface, the white flag dancing in the sea breeze. There's the seagull emblem that appears almost alive, fluttering rhythmically. On the deck of the naval ship stood a sailor clad in yellow, his face grotesque and obscured by glasses, exuding an aura of forbidding coldness that deterred approach. His demeanor suggested he was embroiled in some unpleasant affair, rendering his already eerie visage even more terrifying. Gold Lion, should you dare to harm little Shaddy, I will certainly end you. The yellow ape bellowed, slamming his palm against the ship's railing, cursing the Gold Lion with fervor. Yet, a sense of helplessness lingered, for during this time, the yellow ape had shed his previous lethargy, frantically searching for the Gold Lion, deploying numerous intelligence operatives from the Navy. However, days had passed without a whisper of news. It was as if the Gold Lion had vanished from existence. A pirate of such formidable prowess could easily elude capture in the vastness of the sea unless he chose to reveal himself. In his relentless quest for the Gold Lion, the yellow ape had decimated countless pirates, particularly in the waters where Shaddy was abducted, nearly turning the ocean upside down, yet still without any leads. The gold lion. A user of the float fruit could control anything he touched, liberating it from gravitational pull, soaring to heights of several thousand meters, an ability unattainable by ordinary individuals. This was yet another source of the yellow ape's ire, as he had been searching flamboyantly for days, amidst the shifting circumstances in the New World. One of the four emperors, Kaido, had engaged in conflict with Wano country, with Big Mom's shadow looming in the background. Wano, a member of the world government, had long since isolated itself. However, the world government could not remain indifferent and prepared to dispatch 2 admirals to assess the situation and be ready to intervene. The yellow ape was one of them, though he was uncertain of the world government's intentions. His mood was far from pleasant, causing him to hesitate in accepting orders. Given his previously lethargic disposition, he would typically procrastinate on such matters, and now his lack of enthusiasm was palpable. I know nothing of your affiliations or alliances. Why should I extend my assistance? He thought to himself. Report. I have just received intelligence indicating the presence of the Golden Lion pirates in the CC Islands. As Kizaru pondered over this unexpected revelation, a subordinate from the Navy approached him with a report. Upon hearing the news, Kizaru merely uttered a command to follow and, in the blink of an eye, vanished at an astonishing speed. Alas, I wonder if this news is true. The Navy officer gazed at Kizaru's departing figure, murmuring to himself. Such occurrences have become increasingly frequent these days. Each time, the yellow ape rushes forth with exuberance, only to return in a state of disillusionment. Yet, the moment any tidbit of information surfaces, the yellow ape is instantly reinvigorated. Setting aside the yellow ape for now, after causing quite a stir in the black market, Ivy has finally lured out the individuals associated with the Golden Lion. To her surprise, they are not mere minions, but rather a significantly formidable presence. Accompanying the Golden Lion is Dr. Indigo, a strategist, physician, and scientist, clad in a white lab coat over a blue jumpsuit, with a scarf draped around his neck. Producing sounds reminiscent of flatulence as he ambles about. I require what you have brought, he states with urgency upon his arrival, keen to acquire the precious item Ivy possesses. The cultivation of the IQ plant is deemed a resounding success, yet he has discovered another entity that, if utilized correctly, could yield tremendous benefits. Assisting the Golden Lion in removing the crowning helm from his head would not pose a challenge, hence the issuance of such a task. Is this what you seek? Ivy inquires, brandishing the small creature with a human visage in her grasp, provoking an immediate change in Dr. Indigo's demeanor as his eyes gleam with avarice. Hasten and deliver it to me. His eagerness is palpable, his feet shifting toward Ivy, though his hands remain tucked within his pockets. I advise against any trickery, Ivy cautions, maintaining her composure while gripping the creature's neck. You witnessed our capabilities earlier. Do not engage in actions that may lead to mutual embarrassment. Furthermore, upon successful completion of this endeavor, we shall all find ourselves on the same vessel. Dr. Indigo hesitates, initially intending to test the waters to see if he could simply seize the creature, not out of a desire to breach their agreement, but because several of those defeated by Ivy had shown loyalty towards him, his subordinates, if you will. However, recognizing that Ivy has uncovered his intentions, he decides to revert to the original course of action. Ha ha ha. Dr. Indigo, you are far too cautious. If this acquaintance truly intended for mutual destruction, they would have acted by now. You have disowned my presence, Haven you, little imp? A booming laughter resonates from above, followed by the sight of a man plummeting from the rooftop, landing with assured grace. It is the Golden Lion, a man exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a lion himself. At this moment, Enel, who had previously kept his eyes shut, opens them to reveal his signature vacant stare, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. This is rather intriguing. The task states that upon its completion, I may join you. Is that true? Indeed. We seek allies of your formidable strength. Only then shall the conquest of the world be worthwhile, the Golden Lion proclaims boldly, his face radiating with ambition. Very well, let us embark on this quest to conquer the world together. A faint smile graced the corners of Ivy's mouth, entirely devoid of the earlier fury that had consumed him. Yet, none dared to underestimate him. May I accompany you to witness your base? After all these years of lurking in the shadows, I am uncertain of your worthiness to serve. The tides of the sea shift swiftly. Mere reputation is insufficient. This is the realm of the young. Should you lack the strength to subdue me, do not blame me for the consequences. He tossed the small beast with a human-like face to Indy and, with a mischievous grin revealing his 24 pearly white teeth, proclaimed, "Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. Young one, ambition is commendable, yet arrogance is a poor habit. Dying would render your pursuits futile." The Golden Lion laughed heartily, departing without granting Ivy his consent to join, nor denying it. Thus, Ivy followed him outside. The world of pirates operates on simplicity. I wish to join you. Do you accept? A mere phrase. Yet why does the recruitment of allies prove so arduous for him? After all, he could scarcely count his own subordinates. Captain, why not take action now? Shaji approached, puzzled as he regarded Ivy. The Golden Lion was a seasoned pirate, yet Shaji felt no fear and had faith in Ivy's strength. It should be noted that Ivy possessed the ability to withstand misfortune, his fate being remarkably resilient, far from the sort destined for an early demise. As a user of the float fruit, if he were to be defeated, the islands he had made levitate would plummet. This fellow had harnessed his fruit's power to elevate several islands high above the clouds. I pondered whether Shadi was among them. Should the Golden Lion's abilities be lost? The consequences of a fall from such heights would be dire. Ivy softly explained to Shaji, revealing the rationale behind his hesitance to engage. Upon exiting, he had scanned the Golden Lion's ship with his observation hockey and found no trace of Shadi, leaving only the floating islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Golden Lion, surrender Shadi. Just as the Golden Lion and his crew were about to depart, a streak of yellow light zipped towards them from afar, revealing Kizaru, moving with astonishing speed. Upon sighting the Golden Lion, his eyes blazed red. Lightspeed slash? With a swift motion, the Golden Lion raised his foot, unleashing a fierce sword aura akin to the 6 powers gale kick, but with even greater might, colliding directly with the advancing Kizaru. Chapter 78. Arrive as you wish. Depart as you please. Heaven-piercing cloud sword. With one failed maneuver, he swiftly transitioned to another. The sword of Amaterasu, forged entirely of light, unleashed a greater force as it engaged in a rapid clash with the Golden Lion. The sword energy surged with equal ferocity on both sides. Although the yellow ape's speed was remarkable, the Golden Lion was no mere pushover. Despite his age and injuries, he was still a formidable figure who once ruled the seas. Beneath their feet, the 2 renowned swords, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, boasted a sharpness that rivaled that of Amaterasu as they exchanged blows in a relentless flurry, amassing over 100 encounters in mere moments. Ha 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 ha. Is this all you've got? The Navy is truly declining. Perhaps we should summon that old fool Sengoku. You little brat. Another devastating slash was unleashed as countless sword energies surged forth from the Golden Lion's feet, aimed directly at the airborne yellow ape. Moving faster than bullets and far more menacing. The tale is far from over. The Golden Lion pressed both hands against the surface of the sea, and the formerly tranquil waters instantly erupted into a myriad of waves. Under the Golden Lion's command, chaos ensued as numerous water dragons ascended into the sky, making it increasingly arduous for the yellow ape, who was already evading the sword energy. In previous encounters with adversaries of comparable strength, the yellow ape would have engaged or at least remained a passive participant. He did not embody the youthful fervor to fight recklessly. The parity in their powers implied that a moment's carelessness could lead to death, a life-or-death scenario. Moreover, the yellow ape was not in his prime. Being the eldest among the 3 admirals, though not yet at retirement age, he was certainly past his zenith. However, this time was different. The Golden Lion had struck at his vulnerable spot, crossing an insurmountable boundary. The 8-sun jewel appeared in his grasp, and as he faced the imminent peril of being caught in a fierce onslaught from all sides, a flash of ferocity crossed the yellow ape's visage. Suddenly, a yellow mirror materialized in his palm, with many such mirrors scattered across the sky. A brilliant ray of yellow light surged forth, allowing the yellow ape to evade the dense barrage of sword energy and the tumultuous water dragons, reappearing directly behind the Golden Lion. With one foot raised high, his target was none other than the Golden Lion's head. Inel, intercept the yellow ape. The Golden Lion knew that if he were to perish here, all his prior strategies would be rendered futile, and he had no certainty of defeat. His wealth of combat experience rendered his demise not so easily accomplished. At this moment, however, it was fortuitous that Inel could intervene, demonstrating his own strength. Until he located Shadi, the Golden Lion could not afford any mishap, not even a fainting spell, as that would lead to a loss of control over his abilities. At last, Inel had long yearned to take action. In his eyes, both the yellow ape and the Golden Lion were formidable beings, comparable to his own 4 gods. However, this notion was somewhat inflated. While the 4 gods may have been powerful in the Sky Island, their prowess was not guaranteed below, especially in the New World, where any number of hidden experts could easily overpower them. Moreover, the emergence of the 11 supernovas in a year or 2 would further validate the ascent of the Great Age of Exploration, heralding an era of increasing strength among formidable individuals. Regardless of Inel's thoughts, he charged forth, positioning himself before the Golden Lion. who was desperately retreating to avoid the yellow ape's impending strike. The golden staff he had always carried crackled with a surge of tempestuous lightning, exploding at that moment to clash against the yellow ape's kick. In that brief span, it seemed as if neither side could gain the upper hand. However, beads of cold sweat began to form on Enel's brow as he was forced to retreat. With a fierce swing, he dissipated the aftermath of the blow. Possessing such strength, would you care to join me in conquering the cosmic seas? Although in this encounter Enel made a slight miscalculation, it merely stemmed from his overconfidence. In a true contest of strength, none would emerge unscathed. Thus, Enel is filled with confidence after witnessing Kizaru's formidable prowess. He has come to believe in Ivankov's words that the vast sea is teeming with powerful beings yet to be discovered. Before him stand two such individuals. And should he conquer this ocean and ascend to the status of a supreme deity, what unparalleled glory that would entail. In this moment, Enel's desires blazed fiercely within him. Who are you? He inquired. Are you also a subordinate of the Golden Lion? With a look of perplexity, Kizaru gazed at Enel for a while. Although Enel's strength did not quite match his own, it was not far off. Among the four emperors, he held a position of considerable rank. How could such a formidable individual remain obscure and unknown? From where did the Golden Lion emerge? Regarding the Golden Lion and Enel, one cannot guarantee victory. The previous attack on the Golden Lion was, after all, a surprise assault. After being thwarted, Kizaru refrained from further aggression and instead composed himself. Golden Lion, surrender Shadi. And I shall allow you to depart, he proclaimed, his countenance stern as he observed the Golden Lion behind Enel. Ha 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 ha. Allow me to leave. You little brat Kizaru, are you jesting? I come and go as I please. Your permission is unnecessary. Even that old fool Sengoku would not dare speak to me in such a manner. While expressing disdain for Kizaru, he also indulged in a moment of bravado. However, out of consideration for the Golden Lion's injured state, Avis chose not to expose him. This was no longer the era when the Golden Lion roamed freely with his vast fleet. In the past 2 decades, rather than viewing the Golden Lion as a hidden dragon accumulating strength, it is more accurate to say that he has been cast down from his pedestal, witnessing a regression in his prowess. Furthermore, his once mighty fleet has vanished, compelling him to start anew, with a rooster comb sprouting atop his head, rendering further training implausible. While he does not languish daily in potions like Whitebeard, the difference is scarcely significant. These old fellows, in the face of the passage of time, have little residual power left. In a few years, they will be entirely cast aside by the relentless march of the era. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts, it is preferable to hasten to the base of the Golden Lion. The moment I cannot see Shadi, I cannot find peace. Boss, cease wasting words with him. Let us depart swiftly. The naval headquarters lies not far from here, and with the yellow ape on his way, surely Sengoku and Carp shall soon follow. After all, even the bravest do not court disaster, and good things come to those who wait. Let us circumvent him. Our grand plan takes precedence. Once we succeed, what is the mere naval headquarters? The new world is the stage upon which we shall truly flourish, and we shall return to reclaim our honor in due time. Avi approached the Golden Lion, offering his analysis. Although Avi's words sounded somewhat discordant to the Golden Lion, they were indeed the truth. The proximity to the naval headquarters was perilous, and the admirals were present. The Golden Lion did not wish to confront them in the near future. After all, fists alone cannot prevail against many hands. In his reckless youth, he had once stormed the naval headquarters. Driven by fury over Roger's capture, a decision made in a moment of impulsive disbelief. He had always regarded Roger as his lifelong rival, a kindred spirit. Only he could vanquish Roger, while others could not. Let us depart, my comrades. Ha ha. With a hearty laugh, the Golden Lion commanded the ship to ascend. P.S. The novel will be available tomorrow. Subscriptions are welcome. Chapter 79. Leave your daughter to me. Worry not. Leaving Enel and the yellow ape to their confrontation to buy time for the Golden Lion's escape, Avi boarded his golden ship. The Golden Lion is not an adversary to be trifled with. Are you confident in your ability to defeat him? Robin looked at Avi with concern, voicing her apprehension. But Avi remained undaunted. With a confident demeanor, he declared, the era of these old fellows has long since passed, and I fear not the aged lion. Were he still in his youth, I might consider a contest with him, but now, it may seem somewhat unfair, yet who invited this trouble upon themselves? Even without me, in a year or two, you would still fall to the fate's chosen one, Luffy. Thus, let this serve to establish my renown. My apologies, old man. Prepare to fade into obscurity. After making some adjustments aboard the ship, Avi charged it with energy, and under his command, the golden ship wobbled and soared into the sky. With Shadi pointing the way as Avi steered forward. You insolent pirate, you have provoked my wrath. each time the pursuit of the Golden Lion commenced. It was thwarted by Enel, leaving Kizaru to watch helplessly as the Golden Lion escaped. The anger boiling within Kizaru was nearly explosive. Yet, Enel's sole mission was to impede Kizaru, and regardless of the difficulty, he was determined to fulfill this task. Under Kizaru's relentless efforts, Enel began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Retreating was not inherently fearsome. A momentary withdrawal did not signify a lifelong surrender. Moreover, with newfound aspirations, Enel was unwilling to fall here, as it contradicted his inner convictions. Enel, that will suffice, come here. Just as Enel contemplated retreating, the voice of Ivy resonated, maneuvering the golden ship unsteadily, causing Enel's expression to darken in exasperation. Ivy still lacked driving aptitude. Back on Sky Island, she had piloted the Wybra and nearly plummeted into the sea. Were it not for her formidable strength and the moonwalk technique that saved her from a fall, it was evident that her ability to clumsily navigate the golden ship to this point was already a remarkable achievement. Don't run. Enel's speed, amplified by lightning, was swift. Yet Kizaru was no slouch either. The shining fruit was reputed to rival the speed of light, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. While light travels at nearly 300 million meters per second, Kizaru was not quite that fast, yet his speed was undeniably impressive, which explained his frequent boasting. Speed has always been my forte. Let me witness the speed you call light. Just as Kizaru was on the verge of catching up to Enel, Ivy suddenly burst forth, wielding the pole of extremity with fervor, causing the very fabric of space to tremble from her terrifying velocity. She met Kizaru's attack head-on. With sufficient speed and instantaneous force, one could transcend the confines of time and space. It is no exaggeration to state that Ivy was diligently striving towards this goal, and her progress was evident. In an unexpected turn, Kizaru found himself retreating faster than he had approached. He collided heavily with the gangway as the Navy's ships finally arrived. Regrettably, it was not the main fleet, but rather the very vessel Kizaru had previously occupied. However, the main forces were not far behind. Through her observation hockey, Ivy sensed several Navy ships approaching from the distant sea, each emanating a formidable aura that surpassed her own. Let us make it grand. And I shall leave you with a parting gift. With Kizaru preparing to pursue her once more, Ivy could no longer afford to indulge him. Briefly toying with Kizaru was manageable, especially with both herself and Enel present. If they could not overpower him, escape remained an option. Yet, with the Navy headquarters personnel arriving, the situation would become dire. Thunderstorm. With a surge of power, Ivy rapidly gathered a vast expanse of thunder within the air, unleashing it with a velocity that was both blinding and deafening towards the Navy ships below. Help! I don't want to die. Who will come to our rescue? Help! Admiral Kizaru. Now, Kizaru is faced with two choices. 1. To disregard the Navy on the warship and continue pursuing the Golden Lion, with an uncertain outcome, or 2. To abandon the chase and save the Navy personnel. Despite his high position, Kizaru has contemplated many things but remains disenchanted with the political machinations surrounding him. However, he cannot bear to watch these Navy men perish because of his indecision. On one hand lies the unwavering sense of justice he cherishes, and on the other, his beloved daughter. Sigh, if only Sakazuki were here, he would surely not be so conflicted. Although that man is utterly detestable, his convictions are far more resolute than Kizaru's. Kizaru's typically languid demeanor may not reveal itself in ordinary circumstances, allowing him a carefree existence, yet when faced with such a dilemma, the torment within his heart becomes unbearable. In that fleeting moment, Kizaru seemed to age a decade, abandoning thoughts of Avi and her companion's departure, and soared directly above the warship. Guardian of the Light, as Kizaru shouted. A brilliant radiance emanated from him, dazzling yet not blinding. An orange glow enveloped the Navy vessel, shielding it completely from the onslaught of thunder. I don't have to die. I'm still alive. It was Admiral Kizaru who saved us. It was Admiral Kizaru. The surviving Navy personnel quickly gathered in small groups, expressing their gratitude to Kizaru for his life-saving intervention. What is this? As Kizaru defended against the thunder, a shell-like object was hurled from the direction of the lightning. I am Avi. Leave the matter of Shadi to me. You need not worry. I will bring him back unharmed. Hearing the voice from within the shell, Kizaru reminisced about the individual he had just clashed with. The voice was strikingly familiar, and the figure seemed somewhat recognizable. After a moment of reflection, he recalled having seen that delicate boy before. Surprisingly, he had not perished all those years ago. I never imagined you would become a pirate. I had intended to recruit you into the Navy back then. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable, and your strength demands my respect. Gazing at the continuing deluge of thunder from the heavens, Kizaru felt a pang of nostalgia. The once frail and delicate boy had now gained the power to repel him. and he commanded formidable subordinates like Enel. Wait, it is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist. How can two individuals wield the power of lightning? In that moment, Kazara felt a flicker of confusion but quickly dismissed it, telling himself that there would be a day to seek answers. Little one, I hope you keep your word. A smile spread across Kazara's face as the long-standing dilemma that had weighed on him was suddenly resolved, filling him with uncontainable joy. How dare you lay a hand on me? When we meet again, I shall teach you a lesson and ensure you are imprisoned. A deep, resonant chuckle echoed. Revealing his buoyant mood as he contemplated his assessment of others, Avery was undoubtedly a person of his word. Chapter 80. My curiosity has been boundless since childhood. For the moment, the yellow ape was disregarded. After presenting him with a dilemma, Avery seized the opportunity amidst the tumultuous thunder to hand over the sound wave to him. After all, he was the father of Shadi, and it appeared he had a fondness for her. He was willing to risk everything against the golden lion. So Avery could not afford to let him worry excessively. Moreover, there was an essential matter at hand. He had informed the yellow ape of his intent to rescue Shadi, and in whose clutches she lay, the golden lion. The bounty must surely be doubled. Avery had no desire to be an anonymous hero. He would not partake in morally reprehensible deeds. Therefore, he must vanquish someone of considerable renown, standing atop their legacy. After all, he was a pirate. The more lucrative the bounty, the better, serving as a testament to his prowess. Now that there were additional crew members aboard, they were still largely unknown in the world. It was time to elevate his own bounty. A bounty exceeding 100 million in a few years could become trivial while it was still rare. He needed to amplify his notoriety. It was not merely a matter of spectacle, but one of pride. Furthermore, he had wagered with Ace that whoever reached Sabaody Archipelago first would be the victor. Given the circumstances, his chances seemed slim, having squandered too much time. The descent from Skypiea was rather distant, unlike Ace, who was fervently charging into the New World to prove himself as the Pirate King. Once in the New World, Ace would learn that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals, and he would soon be calling him father. Losing was acceptable. But with Ace's bounty surpassing 300 million, he must at least secure a bounty slightly higher than Ace's to save face. While lost in these thoughts, Avery had already caught up with the Lioness ship, which was more than twice the size of the Golden ship. To his astonishment, their vessel could indeed soar. Initially, he had intended to lend them a hand, but that now seemed unnecessary. The Golden Lion, surprised to see the Golden ship keep pace, quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he could fly himself. Although he marveled at the ship crafted from gold, he felt no greed. Since Avery had chosen to ally with him, the Golden ship would rightfully belong to him, claiming it would merely require a word. He could not be overly harsh, for Avery's crew possessed considerable strength. And until his grand scheme was realized, the Golden Lion would not dispose of a useful ally. Nonetheless, these concerns were not his immediate priority. Avery's prowess had already garnered the Golden Lion's respect, rendering other matters trivial. Our ship is powered by electricity, allowing for brief flights in the air. Captain, could you also provide our ship with a levitation capability? These words are undoubtedly fabricated. As long as Avy is willing. Soaring through the skies for a year poses no challenge. This statement merely serves to inform the Golden Lion. It reveals a vulnerability. Should the Golden Lion resort to threats by means of a ship when tensions escalate, he must not blame anyone else. Very well. I shall lend my assistance with my float fruit. As Avy landed with a hearty laugh upon the Golden ship, he could distinctly sense the vessel tremble at that moment. Could it be that the Golden Lion's powers do not necessitate direct contact? Yet, during his battle with the Yellow Ape, he had indeed touched the sea's surface. Observing the Yellow Ape's furious demeanor just moments ago, Avy pondered, Boss, you haven't inadvertently provoked something formidable, have you? One must not underestimate the might of the Navy. Should they strike before we are prepared, it could spell disaster. With a hint of concern, Avy feigned a protective stance for the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion dismissed Avy's ruse, fully aware that the Golden ship was enveloped in the energy of his own fruit, rendering this space his domain. Haha. That is a remarkable treasure. I shall introduce you to it in due time, the Golden Lion proclaimed with pride. With this treasure, coupled with the small beast Avy had brought, he finally envisioned a remedy for his vexing comb atop his head, which had troubled him for over 2 decades. His spirits soared to unprecedented heights. It was this very reason that compelled him to follow Avy upon hearing the news. After all, having concealed himself for so long, it was unusual for him to emerge before his final preparations were complete. The pursuit by the Navy had not been lifted. It was not fear that governed him, but rather the burdensome comb, which had rendered his mind less agile than in days past, often leading to mishaps. In the heat of battle, should his mind falter. The Golden Lion would find himself without a place to lament his misfortune. Is that so? I must take a closer look. It has even driven an admiral of the Navy to such desperation. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, Avi exhibited immense interest, eager to witness it firsthand. Ha! Such a spirited one, just like I was in my youth. As they exchanged words, their destination finally came into view. What a scene of ethereal beauty! Amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, a sense of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The mountains appeared to float in the air, while waterfalls cascaded without a sound, creating a harmonious system where all elements coexisted without interference. Truly magnificent. To think that so many islands had been relocated to this altitude of 10,000 meters. The boss truly lives up to his reputation as a formidable figure, nearly crowned the Pirate King. Avi flattered him, then inquired, "Where is that treasure? I must feast my eyes upon it. Opportunities will arise. You may explore this place in the meantime," replied the Golden Lion. After the descent, the Golden Lion prepared to depart with the little beast bearing a human visage in indigo. However, how could Ivy allow him to leave so easily? She was not there for mere amusement. During the landing, Ivy had already utilized her observation hockey to survey the surroundings. Yet she found no indication of another life form on the island. This indicates that the island they currently inhabit is not the true base of the Golden Lion. The genuine stronghold lies on other islands. With so many islands, more than a dozen, even if Ivy possesses formidable observational skills, it would be impossible for her to explore each one in a short span of time, and she would be easily detected by the Golden Lion. These locations have been extensively equipped with surveillance bugs by the Golden Lion, enabling one to observe the conditions of all the islands from the comfort of home. It is imperative to exercise caution. While it may be manageable if I am discovered, it would be unfortunate if my actions were to cast a shadow upon Shaddy. The Golden Lion, inherently suspicious, is likely to remain vigilant. As long as I do not provoke unnecessary attention, I should be safe. However, should doubts arise, it could spell trouble. I would find myself under intense scrutiny, making it significantly more challenging to locate Shaddy. "Boss, I wish to accompany you. If not, please send someone to escort me. I am genuinely overwhelmed by curiosity," I expressed, my eagerness palpable. "You cannot fathom the depth of my inquisitiveness, which has been a constant since childhood. Knowing something yet being unable to attain it feels more unbearable than death itself." Avi gazed at the Golden Lion with his eyes brimming with earnest curiosity. The Golden Lion returned Avi's gaze, contemplating for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha! Very well, since you are so curious, someone, take him to Miss Shaddy's villa." He smiled and nodded at Avi before departing. Shortly thereafter, an individual leaped from the Golden Lion's vessel, tasked with escorting Avi. Indeed, Shaddy is here. Otherwise, how would I know her name? As for suspicion, Avi felt undeterred. Upon witnessing the Golden Lion's unhesitating acquiescence to his request, Avi recognized the seeds of doubt sown in the Golden Lion's mind. Yet, what did it matter? "Shaddy, after all these years, have you missed me?" he mused, feeling his spirits lift at the thought. Chapter 81. "Come with me, Captain," that individual, Indigo, remarked. "Walking alongside the Golden Lion is being monitored by the surveillance bugs. After all, he is correct. We are not yet fully prepared. Let us first analyze the substances before addressing the remaining matters tomorrow." For Ivy, the Golden Lion had already begun to harbor suspicions. But now was certainly not the opportune moment. He did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself at this juncture. If Ivy were to remain compliant, that would be one thing. However, should he dare to act out of line, the Golden Lion would ensure that he experienced the overwhelming might that all pirates had once felt. As he watched the Golden Lion depart, Ivy bid a temporary farewell to Anilu and the others, instructing them to remain aboard the ship and await his command, before following the pirate guide away. It soon became evident that Suddy was indeed not on Ivy's island, confirming his previous assumptions, regardless of the Golden Lion's doubts. As long as he could ascertain Suddy's location, his objective would be fulfilled. After traversing 2 islands aboard the floating cloud, he finally arrived at a resort resembling a hot spring, where he spotted Suddy. With cascading long hair, donning sunglasses, and casually dressed in alluring lingerie, she possessed an exquisite beauty and a flawless figure. Reclining beneath a sunshade, she was alone, lazily gazing at the sky, a glass of lemonade in hand, basking in her leisurely repose. At first glance, Ivy immediately recognized her as Suddy, inexplicably so, despite not having seen her for several years. "Aha, Suddy, I have finally found you." Upon catching sight of Suddy, Ivy rushed towards her, wholly disregarding the potential repercussions of his impulsive actions. "You are Ivy. How did you get here? Were you also captured?" Suddy, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the man who had occupied her thoughts for so long, quickly rose to her feet, gazing at Ivy with astonishment and a hint of bewilderment. This is indeed the domain of the Golden Lion, perched over 10,000 meters above the ground on a sky island. Remarkably, Ivy has found herself captured here. It is unacceptable that the Golden Lion allowed Ivy to escape. Determined to act, Shadi disregarded Ivy's confusion and prepared to leave, addressing the pirate who brought Ivy here. Summon the Golden Lion. I shall agree to treat him. But he must release Ivy. Shadi, what is the matter? I came specifically to rescue you. I was not captured by the Golden Lion. Should I choose to leave, I could do so at any moment. Understanding the complexity of Shadi's actions, Ivy felt a mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that after all these years, Shadi would still hold such affection for her. You claim you were here to save me. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Shadi grew increasingly concerned. The Golden Lion is a legendary pirate, renowned alongside figures like Roger the Pirate King and Whitebeard, a formidable presence even surpassing her own father, Kizaru. The notion that Ivy could successfully extricate herself from this perilous situation seemed implausible. If the Golden Lion were to discover that Ivy had stealthily infiltrated, the consequences, given his temperament, would be dire. Unbeknownst to Ivy, Shadi's apprehensions lingered. She clung to Shadi, intent on escaping together. When one lacks strength, they resort to cunning, however. Once a certain level of power is attained, schemes become futile. Although Ivy had not reached a stage of utter disdain for everything, she certainly did not regard the frail and ailing Golden Lion with any trepidation. Regardless of his legendary status, times have changed, and she was no ordinary individual. I cannot accompany you. It would jeopardize your safety. Shadi broke free from Ivy's grasp and retreated. Shadi, I understand your concerns, but please trust in my abilities. Just as we once did. When have you ever seen me undertake an endeavor without certainty? Ivy persisted in her pleas, striving to demonstrate that her arrival was not a mere whim but the result of meticulous contemplation. Moreover, I have promised your father that I would bring you back. In the end, seeing Shadi still harbor doubts, Ivy invoked the name of Kizaru. Indeed, upon hearing her father's name, Shadi softened and her resistance waned. You have met my father. In just a few days, Iway had surprisingly encountered his father. One could only imagine how frantic his father must have been searching for him. The thought alone compelled Shadi to rush over. Just a short while ago, perhaps 3 or 4 hours prior, he had been there. Shadi hastily inquired. As if Huang Yuan were present, their chances of escape would indeed be plausible. He has returned and entrusted me entirely with the task of your rescue. There was no way he could have deceived Huang Yuan. Well, it was nothing to worry about. Huang Yuan likely wouldn't mind, provided that Shadi remained oblivious. Really? How could my father possibly trust you so easily? Aren't you a pirate? Shadi gazed at Iway with a look of disbelief, utterly astonished. When had Iway's relationship with his father become so amicable? After all, they were on opposing sides. Haha, isn't it simply because of the good rapport we share? Iway chuckled heartily, scratching his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he glanced around. We should leave swiftly. Your loud outburst earlier probably alerted the Golden Lion. It would be wise to escort Shadi to the Golden Ship as soon as possible, with Inalu and Spada protecting her. No one but the Golden Lion himself could pose a threat to Shadi. Who would have thought you infiltrated just to take my adorable little Shadi away? You truly sadden me. Just as Iway intended to lead Shadi away, the figure of the Golden Lion appeared before him, blocking their path. A group of soldiers, enveloped in heavy attire, encircled them, each wielding a water gun filled with a green liquid. Though he had no desire to engage, the Golden Lion lamented, "What a pity. Yet, you chose to drink my toast instead of my punishment. When did you become so articulate? You speak quite fluently. I am right here. How do you intend to keep me here?" With one hand gripping Shadi and his palm facing upwards, threads of lightning crackled in his palm, rendering any approach within 3 meters utterly futile. It was not merely bravado on Iway's part. Those clumsy foes were underestimating him. Clap, clap, clap. I am quite curious. A devil fruit cannot be consumed by 2 individuals, so how is it that both of you can wield the power of lightning? This enigma piqued his interest immensely. He wished to confine the 2 in a laboratory and dissect their bodies to uncover their peculiar anatomy. Indigo clapped his hands, speaking slowly, as if casually discussing dinner plans. Moreover, Iway doubted his jesting nature. Given their confidence in his abilities, he felt compelled to concentrate his focus. Chapter 82. What have you understood? Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake, though such a phenomenon was impossible at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where no tectonic movements could occur. As Ivy pondered this, he finally discerned the source of the ominous sound. A horde of monstrous creatures surged towards them with astonishing speed. Their thunderous footsteps echoing like seismic shocks, accompanied by a vast cloud of dust and debris trailing behind. Was this a tactic of overwhelming numbers? As Ivy beheld the advancing beasts, memories of their origins flooded his mind. Originally formidable predators, these creatures had been captured by the Golden Lion and his cohorts. Meticulously trained into a fearsome army under the guise of intelligence, representing the culmination of the Golden Lion's 20 years of patience and effort. Every creature here possesses formidable strength. If completely surrounded, even Avi may not emerge unscathed. Thunderous might. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from Avi's center, resembling a grand column of electrical energy, rapidly expanding outward. Anything caught in its path, be it fauna or flora, was obliterated in this tempest of thunder. Plants were reduced to mere ashes, and ferocious beasts were thoroughly cooked. Some greedy predators, disregarding orders, began feasting on the roasted carcasses of their fellow beasts. While Avi swiftly dealt with the lesser foes, these ferocious creatures proved even swifter. For this land had been specifically cultivated by the Golden Lion to nurture such a formidable army. This was merely a fraction of their numbers. The phenomenon of many ants overwhelming an elephant is not uncommon in this world. It was imperative to refrain from stagnation and to depart immediately. Avi harbored no fear for himself. He was eager to test the potency of the IQ toxin meticulously researched by Indigo, curious to see if it could enhance his physical prowess further. However, this was not the opportune moment. Shadi was present, and he had just pledged not to let her come to harm. How could he go back on his word? You have truly grown formidable. Yet your hopes of escape remain dim, Shadi mused, confirming Avi's earlier claims were not mere bravado, at least in part. Nevertheless, it was insufficient. This was the domain of the Golden Lion, and the horde of beasts was boundless, having been amassed over 2 decades. Avi, considering your endurance thus far, if you sever your own hands, I shall permit you to leave. At that moment, the voice of the Golden Lion resounded, exalted and imposing. Really? Does that include Shadi? Avi retorted swiftly, it's merely 2 hands. How significant is that? As long as my energy reserves are ample, I could survive even with just my head, and eventually regenerate my body. Avi's condition was unprecedentedly robust. He had anticipated a challenging battle and had filled his energy reserves to the brim prior to this encounter. If he could just escort Shadi to the ship, he would be able to confront the Golden Lion in earnest. No, Miss Shadi is mine. You cannot take her away. Thus, the choice lay before him, to choose life or death. The Golden Lion, looming high above, laughed ominously, his golden locks billowing in the wind. A cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an aura of dominance. When did Miss Shadi become yours? I was unaware of such a claim. Have you been consuming too much Sanlu milk powder to be spouting such nonsense? If you wish to possess her, come and take her yourself. Avi stood poised, wary of the Golden Lion, recognizing him as an equal in strength, and he could not afford to be careless. Begone, you foolish pirate. I am a naval officer and do not require your protection. At that moment, Shadi seemed to awaken to a certain realization. She forcefully pushed aside Ivy, who stood in her path, and stepped forward. What on earth are you doing? Ivy gazed at Shadi's exquisite visage, struggling to believe what she was witnessing. Was this indeed a convoluted twist of fate? It resembled countless narratives wherein a protagonist sacrifices everything for the sake of the hero. Was she truly willing to forsake herself to ensure the protagonist's escape? Shadi, you are being foolish. My strength is not as feeble as you presume. I am a naval officer. How could I allow pirates to protect me? Let us fight side by side. In times of peril, one must employ audacious strategies. Come on. You go ahead, and I shall be right behind you, cheering you on. After momentarily declaring her presence, Shadi promptly retreated behind Ivy, maintaining a considerable distance. It was as if she were waving a flag of victory for Ivy, ready to chant words of encouragement. It seems I have misjudged you. Shadi, you remain unchanged, save for a slight thickening of your skin. You needed to demonstrate your growth in such a manner. Reflecting on the moment Shadi had pushed her aside, Ivy understood that this was Shadi's way of conveying that, over the years, she had not idly wasted her time and had grown into a formidable warrior, no longer requiring Ivy's overzealous protection. Very well, since you have stated this, how could I possibly deny you? Ivy resolved, I shall confront the Golden Lion. The rest is in your capable hands. My companions must have seen the signal and will arrive shortly. Hold your ground. With determination. Ivy cleared a space and charged toward the Golden Lion in the sky, her expression fierce and terrifying. With a swift motion, the Wuji staff appeared in her grasp. Do you understand now? You left me behind all alone? Are you out of your mind? I made it abundantly clear that I needed your protection, yet you ran off. Watching Ivy's retreating figure, Shadi's mind momentarily froze. I merely displayed a hint of pride, and you abandoned me? I do not even comprehend your actions. You fool. Shadi gritted her teeth and engaged in battle with the approaching beast, drawing a long, razor-sharp blade from seemingly nowhere. Each beast that fell victim to her blade succumbed without the need for a second strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, their bodies darkening rapidly. The speed of her onslaught was nothing short of astonishing. This is also one of Suti's abilities, cellular manipulation. Once the skin is breached by Suti's blade, she can infiltrate the creature's body through the wound. Beneficial cells for the human body are minimized, while harmful cells and viruses are provided with the nutrients necessary for growth. Moreover, this is not a natural proliferation. Under Suti's command, the rate of viral outbreak is astonishingly rapid. This is also the reason why Shadi was captured. Since Shadi possesses the ability to control cells and viruses, it ensures that the golden lion will not suffer from infections during surgery. Despite having the rooster comb for over 2 decades, furthermore, he can eradicate all harmful cells and viruses, making his role invaluable to the golden lion. Thus, he must obtain Shadi, as this is crucial for the restoration of his own strength to its peak. Chapter 83. Convergence. The captain has signaled. Observing the distant, formidable thunder, Shadi called out within the ship, urging Enelu to activate the golden ship and hasten their approach. Such swiftness is indeed remarkable, so decisive. Robin stood aboard the vessel, her thoughts in disarray. Avi's actions were astoundingly rapid. He switched from ally to adversary in an instant. In Avi, Robin perceived a reflection of that person, bearing the same resolute demeanor, unwavering in resolve. She had never encountered anyone like Avi's father before, but now she finally had. To possess such decisiveness and fortitude even in the face of the golden lion is truly impressive. How far could you possibly go? Setting aside her chaotic thoughts, she refrained from further contemplation. Once the golden ship was set in motion, she began to devise her means of escape. In the lair of the golden lion, where the fierce confrontation was imminent, careful consideration was imperative. It remained uncertain whether the captain intended to rescue Shadi and depart, or to vanquish the golden lion. Given the menacing battleground before them, it seemed likely he favored the latter. Time was of the essence. The situation for the captain and his crew appeared precarious. Realizing this, Robin hastily urged them onward, for her hands could easily overwhelm one. Presently, Ivy was alone, while the golden lion commanded an army of minions. They needed to hasten to assist the captain. Just as the golden ship was about to accelerate, a horde of fearsome beasts, adorned with wings, ascended into the sky, encircling the vessel in a seemingly endless swarm. Begone, you wretched creatures! Enel scowled at the beasts, incensed by their audacity to hover above him as if they were gods. Thunderclouds surged above, with erratic flashes of lightning. With a wave of his hand, Enel unleashed a thunderous torrent upon the ground, sending the creatures crashing down like dumplings, rendering them incapable of causing further disturbance. 1,000,000 volts. Thunder of the divine. After a brief interlude, another wave of beasts charged forth. This time, Enel did not wait for their assault. He struck first. Amidst the stormy clouds, small bolts of lightning descended like divine entities, each possessing strength rivaling that of the 4 gods, swiftly resolving the chaotic skirmish. Before long, they arrived at the battlefield where Ivy was situated. Ivy! Robin shouted anxiously. Foolish Ivy! Golden Week gazed at Ivy in disbelief, struggling to accept that he could have faltered. Yet the scene before them confirmed the grim reality. Ivy was ensnared midair by 2 earthen pillars, unable to move, his body marred by blood and a sickly green hue. Unmistakable signs of poisoning. His eyes, bleary and unfocused, rendered them incredulous. This was the indomitable Ivy they revered. You have finally arrived. First, help me free Shadi, and I shall handle the golden lion. The rest of you may also hone your skills, Ivy commanded, suddenly snapping out of his daze. His eyes alight with determination as he spoke to Sparta and the others. Do you not know that frightening someone can be deadly? Foolish Ivy! Golden Week, upon hearing Ivy's vigorous proclamation, realized he was unscathed, still the formidable warrior etched in their memories. I knew you would not succumb so easily. Robin couldn't help but chuckle. If you were to fall without a fight, it would surely disappoint this deity. After Enel uttered these words, he disregarded Ivankov and shifted his focus to the golden lion, his eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. It was not Ivankov's intention to instill fear. Rather, after being infected by the IQ virus, the currents within him eradicated the toxins, amplifying his strength and potential. Observing the unfolding scenes, Ivankov inexplicably descended into a state of profound contemplation, his mental faculties solely attuned to the changes within. oblivious to the external world. Consequently, this led to the spectacle witnessed by Robin and the others. Had it not been for their exclamations, Ivankov might still have remained in that trance, yet he was uncertain whether this was a fortuitous or unfortunate circumstance. In that state, he felt as if he had touched something significant, yet the sounds of the golden week dissipated that sensation. The feeling vanished into an emptiness, and upon awakening, he could not quite grasp what it was, only aware that he had lost something seemingly precious. Come forth, Golden Lion. I was merely careless before. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true extent of my formidable prowess. He cast aside the chaotic thoughts, for Enel had also set his sights on the Golden Lion. This was a rare opportunity to engage with a top-tier opponent, and Ivankov was unwilling to relinquish it to Enel. Enel, from the very beginning, I declared that the Golden Lion is mine. Do you intend to claim him for yourself? He fixed his gaze firmly into Enel's eyes, unwilling to partner with him, as it would be a sign of disrespect to himself. Once you are defeated, I shall take my turn. Do not claim that I am bullying you. Should you fail to vanquish this opponent and instead find yourself bested by me, you shall serve under my banner. Are you willing to wager on that? After a moment of contemplation, just when Ivankov believed Enel would concede, Enel proposed a wager, revealing his lingering discontent and a burgeoning arrogance stemming from his recent power enhancement. Losing confidence even in his role as the protagonist. Opposing the main character, have you considered how you might meet your demise? No, that was not the right sentiment. After all, Enel was his ally. Very well, let him serve as my power bank for a month. Since their initial encounter, Ivankov had wanted Enel to be his power bank, yet Enel had never once acquiesced. The lightning within one's own spatial realm is not something that can be stored autonomously. It necessitates the infusion of external lightning. Aside from Enel, the lightning of the natural world is also applicable, yet Avi has attempted this before. The heavenly thunder is exceedingly fierce, seemingly imbued with a certain consciousness. Whether this is merely Avi's illusion remains uncertain, but it has indeed caused Avi considerable distress. After much deliberation, Avi's request was ultimately acquiesced to by Enel. After all, this represented an opportunity, did it not? Enel would seize every chance that presented itself. Have you all had your fill of chaos? Since you are all so eager to court death, allow me to oblige. With that, he unleashed a tremendous blade of energy towards Avi, a force as unstoppable as a raging torrent. The power was overwhelming. Avi, not one to indulge in self-inflicted hardship, swiftly evaded using moonwalk and launched a counterattack against the Golden Lion. Although awakened by Robin and the others, Avi emerged with no tangible gains. Upon awakening, a new ability manifested, a power akin to instantaneous movement, albeit limited to a radius of 100 meters. Yet, this sufficed, silent and unobtrusive, devoid of any forewarning. Avi moved without stirring the air, leaving no one aware of his next move or able to anticipate it. Like a specter, he appeared above the Golden Lion's head, wielding the infinite rod, which fell without a whisper, a strike that stirred no tempest. Chapter 84. The Battlegrounds. While the battle raged fiercely on Avi's front, the confrontation on the Spartan side was equally formidable. Facing the scientist Indigo within the Golden Lion, who possessed a plethora of chemical acrobatics, Spartan found himself in a difficult position. Numerous enigmatic techniques were unleashed, and the bizarre potency of the chemical concoctions left Spartan at a disadvantage. His vision clouded as if doused in chili pepper extract, rendering him utterly disoriented. Consequently, he could not effectively counter Indigo's assaults and was forced into a defensive stance, barely managing to hold his ground. It is crucial to understand that Spartan, at this juncture, was akin to a blind man, unable to discern direction. Even if one believes they are walking in a straight line, they may merely be circling aimlessly. Such was Spartan's predicament after each of Indigo's attacks. He would attempt to strike in the direction of the sound, yet success eluded him time and again. Each time he was on the verge of landing a blow, Indigo would deftly evade, and even Indigo found himself harboring a modicum of admiration for Spartan's persistence. Such fortune is indeed unparalleled. A thunderous roar erupted as Sparta gradually adapted to combat despite his blindness, slowly developing a methodical approach. His ears flickered, keenly attuned to the sounds of the external world, relying on his body to sense his surroundings. No longer solely dependent on sight, Sparta became increasingly agile, compelling Indigo to evade rapidly. However, Indigo, a scientist rather than a renowned close combat pirate, struggled to elude Sparta's increasingly ferocious onslaught, sustaining multiple wounds in a brief span. As he struggled to evade the relentless barrage of medicinal projectiles, beads of cold sweat dripped from Indigo's brow. With a faltering body, his strength waning, and his head spinning, He was on the brink of collapse. Sparta seized the moment, once again pinpointing Indigo's location and launching a fierce assault, his long blade transforming into a ravenous wolf. Relentless in its attack. As he dodged the fiery projectiles, each step ignited a trail of flames, setting the forest ablaze. Ultimate technique. Pure world floating pagoda. The two clashed, even severing the tree upon which Indigo stood. How could he escape unscathed? Enveloped in his own medicinal projectiles. He found himself surrounded by the raging inferno of the nearby plants. The relentless assault from the beasts continued unabated, undeterred by Indigo's defeat, as they pressed their attack on Sparta and his companions. Are you all right? After temporarily repelling the surrounding beasts, Shadi hurried over to assist the kneeling Sparta, who was struggling to endure after such a grueling battle in his blind state. Shadi's hands shimmered with a white light, enveloping Sparta's eyes. Under the influence of her fruit's abilities, Sparta felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, alleviating the searing pain. Yet, opening his eyes remained impossible. To do so would undoubtedly leave lasting repercussions, which he could not afford. This is not the time for treatment. I merely stabilized your condition to prevent further deterioration. You should rest on the ship until the battle concludes, and I will ensure a thorough healing afterward, guaranteeing your sight remains intact. Out of a sense of affection for Sparta and his companions, who had come alongside Ivy to rescue him, Shadi held a certain fondness for these pirates. Offering help as best she could. Grasping one of Sparta's arms, she gracefully ascended to the golden ship, then swiftly descended once more. No longer the timid girl who shied away from confrontation. Casting a glance back at the golden vessel, she pondered Ivy's questionable choices. How could one construct a ship entirely of gold? What a tremendous amount of plunder must have been amassed. Ivy, have you truly fallen from grace? Or are you still the steadfast companion I once knew, who shared both joys and hardships with me? Suddy, with her intricate and elusive thoughts. Resolved to refrain from pondering further, she would inquire later, once all had concluded, for this was not an opportune moment. With a heart laden with hope that she would not be let down, Suddy rejoined the fray once more. Enel stood at the ship's bow, reluctant to engage unless the ferocious beasts soared to heights surpassing his own. Among those present, only the Golden Lion possessed the audacity to provoke Enel's wrath, yet presently. The Golden Lion was engaged with Ave, and Enel dared not act recklessly. Through numerous sparring sessions, Enel had come to understand that Ave seemed to possess an innate ability to counter his very being. His once prized power of lightning, feared by all, felt utterly impotent before Ave, as if stripped bare and subject to the whims of a seductive temptress. This left Enel profoundly dissatisfied, yet he felt powerless. He could only wish for a formidable adversary to subdue Ave. Such thoughts occupied his mind. Life transcends mere survival. It encompasses ideals and distant dreams. Since reality could not be altered, he resolved not to court disaster, perhaps even savoring the experience instead. Who can predict the future? Yet, Enel yearned to resist. And thus he established that wager with Ave. Golden Week sat at the ship's helm, observing the spectacle, defining himself as an auxiliary figure. He found himself in a situation where his intervention was neither necessary nor beneficial. It was best to refrain from hindering others. Engaging in combat with those fearsome and terrifying beasts was far from his desire, for they were anything but endearing, and Golden Week felt no inclination to fight. Meanwhile, Robin was locked in battle with the Golden Lion's mother, the formidable baboon Scarito, who was often mistaken for his matriarch. With a thunderous roar, Scarito beat his chest and charged at Robin, a lustful baboon who, in the original narrative, had intended to abduct Nami and wed her. Upon encountering the stunning beauty of Robin, his heart soared with fervor, captivated by her allure. Unlike the timid approach he took with the formidable Shiki, the pirates attacking the Golden Lion were perceived as mere prey in the eyes of the lascivious gorilla. This perception fueled an unprecedented surge in his combat prowess. However, he was not contending with a fragile girl like Nami, but with the cunning and powerful Robin. With the technique 100 Blossoms, Spiral Ball, numerous arms sprouted from Scarito's body. Individually, these limbs lacked the strength of the lascivious gorilla, but their sheer number rendered them formidable, swiftly subduing him without any resistance. Utilizing the second bloom, Bludgeon, Scarido, entwined by 100 arms, was utterly bewildered by the impending assault, as two additional arms emerged from beneath him, mercilessly striking downwards. It resembled a carpenter driving nails into wood, one strike after another, until the lascivious gorilla's face transformed from crimson to a ghastly hue, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. It was all too effortless, devoid of any challenge. Robin's casual remark cast a profound shadow over the men present, revealing the terrifying nature of the cunning beauty. Chapter 85. The trump card in stark contrast to the overwhelming dominance exhibited by her companions, Avi found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Amidst the ferocious onslaught of the beast army, only the golden lion remained unvanquished, his eyes aflame with rage. After 2 decades of painstakingly building his foundation, it was now being obliterated by this insufferable brat, a culmination of all his hard work. Had this been the golden lion of 20 years ago, Avi would not have dared to confront him so brazenly. Over the years, he had evaded capture, and the strength of his amassed forces had waned, rendering them unworthy of Avi's attention in the face of her fully equipped pirate crew. Just months prior, Avi had managed to engage in combat with the Vice Admiral, through, albeit at great peril, with Robin's assistance proving invaluable in her successful escape. Furthermore, the battle in Skypiea had bestowed upon Avi the mastery of observation and armament hockey, significantly enhancing her capabilities. The storage of lightning in the dimensional space had fortified her physique, rendering her far more formidable than when she faced Saru. If she were to unleash her full power, Avi was confident in her ability to hold her ground against Saru, a claim not made lightly. Yet, facing the wrath of the Golden Lion left Avi at a standstill. The powers of the float fruit showcased by the Golden Lion were executed with unparalleled finesse, displaying no signs of weakness. How had Luffy managed to triumph over this legendary pirate in the original narrative? Did the protagonist's aura truly exist? The prowess exhibited by the Golden Lion now is far beyond what Ivy had previously witnessed. It has grown even more formidable. The Golden Lion, originally a powerful dual-wielding swordsman, though hindered by a shattered leg, is undeterred by this affliction, as the 2 renowned blades, Komoku and Sakuraju, rest at his feet, enabling vicious onslaughts. Faced with the formidable techniques of Lion's Thousand Cuts and Lion's Might, Earth Roll, Ivy finds himself ensnared in a dire predicament. A tempest of lethal sword energy surges above him, while colossal stone lions, sculpted from the earth, bare their fearsome fangs and lunge toward him with ferocity. There is no avenue for evasion. He must confront the onslaught head-on. Resolute in his determination, Ivy transforms his staff into a shield, bracing against the relentless barrage of sword energy, disregarding the approaching stone lion, which looms as large as a mountain. His singular focus is the Golden Lion suspended in the air. With a powerful leap, he propels himself upward, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. As the surrounding earth fractures, Ivy swiftly approaches the location of the Golden Lion. The sword energies are no trifling matter. Each strike possesses the capacity to shatter stone. Furthermore, the staff, crafted from sea stone, is not known for its durability, and it offers Ivy little time for defense before succumbing to destruction. Discarding the staff without a second thought, Ivy resolves to seek it out again after the battle, for it has already served its purpose in bringing him to this moment. With a fierce determination, he unleashes his ultimate technique, Extreme Flow, Dominant Fist, Tiger Pounce. In this moment, Ivy resembled a ferocious tiger that had been starved for an eternity, revealing its long-hidden fangs and striking mercilessly at the prey before her. Under the intensity of Ivy's assault, her speed accelerated to an almost instantaneous flash, where a mere moment felt like eternity. The expression on the Golden Lion's face betrayed a flicker of terror in response to Ivy's onslaught. Yet, as the dust settled and the battle appeared to conclude, a triumphant smirk crept upon the corner of the Golden Lion's mouth, as if he had been waiting for this moment for ages, reveling in the sheer delight of it. You are the fastest individual I have encountered, surpassing others without the aid of any fruit abilities. However, do not presume that I am unprepared for you. From the moment you revealed yourself, I recognized your greatest strength lay in your prideful speed. Though it exceeds my expectations and is undeniably formidable, it pales in comparison to that of Kizaru. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere child like you? Lion's Might, Celestial Explosion. As the Golden Lion uttered these words, Ivy felt an overwhelming distance stretching between them, an unsettling sensation beyond her control. The oppressive air surrounding her intensified the discomfort, driving her to the brink of madness. She had underestimated the Golden Lion's capabilities. Not only could he manipulate tangible objects, but he could also control the very air itself. Had she truly misjudged him so gravely? Moreover, she had no recollection of the Golden Lion employing such a technique. Was it because he had never used it before? Or had he been thwarted by Luffy's protagonist aura before he could showcase it? Perhaps this was the truth. She had underestimated the vastness of the world and its inhabitants. This lesson would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on her. The knowledge she once possessed could only serve as a reference, not a definitive understanding of him. This was a complete world, filled with individuals who were whole, each with their own thoughts and life experiences. One must never judge these powerful beings through the lens of preconceived notions. Of course, such reflections would be reserved for later. For now, Ivy needed to devise a means to evade this lethal strike. Ivy, what is wrong? Suddy, ever watchful of the battlefield, called out in urgency upon seeing Ivy suspended in the air, motionless, her face flushed with strain. Without hesitation, Suddy swept through the surrounding beasts, employing her moonwalk to rush to Ivy's aid. Stay back. I can handle this, Ivy shouted coldly, realizing that she was uncertain if she could withstand the impending blow. If Suddy charged in recklessly, the outcome would be dire. Suddy, if you come with me now, I will grant you mercy and offer them a chance to escape. What do you say? Upon hearing Ivy's roar, a moment of distraction enveloped Shaddy as he became aware of the voice of the golden lion beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the golden lion had stealthily approached and placed a hand upon Shaddy's shoulder, yet Shaddy remained oblivious to his presence. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. And observing Ivy's flushed countenance, Shaddy's expression shifted dramatically. Given the temperament of the golden lion, Shaddy felt uncertain about placing his trust in him. However, what if there was a grain of truth in his words? The defeat of Indigo's faction did not imply the weakness of the golden lion, for his might was formidable enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance within Shaddy. After much internal struggle, Shaddy seemed to arrive at a resolute decision and finally spoke. Do not heed that old scoundrel. He is no match for me, Shaddy. Watch how I dismantle his techniques. Seeing Shaddy seemingly acquiesce, Ivy disregarded all else and prepared for a desperate confrontation. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to clash with Tau Rabbit, another bout loomed on the horizon. Yet it mattered little, as long as the replenishing provisions reached his stomach to compensate for the depletion. Sparta's culinary skills were commendable, and he would ensure a grand feast for himself afterward. However, there remained a flicker of concern for Inilu and Ivy, which was precisely why Ivy had initially hesitated to engage the golden lion. Steam began to rise from Ivy's body, his skin rapidly reddening, and an aura of formidable power enveloped him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if straining under the weight of his might. With a deep exhale, it appeared as though a switch had been activated, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds within Ivy's vicinity. The shockwaves surged outward, compelling the island to descend several meters in response to the overwhelming force. Chapter 86, A Moment of Joy and Mischief? Ivy, Shaddy shouted, struggling to shield himself from the tumultuous winds and forcing himself to remain steady. Could Ivy possibly survive this? His mind wavered, and even the golden lion was taken aback by Ivy's determination, fully aware of the magnitude of the force he was unleashing. Even Kaido, the so-called indestructible roach, could not guarantee his own safety in such a scenario. Who was Ivy? How could that insufferable brat even be compared to someone who had pushed the limits of physical endurance like Kaido? In the eyes of the golden lion, Ivy was merely courting disaster. Yet it mattered little. The golden lion had intended for Shaddy to acquiesce, after which he would decisively incapacitate Ivy and his companions, leaving them to plummet from the floating island. Whether they survived the fall would then be left to fate. Though it was a pity to see the foundation he had painstakingly built over 20 years potentially crumble as long as Shaddy remained, and he could cast aside his own crown, his strength would once again ascend to its zenith. In recent years, due to the influence of the coxcomb, the golden lion has refrained from excessively training his ferocity, as such training is intertwined with an enigmatic spiritual force. The coxcomb, perched atop his head, has severely diminished the golden lion's strength over the years. Once he regains his peak prowess, with a mere wave of his banner, countless pirates will flock to his side. He aspires to reign over the new world, conquer the vast seas, and become the unparalleled emperor of the sea, the pirate king. Ha 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 ha. You still haven't responded to my proposal. Have you come to a decision now, especially with one less person in the mix? You still have time to contemplate, until they all meet their demise. The golden lion has not forgotten to torment Suddy, yet this time his calculations have faltered. Suddy is unfamiliar with the others in Avy's group, save for Avy himself. At this moment, Suddy is in tears, weakly kneeling on the ground, lost in thought. She is uncertain of her feelings towards Avy. Are they compensatory, guilt-ridden, or perhaps even affectionate? These thoughts entangle her heart like an invasive vine. Golden Lion, I told you. Your chances are gone. Why do you remain unrepentant? A steady voice interrupted their myriad thoughts. How is it possible? How could you withstand such an assault? How did you survive? Shock and bewilderment filled the golden lion as he gazed at the unscathed Avy, questioning if Avy's physical strength surpassed even Kaido's. No, that cannot be. How old is he? How much training has he endured? It is utterly impossible, even if you barely evaded the attack. Your fate is sealed. You shall be crushed beneath my feet. lingering only as long as I permit. With Avi now alive and stronger than before, the Golden Lion saw no need for further pretense. Avi's survival had solidified Suti's resolve. Let her depart for now, and then he would deal with them. At this juncture, the Golden Lion had no other options. He seized Suti by the neck, lifting her up, and with a swift kick, sent her flying. The forceful kick tore through Suti's abdomen, propelling her downwards to depths of 10,000 meters below. The situation had become crystal clear. Avi was alive, and his most formidable tactic had failed, leaving no room for retreat. After kicking Suti away, the Golden Lion decisively fled. Knowing he could rebuild his crew under his esteemed name as long as he remained alive, he swiftly exhausted Suti's last vestige of usefulness. Suti, Avi, enveloped in a fiery aura, watched helplessly as Suti was sent flying, the world around him seeming to pause, leaving only Avi and Suti in existence. Avi, we will escape. Won't we? Of course, who do you think I am? The esteemed Avi, the protagonist, here to rescue you, the fallen populace. Always boasting. Yet perhaps we should prioritize our escape first. Avi, once we manage to flee, what shall we do next? How about preparing takoyaki? I have heard of a fellow renowned for crafting the most exquisite takoyaki. Can you make it? Certainly. Yet, perhaps I should keep my distance from you. I wish to live a few more years. Back when there were only a few of them, Shadi clung to Avi in the abyss, embracing one another to provide warmth and endure the most harrowing moments. However, just as they were about to reach the dawn, everything came to a sudden halt. Had it not been for that scoundrel back then, Avi would likely have become a naval marshal by now, for his aspirations are indeed lofty. Alas, I digress. We must swiftly extricate ourselves from this reverie. At such a moment, indulging in daydreams is truly a sign of overactive neurons. Shadi's gaze reflected relief. It was in those days that Avi was cast off the ship by the pirate dragon, plummeting into the abyss, which ultimately led to his life as a pirate. In that moment, she was powerless to assist him, and this time, it must be so. Consider it a form of recompense for nearly losing your life back then. This time, I shall compensate you. No. In a cry of anguish, she soared towards him with all her might. At this rate, how could you possibly perish? Wasn't your greatest desire to become a chef, to prepare countless delectable takoyaki for me? We have only just met. How could you abandon me? In that fleeting moment, Ivy transformed into a radiant stream of crimson light, vanishing instantaneously from her original position, only to embrace Shadi. You haven't perished, have you? You must still be alive, right? Tears shimmered in Ivy's eyes, teetering on the brink of despair, while Shadi lay motionless, her eyes closed, devoid of any sign of life. Ivy felt as though her heart were shattering into countless pieces. The individual who accompanied me through the initial abyss now lies in my embrace. Yet I find myself powerless to save her. At last, tears uncontrollably cascade down my cheeks, moistening the face of Suti. Ha! I have finally deceived you into shedding crocodile tears. I have never witnessed your sorrow until now, and it brings me a sense of satisfaction. A boisterous laugh shatters the melancholy that had settled in Ivy's heart, along with the tears that yearned to flow, scattering them into oblivion. It was only when Suti pinched his face that he realized he had been tricked. So, you are indeed unharmed. Gazing down at Suti, nestled in his embrace, his emotions were a tumultuous blend, ultimately overshadowed by the joy of her survival. Being deceived was of little consequence. Ivy felt elated by the ruse. For Suti was still alive, was she not? A playful jab. Feeling pleased? Certainly, those were merely his inner musings. Ivy would never reveal such sentiments. If Suti were to catch a glimpse of his thoughts, he would be subjected to her teasing for an eternity. Ivy was a person of pride. How could he afford to grant Suti such an opportunity? Thus, he donned a stern expression, casting a brooding gaze upon her, and said, "You know the consequences, don't you?" Instantly, the expression on Suti's face shifted. She struggled to rise and flee, but Ivy held her firmly, rendering her immobile, fear overtaking her countenance. Chapter 87. The Golden Lion's last stand. The battlefield lay in tatters, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict, with scarcely a corner of the island remaining unscathed. But there was one place untouched, a village enveloped by verdant foliage. Yet, it mattered little. The Golden Lion had fled, and the matter of imprisonment was now irrelevant. As Ivy sought to rescue Suti, only to discover her feigned death, he resolved to leave her with an indelible memory. Inel, too, was not idle. Unwilling to let the Golden Lion escape unchallenged, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he pursued the fleeing Golden Lion, leaving behind traces of electricity as evidence that others had once occupied the space. Are the captain and the others safe? Saji inquired anxiously, watching Ivy and the others depart. Fear not, They will be fine, came the reassurance. Though, I suspect he will be heartbroken for a while. Robin was at a loss for words. Should Shaddy truly be deceased, Ivy would likely succumb to a prolonged period of despondency, a sentiment Robin deeply understood. Yet, they were all mistaken. Little did they know how leisurely Ivy was at that moment, wielding 2 feathers and gently brushing them beneath Shaddy's pristine soles. Each delicate stroke elicited a tremor throughout Shaddy's entire body, contorting her form like a lobster, her feet continuously contracting and extending, while her visage reflected an unbearable discomfort. She longed to laugh, yet lacked the strength to do so, resulting in a profound sense of distress. In stark contrast to Ivy's tranquility, the island had been largely rid of ferocious beasts, and Robin and his companions had returned to their vessel. Sparta, with eyes shut, awaited Shaddy's return for his healing. Nearly losing patience, Enel had also caught up with the Golden Lion. The swiftness of lightning was vividly embodied in Enel's pursuit. The nimble Golden Lion was caught off guard. Just as he was about to depart the island, leaving it to sink into the sea, Enel's golden spear pierced through his back. Had he not remained perpetually vigilant, he would have surely met a grim fate, and yet he was still drenched in cold sweat. Did this deity grant you permission to leave? The chilling voice from behind the Golden Lion reverberated, its frigid tone seemingly capable of freezing time itself. Even the Golden Lion couldn't help but acknowledge the continuous emergence of talent through generations, each leaving their mark over centuries. However, he refused to concede to age. Turning to face Enel, he fixed him with a steady gaze and declared, "Do not force my hand. What can you do if I do?" Enel tilted his head, intrigued by the Golden Lion's defiance. "You shall see." The optimal moment for departure had now slipped away. Given Ivy and the others' pace, it would not take long for them to catch up. With Enel present as well, the Golden Lion ultimately abandoned the notion of a hasty escape. Over the years, he has grown weary of hiding. In his prime, he was a figure of immense power, commanding respect from all corners. Had it not been for that tempestuous storm, he would still reign supreme. When faced with the choice of life or death, no one wishes for demise, particularly not a seasoned rogue like the Golden Lion. Yet, if death is inevitable, he welcomes it with open arms. "If you seek my life, then come and claim it. Here I stand. Let us see if you young ones possess the mettle. Ha 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 ha. Come forth. Let us engage in a fierce battle." After relinquishing all choices, the Golden Lion spirit soared with newfound bravado, as if he had returned to an era when he stormed through the world, a figure of awe and authority. He, akin to the mighty lion of the animal kingdom, was indeed a king among pirates, a testament to his illustrious maritime career, reminiscent of an emperor of the seas. Alas, those days are but a memory now. Let this god fulfill your desires. With a sharp command, Enel vanished, only to reappear before the Golden Lion, embodying the fierce essence of a thunder god. With an outstretched hand, lightning danced in unison with his will, enveloping a 10-mile radius in a domain of thunder, where countless bolts descended from the void, purging all impurities from the world. "Do not underestimate me." With a roar that echoed to the heavens, a magnetic force surrounded the Golden Lion, rendering the lightning powerless as it dispersed before him, while the ground trembled ominously. It was as if an earthquake had struck. The earth began to shift as if flowing like water, transforming into formidable yellow earthen dragons that exuded an overwhelming presence, with the Golden Lion standing atop their heads. Each dragon was over 10 meters in size, stretching to nearly 100 meters long, obscuring the sky and blocking the moonlight. Riding these earthen dragons, he charged through the tempest towards Enel. Lioness might, awakening. As a legendary pirate, the Golden Lion's fruit powers had long been awakened. Yet he had refrained from using them due to the helm on his head resembling a rooster-esque comb. Now, standing at a dead end, fear was no longer an option. Having resolved to fight with all his might, the fully unleashed Golden Lion exhibited a staggering strength. However, such power came at a perilous cost. With every movement, the helm quivered, blood trickling from his head and pooling into a stream. Yet, the Golden Lion paid no heed to the bloodshed. At this moment, there was nothing to hold back. Only destruction accompanied his path. "Let the heavens and earth accompany me in my burial." Ha 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 ha. The earthen dragons were unperturbed by the lightning, effortlessly traversing the thunderous domain as if plucking treasures from a pouch. Thousands of colossal earthen dragons blanketed the skies, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, enveloping everything in an eerie darkness and profound silence. Danger loomed. Enel was in peril. At this moment, Ivy, disregarding the notion of whether it was necessary to be acquainted with Suddy, led her directly back to the golden ship, gazing intently at the opposite side of the island. Her brow furrowed in concern. Suti's fruit ability allows her to manipulate the cells within her body. After activating a substantial division of her platelets, her injuries had already healed. This was also the reason why Ivy later became indifferent and continued to frolic with her. You stay here. I shall return shortly. After giving the instruction, Ivy departed with 2 substantial legs of pork in tow. Although the duration of her potential liberation was brief, it still required some energy consumption. And carrying the 2 legs of pork was a somewhat adequate supplement. These provisions are stored within the refrigerator solely to provide Ivy with an incessant supply of energy. Thus, there is no necessity for Sparta, burdened with his blindness, to prepare meals for Ivy on site, as time is of the essence. After Ivy departed, Shadi approached Sparta, placing her hands upon his temples, initiating the healing of the cells within his eyes. Meanwhile, Ivy could not help but muse upon the unfortunate fate of Enelu. Originally, he was thwarted by Luffy's rubber fruit, and now he found himself countered by Ivy's extraordinary abilities. The colossal, earth-shattering dragon summoned by the Golden Lion left Enelu utterly helpless. He was not renowned for his physical prowess. His mastery of lightning was unparalleled. Why then? Should he delve into close combat? It was all Ivy's corrupting influence, Enelu thought bitterly. During their time on Skypiea, Enelu's forte was utilizing his observation haki to eavesdrop on the islanders' discussions, occasionally unleashing bolts of divine lightning to assert his authority. How could he have fallen to the point of personally engaging in battle? Were his 4 divine generals deceased? Since boarding Ivy's vessel, Enelu had realized the onset of his arduous days. The glory of his past was now a distant memory, struggling to evade through sheer electrical prowess. Enelu's spirit sank to an all-time low. What a predicament! Chapter 88. The Final Battle. Countless earth-tone dragons encircled Enelu from all directions, coalescing into a spherical, enclosed chamber from which escape was impossible. Thunder of the gods. Annihilating thunder. Gasping for breath, Enelu ceased his futile attacks, an unsettling sense of despair washing over him. His gaze fell upon the unscathed spherical chamber that surrounded him. His previous assaults had yielded no effect, merely altering the hue from earthy yellow to charred yellow. I refuse to believe I could fall so low. It is impossible. With renewed determination, he resumed his relentless assaults, the oppressive weight in his heart intensifying. He understood that if he could not extricate himself from this chamber immediately, his fate would be dire indeed. Must he rely on Ivy to rescue him? What a vexing thought. Having dispatched one adversary, who would be next? Ha 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 ha. It appears there is no need for selection. The next challenger has arrived. Has he not? Suspended in midair, the Golden Lion spread his arms wide, exuding an aura of dominion as if embracing the very world, seemingly welcoming Ivy's arrival. The specifics of his intent were inconsequential. What mattered was that Ivy had indeed come. Where have you taken Enelu? Upon arrival, Ivy discovered that Enelu was conspicuously absent. Just moments ago, he could sense the crackling power of the lightning, yet now it was nowhere to be found. Right below you. Do not worry. You shall soon accompany him. The Golden Lion gazed down upon Ivy, akin to how a deity surveys the vast expanse of creation. Anyone subjected to such a scrutinizing stare would inevitably feel a profound sense of insignificance, deterring any urge to act. Yet, Ivy was not among those easily intimidated. Unfazed by the lion's provocation, he activated his observation haki, scanning the area where the lion had previously focused its attention, yet he still detected no trace of Enel. Could it be that Enel had perished? Surely not. Intensifying his observation haki's power, he meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny. At last, he caught a faint trace of Enel's presence, albeit alarmingly weak. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Enel might have truly been lost. Ivy's muscles swelled, exuding a fierce heat, and a tempestuous energy began to emanate from his head. With a decisive stomp in midair, it felt as though he had crushed something beneath his feet. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear directly above Enel's head. Although there appeared to be no anomalies in the surroundings, Ivy could sense that Enel was right beneath him. This was indeed troublesome. Having unlocked a portion of his latent potential, Ivy was confident that nothing could impede his advance. Just as the Golden Lion had fled in the face of his formidable state, therefore, he envisioned that his strike would shatter the constraints binding Enel and liberate him. However, apart from the ground being rent asunder, forming a colossal crater, there were no signs of Enel's presence, as if he were not there at all. Yet Ivy was acutely aware that he was right beneath him. It was futile. There was no point in further futile struggles. Soon, he would join him below. Fear not, for I shall ensure you both descend together. The Golden Lion, too, was taken aback by Ivy's overwhelming strength, resembling a living, breathing dragon. He pondered who was the greater force, he or the madman Kaido. Under the influence of the helm upon his head, the lion's consciousness began to wane. In former times, Such trivial thoughts would not have crossed his mind. This indicated that his condition was deteriorating. Thus, the Golden Lion resolved to cease spectating and take action. Blade Wave, Lion King. Countless sword energies were swiftly unleashed by the Golden Lion, coalescing into a fierce and ferocious sword-wielding lion that descended from above, radiating a sharp brilliance, as if cleaving the very air itself. With a heavy fist, AV struck the ground once more, marking the third time he had unleashed such power in a brief span. Each blow was delivered with maximum force. He could not fathom that anything in this world could withstand his current might. Even if something could, it certainly would not be this battered Golden Lion. Indeed, this punch has finally borne fruit, as if a long-sealed, shadowy realm has suddenly shattered, allowing sunlight to flood in and reveal the motionless figure of Enel below, resembling one who has departed from this world. However, from the essence of his aura, it is evident that he has not yet completely succumbed. With a sharp crackle, my right hand rests upon Enel's chest, unleashing a powerful current that surges through his body, invigorating his heart. From an initial rhythm of 1 beat per minute, it accelerates to a staggering 100 beats per second, with no discernible transition. The sole objective is to restore Enel's vitality and ensure his survival. All else can be addressed later. Though the process was lengthy, it unfolded with remarkable swiftness. By the time the Golden Lion's assault loomed, Ivy had completed all rescue efforts. As he fled with Enel, he cast a glance back at the place that had confined him. Not a single corner remained intact. The ground was scorched and marred, a testament to the harrowing near-death experience Enel had endured. A thunderous roar erupted from the direction Ivy had just departed, reverberating rapidly like an earthquake, leaving no part of the island untouched by chaos. The surviving beasts fled in every direction, and even the flora and fauna, typically entwined in a cycle of life and death, found refuge in relative safety, trembling in fear as they gazed outward. A third of the island crumbled away, as if the fragmented stones had lost their buoyancy, surrendering once more to the embrace of gravity, no longer resisting. Perhaps a town lay beneath? Or perhaps nothing at all. Who could say? In this moment, Ivy too was astonished by the spectacle. Such formidable power, even the battered Golden Lion wielded it with might. The terrifying presence of the 4 emperors in the New World was perhaps more formidable than he had ever imagined. This realization ignited a flicker of excitement within him. Such challenges were precisely what he ought to anticipate, were they not? Since acquiring his golden finger, he had risen rapidly, unafraid even of the vice-admiral candidate, Tontada. Yet, how little time had passed. At his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he felt invincible. However, the present circumstances reminded Ivy that the end was far from near. Even in moments of respite, countless unknown challenges awaited him. Such a powerful technique could not be sustained for long. If I continue to evade you, it won't be long before you meet your own demise. What a pity that would be. Therefore, while you still have time, allow me to experience the pinnacle of power this world has to offer. After securing Enel aboard the golden ship, Ivy erupted into joyous laughter, his heart ablaze with ambition. Ha ha ha. Let us engage to the very end. The Golden Lion responded in kind, as the two swiftly converged, colliding with one another. Chapter 89. The fall of a hero. Ivy had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today, reveling in each punch and kick. In this dual breakthrough of power and speed, he found pure enjoyment. Surrendering his mind, he allowed his body to take control. Of course, such abandon came with the risk of injury, yet he cared not. He was immersed in the Golden Lion's strength, absorbing every facet of this power like a sponge. Infinite wind and fire wheel. With fists striking through the air at an astonishing velocity, the friction ignited a fervent heat. Theoretically, if executed with sufficient swiftness, it could indeed kindle a flame. Once, AV harbored such a premonition, and this time, he fully realized that conjecture. In an instant, AV resembled the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, with countless fists materializing before him, each adorned with a fireball the size of a human head, hurtling towards the Golden Lion upon detachment. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar. The fireballs were undoubtedly shattered by the Golden Lion, producing a sound akin to an explosion. This attests not to the feebleness of the fireballs, but rather to the extraordinary prowess of the Golden Lion. The flames scattered by the Golden Lion fell to the ground, igniting a fierce blaze that painted the sky in hues reminiscent of a sunset, casting a rosy glow upon the faces of Avery and his companion. Avery's complexion was already flushed, his entire being radiating warmth, while the Golden Lion bore the evidence of battle upon his visage, his face smeared with blood. The helmet atop his head began to loosen due to the ferocity of the combat, a harbinger of perilous consequences. For 2 decades, The Golden Lion had been evading such outcomes. Thus, upon learning of Shaddy's abilities, he disregarded the imperfections in his plans and the potential madness of the yellow ape. Resolutely intent on abducting Shaddy, Avery, without a deliberate aim at the Golden Lion's head, recognized that the latter could not endure much longer. His survival now merely a testament to his indomitable will. What sustained him remained a mystery, yet Avery was acutely aware that time was running out. Such a formidable hero ought to depart amidst the tumult of battle, rather than languish in the shadows, living a life akin to that of a mere rodent, awaiting a fate shrouded in uncertainty. It seems as if the heavens themselves have sensed the decline of this hero. A tremendous clap of thunder accompanies a colossal flash of lightning, while dark clouds gather, mourning the departure of yet another mighty warrior. A torrential downpour descends with a deafening roar. One moment the sky is clear and bright, and in the next, it is engulfed in ominous clouds, unleashing relentless rain. Only a handful of resilient flames persist against the deluge, while all others are extinguished by the sudden torrent. As raindrops cascade upon ivy, the heat intensifies. Each breath laborious and laden with weight, yet drowned out by the cacophony of the rain, audible only to himself. I recall, during this very moment in the past, facing that rascal Roger, whom I had invited to join me in conquering the Grand Line, only to have him decline. It was that very tempest that extinguished my once unyielding ambition. Yet here I stand, returned. Alas, it is but a final lamentation. Gazing at the youthful visage before me conjures memories of revelry shared with Roger and Newgate. How swiftly they have aged. Young ones, allow me to witness whether you, the new generation, can bear the weight of future hopes. At this moment, the aura of the Golden Lion was immensely powerful, reminiscent of a final resurgence. This was his last chance, the moment to unleash his most formidable strike. Come forth. Your era has reached its conclusion. A new age is on the horizon. Old man, it is time for you to yield your position. As the Golden Lion's presence intensified, Avi began to gather his own strength. This technique was yet to be unveiled. Wielding tremendous power, and he was uncertain whether he could master it. It could very well be Avi's most potent move. Thus, he would utilize it to bid a perfect farewell to the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Fixing his gaze, blue electricity began to surge from his body, coursing irregularly within him, beyond his control, leaving him to surrender to the flow. He focused intently, dismissing all distractions outside of his technique. A spear of lightning began to coalesce before Avi, brimming with danger and uncertainty, flickering intermittently. Sweat cascaded from Avi's brow like rain, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. The success of this maneuver signifies Ivy's profound mastery over the colossal currents coursing through his body, as well as a greater depth of secrecy. The Lion King, the Golden Lion, dusk. Time came to a standstill, the rain vanished, and under this vast sky, only Ivy and the Golden Lion remained. As a scene of apocalyptic desolation unfurled before Ivy's eyes, a sight of profound sorrow. All life withered, and the heavens mourned in unison. How could this be? Am I hallucinating? Ivy pondered, yet time was of the essence, even in this timeless realm. An unprecedented pressure bore down upon Ivy. A weight far more agonizing than the immense pressure he had endured during his underwater training thousands of meters deep. It was more intense than the surging currents he faced while ascending to the Sky Islands, as if the entire world was repelling him. His body felt foreign, and the silhouette of the Golden Lion began to fade, becoming ethereal. Ivy was uncertain of the reasons, yet a strong premonition gripped him. Once the Golden Lion completely vanished, the impact he would suffer would be magnitudes greater than what he faced now. Trusting his instincts, Ivy summoned the last reserves of his strength, barely managing to wield the Thunder Spear, and hurled it at the Golden Lion with all his might. In that moment, everything changed. The emergence of the Thunder Spear shattered the stillness, akin to a black hole devouring the void of existence, growing ever stronger until it pierced through the Golden Lion's chest, bringing all to a sudden halt. No words were exchanged as Ivy returned to his previous position. The downpour continued, and the Golden Lion, impaled by Ivy's Thunder Spear, clutched his chest weakly, offering no further words, merely smiling at Ivy before descending to the ground with a sense of fulfillment. Exhausted, Ivy also retreated to the Golden Ship, expending his final strength to shout, "Set sail! Depart!" before collapsing, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the Peach Rabbit. Now, with companions by his side, he felt secure in trusting his back to them. This was Ivy's confidence. As for the aerial islands plummeting due to the Golden Lion's fall, leaving him and Enel unconscious, Ivy did not concern himself with Robin and the others. If they lacked the ability to handle such circumstances, why had Ivy chosen them as his comrades in the first place? Nevertheless, a question lingered in Ivy's mind. Was the Golden Lion's power not too mystical? There was still the final move, the nature of which eluded him. How had Luffy managed to defeat the Golden Lion with such formidable strength? Regrettably, these thoughts faded into obscurity as Ivy succumbed to unconsciousness, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 90. Where to go from here as the earth trembled and mountains shook. The golden ship plummeted alongside the aerial islands, finally returning to its rightful place after drifting in the sky for decades. What to do? What to do? This is disastrous. Quickly, furl the sails, or the ship will capsize. The backup power will not last long. If we cannot devise a solution soon, we shall plunge into the depths, becoming sustenance for the denizens of the sea. That scoundrel, the empty shell, do you know where it is? Check for any wind shells. He gathered a plethora of disordered, empty shells to assist us in our search. What of Enel? Has he awakened? If he has, our safety is assured. Hold on tightly to any stable objects around you. Do not let yourselves be swept away. The golden ship is in disarray. With Golden Week cursing Avery while searching for the empty shells. She is still young and yet to reach maturity. How can she be allowed to perish in such a manner? Shachi and Sparta are bustling about the ship, gathering the sails. Sparta's eyes have been healed by Suddy. Yet he has no time to rest before being thrust into action once more. The descent into the sea is alarmingly swift, should the wind catch the sails. It could capsize the golden ship, leaving us irretrievably lost. Suddy is attending to Enel. Thanks to Avery's urgent electric shocks, Enel's life has been preserved. Yet the toll of battle has left him unconscious. Suddy must stimulate his cells to hasten his awakening. Avery lies in her chamber, tended to by Cornus, who, under these circumstances, can offer little more than care. The descent is so rapid that, without assistance, Avery would have been flung against the ceiling. The situation has become utterly inverted. What was once above is now below. In a haze of consciousness, Enel blurrily opens his eyes and notices Suddy at his bedside. Her hands aglow with white light, which spreads over him, imparting a sense of vitality. Fatigue dissipates significantly, and he quickly comprehends their dire predicament. So this is how it is, following that Rascal Down has indeed turned him into a laborer. With a resigned shake of his head, he halts Suddy's attempts to continue her treatment and rises from the bed. He steps outside, observing the frantic activity aboard the ship without pausing, and directly enters the power reserve room, where he discovers that all power has been depleted. No wonder the ship is plummeting. He instructs everyone to brace for impact. Upon seeing Enel emerge, they feel reassured. As long as the golden ship navigates the sea, Shachi and the others can still exert some control, even if reliant on electricity. However, at sea, navigation depends on sails or oars, and in the vast heights above, they possess no options whatsoever. Besides Avery, only Enel remains capable of addressing this predicament. This vessel originally belonged to Enel, who possessed a deeper understanding of its workings than Shachi and the others. In the brief span of time spent exploring the golden ship, Shachi had yet to fully comprehend its intricacies. Upon hearing Shachi's words, Sparta anticipated the ensuing events, thus incessantly rushing into the occupied rooms to inform the inhabitants of what was to come. Has it not been resolved yet? Shachi inquired, gazing at Sparta in confusion, uncertain as to why she was urged to cling to a fixed object. With Enel now awake, it was only logical that the ship should come to a halt. The golden ship operated on electric power, a fact that Robin and the others had previously conveyed to her. Otherwise, they would not have exerted such effort to save Enel in this critical moment. Why not Avery? The reasoning is quite simple. Unlike Enel, Avery's energy consumption was excessive. But he was not injured. If sufficient provisions were available, awakening Avery would pose no challenge. The true difficulty lay in the utter absence of food aboard the ship, which was the ultimate reason for their predicament. This scenario had been previously encountered by the Spartans. The sensation of a sudden halt following a decline in technology cast a shadow upon them. Briefly explaining to Shachi, he too began to prepare. And it seemed that the process had already commenced. Suddenly, the golden ship came to an abrupt stop, creating a burst of flames through friction, enveloping the vessel, only to be extinguished by the rain. The descent had already been perilously swift, and such a sudden halt exacerbated the situation. The ship had halted, yet under the force of gravity, Shachi clung tightly to an object, feeling as though her hand were about to break. The tearing sensation was something she could scarcely endure a second time. Is everyone all right? Eniro emerged from the power room, squinting his eyes as if nothing had transpired, casually biting into an apple he had procured from an unknown source. Damn you, Eniro. Could you not have slowed down a bit? Do you not realize that such recklessness could lead to fatalities? Golden Week stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Eniru, who merely gestured towards the outside. Following the direction of Eniru's finger, it became clear that they had descended upon the ocean, the ship hovering just a few dozen meters above the surface. Had they been any slower, the consequences would have been dire. Several individuals aboard possessed the powers of devil fruits, with only a handful being competent swimmers. Yet, under such impact, even those who could swim would likely succumb to unconsciousness. At least we are still alive. That is a cause for celebration. Upon hearing Eniru's words, the others were at a loss for how to respond, especially Golden Week. However, her resilience had been forged by the trials aboard the ship. Her composure akin to a fortress, rendering this momentary awkwardness inconsequential. Ahem, now that we are safe, let us seek out a nearby inhabited city to recuperate until the captain awakens. With that, Golden Week decisively set off to check on the captain's condition. As she departed, the stones from the islands finally plummeted, surprisingly lagging behind the golden ship. The thunderous roar of stones crashing into the sea reverberated, stirring up colossal waves. As Eniru deftly maneuvered the ship to evade the impending danger. What are your plans now? Robin had quietly approached Shadi, inquiring softly. Though the impact had been significant, Robin, drawing from previous experience, remained largely unscathed. Her curiosity piqued regarding Shadi's forthcoming decisions. The Navy and the pirates were two forces inherently destined to clash, regardless of Shadi's choices. Robin would not be surprised, her intrigue merely a reflection of her curiosity. Let us wait until that fellow Avon awakens. At least during his unconsciousness, I shall not depart. It seemed as though Shadi was speaking both to Robin and to herself as she entered Avon's room. Honestly, it's like a magnet. They all seem to attract girls. Observing the flurry of activity in the house, orchestrated by Suddy and the others for Ivy's sake, Robin smiled faintly. Chapter 91. As simple as a song after a brief period of rest, Annalise set sail, taking everyone away, aware that such a commotion would soon attract attention. They wished to avoid any trouble. This way, peace and tranquility prevailed. Where am I? Upon awakening, Ivy clutched her head, experiencing a mild headache akin to the aftermath of a night of revelry. She felt unsteady, as if she were floating, a sensation reminiscent of transcending to another realm. You have finally awakened. I had my doubts when they mentioned your ability to recover through the consumption of meat, but now I am convinced. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from above Ivy's head. Squinting her eyes, she discovered it was Shadi. You have no idea how remarkable you are, managing to eat while asleep. It's truly impressive. How did I never notice this extraordinary skill of yours before? Shadi exclaimed, feigning a distressed expression as she playfully tapped Ivy on the head. Endearing in her charm. You have no idea how much I've missed you. It has been quite a while since we parted ways. By the way, how have you been since that time? Their conversation began normally, a cordial exchange after such an extended separation. Indeed, had it not been for this incident, Ivy would have remained unaware of Shadi's rapid ascent to the rank of Navy Colonel. Surely, having connections in high places aids one's career. Leaning against the formidable figure of Kizuru, what could one not achieve? Moreover, during this meeting, Ivy noticed Shadi's considerable growth in strength. She exuded a commanding presence unlike before. This reflection stirred a sense of nostalgia in Ivy, recalling the days when Shadi was too frightened to sleep unless she clung to her. What a splendid youth that was. What nonsense are you pondering, you scatterbrain? Shadi teased, delivering a playful smack to Ivy's head, the sound ringing clear and bright. What was that for? I'm an injured party here, you know. I got hurt saving you. Do you possess no sense of empathy? Ivy retorted, springing up from the ship. Glaring at Shadi, who met her gaze with equal intensity. You're awake. You have no idea. While you were asleep, a group of people came in, Shadi exclaimed. Her face alight with surprise as she chattered away. Enough. I'm aware. Let us not revisit that topic again, or I might just lose my temper. The moment Ivy saw Shadi's eager expression, she anticipated what was to come and swiftly intervened. Let us not delve into my past indiscretions. Those are history. Is it fair to blame me? I, too, am a victim. How was I to know this would happen? The thought that my once noble image has crumbled in the eyes of my companions leaves my heart feeling desolate. Have you ever harbored a noble image? How could we possibly know? The voices of Robin and the others resonate with fury. Enough. Let us cease this topic here. Where are we now? Ivy has ascertained her safety, but she must now discern their whereabouts. After plummeting from the celestial islands above, everything has become a chaotic blur in Ivy's mind. She remembers nothing of the narrative she once knew. If only I could venture into the new world and eliminate that rascal Momonosuke. Would that not be a significant achievement? Under the tutelage of the great Shiki, Ivy is determined to cultivate her mental fortitude. Although the path to mastery remains unclear, she understands the essence of clarity, to pursue what one desires without hesitation or concern, disregarding obstacles and plunging forward. Furthermore, the land of Wano must be vanquished. How can I tolerate the sight of Robin and Nami bathing in a communal bath? The mere thought unsettles me deeply. How do I even know about communal bathing? When I first entered this pirate world, the manga's narrative was still unfolding at the world meeting, featuring a figure known as the Celestial Dragon King. If memory serves me right, called Emu. Never mind, it is best to simply resolve to eliminate him. Upon reflection, Ivy felt a profound sense of comfort, akin to savoring a bottle of exquisite Baishan liquor from 1983, refreshing to the core and uplifting to the spirit. Captain! Captain! The persistent calls jolted Ivy from his reverie, leaving him momentarily perplexed as he gazed at Saj, uncertain of the reason behind the summons. Was he calling for his soul? Captain, did you hear what I just said? Noticing Ivy's bewilderment, Saj grew increasingly concerned for their future. The former captain had never been like this. Why had he become so prone to distraction? Was it possible that his mind had been damaged? It seemed prudent to have Sadie take a closer look. After all, one could not afford any lingering repercussions. If the captain were to perish, Saj would find himself ensnared by that curse, clinging to him like a stubborn plaster. Ivy remained oblivious to the dark musings that had crossed Saj's mind in that brief moment. Were it not for the dizziness, Saj might have felt inclined to strangle him, imparting a lesson on the consequences of harboring ill thoughts about the captain. Captain, we inquired outside and discovered that an island named Xiaoquan lacks formidable adversaries. Provisions and supplies have already been secured. According to the direction indicated by the record pointer, after this island lies the Red Earth continent. Our voyage is already halfway complete, and we are on the verge of entering a new world. However, we are entirely ignorant of the circumstances in this new world, so preparations are imperative. I've heard that the climate there is exceedingly volatile, vastly different from this first half of our journey. Moreover, we must prepare an entirely new record pointer. Otherwise, once we arrive, we will be utterly stranded and could easily meet our demise. Listening to Saj's exposition, Ivy's head throbbed even more. Why are you telling me this? Do you not see that I am unwell? With a grand gesture, he dismissed the discussion. We shall address these matters later. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Your concerns can be dealt with once we reach the Shambodi archipelago. It is too early to fret. He continued. Let us go. I happen to be a bit hungry. Let's find something to eat. You're hungry again? The group gazed at Ivy as if he were a spectacle, recalling the time he had devoured enough food while sleeping to sustain over 200 people for 2 months. A voracious eater, perhaps? Better safe than sorry. Saj murmured after Ivy's remark, no longer inclined to argue. His primary concern was Ivy's inadvertent demise, although perhaps there had been an initial inclination to exploit Ivy's capabilities. After enduring numerous trials together, Saj's thoughts had softened, though he still held on to that notion, perhaps as a means of self-deception. Are you coming with us, or leaving on your own? Avy gazed curiously at Shadi, her expression a blend of anticipation and uncertainty. You're still in poor condition. And as a physician, how could I possibly leave so easily? I shall stay with you for now, Shadi replied nonchalantly, grinning as she munched on the candied hawthorn skewers she had bought. All right, if you wish to accompany me, you may, for I shall not send you away. As she spoke, Avy spotted a restaurant ahead and dashed inside, leaving Shadi alone in the middle of the street. Chapter 92. Another joyful day. Are we all prepared? The group stood aboard the golden ship, having procured all necessary provisions the previous night on the island, without lingering any longer. As dawn broke, they were ready to depart. Despite the perilous experiences they had encountered, they had navigated through them unscathed. Since we are all prepared, let us embark on a journey into the unknown and commence a new adventure. With a grand gesture, Avy commanded from the bow of the ship. Exuding an air of authority, though one might wish to overlook her pinky finger engaged in an unrefined habit and the chicken leg still being chewed in her mouth, Avy realized that she would likely be unable to refrain from eating for the foreseeable future. She had spent the entire previous night indulging in the delights of the island's night market, nearly exhausting a fortune of 100 million berries. Truly, she was a voracious eater, yet she still felt quite weak, able only to eat normally and walk, with her strength diminished to a mere fraction. And the duration of her recovery remained uncertain. During this period, one could only remain curled up. The golden ship did not soar. Instead, it glided along the undulating waves of the sea, propelled by gentle currents. Shaji, with a recording pointer in hand, was determining the navigational route before indicating a direction. Thus, everyone set sail. While aboard the ship, Ivy could no longer engage in the high-intensity training he once did, as his body would not permit it. After allowing Inilu to recharge his alternate space, Ivy began to revel in freedom, spending his days either racing about the ship or playfully passing the time during the Golden Week festivities. At times, he would even take out a fishing rod. Sitting by the edge of the vessel for an entire day, everyone could sense Ivy's transformation. At moments, he was exuberant, unable to remain still, constantly causing mischief. And even after being reprimanded, he seemed to find joy in it. Conversely, there were days when he was utterly quiet, cooped up in the cabin for several consecutive days, perhaps fishing by the ship's edge, remaining there until someone called him for a meal, oblivious to his hunger. When asked about his activities, Ivy remained silent. Yet Robin and the others, recognizing his apparent lack of business, chose not to press the matter. Days passed in this manner. Moreover, Ivy's health was swiftly recovering. And with Inilu around, their seafood supply was never lacking, with a single bolt of lightning, fish and shrimp emerged from the sea in abundance. After being exquisitely prepared by Sparta's culinary skills, the aroma was tantalizing and appetizing. It could be said that this period marked the most leisurely days for Robin and the Golden Week crew. Bidding farewell to Ivy's unimpressive barbecues and indulging in a variety of delectable dishes every day. From frying to stewing, every flavor imaginable was available, and during this time, Golden Week had gained quite a bit of weight. Alas, another tedious day. Why had Shaji ceased to explore his new techniques? There had been no sounds of chairs or beds crashing to the floor from his room all day. Golden Week no longer played along with him, spending her days either eating or lounging beneath the sunshade, even placing slices of cucumber and other beautifying vegetables on her face. Did she not realize she had become a little chubby during this time? Lacking any self-awareness, one would think that if she had gained weight, she should engage in more playful activities to slim down. This petite young lady, seemingly unambitious, would surely struggle to fit into a bikini if she were to visit a bathhouse. Being so young and charming, she had little else to offer. Now, even that endearing quality seemed lost. It was truly uncertain whether inviting Sparta aboard was a wise decision, as it had spoiled everyone on the ship. Lunch is ready. It is time to eat. As Ave contemplated aimlessly, the voice of Sparta suddenly broke through his reverie. He cast aside his fishing rod, dismissing the allure of the catch. In the grand scheme of life, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. After all, a person is made of iron and rice is steel. If one skips a meal, hunger gnaws at the soul. Despite his musings, he found himself no closer to unraveling his dilemma, so he resolved to let it go, trusting that everything would fall into place in due time. Yet, he lamented the numerous culinary delights he had missed, chastising himself for being so careless. Cursed be that scoundrel. The Golden Lion. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was food. In a flash, Ave vanished, only to reappear at the dining table, where his utensils, chopsticks, knife, and fork were all meticulously arranged. No matter what delectable dish you've prepared today, I am ready for it all. Come, conquer my appetite, he thought, salivating at the sight of the food brought in by Sparta. Would there be those delightful octopus balls again? They were simply divine. Beside him, the eager Shadi, equally poised for the feast, inquired with sparkling eyes, having previously tasted Sparta's octopus balls. She declared that nothing could compare to them. It was astonishing that a robust man like Sparta possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Today's offerings included charcoal-grilled wild boar, spicy catfish, and exquisite sweet and sour fish. As Sparta introduced each dish, the table became laden with an array of tantalizing delights, capturing everyone's attention. Aside from Ave and the Golden Week, who never tired of eating, the others had grown accustomed to Sparta's exceptional cooking, no longer astonished as they once were. Indeed, every dish was a favorite. Unable to contain themselves, Ave and Golden Week dove into the feast, their eating resembling a fierce battle, each vying for the other's plate. Ave snatched the sweet and sour fish from Golden Week's dish, while Golden Week retaliated by claiming the tenderloin from Ave's plate, both relishing the playful rivalry. Stop eating so much. You're turning into a little chubby one. Ave was the first to launch a verbal attack, targeting Golden Week's vulnerabilities. Put down the glutinous meat from my plate, or I shan't be so courteous, he retorted, calling Golden Week a pseudo-girl ever since learning about Ave's past from Shadi. What did you say? Who asked the pseudo-girl? Golden Week shot back. What did you say? Who asked the little chubby one? The two exchanged barbs while continuing to eat, their eyes gleaming with competitive sparks, as if an electric current flowed between them. Enough of this. Are we going to eat or not? Shadi interjected, delivering a gentle thump to each of their heads with a chestnut. causing small bumps to form atop their heads. Ave and Golden Week fell silent momentarily. But it wasn't too long before their antics resumed. Exasperated, Shaddy rubbed her forehead, unsure how to deal with the pair, when suddenly, her eyes widened with alarm. "Get your sticky hands off my plate." Unbeknownst to Shaddy, the food on the plate had already been devoured entirely by Ivy. "You insatiable glutton. When will you ever cease?" Amidst the ensuing revelry, Robin simply indulged in her meal, amusedly observing their antics, occasionally swatting away Ivy's outstretched hand. During this time, Enel had undergone a notable transformation. He had little choice, as Ivy and the Golden Week crew would surely leave him with nothing. Thus, anyone daring to reach for food would find themselves struck by a bolt of thunder, marking the area around Enel as a no-go zone, illustrating the extent of his vigilance against Ivy and her companions. Another joyous day had dawned. Chapter 93, The Mysterious Island Look. An island lies ahead. After drifting upon the vast sea for over a month, even the most ardent fish lovers would grow weary. Thus, Ivy gazed longingly at the sight of land, yearning to set foot upon it and revel in its pleasures. Yet, to her dismay, the log pose offered no indication of this island's existence. As if it were merely a figment of imagination, Shaji, examining the log pose, pondered the anomaly. Could it be that this island lacked a magnetic field? Each island along the Grand Line possesses its unique magnetic signature, which is why compasses falter. What one perceives as south may, in fact, lead them north, an entirely opposite direction. Therefore, Shaji was astounded by the absence of a magnetic field on this island, for without it, finding the island would rely solely on luck. Let us proceed. Let us not dwell on this. We shall treat it as a waypoint. I yearn for solid ground beneath my feet. As they spoke, the golden ship drew nearer to the island, and the inhabitants of the land began to take notice of the crew aboard the gleaming vessel. The brilliance of the ship attracted the attention of the islanders. What is that? A pirate ship, a naval vessel, or perhaps a merchant ship? Those figures. They seem to be pirates. Trouble. Pirates are upon us. Quick, summon the priestess. The islanders were thrown into a frenzy before Ivy and her companions even set foot ashore. Are they welcoming us? Ivy tilted her head, bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Have you lost your wits? It is evident they are terrified of us. The Golden Week gazed at Ivy with an expression akin to that of a decayed log, perhaps accustomed to the incessant jibes directed at him. Ivy refrained from retorting. Moreover, Ivy felt that at times his mind was not as agile as it once was, often succumbing to a state of bewilderment. Possibly a lingering consequence of pondering too deeply on certain matters. The golden ship had already docked, and Ivy and his companions disembarked. The island was rather small, reminiscent of the diminutive sky islands they had previously encountered. There were not many inhabitants. The houses stood sparsely scattered, and the streets were devoid of life, with the wind occasionally stirring up a few abandoned pieces of clothing. Before long, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the other end of the street. A sharp clattering approaching. Stop right there, pirates. Leave this place at once, or do not blame us for our hostility, a burly man shouted, attempting to drive Ivy and his companions away from the island. We are not ruthless pirates with malicious intent. We merely wish to replenish our supplies and depart once completed. Ivy reasoned. Since they were unwelcome, he decided they would gather what they needed and leave. He was not the type of pirate driven by a penchant for destruction. His desire for freedom and the thrill of piracy were his true motivations. To ravage and pillage was not in his nature. He was who he was. And that would not change. His companions shared this ethos. Otherwise, Ivy would not have invited them along. Enel, in particular, would not resort to violence without just cause. Since arriving below, he had shown no inclination to harm the weak, unless provoked by their own folly. Leave. There is nothing here for you. The burly man continued to bark orders, adamant that Ivy and his crew should not ascend. He commanded the soldiers to raise their bows, aiming them at the intruders. Captain Shadayo, do you think this will be sufficient to drive them away? A soldier standing beside the burly man asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. They harbored a profound fear of pirates, having heard from the priestess Sayako that they were merciless demons, notorious for their brutality. Thus, it would be preferable to expel them without exerting much effort. Humph. It would be better if they leave on their own. Otherwise, when Sayako arrives, they won't even get a chance to escape, they mused, regarding Sayako as the most formidable force, unrivaled by any other. It seems they are about to depart. Indeed, they are finally leaving. If they linger any longer, I might just lose control. A group of soldiers began to murmur among themselves, as they had never faced pirates before. This was their first encounter, and they had always believed pirates to be mere figments of folklore. Are we truly just going to leave? Shaji queried in confusion. Feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging upon stepping onto this island, a desire to remain forever. What is it? Are we to remain here and confront them instead? I harbor no penchant for bullying young children. I can only attribute this to misfortune. Shaking his head, Avi overheard the conversation among Shadayo and the others, deciding it best not to intrude upon their tranquil existence. Leaving this island does not preclude the possibility of another. After all, one cannot hang oneself from a single tree. Yet, Shaji found himself unable to resolve to depart, still yearning to exert some effort. Captain, shall we not linger a while longer? I sense that this place holds immense significance for me, profoundly so. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon Avi, standing his ground with formidable resolve. Could you perhaps elucidate the reasons behind this sentiment? Observing Shaji's earnest demeanor, Avi surmised that there must be a compelling reason for such fervor, as Shaji would not behave this way without cause. I cannot articulate it, yet the desire to enter is overwhelming, beyond my control. Avi paused, contemplating the implications of Shaji's words, and thus reached a decision. Since my navigator insists upon it, let us remain. After a brief interval, Avi broke into a smile and descended once more from the ship, standing upon solid ground. I apologize, but we have abruptly decided against leaving. We require some provisions from this island. Could you kindly guide us to where we might procure them? He regarded Shadayo and his cohort with an amiable smile. Calm yet resolute. What shall we do, Brother Shadayo? It seems they have no intention of departing, one soldier remarked. Indeed, Brother Shadayo, they appear quite formidable. We surely cannot contend with them, another chimed in, causing a hushed murmur to ripple through the soldiers, transforming the previously serene atmosphere. Silence. Shadayo bellowed, incensed. How can you allow others to overshadow us, diminishing our own spirit? You hold them off. I will check if the priestess, Shaizi, has arrived. After fiercely reprimanding his subordinates, Shadayo took off at an astonishing speed, employing all his strength to flee. The remaining soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, a sense of confusion washing over them, before they collectively scattered, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Is this truly necessary? I have already declared that I am no fearsome pirate. Why such trepidation? Avi lamented, tapping his forehead in exasperation. Indeed, the notoriety of pirates among the populace was striking, leaving Avi at a loss for how to proceed. Kunashaji. At that moment, a startled exclamation rang out, and Avi and the others instinctively turned to see the source of the sound. The soldiers and the enigmatic Sha Diao had returned, following closely behind a woman clad in a striking white and red priestess robe, whose beauty was truly unparalleled. In the north, there exists a maiden, unmatched and solitary. Upon gazing at this priestess before him, Avi could not help but recall a poetic line that echoed in his mind. How have you returned? The stunning priestess, known as Sayako, disregarded the handsome Avi entirely, her wide eyes fixated upon the youthful, delicate-faced Shaji, adorned with a subtle mustache. Chapter 94. Stay here, the breathtaking maiden called out, and Shaji momentarily froze, as if a flood of childhood memories washed over him, vague and uncertain recollections. Who are you? Do you know me? He stared intently at the priestess, his eyes, already small, widening in curiosity and a yearning for validation. He was desperate to uncover her identity and the reason for her familiarity with him. His full name had only been shared with Avi. Even others merely referred to him as Shaji, unaware of his complete name, for his uncle Shaji had once warned him against divulging such information to others, lest misfortune befall him. As for revealing it to Avi, it was because Avi had a resilient disposition, unafraid of his own restraint. Shaji had thought to himself that too many lice would not pose a threat. No, I do not know you. You must leave at once. Or do not blame us for being unkind. This is for your own good. However, when Shaji questioned her, the priestess Sayako adamantly denied any recognition, her tone even more resolute than that of Captain Sha Diao. No, you must know me. How else would you know my name? We must have met before. Surely in our childhood. Sayako's denial only strengthened Shaji's conviction that she recognized him and might even know the whereabouts of his parents. Do you know my parents? Kunashamin? Kunashaji? If you do, please tell me. I am searching for them. The members of the Night Spirit clan had long practiced consanguineous marriages. His mother Kunda Shamin was the cousin of his father Kunda Shaji. I do not know them. Cease your search for them. It is for your own good. Upon hearing the names of Shaji's parents, Sayako hesitated for a moment, a flicker of sorrow crossing her features, but it quickly vanished. Had Shaji not been gazing at her intently, He might have missed that fleeting expression altogether. You lie? Please, tell me the truth. I missed them. And I have been searching for them. Shaji's tone had taken on a pleading quality. He was not coercing Sayako, but rather imploring her for news of his parents. You should leave quickly. You are not welcome here. You are his captain, are you not? Please take him away. This is not as simple as you think. It is dangerous. After realizing that persuading Shaji was futile, Sayako turned her gaze to Ivy. Her crystalline eyes seemed to penetrate the very souls of those they beheld, exuding an innocent purity that, combined with her warning, rendered her all the more pitiable. It was as though she herself were the one kneeling in desperate supplication, leaving Ivy perplexed. If she was aware, why not reveal this to Shaji? Sayako's demeanor suggested she was not oblivious to the truth, leading Ivy to surmise that there must be some unspoken burden weighing upon her. Collecting his thoughts, Ivy spoke. You must be facing some difficulties. Share them with us, and we shall assist you. In exchange, you must inform Shaji of his parents' whereabouts. What do you think of this arrangement? He approached Shaji, resting a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, gently aiding him to rise. Shaji looked at Sayako with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her consent. No, you will perish here. If your fate matters little, that is one thing. But if Kuna Shaji were to die here, there would be no turning back, Sayako implored, recognizing the gravity of the situation. As she observed Ivy and his companions steadfast in their belief that they were privy to the truth and unwilling to depart, she resolved to appeal to their emotions and reason. Yet, to Ivy, her words felt like a blatant affront to his capabilities. If even the formidable Golden Lion could not match his prowess, what formidable foes could possibly reside on this island that would threaten their lives? It seemed utterly fantastical, especially the notion that their demise would be inconsequential. However, who could blame Sayako for her beauty? Among those Ivy had encountered, she certainly ranked among the top 3 in allure, and in the broader realm of the pirate world, she could easily be counted among the top 10 most enchanting figures. Such a captivating beauty, even if she belittles herself momentarily, what does it matter? It won't cost her a thing. Just speak plainly. Do you agree or not? Perhaps you are unaware of our prowess. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Smilock Avy, the one who has just vanquished the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Surely you are familiar with him, the formidable figure who once contended with the Pirate King, Roger. I knocked him out with a single blow. Do you now grasp the magnitude of my capabilities? Avy embellished his encounter with Shiki, portraying himself as an unparalleled warrior who effortlessly triumphed over the Golden Lion. Shiki? Roger the Pirate King? Who are they? Sayako initially inquired about these notable figures, but soon dismissed her curiosity, stating, perhaps you are right. Your strength is indeed formidable. However, if you choose to remain on this island, your demise is inevitable. Do not doubt my words. I speak for your own benefit. Alas. Avy despised when others cloaked their actions in the guise of goodwill, disregarding the opinions of those involved. Well then, Shaji, what is your stance? Since it was Shaji who intended to stay, Avy held no preference. He would follow Shaji's lead. Should Shaji decide to leave, Avy would accompany him without hesitation. If he chose to stay, then even the mightiest would not deter Avy and his companions from remaining, eager to discover what formidable forces could threaten their lives. Avy was indeed curious to witness such power. While he may not possess myriad skills, his instinct for survival was undeniably sharp. Furthermore, Avy's own abilities were not to be underestimated. In the first half of the Grand Line, aside from a few seasoned veterans, he had yet to encounter anyone worthy of his regard. I wish to stay, Shaji declared earnestly, turning to Avy before addressing Sayako. If you do not agree today, I will absolutely not leave. My life and fate are mine to decide. Shaji's resolve was unwavering. Once he set his sights on a goal, he would not falter. This was his first lead to his parents, and how could he merely glance from the outside and leave without knowing more? Is this not a disdain for his determination? This is something that Shaji would never acquiesce to. Perhaps sensing the resolve within Shaji's heart, Shayezi let out a soft sigh and ceased her insistence. In light of this, why not stay the night? I believe that by tomorrow, you shall find reason to depart. Shayezi had yet to utter one more thing. That is, should you encounter those beings and manage to survive, Shadiao, please guide them in. They shall reside in the vacant guest rooms to the east. After speaking, Shayezi turned to Shaji and said, come with me. Go on. This is what you have long desired, is it not? Upon hearing AI Wei's agreement, Shaji slowly approached Shayezi, finally grasping the news they had awaited. At this moment, the atmosphere in Shaji was both tense and anticipatory, with a myriad of emotions swirling within, rendering his expression quite intricate. Follow me, Shadiao instructed. leaving behind a reluctant young soldier who approached Avi and the others with an unwilling demeanor. Chapter 95, The Tale of Lucky Island. Avi and the others boarded the golden ship, which ascended gracefully into the sky, guided by the soldier towards the eastern guest quarters. If the golden ship could soar, why remain on the shore? What if an unforeseen event caused the vessel to be swept away by the waves? The soldier, witnessing the ship take flight, appeared somewhat astonished yet maintained his distance, reluctant to engage with Avi. Although the priestess, Sayako, had assured him that these pirates were not as fearsome as depicted in tales, a sense of trepidation lingered. I am Kuna Sardine, a proud soldier of Lucky Island, devoted to safeguarding my homeland and investing my youth in its development. I am but a brick in the construction of Lucky Island, moved wherever needed. Today is yet another ordinary day. I awoke with a splitting headache, though I could not fathom the reason. Upon inquiring with others, they too expressed similar sensations. But it matters little, for I have endured such days for decades. Why decades, you ask? Never mind, if I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. The esteemed Sayako, the priestess, has advised us to focus on our duties and not to be distracted by trivial matters. I wholeheartedly concur with her wisdom, which is why I have always approached my responsibilities with diligence. At noon, while I was in the tavern enjoying drinks and banter with my colleagues, a sudden commotion erupted as the townsfolk exclaimed that pirates had arrived. A mix of exhilaration and fear surged within Sardine, for he had only encountered pirates in stories, never in reality. The tales painted pirates as ruthless and bloodthirsty, known for their insatiable appetite for human flesh. How could the righteous Sardine remain indifferent? Under Captain Sha Diao's valiant leadership, they confronted the legendary pirates. Yet, upon closer inspection, they appeared rather unremarkable. Each possessed a neck, 2 arms, 2 eyes, and a mouth. Just like himself. Perhaps they were merely demons clad in human skin, as the tale suggested, thus he dared not let his guard down. Under the courageous guidance of Captain Sha Diao, they successfully repelled the pirates. However, the arrival of the esteemed priestess Sayako raised questions. For it seemed she recognized one of the pirates, Kunta. Could he be a member of her kin? Somewhat perplexed, Sardine could not fathom why Lady Sayako, the priestess, would consent to allowing these pirates to remain. He had no intention of speaking ill of her in his heart. It was precisely because of her presence that they could lead such a leisurely and joyous life. Otherwise, they would still be lost in oblivion. This current state of existence was what life truly meant, was it not? Keeping a considerable distance from Avi and the others, Sardine warily observed them, unable to gaze openly. Instead, he cast sidelong glances, which soon became tiring, causing his eyes to swell and ache. Nevertheless, he persisted, determined to keep a watchful eye on the pirates to prevent any harm coming to the residents. If any threat arose, it would only be over his own fallen body. Hey, young lad, what is your name? What island is this? Why does the log pose no magnetic field for this island? And could you inform us of who our enemies are? Since we intend to reside here and assist you with your troubles, it would be prudent to share some information. Avi inquired, approaching with his characteristic warm smile, projecting an aura of harmlessness. Why you? Don't come any closer. If you do, I won't hesitate to be rude. And don't even think about laying your hands on this little island. There is nothing here worth stealing. There is absolutely nothing. And I will not allow you to harm the citizens unless you step over my dead body. Upon hearing Avi's words, Sardine retreated in panic, his speech becoming incoherent. In his hasty retreat, he stumbled over something and fell to the ground. What a disaster! Were these pirates about to attack? What sorcery was at play? How had I failed to notice the execution of such a technique? Was it the black tiger heart extraction, the white crane spreading wings, or the monkey stealing peaches? These pirates have undoubtedly revealed their true colors and are poised to strike, trampling over me in the process. My life has only just begun. Yet for the safety of the citizens, what is one death to me? After my demise, countless others will rise in my place. I am unafraid. I fear not at all. In this moment, Sardine exhibits unparalleled courage, believing that their leader, Lord Shadao, stands with them. However, these are merely the figments of Sardine's imagination. To Avi, Sardine appears as one who has stumbled over a chair, curling up and clutching their head tightly, trembling incessantly like a sieve. Should there be a competition for trembling, Avi is certain Sardine would secure a spot among the top 3. Look at the mess you've created. Shadi shot Avi a glare before gently approaching Sardine, whispering, "Do not be afraid. We mean no harm and shall not endanger the residents here, I assure you." Perhaps it was Shadi's soft voice, or perhaps her beauty imparted a sense of security to Sardine, or perhaps Sardine simply accepted Shadi's assurances. In any case, the trembling ceased, and he lowered his hands from his head, gazing at Shadi with curiosity. You truly do not intend to unleash a massacre here? You won't eat people, will you? Those eyes, so pure, ignited a maternal instinct within Shadi, compelling her to respond, of course not. Why would we eat people? That is merely a misconception. May I ask you a few questions? Cradling Sardine in her arms and gently rocking him, she offered comfort. Though Shadi was still a young maiden, she understood the essence of motherhood. As for the other pirates, Shadi was uncertain, yet she could vouch for Avi and his companions. Avi observed the scene with an impassive expression, though he often engaged in banter with Shadi. He could not help but feel annoyed that this rascal had managed to steal a moment with her, a privilege he had yet to experience himself. Under Shadi's tender inquiries, Sardine began to spill his knowledge like beans, recounting tales of mischief such as how the neighbor's little doozy had been punished, and how an old man in the village was caught peeping at a widow bathing. These trivial anecdotes flowed forth, too numerous to enumerate. In summary, after listening to Sardine's revelations, Avi concluded that the island was named Lucky Island. What made it lucky, he did not know, but that was its name. Secondly, these individuals were likely part of a tribe, specifically the night elves mentioned by old Shaji, descendants of Shaji's clan. Yet, it seemed that not all had perished, as only Shaji remained, along with old Shaji. This is not what I desire. Thirdly, there exists an adversary capable of leading one's own faction to demise. The Sardines are oblivious to this, yet they are aware of a long-standing legend on the island. Whenever night descends, the demon materializes. The origins of these malevolent entities remain shrouded in mystery, yet their wickedness is undeniable. Those unfortunate enough to encounter them seldom escape unscathed. Sardine, however, regarded this as mere folklore, lacking in credence, for he had never laid eyes upon such beings. It seemed the tale began with these demons, particularly as the night approached. Indeed, otherwise, how could Sayako, the priestess, have proclaimed that after tonight, she would depart on the morrow? It was likely that some event would transpire under the cloak of night, warranting caution, as the words of that individual were likely not to be taken lightly. Avi referred to Sayako. We shall remain vigilant. Sardine was queried further about the nocturnal demons, but his knowledge was sparse, and he could only provide fragmented insights. Thus, they arrived at the Eastern Inn for lodging, mooring the golden ship beside it. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and the evening glow at the horizon was strikingly beautiful, draping the world in a crimson veil. Chapter 96. The Nightborn Clan. I am aware you have many inquiries, yet I ponder whether it is wise to divulge this information, for withholding it might serve you well. Shaji accompanied Sayako as they meandered through the city streets, where the bustling populace began retreating to their abodes, for nightfall was imminent. Regardless, please convey to me their tales. Standing at the palace entrance, Shaji hesitated to advance. The pervasive silence weighed heavily upon him, and apart from that solitary statement, Sayako uttered nothing further. I am Kuna Sayako, by lineage. You may refer to me as Aunt. This narrative harks back several centuries. At that time, our Nightborn clan was amongst the most formidable tribes, overshadowed only by 20 other families. Even the world government they established could not dismiss our significance, for we wielded considerable power. Yet, following a mysterious incident, it appeared we were forsaken by the goddess of misfortune we once revered. Our entire clan fell under a curse, and as the elders approached death, their presence became increasingly ominous. Strange occurrences plagued us, prompting our desperate flight for survival. However, the ordeal did not conclude there. The members of those 20 families began to conspire against us, worsening our plight. It was not until 2 decades ago that this situation began to ease. Yet a man arrived in our midst. Whether his arrival was a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Though we ceased to perish, we found ourselves ensnared by a demon. And now, it seems only I, and perhaps you, remain of the Nightborn clan. I had believed myself the last of my kin. At this juncture, Sayako's countenance bore sorrow. As if she were haunted by the unspeakable solitude endured over the years, her expression forlorn, her heart a desolate wasteland. Only us? Shaji pondered, unsure of the implications behind his Aunt Sayako's words. Follow me, and you shall understand. Without further explanation, Shaji followed suit and continued, as for your parents, they departed with that man due to other matters, reportedly in search of the source that could ultimately resolve the issues plaguing our clan, never to return. At the time, you had yet to be born. When I first laid eyes upon you, you were adrift in a small wooden boat, swaddled and carried by the sea. It was the marks upon you that confirmed your lineage, yet we were in such dire circumstances that we could only arrange for your departure. Was it Uncle Shaji who facilitated your sending away? Why has he never disclosed this to you and urged you not to seek the truth? You have only just arrived on the island, untouched by those ominous forces. Today, you should be safe. Given the peculiar nature of this place, it can ensure your survival. However, you must leave by tomorrow and never return, unless a means to lift the curse afflicting our clan is discovered. In concluding her thoughts, Shayezi lacked confidence and refrained from elaborating further. The palace was vast, and apart from Shayezi, it was devoid of any other presence. After arranging accommodations for Shah-Ji, Shayezi prepared to depart. Auntie, what precisely is this demon you speak of? Moreover, who is the one that took my parents away? Why must you insist that I leave immediately? Shah-Ji was beset with an abundance of unanswered questions, perplexed by Shayezi's insistence on her departure. Especially when Ai Wei and the others remained outside. If what Shayezi said were true, that the demons emerge at night, staying within the palace would be the safest option. Does this not imply that Ai Wei and the others are in grave danger right now? Alas, if you are not doing this for my sake, then why claim that the Night Spirit clan consists solely of us? Come with me. It seems that Shah-Ji truly needs to be made aware of these matters. Originally, Sayako intended for Shah-Ji to stay overnight, planning to abduct him by tomorrow, but it appears that such a course of action is no longer feasible. The night has fallen, and what if Shah-Ji were to act foolishly? Thus, she led Shah-Ji into an ancient, rustic dwelling, adorned with unknown bundles of herbs, various jars, and a bubbling cauldron concocting mysterious potions. In the midst of it all, a striking blue crystal orb captured the eye. Sayako's objective was undoubtedly that orb. Shah-Ji, standing outside, was oblivious to Sayako's intentions but anticipated that she would provide him with a satisfactory explanation. His attention, however, was diverted by the other curiosities within the room, as they bore a striking resemblance to the cryptic tome gifted to him by Uncle Shah-Ji, though he had yet to fully comprehend its contents, rendering much of it unrecognizable. Nevertheless, he discerned some exceptionally rare herbs and complex formations, perhaps overly fantastical, yet they corresponded with the entries in his enigmatic book. Chapter 97, To Kill or Not to Kill, To Annihilate or Not to Annihilate. Shifting his gaze towards Ivy, they too noticed the peculiarities of the abode. The room was laden with dust, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. What to do? Let us tidy up. The group commenced their laborious undertaking, astonished that their arrival had immediately plunged them into work. Hey, Sardine, is there anything to eat? Never mind, there's a bar or restaurant nearby. Before long, the house was in order, and as night descended, it was time for a meal. With darkness enveloping the surroundings, no establishments would be open. So it was best to rest early. I, too, must take my leave. As he glanced at the night sky, Sardine trembled slightly. Having long wished to depart, but feeling compelled to assist under Ivy's watchful gaze. Now that it was dark, he could hardly contain his eagerness to leave. Surely not. You cannot be serious, Ivy exclaimed, incredulous that they were already calling it a night. The night is still young. Indeed, I speak the truth. For demons are said to emerge at night. Sardine, who had been quite normal, began to transform as he spoke, his face contorted, his mouth widening to encompass nearly 2/3 of his visage, while his nose and eyes vanished altogether. His physique morphed from a frail form to one resembling a small mountain, radiating an eerie aura. Despite the absence of eyes, Ivy could sense his unwavering gaze upon him, as if he were staring intently. Food, food, Sardine exclaimed, extending his tongue down to his waist, resembling a grotesque specter far more hideous than the mythical figures of yore. What in the world is this? Upon hearing a peculiar sound, Robin and Shaddy emerged, instantly captivated by the sight of the sardine. Ugh, Shaddy felt a wave of nausea wash over him, retching as he stepped back. Although he had encountered strange things before, he had never beheld something so grotesque. It was a first for him, and it left him feeling quite discomfort. Robin fared somewhat better, managing to suppress his revulsion, yet his expression still shifted to one of distaste as he remarked, Avy, where on earth did you procure this creature? To be frank, I have never encountered anything with such archaeological value. If one were to be generous, one might call it a marvel of nature. If one were to be blunt, one could only exclaim, good heavens. It resembles a maggot that has emerged from some obscure corner of the world. Do you not recognize him? He is the sardine that guided us here. Avy replied, unperturbed, hands raised in feigned innocence. Shaddy felt his tender spirit suffer 1,000 points of impact, and as he forced himself to glance at the creature once more, his previously settled stomach began to churn anew. It became evident that the situation was dire. They had unwittingly become victims of someone else's machinations. This reminded Avy of the brazen manner in which Momozo had exploited them, which is why he refrained from acting immediately upon noticing Shaddy's distress. Enough. Perish. You scourge of this world. The Wujigan was unleashed by Avi, rapidly elongating, for he wished to avoid any physical contact with this monstrosity. The foul odor wafting from it was unbearable. Heed my call, Wujigan, extend. He bellowed theatrically. In an instant, the weapon began its expansion, and they witnessed the sardine-turned monster charge towards the door, crashing through it with tremendous force and creating a sizable breach. This commotion also unveiled the gathering of menacing creatures lurking outside, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. Is this what that fellow referred to as demons? They are all transformed villagers. It is astonishing that they appeared so ordinary by day. Perhaps they themselves remain oblivious to their true nature. This bizarre scene reminded Ivy of a particular episode from the One Piece movie, where a character named Baron Carnival employed a similar technique to resurrect the dead to some extent. It left her pondering whether there was any correlation. This is troubling. The sand gathering that followed the departure of that which could indeed be perilous. As Ivy was lost in thought, Suddy also recognized this danger and gasped in alarm. It should be fine. Judging by the capabilities of these individuals, they do not appear particularly formidable, although Suddy's strength is somewhat lacking among us. He should be able to endure. Let us proceed to rescue him and inquire of that which about the nature of this situation. Meanwhile, Suddy was observing Ivy and the others through the crystal ball. When he witnessed Sardine transform into a monstrous demon, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. But he soon felt reassured as Ivy executed her moves with precision and grace. Indeed, why should I worry about them? I ought to focus on my own predicament. What nonsense! What does it mean that my strength is somewhat inadequate? Can't one recognize the truth without stating it? How inconsiderate! Don't be too hasty in your jest. Observe what lies above their heads. While Suddy was momentarily distracted, Sayako was unfazed by the prowess of Ivy and her companions, pondering that even great strength held little significance. For several centuries, countless individuals with strength akin to Ivy have set foot on Lucky Island, yet only one man managed to depart alive 2 decades ago. Consequently, Sayako harbors little belief in Ivy's ability to escape. She fears he will inevitably transform into a demon like the villagers, a change she feels powerless to prevent. The only course of action left for her is to rescue Shaji. What do you mean? Shaji inquired, bewildered. The literal meaning, she explained, is that when the mist above our heads turns completely white, it will signify the peak of their ferocity. Perhaps, no, they certainly will not survive. How can this be? Why not? The longer they remain in contact with the demons, the more profound their infection becomes, until they lose all agency. Despite Sagako's attempts to persuade him, Shaji was not receptive. His sole desire was to warn Avi and the others to sever their ties with the demons and flee without concern for him. I will not allow you to leave. It is far too perilous outside. If you venture out, I will be unable to rescue you. As Shaji's emotions surged, Sayako discerned his intentions and positioned herself before him, prepared to employ force should he refuse to heed her warnings. Though this approach was regrettable, the outcome remained the same. Shaji would survive. Something feels amiss. These creatures cannot be vanquished, and they seem to be growing stronger, Sparta observed after several failed attacks, raising his voice to alert the others. I have noticed it as well, and at some point, an additional mass of mist has appeared above us. We do not know its nature, but it feels ominous. After repelling the pursuing demons, Avi shouted urgently, we can no longer linger here. Let's set sail on the golden ship. I refuse to believe it. If I take flight, how could these wretched beings possibly keep pace with me? Avi thought fiercely, convinced that remaining in this place was a futile endeavor, as the demons were seemingly immortal and thus unafraid of death. Chapter 98. Chaos. A multitude of black figures loomed in the air, reminiscent of demons from Western mythology, with wings sprouting from their backs, green faces adorned with fangs, and powerful wings beating fiercely. Sitting on the golden ship, Anira displayed no hint of fear, rather, an exhilaration coursed through him. This tainted world shall inevitably be cleansed by the divine. This polluted earth will fall into an eternal silence until it is free from corruption, divine might, heavenly conquest. A tremendous thunderbolt descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire island with a brilliant radiance that unveiled the shadows lurking in the darkness. It was an unimaginable abyss, flowing with black waters that tainted the land, causing houses and trees to vanish. Only those demons, resurrected by some mysterious force, could stand upon this cursed ground. After a fleeting moment of purity, the land, cleansed by the thunder, reverted to its original hue. Countless demons emerged, indestructible and relentless. They epitomized an insatiable menace. What on earth is happening? Have I traversed realms once more? This power is beyond the capabilities of the pirate world. The resurrection of the dead, their transformation into demons. In their invincibility, Avi was certain they had not consumed the devil fruit, for they showed no fear of the sea prism stone. We must depart from this place swiftly and seek out Shaji. He must possess some knowledge. Lingering here will inevitably lead to our demise. Shadi's current state was equally dire. Perhaps it was the increasingly pale mist above her that clouded her thoughts, rendering her mind sluggish. If this continued, she feared she would become utterly unresponsive. Apathy in this realm is the most terrifying fate. She did not wish to become a burden, as she once was to Avi. Enough of your so-called cleansing of the world. We must leave this place quickly, and your powers are insufficient for this task. You are not a deity. Why do you still lack clarity of perception in this realm? Avi remarked, pulling back an increasingly agitated Enel, whose eyes were bloodshot and spirit heightened. You really believe yourself to be a god, don't you? Absurd. Your mind is clearly muddled. Of course, Avi kept these thoughts to herself. For if Enel were to lose his composure and turn on her, the situation could turn dire. Indeed, Enel returned, no longer resisting but instead warily observing the mist above. I was just influenced by something. It seems to be this. He confessed, a tremor of fear in his voice. Perhaps his lightning fruit possessed unique properties that allowed him to sense such influences. The ability known as HeartNet was a manifestation of his powers, which he adeptly utilized and could even share with his subordinates. You can feel fear? I thought you were impervious to it. Avi cast a peculiar glance at Enel, hastily averting her gaze before he could react. Had Enel known her thoughts, he would have protested vehemently, asserting that the only thing he truly feared was her. Is there any way to resolve this predicament? Suddenly, a thought emerged in Avi's mind, since others were oblivious, and only Enel seemed to sense it. His fruit ability ought to be capable of dealing with the mist, right? Avi then inquired, can your fruit ability handle this? It might be somewhat challenging. And the environment here is rather precarious, Enel replied after a brief pause for contemplation. Challenging? That implies it can be resolved. Thus, it poses no issue, Avi mused. Feeling increasingly uneasy about the pale mist hovering above, an uncontrollable presence that disrupted his peace of mind. We must leave at once. Enel positioned himself at the bow of the ship, conjuring arcs of lightning that cleared a substantial area. Seizing the opportunity, the golden ship swiftly departed. Avi stood at the stern, fending off the demons that pursued them. Spada and Robin flanked the ship, vigilant against any demons that might slip through. For these entities were indeed insidious, with some lacking any physical form, requiring the use of lightning to vanquish them. Thus, their journey proved exceedingly arduous. Cornus attended to the Golden Week and Shadi, as she possessed no combat prowess and refrained from engaging the demons, remaining free of the oppressive mist. Observing this situation, Avi grasped the reality of it, yet what could he do? He could neither retaliate nor bite back, merely a metaphor, of course. I see them over there, Enel suddenly exclaimed, gazing in a certain direction. Had it been daytime, they would have easily noticed that this was the path Siko had taken with Shaji. Unlike the daylight, the night cast an eerie blue hue over the road, and the presence of demons had significantly diminished. It seemed they had already engaged in combat. With a sense of relief, Avi employed his observation hockey to peer ahead. Phew. Thankfully, it appears relatively normal. Irritated by the chaotic turn of events, Avi found himself exasperated. Here he was in the world of One Piece, a realm filled with adventure, fervor, youth, and dreams. While one could tolerate the occasional revolutionary undertones and power struggles, the abrupt shift to Western fantasy and supernatural occurrences was bewildering. Had he succumbed to hallucinations, or had the world itself spiraled into madness? As he approached the destination, Avi's resolve hardened. Once he captured the witch Sayako, he would demand an explanation. Regardless of her beauty, he would not tolerate any disrespect. Fueled by indignation, he kicked open the palace door, only to be struck by the sight of Shaji kneeling in a pool of blood that had spread like a river. Shaji, are you all right? Panic surged within Avi as he rushed forward, only to realize that the blood was not Shaji's but Sayako's. The sheer volume of blood suggested a harrowing battle, yet Shaji appeared unscathed while Sayako bore a wound on her wrist, blood oozing from it. Was it a suicide attempt? Did it have to come to this? A breathtaking beauty lay before him, lifeless, and the world of pirates had lost yet another enchanting figure. Why was it that the beautiful women in this pirate world seemed to endure such tragic fates? Hancock, rumored to have been captured by the celestial dragons in her youth, had suffered psychological scars. Nami had been oppressed throughout her childhood by the Arlong pirates. Robin's home had been obliterated, and had it not been for her father's intervention, O'Hara would have been entirely wiped out, leaving her alone. Countless others shared similar tales of woe. The beautiful women of the pirate world were invariably marked by sorrow. Why? One might ask, did Avi concern himself with these tragic narratives? If one were not beautiful, who would care about their misfortunes? The world was rife with suffering. Why should it linger on any single individual's plight? Everything has been revealed to me by myriad, and I possess the means to lift the curse afflicting you. Shaji's voice, though husky, was no longer devoid of spirit, pulling Avi from his spiraling thoughts. Chapter 99. Departure. Are you truly going to save them? Shaji's unwavering gaze stirred something within Sayako, reminiscent of her brother, Kunishaji, who had once made a similarly resolute decision to depart. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could indeed alter their fate. Meanwhile, Sayako noticed Avi and the others approaching from afar. It would not be long before they reached this location. She held no doubt about it, for even the demons could not contend with them. It was merely a matter of time before they arrived. I must save them. They are my comrades, my captain. I still have to steer the ship. Without me, they would be utterly lost. They cannot do without me. Firm in her convictions, Ivy seemed to envision a future devoid of herself, maneuvering the golden ship as it twirled aimlessly upon the sea, yet unable to break free from its stagnant position. The image left Shaji feeling somewhat helpless, for he had not anticipated Ivy's formidable strength. However, her lack of coordination in handling the vessel was strikingly apparent. No need to dwell on the past. They shall be here shortly, Sayako whispered, drawing a small knife from her pocket and swiftly making a cut on her wrist. Perhaps meeting you at this moment signifies the end. I am weary now. Her tone, tinged with melancholy, was softened by a smile that suggested a sense of relief. From now on, the burden shall rest upon your shoulders. And Sayako, what are you doing? Why must you do this? Shaji, caught off guard by the approaching Ivy and her companions, rushed to support the faltering Sayako, his hands clumsily attempting to staunch the bleeding. No need for that. Let me depart. After all these years spent alone here, I am weary. This suffices. I can remain with them in spirit. Did you not wish to know everything? Allow me to inform you that the weight of the future now rests upon you. I hope this brings closure to all. Ah. It seems I am the first to contemplate such an act within the realm of pirates, and yet, I find myself in a world apart. No, that cannot be. The deceased deserve reverence. What am I even thinking? Ivy quickly spat out her thoughts. What is it? All eyes turned towards Ivy, who felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she hastily responded. What comes next? How do we escape? The shoreline of the island outside is shrouded in a kaleidoscope of mist. It seems our exit will not be easily attained. Clearly, she had successfully shifted the topic. Sayako, the ant, remarked that this island had fallen victim to a demon's curse, rendering it impossible for the living to linger here for long, lest they be assimilated, becoming like those outside, neither alive nor dead, drifting in a state of oblivion, their souls eternally plunged into the abyss. Observing the condition of Shadi and the Golden Week, it was evident they could not endure much longer. Let us depart at once. After much deliberation, they buried Sayako within the castle, leaving her behind. Though it was done with great reluctance, there was little else to be done. This is her request, and if Shaji were to take her away, it is uncertain what strange incidents might ensue. This castle serves as a barrier against the malevolent aura of those demons. The exchange of words between the two could sustain them through the night. By dawn, those who had been transformed into demons would revert to their human forms, commencing another day of existence, oblivious to the events of the night before, and only vaguely recalling the happenings of the previous day. Yet, this had been their way of life all along. The greater the number of individuals present, the shorter the duration for which the castle could ward off the ominous presence. With so many gathered here, they would only manage to hold on for a mere hour or two. Thus, they acted swiftly, with Shaji packing a large backpack filled with the tools frequently used by Sayako for potion crafting, along with many peculiar items. Have you received any news about your parents? As they hurried back to the golden ship, Ai Wei inquired of Shaji. 20 years ago, they left with a man in an attempt to break the curse afflicting our clan, and since then, there has been no word, Shaji replied, his voice lacking fervor as he lowered his gaze. Fear not. We are comrades, are we not? We shall search for them together. I refuse to believe we cannot find them. If we fail, I shall renounce my claim to be the pirate king. Ai Wei, uncertain of how to console him, opted to shift the subject, setting a new goal to invigorate their spirits. Indeed, just as Shaji glimpsed his family, the prospect of separation extinguished the fervent emotions within him, leaving him feeling hollow. Chapter 100, The Windless Zone. Lair of the Sea Kings, can someone tell me if I am hallucinating? On the boundless ocean, the waters were tranquil, devoid of waves, with only a solitary golden ship adrift upon its surface. Standing at the bow, AI Wei's tone reflected solitude and confusion, succinctly encapsulated in one word: bewilderment. Dazed, dazed, dazed. Faintly, AI Wei seemed to hear such mockery, quickly searching for the source. A black crow was diligently perched above him, engaged in its work. Boom. A swift strike silenced everything. All fell quiet, much to his relief. You crow, isn't your call supposed to be caw, caw, caw? Why imitate a parrot and mock me? Do you not know how to spell your own demise? I recall entering the room while it was still dark, with a grand moon illuminating the night. How is it suddenly daytime now? Given the position of the sun, it must be midday. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, he remarked, "It is time for lunch." Moreover, I missed dinner, late-night snacks, and breakfast, 4 meals in total. Spartan, commence cooking. After a moment of serious contemplation, Ivy let out a loud shout, startling the resting and recovering Spartan in the room. Do you understand the concept of jet lag? Just moments ago it was night. And now the sun is high in the sky. It's time to adjust to the time difference. But Spartan's awareness has yet to catch up. Ivy's bellow successfully roused him, but instead of getting out of bed, he shouted back, "We're out of ingredients. We need to gather some food, or we'll have nothing to eat." Aniru, it's your turn to step up. After much calling, Anira finally emerged from his room, albeit with a sense of dissatisfaction. It was rather unfortunate that the esteemed god of the sky had been reduced to a mere food gatherer, fishing for ingredients. Yawning and stretching his limbs, he summoned a bolt of lightning from the heavens, directing it deep into the sea in search of its target. What might rise to the surface? A marine king, a colossal octopus, a sea gorilla, or perhaps a giant lobster. The thought alone was tantalizing. "Captain, are you not tired?" asked Cornus, who was lounging on the balcony in hot pants and a white coat, having removed her eye mask to glance over. This time of day was typically reserved for slumber, but in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into broad daylight. Such a situation was far from ideal, surely. A lack of sleep was detrimental to a woman's skin. Even if one were the captain, one must not disturb the rest of others, right? "I'm not tired. I'm full of energy," Ivy replied, oblivious to the concern, his gaze fixated on the sea, eagerly anticipating the delectable catch. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed as the surface of the water began to quiver violently. Beneath the ship, a massive shadow began to rise, growing larger and larger, displacing the water around it. The colossal form, measuring over 1,000 meters, caused those aboard the vessel to struggle to maintain their footing, hastily grasping onto anything stable. "What is that?" they asked, bewildered. The enormous eyes were even larger than the ship itself, with dark pupils fixated on Ivy and his companions. Upon closer inspection, one could discern scorch marks above its eyelids, evidence of Aniru's earlier strike. Clearly, this was the great fish that Aniru had summoned. A giant sea king. We've entered the calm belt. Ivy exclaimed in astonishment, as around them, the surface of the sea erupted with massive sea kings. Each one enormous and all fixated on the occupants of the golden ship. A sense of dread washed over them. Pardon us. Just pretend we were never here. And we didn't see anything." With hands raised to indicate their lack of weapons and threat, they began to retreat cautiously. Until they believed they had found a safe distance, they were ready to make a hasty escape. The center of the palm crackled with arcs of lightning, instantly connecting with the entire ship, which then ascended to the heavens. The colossal sea creature, its gaze fixed intently upon the golden vessel, appeared puzzled by its flight. Yet it quickly recognized the ship's intent to flee. Boom. Chapter 101, Ivy's Musings. Despite the relentless onslaught of the immense sea beasts, Ivy and her companions managed to cope. A gargantuan tail surged from the depths, aiming to smash the golden ship with an unyielding fury. Block. Potential unleashed. Her body surged with vitality, armament hockey enveloping her form, enhancing her defenses. With fists coiled in preparation, she charged forward with haste. Dominant fist. Unmatched. Here, the sound seemed to vanish entirely, the impact rendering the world momentarily deafeningly silent. Yet, it was evident that Ivy's strike bore fruit. A substantial gash was left in the tail of the titanic sea creature. Seizing this moment, Enel urged the golden ship to accelerate further. The vast expanse of the ocean teemed with fearsome sea kings, instilling trepidation even in Enel. This was the Doldrums, a realm ruled by these aquatic behemoths, where survival was an impossibility for a solitary soul. Those imbued with the powers of devil fruits fared no better, unless one could fly. Falling into the depths meant certain doom, leaving not even bones behind. Higher. Go even higher. Ivy urged urgently, realizing that remaining here was untenable. They had to escape swiftly. At last, she comprehended why the four seas, though so close to the Grand Line, had never dared traverse the doldrums. The sea kings of this zone were terrifying, and the consequences of intrusion were dire. For those from the four seas to reach the Grand Line, traversing the Twin Gorges was essential. Similarly, there were no shortcuts to the latter half of the Grand Line. This is not intentional. I stumbled upon this place by accident. Do you understand? She grumbled, returning to the ship to assist Enel in navigating the golden vessel. Here. There was no wind, but it mattered not. The golden ship could sail without it, for it could soar. Sajik held the log post, comparing its readings. Southeast. According to the log pose, there lies an island not far from us. Did you hear that? Let's move quickly. Having endured enough of his teasing, Enel, after receiving a light reprimand from Ivy, headed toward the southeast. After evading the colossal sea kings, they refrained from further recklessness, for the repercussions would be severe. Sajik, ensure you're not mistaken. We have yet to leave the doldrums. The method to discern one's departure from the doldrums is quite simple. One need only observe the presence of wind. Currently, the sea lies in tranquil stillness. It is perplexing that such a place as the doldrums exists devoid of wind. Could this be an intentional design? How can it be that wind is entirely absent? Avi waved his hand, stirring a feeble breeze into existence. The world is indeed replete with mysteries. Previously, upon entering Lucky Island, though peculiar, it was not unique in its oddities. Avi recalled how Luffy and his companions had encountered a rainbow mist in the East Blue, where time stood still, and they even crossed paths with individuals from 50 years prior. Thus, Avi was not particularly astonished. With so many unknowns, the essence of adventure becomes all the more significant. Does it not? If one were to know everything, while it might confer some narrative advantage, it would ultimately be devoid of purpose. Primarily, Avi found himself arriving at an inopportune moment, as his circumstances at the outset were rather unfavorable. He had initially intended to align himself with Admiral Kizaru and serve within the Navy, contemplating whether to follow in the footsteps of those who had traversed before him, perhaps even engaging in a rebellion. However, the situation swiftly shifted, and he found himself already within the Grand Line. Had he been in the East Blue, he would have certainly sought to gather the main characters around him. Zoro seemed promising, and the swordsman Yasop was reputed to be a master of the blade. If he had been in the East Blue, he would have eagerly sought to learn from them. Had he arrived even earlier, he could have directly entered Fusha village and served as a grandson to Garp, with a powerful figure backing him, a veritable path to dominance. The Navy, the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, Avi too possesses influential connections. His beginnings were less than ideal. Indeed, he often found himself pondering such thoughts in moments of boredom. Reflecting on his choices seemed harmless, for no one would ever know. In the present, he felt rather content. His strength was formidable, and he dismissed any concerns. Sparta. I am hungry. Truth be told, every time Avi called out for Sparta in the past, he felt as though he was stepping into a role, as if he were on the verge of becoming Sparta himself. Now, however, he had grown accustomed to it. Such is the nature of reality, one acclimates through repetition. Av's mind wandered through a myriad of chaotic thoughts, primarily stemming from boredom. After his escape, he found himself both hungry and restless. He had not consumed any devil fruits, and during moments of ennui, he would train at sea, which served to occupy his time. However, the current situation was different. Beneath him lay the doldrums, where sea kings were plentiful, and large sea creatures could be glimpsed every few seconds. Should he venture down? It would be akin to courting danger. Yet, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. Perhaps he should consider visiting Fishman Island. After all, capturing Shirahoshi might prove advantageous. She is said to be the ancient weapon Poseidon, capable of commanding all sea kings, including the larger varieties. Possessing Shirahoshi would grant him unparalleled dominion over the seas. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Truly, how dreadfully dull. Sandy, how much longer until we arrive? Lying on the board, Ivy rolled around, shouting. Based on my experience, we should arrive before nightfall. Speaking of which, they have just escaped from the pursuit of the colossal sea creature. How could they become bored so quickly? This is truly perplexing, thought Shaji, sipping on lemon juice. What are you drinking? I want some too, Ivy exclaimed. Sparta, how can you be so discriminatory? Why does everyone else have it, but I do not? If I were your superior, I would deduct your salary. Oh, right, I am your captain. Now, I command you to bring me a drink just like his, Ivy said, pointing confidently at the lemon juice in Shaji's hand. I asked you earlier if you wanted some, but since you didn't reply, I assumed you didn't tea, Sparta replied casually, handing a cup of lemon juice to Ivy. Being bored is fine as long as we find something to do. As long as we stir things up, it won't be dull anymore. Indeed, that's the essence of it. Shaji, now I command you to show me your newly developed equipment. No, you'll break it. Oh, how dare you disobey your captain? What does I teach you a proper lesson? While Shaji stared blankly at the sky, Ivy gulped down the lemon juice and lunged at Shaji. One must admit, the lemon juice was indeed tangy. Ivy felt her teeth numb. Slightly lightheaded, she shouldn't have drunk it so quickly. As she lunged, these thoughts raced through her mind. Quickly vanishing, for Shaji was no pushover. An array of tactics emerged, making one unable to defend against them. Whether it was a sudden banana peel appearing underfoot causing Ivy to fall, or her limbs growing weak and limp, collapsing to the ground. You're cheating, Ivy roared. As a rope from the sail inexplicably loosened and swung heavily towards her. Ah, truly impressive. Trying to pull Shaji out of his sorrowful mood? Robin thought. Observing the commotion between the two. Chapter 102. Dear heroes, I am indeed a great person. Look, there is really a small island ahead. You weren't lying to me. Upon spotting the island in the distance, Ivy immediately released the thumb that had been tearing at Shaji's mouth, casually wiping it on Shaji's clothes, which left Shaji exasperated. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Are you lacking in common sense? Shaji retorted, watching Ivy, whose desire to reach the island burned like a wildfire. Resembling a monkey. What did you say? Suddenly, Ivy diverted her gaze from the island, turning to Shaji with a smile. Although Ivy was smiling, Shaji felt an icy chill, his bones trembling. Oh, I was just saying that it is thanks to our captain's wise and formidable leadership that we were able to find this island. Heaven must have noticed the captain's hunger, for look, someone has already come to receive us below, undoubtedly preparing a sumptuous dinner, just waiting for us to indulge. With a composed demeanor, Shaji spoke earnestly, gazing at Ai Wei with sincerity, as if to convey, this is my heartfelt sentiment. Behold my earnest little eyes and my honest mustache. In our village, I am known as the reliable young man. Is that so? How could they possibly know we have arrived? Could it truly be as you suggested, that the heavens are shining upon me? I am no illegitimate child of the divine. Why the special attention? With a heavy kick, Shaji struck Ai Wei's backside, feeling the flesh's resilience and enjoying the sensation. Ah, Ai Wei, you rascal. I shall have my revenge. The startled Shaji, his face drained of color, cursed Ai Wei as he flew through the air. See, your true thoughts are now revealed. You, the so-called reliable young man. I'm the one deserving of that title. You truly know how to embellish your own role. Grumbling. Ai Wei turned his gaze downward, observing Shaji being apprehended by a group of heavily armed individuals, and with a sly grin, he shouted. What is the situation down there? Are we truly being treated to a feast? Indeed. Hurry down. There is an abundance of delicious food. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning scoundrel. How was I oblivious to your hidden talents before? Alas, I have encountered the wrong sort. As all my companions are so unreliable. Ainalu, let us find another way up. After lamenting, he turned to Ainalu. You scoundrel, may you meet a wretched fate. As he watched Ai Wei and the others depart, Shaji's expression darkened to the point of dripping with resentment. Oh, noble heroes, spare my life. I mean no harm. He disgracefully knelt, casting aside any semblance of dignity. What brings you here? However, Shaji's words failed to leave a favorable impression on his captors. One brandished a sword, menacingly pointing it at Shaji's throat. If Shaji were also a traveler from another world, his inner thoughts at this moment would be, that sword is a mere millimeter from my throat. But alas, he was not. The one above, his name is Ai Wei. That scoundrel seeks to conspire against Daughter Island. I have been forcibly brought here by him, and my admiration for her is as boundless as the ocean itself. How could I serve such a wretch? Thus, I swore to resist with all my might, yet that rogue kicked me down. I am innocent. In truth, I am a genuinely good person. The scene was almost tearful, though it fell short of perfection. Ai Wei would undoubtedly critique it thus. Upon hearing the soldiers' voices, Shaji realized where he was. Daughter Island, the territory of the renowned beauty known as the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, is none other than Amazon Lily. The calm belt, the islands, and the fierce female warriors, anyone would instantly recognize this place. Sister, that person seems to be a man. A short-haired woman, armed with a bow and arrows, pushed her way forward from behind the female warriors. What a predicament! Though it is said that Amazon Lily is home to countless stunning women, particularly the pirate empress, whose beauty is beyond compare. I have never heard of any men residing on this island. Quick-witted, Shaji's mind raced as he contemplated his options. Perhaps fleeing would be wise, for the island is vast, and he could surely escape. However, there was one pressing issue. That scoundrel, Ivy, had fled, and it was rumored that the island's inhabitants were masters of hockey, capable of sensing his presence. What the hell? I'll take my chances. Chapter 103. Kidnapping Say, do you think Shaji has met his end? Ivy mused, reclining as he savored a roasted leg of lamb. Given Shaji's pace, he should have caught up by now, yet he remained conspicuously absent. Did you leave him any clues? Robin remarked with an eye roll, her tone tinged with annoyance. Does it even matter? With such a grand ship shining brightly at night, how could he not find us? He must have perished, Ivy replied confidently, a hint of mockery in his voice. That bastard is cursing me. While navigating through the dense forest, Shaji sneezed in irritation, grumbling about the relentless soldiers of Amazon Lily, who seemed to pursue him like tenacious glue, leaving him no time to rest. I merely stumbled in here. It wasn't by choice. Is such treatment necessary? I haven't harmed your parents or done you any ill. Shaji's mood was thoroughly vexed, leaving no room for extraneous thoughts. In this regard, Ivy had achieved his objective. Ahead, a fire flickered. It appeared that those rascals were not far off. Rubbing his reddened nose, Shaji found the swarm of mosquitoes in the forest unbearable, especially in the sweltering heat. Hey, is that you? Ivy, reveling in his mocking curses directed at Shaji, suddenly heard a shout and swiftly turned. You fool, Shaji. I did not intend to bring about your demise. Let's have their rightful owners. You should return and cease to harm others. May your soul find peace. Damn it, I knew it was you cursing me. With that, the two quickly engaged in a scuffle, but Shaji was no match for Ivy. In just a few moments, he found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Hurry up. Those intruders are right ahead. I can see the flames. Any man daring to trespass on Amazon Lily shall be executed. Everyone, let's be swift. That man possesses some peculiar abilities. We must maintain our distance from him. Once we have identified him, we shall strike him down with arrows without hesitation. Is it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a genuine man. Perhaps we should capture him and wait for His Majesty Hancock's return for further action. Yes, indeed, that sounds fitting. Many of the ladies are quite intrigued by men. Capturing one to serve as a specimen would not be a bad idea. A cacophony of chatter emerged from the dense forest, initially characterized by a robust tone reminiscent of military command, followed by softer voices. Yet, whether firm or gentle, they all shared a singular objective, to capture Shaji. They remain unaware that Ivy and her companions are also present. Pray tell, what have you done to elicit such relentless pursuit from these women? Do you possess some secret? At that moment, Ivy began to provoke Shaji, causing him to turn hostile. It's all your fault, you bastard. I will kill you. Shaji was prepared to rise up and sing a different tune, but instead, he remained motionless on the ground, face down, despairing and disheartened. It seemed there were more than just one person present. Indeed, when the man had first appeared, he had seemingly fallen from the sky. A ship flying above must have been his accomplice. Perfectly timed, he sent a message to Sister Shinya, informing her that all the intruders had been located and urging her to come immediately. As he spoke, several women emerged, standing in formation, their expressions grave as they guarded against any violent actions from Ivy and his companions. Who are you, and what is your purpose on Daughter Island? Asked a woman named Lowly, her demeanor stern as she regarded Ivy and his group. I assure you, we are merely accidental intruders, Ivy replied. We inadvertently entered the doldrums and provoked some colossal sea creatures. In our attempt to escape them, we ended up here. By the way, may I have the honor of meeting Your Majesty Hancock? I have long wished to see if the Pirate Empress is as beautiful as legend portrays. After a hearty meal, it is common for one to feel a sense of contentment, and although there was no wine, there was plenty of meat, prompting Ivy to seek trouble. Silence. How dare you invoke the name of Her Majesty? Lowly declared. Seize them. Execute these men who dare to disrespect the Empress. Her words sealed the fate of Ivy and his companions, as the vigilant female soldiers swiftly drew their long arrows, most aimed directly at Ivy, who had spoken first. The consequence of his loose tongue. Lying on the ground, Shaji felt no desire to rise. Viewing the world from a different angle was, in fact, quite novel. Comforting himself with excuses, he lay there with a sense of peace. Ivy, should we engage? The Spartan weapons had been drawn, and since they were revealed, they were prepared for battle. Even if facing a group of women, Spartans would show no mercy. They had no rules against striking women. Not necessary. Ivy halted his eager companions. Without a hint of caution, he stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, I apologize if my earlier tone was excessive. I am truly sorry. You see, I too am a pirate, and your Empress is also a pirate. Perhaps we have much in common. Arrest him, was the response to Ivy. as a volley of arrows rang out, clashing against his form without breaching his defenses. Ahem, let us not be hasty. I have long admired the domineering techniques practiced on Daughter Island. Might you teach me? I implore you. Bowing at a 45-degree angle to show his sincerity. Another volley of arrows responded. Yet again, they failed to breach his defenses. What should we do, Sister Lowly? We are utterly powerless against them. In an instant, the female soldiers found themselves in a state of panic, for in their recollections, no one had ever managed to block arrows imbued with armed haki using mere flesh. Do not panic. Wait for Captain Shinya to arrive. We must confine them here and remain vigilant, urged Luachili. Striving to bolster the spirits of her comrades while cautiously observing Ivy, she was perplexed by the intentions of the man before her. Yet one thing was certain, his strength was formidable. So, do you hold a high status on your daughter island? Ivy abruptly shifted the topic. Of course. Captain Luachili holds a prestigious position. She is the adopted daughter of the former emperor. A soldier beside Luachili interjected, inadvertently revealing her captain's background. Luachili furrowed her brow. Why do you ask that? Naturally, I am preparing for a kidnapping. As Ivy spoke, she vanished from sight. And countless figures materialized behind the female soldiers, akin to a technique of duplication, though it was merely an optical illusion caused by her incredible speed. With a series of thuds, Ivy reappeared at her original location, leaving only Luachili standing, bewildered. Ivy, brimming with confidence, declared, Now, I announce that you have been abducted by me. Chapter 104. Bewildered, damn it. He runs faster than a mouse. Meanwhile, Captain Shinya perched on a tree branch, becoming increasingly frustrated in his search for Ivy and her companions. Captain, we have received word from Vice Captain Luachili that the intruders have been located. We must move swiftly, reported a subordinate, rushing towards him. Truly worthy of being the former emperor's adopted daughter, she is indeed skilled. Let us hurry and regroup. I shall teach those intruders a lesson they won't soon forget. The group hastened towards Ivy's location, and due to their proximity, they arrived swiftly. To their astonishment, they beheld fallen soldiers strewn across the ground, along with Luachili bound by ropes. How dare they commit such a heinous act? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Shinya, consumed by rage, rallied his subordinates to charge forth, intent on slaying Ivy and rescuing Vice Captain Luachili. Fire. With swords drawn, arrows rained down upon Ivy like droplets of rain. More have come. The stakes have just risen, Ivy mused, unfazed by Shinya's onslaught, for she was aware that two teams had been pursuing them, and Luachili's group had followed closely behind. There was certainly another wave. Ah, this is my first experience with kidnapping in the pirate world. It's quite exhilarating. Ivy thought to herself, a thrill coursing through her as she prepared to act. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the night, illuminating the darkness with blinding flashes of lightning, as if heralding the arrival of something monumental upon the female soldiers of New Asia. Under the influence of the tempest, one could almost discern the delicate outlines of their bones. Analu, you scoundrel, do you possess no sense of compassion? Exclaimed Avi. We are here for a ransom, not to torment these captives. That is the rule, do you understand? The impulsive action of rushing out was abruptly halted, as Avi's fervor was doused like a flame by a bucket of icy water. Turning angrily to admonish Analu, Shadi approached to tend to the wounds of the female soldiers, emanating a soft, ethereal glow akin to that of a celestial being. Ah, my dear Shadi, you are magnificent. Once I acquire the method to cultivate the Conqueror's haki, you shall be the first to be rewarded, Avi declared. Shadi rolled her eyes and retorted, I hardly need your instruction. Avi, taken aback by Shadi's dismissive gesture, pondered in confusion. Perhaps, indeed, she was somewhat naive. After all, Shadi had graduated from a prestigious naval academy, taught by the esteemed Zifa, who was known for imparting knowledge on the art of haki. Ah, how foolish I am, Avi mused. If that is the case, then we need not proceed with the ransom. Suddenly enlightened, Avi declared, Shadi, please share the method of haki cultivation with our class. We must leave at once. There are greater troubles awaiting us. Resolute, Avi decided they could no longer linger. If Hancock returned and witnessed such a scene, it could incite her wrath. The fabled Gorgon-esque gaze could petrify a person with a mere glance. Yet Avi felt undaunted, truth be told. However, she was mindful of her companions. Avi was ever the paragon of virtue. Once the female soldiers had been healed and settled, they would depart. Continuing her ministrations, Shadi felt a profound respect for these women. As a fellow female, she understood the immense effort required for a woman to rise in this era. In the Navy, few women achieved prominence, and even fewer possessed formidable strength. Observing an entire army composed solely of women was indeed stirring for Shadi. Swiftly, all were treated, demonstrating the remarkable efficacy of her fruit-based abilities. While the women remained unconscious, they were all transported onto the ship, including the previously unscathed Lucili, whom they rendered unconscious as well. In times of fortune and adversity, we share the burden, Avi reasoned. As their leader, she felt compelled to accompany her comrades in their plight. With a decisive strike, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Let us set forth, paddling our oars towards the new world. Returning to the place where I encountered these splendid individuals, each was left in their most comfortable posture, without exception. Ivy, however, was not so casual about her peculiar penchant that resembled a small mountain. Shadi, why have you never mentioned your prowess before? Ivy remarked somewhat indiscreetly aboard the ship. Isn't it rather obvious? I never disclosed it to you, and you never inquired, Shadi replied, her hands gesturing in a dismissive manner, clearly having grasped about 70% of Ivy's demeanor. Then you must enlighten us on the art of harnessing this formidable power. We have always navigated this path on our own, and it has lacked a systematic approach, with a structured method of cultivation at hand. Ivy would never feign superiority by fabricating her own. Unlike certain pirates who boast of their mastery, awakening the conqueror's haki with apparent ease and indulging in extravagant variations, such as the Shura haki, blood haki, or the slaughter haki. These are all quite renowned, and many more could be enumerated, yet overall, Avi harbors a sense of envy. Albeit regrettably, he lacks the ability. Furthermore, this formidable haki is not something that can be easily discovered through mere exploration, no matter how prodigious one may be. A path must be traversed. There exists a stark distinction between a pioneer and a learner. The former is a blend of excellence and hardship, while the latter enjoys a sense of ease. With a path ahead, there is no harm in embarking upon it, and it is indeed a source of delight. For a long time, Avi has relied on his recollections of Haki's descriptions to practice, but the progress is painstakingly slow. Avi, it seems, grows increasingly anxious, however. There is little choice but to navigate the river by feeling the stones. Annie's heart is quite commendable, akin to observation haki. Avi has already mastered it. Yet he has yet to truly grasp armament haki and conqueror's haki, having only scratched the surface during battles. Haki, in essence, is rather simple. It embodies conviction. The stronger and more unwavering the belief, the more likely it is to awaken. If one firmly believes in the existence of haki, then it indeed exists. Subsequently, one must attune to the chi that pervades the world at all times, and the more of this energy one can harness, the mightier one becomes. This is akin to donning a layer of armor, the method of cultivating armament haki. Naturally, each individual possesses different physical attributes, which affects the quantity of chi one can endure, thereby varying the strength of their armament haki. Armament haki can be subdivided into two aspects, defensive power and offensive power, but regardless of which, mastery leads to formidable prowess. The cultivation of observation haki primarily involves the sensitivity of the mind and body to the external environment. The more robust the mind, the more likely it can awaken instantaneously, which can be honed through continuous combat. The first two can be cultivated through rigorous training, however. Conqueror's haki is distinct, as it pertains to an enigmatic spirit. One must possess an unparalleled aura in a particular domain or endeavor to awaken it. I am not entirely certain how to cultivate it. A teacher once mentioned that armament haki involves the utilization of the omnipresent chi, while observation haki is related to the mind. At a basic level, it allows one to foresee an enemy's attack. At an intermediate level, one can glimpse into the future. And at the ultimate level, one can transcend the confines of time and space, witnessing the continuum of time itself. Are you jesting? Chi, the mind. The spirit, can it be so profound? I recall Rayleigh instructing Luffy to simply endure the blows, yet there seems to be so many intricate nuances involved. Chapter 105. An unexpected encounter in the doldrums. A vast ship gently glides across the tranquil sea, adorned at its bow with two large serpents, their countenance radiating joy. This vessel belongs to the Empress Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recently returned from the naval headquarters. Logically, this affair should have little to do with her. Yet, she could not resist the urge to go and witness the fury of Sengoku and the naval officers, which brought her an unexpected joy. It turned out that many days prior, Ivankov had landed to gather intelligence on the situation of the Golden Lion in the black market, where 2 celestial dragon nobles accidentally perished due to a clash between Ivankov and Kizaru, struck down by lightning. Consequently, the celestial dragons unleashed their wrath. demanding that the naval headquarters swiftly capture Ivankov and drag Kazuru to serve as a slave to the celestial dragons, which left Sengoku in a state of distress, his hair turning increasingly gray. Hancock's intention in attending was merely to witness the debacle. She harbored no fondness for either the Navy or the celestial dragons. Were it not for her desire to protect Amazon Lily, she would have renounced her title as a warlord altogether. However, her status as one of the 7 warlords granted her the freedom to go without the Navy being able to impede her progress. This situation was rather amusing, and she wondered how that old man Sengoku would react. Ha ha. Lost in mirth, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Empress, we are nearing home, a soldier announced as he rushed in. Yes, I am aware. You may carry on, she replied, with graceful strides in her striking red cheapao, which tantalizingly revealed glimpses of her alluring figure. Hancock walked elegantly along, kawaii snake swaying alongside her. She had chosen not to bring her 2 younger sisters this time. As not all members of the Kuja pirates could be mobilized, some needed to remain on the island. Hancock had grown accustomed to her attire, as it exuded elegance and showcased her proud physique. Having consumed the sweet fruit, she needed to maintain her most beautiful posture at all times to maximize the fruit's power. And with all the soldiers aboard being women, and Amazon Lily populated solely by females, she paid little mind to her appearance. As they neared Amazon Lily, feeling somewhat stifled indoors, she decided to take a stroll. What is that ahead? She inquired. A ship, a large vessel that appeared to be coming from Amazon Lily. Not good. The island may be in peril. Hancock's brow furrowed slightly at the alarmed exclamations of her soldiers, anger igniting within her. How dare anyone dare to encroach upon her territory? It was truly an audacious move. Capture those aboard that ship for me. If they have committed any wrongdoing, dispose of them on the spot. You will do this for me? One to you? After all, I am the most beautiful. With a signature disdainful gesture, she elicited cheers of admiration and devotion from her subordinates, who fell to their knees in reverence. It seems another ship approaches. Just as Ivy was preparing to delve into a profound discussion with Shaji regarding the art of domineering cultivation, Enel opened his lifeless eyes and gazed outside. How could this be? We are in the doldrums, after all. Who else could possibly be as unfortunate as we are? Ivy remarked casually, not pondering deeply. Captain, have you forgotten from whence we came? Shaji interjected, shaking his head in reminder. Ah, yes, I understand now. We ought to step out and pay a visit to this master. Since fate has brought us here, it would be remiss not to meet, he declared. Leading the group outside, they immediately laid eyes upon Hancock striking a signature pose it was impossible to overlook. Her stance was unmistakably alluring. However, Ivy exhibited remarkable self-restraint. Steadying himself as he exclaimed, Wow, she is indeed quite beautiful. I had thought the rumors were exaggerated. Where do you ruffians hail from? And what mischief have you been up to on the island? At this moment, they were still a distance from the daughter island, and their keen eyesight could no longer discern the slumbering figures of Roki and others on the island. Oh dear, must one resort to insults? We ought to practice civility and decorum. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ivy, a pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries, possessing a grand ship crafted entirely of gold beneath my feet. At not yet 20 years of age, I remain unmarried. He bowed with a gentlemanly grace and began to speak eloquently. What do you mean? I am the one inquiring, and you lack proper etiquette, Hancock retorted sharply. No sooner had she finished speaking than her subordinate sprang into action, for the distance between the 2 ships was now sufficient for close combat. They charged towards the golden vessel. Why not flee? Firstly, Ivy, as a man of honor, could never retreat. Secondly, upon seeing Hancock, Shaji was utterly captivated, rendered motionless in a daze. Even Enel, with his lifeless gaze, opened his eyes wide, observing Shaji, the Navi youth, unable to resist. Since you have made the first move, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Let us engage together. In a fierce confrontation, Sparta, Robin, and Suddy launched their attacks with fervor. The foot soldiers, although possessing some prowess, were no match for the formidable pirates before them. They were not mere minnows to be slaughtered at will. Hancock, displaying no sympathy for her fallen subordinates, summoned a wave of petrifying light, accompanied by her sweet, alluring wind, which turned not only the defeated soldiers to stone but also the female warriors assaulting Robin. Yet, behind these petrified soldiers, the remaining female warriors continued their relentless charge, as if their lives held no value. Enel refrained from initiating attacks, but any female warrior who approached him was swiftly incapacitated by his electric strikes. Some wielded long arrows infused with haki for ranged attacks, forcing Enel to evade. His mastery of haki was still nascent, rendering him incapable of countering these enhanced arrow strikes. Fortunately, the speed of his lightning allowed him to remain unscathed, preserving his haughty demeanor. Regarding the petrification of her subordinates, Hancock felt no remorse. In her own words, she believed that whatever she did would be forgiven because of her unparalleled beauty. With a decisive step onto the deck, she approached Hancock and struck her with a staff. Fragrant kick. With a high kick, she made contact with the staff, then swiftly kicked it away. The staff had begun to petrify at its tip. Compelling Ivy to retract it, continuing would have rendered it useless. Let us resort to fists then. I must ask you a serious question. Are you not wearing any undergarments? Ivy halted, posing a rather formal and earnest inquiry. Seeking death, Hancock, her expression darkened, advanced with haste. The power behind her fragrant kick was immense, and a moment's negligence could lead to petrification. During her assault, Hancock unleashed her conqueror's haki, causing all female warriors unable to withstand it to collapse. Ivy, too, felt the effects, though only Enel managed to maintain his stance amidst the turmoil. A brief wave of dizziness passed over him, but after shaking his head, he felt no further ill effects, merely a fleeting darkness upon rising too quickly. Sweet, sweet wind, dominating fist, thunderous roar. Observing Ivy's resilience despite the assault, Hancock, albeit puzzled, was soon consumed by fury, unleashing an even more ferocious onslaught toward Ivy. Chapter 106. Equal standing impressive. Ivy glanced around and noted the few standing figures, herself, Enel, and Hancock, all steadfastly remaining upright. Fragrant kick. As Ivy momentarily lost herself in thought, Hancock's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, disregarding her female subordinates. She intensified her attack on Ivy. Caught off guard, Ivy could only raise her arms to shield her face, yet her limbs began to gradually petrify, growing stiff and unyielding. Suddenly, Ivy, who had been retreating, lifted her head sharply, her gaze fixed on the petrification of her arms, which had begun to wane and recede. Electrical currents surged through the veins in her arms, swiftly consuming the foreign elements infiltrating her body, and in no time, her arms returned to their pristine condition. Seeking death, Hancock furrowed her elegant brows, her expression darkening. The fact that Ivy could counter her devil fruit ability infuriated Hancock, and she could not let Ivy escape unscathed. With increased velocity, her feet launched strikes and her hands delivered swift blows aimed at Ivy's vital points, the sound of slicing air resonating across the grand ship. Each clash between the two sent tremors through the vessel, causing it to tilt precariously. The gangplank and mast bore the scars of their conflict, and the ship, once a magnificent vessel, now lay in ruin due to their fierce engagement. Conqueror's fist. Capsize. Ivy's speed accelerated to such an extent that her presence became almost imperceptible aboard the ship. Even with Hancock exerting her full observation haki, she could barely catch a glimpse of Ivy, unable to discern where Ivy would strike next. Suddenly, Ivy's voice echoed from behind her, causing Hancock's expression to shift dramatically. She could only manage to twist her body awkwardly, forcing her legs to evade to the side. Yet Ivy's speed was insurmountable. By the time Hancock had completed her evasive maneuver, Ivy's strike had already arrived. The force was tremendous, had Ivy not tempered her strength at the last moment. Hancock would have been grievously wounded, perhaps even cast into the depths of the sea. Nevertheless, Hancock found herself spitting blood. Her demeanor despondent as she leaned against the ship's hull, struggling to rise again, only to collapse once more to the deck, her legs trembling beneath her. You are no match for me. Though your personality does not sit well with me, I am not one to annihilate my foes entirely. Consider this a reprieve, a form of compensation. Seeing that Hancock was incapacitated and realizing their proximity to Amazon Lily, Ivy decided not to linger any longer. The commotion here must have caught the attention of those on the island. Although Ivy felt uncertain, it was prudent to leave. They needed a proper respite after a period of relentless travel, having had little opportunity for rest. Since departing from the territory of the Shaji tribe, they had been embroiled in continuous battles, and upon emerging, they had encountered a large gathering of Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. After narrowly escaping, they mistakenly believed they had reached Shambadi, given the short distance, yet they had not truly left the Calm Belt but rather entered the domain of the pirate empress, Hancock. In an effort to help Shaji shift their focus away from sorrow, Ivy resolved to stay on Amazon Lily for a brief respite, even contemplating seizing the opportunity to acquire the techniques for hockey training. However, with the presence of the master, Shadi, such ambitions seemed distant and unnecessary. Ivy was not one to resort to coercion. Upon preparing to leave, Ivy encountered Hancock returning from the Navy headquarters, leading to yet another skirmish. Although the conflict had been resolved, Ivy had already incapacitated 2 of her guards, who now lay unconscious on the island. Having also dealt a blow to the Queen of Amazon Lily, Ivy felt a tinge of guilt, acknowledging that the turmoil had stemmed from their side. Though Hancock bore her share of responsibility as well. Thus, they were even. Ivy placed the female soldiers aboard the ship of the Kuja pirates while Hancock, unable to move, glared with a fierce intensity, her eyes burning with unspoken fury. Had she been able, she would surely have fought back. Her pet serpent stood vigil over her, unwilling to advance, yet it too would fiercely defend Hancock if Ivy dared to press the advantage further. Enough with the fierce stare, Ivy remarked. I concede. Your eyes are indeed impressive. I acknowledge your prowess. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, he signaled his defeat, rousing Robin and the others. Hancock's petrification was not eternal, merely temporary, and those with resolute will, like Ivy, could resist her fruit's power. As Hancock fell to Ivy, the petrification affecting Shaddy and the others dissipated. With a cheerful wave of his hand and a broad smile, Ivy bid farewell, reveling in his triumph. Observing many fan works where Hancock is often portrayed as a captive, Ivy found such notions unappealing. He chose to defy convention, not only refusing to claim her but also delivering a sound defeat to Hancock. This sense of accomplishment is truly exhilarating. Who are you, really? You are certainly not an inconspicuous individual. If you were indeed obscure, you would not possess such formidable strength. Gazing at Ivy's smiling face and the golden ship, Hancock felt a faint sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered this scene before. I am Smilock. Ivy, feel free to seek me out for revenge in the future. Ah, another admirer. How delightful. Ivy's voice echoed just as the golden ship vanished from Hancock's sight. This time, Ivy and the others had flown directly. The ship was not equipped with sea stone, which made sailing on the ocean rather perilous. Ivy wished to avoid another tumultuous upheaval caused by sea kings. It was far too troublesome. Thus, flying was the preferred option. Shaji produced a record pointer, established a destination after observing a particular direction, and then retreated to his quarters. The unfortunate Shaji had begun to question his life choices, feeling utterly ensnared by Ivy. He had been relentlessly pursued by a battalion of female soldiers on Amazon Lily. Unable to fight back effectively, of course, under casual circumstances. Just as he was preparing to depart, he encountered the Empress Hancock, and without much resistance, he succumbed to her conqueror's haki, rendered unconscious with no ability to defend himself. Aside from Shaji's gloomy demeanor and Enel's disinterest and frivolity, the others had returned to their joyful banter. Their next destination was determined, the Sabaody archipelago. Ivy, that notorious figure with a bounty of 500 million berries, who was indifferent to life and death. Indeed, Ivy had become a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Though he remained unaware that this was a consequence of the unfortunate demise of 2 celestial dragons in the black market. Hancock's expression momentarily faltered, a mix of surprise and complexity washing over her. This trip to the Navy headquarters was merely to observe. Yet she felt a certain admiration for Ivy's audacity in confronting the celestial dragons. However, given that a fight had already ensued, and seeing Ivy approach from the direction of Amazon Lily, it was evident that he had been involved in yet another skirmish. After a brief period, as her body regained some strength, Hancock summoned all her subordinates and commanded, set sail. Ignoring their puzzled expressions and their curiosity about Ivy's unfortunate fate, she retreated to her quarters aboard the ship. Too clear? I certainly did not consent to that, a soft, ethereal voice echoed from within the room. Chapter 107. Sengoku and Kizuru in the Holy Land of myriad. At the entrance of the world government, Sengoku emerged with a melancholic demeanor. The situation was far from ideal. The 5 elders had not acquiesced to Sengoku's proposal to grant Kizuru a chance for redemption, insisting instead on delivering him to the celestial dragons. Kizuru had rendered significant service to the Navy over the years, and none had anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events. As Sengoku boarded his vessel, gazing upon the revered Holy Land, he felt a lingering sense of reluctance. At the very least, I shall not simply acquiesce to your fate. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Sengoku made his way directly to the prison where Kizuru was confined. 2 naval soldiers promptly stood at attention, exclaiming, Marshal Sengoku, how may we assist you? I wish to speak with Borsellino, he replied. Thanks to Sengoku's steadfast arguments, Kizuru had yet to be delivered to the celestial dragons and remained imprisoned within the naval facility. Old friend, I am truly sorry, Sengoku murmured, gazing at the disheveled Kizuru, momentarily at a loss for words. They belonged to the same era, both of considerable age, and Sengoku had initially recommended Kizaru for the position of admiral. Although the ranks of admirals were few, it could not be said that Sengoku favored his acquaintances. At that time, Kizaru's strength and achievements were unparalleled. Had it not been for that tragic event, which cost Kizaru his wife, he would still be the devoted admiral tirelessly serving the Navy, rather than the lethargic figure before him, merely drifting through life. The repercussions of that incident had been profound, leading Kizaru to indulge his daughter excessively. When she was kidnapped by the Golden Lion, he had succumbed to a frenzied state, oblivious to the presence of the celestial dragons in the midst of battle. "Ah, Sengoku, you've come to visit the old man," Kizaru greeted, flashing his signature lecherous grin, seemingly unperturbed by his bleak future. He had already received word that Suddy had been rescued by Ivy and was currently aboard her ship. Instead of pondering why Suddy had not returned, he found solace in the thought that she was safe among pirates, far from suffering like him. Kizaru held his own views on Ivy, at least under her care. Suddy would not face harm, at least until Ivy's demise. Yet, he did not perceive Ivy as a short-lived individual. In Kizaru's mind, a scale weighed the merits of the Navy against those of the pirates. "I sought assistance from the 5 stars in myriad, but they were powerless," Sengoku confessed, struggling to articulate his feelings. After years of camaraderie, he now faced the prospect of pushing his old friend into the flames of despair. Reluctance was inevitable, yet Sengoku, as a soldier first and foremost, understood his duty as fleet admiral. He was acutely aware of the various moral failings within the Navy and could not bear to see the justice he had upheld for so long crumble before his eyes. However, gazing at Kizaru's indifferent countenance stirred an impulse within him, one he quickly suppressed. "Sengoku, we understand each other well. You need not compromise your integrity on my behalf. I do not blame you for the past. It is merely the nature of this world, and I have come to terms with it. You are different. Do not let my fate lead to your own downfall." At this moment, Kizaru was solemn, casting aside his usual nonchalance and languid demeanor, and instead regarded Sengoku with earnestness. "Also, please take care of my daughter, Suddy. She is a good child and is currently aboard that rascal Smilok's ship." Upon uttering these words, Kizaru reverted to his playful disposition. Smilok, how could that name resurface? Sengoku found it difficult to believe, having been preoccupied with matters concerning Kizaru and neglecting vital intelligence. He recalled the words of that individual. "We must pay for the sins we have committed. The world government will be the first. When I return, the world will be overturned." Sengoku had always assumed this was mere bravado, yet Blue Phoenix was not one to speak falsehoods to himself. He had been relentlessly seeking the hidden transgressions of the world government that would lead to its downfall. However, he had not gleaned a shred of information and was on the verge of forgetting until the emergence of Avi. Initially, Sengoku paid little heed, but as he accompanied Avi, he was compelled to take the matter seriously. "Do you believe that fellow's nonsense?" "Ha ha ha. No, I only trust what I see, not what I hear. Alas, I cannot discern the truth. You shall see." Immersed in contemplation, his gaze fixed on Kizaru. It seemed as though he were not merely observing Kizaru, but peering into the very fabric of time, envisioning the smug countenance of Smilok Blue Phoenix. "You shall see." Reiterating this phrase, the desolate Sengoku was inundated with thoughts, yet it culminated solely in that utterance. He suddenly felt an overwhelming weariness in his heart and body, yearning to cast aside the burdens of this chaotic world and retire to a tranquil existence as an ordinary man. Sengoku harbored envy for Kizaru and Garp, who followed their hearts unreservedly. Kizaru's indolence post-incident and Garp's steadfast refusal to ascend to the rank of admiral, preferring the freedom of a vice-admiral, were sources of his admiration. Sengoku, however, was unable to indulge in such liberties, burdened by the responsibilities of the Navy and the expectations of countless individuals. He bore too much to summon the courage to abandon it all. As Sengoku hurriedly departed, Kizaru's smile finally faded, revealing the loneliness of his gaunt form in the shadows, evoking a sense of sorrow in those who beheld him. Suddenly, Kizaru noticed a set of keys lying at the edge of the cell and sighed inwardly. "Old friend, I truly no longer blame you. Why must you make things so difficult for yourself?" Outside the prison, Sengoku exhaled a breath of frustration, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, his heart now untroubled. "Where there is light, there is darkness. This is an unchanging truth. Let this be my final act of defiance. Indeed, I understand you no longer hold resentment towards me, but I have yet to forgive myself. Many years ago, Kizaru embarked on a perilous mission to quell the pirates, at that time merely a rear admiral. It was an exceedingly dangerous undertaking, Yet Kazara resolutely accepted the challenge. He entrusted his wife and daughter to Sengoku's care. However, due to Sengoku's negligence, the pirates stealthily boarded the ship, ruthlessly slaughtering Kazuru's wife and daughter, leaving behind only an unborn child, Shadi. Indeed, Kazara had another daughter. Shadi was his second daughter, as the first had perished alongside her mother at the hands of the pirates. Although the pirate crew responsible for this atrocity was subsequently eradicated, the negligence lay squarely with Sengoku. Kazara's trust in Sengoku was evident by his decision to leave his family in his care, yet Sengoku failed to protect them. Old friend, depart now. You have earned your freedom. Yet I cannot leave. I must remain. Justice must be upheld, for the consequences of its absence would be immeasurably dire. With renewed resolve, he stood tall once more, each step measured and deliberate, neither hurried nor slow, but unwaveringly steadfast. Chapter 108. Daily life on the ship far across the ocean. Ivy remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring at the Navy headquarters. He was oblivious to the fact that, in a tragic miscalculation, he had slain 2 celestial dragons, leaving both Sengoku and Kazaru in a state of turmoil, while he himself had been issued a bounty of 500 million berries, with his fate hanging in the balance. It was not until a month later, while navigating the seas, that he gleaned this information from the newspapers, revealing that their journey had been far from smooth. They had endured 2 formidable sea tornadoes, shrouding the skies, and had it not been for Shadi's foresight, their escape would have been dubious. They also encountered 3 pirate skirmishes and numerous pursuits by bounty hunters. However, these were mere trifles that would soon fade from memory. After departing from a temporary resting island, they drew ever closer to the Sabaody archipelago, an essential passage into the New World. Aha! Now I too am a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Who among you can claim a higher bounty than mine? In recent days, Ivy's greatest joy has been to spring out of bed each morning, exuberantly calling out to everyone, her face brimming with pride. I know. You need not repeat it. My ears are already growing calloused from hearing it, Golden Week remarked, feigning indifference as she absent-mindedly made a gesture of cleaning her ears. Humph, this is nothing but blatant envy, Ivy retorted, hands on her hips, her head almost tilting toward the heavens. Say what you will, I am feeling rather drowsy and intend to catch a few more winks. Lately, I have been plagued by insomnia. If I do not get sufficient rest, my skin will suffer and I might end up looking like Sister Robin. Golden Week was referring to Robin's dark complexion, which she wished to avoid as she grew older, becoming increasingly aware of self-care as a woman. Meanwhile, seated within her room, Robin released her fruit powers, the flower of ears, with one palm adorned with blossoms resembling ears, vanishing at the door. She set aside the history book she had been perusing, contemplating thoughtfully. Golden Week, I happen to have some candies here. Would you like some? Recently, Golden Week had developed a fervent craving for sweets, unbothered by the prospect of cavities. Robin's voice pierced through the walls, reaching Golden Week's ears, instantly rousing her from her reverie. Little did she expect Robin to entice her. Her longing for candy overshadowed her vigilance. It had been 10 days since her last visit to the island, and she had already devoured all the candies purchased there without restraint. Leaping out of bed without donning her shoes, she hurriedly dashed to the door, and upon seeing Robin seated in a chair, she began rummaging through cabinets. Ah! A piercing scream soon echoed from Robin's room, causing Ivy to shake her head in disapproval. I thought you had matured, yet here you are, still a gluttonous child. With a sigh of exasperation, Ivy observed Robin emerging from her room, igniting her desire to converse once more. Robin, I am now a pirate worth 500 million berries. Who in the first half of the Grand Line could possibly rival my prowess? Her expression radiated a sense of triumph, as if inviting praise. Eager to absorb compliments of any kind, Sparta seemed to be busy in the kitchen, though Ivy was uncertain of what breakfast consisted of that day. Robin, stroking her chin, pondered aloud, yes, I should check. Let us hope it is not some culinary disaster. Indeed, upon hearing the word breakfast, Avidin's attention was instantly diverted, and he hurried to the kitchen. Recently, Suddy had been entirely captivated by Sparta's culinary skills and had begun earnestly studying the art of cooking. However, Suddy's talent was rather unpredictable. At times it shone brilliantly, while at others, it faltered, leaving Avidin with mixed feelings of affection and frustration. There were occasions when a dish appeared delectable, yet tasted quite unpleasant, proving intolerable. Conversely, seemingly mundane dishes could be unexpectedly delightful, showcasing a semblance of Sparta's burgeoning prowess. Dashing into the kitchen, Avidin indeed found Sparta instructing Suddy in the culinary arts. The dining table was already adorned with nearly half of the meal, and they were on the brink of dining. Gazing at the exquisite dishes, Avatin's mouth watered, as Sati immersed herself in her cooking, wholly engrossed and oblivious to her surroundings. Avatin discreetly pulled Sparta aside. "Sparta, do tell me, which dishes are your creations and which are Sati's?" He remained vigilant of Sati's reactions, wary that she might overhear. Should she do so, she might insist he sample her culinary endeavors. Chapter 109. Landing on the island at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. On Fishman Island, Ace and his companions bid farewell to their friends who had come to see them off. The ship, coated in a protective film, once again navigated through the underwater gate, revealing a plethora of wondrous and fascinating sights. He was particularly drawn to the name Whitebeard, the formidable pirate reigning over the New World, recognized as the most powerful man in existence. If Ace aspired to become the Pirate King, Whitebeard loomed as an insurmountable mountain he could not circumvent. To progress, he must confront and defeat him. Ace held no doubts regarding his capability, dismissing even Jinbei's reassurances. Until he vanquished the towering presence of Whitebeard, Ace could not claim the title of Pirate King. The Pirate King must invariably be the most formidable pirate, and Ace relentlessly pursued this ambition. "Boss Dio, hurry aboard." As the vessel prepared to depart from the underwater gate, Boss Dio arrived just in time. Effortlessly stepping onto the ship, he had just visited the renowned fortune-teller, Shirley, on Fishman Island, having once been enthralled by the mysteries of divination. He readily accepted Shirley's invitation without a second thought. Since she had requested only Boss Dio's presence, Ace and the others refrained from intruding, confident that he would arrive before the ship's departure. However, the night slipped away, and he only just made it back. None could fathom what had transpired during his absence. But it was evident that Boss Dio's demeanor was troubling, despite his attempts to conceal it. Ace, keenly perceptive, noticed the change in his dear friend's countenance. "What is it? Has something occurred?" Without hesitation, Ace approached Boss Dio, a look of concern etched on his face. "Nothing much, just learned some troubling news." She said, "We are all destined to die." After a moment's hesitation, Captain Gio finally spoke up. "What is there to be ashamed of? As men of the sea, once we embrace the life of a pirate, we have long since set aside the notions of life and death," Ace proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. "Yet, that was precisely the reason for your pallor." After uttering those words, Ace became even more perplexed, for he understood Dio's character. He was not one to fear death. Why, then, was he displaying such a demeanor? It was because Sherry had not only foretold our demise, but she had also predicted the precise moment of our end. With less than a year remaining until that fateful day, this is precisely the reason for the discontent displayed by Boss Dio. The allure of death looms ever closer, compelling him to feel anxious. Moreover, according to Shaylee's account, upon their arrival, they would have no opportunity to escape. When did you start believing in such nonsense? I certainly do not. Ace shook his head in disappointment, deeming such words as utter nonsense, mere bluster. It perplexed him why Boss Dio held such unwavering faith in it. I initially did not believe either, yet he foretold events that would transpire, detailing them with remarkable precision. These predictions will eventually be validated, and once proven true, I too shall be compelled to believe. I can only hope that these are merely the ramblings of a fool." Boss Dio sighed despondently, for within that prophecy, his own fate appeared grim. Even he, who typically disregards life and death, felt a shiver of trepidation. It must be false. I refuse to accept that I have but a year left to live. I am destined to become the Pirate King, and until my dreams are realized, how could I possibly succumb to death so easily? Though he spoke thus, the atmosphere aboard the Spade Pirates had lost its initial buoyancy. Avi was unaware of the events occurring 10,000 meters beneath the sea, just as he remained oblivious to the somber mood aboard Ace's ship. In stark contrast, the ambience aboard Avi's vessel was markedly more cheerful, for they had just spotted a new island. This island, adorned with towering trees marked with Arabic numerals, was a breathtakingly enchanting place where radiant bubbles occasionally emerged from the grass. This was the Sabaody Archipelago, also known as the Bubble Islands, situated at the forefront of the Grand Line, serving as the final gateway to the New World. Although their journey had been fraught with peril, it had also been exhilarating. Having traversed half of the Grand Line, Avi and his crew were on the brink of entering the New World, where they would soon confront the legendary pirates whose names echoed throughout the seas. Is this truly the Sabaody Archipelago? It is simply magnificent. Golden spun in circles, leaping down to examine the bubbles rising from the ground, eager to discover their origin, and curiously touch the earth. Oh, what is this? How revolting. Chapter 110. Seeking trouble. These minor characters possess no real strength, as they succumb to the ground without even granting Ivy a chance to warm up. Nevertheless, Ivy felt a twinge of frustration. Gazing upon the resplendent golden ship before him, he was genuinely overwhelmed. He had no desire to remain here guarding the vessel. Now that he had arrived at the illustrious archipelago of Sabaody, it was only fitting to explore and indulge in the delights it had to offer. There exist numerous delightful amusement attractions, alongside an array of exquisite garments. It has been quite some time since Ivy last indulged in acquiring new attire, compelling her to endure her days clad solely in shorts, which is rather unacceptable. Additionally, she could pay a visit to Riley, inquiring about matters concerning her rather frugal father. After all, was he not a significant figure 2 decades ago, and perhaps even a predecessor of the time-traveling variety? Ivy, of course, intends to first gather information regarding her father's past endeavors, in order to deduce the resultant butterfly effects and determine how she should navigate her own circumstances thereafter. Thus, the dilemma of managing the current golden vessel poses quite a challenge. Well, since it cannot remain here, it seems prudent to set sail. Upon reflection, it truly is a splendid idea to first navigate the island aboard the ship, and subsequently seek out Rayleigh, the master of gilding, to adorn my vessel with a layer of gold. Perfect. Observing my surroundings, I noted the number 27 on the grand tree, indicating that this must be quite a chaotic locale, ripe for exploration. The golden ship ascended gracefully, swiftly departing and leaving behind the hapless ruffian sprawled on the ground. This fellow possesses remarkable audacity to confront the underlings of the fierce wolf. After Ivy's departure, a few figures emerged cautiously, gazing at the fallen minion of the wolf. This individual is indeed formidable. With the keen perception honed over many years, I can assert with certainty that the entire ship is crafted from gold. One onlooker declared with conviction, "Do you take us for blind? We are well aware, yet we have witnessed the fate of the wolf's subordinate. It would be folly to entertain thoughts of challenging someone so powerful." Another replied with irritation, "Word has it that the wolf exacts revenge for every slight. We are merely observing, not intervening. Should he become aware of our presence, it could spell trouble." One began, hesitating and betraying a hint of fear. In an instant, those who had crept forth vanished without a trace. A gust of wind swept through, imparting a sense of desolation to the ruffian lying on the ground. Ivy, well aware of others lingering nearby, remained unconcerned as long as they were not foolish enough to seek their own demise by approaching him. "Gurgle, gurgle, I am famished," he mused, looking up to find himself at location number 24, fortuitously home to a restaurant. How serendipitous! Casually docking the ship at the restaurant's entrance provided a clear view of it, with everyone else having departed. It was now his sole responsibility to keep watch over the vessel. Should it go missing, Ivy would unleash a horrifying rampage. "Owner, bring forth your finest delicacies. The more the merrier, I have the means," he proclaimed as he settled into a relatively empty corner of the restaurant, producing a fist-sized chunk of gold. Leaning back in his chair, legs crossed, he regarded the proprietor. "Who doesn't know of your wealth?" The restaurant owner replied, somewhat exasperated, casting a glance at Ivy. A ship entirely composed of gold could hardly suggest otherwise. Having resided on the island for quite some time, the owner had witnessed gold in many forms. Yet never had he encountered an entire vessel forged from it. Truly, this was an ostentatious display of wealth. In unseen corners, individuals occasionally slipped away to inform their respective leaders, their impression of Ivy being that of a fool with an abundance of riches. If we were to seize the golden ship, it would indeed be a tremendous windfall. Remarkably, as of now, no one has recognized Ivy as the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, the highest in the first half of the Grand Line. After these individuals departed, only a few patrons remained in the restaurant, yet the owner was not disheartened. Rather, he was elated. "All right, chefs. Be quick and bring forth our signature dishes, as much as you can muster, swiftly, no matter how one contemplates it." This is undoubtedly a lucrative venture that the restaurant owner would not allow to slip away. Those who dare to establish a business on this island are not easily intimidated. Those who are fearful have long since perished. Those who have remained possess, to varying degrees, their own capabilities. At the owner's call, the chefs in the kitchen sprang into action, bustling with fervor, their enthusiasm palpable from afar. "I want this, and this," exclaimed a group of women at shopping street number 30, fervently purchasing goods. Ivy's crew was not short on funds. If they ran low, they would simply procure more gold from the golden ship, each member carrying a chunk of gold roughly the size of a fist, ready to exchange for berries if necessary. Such audacity, truly inhumane. In the lawless zone of number 16, the day of reckoning had arrived. A man with elongated earlobes strolled barefoot, declaring, "Filth, indeed filth." It is time for you to return to your respective paths. With a golden trident in hand, he struck the small drum behind him, and the sky darkened instantaneously. Streaks of lightning illuminating the atmosphere, cleansing the earth of its impurities. Sparta wandered through District 46, where he encountered a quaint shop specializing in weapon maintenance. He entered and addressed the proprietor. "Please, bring forth a set of items for sword maintenance. I wish to inspect the prices." "Certainly. This is the latest discovery. The Demon Suppression Stone. It is said that the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Myhawk, uses this stone to maintain his black blade, which is one of the reasons he has consistently held the title of the world's finest swordsman," the shopkeeper explained, retrieving a small box from behind the counter, revealing the coveted Demon Suppression Stone within. It is said that even Hawkeye utilizes it, though this remains mere hearsay. Its allure is grand, yet its practicality is questionable. "I shall grant you another opportunity. Bring forth your finest offerings." With a composed countenance, Sparta discerned the true nature of the magical stone. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Ah, you possess an eye for quality. Very well, this time I assure you, it is indeed the best. Do you require a blade? I have just received one of the 50 exceptional swords, the Silver Snow, which is exceedingly sharp and can sever the throat with a mere touch. A formidable swordsman such as yourself should certainly have several blades at your disposal. Should your weapon break, it is prudent to have a backup. Would you not agree?" Noticing the previous sales pitch falter, the proprietor ceased his indecision regarding presenting superior items and instead began to promote the arms within his establishment, his tongue running incessantly. Sparta, however, felt little desire to converse, while the shopkeeper exhibited an earnest eagerness to engage. In contrast, Shaji had been relentless in his inquiries since arriving on the island, seeking information about a place known as the Zonghua family estate. Before her tragic end, Aunt Shay had disclosed to Shaji that the individuals responsible for his parents' abduction were headed there. Despite questioning numerous individuals, Shaji had yet to uncover any leads. All he encountered were blank stares of ignorance. At that moment, a squadron of naval soldiers surged forth, forcibly dispersing the crowd, with Shaji among them, revealing a broad thoroughfare, indicating that someone of considerable stature was approaching. Chapter 111, The Disappearance of Cornus Boss. I just spotted an extraordinarily wealthy individual, a ship entirely constructed of gold. When converted to berries, it must amount to hundreds of billions. Within a dining establishment, a burly man adorned with vibrant tattoos sat casually at a table, indulging in beef while listening to reports from his subordinates. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Robbery!" He dropped his beef, leaping to the ground with a thunderous crash that fractured the very floor, striding menacingly toward Ivy with his entourage in tow. Meanwhile, Golden Week encountered its own troubles. Cornus had vanished. Just moments ago they were together, and now she was nowhere to be found. "Have you seen Cornus?" he inquired of Shadi and Robin, having been too engrossed in revelry to notice her absence. "Not at all," Shadi replied, shaking her head. Robin took the lead in searching the vicinity, querying several individuals, but yielded no clues whatsoever. "Let us seek out that fellow Ivy. Cornus has likely encountered some trouble. Everyone should refrain from acting alone," Robin decided after a moment's contemplation. Concurrently, the tattooed man arrived at the location of the golden ship, gazing up at its vastness, an unnatural grin spreading across his face. It was he, the one who single-handedly dispatched the infamous pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, known as the Mountain of Sui. What an unexpected presence he was. It seems that the news has spread. It would be difficult for anyone daring enough to navigate a golden vessel to go unnoticed. I wonder to whom this magnificent ship belongs today. It represents a significant fortune. Ah, the notorious Lion King, with a bounty of 85 million belly, has also arrived. What a misfortune for that poor soul. In an instant, two of the three great overlords of the lawless territory have been drawn here. As Sui approached, a throng of onlookers had already gathered around the golden ship, their murmurs filled with speculation and astonishment, casting glances at both the ship and the increasing crowd. Regardless of others' thoughts, Sui leaped aboard the golden vessel, his hands exploring its surfaces with a sense of satisfaction, as if the ship were already his own. As he roamed the deck, the vessel began to sink into the ground, a testament to the immense weight that Sui, known for his formidable stature, carried. "What do you think you are doing, Sui? How dare you lay hands on my ship? If you damage it, can you afford to compensate me? Get down at once," roared the Lion King, accompanied by a retinue of henchmen. Arriving fashionably late, he was met with the sight of Sui rummaging about the ship, and his fury ignited, manifesting as the spectral form of a lion, charging fiercely at Sui. With a resounding crash, the golden vessel was knocked over by the Lion King, and Sui was compelled to jump off, defiantly glaring at him, equally displeased. Though both were overlords of the lawless territory, their encounters were rare, evoking a sense of regal rivalry. Their meetings invariably led to conflict. Their strengths were comparable, which had previously deterred unnecessary confrontations. However, this time was different. The golden vessel promised an augmentation of power and territory for whomever claimed it, potentially allowing them to gain favor with influential figures. You foul feline, Lion King. Do you seek death? When did the ship become yours? Don't you understand the order of arrival? Sui spat as he walked, his pace somewhat languid, yet his strength immeasurable. With a sudden leap, he soared above the Lion King, landing heavily as though to assert dominance, a force to be reckoned with. Roaring defiantly, the Lion King transformed into a towering, enraged lion. His formidable 3-meter frame and gaping maw aimed at Suyi's rear. Burp. I've eaten well. Emerging from the establishment in a state of comfort, I found the restaurant devoid of patrons. It appeared that the commotion near the golden ship had prompted all but the owner to flee, leaving only him, who, trembling, approached Ivy for his payment before retreating into hiding. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect everyone to have scattered in fear. Ivy felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated the opportunity for a sumptuous meal without cost. With a satisfied burp, Ivy patted his somewhat distended belly and nonchalantly made his way towards his vessel. At that moment, Sui and Liber were locked in a fierce confrontation, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Their familiarity with one another ensured that, for the time being, there were no casualties. Who are you? What are you doing in front of my ship, blocking my way? Ivy yawned indifferently, embodying his pursuit of comfort. Eat well, sleep well. His voice instantly commanded the attention of the onlookers, who regarded him with incredulity, as though witnessing a ghost. Sui halted his assault, turning his head to scrutinize Ivy, and hurled a stone in his direction. Seeking death, are we? He retorted before resuming his duel with Liber. As the stone flew towards him, Ivy evaded it effortlessly, a reflexive response born from instinct. How dare you lay hands on me and attempt to seize my ship? It seems you are prepared for the consequences, he declared, retrieving his widgeon from behind him, rhythmically tapping it in his palm while rhythmically drumming his toes against the ground, exuding an air of nonchalance. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that he would dare speak thus to the formidable lion Liber and the imposing mountain Sui. Moments earlier, his anonymity might have afforded him a chance at survival. The crowd regarded Ivy with expressions akin to those reserved for a monster, unsure how to articulate their disbelief at his audacity. Oh, you're still alive? This time, Sui appeared rather serious, grinning with a fierce demeanor as he strolled towards Ivy. Li Ba also ceased his actions, watching the spectacle with detached amusement. The pace was sluggish, a waste of time. After a meal, some exercise was acceptable. Initially, he critiqued Sui, then shook his head, ultimately appraising the confrontation. The infinite staff was swiftly brandished, striking Sui upon the head, followed by a resounding crash, leaving no trace of Sui in his wake. Only emptiness remained. Embedded in the trunk of a large tree numbered 30, Sui had spiraled deep into the wood. Transformed into a tree spirit, his expression of smug arrogance still etched upon his face. Such a cliché plot, willingly serving up an opportunity for ostentation and humiliation. A trope that had endured through the years, perfectly timed to aid in digestion. Ivy did not pause, as the lion-hearted Li Ba and his companions, along with the onlookers, stood in stunned silence. Ivy unleashed her performance like a tiger among sheep. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with fallen figures, their lamentations echoing. This time, Ivy refrained from lethal force, yet it was sufficient to etch a vivid memory in their minds. Upon boarding the golden ship and aligning it for departure, Ivy prepared to set sail when Robin and her 2 companions approached. Each bore hefty bundles, filled with garments, while Golden Week carried an entire backpack brimming with compressed sweets and candies, enough to last a month. Ivy, we have finally found you. Cornice is missing. She must have encountered some peril, Golden Week stated briskly. Quickly boarding the vessel and stowing her burdens in her cabin, she continued, she's disappeared. Is it possible she merely went to the restroom? Ivy was taken aback, yet Robin's answer compelled her to believe. Surely not. Cornice is no mermaid from Fishman Island. Of little value and not bountied. So what would draw the attention of human traffickers? Cornice had fainted in the restroom. Let us search for her. The situation has reached its direst point. It is imperative we find Cornice, as her absence has not lingered long. Under Ivy's command, the golden ship began to ascend, charging the power room with electricity before allowing Shaddy to steer, as Ivy lacked navigational talent. Ivy activated her observation hockey, commencing a thorough scan of the island in search of Cornice's whereabouts. Chapter 112. Aiding until the end, boss. Why are we bringing this girl along? She hardly seems worth a substantial bounty, inquired a young man with a face full of acne, carrying a black sack. He had only recently joined this line of work. Still a novice, having gained entry through the assistance of a distant relative. Newcomers shouldn't overthink things, just focus on fulfilling your duties. When has following the boss ever led to misfortune? Beside the acne-ridden youth were others, each hasty in their actions, similarly burdened with black sacks. This marks a significant turning point. Once this operation concludes, this group of individuals will be able to enjoy several months of a comfortable life. Indeed, they are traffickers, albeit of a rather low caliber, capturing only beautiful women through cunning and deceitful means. Their methods are utterly ruthless, and they have successfully ensnared these women by meticulously selecting their targets, knowing precisely who is vulnerable and who is not. Upon laying eyes on Cornus for the first time, the traffickers instantly recognized the potential for substantial profit. The leader of the traffickers, possessing a modicum of discernment, noted the pair of wings on Cornus's back and deduced that she hailed from the Sky Island. Within the realm of human trafficking, individuals from the Sky Island, due to their wings, command a price that, while not as high as that of mermaids, far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Should they encounter someone with peculiar tastes, the rewards could be immense. Fortuitously, Cornus had become separated from Robin and the others, presenting an opportune moment for the trafficker's leader. Simultaneously, the absence of Robin led him to make a grave error, a trafficker of his limited prowess daring to target the companion of the notorious pirate Avi, who carried a bounty of 500 million berries, displayed remarkable audacity. Had the trafficker's leader been aware, he would have undoubtedly regretted his decision, prostrating himself in abject apology to Avi, hoping for mercy. Regrettably, such a hypothetical scenario was not to be. Just as the trafficker's leader intended to explain his circumstances to the acne-ridden man, an unexpected clarity enveloped him. He was confronted with the final image of his life, a long, dark iron rod hurtling towards him from the horizon, piercing through his chest and exiting his back. As if skewering a candied hawthorn. How dare you target my companion? Avi's voice echoed with an ominous resonance, leaving the traffickers paralyzed with fear. Not out of desire to flee, but because their bodies were wholly unresponsive. Particularly the acne-ridden man, who crumpled to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, shaking like a leaf, while his trousers became soaked with terror. The minor character, who made a fleeting appearance, met a swift demise, leaving one to ponder the audacity that drove him to engage in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. Ivy had no desire to cast even a glance in his direction. Together, they sought the whereabouts of Cornus, exasperated by the chaos that ensued in their absence. Indeed, they were a troop of troublemakers. Ivy had sensed Cornus's presence not long ago, amidst the myriad of burlap sacks, yet she could not discern which contained her. She leaped from the golden vessel, determined to search one by one. Robin, Shaddy, and Golden Week followed closely behind. However, upon untying the first sack, Ivy was taken aback, for within lay a woman, nude and conscious, her innocent and pitiful eyes wide with fear as they met Ivy's gaze. Overwhelmed, Ivy declared her inability to proceed further, urging her companions to take over. It was not out of lustful desire that she relinquished this apparent opportunity. Her steadfastness was not swayed by the presence of 3 female allies. Indeed, Ivy was resolutely principled, exhibiting a commendable integrity. Seated at the stern of the ship, she positioned herself to avoid witnessing anything unnecessary. A series of piercing screams erupted from the rear. However, apart from the initial cry that lingered, the others had fallen silent. The individuals who emerged thereafter, unaware of Ivy's presence, soon noticed that their captors lay unconscious on the ground, their fates uncertain. It was 3 women who ultimately liberated them. And under Robin's soothing words, the captives gradually regained their composure. Truly, the work of intelligence gathering was evident, from mere fragments of conversation. They pieced together the circumstances of their abduction and the nature of their captors. Yet, these matters held no relevance for Ivy. When she finally encountered Cornus again, she recognized that her objective had been fulfilled. I shall escort these individuals to the naval branch. Will you await my return, or join me? After Shaddy provided some clothing for the women, he inquired of Ivy. Some of them were indeed from Shampoo Island, while others had been lured from outside, not being residents of the island, and were unaware of how to return. Their only recourse was to rely on the Navy for assistance. Ivy pondered the situation. If it were up to her, having rescued them already would be a significant achievement, yet there was no personal gain involved. So why expend effort and waste time on these matters? However, Shaddy was different. His background in the Navy imbued him with a sense of righteousness and compassion. Observing the earnest expression on Shaddy's face, Ivy understood that if she did not acquiesce, he would undoubtedly take action himself. Shaddy lacked the guile to disguise himself. If recognized by the Navy, it would pose a grave danger, especially given their proximity to the Navy headquarters. Although there was currently no bounty on Kizaru, the situation seemed suppressed by Sengoku, yet it was an undeniable fact that Kizaru had escaped. As the daughter of Kizaru, Shaddy's image and bounty would undoubtedly be widespread in the black market. The frenzy Kizaru exhibited in searching for the Golden Lion due to Shaddy was still fresh in memory. And those with ulterior motives would certainly exploit this. If Kizaru could not be found, surely Shaddy would be sought after. Although this digressed somewhat. The seriousness on Shaddy's face left Ivy with no justification for refusal. Very well, let us go together. After consulting the opinions of others, Ivy nodded in agreement. The power supply in the Golden Ship's generator room remained ample, and Ivy had ensured it was charged. This time, Shaddy would steer the vessel, while the rescued women huddled together on the deck, recognizing the Jolly Roger fluttering in the wind atop the mast. To them, it must have been a profound irony that their saviors were pirates. Regardless of location, pirates are synonymous with destruction and plunder, and their fear was entirely justified. Ivy had no inclination to offer any explanations, deeming it a waste of time. She was not the infamous lecherous figure of legend Sanji. Even if she were to establish a harem, she would ensure it was of the highest quality. Once these individuals were delivered to the Navy branch, she intended to seek out the Dark King, Rayleigh, to learn the art of coating ships, as she believed it would be most secure in the hands of the Pirate King's first mate. Chapter 113. The unknown is the most marvelous. As Ivy busied herself with transporting a group of trafficking victims to the Navy branch, her companions were not idle. Inara strode forth like a king amidst thunder, leaving an indelible mark on the no man's land, simultaneously stirring those who had hidden away, forcing them out into the open. Among them were pirates, revolutionaries, bounty hunters, and Navy personnel. These individuals, concealed in a remote zone, were compelled to reveal themselves under Enel's indiscriminate assault. Regardless of how deeply they had hidden, survival necessitated the exhibition of their true powers. Yet, they were not confronted by mere mortals, but by Enel, the wielder of the lightning fruit. Although they managed to escape, each one bore the marks of battle, and this confrontation compelled them to report back to their respective organizations. Pirates, lacking formal structure, constituted the most formidable group, drawing numbers from their ranks. Among them, a certain individual possessed the ability to entertain the divine. Producing an apple from seemingly nowhere, he bit into it with a resounding crunch, leaving deep impressions of his teeth. Seated cross-legged in midair, he gazed indifferently at the furious faces directed towards him below, as if observing a mere colony of ants. One could only imagine the seething fury within these men. Some had concealed themselves for an extended period, only to have their efforts thwarted by Enel's decisive strike, the Justice Lightning, rendering their aspirations futile. Any individual would feel rage in such a situation, yet there were those whose hearts raced with trepidation, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. However, these individuals were met with a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, turning them to char. Who might you be, and why have you turned your wrath upon us? I am but a humble subordinate, and I implore you to show mercy. Let us consider the previous incident settled, shall we? A man emerged, his eyes resembling those of Enel's, cold and lifeless. Though his frame was slender, he exuded an aura of strength. The individual who claims to be under the command of Doflamingo stands as the mightiest among this group of survivors, serving as their spokesperson. They are akin to grasshoppers on a single string, with the Navy, pirates, and Revolutionary Army, historically at odds, setting aside their grievances in a desperate bid for survival. All eyes fixed on Enel, awaiting his response. This just holds no amusement, thus I have decided to bestow upon you death. What do you think? Is your God not magnanimous? With his mouth agape, he erupted into a hearty laugh, a mirth so profound it seemed to bind his chest to his back. Such unrestrained revelry left the onlookers quite perturbed. Little brat, do you truly believe your grandfather was raised in fear? That mere sneak attack caught me off guard. But this time, I shall be earnest. I won't take your life lightly. A burly man, his face adorned with a full beard, unsheathed 2 blades from his waist, forming a cross before him, a prelude to his ultimate technique. Ultimate technique, cross star fall. The others, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their own formidable abilities. The man, who claimed allegiance to Doflamingo, though the strongest in this assembly, did not possess the most formidable offensive power. Rather, his strength lay in his elusive nature. The chameleon fruit grants him the ability to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, rendering him nearly invisible, a coveted fruit for many men, enabling them to bathe in women's baths undetected. Yet, this man misuses the fruit's potential, honing a treacherous assassination technique. He moves without sound, creating no disturbance, and strikes with lethal precision. A true talent cultivated for stealthy kills. Had he been anyone else, they might have truly fallen victim to the buzzcut man's treachery. However, Enel is no ordinary individual. He is extraordinary. The lightning fruit imbues him with an aura of static electricity, while his extraordinary observation haki allows him to hear the heartbeat of every individual, regardless of its pace. Enel is uncertain if this is an anomaly, yet he relishes the sensation, as it facilitates the observation of his own heart. Should a powerful blow cause his heart to falter, he can, through this ability, swiftly recalibrate it for a rapid recovery, his strength magnified beyond measure. This is rather intriguing. A slight smile graces his lips, revealing Enel's satisfaction. The absence of formidable foes here is quite disheartening. It seems that only by following that scoundrel, Ivy, to the new world can one find a semblance of excitement. Otherwise, this place is exceedingly dull. This statement serves to illustrate that he has yet to fully integrate into Avy's small entourage. Avy still has a long and arduous journey ahead. Meanwhile, as Anairu contemplates a life imbued with intrigue, the attack from the buzzcut man finally arrives, an insidious betrayal from behind. Such treachery is a hallmark of assassins, who often lack the courage to confront their foes head-on. This reflects poorly on the buzzcut man's own capabilities. Under Dolphy's command, the buzzcut man indeed exhibits a certain weakness. He has yet to awaken his haki, having only briefly dominated the first half of the Grand Line, appearing even more feeble in comparison to Anairu. He cannot even touch Anairu's form before being struck by a bolt of lightning, which courses through the dagger and rapidly envelopes his body. In an instant, the electric surge spreads throughout him, causing his body to convulse unnaturally. Dark smoke begins to gather above him, his entire being turning charred, akin to others who have faced Anairu. With bare feet, Anairu strides across the ground, and before long, his once pristine soles are cloaked in darkness. Unfazed by any pain, he leisurely enjoys an apple as he departs from the lawless territory. On Avy's end, he finally arrives at the naval branch, yet to his dismay, not a single soul is present, not even a guard at the gate, which is decidedly illogical. The naval branch stands wide open, seemingly unafraid of thieves. Such audacity is remarkable. Given this, Avy decides to take full advantage of the situation. After Shadi lays the women down on the ground, Avy springs into action. Like a tempest, he sweeps through the entire naval branch, leaving no trace of Bailey or anything else unscathed. This is the fate that befalls you naval personnel once you depart, leaving not a single sailor behind. Avery is imparting a profound lesson to them. This tumultuous journey has indeed yielded a treasure trove of valuable items. Aside from the bounty of 56 million berries, several wanted posters featuring the likes of Ivy, Shadi, and Robin have surfaced. It is quite astonishing that even Shadi has a bounty placed upon him. Upon closer inspection of the wanted poster, the staggering amount of 156 million berries is revealed. Is it truly the case that a first bounty can reach such heights merely for defecting from the Navy and embracing the life of a pirate? Had I known, I might have considered mingling with the Navy myself. Emerging with a fortune would certainly have set a different tone for my journey. If I were to defect, I would require no less than 1 billion berries to feel justified in my rebellion. Ivy pondered these thoughts, lost in daydreams, and soon discovered a box among his spoils. Could it contain a devil fruit? He chuckled to himself, for his luck with opening boxes had always been exceptional. Placing the box upon the table, Ivy extended his eager fingers towards it. Chapter 114. Devouring all simultaneously. On a bustling street, Ivy encountered Navy officers he had not met at the Navy branch. When he crossed paths with Spartak and Shaji, just after exiting a weapon shop, Spartak stumbled upon Shaji, who was inquiring about information regarding the Flower family. Feeling a bit peckish, he had just finished his meal when he witnessed an alarming scene. An overwhelming number of Navy officers surged forth from the side of the street, their demeanor so menacing that Spartak nearly mistook it for a confrontation. Instinctively, his weapon, the White Wolf, was drawn slightly. Shaji also braced himself for trouble, only to realize their concerns were misplaced. These officers were not there to confront them, but rather to clear the way for a prominent figure, ensuring their safety from any potential threats. Before long, they beheld a group of pompous individuals, their noses held high as if they were above the common air that others breathed, one of whom sported a fishbowl atop his head, seemingly displeased by the idea of sharing the atmosphere with others. Yet, ironically, this individual had long strands of mucus dripping from his nose. leaving onlookers to ponder whether he feared contamination from others or was, in fact, the source of pollution himself, unwilling to let anyone else catch a whiff. Were these the descendants of the 20 kings who had once betrayed their ancestors? Such repulsion coursed through Shaji's heart. How could such beings as the celestial dragons still exist in this world? It is a poignant irony indeed. Do not act rashly, he thought to himself. If you dare to lay a hand on these celestial dragons, you will soon attract the wrath of the Navy admirals. Consider Shadi's father, who, after mistakenly killing 2 celestial dragons, found himself unable to escape the Navy's pursuit. Just as Shaji felt a surge of impulse, Spartak stepped in front of him. A protective gesture. These celestial dragons are heralded as the most noble race in the world, with the world government regarded as their subservient lapdogs. One can only imagine the extent of their power, despite being a mere band of gluttons living off the fruits of others' labor. The final statement was uttered by Spartacus, who clearly harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet, what does such disdain amount to? There are countless individuals across the world who share his sentiments. Yet they too must endure in silence. The so-called most noble race? They are nothing more than a swarm of maggots. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. Until I locate my parents, I will not disrupt my plans over this matter. Bestowing upon Spartacus a reassuring gaze, Shaji swiftly departed from the street. Even if he could restrain his urge to slay that celestial dragon, it did not signify his submission or that he would bow down before them. A man may kneel before heaven, earth, and his parents, but aside from these 3, none could compel Shaji to kneel, such as his pride. Saint Koididi, a celestial dragon, reveled in the collection of captains as his slaves, having inherited his father's proclivities. His obsession with acquiring captains had reached a reprehensible extreme, frequently summoning admirals or vice-admirals of the Navy to serve him in capturing pirates or adventurers, provided they caught his fancy. Moreover, his whims had plunged the residents of Sabaody Archipelago into prolonged suffering. His reckless actions led to an increase, rather than a decrease, in the pirate population. The reason why Ivankov saw so few upon their arrival was that a week prior, this celestial dragon had summoned a vice-admiral. The presence of the vice-admiral did not improve the lives of the island's inhabitants. Rather, the devastation wrought by these vice-admirals was often far greater. Consequently, the residents' perception of the Navy soured significantly. Koididi is a member of the Rosward family and is also the brother of St. Charlos, who, 2 years hence, would be struck unconscious by Luffy's fist. The family's reputation on Sabaody Archipelago is indeed odious. This time, the entire naval force of Sabaody Archipelago was mobilized to ensure his safety. Prompted by the recent demise of 2 celestial dragons in the black market, a tragic case of mistaken identity. Although these 2 celestial dragons were known to him, their sudden deaths instilled a sense of urgency in him to safeguard his own well-being. As he strolled down the street, he was fortunate enough to avoid any unfortunate encounters with hapless maidens who might inadvertently obstruct the path of a celestial dragon, leading to a scenario of heroic rescue. Everything seemed remarkably tranquil. Even if such incidents were to occur, they would not exacerbate the residents' disdain for the celestial dragons. Rather, that disdain had morphed into sheer terror. Aside from a few newcomers to the island, the prevailing sentiment towards the celestial dragons was one of fear, pure and unadulterated fear. With the constant looming threat of admirals and vice-admirals from the Navy, pirates had no choice but to flee, rather than provoke the celestial dragons and attract the ire of those formidable naval officers. In all honesty, the celestial dragons lacked any real prowess. Even moderately skilled pirates could easily overpower them. These individuals had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to a life of luxury and entitlement. And their immense power had fostered an audacious disposition, akin to that of archaic slave masters who held an exaggerated reverence for bloodlines, viewing all others as mere subordinates. Yet, due to their unparalleled authority, they remained perched atop the societal hierarchy. They resembled politicians, seemingly devoid of true ability, yet capable of employing their power to enlist the protection of those who possessed genuine strength. The likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo were rare. His emergence resulted from dire circumstances that compelled him to forge his own path. Let us return. We should regroup with Ivy and the others. He must have found a place to coat the ship by now. We ought to find somewhere to rest, suggested Sparta. Shaji did not oppose this notion. He had inquired extensively among the islanders but had gleaned no information regarding the Flower Kingdom, leaving them to hope for better tidings in the New World. As for Ivy, who Sparta claimed had already located a shipwright for the coating, the reality was that he had yet to commence that search. Currently, he was reveling in the thrill of opening treasure chests. The box was indeed quite remarkable. Upon opening the first box, I discovered 2 additional boxes within, leaving me curious about the precious contents they might hold, so meticulously safeguarded. After unveiling the last box, Ivy finally glimpsed what lay inside. Indeed, it was a devil fruit, resembling a pineapple, entirely white and adorned with spiraling patterns, an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Ivy recognized it as a Logia type, though the specific abilities remained a mystery. It was evident that such a fruit must possess formidable powers. Regardless of its capabilities, the stringent protection by the Navy indicated its immense strength. Cornus, would you like to have this Logia devil fruit? Ivy inquired, presenting the white pineapple and enticingly gesturing it before Cornus. No matter the circumstances, Ivy was determined to offer it to her, an essential item to enhance her strength. Although it was not a paramecia type, possessing a Logia fruit was still a commendable choice. I want it, Cornus exclaimed, her voice resonating with newfound resolve. The recent incident of being abducted by human traffickers had instilled a sense of guilt within her, stemming from her own perceived weakness. Subsequently, she took a decisive bite of the devil fruit, enduring the repugnant taste that resembled excrement, and managed to consume every last morsel without hesitation. Chapter 115. Cornus's Hail ability, how does it feel? Ivy inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed Cornus struggling to swallow the white pineapple. You only need to consume a small portion. There is no need to eat the entirety. You can verify this with Robin and the others. As Cornus raised her gaze, Ivy swiftly added, instinctively leaping backward. Cornus, bewildered by Ivy's sudden movement, realized Ivy was merely teasing her, yet she chose not to engage. It feels nothing unusual, Cornus replied, shaking her head, staring blankly at Ivy. Having never consumed a devil fruit before, she was uncertain about her current state. Following Ivy's pointing finger toward Shaddy, she sought confirmation of her success. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from her forehead, Ivy pondered, You've never eaten a devil fruit, have I? Shifting her focus to Shaddy, Ivy anticipated the revelation of Cornus's newfound abilities, intrigued by the protective measures surrounding the fruit. Channel all your strength and focus intently on the bow of the ship, Ivy encouraged, guiding Cornus to harness her fruit's powers, while Shaddy concentrated solely on Cornus's form. Do you feel a surge of power radiating from within, exploding outward toward the ship's bow? With her hands leaving Cornus's back, Shaddy leaped back, casting her gaze towards the bow of the ship. The once resplendent golden vessel had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a frigid winter, its pristine whiteness reflecting the cold light. A small patch of ominous clouds had appeared in the previously clear sky, casting a shadow over the gilded ship, from which fell hailstones the size of fists. They struck heavily against the bow, swiftly melting and merging with the ice on the deck, forming a thick ring of ice that quickly rose to about a meter high, submerging the gangplank beneath its icy grasp. Is nature's power truly this formidable? The fruit's abilities had only just manifested, yet their potency was astonishing. Could this be the ice fruit? Yet, such overwhelming strength seems improbable. Ivy found herself lost in contemplation, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, she promptly decided to cast aside her confusion, embracing her innate talent for dismissing uncertainties. Cornus, your luck is simply extraordinary. To have encountered such a powerful fruit, even I, your captain, am envious. With just this ability, I firmly believe that the Marine Admiral Akiji stands no chance against you. You now possess the freedom to act recklessly in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if you do so, I assure you, you'll thrive. Her captain's exuberant words filled Cornus with immense confidence, replacing her astonished expression with a radiant smile. She nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, I am no longer a burden. I am so elated. It was as if she could leap to the heavens. For so long, she had felt helpless. Whether during the battle with the Golden Lion or in other endeavors, even being targeted by weak human traffickers had weighed heavily on her. She did not yearn for power. But aboard the ship, her lack of strength left her feeling profoundly guilty for not being able to assist Avy. Now, however, even if she understood that Avy's words were merely comforting platitudes, she felt a sense of satisfaction. No matter what, I vow never to be a hindrance to you again. Cornus silently resolved. With Shaddy unaccounted for, it was once again Shaddy who would steer the ship, targeting the bamboo house. Setting sail, the golden ship began to glide forward leisurely, Avy seated at the bow, reshaping the vessel's prow into that of a lion leopard with an elongated neck, claws bared. Avy sat cross-legged, pondering the nature of the power he had witnessed during that fateful encounter with the Golden Lion. The memory of that battle felt distorted, almost surreal. Such power could not possibly belong to the Golden Lion. If he were truly that formidable, he would never have met such a fate. In this respect, Ivy possesses the most authority to speak. The creaking sounds of the carriage on the road resonate through the island of Chamber, where human traffickers are indeed omnipresent, varying in strength. This time, their power is notably formidable, far surpassing that of the trafficker leader Ivy previously encountered. This is a notorious pirate crew known as the Bug Pirates, infamous in the vicinity of Chambord Island for their primary source of income derived from human trafficking. They have seized control of a town on a small island not far from Chambord, resembling the authority of a crime lord. The captain of the Bug Pirates, Bedar the Beetle, has a bounty of 70 million berries. He appears to be in his 40s, with exceedingly loose skin, yet his countenance belies that of a 20-year-old. For he takes pride in consuming the hearts of pure maidens daily, wielding a massive 3-meter-long machete slung over his shoulder. He exudes an air of arrogance as the time to conduct their illicit trade approaches. Come on, you lot, be quick about it. Once this is over, each of you will receive 1,000 berries to indulge yourselves. His boisterous words invigorate the crew, and the whips cracking against the horses grow more vigorous. Excitement evident on every face. For apart from these ventures, Bedar treats his crew with utmost disdain. Only on this day do they experience a modicum of favor. While Bedar revels in his lavish lifestyle and the vibrant hearts of women, he remains oblivious to the sudden appearance of an elderly man with graying hair in his prisoner cart. The man's commanding gaze momentarily meets Bedar's before returning to an inscrutable calm. Who goes there? Bedar's vigilance is piqued, but he soon dismisses the sensation as a mere illusion, grumbling as he lashes out at the crew behind him. This selection is subpar. Let us consider a replacement. In the fourth prisoner cart, the elder shakes his head with a wry smile. Having lost at cards and lacking funds, he feigns being a victim of the traffickers to procure some berries. Yet, faced with Bedar, he feels compelled to intervene. Let's find another. Raising his gaze, the aura around him begins to shift from that of an aging man to that of an unparalleled conqueror. Just as the transformation nears completion, a spherical bolt of lightning surges forth, striking the boastful Bedar and sending him flying, leaving him charred yet tender. Did I just collide with someone? A bewildered Enel lifts his head, genuinely oblivious as he wanders aimlessly. Since there are no formidable foes on Chambord Island and he is in no rush to reunite with Avi, he continues to meander, intent on spreading his infamous reputation. Since I've already hit someone, I might as well finish the job. Without a second thought, he raises his hand, summoning a deluge of lightning that envelopes the Bug Pirates in a cacophony of thunderous strikes. Unfazed, Enel resumes his quest to propagate his divine name. Chapter 116. Avi's Conundrum at the Bar. Avi, where is that little establishment you mentioned? Please point me to its location. After a futile search, Shaddy arrived at the bow of the ship and seized Avi by the ear, pulling him out of his stupor. I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced it lies within the vicinity of Area 10. The exact location eludes me, he declared, coughing twice into his clenched fist. Avi regarded Shaddy with a peculiar gaze, as if to suggest that such a straightforward matter should be easily comprehensible. How brazen of you to claim such ignorance, he exclaimed. Pray tell, why pursue that oddly named place? With forceful kneading, Avi pinched Shaddy's cheeks, morphing them into round and square shapes alternately. All right, I shall explain. The reason I seek that bar, the Screw Bar, is due to a certain individual residing within, a woman who is quite familiar with the formidable Rayleigh. I hold Rayleigh's coding technique in high regard, yet he remains elusive to me. Thus, I intend to wait for an opportunity. Is that clear to you? Finally prying Shaddy's hand away, Avi spat a few words, elucidating his intentions. How do you know this? Have you visited this place before? Rayleigh is on this island, so close to Navy headquarters. How could they not discover him? Shaddy remained skeptical, regarding Avi with suspicion. Believe it or not, I possess my own unique sources of information, which are none of your concern. If I were adept at sailing, I would have sought him out myself. Do I truly need your assistance? With a huff, he turned his face away, refusing to look at Shaddy. What did you say? I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat it? The bland tone, coupled with his unremarkable expression, rendered Shaddy unapproachable at that moment. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Beautiful and charming Shaddy, would you kindly forgive my transgressions? Producing a durian from seemingly nowhere, Avi placed it beneath his knees, and with a sudden shift, he knelt down. Given your perceptiveness, I shall overlook this instance. Let it be a one-time affair. Releasing the knife that had been poised against Avi's neck, Shaddy resumed his grip on the helm, navigating through the towering trees between areas 11 and 19 in search of the bar Avi had mentioned. Under the combined pressure of Avi and Shaddy, along with Robin's insightful contributions, They finally located Aunt Xia's crew bar. Perched atop a small hill, the establishment's name loomed large, exuding an air of confidence. How refreshingly forthright. What a grand spirit to unveil their purpose so plainly. The golden ship came to a halt outside, and as the doors swung open, 5 individuals entered, instantly capturing the attention of those within. It was impossible to ignore their presence, 1 man and 4 women, each possessing their own unique charm. While the man stood out with his striking handsomeness, leaving the pirates at a loss. Pretty boy, this is not a place for you. Leave now, or you may find it difficult to depart later, one of the pirates sneered. My dear, what is so appealing about following that pretty boy? Stay with us, and I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. A blonde-haired pirate laughed boisterously, yet the others, who had previously been jesting, fell silent. He must be new here, they whispered, astonished that he dared to speak such words in Aunt Xia's bar. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. The other pirates exchanged mocking glances, reveling in the brazen audacity of the blonde pirate who had dared to tease Shaddy. At that moment, the yellow-haired pirate sensed the eerie silence enveloping him, a foreboding aura that compelled him to stiffly glance backward. With a flourish of the 4-wheel flower bloom, backstrike, Robin made her move. At Ivy's signal, a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing echoed from the yellow-haired pirate's body. He crumpled to the ground like a gelatinous creature, collapsing off the table. How dare she make a move here? The gathered pirates stared in disbelief at Robin, who, with her hands lowered and a smile gracing her lips, appeared to them as if she were the devil himself, evoking a chilling sense of dread. She was none other than the infamous demon child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 100 million berries. And there was also Ivy, known as the Thunder King, with a staggering bounty of 500 million berries. Not to mention the mages of Gold Week, with a bounty of 50 million berries, and the daughter of the former Marine Admiral Kizaru, Borisolino Shaddy. The group of pirates gasped as they uttered the names of Avi and her companions, clearly recognizing them. Cornus, lacking any formidable power and having never showcased her abilities, had not been pursued by the Navy. It was Avi's first experience hearing someone articulate their names in full, which elicited a sense of novelty. Hey. She smiled and extended her hand in greeting. Run. The moment the King of Thunder extends his hand is your last chance to escape. I don't want to die yet. I'm still so young. I shall no longer be a pirate. I will live as an ordinary citizen. Please, spare my life. Those who were swift had already fled, while a few less agile ones, realizing their fate, knelt down, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they clung to Avi's legs, hoping for her mercy. Avi attempted to shake them off, but to no avail. She tried again, yet still found herself unsuccessful. Enough. Do not provoke my wrath. Crouching down, the sunlight of the setting sun illuminated most of Avi's body, while the area above her nose, having entered the bar, fell into shadow. Only her striking emerald eyes remained luminous. Help! I shall never dare again. The pirate clinging to Avi's legs suddenly scrambled away, leaving Avi with a look of exasperation. Was her reputation truly so dreadful? Was she not the King of Thunder? Was she not supposed to exude an aura of dominance? Why did it always feel so discomforting? As she glanced at the fleeing pirate and the snot on her trousers, Avi's expression darkened. With resignation, she wiped her hands on the bar's entrance 5 times, managing to clean it somewhat, at least preventing it from being a sticky mess. However, Shaki, upon exiting, furrowed her brow as she regarded the door, treated like a rag. Then looked at Avi. With a graceful demeanor, she delicately pinched her cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, and stated, "Those pirates who fled have not paid. Let us make it an even 300 million. Your actions have gravely insulted my door. For emotional damages, I demand 50 million berries. Let us round it up to 500 million berries. Is there any error in my calculations?" She took a deep drag of her cigarette, allowing the smoke to swirl in her lungs before releasing it. Should I say there is none, or that there is? Then pay up. Leaning languidly against the bar, Shaki regarded Avi and her companions with a gaze capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. In Chapter 117, a sense of disquiet loomed. Avi sat comfortably at the bar, sipping her drink while awaiting Rayleigh's arrival. 500 million berries? Who was Avi? A paragon of extravagance. After this little interlude, Xiachi no longer wore a stern expression. Instead, she attentively observed Avi and his companions. I recognize you, young Avi. That must be Shaddy, the daughter of the yellow ape, whom you managed to recruit. Quite an impressive feat. Xiachi exhaled a plume of smoke, propping her chin on her right hand and squinting at Avi. You've come specifically to seek Rayleigh for the ship as coding, haven't you? Unfortunately, He is not here at the moment, lost somewhere in his own world. If you find yourselves hungry, there is a menu on the table. Feel free to peruse it. I assume that individuals of your wealth would not be overly concerned with such minor imperfections. Noticing Avi and his companion's reluctance to speak, Xiaoqi resumed in her leisurely manner. Sister Xiaoqi, are you familiar with the poneglyphs? Avi mentioned that your intelligence is unparalleled. Robin's voice was as sweet as honey, prompting a smile from Xiaoqi. Would you like to know? The so-called poneglyphs are merely signposts, guiding you to your ultimate destination. Regrettably, as much as I wish to enlighten you, dear Robin, I truly do not possess the knowledge. You must seek it on your own. Xiaoqi flashed a smile, slowly brewed a cup of coffee, and pushed it toward Golden Week, once again enveloped in silence. I've heard that you and Rayleigh are married. Is that true? Avi, unsure of the source of this rumor, blurted out his curiosity regarding their relationship. Oh, where did you hear such gossip? Many pursued me during my youth, but none caught my interest. And here I am, still single, dear Avi, Xiaoqi replied. Her expression genuinely unperturbed, clarifying her relationship with Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you were just a naive lad, not even close to their caliber. It's true what they say, the younger generation surpasses the older, while the former wave, like Rayleigh, washes ashore, Xiaoqi teased, shaking her head with a smile as she gazed toward the door. With a creak, the door swung open, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Casting a shadow on the ground, a figure, somewhat stooped yet robust, entered. Avi turned to see an elderly man dressed simply in somewhat worn attire. With graying hair and a scruffy beard, his face possessing a striking handsomeness that suggested he was quite the dashing young man in his youth. The Dark King Rayleigh, also known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King and the old rival of Marine hero Garp, the only known living crewmate of the Pirate King, thriving even within the Navy's domain. Haha, what strange tales are you spinning about the old man now? He chuckled, strolling in and casually taking a seat beside Avi. Addressing Xiaoqi, speaking of the younger generation surpassing the older, it seems the former wave has washed ashore. Take out the exquisite rum, said Shucky blandly. Haha, indeed. Today's youth are becoming increasingly remarkable. That fiery ace who recently emerged is quite a promising young lad. It's truly unfortunate that I missed the chance to meet him while I was out earning a living. With a hint of melancholy, Rayleigh chuckled heartily. He felt that Ace bore a resemblance to someone, his captain. Alas, fate had not allowed their paths to cross. Perhaps this is destiny, as everyone has their own journey. And one cannot force connections. The sight of Rayleigh's forlorn expression made Ivy wince. You went out to earn money, did you? Selling yourself and then escaping? Are you not aware that you are disrupting the market's equilibrium? In 2 years, when you see Ace has perished, you will comprehend what you have missed. I hope you won't be left in tears by then. Of course, these were Ivy's inner musings, thoughts he dared not voice, for otherwise the atmosphere could swiftly transform into a battlefield, leaving only ruins. Ivy possessed wealth, but he was not inclined to squander it so recklessly. Uncle Rayleigh, I have come to seek your assistance in applying a coating to my ship. I have heard that when it comes to coating techniques on Sabaody Archipelago, you are the most formidable. He extended his thumb in approval, uttering flattering yet sincere words, eliciting a chuckle from Rayleigh. Is that you, Ivy? When did you arrive? I had heard of your reputation long ago. I even had the pleasure of meeting your father once, alongside the captain. Those were truly youthful days. In the blink of an eye, we have all aged, and Roger has departed. It astonishes me that you have grown so much in such a short span. What a miracle. As Rayleigh reminisced, he seemed to rediscover Ivy's presence. What do you mean, it's a miracle that I've grown? That sounds rather off-putting, Ivy retorted, regarding Rayleigh with a slight grimace. You knew my father? Recently, I experienced a lapse in my memory and cannot recall the past. Would you mind sharing some stories about him? To be honest, Ivy was genuinely curious about what remarkable feats his father, a predecessor who traversed worlds, had accomplished that garnered recognition from such prominent figures, yet the narrative had not significantly altered. Was it true that while minor forces could be altered, greater forces remained immutable? Surely, something must have been left behind. Ivy remained intrigued. Well, since you have forgotten, perhaps it is best not to remember. Now, you came to me for the ship's coating, and I happen to have time. Come, let us commence and ignite our passions. Moments ago, the rum that had been resting on Rayleigh's lips was swiftly set aside after Ivy inquired about her father, prompting him to abruptly change the subject. Watching Rayleigh's hasty retreat, Ivy was left utterly speechless. Had he not been so spirited just moments ago, reminiscing about the past glories? How could he suddenly falter? The contrast was striking, and she needed a moment to process it. Was it peculiar to wonder what had caused his sudden shift? Noticing Ivy's baffled expression, Shucky stifled a laugh. Ah, your father. That blue phoenix fellow really gave him a hard time. I suppose mentioning him stirred up some painful memories. Is that so? What hobbies does my dear father even have? Ivy exclaimed. Shucky, please bring me my coding tools. It's inconvenient to manage alone. Don't just stand there idly. Otherwise, I won't cover the bar tab. Outside. Rayleigh's frustrated voice could be heard, clearly attempting to prevent Shucky from further tarnishing his reputation. How dare you speak to your mother like that? Shucky, hands on her hips, radiated an authoritative presence, leaving Rayleigh too intimidated to retort. Laughing? What are you laughing at? You're just as infuriating as that scoundrel of a father. Unable to contend with Shucky, Rayleigh stormed off, abandoning his tasks, striding away with an air of defiance that was undeniably impressive. Did I even laugh? Ivy mused, bewildered. Before turning to Robin, seeking validation that her expression was one of admiration, not mockery. Chapter 118, setting sail the following day. Sparta and his companions arrived at Aunt Shucky's bar, gathering with Ivy and the others. Ah, that situation was perilous. I nearly met my end at your hands. Struck down by a bolt of lightning, Rayleigh chuckled, taking a sip of his drink as he addressed Enel. You hail from Sky Island, correct? Back in the day. I traveled there with Roger when that old coot, gone fall, was still in charge. Time flies. He is retired now, and I find myself nostalgic. Upon hearing Enel's self-proclaimed divinity and his origins, Rayleigh deduced some insights about Sky Island. Oh, so you possess considerable strength then. Before arriving, Enel had not contemplated Rayleigh's identity. But upon hearing about Roger, the Pirate King, who had also ventured to Sky Island alongside Ivy, he realized Rayleigh was no ordinary individual, igniting a flicker of ambition within him. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I'm getting old. Unlike you youngsters, this damp weather makes my bones ache. Rayleigh waved his hands dismissively before continuing. Your ship will be ready in a couple of days. With time on your hands, you might as well explore the island. There are plenty of enjoyable spots to discover. Speaking of this, it is indeed quite profound. After all, Rayleigh has resided on Sabaody Island for so many years, making him something of a local. He has introduced Avi and others to numerous fascinating places. Uncle Rayleigh, I wonder if you have ever heard of a place called Zhonghua Jia? Suddenly, Shaji, who had been bowing his head, lifted it and gazed intently at Rayleigh. You must know about it, right? Having scoured Sabaody Island without hearing a whisper of this, encountering Rayleigh was an opportunity he couldn't let slip. If even Rayleigh, who once sailed the world with the Pirate King, was unaware, then Shaji would truly be in despair. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Putting down his wine glass, Rayleigh cast a serious glance at Avi and Shaji. When I was a child, my parents left with a man, claiming they were going to a place called Zhonghua Jia. Uncle Rayleigh, do you know of this place? Upon hearing Rayleigh's tone, it seemed he genuinely had some knowledge. Like a blind man wandering in darkness for ages. Suddenly catching a glimpse of light, Shaji was determined not to miss this opportunity. Indeed, Uncle Rayleigh, if you know something, please share it. This matter is driving him to madness. Avi, caught off guard by Rayleigh's gaze, felt perplexed. The name Zhonghua Jia seemed oddly out of place. Could it possibly be related to his own estranged father? Well, I don't have extensive knowledge on this subject. Rayleigh hesitated before continuing. What you refer to as Zhonghua Jia is not the name of an island, but rather that of an organization. This organization emerged over 20 years ago and is shrouded in mystery. I learned of it through a chance encounter while sailing with Captain Roger. The members of this organization possess formidable strength yet remain uncelebrated on the seas. No one knows their intentions, but they certainly are of great significance. If you wish to seek out this organization, you might try your luck in the New World, for their whereabouts are elusive, and no one knows their base of operations. That is all I know. You are all capable individuals, and you will surely make a name for yourselves on the seas. I shall watch your journey unfold through the newspapers. He chuckled heartily, rising to his feet, perhaps having indulged a bit too much in drink. Rayleigh swayed slightly as he declared, All right, we've had enough for today. It's time to get some exercise and cool off. As Rayleigh strolled leisurely out, Avi sensed an inexplicable hint of melancholy within him. What on earth? Shaking his head, he looked again. But Rayleigh remained the same carefree old man. Where could this sense of sorrow have come from? Well, now that we have a lead, we will soon venture into the New World. We will surely find your parents, Avi said, firmly patting Shaji on the shoulder, adding solemnly. We must see the living and the dead. We will stand by you. Don't you agree? The respondents were few, and Shaji's gaze wandered, clearly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sparta was honing his blade, and Anilo had already succumbed to slumber. As for Golden Week, she was preoccupied with a box of confections. hardly affording herself a moment's respite. Observing Golden weak in such a state, AI Wei felt a pang of concern. If she were to become a little chubster in the future, would that not be a transgression on AI Wei's part? Shaji and Cornice had ventured out, claiming to train their fruit abilities, while Robin was engrossed in an obscure ancient tome, leaving AI Wei feeling somewhat awkward. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today," she exclaimed. Yet there was no one to indulge her jest. Fortunately, AI Wei possessed a certain natural naivete. Aside from her personal pursuits, her mind often wandered aimlessly. And she tended to be carefree, not overthinking matters. In her own words, she was now the captain, surrounded by such formidable companions. If she were to continue fretting over every little thing as she once did, what kind of captain would she be? The captain, in AI Wei's view, should be the most relaxed, delegating tasks to those beneath her to resolve any troubles that may arise. "I'm a bit off track," she mused, patting her belly. "Sparta. I'm hungry." She reclined on the bench, adopting a relaxed posture, her eyes fixed on Sparta. "Oh, I see." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, tranquil and uneventful. This left AI Wei somewhat perplexed. Was it not the case that wherever the protagonist went, significant events would unfold, and troubles would abound in their wake? Why, then, had she encountered no such tribulations these past few days? Was she not the protagonist? Upon realizing this conundrum, AI Wei promptly indulged in a hearty meal, deciding against further contemplation of this rather philosophical quandary. In recent days, Rayleigh has assisted Ivy in completing the gilding of the golden ship. Ivy and her companions approached to observe the large, shimmering film that clung tightly to the vessel's surface. How does one inflate this? How does one enter it independently? The issue was swiftly resolved. The film that adhered to the ship's hull expanded rapidly upon contact with the sea surface, gradually inflating until it formed a colossal egg enveloping the golden vessel. "Farewell. Until I embark on my journey around the world, I shall return to see you, old fellow. You certainly appear to possess a longevity that defies time. So do take care." A hint of melancholy lingered, for their acquaintance had been fleeting, devoid of profound emotional ties. Yet, the rare gesture of farewell stirred some emotion within Ivy. Despite the ungraciousness of the words exchanged, Rayleigh comprehended Ivy's sentiments and waved goodbye with a smile. "This is the continuation of legacy. I have not heard from you in years. I wonder if your plans have borne fruit." Blue Phoenix. Ivy departed, descending towards the depths of the sea, with the Fishman Island as his destination. Rayleigh, turning back, resumed his path. Life must go on, and he preferred to refrain from overthinking matters at his age. Chapter 119. Undersea Travel Chronicles New World, Spade Pirates. Although Ace and his companions learned from Bastio that their lifespans were limited to merely 1 year, it did not stir significant unrest among them. They were individuals who had long since cast aside the specter of life and death, especially given that it was merely a prophecy. Bastio himself, after an initial shock, also ceased to ponder this matter, for life ought to be a splendid adventure, was it not? What does it matter if life is fleeting? Especially if it is merely a trivial prophecy? After departing from Fishman Island, they ventured into the New World, a realm starkly different from the first half of the Grand Line. The first notable change was the weather. One could not ascertain their location, as the skies could shift from azure clarity to a tempest of hailstones in an instant, rendering the climate exceedingly harsh. Thus, they were prepared with garments for all 4 seasons. On this day, at the horizon's edge, they beheld an island, a town plagued by ceaseless conflict. Here, they encountered some troubles, yet fortunately, nothing catastrophic occurred, and they also crossed paths with the revolutionary army. "Whitebeard, I shall usurp your place." With a resolute determination in his heart, Ace's gaze hardened, yet in the next moment, he hunched over, his body levitating as a fragrant scent wafted past his nose, enticing him and leading him astray from his original path. In the far-off East Blue, contrasting sharply with Ace's grand ambitions, the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy found himself haplessly suspended from a tree, appearing as if he had been thoroughly toyed with. His attire was tattered, and the seemingly indestructible flip-flops, emblematic of the Pirate King world, were the only remnants of his former self. "You old coot, I am destined to become the Pirate King. I have made a pact with Shanks. A man must honor his words. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted. I shall never surrender." Observing the stubborn Luffy, Carp felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, leading to yet another round of his affectionate yet forceful education, leaving Luffy swaying like a mere punching bag before being sent flying into the depths of the forest. Allowing Ace to escape was already my gravest error. Should you dare venture out to sea again, I shall not hesitate to shatter your legs. Of all things to emulate, why choose that scoundrel Shanks? I am at a loss as to what enchantment he was under back then. Enraged, Carp resolved to seek solace in the company of his old friend, the mountain bandit Dayton, over a drink. The world does not abruptly transform due to the presence of any singular individual. There may be slight variations, yet, as time flows, it ultimately returns to its original state. Beyond this, there lies another variable, Vivi. One wonders how much change this little grasshopper can bring to the world. Meanwhile, our protagonist Vivi finds himself at profound depths beneath the sea, unaware of just how deep he has descended, but certainly deeper than during his previous underwater training. For in these depths, Vivi can distinctly sense the weight of the pressure. It is indeed immense. Were it not for his remarkable physical constitution, he likely would have been crushed into a pulp by the ocean's force the moment he emerged from the golden ship. Breathing in, 2 streams of water were drawn into his nostrils, and he expelled a flurry of bubbles. The seawater he absorbed would be disassembled into oxygen by the omnipresent currents within his body, allowing him to expel any unnecessary impurities. One could assert that Vivi is now akin to an amphibian, thriving in the ocean's embrace. After sweating profusely, Vivi returned to the golden ship. As for how one sweats beneath the sea, that was merely Vivi's own estimation, a sensation he felt. "Shaji, where are we now?" he inquired, approaching Shaji after drying himself with a towel. Sailing through the ocean can be dreadfully monotonous. The depths are not only shrouded in darkness but also enveloped in an eerie silence. Were it not for the occasional sighting of deep-sea fish to stave off boredom, Vivi might have succumbed to the temptation of abandoning all and sleeping until reaching Fishman Island. Thus, it was boredom that rekindled the long-dormant passion for training within him. After forming a reliable crew, he had grown somewhat complacent, and it was only this tedium that spurred him to train in the deep sea once more. "According to the log pose, we should arrive in a few days," Shaji stated confidently after glancing at the direction indicated by the log pose and comparing it to the ocean's depth. "There is an underwater canyon ahead. Everyone, be cautious." Sharp-eyed Vivi spotted the canyon as Shaji lowered his gaze, promptly warning the others to prepare. The golden ship advanced slowly, flanked by perilous underwater cliffs. A careless collision could shatter the protective coating safeguarding them. While Vivi remained unfazed, the others aboard were in jeopardy. Aside from Vivi, the Golden Week, Shaji, and Spartacus, the rest were all users of devil fruit powers. They had not yet reached Fishman Island when calamity struck. It seemed that something loomed ahead. As they approached the underwater canyon, the crew caught sight of a fleeting shadow before the golden ship, a long, large, and robust form, which, as AV's sixth sense suggested, possessed a certain softness. As the golden ship drew nearer to the shadow, AV finally discerned that it was an immense deep-sea octopus. What they had initially seen was merely one of its tentacles. "Wow, how magnificent!" AV exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "I have made my decision. I shall capture it and make it my pet." With that, he rushed forward with remarkable speed, as if his legs were fitted with springs, parting the water around him with astonishing agility. Enel, too, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue. Possessing such a creature would indeed be splendid. Only a monster of such formidable strength could be worthy of his divine status. In truth, during the time of the Calm Belt, Enel had aspired to tame a divine pet, but the formidable strength and overwhelming numbers of the larger sea creatures had dashed his hopes. This time, there was but a single colossal octopus lurking beneath the sea, instantly igniting Enel's desire to conquer it. Thunder Prison Claw. He raised his hand, gathering potent lightning within his palm, electric arc shimmering forth as he prepared to strike the colossal creature. Suddenly, a heavy blow akin to a chestnut struck him on the head, rendering Enel's expression grim. Turning, he beheld Shadi retracting her hand. Is there no common sense? Using lightning underwater, what if you rupture the bubble membrane? We all perish together. The exasperation was palpable in Shadi's voice. Do you possess any intelligence at all? It's exhausting to be around your group. She sighed, a look of despondency crossing her face, which in turn softened Enel's dark demeanor. After all, they had coexisted for quite some time and had come to understand one another. On the ship, Enel was the slowest to integrate with the others, burdened by his pride. He would bow to no one save for Ivy. Yet, he had at least begun to consider the feelings of his companions, albeit only those aboard the ship. As for the one over there, he pointed to Ivy, who was charging toward the colossal octopus. He is the captain. I cannot control him. Besides, he has already rushed ahead. And even if he were to engage, it would not bring us trouble. Damn it, the hypocritical scoundrel. Enel fumed, deciding to refrain from further conversation with Shadi, lest he be driven to exasperation. Chapter 120. Stepping onto Fishman Island. Little K. I shall call you that. Ivory, having subdued the colossal octopus, bestowed upon it a melodious name, Crus, the infamous underwater demon. Not concerned whether little K understood, Ivy commanded the creature to pursue the golden ship, reveling in his leisurely ride. If little K could express emotions, it would undoubtedly wear a pitiful visage, yet devoid of facial features. It could only dutifully serve as Ivy's steed. Look, isn't my little K impressive? Upon returning to the golden ship, Ivy boasted to Shaddy and the others. Little K extended its tentacles, adhering to the ship's hull, hoisting it upward as they continued their voyage. Thus, the situation became considerably simpler. With the assistance of the colossal octopus, Little K, their speed increased significantly. What do you think? Huang Jinqiu inquired, leaning over the railing, cautiously watching Little K's legs. Somewhat apprehensive that the bubble wrap might rupture under Little K's movements. Fortunately, due to the softness of Little K's tentacles, the bubble wrap aboard the vessel remained intact, allowing them to navigate through without incident. As they approached their destination, I spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Shaji dashed to the bow of the ship, peering into the depths of the ocean, where light flickered mysteriously. How could there be light at a depth of 10,000 meters? This phenomenon was attributed to the peculiarities of Fishman Island. Nearby, a colossal tree known as the sun tree Eva transmitted sunlight from the surface to Fishman Island, ensuring that even at such depths, the island basked in sunlight, experiencing both day and night, along with clouds. Suddenly, the ocean currents shifted direction, violently tossing the golden ship off course, with Little K being no exception. This is bad. We are about to break free from the downward current. Steady now. As the golden ship was thrown about, rolling perilously, had it not been for Little K stabilizing the vessel, it would have likely begun a perilous descent towards the ocean floor, resulting in their demise. Such is the nature of the sea, a realm devoid of mercy, shrouded in mystery where unforeseen dangers lurk. Thankfully, Little K remained steady. AI Wei patted Little K's head in approval before allowing it to frolic independently in search of sustenance. With the freedom granted by AI Wei's command, Little K eagerly approached a group of massive sea lions, extending its long tentacles. In mere moments, it dispatched several sea lions, devouring them whole as remnants began to surface around Little K, leaving one to wonder how long it would take for these remains to reach the ocean's surface. Although the sea lions' bodies were light, their flesh was delectable. After instructing Little K to bring back some of its catch, AI Wei turned his gaze towards the radiant spot ahead. Fishman Island was enveloped by two immense semicircular bubble membranes, with an air layer nestled between them. Typically, pirates arriving from Shampoo Island entered through this air layer. Beyond this air layer, any other regions between the two membranes were filled with seawater. Should one attempt illegal entry, the bubble membrane of the vessel would vanish the moment it breached, effectively exposing them to the crushing pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea. This is unacceptable. Within Fishman Island, there exists an atmosphere, encapsulated by specialized air bubbles that isolate the seawater, creating a clear expanse of air. At last, we have arrived at the final destination before entering the New World. Gazing at the distant double-layered shield enveloping Fishman Island, a wave of excitement coursed through everyone. For we were on the brink of entering the New World. Shaji felt himself drawing ever closer to uncovering the truth behind his parents' departure. His eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "Let us charge forth." A jubilant atmosphere enveloped the golden ship, with every soul brimming with exhilaration. Legend spoke of genuine mermaids inhabiting Fishman Island. And what man could resist such a lure? Avi was among them. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed mermaids in fantasy, never in reality. This time, he vowed to feast his eyes upon them. Fishman Island, I am deeply intrigued by your history. Robin displayed an intelligent smile, having departed from Alabaston nearly a year ago, her skin beginning to exhibit a fairer complexion, hinting at a second maturation. She radiated an air of sophistication, complemented by her inherent artistic charm, illuminating the surroundings. Alas, none present seemed to notice. Avi was lost in reverie over the exquisite forms of the mermaids, while Shaji was eager to step into the new world. Inara paid no mind to such distractions, and in Sparta's eyes, there was only the sword and formidable adversaries. The other members of the crew were equally unconcerned, as they were already captivating beauties themselves. Upon entering Fishman Island, Little K could not accompany them, and it was prudent to leave him outside. After issuing a standby command to Little K, Avi and the others piloted the golden ship through the air layer into Fishman Island. As the gate opened, the seawater was forcefully expelled through the conduits, causing the membrane on the ship to rupture, revealing not an endless expanse of seawater, but air. It seemed we needed to embark once more, and an additional layer of membrane was required for the vessel. Avi leaped from the ship, while Inara remained on board, maneuvering the golden ship safely onto land. After all, this was the golden ship, distinct from any other. What if it were to be stolen? It was wise to err on the side of caution. Is this Fishman Island? It is truly beautiful. Shadi adorned herself in an ultra-short skirt, complemented by a simple bra and a brief outer coat, stepping out in awe at the breathtaking beauty of Fishman Island. She had never encountered such a stunning locale before, where she felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Before Avi and her companions loomed a myriad of transportation vehicles composed of various bubble membranes, gracefully soaring through the sky and gliding along the ground, each distinct yet equally captivating. A large fish came to a halt before Avi, its back laden with seats, reminiscent of the taxis she had observed in her previous life, albeit larger and more spacious. Ah, judging by your appearance, it seems you have just arrived at Fishman Island. Given that it will take some time to coat your vessel, why not indulge in the delights of the island for a while? Furthermore, since you are newcomers, it is likely you have yet to secure accommodation. I, Yugio, am quite renowned in this vicinity for introducing the most comfortable housing experiences. I am well acquainted with every corner of Fishman Island, and I would be delighted to guide you wherever you wish to go. Fish9's discourse flowed with remarkable fluency, unmistakably revealing his seasoned expertise. The all-encompassing experience of travel accommodations and services he offered could entice even the most nefarious of pirates upon their arrival. After all, whether one ventured here or elsewhere, the unfamiliarity of the locale rendered a knowledgeable guide advantageous. As several individuals settled into the vehicle, the fishman, Fish9, began to chatter incessantly, reminiscent of the garrulous taxi drivers encountered in a previous life. Though much of his prattle bore little relevance, it nonetheless acquainted Ivy and the others with various aspects of Fishman Island. Time passed swiftly. By analyzing the sun's position, it became evident that they had arrived at noon. And now the afternoon had unfolded. After a thorough exploration and some shopping for local specialties, they returned to their lodgings. The Fish Buddha Mountain Villa, situated in the prime area of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, represented the pinnacle of luxury on Fishman Island, and it was here that Ivy and the others resided. Through the incessant ramblings of the aforementioned Fish9, Ivy gleaned insights into the island's conditions, leading him to conclude that Fishman Island appeared untouched by the butterfly effect instigated by his father. Whether this was a result of deliberate protection or the narrative's formidable inertia remained uncertain, but the status quo persisted unchanged. Fishman Island remained firmly under the dominion of the Yonko, Whitebeard, who provided its protection. Princess Shirahoshi continued to be pursued by Vanderdeck Kin 9, sequestered within the hard-shell tower, leading a life shrouded in gloom. Numerous other aspects mirrored Ivy's memories, seemingly unaffected by external disturbances. As Sparta entered the kitchen to summon Shadi for dinner preparations, Ivy commenced his explorations. He encountered a variety of oddly shaped fishmen, noting the two distinct types of merfolk, those with human bodies and fish heads, and those with human bodies and fish tails, with the latter being more favored. During his wanderings, Ivy stumbled upon an incident involving human traffickers attempting to abduct a mermaid. As a paragon of the new era of piracy, he could not stand idly by. "Hey, you ruffians in front, halt at once." Ivy's commanding shouts startled the traffickers, who were stealthily preparing to flee. For summoning the royal guard would spell trouble. Fortunately, no alarm was raised, yet the traffickers, irate, turned to confront the audacious interloper. To their astonishment, they found themselves facing a human, fueling their menacing demeanor. "Since you've discovered our little secret, you shall not leave unscathed. Prepare yourselves." A low growl preceded the traffickers' advance. Weapons drawn and at the ready, though they refrained from using firearms, mindful of their proximity to the royal city. "I see. It seems fate has intertwined our paths once more, encountering you rascals time and again." Avi was deeply moved, reflecting on the fact that this marked his second encounter with human traffickers in such a brief span of time. One could only wonder at Avi's peculiar fortune. Moreover, he recalled that during his time on Shampoo Island, Inola had also faced a similar situation and even crossed paths with Rayleigh, though Inola had paid it little mind at the time. "You scoundrels," Avi thought, "I truly wish to refrain from violence, as it holds little significance when faced with such feeble adversaries. Yet, if you insist on provoking me, then I shall oblige." As the vicious traffickers charged toward him, Avi remained unfazed, moving at a languid pace, each step resonating with the rhythm of their racing hearts, striking like a metronome against their very souls. "How is this possible? Why is there such a formidable individual before us?" They gasped in disbelief, witnessing their plans unravel at the moment of triumph. As the traffickers writhed in agony, clutching their chests and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips, their leader shared their torment, eyes filled with malice as he glared at Avi, howling in despair. I refuse to accept this. Unperturbed, Avi strode past the leader, still unwilling to accept your fate. Do you truly believe yourself to be a significant figure? You are but a mere pawn, sent here to deliver heads to me. How foolish you are. It's a wonder you've survived this long. Avi had little interest in the inner workings of these traffickers' minds. He had merely employed a few tactics, and they crumbled under the pressure. It could only be said that the barrier to entry in the trafficking trade was astonishingly low, even lower than that of piracy. At least pirates needed to secure a ship and gather allies to be considered legitimate. Traffickers required nothing more than to capture a person and sell them off, an exceedingly simple endeavor. Of course, this was merely Avi's personal opinion. Disregarding them, he approached a bag containing some items, crouched down, and untied the rope. Inside, he discovered a mermaid and a starfish. The contents seemed somewhat familiar. There were 4 bags in total, and upon opening them, he found they all contained female mermaids. A female mermaid, once taken from Fishman Island, could fetch a price of several 100 million berries, at the very least a guaranteed fortune. Which explained why many desperate souls ventured to Fishman Island to capture them surreptitiously. The traffickers Avi encountered had some notoriety themselves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to set foot on Fishman Island. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Avi, an even more formidable adversary, resulting in their swift demise. Hey, wake up. It's over now. You're not dead, are you? Avi knelt beside the mermaid lying on the ground, her short, light green hair and rosy pink tail captivating his gaze. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building 7 pagodas. Today, I shall sacrifice my first kiss. The enchanting mermaid with verdant hair was gently lifted, her lips pursed as she leaned forward, slowly approaching. At that moment, Kemi drowsily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by an exceptionally handsome visage, causing her cheeks to flush. Kemi, possessing a somewhat eccentric disposition, had not contemplated how she had ended up in a man's embrace after her shift, and it appeared she was about to be kissed. You are awake. I have yet to administer artificial respiration, remarked the man before her, his voice resonating with a magnetic maturity. Sensing his disappointment, Kemi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Perhaps she was not truly awake. After all, one must not cause harm to others. So she promptly closed her eyes once more. All right, I was merely teasing you. Since you are awake, let us rise, said Ivy, who had noticed Kemi stirring moments earlier and sought to amuse her. To her surprise, Kemi had attempted to feign unconsciousness in such a situation for a kiss. I've already dealt with those traffickers. You are safe now. As Ivy helped Kemi to her feet, she scrutinized the beautiful mermaid before her. Upon recognition, Ivy realized this was the very mermaid, Kemi, who had been abducted and auctioned for 500 million berries. Noticing the 5-pointed star-shaped starfish in the same bag, it dawned on her that this must be Papagu, Kemi's master and subordinate, renowned in Fishman Island as a distinguished fashion designer. It seemed they had indeed been targeted by traffickers, leading to their fortuitous encounter. On my way, I encountered an elderly man who fell. Just as I approached to assist him, he produced a pouch of powder and swept it across my face, causing me to lose consciousness. So, I was abducted. Thank you for rescuing me, Kemi exclaimed, striking her forehead in realization, her expression shifting to one of enlightenment as she expressed her gratitude to Ivy. Since I must thank you, how about treating me to a meal? Fortunately, it is still early, and I can indulge in 2 dinners, Ivy decided, pleased with the prospect. Haha. Truly, I am remarkably clever. Chapter 122, The Princess in the Hard-Shelled Tower, Fishman Island, Papagu's Residence. Do not let Papagu's small stature as a mere starfish deceive you. He lived an extraordinarily lavish life. His mansion, staffed with over 100 servants, including chefs, maidens, butlers, and gardeners, all of whom were mermaids, showcased a life of luxury devoid of any fisherman. Ivy expressed her satisfaction with this arrangement, finding harmony in Papagu's refined taste that mirrored her own. After awakening the other mermaids, Ivy instructed them to depart, confident that the royal guard would handle the traffickers on the ground. Thus, Ivy approached with openness. Her sole intention was to enjoy a meal. The chefs in Papagu's mansion worked swiftly, presenting exquisite dishes before her, arrayed by the maidens. I shall indulge, Ivy declared. You are all welcome to partake at your leisure. With such thoughts, Ivy's movements began, seemingly slow yet deceptively swift, consuming more than 5 portions in a mere instant. And this was merely the beginning. Kemi and Papagu watched in disbelief, wondering how long it had been since Ivy had last eaten. It was as if a starving ghost had been reincarnated. Slow down, there is more to come. Don't choke. Kami's actions momentarily halted. Feeling a bit lost, Was there still more to eat? Gazing at the rapidly vanishing food before her, Ivy paid no heed to their thoughts. When it comes to free offerings, one should seize the opportunity. How could she possibly let it slip away? Not indulging would be a waste, especially when faced with such a generous bounty. Do not mind me. You enjoy your meal. Once you finish here, I shall return for my dinner as well, for the chef has already begun preparing it. I am merely taking a stroll. Assured of their wealth, Ivy declared, "You need not worry. I cannot deplete your resources." After reassuring them, she commenced to showcase her true prowess. Beyond Fishman Island, a colossal humanoid sea monster, comparable in size to Ivy's pet, Little Coo, strode purposefully along the ocean floor, wielding a chain attached to a dilapidated ship. The grand vessel belongs to none other than the deranged Captain Vanderdeck Kin 9 of the flying pirate crew, who is obsessively pursuing Princess Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi, you are destined to be mine. No matter how you try to hide, our love is ordained by fate. Capable of transcending any barriers, he cackles with malevolent delight. He raises a colossal axe from the ship and hurls it carelessly toward Fishman Island. As a user of the target fruit, anyone marked by him can be struck with pinpoint accuracy, regardless of distance. Vanderdecken's infatuation with Princess Shirahoshi is nothing short of madness. He had fallen irrevocably in love with the young Shirahoshi when she was but a child. However, King Neptune would never consent to marrying his young daughter to the infamously notorious Vanderdecken. Despite attempts to capture Vanderdecken, he remains elusive. And with Shirahoshi marked by his fruit, she is left with no choice but to retreat into the shadowy confines of the Iron Shell Tower. This tower, also her chamber, is devoid of the opulence befitting a princess, presenting a rather mundane atmosphere instead. Now, Shirahoshi lies upon her grand bed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazes longingly outside the tower. She yearns for the vibrant life beyond, yet such a simple desire remains beyond her reach. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds resonate in her ears, causing Princess Shirahoshi to tremble in fear. She wraps herself tightly in her blanket, burying her head deep within its folds, seeking refuge in the corner like an ostrich. This elucidates the rationale behind King Neptune of Fishman Island's prohibition against Princess Shirahoshi venturing outside. No one can predict when Vanderdecken will unleash his next assault. The gates of the Hardshell Tower and its surrounding walls bear the ominous remnants of Vanderdecken's threats, demanding that Princess Shirahoshi marry him. Enormous axes, meteor hammers, guns, swords, halberds, and an array of bizarre weaponry, alongside massive stones, have all been hurled by Vanderdecken. What sound is that? In Papagoo's mansion, Ivy set down her chopsticks and glanced towards the palace. Alas, that scoundrel has commenced his attacks once more. Poor Princess Shirahoshi is forced to cower within the confines of the Hardshell Tower. Speaking of this, Cammy shed tears, incensed by the plight of Princess Shirahoshi. Observing Cammy's sorrowful indignation for the princess's misfortunes and the equally furious Papagoo who leapt onto the table, Ivy's mind wandered to the curious notion that mermaid tears do not transform into pearls. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. What troubles has Princess Shirahoshi encountered? If there are difficulties, she ought to inform me. Ivy was well aware of Princess Shirahoshi's predicament, although Vanderdecken publicly appeared infatuated with her beauty. Ivy recognized his true intentions. During the tragic assassination of Queen Otoheim, Princess Shirahoshi awakened her powers as the daughter of Poseidon, a moment witnessed by Vanderdecken. Consequently, he set his sights on her, seeking to wed her in a bid to harness her divine abilities. To be candid, Ivy harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding this legendary power, albeit only out of intrigue. In truth, what genuinely captivated the interest of the denizens of Fishman Island was the kingdom's hidden treasure, that which lay deep within the vault. Upon hearing Ivy's inquiry, Cammy eagerly divulged the entirety of Princess Shirahoshi's coercion at the hands of Vanderdecken. It is indeed tragic that a royal princess has been driven to such depths by a mere pirate. In this world, might reign supreme. Fishman Island's lack of strength renders it vulnerable, and were it not situated deep beneath the ocean's surface, it would have long been divided and its inhabitants enslaved. But I digress. That scoundrel Vanderdecken is utterly reprehensible, showing such madness towards a young girl. Moreover, given the disparity in their physical forms, one must question the compatibility. This leads Ivy to ponder. How could the colossal King Neptune, standing over 10 meters tall, have fathered Princess Shirahoshi with the diminutive Queen Otoheim? Such an enigma it is. Would you be willing to assist Princess Shirahoshi? After listening to Ivy's indignation, Kaimi was momentarily filled with hope. After all, Ivy was immensely powerful. Yet, she soon felt it was unreasonable to place such expectations upon her. No matter how formidable Ivy was, could she truly rival King Neptune or the three princes? Even they were at a loss against Vanderdecken, so what could Ivy possibly achieve? In Kymie's recollection, they had already reached the pinnacle of strength. Hence she shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "You must not venture into danger. If you were to perish, I would be repaying kindness with enmity." She sincerely wished for someone to rescue the princess from her plight. With that, Kymie's spirits waned. "Fear not, I shall take care of this matter," Ivy assured, wiping her brow and patting her somewhat enlarged belly. Chapter 123. A misunderstanding. Why did Ivy agree so wholeheartedly? There was a reason behind it. She still desired to acquire the grand treasures hidden within the kingdom's Miku, and promising Kymie was merely ancillary. Her original intention was to rescue White Star in exchange for the coveted treasures. A night had passed, and daybreak arrived once more, marking the beginning of their separate endeavors. Anilu and Robin set sail towards the sea forest aboard the Golden Ship, where skilled craftsmen specializing in coding awaited them. Robin was particularly intrigued. Having learned of historical documents rumored to exist in the sea forest, thus she accompanied Anilu. The others followed Ivy to Dragon Palace City, intending to negotiate with King Neptune, using White Star's safety as leverage to exchange for the treasure gem box. The captain's orders were absolute. Who would dare to defy them? With sleepy eyes, Golden Week and Shaddy were unceremoniously ushered onto the ship by Ivy. The water road, specially crafted by the artisans of Fishman Island, facilitated passage for merfolk, fishmen, and various marine creatures to different regions. Humans too could traverse it, provided they applied a waterproof coating. After traversing the shortcut, they quickly entered Dragon Palace City. The fishmen guards stationed at the gates initially aimed to thwart Ivy and her companions, but were swiftly dismissed by Ivy's formidable presence. After all, Ivy was still a pirate at heart, not one to behave like a gentleman. Before long, the commotion attracted the attention of the entire Dragon Palace City. The communication corridor, a specialized passage for relaying messages, was equipped with surveillance systems and snail phones to alert soldiers and ministers during emergencies. Report: a group of unidentified individuals has invaded Dragon Palace City, and they possess considerable strength. Immediate assistance is required. Today marked the Memorial Day for Princess Odoheim, and King Neptune was gathering his ministers for a ceremonial tribute. Just then, a fishman soldier burst in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are under attack from enemies." Neptune furrowed his brow, surprised that an assault would occur on this day. Let us see who possesses the audacity to challenge Dragon Palace City. Confident in his own strength, Neptune felt assured within the confines of Fishman Island, especially under the protection of the great Whitebeard. Who would dare to act brazenly here? Thus, he ventured out accompanied by 3 princes and several ministers, moving swiftly until they encountered Avi and his companions approaching. "Who are you ruffians? Who sent you? What is your purpose in attacking Dragon Palace City?" Neptune's trident struck the ground with a thunderous impact, his towering form exuding an immense pressure as he glared fiercely at Avi and the others. It was as if he would unleash a storm of wrath should they provide an unsatisfactory response. The soldiers sprawled on the ground served as the spark igniting Neptune's fury. If you cannot present a satisfactory explanation today, do not even think about leaving. Neptune remained committed to the late Queen Odoheim's vision of harmony between humans and fishmen, aspiring to achieve a world of equality. This was also a deep-seated desire within him. Should he succeed, the citizens of Fishman Island would have the opportunity to step onto land, yearning for the fresh air and warm sunlight. However, any enemy, even if human, was intolerable to Neptune. If they were celestial dragons, he could begrudgingly swallow his indignation, but Avi was certainly not one of them. Today marked the anniversary of Queen Odoheim's assassination, 20 years ago on this very day. How could he possibly allow anyone to disturb the sanctity of Dragon Palace City? While others might recoil in fear at Neptune's imposing demeanor, Avi remained unfazed, rendering such intimidation ineffective. "I am not here to cause trouble. I merely heard of Princess Shirahoshi's plight and felt a measure of sympathy." His expression conveyed a facade of goodwill. "Thus, I came to assist His Majesty in resolving this issue, proposing a transaction. However, your soldiers did not believe me and prevented my entry, which led to a minor lesson for them, though no harm was done. See, I am quite sincere in my intentions." Upon hearing Avi's words, Neptune gradually extricated himself from his anger, his gaze shifting to the soldiers on the ground, eyes widening in astonishment. Although the soldiers appeared grievously injured, they bore no actual wounds. The surrounding destruction hinted at the remarkable control Avi and his companions wielded over their power. "Their strength nearly rivals my own," Neptune mused. his expression growing more earnest as he turned his attention back to Avi. A transaction? Can you assist Princess Shirahoshi in escaping from Hardshell Tower, ensuring that Vanderdecken will no longer harass her? Had Avi been privy to Neptune's earlier thoughts, he would have laughed heartily, deeming the king excessively self-absorbed. Indeed, that is precisely the purpose of my visit. Avi hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately nodded without reservation. It dawned on him that the coveted treasure, the jade handbox, had been pilfered by Hody Jones many years ago. His journey seemed futile. He could have easily strolled through Fishman Island, Hody's stronghold, where he served as the captain of the new Fishman pirates. However, after some contemplation, he decided to proceed. Firstly, abandoning the endeavor would be quite unbecoming, and secondly, witnessing the grotesque behavior of Vanderdecken toward the stunning Princess Shirahoshi left Avi feeling quite unsettled. Though Luffy would arrive to rescue Shirahoshi in a few years, it would be preferable to expedite her emergence into the public eye. As the adage goes, since you are already here, why not see it through? The treasures within Ryugu Palace were plentiful. Since the Grand Treasure was absent, he would graciously claim the riches. Assisting Princess Shirahoshi and living openly under the sun required their cooperation to lure out Vanderdecken. The best bait was Shirahoshi herself. Her mere presence would undoubtedly provoke Vanderdecken, who was infatuated with her, thus allowing them to resolve the issue swiftly. With clarity of thought, Avi wasted no time in proposing a plan. Coincidentally, he was also curious to behold the beauty of Shirahoshi, renowned as the most exquisite mermaid of Fishman Island. Why should I trust you? Neptune scoffed, clearly skeptical of Avi's words. He had initially expected Avi to possess some remarkable capability, only to discover this plan instead. If it were truly feasible, the dilemma would have been resolved long ago. Father, I suspect this individual may be a pawn sent by Vanderdecken, attempting to orchestrate a scheme to entice Shirahoshi away from the Tower of Law. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, interjected with a disdainful huff, pointing his weapon at Avi as he addressed Neptune. In an instant, both factions reverted to their initial standoff, tension palpable in the air. Chapter 124. Hooking the Fishman Street, New Fishman Pirates. Vanderdecken, accompanied by several subordinates, ambled into Fishman Street with a gait reminiscent of a beast. Such a repugnant atmosphere. The brutal fishmen here displayed unrestrained savagery, their moral decay reaching its zenith. Years prior, this place was not as it is now, however. Under Hody Jones's dominion as the captain of the new Fishman Pirates, everything had changed. A vile aura pervaded the surroundings, yet even amid this, Vanderdecken harbored disdain, concealing it beneath a veneer of praise. Hody's governance is remarkably organized, and his subordinates are formidable. Collaborating with you all is truly splendid. Vanderdecken remarked as he walked along, his words laced with sarcasm. Indeed, Captain Hody will undoubtedly lead our new Fishman Pirates to annihilate those detestable humans. Indeed. The members of the new Fishman Pirates are deeply entrenched in their racist ideologies, with only the most ardent followers accompanying Hody. Before long, they found themselves face to face with Hody, both parties scrutinizing each other intently. Ha ha ha, with Vanderdecken's assistance, we have made significant strides towards our goal. Let us indulge in some libations. Chuckled Hody. All I desire is Princess Shirahoshi, Vanderdecken replied, equally amused. He extended his left hand from within the bubble to shake hands with Hody Jones. I heard a group has invaded Fishman Island. I wonder if you are aware of it, Hody casually inquired, confident that it was not anyone from his faction responsible for such audacity. I truly do not know. Could it be something you orchestrated, Hody? It seems to have already been revealed, Vanderdecken remarked, furrowing his brow at Hody. If anything were to happen to Princess Shirahoshi, the consequences would be dire. Though Vanderdecken's strength was not formidable, he embodied the pride of his Dutch ancestors and suddenly rose from his seat. Brother Vanderdecken, I have merely heard whispers. That scoundrel Whitebeard is still alive. How could I possibly act now? Hody Jones held no particular regard for Whitebeard. But as long as the man drew breath, Hody would remain concealed, biding his time. He would develop his power in secrecy until the day he could overthrow the rule of Fishman Island and eradicate every despicable human without exception. If it is not us, then it must be those reckless pirates. The current situation has calmed. However, I wonder how things stand over there. We shall soon receive news, Hody Jones explained, dispelling Vanderdecken's concerns. As the two fishmen raised their cups in camaraderie, a fishman lackey rushed in to report. Princess Shirahoshi has emerged from the hard-shelled tower, and Neptune has taken the princes and ministers to the sea forest. Is that so? Today marks the anniversary of Princess Odoheim's memorial, a day that occurs each year. Yet, It is surprising that even Princess Shirahoshi has ventured out, Hody mused, observing Vanderdecken, who had once again risen in excitement upon hearing the news of the princess's emergence. This posed a complication. He was not inclined to reveal himself prematurely. What are those humans attacking Fishman Island? He inquired. They are following King Neptune and the princes. The lackey responded. You may leave now. After dismissing the messenger, Hody Jones rested his chin on his hand, his gaze thoughtful. This was intriguing. The humans assaulting Fishman Island had accompanied them to the depths of the sea. Neptune, you are becoming increasingly cowardly, he mused. Hody, I must take my leave for now. The expression of surprise and eagerness was unmistakably evident on her face. After Vanderdecken finished speaking, he swiftly prepared to depart with his subordinates. Brother Vanderdecken. There's no need to rush. I, too, wish to take a look, so let us go together, Hody Jones exclaimed as he rose abruptly, beckoning a few of his followers to approach Vanderdecken. Very well, let us hasten. Without waiting for Hody, Vanderdecken sprinted ahead with remarkable speed. This marked the first occasion in over a decade that Princess White Star had departed from the Shell Tower, and this time, Vanderdecken was determined to seize her for himself. Hody Jones was well aware of the legendary affection Vanderdecken harbored for Princess White Star, yet he paid it no mind, urging his subordinates to quicken their pace before following closely behind. The depths of the sea revealed a submerged forest as Ivy dismounted from his dragonfish steed. Over a decade prior, Princess Yahim had been assassinated and laid to rest in this very spot. Brother Ivy, thank you for bringing me here, Princess White Star said, her enormous form bending down in gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was indeed deserving of her reputation as the weeping princess, and yet Ivy understood her plight. Having lost her mother at such a tender age and subsequently being pursued by a grotesque figure, she had been compelled to seek refuge in the Shell Tower. Unable even to perform the simple act of honoring her mother, it was no wonder that she was overwhelmed with emotion at being brought out by Ivy. As for how Ivy persuaded Neptune and the others, it was quite straightforward. He simply needed to demonstrate his strength. By showcasing his formidable abilities, he conveyed that he had no interest in the trivialities they valued, nor did he wish to provoke a conflict with Whitebeard, advocating instead for amicable relations. Consequently, Neptune and the others acquiesced to his request, and it was as simple as that. Despite the hidden scars they bore, their exterior remained unblemished. Thus, when Princess White Star emerged, Neptune and the others felt a sense of embarrassment at having been bested in a confrontation, opting to laugh it off, oblivious to their predicament. Princess White Star continued to express her gratitude to Ivy. Father, please be careful not to fall, she said, turning to assist Neptune as he descended. Due to his internal injuries, Princess White Star assumed her father was in a fragile state, and thus she tended to him attentively throughout their journey. This greatly alleviated the long-standing heartache shared between the father and daughter. For Ivy, Neptune's feelings were complex, leaving him uncertain of how to express himself in her presence. Thus, he chose to treat her as if she were invisible, allowing himself to be led by Princess White Star to the grave of Princess Iji, the formidable first prince. Having been intimidated by Ivy, despite his own frail condition, hastened to keep pace with his father's steps. After all, Ivy had just given him special attention. There was no way he could feel better. With everything prepared, they awaited the rabbit to be lured into the trap. The strategy devised by Ivy was to draw out Vanderdecken, swiftly resolving this nuisance. For she still had to acquire the treasures contained within the jade handbox of Hody Jones. She pondered the whereabouts of Enel and Robin. They must have located a place to coat the ship by now. It seemed that there existed historical texts deep within the sea, and Robin had previously found some here. It was likely that Robin had already begun her endeavors. With her observation hockey activated, Ivy's prowess allowed her to extend her senses across half of Fishman Island. Once Vanderdecken emerged, escape would be impossible for him. Chapter 125, A Fortunate Coincidence and Apology Letter, perhaps? Standing before a large stone. Robin had comprehended all that was inscribed upon it. This historical text chronicled a human who existed during the Century of Silence, a man named Joy Boy, who had left behind a letter of apology to the mermaid princess of that era for failing to fulfill his promises. Her notebook was filled to the brim, and as she tucked it away, Robin gazed toward the horizon, pondering what had truly transpired during that time. However, she remained without answers. For the inscription provided scant details regarding the Century of Silence, mere fragments that could hardly satisfy her quest for knowledge. She yearned to uncover the truth behind that enigmatic century. On Fishman Island, there exists but a singular historical text, indicating that further exploration for historical records must await the entrance into the New World. Ah, there seems to be some commotion over there. As Robin prepared to depart, she heard a tremendous noise nearby, suggesting that something significant had occurred. Curiously, she glanced towards the source of the sound and proceeded in that direction. Meanwhile, on Avi's side, Vanderdecken finally made his appearance. Before the observation hockey, they were utterly exposed. Princess Shirahoshi appeared truly pitiable, undeniably the most beautiful maiden of Fishman Island. Leaning against a pillar, Avi mused on this, yet gave it little more thought. Naturally, Avi coveted the power of Poseidon, for it could command the ocean's creatures. The Sea Kings. With such power, standing upon the sea would render one nearly invincible. However, such strength could not be taken from another, despite the golden ship's size. It could not accommodate someone of Princess Shirahoshi's stature. Moreover, Avi lacked the means to rear her in the open sea. Hence, he never contemplated abducting Shirahoshi for the sake of mere affection. As Vanderdecken approached, Avi cautioned, "Be vigilant, especially you, Shirahoshi. That fellow's target is you. Shaddy, Goldweek. Ensure Shirahoshi's safety while I confront Vanderdecken." After assigning Shaddy and Goldweek to protect Shirahoshi, Avi departed with the remaining companions. "Your Majesty, do we truly require human assistance against Vanderdecken 9? Inquired the left minister with a hint of trepidation. "Pay no mind. Let him be." Neptune replied after a brief silence. In truth, he was reluctant to acquiesce. The animosity between fishmen and humans was already profound. Should the fishmen learn that a human had harmed their kind on Fishman Island, even if it were a notorious villain like Vanderdecken, the psychological ramifications for the fishmen residents would be considerable. Were all the soldiers of Ryugu Palace slain? Were the current king, Neptune, and the 3 esteemed princes utterly ineffective? Leaving the resolution of Vanderdecken's threat to a mere human, these thoughts had crossed Neptune's mind, yet knowing them held little significance. At present, Ivy and the others merely sought to aid him, to assist Princess Shirahoshi. Eliminating Vanderdecken, a villainous fishman, was a trivial matter. Despite the potential dissatisfaction it might incite among the fishmen, Neptune was confident in his ability to maintain control. However, should his actions provoke Ivy and her companions, true trouble would arise for Fishman Island. Having witnessed Ivy's effortless prowess in vanquishing their formidable foes, Neptune harbored a deep-seated reluctance to become adversaries with them. Patience was imperative. As long as their demands were not excessive, he would endure. Within mere seconds, Ivy appeared before Vanderdecken and Hody Jones, leaving them no time to react, utterly startled by her sudden presence. "She is one of the assailants on Ryugu Palace," one of Hody Jones' fishman lackeys exclaimed. "Do not obstruct our path, or I shall slay you." Vanderdecken growled menacingly at Ivy, who stood in his way. The Spada squad promptly joined Ivy, aligning themselves beside her as they regarded Vanderdecken and his cohorts. After glancing at Vanderdecken and then at Hody Jones, Ivy smiled and remarked, "Ah, what splendid fortune. You have all come to me, saving me the trouble of a chase." "Human, what do you mean by that?" Hody Jones, now on high alert, swiftly launched an attack. Water shot. A powerful droplet of water was propelled from his palm, swift and formidable in its force. This is a technique from the Fishman karate, capable of seizing the unpredictable currents of water and transforming them into a formidable strike that assaults the opponent with the swiftness of a bullet. However, such an attack is insufficient to inflict harm upon me. Ivy's focus has already zeroed in on Hody Jones. As previously mentioned, Vanderdecken is merely an incidental target. He is not the primary concern, and his strength is rather lacking. Ivy's main objective is Hody Jones, or more specifically, the jade box containing the deadly poison that he pilfered from the kingdom's treasury. Ivy is quite intrigued by this, especially since it is unlike the Poseidon abilities awakened in Princess Shirahoshi, which cannot be stripped away. Now that she has arrived, how could Ivy possibly let this opportunity slip away? In the hands of Hody Jones, this object holds far greater value than within the palace of Neptune, and acquiring it would not be so taxing. "Do not allow that fellow to escape. I shall deal with him." Ivy remarked that the one fleeing was Vanderdecken, who, upon realizing that Ivy and her companions appeared to be targeting Hody Jones, cunningly sought to make his escape. While Ivy had no genuine interest in Vanderdecken, she could not permit him to elude capture. Having promised White Star to resolve this predicament, it was imperative that she fulfilled her commitment. Vanderdecken was not particularly formidable. As a fishman who had unexpectedly gained the powers of a devil fruit user, he found himself unable to employ fishman karate, thus failing to harness the inherent advantages of his lineage. While it might be acceptable for those on land to consume a devil fruit for a fishman, Especially one accustomed to life in water, such consumption was akin to a curse, rendering him powerless. The abilities granted by the fruit were only marginally effective for assassination. But in a fair fight, he was merely a weakling with a combat prowess akin to that of a novice. Therefore, Ivy remained unconcerned and was not apprehensive about his potential escape. This was troublesome. That detestable human had set his sights on me. Hody Jones began to calculate his chances of fleeing. He had no desire to engage in battle here and draw attention, especially with Neptune and his allies nearby. In Fishman Street, he might be safe, but in other locales, discovery would undoubtedly lead to his capture. It was imperative to depart immediately, otherwise, a confrontation would surely attract unwelcome scrutiny. As he propelled himself backward, searching for an opportunity to flee, Hody soon relinquished hope. This was all the scheme of that wretched human. A malicious thought ignited within him, stirring suppressed brutality rather than fleeing. He retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Now that is the right mindset. One must possess self-awareness and abandon the notion of escape. I shall ensure you remain intact. And what of that lethal pill? What effect does it have? Ivy watched with curiosity as Hody Jones began to change. How could this be? Such a clandestine matter. How could this human possibly know? When I filched the lethal drug, even Neptune and Jinbi were oblivious. Hearing Ivy name the pill, the shock within Hody Jones was palpable, though it was swiftly eclipsed by the agony surging from the depths of his soul. His eyes widened, veins bulging grotesquely across his body. Chapter 126. The eagle grabs the chick. Vanderdecken's strength was utterly lacking, with only Sparta engaging him. Vanderdecken fell swiftly to the ground, cleaved from his left shoulder down to his thigh, a gruesome wound revealing a gaping maw in the flesh, observing the outside world. I am going to die. I am going to die. Spare me. I shall never again covet Princess White Star. Please, let me go. It was all Hody Jones's idea. I am innocent. I demand an audience with Neptune. I surrender. Do not kill me. In excruciating agony, Vanderdecken writhed on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with anything else, as the very specter of death loomed ominously over him, compelling even the bravest to yield. Pathetic. Hody Jones sneered with a sinister glare directed at Vanderdecken, then turned to Ivy and declared, even if you possess some knowledge, what does it matter? Today, your demise is inevitable. You shall witness the true extent of my power. You may depart in peace. Superwater Cannon. A massive torrent of water coalesced within the palm of his hand, swelling ominously before vanishing in an instant. As the colossal wave surged into the air, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, scattering like confetti in a chaotic display. The fierce force of the impact surged through the air like a barrage of gunfire, reaching every individual present. Though this maneuver possessed a touch of novelty and surprise, it was effortlessly evaded by Ivy and his companions. However, the unfortunate Vanderdecken, who lay rolling on the ground, bore the brunt of the onslaught, as numerous water droplets, akin to miniature bombs, detonated upon him. The air was filled with his piercing screams, echoing far and wide, reminiscent of the anguished cries of slaughtered pigs that Ivy had witnessed in a past life, sharp and grating to the ears. Enough. The cacophony was unbearable. A swift kick to Vanderdecken's head sent him flying, crashing heavily against a massive coral, his eyes bulging and rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The world fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Ivy had engaged in combat with Hody Jones, exchanging blows with fists and feet, a raw clash of flesh against flesh. As the skirmish progressed, Hody Jones found himself increasingly astonished, a surge of fury rising within him. It was an established truth in Hody's mind that fishmen were inherently superior to humans. Even an ordinary fishman possessed strength enough to surpass that of 8 or 9 humans. With just a modicum of training, their power became insurmountable, and Hody, being of the formidable great white shark fishman lineage, was acutely aware of this fact. The presence of a mere human, Ivy, capable of matching his strength, felt like a profound affront to him. Shark-toothed dragon. This time, Hody Jones unleashed his racial prowess, launching a frenzied assault on Ivy with reckless abandon. His sharp teeth, accompanied by formidable jaw strength, struck repeatedly at Ivy, yet she effortlessly evaded each attempt. With a swift kick, she landed a blow to Hody's face, abruptly halting his onslaught. Hody, propelled into the air, executed a 720-degree spin before crashing down, his head sinking deep into the earth. Such feeble power is hardly sufficient to engage me. You must possess greater ferocity. Consume everything you have, or your journey shall end here. With a nonchalant gesture, he brushed off non-existent dust, maintaining an air of serene indifference, urging Hody to continue his reckless consumption of drugs. Indeed, Hody complied, seizing a lethal substance from his possession and consuming it voraciously. His gaze fixed fiercely on Ivy, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. Though the act of taking the drug inflicted a profound pain that resonated from the depths of his soul, it paled in comparison to the affront posed by the shameless human before him. A howl erupted from him, muscles bulging forth, robust and powerful, as he released a primal scream into the heavens. "Are you a dog?" Ivy retorted mercilessly, "No matter how loud you bark, it cannot alter the truth of your weakness." Hody, feeling the surge of strength within his fists, lifted his gaze towards Ivy with determination. "I shall not kill you. Instead, I will capture you and torment you until you yearn for death, yet cannot attain it." With that declaration, Hody advanced on Ivy, his fists swinging down with relentless ferocity. An onslaught akin to an unstoppable force. Now, this is becoming interesting. While evading Hody Jones's relentless attacks, he simultaneously gauged the extent of Hody's growing prowess. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck, sustaining some injuries that left traces of blood, further igniting Hody's fury. In that moment, he seized a vial of potent elixir and consumed it without hesitation. In Hody's mind, if he could just become a tad stronger, he would be able to vanquish this detestable human before him. This loathsome individual had suddenly appeared, thwarting his meticulously crafted plans. Should the secret of the elixir be uncovered, he would undoubtedly find his position in Fishman Island untenable, forcing him to flee to distant lands, a prospect he dreaded. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, if only by a fraction, to defeat this abhorrent human and make a hasty exit. Although this place was remote, today marked the anniversary of Princess Odoheim's death, and any delay would surely expose the situation to scrutiny, which would be exceedingly detrimental for him. Furthermore, he could not afford to let Vanderdecken remain, for the latter had unearthed some of his secrets, necessitating his silencing to eliminate future threats. Once more, he brought Ivy crashing to the ground, shifting his focus toward Vanderdecken, seizing him with his right hand. Brute force. This is an extension technique of the Fishman karate, utilizing the formidable grip strength of the Fishman to crush anything. With the added potency of various lethal drugs, Hody Jones can effortlessly reduce Vanderdecken to mere fragments with just a slight exertion of force. Suddenly, Hody Jones, standing in place, felt an immense power surge from his left side, unaware of the cause, only to be sent flying, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. "This cannot be allowed to shatter. I still need it to exchange for gold with the Dragon Palace." Due to the overwhelming speed, Vanderdecken was unable to land safely and was caught mid-air by Ivankov. Looking at Hody Jones, he stated, "Well, now that we have discerned the capabilities of the lethal drugs, you may depart in peace." Vanderdecken was handed over to Sparta and the others to report back to Neptune, while Hody Jones himself proceeded further. This is Fishman Island. The relationship between mermaids and fishmen is already tenuous, so do not act too recklessly. As they departed, Shachi cautioned, "The ship will not be ready for another day. If things escalate too much, it could provoke the animosity of all the fishmen on this island, which would not bode well for us." "Understood." Hody waved his hand dismissively, then placed his foot on Hody Jones' chest, declaring, "Now that there are no outsiders present, hand over the lethal drugs and the method of their creation." Chapter 127, A Bountiful Harvest. What has transpired? "Why are you here?" Robin inquired, stepping out from the dense forest of the Sea of Trees. Her gaze fixed curiously on Sparta and the others. "How did you all arrive here, and why are there so many fishmen as well?" Although their demeanor suggested some wariness, it lacked any hostility, prompting Robin to ask, "Who are they?" Robin was referring to Neptune and his entourage, whose significant presence indicated their noble lineage, evidenced by the multitude of fishmen soldiers accompanying them. Having heard the fishmen mention that today marked the anniversary of Princess Odoheim's memorial, it became evident that they were indeed King Neptune and his 3 sons. Was that large fishman the fabled Shirahoshi residing in the darkroom, making an appearance? As Golden Week opened her mouth to explain to Robin, the latter had already deduced the situation herself. Humph. Golden Week, displeased, turned her face away, for nothing irked her more than Robin's cunning ways. Internally, she vowed, "Even if you were to bribe me with rainbow lollipops, I would not forgive you." Yet, her eyes occasionally drifted towards Robin, as if to say, "Come on, appease me, or I will truly be upset." The rainbow lollipops were finished last time. This is a blue snowflake cream, which is equally delightful. Please do not be angry, Golden Week. When it came to Golden Week, Robin had her own tactics. For practice makes perfect, especially for someone as intelligent as Robin. What about the captain? Since everyone else is here, it must have been brought by Ivy. However, Ivy is nowhere to be seen. Robin directed her gaze towards the others. The captain has gone to attend to other matters. We shall resolve the situation here. Subsequently, Shaji explained to Robin the events concerning Ivy after her departure. I see, Robin thought, gaining some insight into Ivy's intentions, which remain as chaotic as ever. Nevertheless, since the captain has made a decision, they are left with no choice but to proceed accordingly. The transaction discussed with our captain has been accomplished. We will return to you shortly, so please prepare your belongings. After conveying this to King Neptune, Robin and a few others nodded in agreement and departed together. These matters are not their concern. They were instigated solely by the captain's unilateral decision. On Fishman Island, the discord among the merfolk is quite pronounced. Regardless of how despicable the fishmen may be, they can be slain by their own kind, yet they must never fall victim to humans. This represents the bottom line for those fishmen. Thus, Vanderdecken was brought back by Sparta and handed over to Neptune and his associates. Otherwise, it is highly probable that he would have been besieged by the fishmen. This territory belongs to the formidable Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, under his protection. Should they act recklessly, they might offend the most powerful pirate of the New World even before they set foot in it. This is quite unfavorable. Robin has always been one to strategize before taking action, rarely venturing into risk, hence he does not endorse Ivy's impulsive maneuvers. Fishman Island is merely a transient stop. Once they have crossed the barrier, they should depart without causing chaos. Let us proceed and keep pace with Ivy, avoiding any further disturbances. After bidding farewell to Neptune and his companions, the group made their way towards the battleground, only to find that Ivy had vanished. At that moment, Ivy, gripping Hody Jones, entered Fishman Street, bustling with activity during the day, filled with children playing and clandestine slave trading. However, Ivy remained unfazed and led Hody directly to his stronghold. Initially, Ivy intended to seize the deadly drugs from Hody, only to discover that they had already been consumed. With no other recourse, Ivy continued to drag Hody into Fishman Street. Fortunately, the meddlesome Jinbi was absent, having left for another matter. Otherwise, a confrontation would have ensued. This is not the forest of the sea. And there are plenty of fishmen around, where a careless action could spark significant news. Thus, upon realizing Jinbi's absence, Ivy felt a sense of relief. While he did not fear combat, in fact, he had an affinity for it, he was wary of complications. Within these confines lies your drug processing facility. Grasping Hody Jones by the neck and shaking him twice, akin to a lifeless fish, resulted in all the bones in Hody's body being shattered by Ivy. Initially, Hody vehemently resisted Ivy's demands, swearing to fight to the death. However, after sustaining such extensive injuries, he reluctantly submitted, albeit temporarily. Yet, Ivy was indifferent to whether Hody's submission was genuine or feigned. His sole concern was acquiring what he desired, for he planned to depart by the following day. Ultimately, Fishman Island was merely a pit stop, a trivial underwater realm devoid of the allure of the New World. The enhancement of strength was imperative, given Ivy's current prowess. Any significant improvement within a short time frame seemed implausible, barring some esoteric epiphany. With no other recourse, Ivy resolved to exploit his unique ability. Regardless of the nature of the substances, poisonous or otherwise, as long as they underwent a transformative process through his extraordinary power, they would transmute into blue energy that bolstered his strength. However, due to Ivy's extraordinary might, previous methods of generating blue energy had become insufficient to match his growth. The fierce elixir relied on consuming the body's potential to amplify combat capabilities. It could be described as a potent stimulant that would lead an ordinary individual to a rapid decline following a surge in strength. Yet, Ivy was not among the ordinary. He eagerly anticipated the more profound the side effects, the greater the latent power contained within. After undergoing refinement through his ability, he was certain it would augment his strength. Physical prowess required training, as did skills. These were external factors. The internal ability was a superior training aid, and with the opportunity presented, why not utilize it? It was merely a matter of consumption. What isn't consumed in life? After Hody Jones had stealthily extracted the fierce elixir, he had long been conducting secret research, even developing the formula. Consequently, he clandestinely established a factory dedicated to the production of this potent concoction. A substantial stockpile had amassed, prepared by Hody for the eventual overthrow of Neptune's dominion over Fishman Island. Yet at that moment, all of it was seized by Ivy. Whatever could not be transported was consumed, and initially, Ivy exhibited some restraint. However, upon realizing the elixir's potency was not as formidable as he had anticipated, he indulged further. Having not employed his internal ability for quite some time, Ivy activated it to its fullest extent this time. converting the energy within the fierce elixir entirely into standardized blue energy. This energy could be assimilated to enhance his physical form, meridians, and blood vessels, thereby fortifying the vital organs, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and lungs. This versatile blue energy generated on this occasion surpassed all previous quantities. As he departed, he also discreetly took the elixir's formula with him, embodying the essence of a good Samaritan, performing noble deeds without seeking recognition. Devoid of the lethal drug and the formula for its continued production, the formidable boss of Fishman Island, before he had even begun to rise to prominence, was swiftly deprived of his foundation by Ivy. Leaving behind a scene of chaos, Ivy bore a large sack and departed in haste, embodying the spirit of a nameless benefactor. Henceforth, refer to me as the benevolent gentleman. Chapter 128. Entering the New World in the blink of an eye. Ivy and his companions had spent 3 days on Fishman Island. The ship was set to complete its preparations today, and after savoring a meal prepared by Sparta, they were ready to embark on their journey. The golden ship had been under the vigilant watch of Enel, who, for the past few days, had not accompanied Ivy and the others, instead opting to remain aboard, indulging in slumber. In moments of ennui, Enel found solace in napping, a way to conserve his energy while vanquishing the tedium of time. They departed, exchanging greetings with the fishmen who had welcomed them to their abode. Despite the myriad events that had unfolded during their stay, none had wrought significant repercussions, or perhaps the ramifications were profound yet imperceptible in the short term. The most notable occurrence on Fishman Island today was King Neptune's impending execution of Vanderdecken in the Jalankad Square. Moreover, Princess Shirahoshi was finally to emerge from the confines of the Noah's Ark, ready to embrace the light of day once more. For Ivy, the resolution of Vanderdecken posed no challenge. It was akin to providing an answer to one already privy to the process. For Ivy, who had long foreseen the outcome, addressing this matter was a trivial endeavor. He harbored no desire to forge deep ties with Fishman Island, especially while Whitebeard still lived. Perhaps in the future, when his own strength had grown sufficiently to vanquish Whitebeard, or should Whitebeard pass on, Ivy might consider laying claim to Fishman Island. The title of the strongest man in the world is not merely a boast. Ivy had witnessed Whitebeard's cataclysmic power in his previous life. For the time being, with his abilities yet to reach their zenith, Ivy had no intention of engaging in conflict with Whitebeard. Instead, he prioritized experiencing new lives, embarking on fresh journeys, and enhancing their respective strengths. The world is chaotic, fraught with countless natural disasters and man-made calamities. It is wise to avoid provoking enemies indiscriminately. Thus, Ivy and his companions departed quietly, leaving no trace of their exit save for the fishmen who had introduced them to their dwelling. However, the marks they left behind are indelible. Princess White Star has emerged from the hardshell tower and can now live freely on Fishman Island. Vanderdecken has met his demise, his blood still warm when Ivy took his leave. Hody Jones has lost the potent drug that granted him a temporary surge of formidable strength, with the ragtag crew known as the New Fishman Pirates. Should he dare to continue his mischief, he is sorely mistaken. Even Jean Bay could easily dispatch him without effort. In the world of pirates, Ivy found Hody Jones to be the most lackluster boss, lacking any real depth, which is why he held no interest in eliminating him. Upon leaving Fishman Island, their ship, under the guidance of Sandy, ascended the rising current, allowing them to relax. As they sailed smoothly along the upward flow, provided they did not encounter any unforeseen events akin to their arrival at Fishman Island, they would seamlessly enter the new world. Little Kay, summoned by Ivy, quickly caught up, settling at the base of the golden ship. Its tentacles stretched upward, securing the vessel atop its head as they sailed towards the new world. New world, here I come, Ivy proclaimed joyously, arms outstretched at the ship's bow, laughter echoing as the others mirrored his exuberance, each heart brimming with excitement and complexity. Father, mother, I will surely find you. Wait for me, Sandy mused, gazing at the vast ocean. Dad, you must stay safe, Sandy thought, recalling Kazara. Ever since the news of Kazara's defection, she had kept a close watch on his whereabouts. The latest report indicated that Kazara had appeared in the new world, entering an island rife with thunder and lightning, before vanishing without a trace. I hope to encounter some delightful adventures in the new world. Opening his lethargic eyes, Enel glanced at the others and then resumed his slumber, seemingly perpetually tired. I will become stronger, strong enough not to trouble you any longer, strong enough to assist you. Cornus reflected, gazing at Ivy and then at Robin and the others. New world, I have returned, Robin remarked, looking outside with a sense of nostalgia, recalling her solitary escape from that island. never imagining she would return to the new world, though regrettably, the record pointer had fallen during their passage through the calm belt. This is Robin's regret. That island has always been elusive, and she wonders if she can ever return. However, glancing at the man at the bow, who smiles in the sunlight, Robin cannot help but smile back, convinced that a return is indeed possible. Furthermore, in the new world, there must still be countless historical truths awaiting her discovery. When she initially departed, her thoughts were consumed with the desire to return to O'Hara quickly. Yet she had not yet fully explored the new world. Nevertheless, her experience surpasses that of these novices. Here, take this log pose. It will be useful in the new world, she said, tossing the log pose into Shaji's hands. No need. I have one, Shaji replied, looking at Robin with confusion after receiving the log pose she had thrown. The magnetic field in the new world is far more chaotic. The log pose from the earlier part of the journey is of little use, as it will drift aimlessly at sea due to the magnetic forces between islands, preventing any landing. Each of the 3 log poses points in a different direction. Only when they align can one be assured of the correct path. After explaining the magnetic phenomena of the new world to Shaji, Robin turned to Ivy. Is there a reason behind yesterday's events? When Robin and the others sought Ivy the previous day, they found him absent. Upon returning to their lodgings after sunset, they discovered Ivy had already returned. However, when questioned, he remained reticent. This, she exclaimed, revealing the potent drug to everyone. This is a lethal substance that can temporarily enhance a person's strength, though at a significant cost, trading one's potential and lifespan for an unprecedented boost in power, akin to a powerful stimulant, and in a considerable dosage. Of course, if it were merely that, I would have no need to pursue such measures. But do not forget my abilities. I can absorb food or toxins through my body, thereby strengthening myself without any adverse effects. While this may be of little merit to others, a mere trifle, it is different for me, as it allows for a sustained enhancement of my physical capabilities. Recently, I felt my body had reached its peak strength, and after consuming this lethal substance, I sense I can grow even stronger. Thus, I chose to act. Though an explanation was unnecessary, Ivy nonetheless elucidated that everyone possesses their own affairs and privacy, which cannot be demanded by others. Thus, Ivy's actions were aimed at fostering cohesion among the crew. They had been invited aboard for various reasons, yet to unite as one. Ivy had a long journey ahead. This was Ivy's nature, following whims. With the intention of solidarity in mind, Ivy actively facilitated gatherings, even if the next day the thought might slip away. Hence, when such ideas arose, Ivy typically acted upon them with spontaneity. On the ship, Ivy summoned Spartacus, Shadi, and others to organize a grand banquet, a celebration as they prepared to enter the New World. Chapter 129, The Welcome Ceremony of the New World. The Sea of the New World was beset by thunderous storms, with torrential rain pouring down and tumultuous waves surging mightily. Under such extreme weather, ordinary pirates would scarcely survive. However, amidst this tempest, a magnificent golden ship surged from the depths, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea. Is this the grand welcome ceremony for our arrival in the New World? It seems rather extravagant, Ivy exclaimed with a cheerful grin from the bow of the ship, devoid of any trace of anxiety. Indeed, while others might flounder in chaos, Ivy and the crew harmonized remarkably well. Shadi harnessed his power of misfortune, combating the natural calamity with unforeseen efficacy, creating a safe zone aboard the golden vessel, where neither thunder nor rain could reach. A colossal wave surged, towering hundreds of meters high, akin to several 50-story skyscrapers. Spartacus stood resolute before this towering wave, drawing forth the white wolf weapon from his waist. He held it horizontally before him, unwavering. Yet to the others, an indiscernible aura emanated from Spartacus, an enigmatic force that was palpable. In this inexplicable atmosphere, Spartacus made his move. The silver-white dragon wolf surged forth, claws bared, charging fearlessly toward the colossal wave. Ultimate technique, Legend of the Dragon Wolf. With a calm and focused exhalation, Spartacus ceased to regard his own outcome and instead turned to observe the efforts of his companions. This is immense confidence, akin to that of Sparta. The silver-white dragon wolf bit into the heart of the wave, shattering the colossal surge with a single strike. Raindrops cascaded down like a dense curtain, instantly drenching Sparta's body, rendering him a soggy mess. Still attempting to act cool. It truly amuses me. The Golden Week has always been filled with such merriment, and with the involvement of others, the outcome is almost inevitable. Now aboard the ship, everyone has essentially transformed into mere mascots, leaving Ivy caught off guard. Even drenched, Sparta maintained a serene demeanor, And then, with deliberate steps, he advanced into the fray. Haha. Still trying to look tough. How audacious. Indeed, once again, he became the target of Golden Week's mockery. Yet, no one paid heed. Ivy had already soared into the sky, raising one hand as if drawing all the lightning from above, storing it within his realm of thunder. Thus, it can be said that Enel was thoroughly subdued by Ivy. Quickly, let us move out. Prepare yourself. Under the helm of Shaji, the golden ship rode a wave, swiftly navigating through the tumultuous sea, finally breaking free from the storm's grasp. How exhilarating. Such a thrilling start. Indeed, the new world promises even more excitement and intrigue. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Sparta exclaimed this while eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. According to the compass, we must head this way. Turn the helm 30 degrees south, full speed ahead. He glanced at the distant weather before confirming the direction. Sparta and Ivy swiftly hoisted the sails, having previously lowered them to depart. Before long, a rain of fire fell from the heavens, catching everyone off guard. What the hell? It's raining meteorites. Staring blankly at the fiery rain descending from the sky, Ivy felt somewhat helpless, for he had never imagined such a phenomenon, aside from Akainu's devastating strike. He had never witnessed anything like this. Quick, take cover. The urgent cries echoed. If these falling flames struck, the golden ship would surely capsize. Left, left, right, right. Lower the sails. The incessant commands from Shaji filled the air, just as the sails had been unfurled. They had yet to fully embrace their purpose before being hastily retracted once more. Sparta, Ivy, Enel, and others tirelessly defended against the descending meteorite fire rain, which truly resembled celestial comets, immense and ablaze. Ultimate technique, 150 swords. The Spartans were the first to launch an assault, shattering a meteorite the size of half a ship from a considerable distance away from the golden ship. The force of the impact momentarily diminished, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered countless fragments, descending into the sea engulfed in flames, like a barrage of bombs. Meteorites continued to rain down on either side of the golden ship, causing the surface of the water to churn violently, and the crew aboard began to sway unsteadily. Standing on the vessel as it rocked, the individuals aboard could not help but be affected. Should the ship capsize here, it would spell disaster. Enel, take control of the ship. I will fend off the meteorite storm. With that, Avi rushed forward. As the most formidable among them, he felt a duty to protect the ship and its occupants. Renowned for his speed, Avi had become even swifter after consuming potent elixirs. Once merely approaching the speed of light, he now surpassed it slightly. In a matter of moments, Avi obliterated a significant portion of the meteorite barrage that filled the sky. The small fiery remnants rained down like a multitude of stars, and under Enel's precise guidance, the golden ship navigated through the peril unscathed. The sheer volume of meteorites, though extinguished upon contact with the ocean, transformed the waters below into a boiling cauldron, bubbling as if heated to a rolling simmer. The intense heat began to permeate the atmosphere, and dark clouds gradually gathered overhead. This phenomenon of seawater distillation, caused by thermal expansion and contraction, soon combines with the frigid molecules in the air, resulting in prolonged heavy rainfall in this region. After finally navigating through the tumultuous surface of the sea, Ivy and her companions found themselves utterly exhausted, compelled to concentrate all their efforts against the natural calamity. While Ivy managed to maintain some composure, others, like Cornus and Shadi, were so fatigued that they disregarded their genteel appearances and simply reclined on the planks. Shadi, in her dress, seemed unconcerned about any potential exposure, only slightly moderating her demeanor upon noticing Ivy's subtle glance. As she rested against the wooden boards, she pondered, is the weather in the New World always like this? It was Robin who posed the question, for she possessed the most knowledge about the New World aboard the ship. Indeed, the weather in the New World is often harsh. Yet it is rare for one to encounter such relentless conditions in succession. Such severe weather is typically experienced by pirates in the New World no more than 4 or 5 times a month, primarily due to their continuous navigation at sea. However, once they reach an island, they need not worry about this issue, as the magnetic field of the New World significantly enhances their safety. Robin's remarks instantly alleviated the tension aboard the ship. After all, encountering 2 calamities upon arrival would unnerve anyone. A few occurrences are manageable. Even 3 or 4 could be tolerated. But if the misfortunes were to persist, even Ivy and her companions, no matter how formidable, would eventually face peril. Eager to discover new islands, they chose not to sail the vast ocean for this leg of their journey. Instead, they ascended into the sky, allowing for swifter travel. Chapter 130. Feast, Feast, feast. Half a month later, on the tranquil waters of the New World, a golden ship leisurely floated upon the surface, where a group of men and women clad in beach shorts frolicked. It was Ivy and her crew, who, in recent days, could not determine if their fate was fortunate or unfortunate. Following the two calamities, they had immediately encountered a blizzard, the biting cold nearly freezing them to death. After narrowly escaping the storm, they discovered that the magnetic field was malfunctioning. It took quite some time before normalcy returned, as it turned out that the area they had traversed during the blizzard was fraught with chaotic natural magnetic forces, which had caused their navigational instruments to go awry. They had passed through the tumultuous region, akin to navigating between the positive and negative poles of a magnet, resulting in utter magnetic disarray. The experiences of the past fortnight have been nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, in recent days, akin to the auspicious arrival of a fortuitous breeze, the weather has been remarkably pleasant. As a result, everyone collectively decided to indulge in a well-deserved respite, a reward for enduring those arduous times, while also preparing to embrace a new world. Ivy urged Sparta to prepare a sumptuous feast, intending to celebrate their newfound good fortune. This gathering, aptly named the Grand Feast of Fortuity by Ivy, commenced in earnest. On the deck, the group donned beach shorts and vibrant skirts, reveling in the festivities. Cornus unveiled her harp, enchanting all with melodious tunes that resonated deeply, instilling a sense of relaxation and a refreshing coolness among them. As Ivy lifted her gaze, she realized that Cornus had harnessed her fruit abilities. Through diligent practice, she had gained a measure of control and even refined her skills. For instance, Cornus's original fruit, the ice fruit, could produce massive hailstones that would have marred the ambience had she unleashed it now. However, with her enhanced control, she could temper its powers, crafting a breathtaking wintry scene. Amidst the enchanting music and the delicate snowfall, paired with the delectable dishes prepared by Chef Sparta, this was truly a sublime indulgence. Ivy felt a sense of blissful contentment, as if this moment could last indefinitely. As the merriment unfolded, nightfall silently descended. The evening marked a time for rest, and Sandy announced that, according to the compass's direction, they would reach a new island the following day. A chorus of cheers erupted, as the past fortnight at sea had proven far more exhilarating than the earlier months of their journey on the Grand Line, leaving everyone a bit on edge. Even the usually indifferent Enel, with his vacant stare, eagerly anticipated the emergence of the new island. That night, it was Sparta's turn to stand watch. The group retreated to their quarters, having enjoyed a bit too much revelry, especially with the promise of land they had longed for awaiting them. Despite their excitement, the allure of sleep proved irresistible. Aside from Sparta, who stood atop the mast enjoying the breeze, the others had succumbed to slumber. The world fell into silence, save for the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the melodic calls of certain sea creatures. Sparta stood rigidly, resembling a soldier at attention. He even retrieved a barbell weighing over 1,000 pounds, effortlessly lifting it above his head before bringing it down with precision, halting it abruptly at a 90-degree angle without a hint of tremor or strain, embodying unwavering stability. It is one thing to swing an object, but the true challenge lies in commanding it to remain still amidst vigorous motion. This is the most arduous task. One careless move could lead to injury, perhaps straining a muscle or even inadvertently striking oneself. Yet, Spartan remains undeterred, swinging with unwavering determination, a display of strength that instills awe. Time passes swiftly, and before one knows it, dawn breaks. Sweaty and exhausted, Spartan retreats indoors for a cleansing shower, for after a night of rigorous training, he cannot allow himself to prepare breakfast in such a state of uncleanliness. As a chef, one fundamental principle must be upheld: cleanliness. Whether it pertains to odors or minute details, Spartan is acutely aware, a reflection of his childhood experiences. Good morning. The first to rise is Robin, greeting Spartan with a smile. Good morning, breakfast will be ready shortly. Please wake the others. After a nod of acknowledgement, Spartan strides towards the kitchen. Accustomed to Spartan's routine, Robin does not mind and begins rousing the rest. Robin's fruit-based abilities are remarkably convenient, applicable in battles and daily life alike, rendering them nearly perfect. Arms adorned with blossoms emerge in the cabin aboard the ship, each palm featuring an eye and a mouth. Time to eat. Delightful and visually appealing star-flavored milk candies await. Each person possesses a unique method from Robin, and dealing with Golden Week is simple. Just inform him that a delicious meal is ready. Recently, Golden Week has gained a bit of weight, and upon hearing the mention of his favorite candies, he rushes out, unconcerned about his pajamas. Where are the star-flavored milk candies? Where are my star-flavored milk candies? Ah, deceitful Robin, you've tricked me again. Golden Week pouts, hands on hips, casting an indignant glare at Robin. Eat less, otherwise your teeth will suffer, and seeing you in those pajamas is truly a pity given your current plumpness. If Golden Week had worn those pajamas in the past, they would have appeared dainty and charming, but now his round belly stretches the fabric, obliterating any semblance of elegance. Robin seizes this opportunity to tease Golden Week, who finds himself defenseless against Robin's truthful remarks. "Ah, how I envy you all. You can eat without gaining weight. You have no idea what it feels like to be overweight." Golden Week shakes his head dramatically, leaving Ivy puzzled. Upon learning of Golden Week's lament, Ivy recalls a song that aptly resonates with the moment. "Hey, you big fatty. You've eaten so much yet still crave more. Cake, chips, grilled squid, sandwiches. If you don't love it, eat, eat, eat." With a flamboyant spin and perfect landing, Ivy, with stars dancing in her eyes, feels groggy as she attempts to rise, only to find her limbs seemingly uncooperative. Attempting to lift her right hand, her left leg instead rises, and while trying to stand, her body uncontrollably begins to roll. Time to play ball. Since becoming enamored with sweet delicacies, the Golden Week has not made its presence felt for quite some time, leading Ivy to nearly forget the repercussions of offending it. The Golden Week possesses the ability to manipulate colors, rendering its victims helplessly under its control. Prior to any encounter with these vibrant hues, they are compelled to remain in a perpetual state of submission. This is a force more enigmatic than mere dominance, one that Ivy has yet to decipher how to wield. Although he harbors certain conjectures, they remain unverified. His whimsical nature often leads him to forget this matter entirely, until now. "Oh dear, I was wrong. Please spare me." Ivy, who had been struggling on the ground, could only watch helplessly as others entered the dining hall to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast filled with steaming, delectable dishes, while he remained there, rolling about in despair. Instantly, tears of envy streamed down his face, followed by tears of longing, and ultimately, tears of regret. If fate were to grant me another chance, I would vow to the heavens that, no matter how overwhelming the urge to mock the Golden Week, I would never utter such words aloud. This is a lesson steeped in blood and tears. Chapter 131. Gourmet Island. On Geary Pineapple Island, the city lord, E.G. Ubin, was hosting a grand banquet in the city to honor Charlotte Sonata. Geary Pineapple Island is renowned in the New World as a culinary paradise where the inhabitants are simple, kind-hearted, and diligent, taking pride in their unique gastronomic heritage. Every 2 years, a grand culinary competition is held, drawing countless food enthusiasts to its shores. However, it was precisely this acclaim that caught the attention of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and her daughter, Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Sonata's arrival was to persuade Lord E.G. Ubin to join the Big Mom pirates and become a subsidiary island of Tato Land. Lord E.G. Ubin was a man nearing 40, his face etched with the marks of time, with a chiseled jawline and a prominent scar extending from his cheek, a testament to his past experiences, adding an air of mature charm to his otherwise handsome visage. In his youth, he must have been quite the heartthrob. Yet here he was, a distinguished elder, now drenched in cold sweat, anxiously gazing at the man before him, Charlotte Sonata, the 25th son of the Charlotte family. One of the 4 sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, and one of the 34 ministers, he commanded a bounty of 600 million berries and possessed formidable strength. Should he desire, Charlotte Sonata alone could obliterate everything on this island, and even if E.G. Ubin exerted all his effort to resist, failure would be inevitable. "What's this? You disagree?" Sonata squinted, leaning back slightly, crossing his legs, and rhythmically tapping the table. His expression darkened, and a metallic sheen glimmered upon his elongated nose. "And no. I simply wish to request a brief delay. The biennial culinary competition is set to commence in a couple of days, and many chefs from the outside seas have gathered on the island. I believe they will create a plethora of unique dishes. Might we wait until the competition concludes before I accompany you?" The elder spoke cautiously, keenly observing Sonata's demeanor. "The culinary competition? Does it matter?" Sonata inquired, his gaze fixed upon the elder, skepticism evident regarding any ulterior motives. However, he was neither intimidated by the elder's potential antics nor concerned, as there was still ample time before the deadline set by his mother, following a recent war. "Very well, I shall grant you 2 days. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for the consequences of offending my mother are beyond your capacity to bear." With a hefty heave, he rose from his chair and departed. Regardless of whether the words of the protagonist were genuine or mere fabrications, Sonata remained indifferent. His acquiescence was merely a pretext for amusement. Should the protagonist wish to employ any stratagems, it would be trivial to replace him with a more compliant lord. After all, as long as the provisions from the island were delivered punctually to his mother, granting them a momentary respite seemed entirely within Sonata's control. Thus, he departed, leaving behind the aging gentleman, the protagonist, whose pallor betrayed his anxiety. Exhaling heavily, it took a while for the protagonist to regain his composure. Only 2 days remained. Urgency was paramount. His gaze fell upon the remnants of Sonata's meal on the table, and he muttered darkly. The protagonist could never erase from his memory the anguished cries of his father and the terrified screams of his siblings as he fled from the inferno. The horrifying echoes of his people's lamentations forever etched in his heart. Indeed, he had once been the crown prince of a prosperous kingdom. Much like the present-day Guri Pineapple Island, famed for its culinary delights and renowned across the seas. Though not particularly formidable, they possessed the means to establish a foothold in the New World. However, the arrival of a band of demons altered everything. The joyous laughter of yesteryear faded away, replaced by the weariness and despair etched upon every face. At last, the demon struck, annihilating his homeland and slaying his family. He was the sole survivor from the culinary island. He vowed vengeance and finally learned the name of the demon responsible for his homeland's destruction, Charlotte Linlin. Having wandered on to Guri Pineapple Island for a decade, he awaited the arrival of Charlotte Linlin's emissaries with bated breath. To this end, he cultivated Guri Pineapple Island with great fervor, ensuring its reputation as a gastronomic paradise spread across the oceans. It was all a preparation for this moment, an involuntary yet fortuitous opportunity to be summoned, to catch a glimpse of Charlotte Linlin from afar. A customary practice of the Big Mom pirates to showcase their might and instill fear among the inhabitants of their subordinate islands. At long last, that day had arrived. The protagonist's expression was a tumultuous blend of joy and trepidation. Such feelings were only natural, as the formidable reputation of the four emperors was well known. Yet, he harbored intentions to assassinate Charlotte Linlin, though these complex emotions were swiftly supplanted by a resolute determination. He had sacrificed his youth and made countless preparations for this day. The wait would not be long. Vengeance was within his grasp. Father, mother, await me below. I shall ensure that all of Big Mom's pirates join you. At last, with a hearty laugh, the protagonist found himself in high spirits. On Guri Pineapple Island, the atmosphere grew vibrant with the impending culinary competition set to unfold in 2 days. Renowned chefs from various regions converged upon the island, creating a lively and eclectic scene. A grand golden ship, appearing from a distance, emerged on the horizon. A mere 1,000 meters from Guri Pineapple Island. Wow, so many ships. It must be bustling aboard. Avi's keen observation skills allowed him to sense the fervent energy of the island, primarily fueled by his acute sense of smell, which detected the tantalizing aroma of exquisite dishes even from hundreds of meters away. Finally, land in sight. What a journey it has been, Shadi exclaimed, resonating with the sentiments of the others on the ship. Indeed, the experiences since entering this new world had been nothing short of exhilarating. Robin harbored hopes of uncovering historical texts on the island. Who was watching the ship? Avi inquired as they docked at the harbor, where pirate ships were moored. This time, they were not stealthily approaching the island, but rather making their entrance with boldness. However, the abundance of pirates raised concerns. Who could predict whether someone audacious might have nefarious intentions upon spotting their golden vessel? Avi regarded the golden ship favorably, save for one concern. Docking posed a challenge. Always fearing potential theft, this was not their first encounter with such worries. Consequently, Avi and his companions resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Why me? A man's anguished cry echoed across the land. It was Avi, staring at his paper, while everyone else revealed scissors. I don't care. I just want to have some fun. You all must be cheating. How could everyone choose scissors while I alone picked paper? I'm leaving. You can take your time to decide. Without waiting for a response, he leaped off the ship and vanished in an instant. What a rascal! Chapter 132. Under currents, the placement of the golden ship proceeded remarkably smoothly. With no one remaining to guard it, everyone had departed. While Ivy's thoughts could be deemed correct, they could also be perceived as misguided. Indeed, there may be audacious pirates. Yet those bold enough to steal Ivy's ship are a rarity. Consider the bounties on Ivy and her crew, captain of the Ivy Pirates. Smilock Ivy, bounty of 570 million berries, dead or alive. Fighter, Enel, bounty of 360 million berries, dead or alive. Fighter, Chef, Swordsman, Sparta, bounty of 132 million berries, dead or alive. Navigator, Shaji, bounty of 70 million berries, dead or alive. Fighter, Shadi, bounty of 100 million berries. Archaeologist, Nico Robin, bounty of 120 million berries. Golden Week, Bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. Cornus, having rarely engaged in combat and lacking opportunities to do so, possesses no combat prowess. Thus the Navy has not placed a bounty on her. Due to the influence of Kizuru, the Navy has always intended to capture Shadi alive, as they have with Nico Robin, the last person capable of deciphering historical texts. They aim to capture her alive whenever possible. The bounties on the others, however, are all marked as dead or alive. Collectively, these bounties amount to an astonishing 1 billion berries, making them significant figures in the New World. No one would dare to provoke Ivy recklessly. Therefore, Ivy's concerns are unwarranted, and concealing the golden ship is a simple task. Golden Week can effortlessly create an illusion of obscurity, rendering the ship invisible to others. Having demonstrated this ability to Ivy during their initial meeting, Golden Week's powers have since evolved and diversified, making such feats exceedingly easy to accomplish. As Ivy and her crew landed on the island, a man with a head of white hair strolled along the food street. With a middle-parted ponytail and a delicate face, it was difficult to discern his gender, as he appeared androgynous. His age was indeterminate, and his expression remained neutral, clad in a thick white leather coat that obscured him from the scorching sun. Sauntering through the bustling food street, he seemed entirely out of place. Charlotte Snada approached, hoping that the unpredictable fellow would remain calm and not act impulsively. Although Kamazui's face bore a facade of calm, his heart was in turmoil, filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. He feared that E.G. Yubin might succumb to impulsivity. If the truth were to be unveiled, everything would be irrevocably ruined. While many may not recognize Kamazui, they are likely familiar with his brother, Imizuna, a cadre within the Revolutionary Army renowned as the Scissors. As a user of the Scissors fruit, Imizuna possesses the extraordinary ability to slice through objects such as floors and walls as if they were mere sheets of paper. Currently, he is allied with the enigmatic Ivankov, assisting him in clandestine missions within the depths of the underwater prison. A year hence, he would encounter Monkey D. Luffy there, together shattering the legend of the impenetrable underwater prison and making their escape. However, with the emergence of Ivy, the trajectory of events remains uncertain. Yet, this is not the moment for such musings. Kamazui could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. His sole wish was to persuade E.G. Yubin to refrain from acting rashly and to continue his covert operations. Indeed, E.G. Yubin is also an informant for the Revolutionary Army, and it is through their intelligence that he has managed to cultivate the considerable scale of Gyuri Pineapple Island in such a short time, serving as a supporter, often referred to as the purse of the Revolutionary Army. Were it not for the covert backing of the Revolutionary Army, how could E.G. Yubin thrive in a region dominated by the 4 emperors, now under the scrutiny of the Big Mom pirates? On the surface, Gyuri Pineapple Island appears vibrant and bustling, exuding an air of tranquility, yet beneath this veneer lies a maelstrom of undercurrents, capable of erupting into cataclysmic conflict at any moment, bringing devastation to countless souls. The Lord of Gyuri Pineapple Island, Kamazui of the Revolutionary Army, and Sanada, the son of Big Mom, are convened here. And in the coming days, many more will arrive on this island. What transformations Ivy and her companions will usher in remains a mystery even to her. At present, Ivy finds herself in a state of ecstatic delight. Upon entering the food street, she felt as though she had stepped into paradise. Spicy mushroom dumplings, multifaceted fish patties, and fried potatoes with green peppers. Oh, how could she endure such temptation? The food street offered an abundance of culinary delights, each dish tantalizing her senses to the point where she felt her taste buds might just explode, especially the fried potatoes with green peppers, which were both fiery and aromatic, simply divine. The multifaceted snowflake cake was equally delectable, sweet yet not cloying. Indeed, it would be adored during the Golden Week festivities. That pirate flag, reminiscent of the Big Mom pirates, caught Robin's eye as she observed a fearsome ship anchored at the shore before entering the island, leaving her astonished at the sight of the flag fluttering above. To Robin's astonishment, a ship belonging to the formidable Big Mom was anchored here. Could this island be one of her domains? The island, renowned for its culinary delights, presented a food festival now within sight. Aware of the need for caution, Robin quickened her pace to catch up with Sparta and the others, stating, "This island may belong to the Big Mom pirates. We must tread carefully and avoid unnecessary conflicts." What as the Big Mom pirates? Is it really something to fear? Enel scoffed, unimpressed. The Big Mom pirates are one of the 4 emperors, reigning over the New World like monarchs, alongside the other 3. Together, they represent an insurmountable pinnacle in the pirate realm. Robin reminded him as she noticed Enel's dismissive attitude. The emperors of the sea. Enel's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If that is the case, then we should be even more reckless. Isn't that scoundrel Avis aiming to become the Pirate King? With those four around, he stands no chance. I'd quite like to engage in a battle with the Emperors. With that, Enel laughed heartily as he strode ahead, his mind brewing with the prospect of chaos. Observing his restless demeanor, Robin sighed and facepalmed, realizing her warning had been in vain. Well, it's up to you whether to heed my advice or not, she thought. Accustomed to their recklessness. Ultimately, she reminded herself that she was merely an archaeologist, leaving the fighting to them. With that resolved, Robin began to explore the island. Inquiring of the locals about its history and any hidden tales, seeking to uncover whether any historical texts existed here. Sandy had already departed, adhering to his usual practice of questioning everyone upon arriving at a new island, particularly to gather news about the Flower Country, only introducing himself once all inquiries were completed. Following closely behind Avis, who was utterly captivated by the food street, was Golden Week, reveling in the culinary paradise. As the days passed, various pirate crews began to arrive at Geary Pineapple Island, with the culinary competition just 2 days away, and many were brimming with confidence. Of course, there were also those who thrived on chaos mingling among them. Chapter 133, A Daily Exchange of Barbs. This is too delicious. I need another serving of Geary pineapple beef, Avis exclaimed after finishing his portion. I'm terribly sorry, but today's Geary pineapple beef has sold out. If you particularly enjoy it, I recommend coming early tomorrow. The restaurant owner quickly apologized as he stepped out. Oh, no worries. I shall return tomorrow, Avis replied cheerfully, since there is nothing left. Ivy also refrains from causing any disturbance. However, the Geary pineapple beef is indeed delectable, truly deserving of its reputation as a local delicacy. Initially, Ivy thought she had encountered a devil fruit, for the exterior of the Geary pineapple beef bore a striking resemblance to it. Only after tasting it did she realize that it was nothing short of a culinary masterpiece. Contentedly patting her belly, she exchanged a knowing smile with Golden Week, who had just emerged from another establishment. It was a moment of mutual appreciation between two food enthusiasts. Looking up at the sky, they noticed that darkness had already descended. Time to head back. On this day, one's culinary desires were thoroughly satisfied. And it was said by the islanders that a grand culinary competition would be held in 2 days, where the delectable offerings could be enjoyed freely. Ivy had already resolved to remain here for at least 2 or 3 days. To leave would be a disservice to the culinary event. Just as the steed and its rider are mutually reliant, so too are the chef and the gourmand. To depart recklessly would be an affront to Ivy. However, after walking a short distance, Ivy noticed that Golden Week had vanished. Turning around, she found Golden Week standing still, clutching her stomach as if it were about to burst. Gazing at Ivy. What's wrong? Ivy inquired. My stomach hurts. I can't move, Golden Week replied, her large, doe-like eyes fixed on Ivy. Oh dear. Is she pouting? Drinking hot water helps with stomach aches, you know. Ivy shook her head in exasperation. It was unfortunate that Golden Week was unaware of such a simple remedy and required a reminder. Scientific studies suggest that hot water accelerates metabolism and promotes well-being, serving as a remedy for ailments such as fever, cough, and cold. Indeed, hot water is a cure-all. Damn it, you wretched fool. Golden Week muttered as she observed Ivy moving further away, then slowly began to shuffle forward. Unlike Ivy, who could absorb everything rapidly, Golden Week felt as though her stomach might explode with every slight movement. But whom could she blame? It was her own inability to control her appetite. In the night's embrace, the two silhouettes stretched long. Ivy, not straying too far, soon lent a hand when Golden Week caught up. Slow down. Stop. Let go of me. You wretched creature. This is killing me. Let go. Golden Week exclaimed as Ivy grasped her hand and began to dash. Golden Week felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. Her stomach churned violently, and the pain was unbearable, accompanied by waves of nausea. Oh, the dutiful Ivy. Being considerate, set Golden Week down. However, due to the sudden halt after their rapid pace, Ivy emerged unscathed, while Golden Week met with misfortune. She tumbled forward like a bowling ball and collided with a tree, coming to a halt, lying motionless beneath it, as if lifeless. Hey, are you all right? You're not dead, are you? Ivy queried, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. How dare you toy with me this morning? Now let us see how you fare. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Just go ahead. I need a moment to recover, Golden Week replied, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her stomach still in turmoil, rendering her immobile. Just give me a few minutes, and I will absolutely, positively make you pay for this. The fervent yearning within me has surged to unprecedented heights during this Golden Week. However, my countenance remains increasingly gentle as I softly convey, "You must be weary today. Why not return and take a moment to rest? Sparta has likely prepared dinner by now, and you would still have time for another serving if you head back. Do not concern yourself with me. Attend to your own affairs." The words spoken by Golden Week resonate with a sense of righteousness and virtue. He presents himself as selflessly dedicated to Avi, completely disregarding the discomfort of his dampened clothing, soaked with cold sweat. "Are you truly sincere?" he inquires. "If so, I shall take my leave. You will be fine alone, won't you?" Witnessing Golden Week's selflessness, Avi is nearly moved to tears. "Indeed, the moonlight tonight is exceptionally enchanting. I wish to gaze upon it a while longer." Looking up at the heavens, the moon appears remarkably full, large and round, resembling a mooncake. Upon reflection, Ivy indeed felt a twinge of hunger. Thus, dismissing his thoughts, he departed after confirming that the Golden Week truly did not require his presence. "Let us go. Hurry along. After all, you will never locate the ship's position. When I return, I shall reveal to you, my dear, why the flowers bloom in such vibrant hues." Once they arrived on the island, the golden ship had already been concealed by the shadowy embrace of the Golden Week. At that time, Ivy had left too early to be aware of this development. This is also the reason for the confidence during the Golden Week. With a shadowy smile, thoughts began to swirl in his mind, contemplating the methods to deal with Avery. Should he make him drink soda through his nose? Or compel him to kneel in apology? Perhaps he could render him incapable of consuming food? Or, more straightforwardly, induce him to believe he is a dog? This presents a dilemma worthy of contemplation. Alas, how frustrating. The mere thought of the delightful Golden Week leaves me feeling as though I might burst, my complexion paling as I reflect upon it. What had once been a state of recovery now requires an extended period of recuperation. Unbeknownst to me, calamity looms on the horizon while I, Ivy, obsess over dinner. Though I have feasted throughout the day, it was merely to replenish my energy. After all, one cannot compare sustenance for sustenance. My motives are not driven by gluttony, but rather by the desire for strength. In a world so fraught with peril, power is the very foundation of existence. And for me, the swiftest means to enhance that power is through consumption, devouring vast quantities of food and transforming it into strength through my unique abilities. I do this not for my own indulgence, but for the sake of all. Ivy rationalized grandly within, convincing even herself of this noble intent. "Aha! Dinner! 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 Here I come. It has been ages since I have relished a meal with such abandon." In this moment, Ivy completely unshackles her true nature, akin to a bottomless pit. As if she could devour the very sky itself, showing no signs of satiation. Oh, by the shore, at the dock, Ivy felt a pang of anxiety. For the golden ship had vanished. The refreshing sea breeze swept through with reckless abandon, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing of waves against her face, causing her previously animated expression to freeze. Alas! A sharp cry echoed near the dock, thunderous and resounding, truly reminiscent of a desolate expanse devoid of life. Chapter 134. Despite my efforts to remain concealed, I have been discovered. Who dares approach? Is it that reckless fool? Step forth. Show yourself. It is that scoundrel. Come out at once. By the dock, a cacophony of furious shouts transformed the tranquil night into a bustling marketplace, reminiscent of a vibrant day. How nostalgic. I must hasten back to locate the Golden Week. They must have hidden the ship away. In my fervent endeavor to bolster our collective strength through relentless consumption, I never anticipated that Golden Week would dare to deceive me, knowing full well that I am unaware of the ship's whereabouts. They still urge me to return quickly, such a cunning and insidious trickster. Frustrated, Ivy departed from the dock, paying no heed to the commotion she had inadvertently caused among others. That scoundrel must have fled. My efficiency in enhancing my strength throughout the day has depleted my resources entirely. I must seize her before she escapes, otherwise I shall find myself homeless under the stars or stranded in the wilderness tonight. Ivy's speed was remarkable, and her instincts sharp, yet alas, she found herself lost. What shall I do now? With a troubled expression, he scratched his head, creating a disheveled nest of hair that conveyed his confusion. The distressed Ivy commenced her aimless wandering, devoid of purpose or direction, merely wishing to meander until dawn. She believed that by then, Robin and the others would surely emerge, allowing her to discern the whereabouts of the ship. Most importantly, she sought to locate the Golden Week, a score yet to be settled. The old fellow had certainly made a swift escape. She had nearly lost him. How unfortunate that he did not simply resign himself to his fate. Such complications only served to endanger others. As she strolled, Ivy overheard a mocking voice, its tone oscillating between light and heavy, accompanied by a peculiar, jerking manner. Following the sound, she beheld a young man, pale of complexion with ash-green hair, clad in an oversized coat, his head bent in a sickly manner. He raised a long knife to his eyes, extending his slender tongue to taste the blood upon its blade, regarding a man leaning against a tree with a sardonic gaze. The man propped against the tree was someone Ivy recognized. He was the owner of the last restaurant she had dined at that day. The distinctive appearance and delectable flavors of the establishment's signature dish had lingered in her memory. Regrettably, she had only been able to savor one portion before it was all gone. The owner had even emerged to apologize and invited her to return the following day. Thus, Ivy held a vivid impression of him. His name was Guri Sillen, a man in his 40s or 50s, bearing the marks of time and a look of sheer terror. His once smart casual attire had now been reduced to that of a beggar as he clutched his abdomen, desperately attempting to stifle the wound with his hands. Retreating as far as he could, shifting her gaze to the pallid young man's rear, Ivy noticed the lifeless body of a bodyguard sprawled on the ground, her expression morphing into one of horror and fury. Sillen had never anticipated an attack after such a long period of peace. He had evaded countless assassination attempts in the past, not due to his prowess but rather as a testament to his sheer luck. For he was the epitome of mediocrity in combat. He envied those who possessed formidable strength, yet lacked the fortitude to train himself out of fear of pain, tears glistening in his eyes from the anguish he felt. Why must you kill me? You must understand that should you take my life, you will never escape this island. The lord of the city will undoubtedly hunt you down. Seize this opportunity and flee while you can. I assure you, I will not pursue you. I have already fired a signal flare. Your time is running short. Shilin, with an air of defiance, threatened the ailing man before him. However, the subsequent words of consolation betrayed the truth of his own fragile bravado. In reality, Shilin harbored a profound fear of death. His bravado was merely a facade. For he spoke the truth. He was a sworn brother to the city lord, which afforded him ownership of the largest establishment in the bustling food street. Thus, if the ailing man were to take Shilin's life, the city lord would undoubtedly seek vengeance, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Yet, such an outcome would bring no solace to Shilin. What use is revenge after my demise? Living is far more desirable. Why should I embrace death? You are my target. How could I allow fear of the consequences of killing you to deter me? The ailing man, clutching his forehead and running his fingers through his short hair, laughed maniacally. Die. With a swift, powerful strike of his elongated blade, a silver crescent of light erupted forth, cleaving the tree against which Shilin leaned and hurtling towards Ivy. Bang! In the dense forest behind Ivy, numerous trees fell with a resounding crash, for the blade's edge was both exceedingly sharp and ferocious, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Impressive power, Ivy mused as he regarded the gashes on his staff. Ever since his last encounter with the Golden Lion, when his staff had suffered damage, no adversary had left a mark upon it until this moment. I've long been aware of your presence, eagerly awaiting your move to thwart me. I even paused to grant you the opportunity to act. Why do you hesitate? The ailing man regarded Ivy with curiosity, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly subdued. You seem rather unwell. It appears you might be suffering from a mental affliction. I have a ship's physician aboard who could dissect you. It would surely enhance her medical expertise. A 2-meter-long staff rested against his neck as Ivy emerged from behind Shilin, momentarily startling him. He had not anticipated that this was the same glutton from earlier that day at the restaurant. Yet, he could not voice such sentiments. He was now relying on this individual for salvation. Upon witnessing your dining habits at the establishment, I instantly recognized you as someone extraordinary, undoubtedly a figure of great renown. A person as handsome, charming, and heroic as you would surely not allow me to perish at the hands of this scoundrel. Alas, I am but a humble chef, lacking any remarkable skills beyond my ability to craft a delectable dish of pineapple beef. How tragic it is that I have yet to find a successor to inherit my culinary skills, only to meet my demise today. It is truly lamentable and heart-wrenching that, upon Ivy's emergence, he was unprepared, yet found himself the recipient of Seelan's extravagant praise, to the point of making Ivy feel quite embarrassed. Seelan further claimed to be the sole master of the ancient gully pineapple beef, asserting that he had no successor, thus cleverly exploiting Ivy's fondness for this dish. With a complex expression, Ivy gazed at Seelan for a moment, ultimately compelled to concede that this fellow indeed possessed a sharp wit, as he had swiftly discerned Ivy's unique characteristics. How does this individual perceive himself as a dashing, suave, and extraordinarily handsome figure, radiating charm and endearment, akin to a diamond gleaming amidst the sands? Alas, despite his attempts at concealment, his allure remains undeniably evident. as if he were a brilliant gem shining through the mundane. Shilin, this audacious demeanor suggests that salvation is at hand today. What exquisite insight. Avidin immediately gave Shilin a thumbs up, chuckling heartily. Before wholly immersing himself in his own thoughts, achieving a state of detachment from the external world. Thus, it was evident that Shilin's subsequent words fell on deaf ears, as Avidin was entirely oblivious to them. Chapter 135, A Dizzying Commotion. Don't dawdle. Move swiftly. Shilin was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the sudden change in Avidin's demeanor. Was such a reaction truly necessary, or had he already been struck? The ailing man found himself equally perplexed by Avidin's actions, initially intending to disregard him, eliminate Shilin, and escape rapidly. After all, Shilin had already signaled for help, but judging by Avidin's demeanor, there might still be time. Let them all perish. Let chaos ensue. Let the world be turned upside down. In a flash, he lunged forward, targeting both Avidin and Shilin, weaving unpredictably with serpentine agility, moving with unparalleled speed and force. The dazzling blades of light surged towards Avidin and the others, causing Shilin's face to pale in terror. He cast a glance at the still-dazed Avidin, his heart filled with unutterable frustration. Even in this moment of peril, Shilin refused to abandon the hope of survival. He painstakingly crawled to Avidin's side, using him as a shield for protection. There was no escape now. He preferred this useless individual, sturdy and resilient, capable of enduring a little longer. If only he could buy some time until assistance arrived. Suddenly, the onslaught resumed. By the time Avidin regained his senses, the blades were nearly upon him, and there was no room to evade. A deafening explosion erupted, enveloping them in a shroud of dust and smoke. The situation inside remained a mystery. Had they perished? If so, then my plan has succeeded halfway, he cackled with delight, just as the ailing man reveled in his triumph. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing a dark silhouette that extinguished his glee. Am I dead? A tremulous voice escaped Shilin's lips, his pallor betraying his fear as he clutched Avidin's arm tightly. You have passed on and are now en route to the Bridge of Helplessness. I am here to escort you for a taste of the Mangpa soup. A low, gravelly voice echoed from above Shilin, prompting him to look up and behold a shadowy figure, two eyes glowing like lanterns. What is the Bridge of Helplessness? What is Mangpa soup? Shilin was utterly bewildered, pondering why he had never encountered this before. Your thought processes are truly peculiar. Frustrated, he held his head in despair. Avi was at a loss. Shouldn't a normal person be concerned about the statement that you were already dead? Shouldn't there be fear? Why then was Shilin staring at him in confusion, leaving him equally perplexed? Initially, he intended to frighten Shilin, but instead found himself engulfed in gloom, observing Avi, who was unscathed and enveloped in darkness. The sickly man's eyelids drooped, narrowing slightly. Time is running short. They will be arriving soon. I sincerely wish to resolve this matter here. I currently possess a keen interest in your head as a collectible. The sickly man smirked and remarked, but it is nearly time. There is a slight imperfection. Yet I shall return to seek you out. He. Watching the sickly man depart, Avi chose not to pursue him, as it would serve no purpose. Although the sickly man had attacked him twice, he had not inflicted any harm. It was akin to an elephant concerning itself with the bites of an ant. Captain, what is the situation? A formidable adversary has emerged, causing chaos. How fares your side? Everything is prepared. We await tomorrow. It will surely be lively. He. Well done. Avi's keen observation had faintly caught the sickly man's voice, as well as another person addressing him as captain. I initially thought you were a pirate hunter, Avi mused, for who else would harbor an interest in the bounty on one's head? It turns out he is a fellow practitioner. Uncle, why do they wish to kill you? Most pirates are notorious for their pillaging and plundering, and since they targeted Shilin, it likely pertains to the vast wealth of berries in his possession. I am uncertain. Truth be told, Shilin felt similarly confounded. Today had unfolded like any other day. Yet how had he stumbled into such a predicament? His 10+ bodyguards had been swiftly eliminated. Were it not for this unexpectedly useless individual, he too would likely have met his demise. An investigation is imperative, regardless of who you are. It is unworthy of a gentleman to harbor grudges without retribution. And Shilin considered himself such a gentleman. Young man, please assist me in standing. He beckoned Avi to help him rise, then limped back. You saved my life today. I shall surely repay you. By the way, young man, how old are you? Are you married? Do you have a partner? I happen to have a lovely daughter. If you don't mind, perhaps you can spend some time together. What do you think? As they walked, Avi endured an incessant stream of inquiries from Shilin, leaving him at a loss for words. akin to returning home for the new year in a past life. Are you married? Do you have a partner? How much savings do you have? What car do you drive? The barrage of questions was overwhelming, and by the end, Avi was left deeply puzzled, wondering if this esteemed gentleman ran a restaurant or a matchmaking agency. Just as AI Wei was about to lose his composure, he heard a tumultuous noise reverberating around him, a sensation akin to a stampede of horses, ceaseless and overwhelming, as if he were encircled by it. "Ah, my daughter has arrived. Daughter, your father is here. Come quickly. I have missed you dearly." Shilin bounced with excitement, greeting a particular direction. Shimi, the city lord's daughter and one of the 4 formidable generals under his command, possessed tremendous strength, ranking second among her peers. Hurry, hurry. Move swiftly. If you delay even a moment and allow your father to perish, I shall ensure your annihilation, leaving no descendants. While urging them on, Shimi anxiously made her way towards the location of the signal flares. Shilin, dear father, you must hold on. Along the way, Shimi encountered numerous bodyguards. Each met with a gruesome demise, their fates tragic. These guardians, each possessing strength 20 times that of an ordinary person, had all fallen. With each step, Shimi's heart grew heavier, and just then, she heard a familiar voice. Shilin, dear father. Under AI Wei's watchful gaze, Shilin and Shimi embraced. A surge of emotion evident in their reunion. AI Wei had to concede that while other claims about Shilin might be exaggerated, the beauty of his daughter was undeniable. By AI Wei's standards, she would score an impressive 8 out of 10. Clad in leopard print skinny jeans, a white top, a red shawl, and sporting a refreshing bun. Her exquisite visage epitomized the allure of a beauty from a pirate world. Father Shilin, who is this individual? Did he attack you? After their embrace, Shimi's expression darkened as she scrutinized AI Wei, her eyes reflecting the fierce glow of countless mongooses that were now fixated on him. Shimi was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing the ability to command mongooses in battle. To put it in fantastical terms, she could control beasts, though her dominion was limited to mongooses, which was already formidable. Presently, the number she commanded was not restricted. At this moment, Shimi had brought a legion of nearly 20,000 mongooses. Is there some misunderstanding? I saved you, after all. Shouldn't you invite me to your home to rest and enjoy a modest meal? Under the intense gaze of these thousands of eyes, AI Wei felt an immense pressure, leading him to look at the father-daughter duo in astonishment, his hands raised in a gesture of confusion. Chapter 136. The chaotic pirate crew. Meanwhile, on another front. After waiting in vain for AI Wei's return, Golden Week could no longer contain herself and leaped down from the tree. She had initially anticipated AI Wei's swift return, having prepared an ambush, yet he did not appear. When did this fellow become so clever? Departing, Golden Week still struggled to believe it. Had AI Wei already secured a ship? Had he encountered Robin or Shaddy and taken them aboard? I find it perplexing. Clutching my abdomen, though I have improved significantly, the issue remains unresolved. It seems I must learn to restrain my desires. I was never like this before. I used to be a serene and beautiful lady. When did I transform into this? As I pondered during the Golden Week, I could only attribute my predicament to Ivy. Surely, that scoundrel Ivy has led me astray. As I walked, I cursed under my breath. What if you have returned to the ship? The entire vessel is adorned with my magical sigils. If I do not bring you to ruin today, I shall not believe it. Not long after my departure, a multitude emerged from the place where I had initially laid an ambush for Ivy, silent, composed, and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Each one appeared formidable. Yet upon entering the realm of my magical trap, they faltered. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their expression sorrowful and dazed, tears streaming down their faces as if driven to madness. I should never have come into this world. I am but a wretched being. Why? Why do I harbor such malevolent thoughts? If there is a next life, I wish to be reborn as a mere insect. Mother and father, why did you not cast me against the wall? Why bring me into this world to wreak havoc? I should have perished long ago. Witnessing the sudden transformation of my companions, the others were immediately thrown into chaos, shouting, "There is an ambush. Quick, alert Captain ready. We've been discovered." I stood watch, ensuring no unforeseen occurrences arose, urging them to inform the captain that our rendezvous point had been compromised. Amidst the turmoil, a few maintained their composure, demonstrating the mental fortitude and prowess typically required to navigate the new world. They belonged to the Heavenly Chaos pirate crew, led by Captain Reddy, an infamous pirate with a bounty of 380 million berries, the very same ailing man who had previously clashed with Ivy and retreated. What has transpired? Before long, the ailing Reddy approached, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the desolation and the remorseful state of his comrades. We had initially planned to assassinate a key figure in the city, and everything had been proceeding smoothly. However, we were caught off guard during our return. With no assailants detected in the vicinity, Korip rushed to speak. The very individual who had remained to observe the situation and had sent word to Reddy about the unforeseen developments. Useless. Reddy's hand came down hard upon Korip's face, his expression darkening as the pent-up rage from sparing Syl interrupted. Bring them out. Since you stand here unscathed, this must be a safe haven. If anyone lurks in the shadows to ambush us, I, Reddy, shall be keen to see who the impatient fool is. At this moment, the morbid figure of Letty bore no resemblance to the manic temperament he displayed during his previous encounter with Ivy. Instead, he exuded a somber yet commanding presence, possessing an undeniable power that could instill respect under certain circumstances. The primary objective of the Tianshu pirate crew has never been to claim the title of Pirate King. Rather, they thrive on chaos, reveling in disorder and tumult, seeking to disrupt the calm and muddle the situation further. The more chaotic the environment, the better for them, allowing them to lurk in the shadows and observe the unfolding drama, seizing opportunities as they arise. Consequently, their reputation on the high seas is far from favorable, being hunted by the forces under the Four Emperors' command. Yet, despite this notoriety, they continue to thrive, and here they are now. Yes, Captain. Korip responded with a heavy tone. As the third-in-command aboard the ship, he possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, the thick-skinned fruit, and boasted a bounty of 190 million berries. Renowned for his formidable resilience, he could be considered the ultimate meat shield, having never once been breached in defense over the years. Thus, whenever Letty found himself in a foul mood and sought an outlet for his frustrations, Korip would willingly present his face, drawing closer to Letty. Hurry up, Korip called to his subordinates, instructing them to ensnare their endangered comrades with ropes and pull them to safety. Once extracted, as Letty had anticipated, those individuals began to regain their composure, simultaneously recalling their previous actions and utterances. The expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. The initial arrogance and cool demeanor had vanished, replaced by a chilling countenance. Indeed, there were no signs of deliberate arrangements, and the New World harbors many peculiarities. This place could very well be one of them. It seemed they had inadvertently stumbled upon something within, leading to the earlier disturbances. Aside from their earlier incoherence, they appeared to be unscathed post-extraction. The ship's second-in-command, Diha, assessed the surroundings and concluded, moreover, the facts aligned. Golden Week merely drew some membrane paintings in certain areas, without altering the environment, no matter how skilled Diha was. As long as he remained unaware of the principles behind Golden Week's membrane paintings, he could never grasp the reasons behind it all. Very well, Diha. In that case, take the crew back and, while you're at it, investigate the identity of that individual. Drawing his slender katana, Letty swiftly sketched a picture on the ground, depicting Ivy, who had once emerged from the shadows with the Wujikin, resembling a monkey. Understood, Captain Letty. Soon, all those present vanished as if they had never been there, leaving behind a tranquil scene bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight filtering through the dense forest. Aside from the sounds of creatures in the thicket attending to their rest or hunting, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Meanwhile, Golden Week, now back on the ship, remained oblivious to the fact that the items she had originally prepared for Ivy had all been intercepted by the Tianshu pirate crew. Yet, she was acutely aware of one thing. What? That scoundrel Ivy has yet to return. With gritted teeth, Golden Week forcefully grasped the table, clearly displeased. Initially, he had assumed that Ivy had returned to the ship while he had just left. Had he known that Ivy, in all his foolishness, had not yet come back, he would have waited a little longer. Perhaps, upon his departure, Ivy had already sought him out. How infuriating. What is the matter, Golden Week? Shaddy, who shared a close bond with him on the ship, inquired. Sister Shaddy, earlier Ivy. He lamented, you must advocate for me. Upon witnessing Shaddy's concerned expression, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Golden Week's eyes. On board, Ivy feared only two beings, the cunning Robin and the formidable Shaddy. Golden Week was reluctant to involve Robin, for he had suffered greatly at her hands previously. Shaddy was a far better ally. In this way, he could personally exact his revenge. Let us devise a plan, he proposed. Once Shaddy consented, a flood of ideas surged through his mind, and he anticipated that Ivy's eventual return would yield an unforgettable memory. Chapter 137, The Onlooker Shimi. Is our father-in-law all right? At the Shilin residence, in gratitude for Ivy's intervention, a lavish dinner was prepared. Suddenly, a short, stout man burst through the door. His face marred with freckles and a look of anxiety etched across his features. "Shimi, thank goodness you're safe. I was terrified today." The newcomer, still shaken, patted his chest, confidently entering and taking a glass of water before sitting down, completely oblivious to the grim expressions of Shimi and her father. "Father-in-law, you have no idea how much trouble we faced tonight. Many prominent figures in the city were assassinated, and the culprits remain at large. The city is in utter chaos." "Wait, Shimi, father-in-law, who is this?" Only then did the short man notice Ivy, his eyes narrowing suspiciously until they were nearly closed. "Who is your father-in-law? Silence yourself." Shimi retorted sharply. "If you dare speak again, you may as well leave. You are never welcome here." The elderly gentleman, Shilin, cast a cold glare at the rotund figure known as Legua. As for Legua, he was akin to Shimi, being one of the 4 great generals of the local lord, possessing the power of the animal fruit, specifically the mole variety, excelling in burrowing. He was also aptly nicknamed the Fat Mole. Upon first encountering Shimi, the Fat Mole fell head over heels and embarked on a relentless pursuit, disregarding Shimi's sentiments entirely. Brazenly addressing Shilin as father-in-law. With an audacious demeanor, he remained unfazed by Shimi's attempts to repel him, having changed residences numerous times. Yet the Fat Mole always managed to track them down. Given that both were among the Lord's 4 generals, after countless futile attempts, Shimi chose to endure his antics, treating him as though he were merely air, as long as his behavior did not cross the line. Shilin, however, could not tolerate it. Each time they met, he would mock the Fat Mole, targeting his physique, appearance, and demeanor, delivering blows to his self-esteem from all angles. Nonetheless, the Fat Mole continued to visit daily. Typically, Shilin would endure it, but this time, harboring intentions of marrying off his daughter to Avi, he lashed out at the Fat Mole, demanding he leave. In comparison to Avi, the Fat Mole was no competition at all. If his daughter were to marry anyone, Shilin firmly believed Avi to be an exemplary choice. After all, what was a little extra appetite? They could certainly manage that. Who else has fallen victim? What is the situation outside? Although he harbored disdain for the Fat Mole, Shimi refrained from expelling him, instead inquiring earnestly. As one of the 4 generals under the Lord, their duty was to safeguard both the residents of the island and the Lord himself. Alas, the situation outside was chaotic, apart from the father-in-law. Many others had also fallen under attack, most of whom were connected to the Lord, either overtly or covertly. Moreover, according to the intelligence we received, it was highly probable that it was that individual who instigated these events. Pointing towards the area where Charlotte Sonata resided, the Fat Mole's expression darkened. Initially, he could hardly believe the news, followed swiftly by panic. Never did he anticipate that Sonata would act so swiftly to eliminate the Lord. "We must flee. The Lord can no longer protect us. Let us take the father-in-law and seek refuge in a safe place, marry, raise children, and live the latter half of our lives in peace, free from fear," he proposed, a notion he had entertained for quite some time. That would be disastrous. Such a course of action would put the Lord in grave danger. Shimi's mind raced, piecing together the implications. It was evident that Sonata aimed to seize control of Gully Pineapple Island for his own purposes, necessitating the removal of the Lord and placing his own people in power. The realization struck Shimi with anxiety. The Lord was undoubtedly in peril. Filled with urgency, he resolved to rush to the Lord's aid. "Daughter, as you observed your daughter refusing to eat, you rushed out in a fit of concern." Shilin's expression was contorted with discomfort, as if he had ingested something foul. The stout mole seized a piece of meat and followed suit, exclaiming, "Shimi, do not throw your life away. Can we not leave together?" With a sigh of resignation, he lowered his hand, which had instinctively reached out to stop Shimi, and slumped into the chair. His heart was torn between 2 conflicting affections, one for his long-standing brother and the other for his beloved daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised. Yet, the revelation of their budding affection cast a pall over Shilin's spirit. How could his brother, whom he regarded as family, harbor intentions towards his daughter? From that moment on, Shilin found himself at a fractured impasse with the city lord, severing ties with the opulent inner-city residents and relocating to the outskirts. A decision that ultimately precipitated the attack in the dense forest. Reluctant to allow Shimi to maintain connections with his old friend, Shilin had initially succeeded in curbing their interactions through his fervent objections. However, this recent turn of events had plunged him back into turmoil. He was caught in a web of conflict. The future of his daughter weighed against the precarious fate of his brother, twisting his insides into a painful knot. Downing a shot of potent liquor, Shilin felt a searing burn in his throat, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish gnawing at his heart. He continued to pour the drink down his throat, hoping that in inebriation he might find solace from his burdens. Ah, if only I had perished earlier. I would not be so tormented. Avi had been keenly observing the unfolding drama, having played the role of a passive spectator, setting aside the rind of the fragrant melon. He remarked to Shilin, "Were you not once fervently fighting for survival, displaying an admirable tenacity? What has caused this sudden desire for death? Do you no longer cherish your daughter? The bond between you both seems profound. And what of that rotund fellow and the city lord? From your earlier discourse, it appears there have been numerous assassination attempts on the island." Avi sensed, albeit vaguely, that a conspiracy was at play, recalling the ominous words spoken by the ailing man. Ready, upon their departure. "Captain, what is the situation?" a voice inquired. "A formidable adversary has emerged to disrupt our plans. How fares your end?" "All is prepared. We await tomorrow's dawn, when the excitement shall surely commence." "Ha ha ha, splendid work." This is the original account that Ivy heard at the time. The commotion referred to must indeed pertain to this, the assassination of numerous individuals connected to the island's lord. Ultimately, it remains unclear whether the sickly man referred to by the fat mole was the one who executed the deed, or if it was someone else entirely. Regardless, as the sickly man had stated, tomorrow is bound to be a day of great tumult. "Ah, would you like to hear my tale?" With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks from the wine, Shailene inquired. "Certainly. I relish a good story." Grabbing a piece of fragrant wild melon, I indulged in its delightful taste. To be honest, the flavor of this wild melon is quite remarkable, somewhere between a cantaloupe and a watermelon, perhaps even reminiscent of a honeydew. It possesses an array of flavors that tantalize the palate. Propping my chin on my hand, Ivy unleashed her profound insight. Truly, we are but mere spectators. Chapter 138. The Hidden Manipulator Lord Sonata. Our ship has been attacked. Many of our brothers have perished. A disheveled figure burst into Charlotte Sonata's quarters, bloodied and battered. "What a state of panic you're in," shouted Chattanoo. "What on earth has transpired?" Sonata approached slowly, scrutinizing Chattanoo, lifting his chin with a hand, raising him to eye level. Dihu, though internally calm, displayed an expression of sheer terror as he trembled and reported, "We were stationed on the ship, awaiting your orders. During the night, a group of masked assailants stormed in. The crew had not anticipated that anyone would dare to assault Lord Sonata's vessel, thus they were caught off guard, resulting in numerous casualties." As he spoke, tears welled in Dihua's eyes. "Enough. What a disgrace for a grown man to weep," Chattanoo exclaimed, wiping his hands with a handkerchief as if merely brushing against Chattanoo would tarnish his own hands. "Not all, but we captured one of them. Upon interrogation, it seems they are from the island and were incensed by our presence." Dihua's voice dwindled, yet even at such a low volume, it could not escape Sonata's keen ears. "Incensed? How intriguing," Sonata mused, his anger flaring. "I had anticipated that those lowly wretches would not yield so easily. I expected them to resort to some form of trickery. Yet it has come to this. But my subordinates shall be executed only by my hand. Do they truly believe me to be so merciful?" With each word, Sonata's fury intensified. I shall see what excuse they concoct this time. As Sonata strolled out, he pondered the response that the despicable individual, e.g., would provide him this time. After all, replacing the lord of this city was not an insurmountable task, was it? Meanwhile, Dihi, sprawled on the ground, was utterly neglected, failing even the minor task assigned by Lord Sonata. His demise was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time, certainly not exceeding a day. Consequently, those who accompanied Sonata outside bore no semblance of kindness towards Dihi, even treading upon him disdainfully. It was only after the room was devoid of any presence that Dihi gradually rose, chuckling softly to himself. As a paragon of the emotion fruit, he possessed the ability to subtly influence the thoughts of others through mere contact, infiltrating their minds imperceptibly. By amplifying Sonata's disdainful sentiments, he swiftly garnered the latter's trust, securing his position as a shipguard. Just moments ago, he had been inflating Sonata's fury to manipulate his actions. Now, everything was in place. He eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Rising from the ground, he wiped his lips with his hand and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. His demeanor relaxed as he made his way outside. Just as he stepped out, a long-nosed pirate, who had previously departed with Sonata, rushed back. Dihi recognized him as the very pirate who had trampled on his face. Uncertain of the pirate's intentions, Dihi remained unfazed, for whatever the pirate planned. He had already lost his chance. "How dare you lay a hand on me? You have lost Lord Sonata's trust." As I gazed at the bizarre crimson flames emitted by Diha, the long-nosed pirate appeared utterly incredulous, unable to fathom that Deha would dare to take action. The uncanny fire, upon contact with the long-nosed pirate, vanished as if it had seamlessly merged into his very being. Subsequently, the pirate's body began to emanate a visible red glow. His face flushed, and his eyes glazed over, clearly indicating a state of delirium. Suddenly, the long-nosed pirate seized a wooden pillar and unleashed a ferocious onslaught reminiscent of a teddy bear's intensity. His explosive energy and rapid movements rendered the entire scene astonishingly swift. Without a moment's pause, the long-nosed pirate continued his relentless barrage until, at last, he seemed to behold his dream goddess, a blissful smile gracing his face. While 2 streams of blood trickled slowly from beneath his nose, staining the earth in crimson splendor. In that fleeting moment of collapse, the evidence of his earlier eruption was unveiled, revealing a small hole the size of a pinky finger in the wooden pillar. At that moment, outside the room, the only presence was the long-nosed pirate, radiating happiness, with no one else in sight. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, Lord Ijiyuben and his 4 great generals were engaged in a grave discussion regarding all the intelligence gathered. Their expressions darkened. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Sanada and his crew. "My lord, do not hesitate. Take action," urged one of the tall generals, his legs towering over 2 meters. "My lord, whatever decision you make, we stand by you," said Maiwa, one of the generals, as he puffed on his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "We support you, my lord," added Shimi, casting a worried glance at Ijiyuben before affirming his stance. "Indeed," chimed in the rotund mole, nodding repeatedly as if to convey his agreement. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he harbored a deep regret. He had initially believed that with Sanada's group having taken action, the formidable strength of the Big Mom pirate crew would leave Lord Ijiyuben with no chance of survival. Mole had even ventured out, allowing time for Sanada's crew to strike, only to find that nothing had transpired. His disappointment was palpable, having summoned great courage to pursue Shimi, planning to whisk him away once the despair of discovering Ijiyuben's demise set in. It is said that when a woman faces adversity, her heart is most at ease. If someone were kind to her at that moment, the chances of progressing further would be significantly heightened. Mole's thoughts were convoluted, yet he had not anticipated such an outcome, leaving his heart chilled. "I believe someone is undoubtedly stirring trouble from the shadows. The precise motive eludes me for now, but it is singular in nature, to incite chaos among us. I am convinced that, aside from our side, Sanada's crew must also have suffered losses. The mastermind behind this scheme undoubtedly seeks to pit us against Sanada, ultimately allowing a third party to reap the benefits. Now, Sanada has likely brought people over." Sitting in the main seat, after a prolonged silence, Iji finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse and his condition quite poor. That night, many individuals with whom he shared a deep bond perished. They were his longtime friends, and after this evening, they would never meet again. Ijiyuben was certain that it was not Sanada and his associates who had instigated this tragedy. Sanada was not so foolish as to act against his own agreement. Clearly, there were unseen hands orchestrating these events, and chaos on his side could only provide them with further opportunities. With his heart bleeding and his fury ignited, Ijiyuben suppressed his rage, for that was precisely what the puppeteers desired. Now, he had to consider that since these shadowy figures had acted against him, Sanada and his group would likely be facing similar threats. Given Sanada's domineering personality, he would undoubtedly seek Iji out if trouble arose on the island. Thus, the immediate priority was to quell Sanada's wrath. The mere thought of this caused Ijiyuben excruciating pain, and he could no longer contain the blood that surged from his chest, expelling it violently. "Lord of the city, Ijiyuben, you insolent fool, come forth at once. Perhaps I might still grant you a complete corpse." Outside, Sanada's thunderous voice echoed, causing the expressions of those within the room to shift dramatically. Chapter 139. The True and False Poisonous Chicken Soup. The following day aboard the Golden Ship, the members of the AV pirate crew gathered. AV had returned as well. The recording pointer needed to accurately capture the island's magnetic field, which would take until tomorrow to complete. The navigator, Shaji, broke the tension first. Glancing at Captain AV, given the current circumstances, it is certain that the conflict will reach us. "Captain, what is your decision?" Last night, Charlotte Sanada and City Lord Ijiyuben had indeed clashed, and the combat prowess exhibited by Ijiyuben had astonished Sanada, rendering him momentarily unable to secure victory. The island was engulfed in smoke, with sounds of battle and explosions resonating everywhere. Evidently, the objectives of the Chaos pirate crew had been met. At the docks, few pirate crews remained, For upon learning that one of the combatants was one of the four Emperor's commanders, the explosive minister from the Big Mom pirates, they hastily fled. Not everyone dared to challenge the four Emperor's might, and it was clear that most pirates arriving on the island lacked the audacity to do so. Avi, if you are afraid and wish to flee, do not blame me for abandoning ship. A coward such as yourself cannot command my respect, Naira taunted. Reclining with an apple in hand. Speak up. No one will mistake your silence for wisdom. Spartan glared at Naira, stifling him momentarily. Captain Avi, what say you? We stand with you, they urged. Indeed, few dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of the four emperors upon these vast seas. Should Avi choose to evade, Sparta would harbor no resentment. It is merely the nature of the situation. The others remained silent, including the initially vengeful Golden Week and Shadi, who now seemed to have abandoned their intentions, perhaps deferring their plans. They fixed their gaze upon Avi. Despite the collective scrutiny, Avi appeared utterly unfazed, vigorously consuming the meat in his bowl. Have you underestimated the captain? The four emperors are merely a matter of significance. Moreover, they are not presently before us. Even if they were to arrive, what is there to fear? It's merely Sonata, hardly a concern. My focus lies on what we can gain from this situation. The city lord's affairs bear no relevance to us. Why would we assist him without reason? Sonata harbors no ill intentions toward us as of now. Everything remains uncertain. So let us observe for the time being. After satiating himself, he contentedly patted his belly and declared, all right, that will suffice. I expected a matter of greater magnitude to discuss. You startled me. I was awake all night. I shall retire for some rest now. As Avi departed, the remaining individuals exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what to make of the situation, except for Inalu, who burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He harbored a fervent desire to engage in intense battle with the four emperors, eager to measure their true strength and ascertain what it takes to command the new world. Inalu was keen to partake in this challenge. Since the captain had spoken, there was no need for further consideration. They feared no one but would not provoke an adversary unless it came knocking at their own door. Shadi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the island's center, where fierce battles raged on, uninterrupted since the previous night. The Navy's grasp on the new world remains woefully insufficient, Shadi pondered. As she was once part of the Navy and possessed insight into its affairs. Aside from the new Navy led by Zifa, which fiercely contends with pirates in the New World, there are no formidable naval forces capable of altering the tide of battle in this realm. This predicament is inevitable, given the existence of the four emperors. The Navy's ability to infiltrate without being thwarted is commendable, as is their knowledge of certain matters in the New World. What troubles you so deeply? Robin inquired as she approached Shadi. I merely mourn the innocent lives lost in warfare, Robin. Tell me, why do pirates exist? Once, Avi and I were captured by a pirate. He should grasp the dangers of piracy better than anyone. Why then does he choose that path? Truth be told, this has long perplexed Shadi. Within the Navy's framework, he acknowledges the presence of corruption, akin to a few rotten apples in a barrel. Yet, on the whole, their intentions are noble. They strive for the welfare of the people. Pirates, however, are the harbingers of chaos. They operate devoid of rules or order, indulging solely in destruction and the gratification of their selfish desires. This question eludes my capacity to answer. You must pose it to him yourself. Robin harbored no fondness for the Navy, as it was they who had obliterated her homeland with the demon-slaying order. Yet, she bore no ill will toward Shadi. They were merely comrades aboard the same ship, devoid of any barriers. Freedom. It is solely for the sake of freedom. Others' opinions are beyond my concern, but for me, becoming a pirate signifies liberation. I am not versed in politics. Joining the Navy merely turns one into a tool for the powerful. If utilized well, one may shine. But if mismanaged, one is discarded, much like Kizaru or Zephyr. In piracy, strength is paramount. With power comes everything, provided one remains alive. This, indeed, is my rationale for embracing piracy. Furthermore, the world is vast. I am but an ordinary individual, unable to concern myself with all matters, focusing solely on what lies before me. The affairs of the populace naturally fall to those in power. Do you pity the common folk outside? If you wish to save them, I support you. Let us proceed. Avi leaned against the second-floor corridor, her gaze fixed upon the island, responding to Shadi on the gangplank. True peace cannot be attained by a single navy or revolutionary army. There are too many intricacies involved. Even without pirates, there are mountain bandits and sky pirates. Should the navy, revolutionary army, and pirates all be eradicated, a more formidable force would need to unify the seas in the Grand Line. That is the prerequisite for your aspirations. Otherwise, do not overthink it. Relax, for we are merely ordinary people. Gently, she patted Shaddy's shoulder before leaping down, feeling immense annoyance towards Sanada. I was looking forward to tomorrow's culinary display, with its vast array of delectable dishes, and now you've ruined it. I had thought he had truly gone to sleep, Goldweek scoffed. Isn't that just like him? Moreover, tomorrow was originally intended to be a grand culinary competition, where all delicacies could be savored without cost. This plan has now been disrupted, and it is only natural for him to feel enraged. Robin, with a light chuckle, articulated the thoughts swirling in Ivy's mind, instantly awakening Shad from the confusion wrought by Ivy's cynical remarks. Indeed, why ponder so deeply? All he knew was that if Sanada and the others continued their battle, this island would be obliterated, along with countless residents. I shall join as well. With a wave of his hand, Shad followed in Ivy's footsteps. Haha, such an affair cannot transpire without my involvement. Sparta laughed heartily as he dashed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 140. The counterattack and preparation speak. Who are the individuals behind you? Kumazue fixed a cold, penetrating gaze on the man before him, whose body was ensconced within a coffin, leaving only his head exposed. His tone was frigid, akin to the biting chill of winter. He had every reason to be furious. He had come prepared to persuade Ag Ben to bide his time, and, under the weight of his reasoning, Eg had temporarily acquiesced to his views, agreeing to forego this opportunity and patiently await the next. Yet, at that moment, the battle erupted like a volcanic eruption, an explosion of chaos that was both sudden and deafening. Kumazue felt as though he had ingested something vile, and like Eg Ben, he was certain that there was a nefarious hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Rather than rushing to support Eg Ben, he chose to observe the clues, tracing the threads of deceit until he uncovered the well-concealed Korip, capturing him. Do you wish to know the whereabouts of our captain? Why should I divulge that to you? Though captured, Korip remained unperturbed, casually taunting Kumazue. He held firm in his belief that no one could breach his defenses. Perhaps others may indeed struggle to breach your defenses, but I am certainly not among them. I am Korip, the third in command of the Sky Ruin Pirates, with a bounty of 190 million berries. Observing Korip's expression, Kumazue understood his thoughts and menacingly threatened, perhaps you do not know me, but today I shall leave a lasting impression upon you, so you may comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath. The coffin's secret. One does not shed tears until they are faced with the coffin. Kumazue's voice resonated as though emerging from the depths of the underworld, exuding a chilling coldness that penetrated to the marrow. Before him, Korip, who had once shown only his head, struggled in a deepening crimson hue, yet could not alter the grim reality of the black coffin consuming him. Gradually, all that remained before Kumazue was a solitary black coffin, while Korip had vanished without a trace. Thud, 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 thud. From the coffin emanated a series of violent impacts, growing increasingly intense, accompanied by the unsettling sound of nails scraping, a sound reminiscent of chalk reluctantly dragged across a blackboard, akin to sharp stones gliding over glass. It was excruciatingly jarring. Steeped in despair, the pace quickened, the strikes becoming more ferocious, akin to the final desperate cries of a dying swine. In that moment, it seemed as though the coffin might burst open, shattering under the strain. Yet, ultimately, it bore no fruit. Just as Kalop was on the brink of death, his last breath nearly extinguished, Kumazue beckoned and released him, revealing only a semblance of his former self. At this juncture, Kalop's eyes were glazed, appearing lifeless as they rolled back, pupils dilated, drool escaping the corners of his mouth, his mind a blank canvas, still gasping for oxygen. Where are your people? Kumazue grasped Kalop by the neck, fixing his gaze upon him as he demanded an answer. In a sluggish manner, like a malfunctioning old tape recorder, Kalop managed to rasp out a location. This is bad. Upon hearing the place, Kumazue's expression darkened further, for it was the very epicenter of the fiercest battle. The ambitions of the Sky Pirates were vast. Should they succeed, the sea would surely be littered with countless corpses. This is by no means an exaggeration. The formidable reputation of the four emperors is not easily dismissed. This maritime expanse will undoubtedly be obliterated from the world map by the wrath of Charlotte Linlin. You wretched scoundrels! With a seething gaze, he cast his eyes upon the unconscious corrupt. Were it not for the urgency of time, he would have relished the opportunity to torment him to the brink of death, rendering him to a state worse than death before finally extinguishing his life. However, time was no longer on his side. The coffin's essence, finality pronounced. The ebony coffin sealed itself once more, leaving not a sliver of a gap, and then, like water, it melded into the earth, revealing nothing to the unobservant eye. Were it not for the remnants of battle that lingered, one might have believed that no one had ever set foot there, as it appeared utterly unchanged, indistinguishable from before. This is akin to a lethal act carried out by an unseen hand. Aside from Kumazu himself, no one would suspect that beneath this ground lies a man. A pirate notorious for his malevolence. The situation is dire. Sanada's strength is overwhelming, and if this continues, we shall meet our demise. As he spoke, Yijiyuben glanced at Shimi, who had been by his side, his gaze laden with complexity, and said, I know of a place where we can find assistance, someone whose power surpasses that of Sanada. I can hold him off here. You must depart and return swiftly. Very well. I shall go at once. Shimi replied without hesitation, fully aware of Sanada's formidable prowess. Yet, just as Shimi turned to leave, Yijiyuben suddenly struck, landing a blow upon Shimi's neck. As the situation unfolded, Shimi's consciousness began to blur. Her body instinctively turned. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Yijiyuben, astonished that he would turn against her. Take her away, and never return. He lamented, I am sorry. But I can only act in this manner. I must betray my feelings for you. I hope you refrain from seeking vengeance on my behalf. For the adversary's strength is insurmountable. Do not sacrifice yourself needlessly. Leave. Yijiyuben's piercing gaze fell upon the remaining subordinates as he bellowed with fury. Among his once formidable 4 generals, only Shimi remained. Her long legs had been severed by Sanada, blood gushing forth like a fountain, a sight that pierced Yijiyuben's heart. Meiwa had perished while protecting herself, and the stout mole had died shielding Shimi from the fiercest assault. His eyes reflecting a sense of liberation that Yijiyuben understood all too well. He recognized that the stout mole had never genuinely pledged loyalty to him. Instead, he yearned for an early demise. His allegiance was solely for Shimi, yet the bond forged through years of camaraderie was not a mere faade. The stout mole's harsh words belied the tumultuous feelings he harbored for both Yijiyuben and Shimi. City Lord, his subordinates cried out in despair, aware that this moment might mark their final farewell. If you do not depart now, do not call me City Lord any longer. All of you, get out. Yijiyuben's voice thundered, his throat burning as he spat forth his words. Eyes wide, the image of the refined gentleman he once was shattered. Understood. His subordinates replied with bowed heads, tears flowing freely as they carried the unconscious Shimi away and fled. Charlotte, Lingling, your family has crossed paths with me, have you not? The current scene is strikingly reminiscent of my past, when I could only escape like a dog. But today, I shall not flee. He laughed maniacally. Killing your son would not be in vain. Yijiyuben reveled in the moment. Though I cannot reclaim what was lost, I can still savor the interest. Sanada, you wretched child, your grandfather stands here. Amidst the ruins, drenched in blood, Yijiyuben extended his middle finger, a sardonic grin plastered across his face. This was originally intended for an old hag, but since the opportunity has now slipped away, let your son enjoy it instead. Ah, is this not that fellow with the ample bosom from before? How peculiar that he has fainted. Avery gazed quizzically at the group carrying the swaying figure, her thoughts drifting back to the daughter of the restaurant owner. Could she have been captured? Without hesitation, Avery decided to intervene. How could she not rescue the chef's daughter? For the sake of delectable cuisine, Avery charged forward, for in her eyes, she was not merely a woman, but a plethora of free gourmet delights. Chapter 141. A practice session to gain experience. Do not be in such a rush to perish, dear lord of the city. Observing the bewildered expression on the face of the esteemed Lord Yijiyuben as he regarded her, Avery chuckled cheerfully. If you were to die, how would I indulge in tomorrow's delicacies? Earlier, Avery had noticed a group attempting to stealthily carry off Shimi, seemingly on the verge of committing some nefarious act. And she had promptly taught them a lesson. Once Shimi regained consciousness, and with the chatter of the city lord's subordinates, Avery grasped Yijiyuben's intentions. Surely, he intended to sacrifice himself to buy time for Shimi and the others to escape. Why he wished for Shimi's survival was also clear to Avery, having heard the incessant admonitions from Shimi's father. Thus, Avery sprang into action to rescue the gallant Yijiyuben, who was prepared to perish along with the formidable Sanada. Speaking of which, what method do you intend to employ for mutual destruction? Sanada's strength is considerable, being one of the 4 great generals under the matriarch. Curiously observing Yijiyuben, Avery took a turn, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Shimi, what brings you back? After the initial confusion, Yijiyuben's eyes widened upon spotting Shimi behind Avery. Had he not instructed someone to escort her away? Lord, do not die. Shimi rushed forward, embracing Yijiuben with tears streaming down her face. Hey, hey, hey. Is it appropriate to be so lovey-dovey? Have you considered the feelings of the single souls among us? The little table in Avery's heart was upturned by the antics of the diminutive figures in her mind, and she cast a neutral glance at her female crew member behind her. Well, I am not boasting. It is merely that I currently have no such intentions. Otherwise, I could easily create a harem of 3,000 for you. Enough of this sentimental display. It appears Sonata is approaching. Enel, go ahead and test that fellow's strength. What is the purpose of having crew members if not to engage in tasks? When there is nothing to do, the heart may be willing, but the body is weak. Thunderbolt. Enel, enveloped in crackling lightning, vanished in an instant. This was a technique he devised using moonwalk in conjunction with his innate electrical abilities, swift beyond compare and unmatched in agility. Do not go. Sonata is not so easily dealt with. You should leave quickly. I will retrieve that person, and I have a plan to handle the rest. Desiring to intervene, yet seemingly unable to keep pace with Enel's swiftness, Yijiuben, who had previously encountered Sonata, was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. Apart from that dubious self-destruct device you have yet to reveal, do you truly possess any other capabilities, you old relic? Avi has not forgotten the pitiable state in which she rescued Yijiuben from Sonata's grasp. Alas, leave this to us. Hurry, hurry. Isn't this my line? You have spoken what I should say. Observing Avi, who gestured for her departure, Yijiuben appeared somewhat bewildered. Let us depart. A forceful kick landed squarely on Yijiuben's rear, propelling him forward. Since you remain inert, Avi must assume you desire a modicum of assistance. As a benevolent youth of the pirate era, how could she possibly refuse? Stop with the hesitations and hurry to search. Otherwise, you may find it lost in this vast expanse. Should any misfortune arise, do not lay the blame at my feet. Grabbing Shimi and pointing emphatically at her own fingers, she pressed down assertively. Humph. If anything befalls the city lord, you shall answer for it. Shimi dashed away in a flurry, her steps light and unfettered, as if liberated from some constraint. Sundara, Avi murmured to herself with a chuckle, her voice barely audible to others. Let us proceed. Let us see how that fellow Enelu is faring. Accompanied by Robin, Sparta, and Cornus, they ventured forth from their previous hiding place, a dilapidated building that appeared more like a crumbling edifice from the outside. Shaji and Golden Week followed Shadi in a noble endeavor to rescue the island's civilians, for Shadi, the beautiful maiden, possessed a kind heart committed to humanitarian efforts. Avi, on the other hand, found herself accompanied by a few strong men, and, indeed, a cunning woman and an obedient girl, upon the roof of a decaying structure. Avi and her companions beheld the fierce clash between Sonata and Enelu, each encounter resonating with the thunderous intensity of lightning strikes. Compared to their first meeting, Enelu's prowess had significantly escalated. His mastery of his abilities had become more seamless, and he had developed numerous novel techniques. His physical strength had also seen remarkable enhancement, inspired by Avi's own teachings, as he harnessed lightning to invigorate the cells within his body, augmenting his physical form. Enelu had no time for conventional exercises such as push-ups or sit-ups. Unlike Avi, he lacked her beast-like recovery capabilities, resulting in a gradual enhancement of his physique, albeit far superior to ordinary training. The results were palpable. On several occasions, Enelu, caught off guard, was struck heavily in the chest by Sonata's shield, nearly losing consciousness from the impact. This impact is far more formidable than that of a cannonball. Even Enel could withstand it. I recall that a single cannonball nearly brought him to his demise. Sparta, you should also lend your assistance. Opportunities for such exchanges are rare. Upon entering the New World, it is essential to gauge one's strength in comparison to the pirates that inhabit this realm. Cornus, you too shall provide support. This is an opportune moment. With a target readily available and no fear of unforeseen incidents, those two will ensure your safety, and if need be, I shall remain by your side. After Sparta charged forth, Ivy encouraged Cornus. Engaging in combat has always been the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities, allowing for the realization of various thoughts and the swift accumulation of battle experience. Robin, there is no need for you to intervene. This type of conflict is beyond your reach. Ignoring the increasingly radiant smile of Robin, Ivy spoke without a hint of awareness. This is indeed a fact. Robin excels in joint techniques. However, against a man as solid as Sonata, clad in thick armor, Robin finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. Aware of the truth in Ivy's words, he refrains from contesting them. Perched atop the rooftop, had it not been for the absence of sunflower seeds, Ivy could have once again indulged in the role of an onlooker, swinging his legs in the air while instructing Cornus on the art of combat. The devil fruit, after all, thrives on creativity and boundless imagination, an area in which Ivy possesses considerable confidence. Fortunately, prior to this chaos, all the residents were evacuated by the agency. Else the casualties in this battle would have been substantial. At this moment, Sonata's followers have dwindled to just him, and the tumult should have begun to subside. Yet, the reality is far from peaceful. Instead, it has descended into greater disorder, rife with destruction and plunder. Once kind-hearted residents have transformed, their anger boiling over, creating significant obstacles for Shaddy's rescue efforts. Chapter 142. That weapon what has transpired with the agency? Kamazui initially intended to thwart the plans of the Sky Riot pirates and swiftly extract the agency. As long as the agency remains alive, there lies a chance for resurgence. While the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of lack of firewood, as that individual once articulated. Since the conclusion cannot be altered, it is better to abandon this ending than to let it falter unsatisfactorily. Unexpectedly, despite the rush, they have yet to discover the whereabouts of the Sky Riot pirates and instead encounter the agency and Shimi. Assistance has arrived. The events there are beyond our control, and the outcome now rests in their hands. After years of evasion, exhaustion has set in. I long to rest and no longer wish to flee. Having faced life-threatening battles, it is impossible not to feel fear in the face of death. Who can remain unafraid? Yet, Ivy possesses ample confidence. Although it is their first encounter, it evokes memories of that person from the past, Blue Phoenix. The similarity in confidence and appearance stirs curiosity within him. He resolves to inquire further once this ordeal concludes. After all, he no longer desires to run. Be it wind or rain, he stands firm. His people still require him. He cannot allow them to be destroyed. Kamazui, do you wish to leave? I can have someone escort you. Despite the blood staining his face, the agency's charm remains unblemished, his smile exuding a mature allure that captivates Shimi. Leave? How could I possibly depart so easily? You underestimate me, my old friend. Do you seek to provoke me? There is no need for that. I have long desired to bury every last member of the Sky Riot pirates beneath 1,000 meters of earth. For the tumultuous heavens chaos pirate crew, whose nefarious activities are rampant, few would choose to spare them when an opportunity arises. Is there any clue? Indeed. I once encountered a member of their crew, gaining some insights into their whereabouts. At this moment, within a nearby dwelling not far from the elusive Yijiyuban, the members of the Heavens Chaos Pirate crew gathered in a tense assembly. Captain Rady furrowed his brow, casting a glance at his subordinate. Where is that rascal, Korpu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? His gaze swept the room before settling on Defei. Boss, you know Korpu's character. He cannot seem to control his baser instincts and has likely wandered off somewhere. I have no idea where he's gone, Defei replied, his expression souring under Rady's scrutiny. At that moment, he cursed Korpu in his heart. How could he be so distracted at such a critical time? Once Korpu returned, Defei vowed to ensure he would learn to master his impulses. Perhaps a year of impotence would suffice as a lesson. This thought brought a smirk to Defei's heart, though his face remained as stern as ever. Enough about him. What is the situation with Yijiyuban and Sonata? Despite the Heavens Chaos pirate crew's reputation for chaos, we indeed have a purpose behind our disorderly conduct. Pirates, after all, cannot be devoid of ambition. It is merely well concealed. Our objective on this island has always been singular, the weapons hidden by Yijiyuban. Rady had stumbled upon this revelation by chance. At that moment, Sonata arrived. With tight security on the island, acquiring the coveted item proved challenging, necessitating the stirring of chaos to divert attention from the guarded location, thereby granting them an opportunity. The greater the turmoil, the better. Ideally, a complete upheaval. Defei, have you received any news about that item? Within the Lord's manor, Defei's informants diligently searched for the weapon. Not yet, but I have instructed my men to keep a close watch. I believe once that old fool Yijiyuban can no longer endure, you will certainly seek it out. Defei replied calmly. Report. At that moment, a subordinate from the Heavens Chaos pirate crew rushed in with urgency. Someone has already gone. Our men have secured the key and are on their way there. Look, boss, isn't this splendid news? Defei exclaimed, his face lighting up with a grin. Then turned to Rady. He gestured for the subordinate to enter, but just then, another rushed in, appearing frantic. Captain, Yijiyuban has vanished. Now, those fighting with Sonata have transformed into figures of thunder, a bald giant, and a winged islander, and they are at a stalemate with Sonata. Does that old fool Yijiyuban have such allies? Rady arched an eyebrow, recalling none of these individuals from his memory. Boss. He stood up and remarked, "Do you remember the person you asked me to investigate yesterday? He is the captain of the AV pirate crew, AV. According to the intelligence, the long-eared individual is likely Enel, the thunder god, and the bald swordsman should be Sparta. The woman from the Sky Island appears to be a new recruit of the AV pirate crew. Interesting, we meet again," Reddy mused, nodding thoughtfully with a smile. "Inform the crew to hasten their movements. We shall proceed shortly. Since E.G. Euban is no longer present, whether dead or merely absent from the battlefield, I have always preferred to prepare for the worst. It seems I might have already been exposed." Though lacking tangible evidence, Reddy's intuition, which had saved him numerous times, proved reliable. "We cannot linger here. Let us depart." The members of the Tianluan pirate crew quickly tidied up before making their swift exit. Just as the Tianluan pirate crew vacated the premises, E.G. Euban and his two companions entered the now empty room, realizing they had arrived too late. "It's not too late. They haven't been gone long," Shimi remarked, sniffing the air and discerning that Reddy and his crew had just departed. The mongoose fruit had heightened Shimi's already extraordinary sense of smell. "But we have no idea where they are headed," Kumazu said with some irritation, lamenting that the intelligence he had previously extracted from Korlup was now rendered useless. "Perhaps I know where they intend to go. Follow me. It must be there." "There is no doubt," E.G. Euban asserted. He believed that the Tianluan pirate crew was the shadowy puppeteer of the entire affair, and their actions surely had a purpose. He could not accept the notion of impulsive behavior. If the Tianluan pirate crew were indeed so formidable, they would have perished countless times already. For the New World is home to the four emperors. Thus, their target must be the weapon he had meticulously concealed, one that even the Revolutionary Army, their ally, was unaware of. It was also the very weapon that assured him he could perish alongside Charlotte Linlin upon their encounter. "Cease this. It is sufficient. You are no match for him. Allow me to bring this to a conclusion." AV ascended into the sky, summoning Enel and the others back to his side. Sparta and Cornus complied readily, while Enel hesitated, reluctant to approach. However, after a prolonged skirmish with little gain, he ultimately relented. "Greetings. How delightful that you dare to strike against me," snarled the towering Sanada, his face dark as he glared at Enel and his companions from the rooftop. An inexplicable oppressive aura emanating from him. Chapter 143. After the battle in a certain underground palace of the city lord's residence, typically devoid of any human presence, a group of uninvited guests suddenly burst in. A band of pirates, adorned with pirate hats, stormed the premises. The palace, though modest in size, was quickly filled to capacity by this unruly band. Before their eyes lay a black orb, no larger than a palm, easily grasped in a single hand. Nothing else occupied the space. It appeared this was indeed the item hidden away by that old fellow. One of the pirates regarded the orb with curiosity, examining it closely, his disbelief evident. After several confirmations that there was nothing else to be found, he resigned himself to this outcome. "Let us depart. The captain has arrived. Perhaps he knows what this object is." In this brief span of time, this diminutive underground palace has been inundated with a multitude of people, only to have them all vanish, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of ground ravaged by swine. A surge of potential unleashed. Having already acknowledged Sanada's prowess, AV immediately liberates his potential. In his ordinary state, AV is merely slightly superior to Enel and his companions. However, the strength he manifests after unleashing his potential is beyond comparison. With a lightning-like dash and nimble strikes, he unleashes a flurry of attacks in mere moments, exceeding 1,000. His speed is so extraordinary that few can discern his movements, leading onlookers to perceive that AV's arms and legs have vanished, leaving only afterimages. "Impossible! How can your strength be so formidable? I refuse to believe it. I am the strongest." Sanada, taken aback by AV's relentless barrage, retreats in disbelief, his shield beginning to fracture. The cracks widen, and the tremors in his arms intensify. In that moment, Sanada feels as though his arms have been stripped away. His armament hockey seems as fragile as parchment against AV's onslaught, marred with indents and suffering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Bitter bile surges uncontrollably, escaping through his throat and mouth, leaving a residual bitterness that momentarily disorients Sanada. Seizing this opportunity, AV presses his advantage. A myriad of strikes. The limitless staff dance coalesces into a whirlwind. Under AV's masterful control, it appears as though countless staffs, sharp as swords, descend from the heavens, their weight akin to meteors, leaving a landscape pockmarked with deep craters. After the conclusion of this battle, restoring the city to its former glory will undoubtedly be no simple task, for it lies in ruins. I refuse to believe it. In a frenzied display of strength, Sanada, with bulging muscles, endured an attack from Ivy. Seizing a fleeting moment of respite, he raised his massive katana, the explosive power of his muscles causing his armor to shatter like fragile glass. Shards of the armor scattered about, reminiscent of delectable potato chips, as a crimson glow enveloped his form, radiating from both his body and the sword he wielded. Previously, Ivy's relentless assaults had deprived him of an opportunity to counterattack. Now, with his shield rendered useless, the time he had gained was sufficient. What an arrogant little brat. Swift indeed. With a menacing glare directed at Ivy, his once protruding belly tightened into well-defined muscles, drenched in sweat that evaporated into steam, shrouding him in a mist that obscured his features, save for his elongated nose that jutted out prominently. Is that so? Earlier, it was merely a light sprinkling. Now, we shall truly commence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed that Cornus seemed poised to intervene. He quickly restrained her. The previous skirmish had already left her. A novice, utterly exhausted. To expend any further of her potential would be unwise. She was not a monster like himself. I can manage this. There is no need for you to interfere. With Robin's intervention, Cornus reluctantly lowered her trembling hand. Both Aniru and Sparta were also utterly spent. Yet they still retained some semblance of strength. They observed the clash between Ivy and Sanada intently, immersing themselves in the confrontation, contemplating how they might fare against them should they encounter them once more, striving for a more favorable outcome. This brief respite is not only essential for Sanada but also for Ivy, as she expels the heated air from her lungs. The recent onslaught caught Sanada off guard, yet it equally drained Ivy's stamina. Onward, Ivy charged ahead first. Although this ultimate technique has been modified numerous times by Ivy, it still incurs significant tolls. While the duration of her endurance has increased, limitations remain. Thus, a swift resolution is the most prudent course of action. I shall twist your head off and fashion it into fried potatoes. With a menacing glare, Sanada swung her enormous katana towards Ivy. The clash of the katana and the limitless staff echoed with the sound of metal striking metal, each combatant evenly matched, neither willing to yield an inch. Locked in a fierce stalemate. Behold my annihilating kick. Suddenly, Ivy's gaze darted towards Sanada's lower body as she unleashed a kick that moved faster than light. Sanada's complexion instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. With a desperate squeeze of her legs, she narrowly failed to evade the blow, which struck her vital area with tremendous force. In Sanada's mind, visions of numerous eggs formed in a warm nest. Cracks began to appear on their shells, ultimately hatching countless chicks that chirped incessantly in her thoughts. Her eyes widened to the size of copper balls, bursting with disbelief as she stared at Ivy, bloodshot and bewildered. Sparta and Aniru simultaneously felt a chilling sensation beneath them, offering a silent 3-second tribute to Sanada. This was indeed a burden no man could bear. At this life and death moment, concerns about dignity faded away, survival took precedence. Suddenly, with renewed vigor, Ivy swung her limitless staff with great force, delivering a punishing blow to the bewildered Sanada, whose expression morphed from confusion to terror. Boom! Sanada was propelled backward, carving a deep trench into the ground as she collided with numerous structures before finally coming to a halt. Is she finished? Was she so fragile? I barely exerted myself, and yet she has fallen. Ivy shrugged in disbelief, as if the devastating kick had not been hers, staring vacantly at the hefty Sanada, who lay gasping for breath. Robbins and Sparta exchanged incredulous glances but, out of loyalty to their captain, chose to remain silent. With a swift kick, Ivy dislodged the large katana still clutched in Sanada's grip and stepped atop her, casting a disdainful gaze at Sanada's contorted, crimson face. Captain, how do you intend to handle this individual? She is, after all, the daughter of Charlotte Lingling. Given Charlotte Lingling's fierce protection of her offspring, we may have stirred a formidable hornet's nest, Robbins remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Having already struck, what care do we have for the consequences? She is merely one of the 4 emperors. What is there to fear? Aniru replied nonchalantly, showing no trace of the earlier terror he had experienced at Sanada's hands. Indeed, what is there to fear? Let us press on without hesitation. I am the protagonist, and your identity holds little significance. I shall push forward recklessly. However, a twinge of apprehension towards Charlotte Linlin lingers in Iway's heart, for her strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Snarda. While Iway can effortlessly defeat Snarda, it does not imply that she possesses the prowess to confront the formidable Charlotte Linlin head-on. Chapter 144. One side concludes. Another side arises. Let us rewind time to a moment before Iway engaged in battle with Snarda, in a certain maritime realm of the New World, on Cake Island. Snarda conveyed news that the Lord of Giri Pineapple Island had defied Mama's orders, prompting Snarda's request for the annihilation of Geary Pineapple Island. In a dimly lit location, Charlotte Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and one of the 34 ministers, reported to Charlotte Linlin. Have the desserts from other regions been prepared? Bypassing the matter at hand, it seemed to Charlotte Linlin that the obliteration of an entire nation was of little consequence, as her focus remained solely on the sweet confections. On his way back, Perospero's response was succinct, devoid of unnecessary chatter. Mama, we have received news that the Germa 66 faction wishes to form an alliance with us. What splendid news! Charlotte Linlin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, as copious amounts of gastric juices poured forth from her mouth, splattering onto the ground and eroding it into countless small pits, a testament to her potent acidity. This alone offers insight into Charlotte Linlin's formidable nature. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin retrieved a small piece of paper from her bosom, which was rapidly engulfed in flames, half of it consumed in the blink of an eye. Her eyes widened in horror as an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Perospero to retreat in alarm. Mama, what is happening? Perospero managed to utter despite the oppressive atmosphere. Aya! A piercing scream erupted from Charlotte Linlin's throat, the sound waves expanding outward. Just as Perospero felt as though his eardrums might shatter, the cacophony finally subsided. My most exceptional and beloved son Snarda has perished. Upon receiving this news, Perospero was simultaneously struck with astonishment. The fact that Sonata could rise to become one of the 4 commanders under Charlotte Linlin, overshadowing her numerous offspring, attests to an extraordinary level of strength. Yet, at this very moment, Sonata had met an untimely demise, abrupt and utterly unforeseen. The charred remnants of the paper in Charlotte Linlin's possession were none other than the famed life paper, renowned throughout the New World. This creation, born from her devil fruit abilities, contained a fragment of a specific person's soul, binding them together. To possess this life paper meant one could sense the whereabouts and life status, be it alive or deceased, of the individual whose soul was infused within it. It served numerous functions and stood as a vital aspect of Charlotte Linlin's enterprises. The essence of Sonata's soul, now extinguished within the ashes of the life paper, confirmed the grim reality of his demise. Meanwhile, on Geary Pineapple Island, Ivy had just vanquished Sonata and stood triumphantly over his fallen form when he heard the distinct sound of a transponder snail. After rummaging through Sonata's belongings, he indeed uncovered a transponder snail, adorned with vivid red hair and lips coated in bright red lipstick, exuding an air of flamboyance. You are the one who killed Sonata, came the voice of the island's lord, e.g. Despite the vast distance between them, Ivy could sense the underlying menace in the words. No, I am Ivy, and it was I who ended his life. But do not fret, I shall be there shortly, he replied coolly. Just wait for me, be patient. Hasty actions yield no fruitful results. Remain in your abode and await the collection of your head. His tone, devoid of any emotional inflection, reached Charlotte Linlin's ears through the transponder snail, leaving her momentarily stunned. You little brat, you have some audacity, she retorted, her teeth clenched. No need for such theatrics. We shall meet soon enough. I hope you remain as arrogant when that time comes. With that, Ivy ended the call, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The new world is vast, and when you finally find me, who can say who will kneel and sing in submission? Thus, even though my current strength may not rival that of Charlotte Linling, I harbor no concerns. Youth is the greatest asset, and I possess this resource abundantly. Regardless of Charlotte Lingling's seething fury, I remain indifferent, since the matter has been resolved and no new developments are anticipated in the near future. I am astonished that Sonata proved so fragile, succumbing so easily. My original intention was to incapacitate Sonata, capturing him alive, which would have bought me time and kept the formidable Charlotte Lingling unaware of the situation. I could then have departed with Sonata in tow. Whether to eliminate him in a bustling public place or turn him over to the Navy while he was half dead were both foolproof strategies that would spare the residents of Geary Pineapple Island from peril. However, circumstances seldom unfold according to plan. Fate often veers towards the worst outcome. Let us proceed. Inform the handsome old lord of the city regarding whether to relocate all residents or seek protection from the other 3 emperors. That is beyond my purview now. We have accomplished all that was possible, and the specifics are no longer our concern. How unfortunate. I had hoped to enjoy a meal at the handsome old lordess after dealing with Sonata, but my appetite has vanished. Meanwhile, as I dealt with Sonata, Yijiyuban encountered members of the Tianluan pirates alongside Shimi and Kamazui. You have caught up to us, but the prize is already in my possession. Our objective has been achieved. So farewell. Roddy, holding the black orb, laughed maniacally, and greeted Yijiyuban. Do you not wish to know where our companion Kalip has gone? Are you not curious as to why he has yet to make an appearance? Kamazui stepped forward, voicing his inquiry. Upon seeing Kamazui's smile, the Tianluan pirates quickly grasped the situation. He is right there. Roddy's expression darkened instantly. The Tianluan pirates were founded by Roddy, Dai, and Kalip. The loss of other pirates does not trouble Roddy. They are merely cannon fodder. However, should either Dai or Kalip suffer harm, Roddy will not spare the instigator. Every individual possesses a sensitive spot. Those with volatile and reckless natures are not uncommon. It is merely that you have yet to notice. For Roddy, that sensitive spot is Dai and Kalip. Speak. Where have you taken him? In an instant, he crossed 50 meters, appearing beside Kamazui. The silver blade pressing against his throat as he bellowed, entirely shedding his usual calm demeanor. Enough. As E.G. and Yubin swiftly advanced, their weapons drawn. The members of the Tianluan pirate crew mirrored their stance, weapons aimed at the two. Should Kamazui utter a single misstep, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. In this land, if you seek something, it is likely beyond your grasp, so abandon all hope, you wretched fools. Kamazui fixed his gaze upon Lady, unflinching and resolute. A smile gracing his lips. Here, he intended to bury the nefarious scum of the Tianluan pirate crew, a scourge upon the world. Observing Kamazui, one could see the multitude gathered, a veritable procession of funeral services, sparing him the burden of arrangements, the attentiveness of their service reflecting a profound humanity. Chapter 145, The Black Coffin Offensive and Defensive Battle. The Black Coffin, a prison. With Kamazui's movements, the sky instantaneously darkened, rendering visibility null. What transpired? The heavens seemed to have turned black. How could this be? Just moments ago, it was broad daylight. How could it suddenly plunge into darkness? Surely, something foul was at play. A pirate who had spoken turned to the source of the voice, slapping the back of the head of the pirate who had just spoken, nervously surveying his surroundings. Who struck me? The previously speaking pirate exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. Your father. What of it? Retorted the latter, delivering another kick toward the source of the voice. Brother Tiger, I apologize, I apologize. The first pirate, realizing who had assailed him, scrambled to his feet, grasping the trousers of a fellow pirate and hastily offering his apologies. Damn it, that scoundrel. What time is it? And you still dare to grab your elder's private parts? Have you no sense of urgency? Another furious exclamation rang out, causing the recently upright pirate to collapse once more to the ground. This is merely a glimpse into the shadowy underbelly. The rest is in utter disarray, with a cacophony of curses echoing throughout. I serve as windows through which one observes the world. Now, it is as if those windows have been shuttered, leaving only the reliance on sensation and memory to discern the external chaos. The tumult has imposed considerable inconvenience upon the sky-ravaging pirates. Enough. Silence, commanded the irritable and distressed Dihua, bellowing at his subordinates. He then activated his devil fruit ability as a paramecia-type user of the emotion fruit. He could manipulate the emotions of others and exploit them as circumstances dictated. With Dihua's intervention, the uproar subsided instantly, and the pirates, despite their blindness, turned their gazes toward him, fully aware of his presence. Boss, where are you? Something feels off. In the pitch darkness, communication relied solely on shouts, using sound to ascertain the positions of comrades. We've been caught in a trap. Everyone, spread out and assess the extent of this confinement. I'll scout from above and see if I can break through this wretched barrier. Roddy swiftly organized the crew, mindful that Kuma Zhu had employed some form of devil fruit power. Overthinking was futile. Revenge could wait until they escaped this predicament. He looked skyward, bending his knees in preparation, tension coiling within him, then launched himself into the air. Sakura 8. Rhapsody. His expression grave, he positioned his sword behind him, summoning an unprecedented concentration of armament haki, then swung toward the black veil, cleaving through the sky and revealing a silver beam of light, an indication of the outside world. With a thud, he landed back on the ground, his feet sinking into the earth, yet Roddy paid it no heed. For he had discerned that although the darkness loomed large, it was not without its limits. Dihua, have you found the boundary? Boss, I have. Dihua shouted back. We are ensconced within a massive rectangular box. To escape, we must dismantle its structure and break free, but the thickness of this box is rather daunting. Previously, he had directed the crew to attack the periphery of the box, but to no avail. Each pirate bore an emotion seed implanted by Dihua, despite the darkness. Within Dihua's unique perception, they appeared as radiant torches scattered throughout the vicinity, outlining the shape of the rectangular prison. I will cleave through this accursed box. Dihua, safeguard against any ambushes that may hinder our efforts. The longer we linger, the less air we have within this box. I suspect Kalub has met with misfortune within this confinement, or else he would have left us some indication. As he spoke, Roddy's countenance darkened ominously. This Kumaju was audacious indeed, attempting to entomb the sky-ravaging pirates entirely in this place. A truly bold endeavor. Sakura-ten trio? Immediately, Rady commenced his assault. Each strike fracturing the surface, though the fissures healed rapidly, they could not keep pace with Rady's destructive force. Outside the black coffin, Kamazui pressed his hands against it. This coffin was, in essence, Kamazui's very being. Each act of devastation inflicted by Rady harmed Kamazui's corporeal form. Yet, Kamazui could not relent. For this was the opportune moment to obliterate the entire Tianwan pirate crew. Mayor, buy me just a minute, that's all I ask. Ensure that the captain of the Tianwan pirate crew cannot strike the black coffin again. He turned to his companion, Yijiyuben, acknowledging the dire circumstances where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Understood. Yijiyuben responded without hesitation, intent on not allowing Rady to escape with his secret weapon. A pursuit that had cost him immense effort to secure. This weapon was also his sole means of vengeance. Within the confines of the black coffin, I shall reveal the enemy's positions, and should the situation grow dire, I will swiftly return you. Kamazui and Yijiyuben exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. I shall join as well. Shimi insisted, eager to follow, yet neither Yijiyuben nor Kamazui acknowledged him. Shimi's prowess was formidable, but it was contingent upon the presence of the mongoose army. Each additional mongoose bolstered his strength, and only when all their might converged upon him did Shimi reach his pinnacle. However, in this instance, devoid of the mongoose army, Shimi's capabilities were drastically diminished. Entering the black coffin would surely lead to his swift demise. Yijiyuben would not permit Shimi to accompany them. Who goes there? Rady halted his attack on the black coffin, startled by the sudden appearance of an individual behind him. His observation haki detected the presence immediately, prompting him to strike. The blade sliced through the darkness, emitting a silvery gleam, as if it had rent the very fabric of space, separating it from the black coffin. Boss, focus on shattering this peculiar box. I will handle this intruder. Diha, ever vigilant around Rady, recognized Yijiyuben and decisively intervened. Dots of light emanated from his crew, converging upon Diha, enhancing his power. The radiant beams are visible only to Dihi. Others are utterly oblivious to them. Emotions surge, a colossal giant. A multicolored behemoth, towering over 5 meters, materializes alongside Dihi, its vibrant hues illuminating the once opaque surroundings. It resembles a self-illuminating humanoid light bulb, its piercing gaze fixated on Yijiyuben as it swings its massive fist, launching a swift assault. Caught off guard by the sudden emergence of Dihi's luminescent creation, Yijiyuben finds himself ensnared in a shadowy void. Rendered blind to the oncoming attack, the strike arrives soundlessly, as if it transcends this realm, leaving Yijiyuben unable to evade the blow. Dihi's colorful fist sweeps through Yijiyuben's form, akin to a fleeting illusion. By the time Yijiyuben regains his senses, Dihi's offensive has concluded, leaving him unaware of the assault he has just endured. He merely perceives that the humanoid light bulb has grown slightly brighter, stirring an instinctive wariness within him, though its origin remains a mystery. Emotions intensify, an immense harvest. The multicolored giant lunges toward Yijiyuben once more, prompting him to dodge hastily. His objective is to thwart the arrival of Rady. Securing just a minute of tranquility could determine their fate. Why engage in combat with Dihi? Thus, Yijiyuben charges at Rady again, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Rady's back. Chapter 146. Let us go. Another opponent approaches. The situation appears dire. Initially, Yijiyuben persistently interrupts Rady's assaults, sometimes enduring hits from Dihi's giant to confront Rady in a life-or-death struggle. However, with each strike from the multicolored giant, Yijiyuben's spirit wanes, gradually rendering him as motionless as a wooden effigy. He refrains from initiating attacks and forsakes defense, surrendering to his fate like a sacrificial lamb. Though success is merely seconds away, Kamazui dares not gamble and hastily extracts Yijiyuben from the fray. Upon seeing him emerge, Shimi clings tightly to Yijiyuben, but soon discerns something amiss. Yijiyuben's eyes are vacant, tranquil, devoid of speech, reminiscent of a living corpse. His body gradually cooling. What is happening? Lord, what is the matter? Just as Shimi panics, Yijiyuben collapses to the ground without resistance. his head striking the floor and bleeding profusely, yet his gaze remains blank, as if lost in a stupor. Look, he seems to be writing something. Kamazui suddenly observes Yubin's hand moving as if inscribing a message. He must be attempting to convey vital information, the key to his salvation. Zimitan suddenly comprehended the situation. He observed the city lord, Yubin, incessantly rubbing his fingers against the ground, inscribing 2 characters. However, due to Yubin's clouded consciousness, the characters appeared exceedingly indistinct. It was challenging to discern their meaning, with only a faint recognition of something related to Qing. Shimi could barely make out a fragment. Still relying on conjecture. What does this signify? City Lord, how are we to interpret this? Shimi was instantly overwhelmed with anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. A series of hurried footsteps approached. Avi arrived, accompanied by Shadi and 2 others from the team. Let Shadi take a look, Avi suggested, nodding towards Shimi. Before directing Shadi to assess the situation, first, they applied pressure to Yubin's head wound to staunch the bleeding, then commenced a diagnosis of his condition. Much like the townsfolk, Yubin exhibited a similar emotional void, albeit in a more pronounced manner. The residents retained feelings of jealousy and rage, while all of Yubin's emotions had seemingly evaporated. As if devoured by some unseen entity, Avi and Shadi stood side by side, and they too noticed the characters Yubin had inscribed. You guessed Qing Anja, correct? I believe it signifies emotion. He is conveying to us that the enemy's devil fruit is linked to emotions, capable of consuming them, and possibly even imposing specific emotions upon others. Who was the individual that engaged him earlier? In this passage, Ivy inquires about Kamazui, as it appears that among the 3 of them, Kamazui holds the authority to make decisions. The vice captain of the Tempest Pirates, the enigmatic Dihua, has never publicly demonstrated his abilities. Yet he possesses the power to manipulate life and death effortlessly. Kamazui is taken aback by this revelation, realizing the potential danger of the emotion fruit. Fortunately, he did not allow them the opportunity to strike, otherwise the situation would have been dire. The emotion fruit, if one were to instill a suicidal emotion upon oneself, would likely lead to self-destruction without any external intervention. Speaking of the emotion fruit, Ivy recalls having encountered something similar in a past life, which was indeed formidable, capable of causing death invisibly, although the limitations of such power remain unknown. Kamazui's mind races, but he soon coughs up blood. While they pause, Rady within the black coffin continues to disrupt the situation. With a single stroke, he cleaves open a fissure the size of a human head, then firmly wedged his katana into the opening, dashing along the split with astounding speed, completing a full circuit in the blink of an eye. Before the wound could heal, Rady leaped skyward, with the hilt of his sword thrust forward and the blade trailing behind. Sakura 1. 5 Concerto, break. The fissure in the black coffin begins to extend wildly from the scar, rapidly spreading throughout the entire structure. In that moment, Kamazui finds himself utterly incapable of mending the myriad cracks, overwhelmed by their sheer number. With a cacophonous explosion reminiscent of fireworks, the black coffin bursts forth in a dazzling display, and Kamazui suffers a backlash, his body riddled with cracks akin to those on the coffin, with blood gushing uncontrollably. Shadi, see if there is any hope left. Ivy, unfamiliar with Kamazui, is nonetheless willing to assist him, which speaks volumes, for she is not as benevolent as Shadi. There must be a way. Ivy's insinuation does not escape Shadi's notice, and without a moment's hesitation, she retorts, it's merely blood loss. My fruit ability is the self-fruit. And healing is as simple as watering a plant. Stem cells, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, let them all divide and regenerate with fervor. While Shadi busies herself with her task, Ivy's gaze shifts to Dihua, whose gigantic, multicolored form is impossible to overlook, a veritable beacon of color. Is it really necessary to flaunt such a massive light bulb in broad daylight? What a waste of energy. As she critiques, she turns to Golden Week and queries, do you have confidence in dealing with this? Emotion, after all, is a manifestation of the psyche, and Golden Week possesses an extraordinary talent for mental prowess. Having undergone extensive training, the time has come for you to shine, Golden Week. Just give me a moment. Are you joking? Do you have confidence? Ivy retorts, are you mocking me, you rascal? In the eyes of the Golden Week, the vibrant giant of Diha is composed of countless intricate lines, each representing emotions not belonging to Diha but drawn from others, resulting in an entangled web of connections. The solution seems straightforward. Simply unravel the emotional threads entwined around Diha. However, this perspective is unique to the Golden Week. Others cannot perceive these emotional bindings, seeing only a diminutive, 5-meter-tall colorful giant. With a flourish, the Golden Week extracted a plethora of paintbrushes from his belt, forming a vibrant heap on the ground, meticulously organized. This spectacle left Ivy utterly astonished. Until now, she believed that only the pocket of the robotic cat and the fearsome beauty's wrath were bottomless, capable of containing countless items. Now, she could add the Golden Week's belt to that list. The Golden Week began by sketching a pair of scissors with his hands, his index and middle fingers opening and closing as if to snip something. Then, he adorned his feet with a small wing, presumably intended for flight. But could merely drawing a wing truly enable one to soar? This reminded Ivy of a film she had watched in her previous life, the renowned comedy Ghostbusters, which bore a striking resemblance to Golden Week. Both narratives explore the profound influence of mental power on reality, thereby altering certain aspects of existence. In Ghostbusters, the character Joe casually crafts a paper airplane from a newspaper, enabling him to soar through the skies. Likewise, one might surmise that if Golden Week were to draw small wings upon his feet, he too could take flight. Ultimately, Ivy witnessed Golden Week painting and doodling upon himself. And before long, he completely vanished from sight. In that moment, Ivy was oblivious to the presence of Golden Week, as if he had ceased to exist. Were it not for the paintbrushes on the ground disappearing one after another, Golden Week would indeed have gone unnoticed by anyone. This time, it is assured. Spartan. Surely you did not find it satisfying just now. Conveniently, that fellow is also a swordsman, so I shall leave him to you and refrain from competing. Pay no heed to those twinkling little lights. The Golden Week will take care of them. I shall await your triumphant return here. The recording pointer will only be fully registered by tomorrow, and since a swift resolution is futile, it would be far better for Spartan to hone his skills. After all, practical experience is the most expedient path to enhancing one's prowess. Chapter 147, Severing the 7 Emotions for the Living Dead on Geary Pineapple Island. An eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. Aside from the occasional metallic clang resonating from the island's center, all is still. It truly evokes the desolation of a world devoid of life. Upon closer inspection, many citizens within the city stand motionless in the streets like wooden stakes, their eyes vacant. Resembling the living dead, all emotions flow along an invisible thread, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, continuously converging into the form of a colossal, multicolored giant. This giant rapidly expands, growing from an initial height of 5 meters to over 10 meters, reaching the minimum standard for giants. This minimum height for adult giants is 12 meters. Beings like Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling are classified as enormous human aberrations, not true giants. At this moment, Diha's visage is grotesque and terrifying, as he absorbs the emotions of every person and creature on the island. Clearly, he has reached his limit, yet he persists, as he strides swiftly towards Ivy. A nagging sensation hints that something is amiss. He is missing someone. With the enhancement granted by the multicolored giant, Dia's observational vigilance has significantly heightened. However, due to the overwhelming absorption of emotions, his control over his body has become unstable. He can no longer halt his advance and believes that no one can withstand him. Kumazue is nearly lifeless, and Iji has been rendered a mere husk on the ground. Diha is aware of Shimi's intelligence, without the army of mongooses. She poses no concern. Thus, the only threat remains Ivy and her companions, and he possesses the ability to eliminate them without a trace, rendering them incapable of retaliating. Though a faint sense of caution lingers in his mind, he swiftly dismisses it. With a colossal stride, he appears above Shadi, to attempt a rescue. Does he truly underestimate my heavenly chaos pirates? Roaring, he stomps down silently. Unless witnessed, no one would discern that Shadi is intently healing Kumazue, his sixth sense honed through battle, utterly oblivious to the impending threat. Not ready yet. In an instant, Ivy interposes herself between Shadi and Diha, casting a glance at the heated clash between Spartan and his opponent, and remarks with sarcasm. Where has Golden Week gone? There hasn't been a stir. The Wujigan twirls rapidly in her grasp, generating a vortex of gravitational force, propelling Ivy into the sky as she charges towards Diha. Where did they go? Through the observation of the vibrant giant, Ivy was unable to detect any trace of Diha, which was utterly inconceivable. Was this not akin to the powers of the natural realm, if not surpassing them? The situation was hopeless. With a sweeping strike, Ivy aimed at the colossal foot of the colorful giant, dispersing its illusory form, akin to a watercolor painting being half erased. Yet, in an instant, the image restored itself, unimpeded. As the foot of the giant descended perilously close to Shadi. What a predicament! Ivy found himself at a loss. Battling such an adversary was immensely frustrating. as the enemy could strike without reprisal. Just as the vibrant foot was about to make contact, Avi swiftly embraced Shadi, pulling him close, while simultaneously grasping the collar of Kamazui's garment, vanishing in a blink. Golden Week. Little Jojo, are we ready? Avi shouted as they materialized in a relatively secure location. What is happening? Why the sudden shift? Shadi, still bewildered, looked up at Avi with wide, confused eyes before glancing towards the spot where Kamazui had been treated. Now overshadowed by the looming foot, a jolt of realization struck him, and he offered Avi a sweet smile. Thanks. I'll be fine shortly. No need for gratitude among companions. Just remember to share some meat with me next time. Avi replied, waving his hands, momentarily speaking without thinking, nearly inciting an incident. Thankfully, he refrained from revealing too much. A cunning heart with no courage, a lecherous thought crossed Shadi's mind, though he quickly masked his confusion, resolutely tending to Kamazui. Under Shadi's diligent care, Kamazui's breathing began to stabilize, his eyelids fluttering slightly as if he were on the verge of awakening. Rest easy, although I have treated you. Your body has endured significant strain and requires recuperation. Do not move, Shadi instructed. In essence, Kamazui was gravely malnourished. Shadi's control over the cell fruits relied on Kamazui's own cells, and cell division necessitated nourishment, rendering Kamazui exceedingly weak, unable to even twitch a finger. Thank you. What is the situation now? Kamazui managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper, so faint that without Shadi's observation haki, it would have been inaudible. Leave everything to us. Just focus on resting. Sleep now, and when you awaken, everything will be resolved, Shadi reassured, glancing at the city lord, Yujiyuban, lying not far off. A smirk involuntarily crossed his lips, while Kamazui could only muster a bitter smile in response. My old friend, we are indeed kindred spirits. There is a certain relief in entrusting everything to others, Kamazui consoled himself. The last memory he held was of Yujiyuban resting his head on Shimi's lap, a gesture known as a knee pillow, before closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. Everything will be fine. I have discovered a method to confront him. It will be resolved shortly. Why the haste? Avi has also deemed it essential to engage with the Golden Week, which at this moment revolves around the resplendent giant of Diha, seeking out pivotal nodes. Emotions can ultimately be categorized into a few primary types: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, surprise, and other auxiliary feelings that branch out from these. The Golden Week is persistently in search of these significant nodes. By severing one major node, a substantial portion of the associated emotions can be cut off, akin to amputating a limb. Snip. There is no sound, yet as the Golden Week makes its decisive cut, one seems to witness a plethora of joyful laughter, an exuberance so profound that it appears as though no worldly troubles exist. And joy is innate. This is the node of happiness. Following this, 3 additional cuts are made, severing the nodes of anger, sorrow, and contemplation. Simultaneously, the figure of the resplendent giant shrinks to half its size. A sudden surge of overwhelming sadness erupts within Diha, a longing for an end to life. As the essence of existence feels utterly mundane, surrounded by the AV pirate crew, anxiety grips the heart, with no desire to resist. The urge to abandon everything and flee arises, yet this impulse is swiftly washed away by a wave of desolation, leading one to ponder the futility of fear in a life devoid of meaning. If death is to come, let it come. The colors of the resplendent giant shift rapidly, disappearing in a fleeting moment to reveal Diha, who collapses to the ground like a wooden figure, transformed into the second lord of the city, lamentably without a comforting lap to rest upon. No, this is bad. The first mate has been defeated. What to do? Help. Don't kill me. I was coerced. Flee. Escape. In the instant Dia falls unconscious, a calm mist devoid of fear permeates, charging towards the Tianluan pirate crew alongside Robin and Cornus, plunging them into chaos. Initially, the members of the Tianluan pirate crew are characterized solely by their composure, unafraid of death, but upon the return of other emotions, their inherent fear of mortality becomes starkly evident. This band of pirates epitomizes the archetype of the weak bullying the strong, disregarding their captain who is still engaged in battle with Sparta and begins to scatter in all directions. The expression on Lady S' face darkens to that of a charred pot, nothing but darkness. Chapter 148. Almost letting the big fish escape. How thrilling. Excellent. Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. The departure of one brother after another causes Lady to lose control of the fury swelling within him. Just a moment prior, all was well, Dia stood majestic while the AV crew had nowhere to run from the resplendent giant as pursuit. Lady, aware of his companion's capabilities, felt no concern. Yet in the next heartbeat, Dia lunged forward with a speed that caught Lady off guard, and soon after, all of his subordinates fled. In that instant, the once formidable Tianwan pirate crew, which had been a source of anguish for countless formidable figures in the New World, is reduced to Lady standing alone, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. The disparity is so immense that those with a slightly weaker mental fortitude might be driven to despair. However, within Lade's heart, only fury resided. He cast a glance at Ivy and her companions. The katana clashed with the white wolf, forming a cross, and with a sudden motion, he withdrew the blade, his body twisting backward to evade the onslaught of Spartan that swept above him. In a swift reversal, he aimed the katana backward, targeting Spartan's vulnerable back. Though Lade's maneuver was astute, Spartan was no mere adversary. In a fraction of a second, he reacted, positioning his blade horizontally to counter Lade's katana tip. The immense force caused Spartan's lower body to falter, propelling him forward with great momentum. This moment is fraught with peril for Sparta, while simultaneously presenting an opportune moment for Rady to deliver a decisive blow against them. Taking a life has always been an effortless endeavor. The human body is rife with vulnerabilities, and a mere caress of a sharp instrument can extinguish a soul. The origins of combat techniques are precisely to facilitate the artful and effective elimination of adversaries or to shield oneself from assaults aimed at vital points. At this moment, the Spartan shield had slipped from his grasp. To someone like Lady, a formidable thief, the Spartan appeared merely as a lifeless corpse lying on the ground. However, Lady chose not to seize this opportunity. Instead, he fled without looking back. His rapid departure starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor, where he seemed ready to engage in a relentless battle to the death against Ivy and her companions. Ivy watched in disbelief as Lady distanced himself, only to realize that Lady had not intended to confront her after all. Rather, he had feigned his anger to mislead her into believing he would not escape. Ironically, it was precisely at this moment that Lady chose to flee. It is not difficult to comprehend the intense animosity that Reddy harbors towards Ivy and her crew. It is akin to an unrelenting torrent, ceaseless and uncontrollable. However, the prerequisite for vengeance is the preservation of one's life. Despite his morbid arrogance and reckless demeanor, Reddy, in moments of clarity, places great value on his own existence. The circumstances have become painfully clear. The Sky Pirates have met their demise, leaving him as a solitary figure, while his adversaries, Ivy and her crew, have yet to unleash their full potential. For a person of intellect, the choice is abundantly straightforward. How astute. At this juncture, even Ivy can only commend him for his wisdom. This is the essence of piracy, harboring immense grudges that can be swallowed and concealed, allowing for continued growth until the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to one's foes arises. Do not let him escape. He possesses a fragment of an ancient weapon, and it is imperative that it does not fall into his hands, for that would precipitate a monumental crisis. After Dia transformed into a living dead, GG, the once lifeless being has finally regained consciousness, albeit still bewildered by the events that transpired, how Kuma fell, why the black coffin shattered, the presence of Ivy's crew. And the fate of Sonata remains uncertain. These matters can be considered later. Upon witnessing Reddy's retreat, Yijiyuben abruptly awakened from his stupor and called out to Ivy with great urgency. Ancient weapons. Ivy, Robin, and Shaddy gazed intently at Yijiyuben, for even a fragmented ancient weapon held great significance. Currently, only 3 ancient weapons are known to exist: Pluto, the king of the underworld; Poseidon, the king of the seas; and Uranus, the king of the heavens. Yijiyuben has now revealed to Ivy that Reddy has taken away a fragment of an ancient weapon. Setting aside the question of how Yijiyuben came to possess ancient weapons, the mere news of this event carries immense weight for Ivy and his companions. Robin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, a keen interest ignited within him. To Robin, everything related to the past is a historical relic worthy of study, particularly as he seeks to uncover the mysteries of the blank century. Shaddy had previously encountered intelligence from the Special Organization of the Marines, CP, and was aware that a group was executing a covert mission in Water City, seemingly connected to the king of the underworld. The secrecy surrounding that mission was profound, and Shaddy had overheard it while accompanying Kazara to the world government. Although the world government and the Marines operate within the same system, they are not part of the same department. The world government serves as the superior entity to the Marines, and one cannot venture there freely. Only under specific orders can one gain access. Since that encounter, Shadi has not returned to the world government and remains unaware if the CP organization obtained Pluto from Water City. Ivy was the first to react, swiftly pursuing Reddy. Ancient weapons. What magnificent instruments of power. The thought is almost unfathomable. Ivy harbored regrets about not being able to bring back Poseidon, the living embodiment of an ancient weapon. From Fishman Island, an actual being, a grand fishman, and the princess of Fishman Island, which was also under Whitebeard's domain. He dared not attempt it. Likewise, he lamented not acquiring the design for Pluto from Frankie while in Water City. Each ancient weapon possesses the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Poseidon commands all sea kings and is invincible in the ocean, while a single blast from Pluto can obliterate an entire island, erasing it from the world map. Its lethality is beyond imagination. Thus, how could Ivy allow an ancient weapon, frolicking before him, to escape? Reddy's speed was remarkable. Having gained a head start and now seeing the sea ahead, however, Ivy's speed surpassed his own. His swiftness was beyond mere flight. In a matter of moments, he caught up to Reddy and overtook him. Yet one pressing thought emerged in Ivy's mind: the design of the ancient weapon. He had forgotten to inquire about its appearance. No matter, he would incapacitate Reddy and then return to question the city lord. As Reddy skidded to a halt, observing Ivy blocking his path and realizing he was alone, he decisively took action. It was unfortunate that they had not engaged in a proper battle last time. Thus, this time, you shall lie here, accompanying my brothers in their eternal rest. Bang! Reedy's assault was fierce and formidable, his strength merely a shade weaker than that of Sonata, placing him among the ranks of the upper echelon under the four emperors. However, he was no match for Ivy, destined for a sorrowful fate. The infinite staff was wielded by Ivy with effortless grace, transforming the complex into the simple, and vice versa. It was a manifestation of two realms, with Ivy now gravitating towards the latter. Each strike Ivy delivered was perfectly timed to intersect with Reedy's moments of exertion, simple, yet not as easy as it appeared, requiring keen insight. Each thrust, sweep, and strike was laden with profound significance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be so powerful? The more he attacked, the more Reedy was gripped by astonishment. Was this a newcomer who had just stepped into the new world? How could such a formidable novice exist? Dealing with him felt akin to handling a mere child, so unervingly composed. Nothing is impossible. Lay down. Amid Reedy's moment of bewilderment, Ivy struck him on the back of the head with his staff, his exquisite control ensuring Reedy would lose consciousness without meeting his demise. The deed was done. It seemed rain was imminent, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Regrettably, I had no clothes hanging outside to collect, so there was no need to gather them. As Ivy turned to leave, he noticed Robin and Shadi approaching with laughter, waving cheerfully. As he began to retrace his steps, Ivy cast a confident glance around the battlefield. Uncertain of the ancient weapon's nature, he took precautions to prevent it from being reclaimed. Like a skilled excavator, he grasped Reedy's collar with his left hand while hoisting a sizable patch of earth with his right. Ahem, Ivy coughed maturely, exercising caution to avert unforeseen mishaps. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 149. The End and a New Beginning. Boom. The patch of earth held aloft by Ivy suddenly crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, from which several figures gradually emerged. Shadi, coughing as he approached, exclaimed, "Ivy, you scoundrel. Couldn't you have given us a heads up?" Thankfully. Don't you think our entrance was rather dashing? For the resilient Ivy, Shadi's furious assault was hardly felt, as he continued, lost in his own thoughts. Dashing? What childishness! At that moment, Ivy, gripping Reedy's collar, approached the waiting figure of Yijiyubin, shaking Reedy's limp body like a rag doll. Clatter! A multitude of items tumbled out: gold coins, a log pose, a black orb, and lastly, a pair of undergarments that raised a brow. Well, let us skip over that topic. Look what I've brought, dear lord of the city. Where might that ancient weapon be? Upon their return, Avi and Robin had indeed conducted an examination, discovering nothing extraordinary on Lydie. Had there been blueprints for ancient weaponry or maps revealing the locations of such relics, Avi would have secured them long ago. Alas, there was nothing of the sort. It was merely this. The still frail lord, with the assistance of Shimi, grasped the black orb in his hand and exclaimed with delight, "What is this?" Avi gazed at it uncertainly, thinking, "Are you jesting with me?" Noticing Avi's skeptical expression, Yijiyubin understood that without a reasonable explanation, this matter would remain unresolved. Taking a deep breath, filled with contemplative reminiscence, Yijiyubin slowly began, "I stumbled upon this object by sheer coincidence. At that time, Charlotte Lingling launched a frenzied assault on my homeland solely because we were renowned for our baked confections. She remarked. A nation famed for its pastries must surely emit an exquisite aroma when set ablaze. Having lost my home, I managed to escape under my father's orders. By chance, I found myself on an island that appeared to have endured an unimaginable cataclysm, with remnants of destruction strewn everywhere. At the island's heart stood a towering tree, eternally verdant. My memories of the island are now hazy. I only know that upon my departure, I found this in my possession, along with its name and method of use. This weapon is called the Thunderclap, and according to the information I gathered, the Hades ship was constructed based on this very model, capable of obliterating an entire island. As Yuji Yubin's recollection came to an end, he pondered that had Kamazui been awake, he would understand the audacious confidence Yuji Yubin possessed. Even in the face of the formidable Charlotte Lingling, despite their vast disparity in strength. How does one use it? AVS interest peaked. If what the Lord had said was indeed true, this small black orb could indeed uphold the legacy of ancient weaponry. Regrettably, it was flawed. Its energy could only be utilized once. With a bittersweet smile, Yuji Yubin shook his head. After this encounter, and witnessing the sorrow that enveloped the island, his spirits had considerably diminished. He turned to the supportive Shimi and smiled warmly. Avi, may I ask a favor of you? Of course. What is it, Lord? Under Yuji Yubin's serious tone, Avi felt compelled to adopt a solemn demeanor, nodding earnestly. Having shared so much, I trust you understand my deep-seated animosity towards Charlotte Lingling. However, Yuji Yubin sighed heavily. I cannot allow my hatred to render my people homeless, subject to the same despair. I wish to remain here. Therefore, I humbly ask you, should the opportunity arise, to give Charlotte Lingling a sound thrashing, would you? This was not a forceful demand, but rather a plea. Whether he complied was entirely up to him. He offered the ancient weapon, Thunderclap, as a token of gratitude for saving Giri Pineapple Island. As he handed the Thunderclap to Avi, it felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving him considerably more at ease. Rest assured, Lord, I accept your request. Avi replied earnestly, holding the Thunderclap with a grave expression. There is no need for any psychological burden. This is merely a modest wish of mine. Each individual is inherently aware of their own circumstances. Currently, E.G. Yubin finds himself devoid of the capability for vengeance, as his hands have been rendered incapable after Kuma's rescue, having been severed by Diha. He can no longer wield a firearm, let alone seek retribution. The prowess of Sanada is already formidable, and the might of Charlotte Lingling surpasses even that. Although IVI has rescued the inhabitants of the island, he has inevitably incurred the ire of Charlotte Lingling. E.G. Yubin has made prior arrangements for his own safety, so he is not overly concerned. As long as he remains vigilant against the machinations of Lingling's pirate crew. The journey that awaits IVI and his companions leads directly to the formidable Big Mom pirates. And the Thunder Bomb is indeed a fitting gift for him. However, this is a desire he has harbored for a long time, and without justification. He has unceremoniously handed it to IVI, leaving E.G. Yubin feeling quite unsettled. Thus, he made a request, hoping that in the future, IVI and his crew might employ the Thunder Bomb to save his life. As night fell, the inhabitants of Giri Pineapple Island remained industrious. The destruction wrought by battle had left numerous buildings in ruins, rendering reconstruction all the more arduous. In the mayor's residence, a celebratory banquet was underway. For despite the brutality of combat, a festivity was equally essential. After receiving E.G. Yubin's consent, Robin retreated to the study to delve into the island's history. Meanwhile, IVI and Golden Week indulged in a hearty meal, justifying their appetite by stating that they had exerted considerable effort, which warranted nourishment. Shimi's father, Shilin, also attended. Reflecting on the complexities of his feelings towards an old friend with whom he nearly severed ties due to his daughter. Yet, this occasion revealed the depth of affection between Shimi and E.G. Yubin. Shimi was willing to sacrifice her life for E.G. Yubin, who in turn could forsake vengeance for her sake. Such profound emotions are not easily thwarted, especially considering their mere age difference of over 20 years. A strong drink was swallowed, and the two shared a knowing smile. Little Lindsay, forgive me. What little Lindsay? How disrespectful. Address me as father-in-law. With a frown. Shailene regarded E.G. Yubin with disdain. Yes, esteemed father-in-law. E.G. Yubin felt a tinge of embarrassment, being a year older than Shailene, and having fallen for his daughter. However, after a few drinks, such matters seemed trivial. Are you truly willing to part with that? I don't need it. What good does it serve to keep it? I feel much lighter and more liberated without it. The relationship between Shilin and E.G. Yuban evolved from long-standing friends to that of father-in-law and son-in-law, adding layers of complexity. Time passed swiftly. Before long, the magnetic field on the recording needle was full, signaling that it was time to embark on the golden ship. Hands waved fervently as they bid farewell to Mayor E.G. Yuban and the others. Uncle Mayor, I shall miss you. In the realm of ancient weaponry, the thunderous might of the roaring thunder was bestowed upon oneself, igniting an ardor within Ace that was nothing short of fervent. In the New World, within a certain maritime expanse near Wano, Ace and the Spade pirates had scarcely departed when they encountered the invasion of the Yonko, Kaido. The Emperor of Wano and the great samurai exhibited no semblance of resistance as Kaido unleashed his full-scale assault. At this juncture, Ace found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Caught within a colossal whirlpool, beset by tempestuous winds, torrential rain, and incessant thunderclaps. On the open sea, any occurrence is conceivable, and this tempest that Ace faced was unparalleled in its ferocity. With the aid of his comrades, he barely managed to escape, but not without losses. Some companions would forever remain in eternal slumber beneath the waves, embracing their destined fate. Let us part ways. These words were painstakingly extracted from Ace's throat. Each syllable a mournful echo, as he crouched on the ground, hands clasped tightly over his face, allowing the rain to drench him. Throughout this journey into the new world, he had lost one companion after another, and at last, he could no longer contain his anguish. To pursue his own dreams at the expense of others' lives, what a cruel jest. Grabbing Ace by the collar, the boss bellowed in a deep, thunderous voice, "Do you think we are here to play along with you? Wake up. If you cannot endure such minor setbacks, what kind of man are you? What kind of pirate king do you aspire to be?" Spittle flew from his lips, striking Ace's face, yet Ace remained as unresponsive as a lifeless fish. "I am not afraid of death, but I fear for your lives." Ace's eyes, devoid of light, fixed upon the boss as he finally voiced his innermost thoughts. He did not fear death. When he initially decided to set sail and strive to become the Pirate King, he had cast aside the notion of life and death. However, he was terrified of losing the boss, of losing Mihawk, of losing Saba and Bali, of watching his comrades perish before his very eyes, just as he had witnessed Sabo's demise. That feeling of helplessness had truly crushed Ace. Days later, Ace set out alone, without a single companion, determined to seek out Whitebeard. It was unclear whether he sought to defeat this legendary hero of his father Roger's era to prove himself, or if he yearned to end his own life. In that moment, Ace was adrift, desperately in need of a goal to distract him from his turmoil. Meanwhile, in a certain sea of the New World aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, approached Whitebeard and said, "Dad, do you remember the friend I mentioned to you before? He has recently found himself in a bit of trouble and wishes to fly your flag on the island. He promises to adhere to our rules." Whitebeard was an imposing figure, towering at around 4 meters, with his distinctive beard, seated heavily in a chair. His chest and body adorned with tubes and 4 lines, continuously consuming alcohol. This colossal elder, the only man to have ever matched the Pirate King Roger in combat, was a legendary monster. Apart from the oblivious Avi, the elderly Blue Phoenix, he was universally recognized as the strongest pirate in the world today, the man closest to One Piece. However, Whitebeard was no longer the robust figure he once was. Time had transformed him, and while the waves of change continued to surge, he remained steadfast, refusing to yield, becoming the target for all subsequent tides to chase. "Bring him up." As the voice of Whitebeard faded, an elderly gentleman with graying hair approached. If Ivy were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him. This was E.G. Yuban. Ivy could hardly fathom that E.G. Yuban could forge a connection with Whitebeard. It was clear that E.G. Yuban had meticulously planned everything, initially intending to seek vengeance against Charlotte Lingling. He decided instead to send a letter to ally himself with Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's formidable prowess as a pirate king, the safety of Giri Pineapple Island would be significantly enhanced under his banner. This would alleviate the heavy burden of his quest for revenge against Charlotte Lingling. Although he had already slain one of her sons, given Charlotte Lingling's protective nature, she would undoubtedly exact a devastating reprisal upon Giri Pineapple Island. "Father," he called respectfully to Whitebeard, instructing his subordinates to bring forth an abundance of wine. "I heard from Marco that you enjoy a good drink, so I brought some local specialties from the island, hoping they will please you." E.G. Yuban, being considerably younger than Whitebeard, felt no discomfort in addressing him as father. "Let us have a look," Whitebeard exclaimed, disregarding any formalities as he beckoned for the wine to be brought forth. Grabbing a jug, He began to pour the contents into his mouth, droplets splashing onto his clothing, dampening it. Marco shifted slightly, but chose not to intervene. Today, E.G. Yubin had come seeking a favor, and it was prudent not to overshadow him. He would let the situation unfold naturally. Thus, he stood aside, smiling, while discreetly pushing all the wine out of reach of Whitebeard. E.G. Yubin watched with a smile as Whitebeard, after finishing one jug, carelessly tossed it aside. The jug, of decent quality, rolled a few times on the deck without shattering. Just as he prepared to grab another jug, he noticed that the wine had vanished, leaving only Marco grinning beside him. "Father, you have already indulged quite a bit today. Consuming more may not be good for your health, don't you think?" Marco remarked, glancing at the nurses and doctors surrounding Whitebeard. "Indeed, father," added the doctors and nurses, "you have numerous underlying injuries, and they are beginning to affect your heart and lungs. It would be unwise to consume excessive alcohol and rich foods, as they do not contribute positively to your well-being." Whitebeard was not one to dismiss the advice of medical professionals, yet the pull of his craving for alcohol was hard to resist. He laughed heartily and said, "Young man, I just heard from my son that you've run into some trouble and wish to fly my flag. Is that true? Speak up. What sort of trouble have you stirred?" Due to health reasons, Whitebeard has seldom left the ship in recent years, relying on his subordinates to handle affairs. His formidable reputation has deterred any foolish challengers from provoking the Whitebeard pirates. Consequently, he has developed a keen interest in the tales of others, treating them as a source of amusement. Thus, Gu promptly narrated the events on the island in meticulous detail, of course omitting any mention of his quest for vengeance against Charlotte Linlin or his covert support for the Revolutionary Army. He merely recounted how the tumultuous actions of the Tianluan pirates incited a conflict between Charlotte Sonata and himself. With the assistance of Ivy, he ultimately succeeded in resolving the situation with both the Tianluan pirates and Sonata. However, Sonata met his demise in the process, and to evade retaliation from the Big Mom pirates, he sought the aid of his longtime friend, Marco, hoping for the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. What splendid news! The eradication of the troublesome Tianluan pirates is indeed cause for celebration. After laughing heartily, Whitebeard noticed Marco's silence as he failed to offer him a drink. Alas, how the tides of human nature have shifted. Once, young Marco was so perceptive, able to discern with a mere glance whether to present a drink or a blade. Now, he remains unresponsive. The young man named Ivy possesses intriguing potential, having just entered the New World and already vanquished a commander under that madwoman. His future achievements are boundless. I truly hope for an opportunity to meet him. Very well, I shall grant your request. However, the monthly supply of this wine shall amount to 500 casks, and it cannot be lessened. Thus, Gus's objectives were achieved, and Marco escorted him out. After all, how could old friends not share a drink together? Chapter 151. A personal encounter with death. The supporting pirate The Spring Breeze was gentle, and the sun shone brightly. The golden ship sailed leisurely across the sea, with its crew efficiently performing their designated tasks. Ivy sat at the bow, lost in thought. Robin, Golden Week, Shaddy, and Cornus lounged on deck chairs, basking in the warm sunlight. Sparta trained in the ship's gym, the rhythmic movements causing the golden ship to sway gently, akin to a swing. After advising Ivy to observe the clouds above, Shaji joined Enel in studying the thunderclap that Ivy had brought back. In the ship's laboratory, donning radiation masks and goggles, they directed Enel in conducting minute discharges to analyze the internal structure and energy source. Boom! A series of cannon blasts erupted, shaking the golden ship from all sides. "Ivy, what is happening?" In the laboratory, a sudden explosion echoed, evidently disrupting Shaji's experiment, leading to its failure. Enraged, he rushed out, a plume of black smoke escaping the laboratory, dissipating into the ether, leaving nothing behind. Unbeknownst to anyone, for pirate ships emerged around the golden ship, advancing towards it. Meanwhile, AI Wei had vanished. Initially, AI Wei had followed Shaji's instructions, keeping a vigilant eye on the clouds above, ready to inform Shaji of any changes. The weather in the New World is notoriously unpredictable. Without vigilant observation, the entire crew could easily find themselves in peril. However, it was clear that AI Wei had not fulfilled this task adequately. Where could AI Wei be at this moment? Shaji was oblivious, and had he known, no amount of punishment could assuage the resentment brewing within him. He had nearly succeeded in penetrating the inner workings of the thunderous roar, conducting experiments on the energy it harnessed. Then, this calamity struck. A slight misstep could have resulted in AI Wei and his companions bidding each other a final farewell. sinking into eternal slumber beneath the overwhelming might of the thunderous roar. The crew aboard the approaching ship, upon hearing this, wisely made way, having received only a minor warning. Should they fail to heed this caution, they would face the unrelenting wrath of the Plunderers' Alliance. Indeed, it is a classic case of the wicked crying out first. In such an expansive sea, what could possibly obstruct your path? Is the New World truly your dominion? Such audacity in your speech. Do you possess any sense? Your arrogance is astounding. Shaji, filled with exasperation, chuckled darkly, wiping away the remnants of darkness from his face. Casting a glance at Enelu, who had long since fled without a care in the world, one can only imagine the depths of Shaji's frustration. Why is it that, despite being at the forefront of peril, he bears the brunt of misfortune while Enelu escapes unscathed? Thus, he could only vent his ire upon these unfortunate yet conceited pirates. Speaking of a plundering alliance? Bah, I have never even heard of such a trivial faction. A stroke of ill fortune has befallen me. Misery reigns supreme. Joy turns to sorrow. All endeavors seem to falter. Extracting his blank tome of curses, he unleashed a barrage of maledictions before comfortably producing a telescope to survey the misfortunes of his adversaries across the way. As the pirate who had just shouted his bravado concluded his proclamation, a pigeon soared from the horizon, depositing a foul droppings directly into the mouth of the boastful pirate before he could even comprehend the situation. What was that? Before he could react, it was already swallowed. By the heavens, that damned pigeon! He could scarcely attend to the task his captain had entrusted him with, instead doubling over the side of the ship, clawing at his throat with increasing desperation until blood began to flow. At that moment, a pirate laden with an overflowing platter of dishes ambled by. His vision obscured by the stack, and inadvertently collided with the retching pirate, sending him tumbling overboard. Fortuitously, as he fell, his feet struck the deck, cramping painfully. Leaving him no chance to call for aid, he drowned without respite. Did I just collide with something? The plate-carrying pirate, perplexed, peered from behind his dishes, utterly unaware of the consequences of his actions. You wretched little cur! Do you even realize you just sent my brother to his doom? The unfortunate pirate who had perished beneath the waves suddenly manifested, eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at the now-vanished brother, his heart ablaze with wrath. Drawing his cutlass, he charged forth. Help! The pirate abandoned his platter and turned to flee, but how could a mere server hope to escape the fury of a seasoned swordsman? The experienced fighter swiftly outpaced him, raising his blade, when suddenly, a pristine white plate shattered against his face, shards embedding into his eyes, drenching him in crimson. The tumultuous scene was far from over when a baseball bat inexplicably appeared beneath the feet of the pirate captain. With a swift motion, it soared upward, causing the cutlass to falter in its grip, ultimately landing among the throngs of pirates on the gangplank. With a resounding crash, it plunged into the sea, joining the captain's brethren. Damn it! Who threw that plate? Step forward. Many pirates, struck by the object, erupted in a chorus of curses, creating a cacophony of noise. Enough with the bickering. Can't anyone grant me a moment of peace? Shouted a bald pirate, who appeared to be the captain, as he stormed onto the gangplank. Meanwhile, the cutlass, still gracefully suspended in the air, hesitated to descend. However, upon the bald captain's emergence, it seemed to recognize its purpose, ceasing its aerial dance and spiraling downward. Ah, my foot! Who has struck my foot? The blade pierced the captain's foot, inciting his fury as he sought the culprit. His gaze fell upon a scar-faced pirate, who bore a look of trepidation, brandishing a weapon, and notably, he was an underling of the captain's rival. The captain had no reason to doubt that this was a conspiracy. Recalling the glances exchanged during their earlier discussions, those of a corpse, dark suspicions began to brew in his mind. Strike first to avoid calamity. Kill! A gunshot rang out. The scar-faced pirate, bewildered, collapsed onto the gangplank, a bullet-sized crater forming in his skull, blood seeping forth. His eyes wide with shock. The scar-faced pirate had no nefarious intentions toward the bald captain. He had merely been fortunate enough to evade the barrage that struck every other pirate on the gangplank. The accuracy of the attack led him to suspect that someone lurked in the shadows, targeting them. Drawing his blade, he remained vigilant while preparing to dash into the ship's hold to inform his superior of his discoveries. Yet, the emergence of the bald captain heralded his doom. Reflecting on this, the scar-faced pirate found himself unable to rest in peace. The unfolding chaos felt as if the Grim Reaper had arrived, claiming one soul after another, ultimately ensnaring all the pirates aboard the 4 vessels in turmoil. The air was thick with the clashing of swords and gunfire, and the deafening sounds of cannons wreaking havoc upon one another. When Avi resurfaced from the depths of the sea, he beheld the 4 ships in disarray, on the brink of sinking. What transpired? Soaked to the bone, Avi stood bewildered on the deck, having merely taken a nap, only to awaken in the ocean. How had 4 ships appeared, now nearing their demise? What had he missed? Chapter 152, Momonosuke, perished. You have missed quite the spectacle. After tossing the telescope to Ivy, Shaji returned to his laboratory. Observing the pirates succumbing one after another like victims of a contagion, the resentment that had filled Shaji's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a blissful sensation that was truly intoxicating. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure with his formidable self-discipline. Bewildered, he took hold of the telescope and glanced at the 4 ships on the verge of sinking. No, 3 ships, as one had already succumbed to the depths. With Robin's explanation, Ivy finally grasped the situation. By the sea, is there no sense of piracy among them? Instead of seizing their treasures, they let everything slip away into the ocean. What purpose does the sea serve? Can it be consumed? We scarcely possess any treasures left. Are they waiting for us to dismantle the golden ship to procure gold? How absurd. One after another, devoid of any piratical awareness. Do they not realize that aside from this solid gold vessel, they are bereft of riches? Do they lack berries as well? Truly, those who do not manage a household know not the value of rice and oil. Thus, Ivy, with an earnest determination akin to that of a world savior, soared majestically towards the sinking ship. Help! I am the vice leader of the Plunder Alliance. If you save me, I can nominate you for the position of Chief Guardian. What do you say? Who will rescue me? I will grant you all my treasures. The sound of bubbling water echoed as some unfortunate pirates, still clinging to life, struggled desperately. Others, upon seeing Ivy, began to propose various terms in hopes of securing their own salvation. Silence. Ivy's countenance turned icy as a terrifying aura erupted forth, instilling fear in those in the water. The unfortunate souls felt their bodies grow numb, their legs cramping, as they sunk beneath the waves. Indeed, do not hinder my quest for treasures. Time is money. If one moves slowly, the resplendent riches shall vanish. Act swiftly and with grace. Avi is precisely such a nimble and agile young man. The creatures of the sea were momentarily entranced, perplexed by his unorthodox approach. Is he unconcerned for himself? Why? Has he never heard of the Plunderers' Alliance? The hat-clad vice leader, Shamod, found himself bewildered. With an air of confidence, nay, arrogance, he believed that the future rulers of the seas would not be the likes of Whitebeard or the Marines, but rather their alliance of plunderers. Lacking in strength, yet brimming with audacity, their grandiose claims were nothing more than the musings of a frog at the bottom of a well. Were it not for a few ships and a multitude of gullible fools, they would likely meet a grim fate upon venturing out. Shamod, too, had been unfortunate. After enduring a grueling political struggle, he had finally outlasted the previous vice leader to assume his position, only to encounter such dire circumstances shortly thereafter. I see now. You are here in pursuit of wealth. We have imprisoned some little wretches captured from Wano country. Selling them would surely yield a handsome profit. If you agree to rescue me, I can present these little ones to you. Clinging tightly to the ship, Shamod hesitated to approach. For Avi's cold demeanor during his previous plea for help had left him uncertain. Avi could soar through the skies, whereas he could not anger him too much, and the consequences could be dire. Yet the vessel was on the brink of sinking, unable to hold out much longer. Lifeboats. Do you suggest that every ship is equipped with lifeboats or small crafts? Why linger here, foolishly? Speaking of which, Shamod grew even more incensed. Some imbecile had the audacity to drink in the lifeboat compartment, indulging in a rather potent libation, with liquor spilled all over the floor. When Shamod rushed inside, luck was not on his side, as the drunken individual sprawled on the ground had inexplicably woken from a stupor. Let this be the end of it. How could one possibly draw a firearm and fire a shot at the liquor beneath their feet? In an instant, a towering inferno erupted, engulfing not merely the lifeboat, but rather the waning essence of Shamod's life. This animosity is akin to an endless river, flowing relentlessly. How could a day be so unfortunate? Am I cursed? Wano country? A child? This is quite intriguing. Once again, I have encountered human traffickers. It seems that Avi is fated to cross paths with such nefarious individuals, consistently finding himself amidst their ranks. However, for these traffickers, encountering Avi spells doom. None can escape the clutches of death. From the notorious Crow pirate crew to the recent incidents involving the fishmen and traffickers on Fishman Island, and now, in Wano. Children, this brings to Avi's mind a possibility. You have divulged your secrets to me. Why should I rescue you? Moreover, can you truly hinder my actions? I harbor an intense disdain for human traffickers. With a swift motion, the infinite staff elongated, effortlessly bridging the distance between Avi and the vice leader, Sharmod. No matter the span, through wind and rain, the infinite staff always arrives punctually above one's head, inescapable. Desperately attempting to flee, Sharmod felt a sudden thud in his head, followed by a debilitating weakness, rendering him blind to his surroundings. The members of the Plunder Alliance, who had initially concealed themselves behind Sharmod, now darted away with all their might, exhausting their very essence. Yet, as previously mentioned, through wind and rain, the infinite staff always fulfills its promise. With each strike, jab, and sweep, every movement was executed with pinpoint accuracy, unerringly targeting the back of their heads without exception. By the time the infinite staff returned to its normal length in Avi's grasp, scarcely a second had elapsed, showcasing its remarkable speed. Time is of the essence. If the ship truly harbored the likes of Momonosuke, I must hasten my efforts, lest I arrive too late to save him from drowning. Such a fate is unacceptable. Without personally inflicting torment, there is no pleasure to be found. Like many a pirate enthusiast, Avi clings to a singular obsession. The Pirate King may be spared, but Momonosuke must perish. At such a tender age, he is a cunning boy, brazenly taking advantage of his youth to indulge in lascivious exploits with the two divine goddesses of piracy, Robin and Nami, groping, fondling, and bathing together. How many pirate fans have yearned for such encounters in vain? It is utterly outrageous. With his observation hockey fully unleashed, Avi felt an invigorating surge of energy. Treasure can wait, but Momonosuke must die. Reports in the newspapers indicated that Kaido had launched a full-scale invasion of Wano. It is likely that during this tumultuous period, Momonosuke was captured by traffickers, only to be ensnared by Caesar as a test subject. Thus, it is highly probable that Momonosuke is aboard this vessel. Indeed, Avi swiftly located the dungeon, where many children clad in kimono were imprisoned, though they appeared to have been dead for quite some time, evidenced by the presence of armed Plunder Alliance members who had perished in that very place. The dungeon was filled with lifeless bodies, devoid of any survivors. Gazing upon the motionless corpses, Avi remained unsatisfied and resolved to make one final attempt. Young Master Momonosuke, are you still alive? I am a friend of Kinemon. I have come at his behest to rescue you and return you home. In a poignant display of emotion, Ivy experienced a wave of nausea yet managed to suppress it, remaining utterly engrossed in the sight of the pile of lifeless children. Just as Ivy was on the verge of departing in disappointment, a long-awaited commotion finally erupted. Had the guards arrived? Such fortuitous news. Please, rescue me. I shall never dare to wander again. A bloodied hand emerged from beneath the corpses, revealing a child who had crawled forth from the heap of the deceased, adorned with an unsightly bun atop a round face. Upon emerging, the child exhibited a mixture of surprise and terror, evidently traumatized by the ordeal. Ivy couldn't help but admire the child's remarkable will to survive, cleverly using the bodies of companions as a shield. This performance of his had not been in vain. With a sinister grin, Ivy gazed at the child, Taozu, laughing incessantly, instilling fear into the boy's heart, whose complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed. Help! Help! Someone save me. Chapter 153. I saved you. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Taozu's frail form recoiled in fear, desperate to escape, yet the menacing figure before him approached without hesitation. Each deliberate step seemed to press down upon Taozu's very heart. Clutching his chest, he endeavored to quell his terror, pleading with Ivy. Are you not a friend of the guards? Why do you wish to harm me? TCH. Ivy scoffed. I merely spoke thoughtlessly, wishing to ascertain your presence here. How could this be? Why would you seek to kill me? Has someone from Wano hired you for this? Taozu stammered. I can offer you double. No, tenfold. The more anxious Taozu became, the faster he spoke, as if the pace of his words could somehow secure his life. It must be said that the young boy displayed considerable cleverness, attempting to bribe Ivy and deducing from the conversation that he was familiar with the guards, speculating Ivy's allegiance to Wano. Taozu was indeed unfortunate. He had once been under the protection of the guards and the warrior, Kinshir Lang, making him relatively safe. Yet, his penchant for mischief led to his capture by the marauding alliance, intent on selling him. While history dictated that he would encounter peril in Dressrosa, ultimately being rescued with great difficulty by the guards and becoming the target of many who wished him dead, today marked the end of that saga. Alas, one could only say that you were quite astute, yet regrettably, you have miscalculated. If blame must be assigned, it lies with your own lascivious tendencies. After all, who compelled you to pursue the two revered goddesses in the eyes of pirates? It is known that many of my predecessors, upon arriving in this world, swore a solemn oath to eliminate Taozu, with some even achieving their goal shortly after their arrival. I have already considered myself somewhat slow. It has taken me several years to achieve this singular accomplishment, and I feel a twinge of failure. As I gaze upon Ivy, whose peculiar expression and incomprehensible mutterings bewilder me, I realize that regardless of what Ivy means or whether he has lost his mind, the undeniable truth remains, he is intent on my demise. Resolutely, I seize the lifeless body of a comrade and hurl it toward Ivy with all my might. Like a valiant soldier sacrificing for a noble cause, I propel my stout legs forward, my flesh jiggling in a chaotic rhythm as I dash frantically not towards the exit, but towards a handgun that lies abandoned on the ground. I understand that escape is futile, yet with a firearm in hand, my chances of survival multiply. Having witnessed the lethal power of a handgun, I know that a mere squeeze of the trigger can unleash deadly bullets, requiring neither training nor innate talent to wield such a formidable weapon. Wano is an insular realm, shunning external interactions and rejecting foreign influences. Steeped in the traditions of the samurai, it is my first encounter with a handgun, yet I comprehend its potential. At this moment, the firearm embodies my opportunity, a chance to cling to life. Time seems to slow as the body I flung towards Ivy lands at his feet, while my hand inches closer to the gun. An exhilarated smile spreads across my face. In this fleeting moment, I grasp my very existence, seizing the hope of survival. Suddenly, a bloody black rod pierces through my chest, erupting with a surge of crimson fluid. I gaze down in shock, realizing that the rod has impaled my heart. The liquid spilling forth is my own blood. This vivid depiction underscores the fervent yearning I possess for life, the overwhelming desire to endure. Even when hidden beneath a comrade's corpse, even when facing the brink of death, I refuse to relinquish any opportunity to survive, to grasp at every flicker of hope. Ivy watches intently, and just as my emotions reach their zenith, he delivers despair with another strike, extinguishing my flickering hope. This is Ivy's method of handling matters. The encounter concludes swiftly, yet the satisfaction it brings Ivy is palpable. This is merely the first, Wano shall be the second. Thus, it is decided, without lingering. Though the thrill is intoxicating, one must not desecrate the fallen, lest Shaddy on the ship be unable to bear it. Let this event pass into memory. One must not be insatiable. Thus, Avy simply cast the unwilling and despairing Peach-Shi down into the sea to feed the sharks. Naturally, to prevent Peach-Shi from miraculously reviving after being cast into the ocean for months, as had occurred with himself, the kind-hearted Avy meticulously dismembered Peach-Shi. The occurrence of such a fantastical event as his own traversal, coupled with the presence of a seemingly fellow traveler in the form of his father, led Avy to ponder the possibility of a descendant of that traveler reincarnating within Peach-Shi, potentially armed with formidable powers. Therefore, Avy diligently ensured no escape routes remained, transforming Peach-Shi into a sanguineous pulp, though with a twinge of reluctance. Alas, how could such a benevolent and charming individual exist in this world? After a moment of reflection, life must continue. One cannot halt in the face of trivial matters. Thus, Avy, buoyant and cheerful, embarked on his journey of acquisition. Was the harvest substantial? Robin inquired, observing Avy's beaming countenance upon returning to the ship. At that moment, Avy's hands bore little treasure, a mere handful. Is there reason to be so jubilant over a modest bounty? Indeed, it is tremendous. You have no idea of the great deed I just accomplished. I saved you, Avy declared earnestly, patting Robin on the shoulder. Robin, evading the gesture, nearly caused Avy to miss his mark, but Avy remained undeterred, waving his meager spoils with exuberance as he dashed away in laughter. What does it mean? Robin pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet it was evident that Avy was genuinely delighted. Perhaps he truly had saved me, though I remained unaware of the details of Avy's exploits aboard those vessels. Intrigued by what transpired, Robin felt a strong curiosity ignite within him, only to be swiftly quelled by disbelief as he questioned how such thoughts could arise. As an archaeologist, one must possess an insatiable desire to unravel the mysteries of the unknown. Were Avy an ancient being who had lived for a millennium, Robin would undoubtedly seek to understand Avy's actions and intentions with fervent curiosity. Regrettably, Avy was not such an ancient soul. Rather than Avy's endeavors aboard the ship, Robin found himself far more captivated by the cannon that Sandy gazed upon with wide eyes in the laboratory. Chapter 154, Dressrosa. The fiery spirit of mischief. After drifting upon the seas for an extended duration, Avy and his companions finally glimpsed an island once more. The sensation of setting foot upon land was exhilarating, solid ground beneath his feet. Leaving the ship upon the shore, Avi spread his arms wide, welcoming the sun with a smile. Indeed, a new island. I hope to discover news of the flower family here. Shaji simultaneously interjected, expressing that he had been immersed in researching explosive devices in the laboratory for days, leaving him in a daze, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, necessitating the wearing of a hat to tame it and shield himself from the sun. After painting the ship with an invisible design, Huang Jinzhou began to stroll towards the island, exclaiming, "What are you searching for? Is it truly that significant? Look at me. I have never seen what my parents look like since the day I was born, yet I'm living just fine. How exhausting. In my opinion, you should find a place to indulge in a hot bath, liberate yourself from the pressures of your mind. It would be so delightful and relaxing." Indeed, Huang Jinzhou was such a person, devoid of any trace of stress or unhappiness, except for the occasional bullying by AI Wei, which Huang Jinzhou would swiftly retaliate against. Consequently, during a period of time, AI Wei had resorted to walking on her hands and eating with her feet, resulting in quite the comedic spectacle that infused the ship with laughter and joy. Thus, it was said that Huang Jinzhou held grudges. Do not presume that bullying her would go unpunished. Her vengeance may be delayed, but would never be absent. Do you think everyone is like you, you flat-chested little girl? Witnessing Huang Jinzhou's lecturing expression, AI Wei felt a surge of discontent. The incident of walking on hands had nearly led to a rather embarrassing achievement in the restroom. But fortunately, AI Wei executed a swift maneuver, soaking her clothes in the process, ultimately dismissing that achievement into the cosmic void with a decisive slap. Consequently, AI Wei and Huang Jinzhou often exchanged barbs. Ding. You inflicted 10,000 points of damage on the cunning little lowly Huang Jinzhou. Acquired the title of Cunning Little Lowly Slayer, anticipating further mischief from the little troublemaker. Although silent, AI Wei sensed the smugness radiating from Huang Jinzhou's face. As Huang Jinzhou matured, her concern for her figure intensified, particularly with 3 well-endowed sisters aboard, perpetually placing her in a competitive state. You dare say that again? Dark tendrils of smoke wafted from Huang Jinzhou's head, curling delicately. You haven't even cooked, and yet you're already smoking? Suddenly, Huang Jinzhou sprang up, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at AI Wei without holding back, each strike a critical hit, dealing true damage. Ultimately, she clamped down on AI Wei's leg with her teeth, prompting Shati to intervene, stating, "Huang Jinzhou, refrain from such behavior. Remember, you are a lady. Acting like this is too much of a tomboy. Otherwise, no one will want to marry you." After Shati's gentle admonition, Huang Jinzhou finally released her grip on AI Wei's leg, regaining her footing. With a composed demeanor, she spat out a piece of black fabric and flashed a broad smile, revealing her gleaming white teeth. "Of course," she stated, before delivering a swift kick between AI Wei's legs, the posture and speed indicating this was not a fleeting thought. Oh well. Initially, there was no significant feeling. It was merely a pretense to accompany during the Golden Week festivities, a mere facade. Given Ivy's prowess, it seemed implausible that she could be bested by the Golden Week, as the cooperation was merely to preserve the latter's dignity. However, at that moment, it was as if all traces of humanity had vanished, and the skies were devoid of birds. With both hands tightly clutching her lower body, she leaped 3 zhang high, then collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and emitting continuous cries of distress. "How dare you learn the consequences of offending me?" The Golden Week delivered 2 more kicks to Ivy. Fully aware that her attacks posed little real harm, it was not a life-or-death vendetta and thus did not warrant a desperate struggle. Ivy, however, was immune to most of Golden Week's onslaughts, which only served to infuriate the latter further, especially as Ivy feigned theatrics poorly. Thus, the Golden Week resorted to subterfuge to lend authenticity to the entire performance. "Ah, youth is truly a marvel," Robin mused as she strolled past Ivy. Suddenly struck by a realization, am I truly that old? She retraced her steps, stepping over Ivy, her foot landing gracefully upon Ivy's face. The fleeting glimpse of the black fabric beneath her skirt adding to the elegance of her departure, leaving Ivy with a countenance of deep resentment. Is such treatment necessary? They dare to bully me, when I am indeed the captain. Fueled by indignation, Ivy rose and hastily pursued. Dressrosa is an island brimming with a vacation-like ambience, replete with the fragrance of blooming flowers and renowned for its exquisite cuisine in the pirate world, akin to the previous island Ivy had visited. Yet, it bore a different fate. Eerie Pineapple Island had drawn the attention of the Yonko, Big Mom, and subsequently became a target for the tumultuous Don Quixote pirates. leading to fierce battles that claimed numerous lives and left around 70 to 80% of the island's structures in ruins. The journey to restore its former glory would undoubtedly be lengthy. Currently, Ivy remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Yijioben and their connection to Marco of the Whitebeard crew, who had successfully secured Whitebeard's protection. Consequently, the Big Mom pirates dared not act recklessly, swallowing their frustrations. Instead, they issued a bounty on Ivy's group, offering 100 million berries for information regarding their whereabouts and 500 million berries for their elimination, demanding that their heads be presented as proof. A bounty of 1 billion berries has been placed on the head of Ave, with the intention of capturing him alive and presenting him before Big Mom. The Big Mom pirates do not particularly value the bounty, and they are well aware that given Ave's formidable strength, capturing or eliminating him is no simple task. What truly matters to the crew is uncovering the whereabouts of Ave and his companions. With their formidable power, no one dares to deceive the Big Mom pirates. Their primary concern lies in the uncertainty of Ave's movements and destination. Charlotte Katakuri is already poised at the pastry shop, ready to strike as soon as Ave's location is revealed, motivated by the desire for vengeance for his brother. Amidst the whispers and rumors that circulate, Ave's reputation has spread throughout the New World, boldly provoking the four emperors without facing any repercussions, remaining at large as a pirate well known to all. Unbeknownst to Ave, he has become entranced by the enchanting allure of Dressrosa, indulging in delectable desserts, succulent grilled steaks, and the captivating performances of dancers adorned in flowing petal skirts, swirling gracefully in a vibrant display. The charming little toy figurines only add to Ave's delight. As for Dressrosa, it is under the domain of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. It is said that this infamous poison dragon managed to slay many marines, emboldened by the protection of the celestial dragons, and departed with nonchalance after challenging Kizaru. One wonders if Da Flamingo, once a celestial dragon himself, is aware of the poison dragon's whereabouts. In the black market, the name of Da Flamingo the clown resonates powerfully. Ave has inquired far and wide, yet no information has surfaced. It is hard to believe that such a powerful pirate could remain devoid of a prominent reputation in the vast ocean. Upon arriving in Dressrosa, it is only natural to gather information, especially since the first half of the Grand Line is devoid of news. Surely, one might glean some tidbits from the New World. At present, the only true adversary for vengeance is none other than Charlotte Lin, whose formidable strength renders Ave hesitant to confront her directly. Thus, guerrilla tactics shall suffice. The Navy, a natural adversary, boasts an overwhelming force, and with numerous admirals of considerable power, it is prudent to tread lightly. Ave would not instigate trouble unless the Navy provoked him first. The only other foe capable of matching him in combat and harboring a grudge is the venomous dragon. Alas, how woeful is my predicament! That senior, who once challenged the heavens and the earth, now finds himself relentlessly pursued by the world, with enemies surrounding him save for a handful of friends. How disheartening it feels to have spent several years in the pirate realm and yet possess so few adversaries. This simply cannot stand. I must stir up some trouble. Ave's gaze fell upon the toy people on the streets, their plight so sorrowful. They have been forsaken by their wives and children, reduced to mere playthings, watching from afar yet unable to approach. Chapter 155, Daily Disruptions in Dressrosa, within a gambling den. Ave and his companions are wreaking havoc, their luck astonishingly favorable. In a brief span, they have amassed billions of berries, akin to a swift robbery. This cannot continue. They must be stopped. The proprietor of the gambling establishment, a cunning old man with a mountain-like demeanor, has been observing them since their arrival, intrigued by their unusual behavior. Though he did not anticipate such an outcome. Young man, it is wise to cease while you are ahead. Do not ruin your future. You are still so young, he cautioned. Amidst the excitement of the gaming table, a voice suddenly interjected. Turning to look, Ave saw a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man, the very owner of the establishment, summoned to expel Ave and his crew. What? The doors are wide open to welcome guests, yet you wish to curtail my enjoyment? Is this not a place for entertainment? In truth, Ave had not cheated. His fortune was simply extraordinary. After enduring a streak of misfortune due to Shaji's bad luck, he finally experienced a turn of fate and intended to revel in it. Ah, since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being ungracious, the middle-aged man thundered. How dare you cheat in this establishment? Do you not realize where you are? This is the gambling den of the illustrious Don Quixote da Flamingo. You dare to cheat here? You must be tired of living. Seize him. Today we shall dispose of you here and cast you into the arena, a middle-aged man shouted. And a group of robust men clad in black, each dressed in suits and jeans, surrounded him, armed and seemingly well prepared. At the same time, Ivy realized that his earlier loud exclamations had elicited not a single response. This left him with only two possibilities. Either these gamblers were all in league with each other, or they had been manipulated in some way. Ivy found the latter scenario far more plausible. He attempted to shout again, but the gamblers appeared impervious to his voice. Their fierce gazes locked onto him. To them, Doflamingo was akin to a deity, and Ivy dared to disrupt their proceedings. When he was apprehended on the spot, the shift in attitude was swift. Seize him. Capture this unruly mute. The gamblers retreated, and the men in black began to draw their weapons, aiming decisively at Ivy. Wasn't the intention to take him into custody? Why did it feel as though they were poised to execute him on the spot, each shot aimed with lethal precision? Simultaneously, Ivy realized he had indeed fallen into their trap. It seemed no one could hear his words, and they had deemed him a mute. Had he not just triumphed with a fortune from Bailey? Having just reveled in a stroke of luck, he now found himself in this dire predicament. Are these fellows merely seeking to deliver themselves as sacrifices? One by one, they charge forward, exclaiming, "Here I come." Just as Ivy prepares to teach these self-invited extras a lesson, a towering figure with an unsightly visage suddenly obstructs her path, brandishing a shield that deflects all assaults. The shield appears as though it were sketched upon paper, with ink continuously dripping onto the ground. "I will not stand idly by while the weak are bullied," Kanjir declares with righteous fervor, his stature looming impressively. "Do not worry, I shall ensure your safe escape." His crescent-shaped eyes narrow as he turns to Ivy, offering her solace. Ivy, momentarily at a loss for words, finds solace in the fact that assistance has arrived. After all, engaging in battle is a troublesome affair. At this moment, she has all but forgotten the fiery spirit that accompanied her arrival on the island. As she prepares to depart with a light step, she suddenly realizes that her winnings have merely been tokens from the gambling den, and she has yet to convert them into berries. "My apologies. Please, continue." She weaves her way through the fray between Kanjir and the assailants. The bullets seem to miss her entirely, as if she were gliding effortlessly, until she reaches the currency exchange. "Hello, beautiful lady, I would like to exchange for berries. If you could assist me, I would appreciate it." The young woman behind the exchange counter offers an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond, and glances toward her superior. At that moment, Kanjir realizes he may have misjudged the situation. Perhaps Ivy could have left unscathed without his intervention. Yet, having already engaged, a man must not waver midway. "Ha. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Farewell, I shan't see you off." A bird, seemingly drawn from imagination, plump and appetizing, carries Kanjir away. But he soon discovers that a middle-aged man has unexpectedly appeared before him, wielding two rocket launchers aimed squarely at him. This man, named Moding, has been stationed here by Don Quixote Doflamingo to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. He possesses the power of the silent fruit, allowing him to create an area devoid of sound, with the capacity to adjust its radius at will. The previous owner of this fruit seems to have been the brother of King Doflamingo, and Modin feels an immense honor in possessing it. Although he has not seen Doflamingo since their initial encounter, he remains steadfastly stationed here. Meanwhile, Ivy has finally retrieved Bailey, and Kanjiro has finally collapsed to the ground. "Brother, I apologize. Please, lend me your aid, I implore you," Kanjiro begs Ivy, his hands clasped together in a gesture of utmost humility. It must be noted that Kanjiro has faced considerable hardships ever since he lost track of Momonosuke. He has clashed with the Kinemon, each believing the other to be at fault, leading to their current predicament. Subsequently, he departed alone, parting ways with Kinemon, and eventually stumbled upon some information regarding the Pirate Alliance. After dismantling a branch of this alliance, he obtained their navigation routes, which indicate that their next destination is Dressrosa. One can only imagine the lowly nature of the Pirate Alliance. Upon arriving on the island, Kanjiro found himself without news, confirming that he had arrived too early, as the expenses on the island are exorbitant. Within mere days, he found himself penniless and turned his sights on the casino. The bullfighting arena was too perilous for him to enter, so he deemed the casino a safer option. It was then that he set his gaze upon Ivy, who seemed to be a reliable source of income, winning every time, a veritable golden opportunity for sustenance. Thus, the situation unfolded as such, and the outcome was as expected. "Hey, I'm winning fair and square, and your actions have left me quite displeased, so I have decided. I shall rob you." At this moment, Ivy recalled his initial intention, to stir up trouble, to escalate matters and expose Doflamingo's schemes, thereby rescuing all the residents of this island. This choice was not arbitrary, rather, it was the result of a coin toss conducted thrice. Ivy believed that if none of the tosses resulted in heads, it would affirm the validity of his thoughts. Indeed, all three tosses landed heads or tails. Now, let us see what you are capable of. Modin has lingered here for so long. And Ivy is the first to disrupt the peace in this territory of the warlord Doflamingo. Who would dare to act so recklessly? Modin finds himself feeling quite rusty. Chapter 156, Come on. Let us unite to overthrow the tyrannical reign of Duafei. On Lover's Avenue, Avi and Qin strolled side by side, attracting considerable attention due to the rarity of two men walking together in a place typically frequented by couples. The striking contrast between the handsome Avi and the decidedly less attractive Qin drew curious glances, leaving Avi feeling uncomfortable. After a brief stop to purchase 2 cups of coffee, he decided to leave. Avi had effortlessly dismantled the gambling den, a task simpler than it appeared. At that moment, Qin fixated on Avi, perceiving him as a steadfast ally whose companionship would ensure a life of comfort. However, Qin gaze was not on Avi, but rather on the captivating women of Lover's Avenue, whose revealing attire and alluring presence caused his excitement to overflow. Unlike the hypocritical Ji-Min guard, who feigned disapproval of women's attire while embodying a true lecher, Qin exhibited no such pretense. He openly admired the scene before him, his enthusiasm unabashed. Avi felt no embarrassment, despite being aware that Qin sought out Tao Zhizhu, who he had just sent away. Did anyone else know this? No. And thus, why should he feel awkward? The real reason Avi was reluctant to walk alongside Qin was his unattractiveness, which was enough to spoil anyone's appetite. Initially, Avi held this belief, but after walking a while, his perspective began to shift. He soon understood why the beautiful women of his past often had less attractive friends. It was all part of a subtle game. Countless enchanting women brushed past Avi, and one after another, they fainted in his arms. Avi felt a rising panic. Was he truly destined to lose his long-preserved purity in such a manner? His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he pondered this dilemma. Then, at a corner of an alley, a woman burst forth in distress. With her chestnut black hair cascading down and her light brown eyes sparkling, she wore a polka-dotted tiered dress adorned with lace, complemented by striking purple dance shoes. She stumbled and fell before Avi, chased by a group of menacing thugs who encircled him and the woman. Indeed, she was Violet, a deadly assassin of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Plum Blossom, and the daughter of the late Emperor Rikyu. Gazing at the handsome man before her, Violet felt an unexpected surge of emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Please, save me. My daughter awaits my return at home, longing for me to prepare her meal. I implore you, if you rescue me, I shall repay you." Before arriving, Doflamingo had instructed Violet to gauge Avi's disposition, to ascertain the possibility of his allegiance. Violet was deemed the most suitable candidate to approach Avi. Upon discovering that Avi was responsible for the destruction of the casino, Doflamingo's interest was piqued. A pirate capable of navigating the relentless pursuit of the 4 emperors would be an invaluable asset if he could be swayed to their side. As for Big Mom's interest? Preposterous. How could she possibly know that Avi was affiliated with him? It would be a jest to suggest that Doflamingo's king here was merely a puppet, and the black market middlemen were not to be trifled with. As an intermediary, countless interests were intertwined. It was unclear how Doflamingo had acquired the information that Avi was a man of indulgent pleasures, a fact that Avi himself was oblivious to. Yet it was known to the members of the Don Quixote family, so it was settled. You lot may leave. Bullying women is not the act of a gentleman. While I am still composed, be gone. At the very first glance of Violet, Avi recognized her. She was none other than the siren who had ensnared Sanji, making him a willing servant. It seemed fortuitous that she appeared just as he needed her, with the daughter of a former king present. Doflamingo's test of Avi would be met with compliance. A fierce glare at the ruffian sent them fleeing in fear. Avi knelt to gently lift Violet, cradling her in his arms while she languidly melted into him, her heart whispering that her plan had indeed succeeded. "Could you escort me home? I fear those men may return. My house is over there. May I lead you?" She spoke softly, feigning vulnerability, so convincingly that Avi, already aware of her machinations, found amusement in playing the fool. Embracing beauty while wielding great power, Avi's composure was beyond the grasp of a lecherous Kanjiro. Thus, he carried Violet and departed from Lover's Avenue with Kanjiro in tow. "I know you were sent by Doflamingo to test me," Violet thought, her mind racing with plans for what would transpire next. Yet, upon hearing Avi's voice, her heart raced, and she instinctively struggled, a dagger appearing in her hand. However, she found herself firmly ensnared in Avi's hold, unable to move, her face flushed with a mix of panic and indignation. How could such an attractive brute act so lecherously? Once, Kanjiro had been renowned as an extraordinary man in Wano. As Lang walked behind, he secretly cursed and felt a twinge of envy. In the land of harmony, he was never short of female companionship, yet upon venturing outside, he was dismayed to discover how unpopular he truly was. The realization was quite disheartening. The more he pondered, the more his mood soured, and in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently kicked a stone with his toe, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a little lightheadedness from skipping breakfast, I suppose. My legs are a bit wobbly, but I'll be fine shortly. Seeing that Lang appeared genuinely unharmed, AI Wei decided not to dwell on it any longer. AI Wei was still contemplating how to approach Lang. His skills were commendable, and he possessed knowledge of how to navigate the land of harmony, which would undoubtedly aid AI Wei in his desire to dismantle its oppressive regime. However, the thought of inviting him aboard did not cross AI Wei's mind. Thus, he shifted his focus to Violet. You need not concern yourself with how I know this. Just think of Rebecca and King Riku. Have you forgotten them? What kind of lives are they leading now? You must have observed it closely. I can assist you in overthrowing the tyrannical rule of Dofei, restoring freedom to the people, so they no longer live as mere puppets. I understand that you, too, are constantly contemplating the demise of Dofei. So what do you say? Would you consider collaborating with me? How could that be? How does he know my affairs? Could he possibly possess the ability to read minds? Violet was taken aback, staring blankly at AI Wei, her expression a mix of uncertainty, wariness, and alarm. Lacking the very reaction that AI Wei had hoped to see, a tempest of emotions surged within her, and she began to recall her conversations with Dofei prior to this moment. Gazing at AI Wei, she felt an overwhelming sense that this entire scenario was a trap. That AI Wei was in cahoots with Dofei. All of this merely serves as a means to test one's loyalty. Chapter 157, Robin in Search of Historical Traces. The bullfighting arena, where both Sparta and Enel have come to participate, awaits in the queue, gazing down at the battlefield below. The arena is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with only 4 individuals permitted to emerge victorious, thereby earning the opportunity to challenge one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates, as well as the chance to acquire substantial treasures. Currently, Group A is engaged in combat. There are 120 participants, including giants, pirates, and marines, all contending within this arena. Sparta belongs to Group B, while Enel is in Group D, ensuring that no internecine conflict will ensue. At this moment, spectators are observing the matches. This is rather tedious. I hope that the so-called subordinates can invigorate my spirits, Enel remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Sparta remained intently focused on the battles unfolding in the arena, appreciating the unique qualities and ingenious strategies exhibited by both the strong and the weak. Perhaps, through an inadvertent misstep, one might fall prey to such brilliant ingenuity. On a higher platform, Don Quixote Doflamingo sat concealed in shadows, engaged in conversation with a slender man below. If Ivy were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this effeminate figure as the lecherous S.N. and Armor, who had nearly fallen victim to his wrath not long ago. It is indeed surprising to see him here, personally welcomed by Doflamingo himself. After all these years, the appearance of Song Bingjia has remained largely unchanged, still exuding an effeminate charm. His sinister and ruthless nature radiates through his piercing gaze. Doflamingo, we have come to discuss a lucrative business opportunity with you. Are you interested? Sitting arrogantly upon the stool brought by his guards, Song Bingjia maintained an air of superiority. What did it matter that Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords? Or that he was a renowned figure in the black market? Behind him stood the future sovereign of the seas, the Dragon of Poison. Over the years, the Dragon of Poison had not vanished, but had instead concealed himself, rapidly growing in strength through the connections he had forged with the celestial dragons. His influence now spanned a significant portion of the known islands in the New World, with even the territories of the 4 emperors harboring his clandestine reach. For years, he had been fortifying his foundation, biding his time for an opportunity, and he believed that moment was drawing near. Reports from his subordinates indicated that Kaido's numerous Zoan Devil Fruit users were linked to Doflamingo, sparking his interest. Since narrowly escaping death last time, Song Bingjia's fortune had soared. Encountering one fortuitous event after another, even obtaining a powerful Paramecia Devil Fruit, which elevated him to the rank of captain of the 4th Division of the Dragon of Poison Pirates. His formidable strength was indeed a significant factor in being sent to negotiate this business deal with Doflamingo. I have always held a keen interest in business. Doflamingo, too, was aware of the existence of the Dragon of Poison Pirates, having been a formidable pirate traversing the seas long ago. Unfortunately, he had been thwarted by Kizaru and subsequently faded from the limelight. only to resurface with ties to the celestial dragons. This is something despised by many, yet simultaneously acknowledged as such. Has Vlad's plan already progressed to this stage? It seems I must hasten my own actions. I wonder what choice that little rascal Ivy will make. My gaze, however, is fixed upon the imminent appearance of the Spartans below, Ivy's subordinate. I am curious about his capabilities. Green Bit, also known as the Great Forest, remains within the vicinity of Dressrosa, yet above it lies an uninhabited island, shrouded in towering flora. Truly a primordial forest. Today, however, this typically deserted locale has welcomed two unexpected guests, Robin and Cornus. Those fighting fish were perilous, Cornus exclaimed, her heart racing and breath labored, having overexerted her abilities to traverse the iron bridge encircled by the aggressive fish. After a brief respite, she finally regained her composure and stood beside Robin, gazing at the untouched wilderness of the island. Robin, what brings you here? Cornus questioned, perplexed. Ever since parting ways with Ivy and the others, Robin had led her to this place, yet it appeared rather ordinary, filled only with colossal vegetation. I recently acquired an ancient tome that contains information about this island. The royal family of Dressrosa, the Rika clan, was among the 20 who established the world government 8 centuries ago. They chose Dressrosa as their family domain. And I believe the island's library holds treasures of interest to me, Robin explained as she produced an ancient book from her cloak, flipping through its pages. Cornus was bewildered. If that were the case, why come to this desolate island, this great forest? The logic seemed askew. The island still harbors legends of fairies, with its inhabitants believing them to be guardians of humanity. The tales of the fairies date back 9 centuries, and those that endure today must possess clues pertaining to that century. This island is called Greenit, and it conceals a mysterious kingdom, the Fairy Kingdom, which I aspire to discover. Upon hearing this, Cornus finally comprehended Robin's motive for coming here. Greenbit is vast. How shall we ever find it? It has remained hidden for so long without being discovered. How could we possibly locate it? Cornus's lack of intelligence was not the issue. Rather, the current circumstances had transcended her understanding. Unless Robin revealed the means to reach the fairy clan, Cornus would regard her as divine, for no being except a deity could possess such omniscience. Let us search. How can you be certain it hasn't been found? It may have already been discovered. Perhaps it is merely us who have not perceived it. As they advanced with Cornus, Robin spoke of methods to locate the Elven clan. Green Peak is the territory of the elves, a place seldom frequented by outsiders, so we merely need to enter. If any of the elves still survive, they will confront us as intruders. We simply need to exercise caution. Cornus was taken aback by Robin's words, a stark contrast to the cunning and astute individual she had always known. How could he utter such a statement? Wasn't it customary to strategize before taking action? The person before her seemed less like Robin and more akin to that fool Avery. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, instantly catching Cornus's attention. As she prepared to retaliate, her right hand formed a finger gun, directing it towards the source of the attack, while white hail began to rapidly coalesce. At this moment, Robin appeared to be dizzy or perhaps disoriented. Unintentionally, she inadvertently struck the spear that Cornus intended to use for her assault, dissipating the attack. Without any resistance, the tranquilizer dart was seamlessly injected into both of their bodies, causing Cornus to feel an overwhelming fatigue and a heavy fog enveloping her mind. Staring at Robin in disbelief, she could hardly fathom that Robin would betray her in such a manner. Similarly, Robin collapsed to the ground, her mind racing with thoughts. Yet her body felt as if it were being lifted by tiny ants, these little creatures surprisingly strong and swiftly moving her along. Chapter 158. Progressing smoothly in some secluded corners of Dressrosa, individuals were hastily fleeing, only to collapse on the ground as if devoid of breath. After these fleeing figures had vanished, a man with a handlebar mustache emerged. He was none other than Shaji. Initially, he had intended to continue his inquiries regarding the flower planting clan, but to his astonishment, individuals had unexpectedly come to him. The poison dragon pirates, you say? He pinched his index and ring fingers together, gently stroking his mustache, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After such a long search, he finally had a lead. Indeed, those who had been discarded by Shaji and had since fallen silent were none other than the subordinates of the 4th Division of the Recitation Army. While they were merely minor characters, they had unintentionally overheard snippets of conversation while passing by the Poison Dragon Captain's quarters. It seemed that the Poison Dragon was aware of certain matters concerning the flower planting clan and sought something from them, but unfortunately, the minor characters had not gleaned all the details. However, Shaji, overwhelmed with excitement, could not bring himself to trust their vague words and resorted to exceedingly cruel methods. Upon discovering the truth of their claims, Shaji ceased his pursuit of the 4th Division S subordinates, realizing that he must tread carefully to avoid alarming the snake. He had endured so much thus far, he could not falter now, especially not at this critical juncture. In the audience stands of the bullfighting arena, Shaji sat observing the Battle of Sparta. At this moment, Sparta possessed overwhelming strength, and few could withstand his assault in the arena. Consequently, Sparta continuously limited his own power, striving to maintain parity with his adversaries, employing techniques to defeat them. Initially, the challengers in the arena believed Sparta to be dismissive of them, rallying together to attack him, only to soon realize that Sparta was not contemptuous. He simply did not acknowledge their presence at all. Each offensive maneuver resembled a defensive action, and each defense became an offense. Sparta had seamlessly integrated his attacks and defenses, capable of switching at a moment's notice. His weapon techniques were dazzlingly splendid, resembling an epic dance on film. It instilled in the onlookers a profound desire to avoid becoming his adversary. There had been notable progress. He had grown significantly stronger than before. Enel gradually widened his lifeless eyes, gazing at the approaching Spartan. He nodded, yet a surge of tension and excitement coursed through him. For Spartan's prowess had now become comparable to his own. The once insignificant ant, whom he could easily crush at will, was now on the verge of surpassing him. For Enel, this was utterly intolerable. The dignity of a god must not be subjected to repeated provocations and trampling. This is a contest between Sparta and Enel, a tacit confrontation that transcends mere physical clash. It is a battle of ambition and dignity. Sparta may concede defeat, yet Enel unequivocally refuses to entertain the notion of loss, as it would challenge the sanctity of divinity. Observing this scene, Shaji smiled knowingly, recognizing that Sparta had remarkably strengthened his prowess, seemingly preparing to measure his mettle against Enel. Doflamingo remained seated, while a new figure had taken the place of the previous interlocutor, no longer the reciter of incantations. The two had finalized the intricate details of their transaction, and now it was merely a matter of circumstance. Before Doflamingo stood Violet, who was reporting on her covert endeavors regarding Avi. She was aware that he was aware of her probing, and he had requested her to convey to the young master that, with the Empress of the Sea currently pursuing him, he found himself in a position of desperation and sought refuge under the young master's banner. However, he simultaneously wished for the young master to demonstrate his strength, instilling in him the confidence that he could safeguard his interests. Every time Violet uttered the words young master, it felt like a dagger to her heart. Yet she maintained her composure. Having chosen this path, she resolved to see it through to the end. The former Violet would have certainly held such thoughts, but her dialogue with Avi had illuminated a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was a possibility after all. No problem. Agree to him. If there are any other requests, feel free to voice them. After witnessing Sparta's formidable capabilities, although Enel had yet to take the field, it was already evident that Avi's faction possessed considerable strength. Should they be persuaded to join, Doflamingo firmly believed that his influence would significantly amplify. Perhaps he could even insert himself into the plans of the Flodic family. The prospects were indeed promising. For now, however, she pondered whether to continue her communication with him. Violet's expression remained serene, devoid of any turbulence. You wouldn't be concealing anything from me, would you? Doflamingo suddenly inquired. I may wish to, but it is simply beyond my capacity. I bear too much already, and the repercussions of such actions are burdens I cannot shoulder, so you may rest assured, Violet replied in a nonchalant tone, effectively dispelling Doflamingo's suspicions. Yet, that was inherent to Doflamingo's nature. He would not relinquish his scrutiny merely because of her compliance, with the exception of family ties. The clandestine clash between Doflamingo and Violet remained unseen by Avi, who was presently enjoying a leisurely stroll with Shati and Golden Week. Within the borders of Dressrosa lay a vast expanse of sunflower fields, where Avi and Shati ambled contentedly along the path. The sun-kissed field of sunflowers, a splendid tapestry woven together, radiates beauty and vibrant hues. Golden Week, why are you tagging along? Avi cast a disgruntled glance at Golden Week. Such breathtaking scenery was marred by his presence. Sipping soda with a fizzy sound and munching on cookies with a crunch, Golden Week greatly disrupted Avi's tranquil state of mind. She had hoped to rekindle her bond with Shadi, whom she hadn't seen in years, unaware of each other's circumstances. Furthermore, Avi felt a sense of compensatory obligation towards Shadi, particularly since Golden Week had, to some extent, driven the former pirate to defect due to the celestial dragon's pressure. Why do you think I'm following you? I'm merely wary of a certain lecherous intent. Golden Week shot Avi a disapproving look before earnestly advising Shadi, my dear. You are still young. Do not be deceived by the sweet nothings of men, lest you find yourself in dire straits. I too once fell for such trickery, thus. Tread carefully. Such nonsense. Have I ever deceived you? I simply snatched you away and invited you with no pretense. Do I have the time to fool a mere child? What a joke. Just as Avi prepared to retort, both she and Shadi, equally speechless, noticed a commotion ahead. With their keen senses, they could perceive even the slightest disturbance as if they were witnessing it firsthand. Swiftly, they advanced, spotting a man with delicate features standing there, his eyes aglow. Before him stood a figure with flowing pink hair, unbraided and cascading down her back. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to someone Avi once knew, Nami. The name of this person was soon revealed to be Rebecca. Is it any wonder that in the world of pirates, one encounters so many familiar faces? It is often said that beautiful exteriors are commonplace, while intriguing souls are rare gems. Hence, as Avi delved into the later arcs of the pirate saga, she sought the essence of pure, unique souls, each possessing their own captivating charm. Avi would never admit that her impression of Rebecca was largely due to her scant attire and alluring figure. Nor did she mention the green cloak that had unfortunately fallen to the ground. The woman appeared dazed, her eyes vacant, mumbling mechanically to herself as her hands began to unfasten her garments. Avi recognized the man instantly. Even after decades, the memory of her first betrayal lingered vividly. He had nearly cost her life, an impression deeply etched in her mind. Shadi felt similarly. Little thief. This time, there is no escape for you. Avi's speed surpassed even Shadi's reflexes, charging forth without a moment's hesitation. Not only did Shadi fail to react, but even Espingia, despite his significantly enhanced strength, was unable to anticipate Avi's assault. Chapter 159, The Master of Self-Destruction. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. This aptly describes Espingia, who, despite achieving his current success, remains ensnared by his carnal desires. After negotiating with Doflamingo, he did not immediately return to report to the Poison Dragon. Instead, he embarked on a quest to find a beautiful woman. In doing so, he missed the news of his subordinate's demise at the hands of Shaji. Remaining blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe, after much deliberation, a target finally caught his eye. Tall and statuesque, with a youthful visage and an alluring figure. Clad in hot pants and a green hooded cloak, the purity radiating from her face struck a chord in Espingia's lascivious heart, instilling within him a sense of conquest. As for his chances of success, one must consider his devil fruit ability, the superhuman hypnosis fruit. This power allows him to hypnotize a target through touch and spoken commands, compelling the hypnotized individual to obey unconditionally. The duration of this effect remains uncertain, as none of those he has hypnotized have yet managed to break free. Doesn't it sound impressive? Such a formidable fruit should, in theory, be protected as diligently as Doflamingo's subordinate, Sugar, surrounded by powerful guardians to avert any mishaps. He would be the most exceptional individual within any crew. If he were to touch Doflamingo, wouldn't he that enable him to hypnotize him? Or if he touched the Poison Dragon, wouldn't he be able to exert the same influence? Yet, this thought never crossed Espingia's mind. Nor was it entertained by the Poison Dragon pirates. Instead, such a potent ability was solely employed for rather unsavory pursuits, hypnotizing the women he desired, subsequently claiming them as his own, and later selling them as slaves once his interest waned. Given that those under hypnosis are entirely obedient to commands, Espingia had garnered a certain level of notoriety in the slave market. At this moment, he set his sights on Rebecca, seemingly casually brushing against her before commanding, "Come with me." Swaying his body, he led Rebecca to a flower field, a beautiful spot he had long coveted. Rebecca's body quivered, instinctively attempting to break free from her restraints. Her teeth clenched tightly, muscles taut with anxiety, her heart raced with fear, yet her body involuntarily complied with Espingia's directives. What a captivating creature. The moment I laid eyes on you amidst the crowd, I was utterly entranced. With hands resting on Rebecca's shoulders, he drew in a deep breath against her neck, while Rebecca's heart was in turmoil. "Soldier, where are you? Please, save me." Mr. Soldier is a one-legged toy soldier who has always accompanied Rebecca, possessing formidable strength. It was Mr. Soldier who taught Rebecca swordsmanship. However, Mr. Soldier is also Rebecca's father, transformed into a toy soldier by Sugar many years ago. What a beautiful place, Zongbingjia murmured to himself, disregarding Rebecca's inner turmoil. Wouldn't this be perfect for our wedding chamber? I chose it especially for you. Then, with hypnotic commands, he whispered, "You are the little girl I picked up long ago. I am your master, and you are my slave. You love me deeply, and your greatest dream is to be violated by me. Now, your dream is about to come true. We will do what you desire most here. Don't hesitate, Don't be nervous. We are one. Standing before Rebecca. He watched as she slowly removed her green windbreaker, then unbuttoned her outer coat. His eyes gleamed with lust, as if already envisioning the exquisite figure beneath the fabric. Drool dripped uncontrollably from his mouth, his expression that of a lecherous old man. Little thief, let us see where you run now. At that moment, Zhong Bingjia felt a sudden chill at the base of his skull, as if frozen in ice. Instinctively, he twisted sideways, spinning 360 degrees in midair before landing gracefully, his movements swift and precise. Yet, it was futile. A black rod struck him down, sending him sprawling unconscious, eyes rolling back. You wretched scoundrel! What vile deeds were you planning this time? If I don't teach you a lesson today, who knows how many more girls you'll harm? Turning to reassure Rebecca, he was instead met with a flash of pale skin lunging toward him. A small fist shot toward his face. What have you done to my master, you bastard? Without a hint of shame, she launched her attack openly. Master? You can't be serious. She must already be under his influence. I'll have to interrogate her properly later, Avi thought. Stealing his mind, he recited silently. See no evil, hear no evil. Speak no evil, look upon no evil. No matter how alluring the flesh, in time, it will decay to bones. What is so captivating about it? He sighed inwardly. Still too young, lacking such wisdom. Removing his own coat, he pried Rebecca off, she was still biting him, and cast an indifferent glance at her chest. Nothing special. With enough training. Even men can develop something bigger. What is the big deal? Trembling slightly, he draped his coat over her and gagged her mouth with cloth to prevent further outbursts. Of course, some unavoidable friction occurred during the process, but it was unintentional. After all, he was saving her, wasn't he? Saving a life is worth more than erecting a magnificent pagoda, yet, we must not deny a person the dignity of clothing simply due to their outward appearance. This is outrageous. What is going on? Are you all right? Shaddy and Golden Week rushed over, first glancing at Ivy and Rebecca, who was draped in Ivy's clothing. Before noticing the fallen Song Bingjia, they inquired, how is she? Shaddy had a vivid recollection of Song Bingjia, after narrowly escaping danger. He took a concerned interest in the unconscious Rebecca, whom Ivy had held tightly. Observing that she was not attired beneath the clothing, he approached, retrieved the discarded garments from the ground, and led Rebecca into the flower field to dress her. Such a lecherous fiend. Humph. Golden Week, chewing on a lollipop, scoffed as he first gazed at the motionless Song Bingjia, then turned his attention to Ivy. You may indulge in whatever you wish, but do not speak carelessly. Who am I? A dashing and virtuous gentleman. If you do not clarify your words today, we shall not continue this game. Ignoring Ivy's outburst, Golden Week kicked Song Bingjia lightly and remarked, who is this guy? You and Shaddy appeared quite furious earlier. This fellow is nothing but a rogue. Years ago, Shaddy and I faced peril at sea, and he nearly harmed her, prompting me to heroically save her. In gratitude for my life-saving act, Shaddy declared, I can offer no other recompense but my devotion. I firmly rejected her, saying, we are still young. This cannot be allowed. Is that so? How come I was unaware of this? Shaddy, holding Rebecca's hand, looked at Ivy with confusion. Ah ha ha ha. What splendid weather we have today. The sun shines brightly. Ivy exclaimed, gazing at the moonlit sky at a 45-degree angle, bursting into laughter. Oh, by the way, this fellow must have consumed some devil fruit. We must ascertain the reason immediately, or Rebecca shall be in peril. Realizing that his abrupt change of topic was rather clumsy, Ivy quickly adopted a serious demeanor. How do you know her name is Rebecca? We only arrived on the island today. Do you know her? Chapter 160, The Interrogation at the Flower Cottage in the Giant Forest, the Elf Clan. These Tontata, Dwarf, Kingdom, Cornice, and Robin awoke from their unconscious state, discovering themselves tightly bound by ropes on the ground. The ropes were secured to the ground with nails, rendering their escape nearly impossible. Cornice struggled in vain until she utilized her abilities to freeze the ropes entirely, allowing her to extricate herself effortlessly. Robin, instead of attempting to untie her bindings, surveyed her surroundings. In the square, she spotted a statue that seemed familiar. With a fleeting recollection, she quickly recalled where she had seen it before. The boastful Roland. How can there be a statue of Roland here? Did his adventurous crew pass through this place? The giants have awakened. Defend. Defend. Do not be alarmed. I shall confront these giants. Sounds echoed from all directions. Yet Cornice could see no one. Suddenly, she felt a commotion at her feet, where a small figure darted swiftly, stitching her to the ground, rendering her immobile. How adorable! As she beheld these little beings, Cornice was instantly smitten, bending down to cradle one in her palm, gazing at it with tenderness. Release Leo. Let go of Oler. Leo, ready and determined, tugged forcefully backward, causing Cornus to involuntarily topple backward, landing with a soft thud on the ground, her white dress billowing upwards to reveal her safety shorts. What is happening? The diminutive being slipped from her grasp, and Cornus stared in astonishment at Leo's actions, as well as the multitude of tiny soldier figures surrounding her. You must be the elves that the people of this island speak of. It is a pleasure to meet you. Having grasped her circumstances, Robin understood that the next step was to forge amicable relations. You pirates have come here. What mischief do you intend? Unlike the other little figures, Leo had ventured outside and was aware of certain matters beyond their realm. Why do you display the statue of Lord Rolando in the square? Robin inquired, her smile unwavering as she addressed Leo, exuding calmness. You know the great warrior Lord Rolando? Leo replied, astonished, his expression filled with incredulity. Indeed, I am a descendant of Rolando, Robin stated effortlessly, her demeanor unflustered, her heart steady. From Leo's earlier mention of Lord Rolando, Robin discerned the favorable connection between the little beings and Rolando. In such a mutually beneficial relationship, why not take full advantage of it? Indeed, Leo harbored some skepticism. Yet such trivial doubts could scarcely deter Robin, a scholar devoted to the study of history. Effortlessly, he recounted various exploits of Roland, albeit with a touch of embellishment, which served to garner the trust of the diminutive denizens of the kingdom of Dongtada. In a remarkably brief period, Robin had entirely won their confidence, leaving Cornus in a state of admiration. You truly are a descendant of Roland, she remarked, beginning to be persuaded as she walked alongside Robin, softly inquiring. What do you think? Robin's retort completely bewildered Cornus. May I peruse the history of your realm? Robin asked with a smile, addressing the chieftain and king, Ganchgao. Perched upon his shoulder, King Ganjo is indeed a lecherous man, easily captivated by Robin's beauty. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Meanwhile, Cornus, burdened with guilt upon discovering that Robin had deceived the little dwarves, found herself forging a better relationship with Oler, the one she had initially captured, and with Leo, who had attacked her. Unlike Oler, whose abilities were unremarkable, Leo, having consumed a devil fruit, possessed the extraordinary power to stitch people or objects onto others, rendering them immobile, a formidable ability that Cornus deeply appreciated. Without employing her own powers, she realized that she could not break free solely through physical strength. Upon learning that Robin was a descendant of Rolando, Leo expressed profound admiration, sharing numerous secrets of their situation with Cornus and the others, including the formation of a rebel army resisting Doflamingo. Cornus had come to understand the pure, endearing, and kind-hearted nature of the dwarves in Tontada. You intend to rise against Doflamingo? Just you? Cornus mused with concern. Though Leo was the strongest warrior in the kingdom, she was confident in her ability to defeat him in earnest combat. However, the notion that this group could topple Doflamingo's rule relying solely on their own strength seemed utterly impossible to her, absolutely out of the question. This is nothing but a delusion. Attempting to confront such an error without the requisite strength is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. The Sky Island once ruled by Enel faced a similar plight. The power of the Scipians was utterly insufficient to vanquish him, resulting in countless fatalities. Had it not been for the emergence of Luffy, who ultimately defeated and subdued Enel, one shudders to think of the consequences that would have befallen Konis. This is a matter that requires someone of stature to confront. Self-awareness is paramount, and Cornus possesses a profound sense of it. She yearns to dissuade Leo and the others from their aspirations, yet finds herself at a loss for words. For this belief, overthrowing the tyranny of Doflamingo and his ilk has been their mission for centuries, akin to the Sandians' quest to reclaim Shandora. Meanwhile, Leo continues to speak, seemingly endless in his discourse, while Cornus responds intermittently, her earnestness evident in her attentiveness. In the quaint flower cottage, Ivy and Shaddy have entered. With a swift motion, Ivy discards the captured Don Quixote onto the floor, bound tightly and incapacitated, still in slumber. Rebecca gazes at Ivy and the others with bloodshot eyes, her expression fierce as though she would defend her beloved with her life, her mouth gagged with cloth, emitting only muffled sounds. Initially, Shaddy contemplated removing the gag from Rebecca's mouth, but after a sharp bite to her chest, she decisively sealed it once more. The lingering sensation of soreness in her chest serves as a reminder of the force behind that bite. Now, it is time to interrogate this individual and uncover the deeds he has committed. With a foot planted firmly on Don Quixote's back, he feels as though he has been struck by a swiftly approaching maritime train, jolting him awake. His first instinct is to flee, only to realize he is immobile, pinned beneath a foot, unable to roll over. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. Let us resolve this amicably. Why must it be this way? It benefits no one. His eyes darting wildly, he seems to concoct some devious scheme. Do you recognize me? You, the dead man. Ivy. Bending down to meet Don Quixote's gaze, smiles genuinely, brimming with delight. Is slumber upon you? No, it is slumber delivering a pillow. Just as he was contemplating the elusive poison dragon pirates, hoping for a clue, Don Quixote materializes before him. Who are you? We truly do not know each other. My good sir, there must be a misunderstanding. Oh, I see. It must be because of the lovely lady, right? I swear, it was not my intention. Had I known she belonged to you, I would never have dared to act recklessly. Clearly, Don Quixote does not recognize him at first glance and continues to feign innocence. Much to Ivy's discontent. Such scenarios are commonplace, are they not? Two adversaries, having not crossed paths for years, suddenly encounter one another. Only for one to be captured as a prisoner. The captured then exclaims, "You are that person. I was mistaken. Please, treat me lightly." In this most extraordinary and ostentatious of narratives, one cannot help but feel a sense of disappointment. Chapter 161. The astonishing triple shock of Cyrus. The toy soldier, Cyrus, returned home, clutching some provisions. As he traversed the flower-laden pathway and prepared to enter, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Someone had been there. Inside, only Rebecca remained. Yet the evidence left outside suggested the presence of more than two individuals. Had Doflamingo discovered them? With this unsettling thought, Cyrus's panic intensified. He dashed inside, carelessly dropping the food upon the ground, his weapon, a toy gun, gripped tightly in his hand. Rebecca. To his dismay, he beheld Ivy and the others, alongside Rebecca, who was bound to a pillar, her mouth gagged with cloth. His vision instantly turned crimson with fury, although the toy's expression was devoid of emotion. Ivy could distinctly perceive his wrath. Blade. Death. In Cyrus's grip, the toy gun transformed into a fearsome blade as he lunged towards Ivy without hesitation. Shaddy, be careful. In response to this sudden turn of events, Ivy remained composed, calmly warning Shaddy, who was nearest to Rebecca and tasked with her protection. Understood. Shaddy nodded, drawing forth the knife at his waist and striking towards an empty space. Although there was nothing there, a resounding bang echoed forth, successfully parrying Cyrus's attack. It became evident that Cyrus's initial strike aimed at Ivy was merely a feint. His true objective was to rescue Rebecca. Who are you? What do you intend to do with Rebecca? Unable to rescue her immediately, Cyrus refrained from further aggression. The situation was unclear, yet Rebecca appeared unharmed aside from her bindings. He would not allow the circumstances to deteriorate further due to his own actions. Simultaneously, he assessed the current predicament. 2 men and 2 women, all rather fair of face. One, with flowing golden hair, Ivy, seemed to be their leader. The one wielding a knife against his woman, Shaddy, appeared to be a warrior, while a young girl, continuously munching on a lollipop Golden Week, seemed more a trinket than a threat. The man beneath Ivy's foot appeared to be an outsider, leading Cyrus to deduce that they were not from the island. To Ivy, who seemed to be the ringleader, Cyrus declared, "You are not of this island. What is your purpose here?" Recognizing the toy soldier before her, Ivy identified him as Cyrus, Rebecca's father, a man once branded a criminal, famed for his 3,000 consecutive victories in the arena, who ultimately triumphed against all odds to wed the beautiful princess. Such a life experience, if penned into a book, could undoubtedly span several million words. "You are Cyrus, are you not?" Ivy declared with conviction. At this moment, no one else could possibly be here but him. Ivy's words fell like a stone into still waters, creating ripples that continued to resonate endlessly. The astonishment etched upon his face was profound. None could fathom the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. After being transformed into a toy by the powers of sugar, all memories of himself had vanished from everyone's minds, save for his own. Each day, he gazed upon his daughter, now a stranger, grappling with a complexity of feelings too intricate to articulate, a true struggle unspoken. He was, after all, the first to clearly state his own name. The same Cyrus who had triumphed in 3,000 consecutive battles in the arena, only to rise from obscurity and wed the princess, correct? Ivy continued, seeking to first astonish his counterpart, thus paving the way for further discourse. Indeed. Cyrus displayed the excitement Ivy anticipated, his exhilaration unmistakable. How do you know? Upon uttering this, his expression shifted to one of tension. You are affiliated with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Initially, his excitement stemmed from the astonishing fact that, after all these years, someone still remembered him. However, His anxiety quickly arose from the realization that the only one capable of knowing all about him could only be a person linked to Doflamingo. You are mistaken, like you. I wish to overthrow Doflamingo's reign, Avi interjected, waving his hands to dispel any misunderstanding. Do you have some grudge against Doflamingo? Regardless of Avi's true identity. His audacity in making such statements suggested a willingness to communicate. Cyrus cast a complicated glance at the bound Rebecca. At that moment, Rebecca was not focused on the man who sought to rescue her, but rather on the sword at Avi's feet. No, I merely feel that my enemies are a tad insufficient. They do not befit my future legacy destined to resonate across the seas. Observing Avi's self-satisfied demeanor, Cyrus felt perplexed. What manner of person is this? So peculiar. Yet, it was clear to him that Avi could not possibly be an ally of Doflamingo. They lacked such folly. As Cyrus's mind raged with internal critiques, Avi, noticing Cyrus's gaze, paid no heed to the thoughts swirling within him. To instill complete faith in his intentions, he approached and tore the cloth from Rebecca's mouth. What have you done to my master? Release my master, or I will surely kill you. Rebecca screamed. Her face contorted with fury. You see, I am doing this for her own good, Avi remarked, gesturing toward the frenzied Rebecca before restraining her once more. Rebecca, what has happened to you? Cyrus found himself overwhelmed by an extraordinary sense of astonishment today. Everything felt utterly surreal. First, a few strangers arrived at his home. And then one of them abducted his daughter, Rebecca. This stranger seemed to possess knowledge of Cyrus's past and expressed a desire to accumulate more enemies, aiming to overthrow Doflamingo's reign. Most shockingly, his daughter, upon seeing him, appeared not to recognize him at all, although she had forgotten him since his transformation into a toy. She had at least called him Mr. Soldier before. Yet now, she regarded him with the eyes of a stranger, even an enemy. While showing reverence to someone she did not know, the one who had trampled her underfoot, Cyrus felt himself unraveling, gazing at Ivy with an insatiable thirst for understanding. Desperate to uncover the reason behind this bewildering situation, he envisioned a concise explanation. First this happened, then that, and ultimately, they saved Rebecca, leading to this moment. With a straightforward elucidation, Cyrus lifted the toy gun in his hand and hopped over to the side of Sandinja, aiming the weapon at his head. Speak. What have you done to Rebecca? Otherwise, I swear I will kill you. I mean what I say. With his eyes aflame and palpable rage emanating from him. Even though he wielded what appeared to be a comically absurd toy gun and was himself a toy, Sandinja felt a twinge of fear. His instincts warned him that a single misstep in his response could lead to his demise. This sensation was undeniably truthful. Sandinja was aware of the method Cyrus employed. Yet he would never divulge it. Revealing such information would mean his death. Unlike Sugar's childish fruitability, which could be countered by emotional instability leading to the release of those transformed into toys back to their human forms. Sandinja's fruitability had only one solution, his own death. What could he possibly say? Chapter 162. This fellow has finally perished. After several chapters, this long-winded character, a pirate whose very name sounded utterly ridiculous, has met his end. Ivy felt a twinge of regret that it happened so swiftly and decisively, a single shot to the head, leaving no chance of survival. There was no helping it. Sandinja's stammering speech had irked Cyrus to the point of losing control over his emotions and actions. With a bang, the gun fired, and life was extinguished, spilling a pool of crimson liquid mixed with white curds, hanging in the air like a dreadful spectacle. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence until a soft whimper broke through, the voice of Rebecca from behind. With her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Cyrus, she was at a loss for words, tears streaming down her cheeks, radiating a sense of profound grievance. Rebecca. Cyrus hurriedly leaped forward, untying the strip of cloth from her mouth. Upon hearing the sorrowful song of the soldier, tears streamed down his face. Rebecca, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Once she was liberated from her bindings, Rebecca and Cyrus embraced tightly. Oh, soldier, I was so frightened. They knelt on the ground, and together they wept. Is this all there is to it? After glancing at the suspended recitation and the weeping Rebecca, unable to contain her emotions, Ivy pondered. After a considerable while, they both regained their composure. Rebecca stood beside Cyrus, casting a fleeting glance at Ivy before hastily departing, a blush still tinting her cheeks, evidently recalling the memories from her previous hypnosis. The mere thought of that scene ignited a shyness within Rebecca, making her feel as though she wished to vanish into the earth. Now that she had recovered, she could be questioned directly about whether Ivy had indeed saved her. Under the reassuring yet concerned gaze of Cyrus, Rebecca gently nodded in acknowledgement of Ivy's voice, hesitant to speak. Cyrus assumed this was merely a residual effect of the hypnosis and shifted his focus back to Ivy and the others. With that issue resolved, they could now discuss the next matter at hand. As previously mentioned, I do not wish to reiterate. Before Cyrus could voice his thoughts, Ivy anticipated his intentions. Were you not secretly preparing for action with the people of the East Tata tribe? It would be fortuitous for us to join forces. With your remarkable strength from winning 3,000 consecutive battles in the arena, you should be able to assist us. Not wanting to be dismissed too hastily, Ivy interjected, however, our immediate priority is to tackle Sugar. Most of the inhabitants of the city, along with the formidable fighters who have emerged from the arena, have been transformed into mere playthings. If we harness their power, we could more swiftly dismantle Doflamingo's faction. What you must do now is wait, ever vigilant. When the time comes, you will know. Nodding in affirmation, Ivy concluded his thoughts and turned to Cyrus, eager to hear his perspective. At that moment, Cyrus was taken aback, bewildered by how this individual seemed to possess such intimate knowledge of his affairs. It was astonishing. The insurrection formed with the people of the East Tata Kingdom had been shrouded in secrecy, conducted covertly. Despite his astonishment, Cyrus recognized that Ivy genuinely intended to confront Doflamingo rather than orchestrate a conspiracy against him. Otherwise, the situation would be drastically different. With troops surrounding him and Doflamingo's subordinates standing before him, rather than this enigmatic person. A pleasant collaboration, a fruitful partnership. The two shook hands, reaching a consensus before parting ways. As they made their way back, Ivy and the others felt somewhat disheartened. What was supposed to be a leisurely outing had unexpectedly transformed into yet another mission to enlist allies. In this journey, the only memory that Ivy could cherish was the embrace of the soft, fleshy warmth, a personal experience she could not forget. Rebecca, what is your opinion of this individual? Cyrus inquired, casting a glance at Ivy's departing figure without turning back. I do not know, Rebecca responded, her cheeks flushed merely by the sight of Ivy. For that moment was exceedingly embarrassing, rendering her heart restless. She had been lost in her own fantasies and had not clearly heard the conversation between Ivy and Cyrus. However, Cyrus was indifferent to Rebecca's reply, for he had already formed his own conclusions. Ivy was destined to become an extraordinary figure. The world ahead would undoubtedly be tumultuous. This individual dared to challenge the reign of Doflamingo for the sake of acquiring more enemies. Although uncertain of the current progress, Cyrus was filled with an inexplicable confidence regarding this endeavor, perhaps due to Ivy's compelling charisma. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, on an island, the lair of the poisoned dragon pirates was engulfed in an unprecedented riot. Those who had once been hypnotized by the incantations of the sorcerer had all awakened. Recalling their experiences over the years, fury ignited within them, and those preparing to dine suddenly turned their weapons upon their closest comrades, attacking without hesitation. Meanwhile, some engaged in fierce battles with other pirates abruptly betrayed their allies, brandishing their blades against their own. Such turmoil has inflicted unprecedented devastation upon the strength of the poisoned dragon pirates. Concurrently, in various other maritime regions, a movement has begun. These individuals are none other than the female slaves who have been sold off after being exhausted by their captors. Some of those who have recently regained consciousness, unable to bear the weight of their psychological torment, have resorted to suicide. Others, consumed by uncontrollable fury, have launched unhesitating assaults against their masters. As this represents an unforeseen counterattack that has ensnared the majority. Among them, one particularly influential figure, a slave who had fallen into the hands of the celestial dragons, exhibited extraordinary obedience due to the hypnosis she had endured. This celestial dragon, rather than confining her, has chosen to keep her by his side in a manner that seems entirely natural. The woman knelt on the ground, crawling as the celestial dragon mounted her, wielding a whip and treating her like a mere steed. At that moment, the chanting warrior suddenly perished, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, her formidable mental resilience quelled the tumult of emotions within her, and she discreetly crawled towards the direction of a blunt instrument. Enduring humiliation and harboring resentment, she advanced step by step, and then, with unexpected ferocity, launched a fierce assault against the celestial dragon upon her back. Such commotion elicited a tremendous response from the celestial dragon's castle, as numerous formidable warriors, concealed in the shadows to safeguard the celestial dragons, swiftly converged. Dead. How splendid it is to be dead. How liberating it is. With a deranged smile and a sense of ultimate relief, she took her own life. This is the domain of the celestial dragons, and she finds herself ensnared with no desire to flee. She does not wish to endure another day shrouded in darkness. She has found her liberation. The following day, major newspapers fervently reported the incident. Despite the overwhelming power of the celestial dragons, the truth could not be silenced. And this event stirred a substantial uproar. A female slave of the celestial dragons had slain one of their own. Chapter 163. Robin's disappointment and empathy. Is there none? In Greenit, within the kingdom of Dada, Robin, peering through a magnifying glass at the ancient text of Dada's history in the National Library, set the glass down with a sigh. Her heart was a tumult of complexity and emptiness. After so many years of hope followed by disappointment, she had grown accustomed to it. She possessed the resilience to endure such blows. The historical tomes bore no record of the blank century. Not because the ancestors of Dada wished to omit it, but because they lacked the means to document it. Thousands of years ago, on Greenit Island, there existed a legendary realm, unseen and unknowable, home to a diminutive folk. They were industrious and innocent, claiming that there was no plant they could not cultivate. Despite their extraordinary strength and speed, they never harmed anyone. These mythical little beings lived serenely within their land. Until 900 years ago, a time that marked the beginning of enduring animosity between the Dada tribe and the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote family, exploiting the Dada tribe's innocent nature, orchestrated a grand deception, leading the Dada into the most harrowing chapter of their history, known as the Era of Enslavement. Subsequent records meticulously chronicle the brutal reign imposed by the Don Quixote family upon the Dada tribe. They confined the Dada people in lightless depths, forcing them into ceaseless labor. Countless Dada lives were lost during that era, aptly described as 10 remaining out of 100, 9 empty rooms out of 10. 800 years ago, the reign of terror concluded when Don Quixote, as one of the creators, departed from the kingdom of Dressrosa to establish the world government. Dressrosa welcomed its finest ruler, the Liku family, who liberated the Dada tribe, decreeing that within their realm, the Dada would no longer need to toil, and all their needs would be met without question. Since then, the legend of the fairies' mischief has been passed down in Dressrosa, those fairies being the people of the East Tontada tribe. Coincidentally, the blank history refers to the period from 900 years ago to 800 years ago, a century known as the blank century. During that time, the East Tontada tribe was confined by Don Quixote in a dark cellar, enduring brutal torment. The entire tribe had dwindled significantly, leaving no opportunity to venture outside and comprehend the circumstances, resulting in a complete absence of records regarding this blank century. Robin expressed profound sympathy for the calamity that befell the East Tontada tribe. When O'Hara was destroyed, the anger that surged within her was uncontrollable, and she empathized deeply with the plight of the East Tontada tribe. What are you discussing? After leaving, Robin discovered that Conies was engaged in conversation with Leo and the others. Robin, you're back. Did you find what you were looking for? Conies turned her gaze upon Robin's return. I encountered many traces of history, those enduring witnesses, yet I did not find what I sought. Seeing that Robin's expression was not one of disappointment, Conies felt reassured and shifted the topic to Leo and the others. Don Quixote and his ilk are truly despicable. Robin, I want to help them. It turned out that Conies had previously heard Leo speak of the happenings surrounding the East Tontada tribe, detailing all of Don Quixote's actions, including the capture of many tribe members and the imprisonment of their princess in a place devoid of light. The thought of such suffering brought tears to Conies' eyes. The plight of the little people was indeed pitiful. Speak with Ivy. I believe he will agree, but this matter cannot be rushed. It requires a carefully devised plan. Don Quixote is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the Navy, wielding considerable power, having occupied the New World for many years. One can only imagine the vast influence he wields, far beyond what is visible on the surface. Robin concurred with Conies' thoughts, but remained rational, knowing they could not charge in recklessly. Surely, the East Tontada tribe must have devised their own plans. Yes, I think so too. Conies nodded in agreement. Really? I cannot thank you enough. Truly, you are worthy descendants of the great warrior Rolando. With the addition of 2 powerful allies, Leo was overjoyed. Leo, we apologize for deceiving you earlier. We are not the descendants of the adventurer Rolando. We are merely pirates who have just entered the New World. However, Robin and the others had indeed met the descendants of adventurer Rolando in the past, assisting them in fulfilling a centuries-old vow and liberating them from a wrongful curse. At this moment, Cornus apologetically addressed Leo, her inherently kind nature making her feel remorseful for deceiving the innocent and naive little people. Overcome with guilt, she chose to reveal the truth, lowering her head in contrition as she extended her apologies to Leo. However, her earlier assertion that they would assist him was indeed genuine. Their captain, Avi, was a profoundly good person who had once saved the lives of everyone on Sky Island. Robin did not deter Cornus's confession. She had indeed utilized this falsehood to gain insight into the history of the East Tontata tribe, and she felt a sense of indebtedness to them, though she chose not to voice it, opting instead to demonstrate her commitment through her actions. She then retrieved her transponder snail from her pocket to communicate with Avi. The transponder snail was a standard tool for entering the new world, akin to Avi's previous life's telephone, capable of bridging vast distances for conversation. Unhindered by the limitations of signal towers that might render communication impossible in remote areas, Avi's pirate crew had nearly one for each member. Once they understood the convenience and had the means to equip themselves. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. I shall lend you my support. I also have a similar initiative in mind, but I had not the chance to discuss it with you before your premature departure. For now, I shall end this call, and we can deliberate further upon your return tomorrow. In Dressrosa, at the inn, Avi concluded the conversation with the transponder snail. He was not inclined to resolve the matter simply. Rather, he intended to escalate it to a level of global attention. With his formidable strength, had he opted for a decisive strike, he could have unexpectedly eliminated Don Quixote Doflamingo without drawing attention, avoiding the ruckus at the casino that had piqued Doflamingo's interest and prompted him to send Violet to probe Avi's capabilities. Now, the East Tontata tribe surely stood in his support, as did Curly, and Violet, upon discovering his prowess, would undoubtedly align with him as well. After all, she was the princess of the Riku family. Furthermore, King Rico had not perished. He was still imprisoned in the underground factory. Once he garnered the support of these individuals and lifted the curse of the toy people, restoring them to their human forms, he could ultimately vanquish Doflamingo in a manner that would be both honorable and celebrated, ensuring that these allies would become invaluable in his quest for renown. This matter poses no detriment to anyone. Why not embrace it? Chapter 164, The Advancing Avi Pirates. The following day, Avi, accompanied by Shaddy and Golden Week, ventured to Don Quixote Doflamingo's palace to discuss matters regarding their supposed alliance. However, the alliance was merely a fade. The primary objective was to meet Sugar, the linchpin of this operation. Sugar had been well guarded by Doflamingo, unlike the minor soldiers like Sing and Jia, as she was constantly protected by high-ranking officers and rarely appeared in public. Robin had returned and was apprised of Avi's plan. She utilized a transponder snail to rendezvous with Cornus, ensuring that the Tontata tribe was prepared, and then proceeded to the vicinity of the toy factory with Spada. With Robin's reconnaissance skills combined with Spada's formidable combat prowess, they were equipped to accomplish any task. Enel, however, showed little interest in such affairs, prompting Avi to assign him a straightforward task to continue his challenges at the bullfighting arena and ultimately defeat the arena's champion, Diamante, while simultaneously revealing the truth to the people of Dressrosa. Although Avi harbored doubts about Enel's adherence to the plan, he recognized Enel as a crucial asset. Shaddy's role was to remain vigilant and act opportunely, lacking any explicit directives. This differed significantly from the battles that would ensue years later when the era of great pirates erupted, giving rise to formidable pirates and numerous powerful competitors drawn in by Doflamingo's Mera Mera Nomi. Currently, there is nothing of the sort on Avi's side. In simple terms, it is a direct confrontation between Avi and their allies, relying solely on their own strength against the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo, who has become exceedingly powerful through various dark forces in the New World. The pressure faced is far greater than that of Luffy and his companions. However, the ensuing commotion is equally immense, beyond imagination. Each of the 7 warlords possesses formidable strength, capable of commanding vast territories as powerful pirates. They're might almost unfathomable. In light of the current pirate dynamics, the small yet destined to make waves in history have yet to rise. Even those who have embarked upon the seas are merely navigating the earlier segments of the Grand Line. The transition of power from old to new has not fully commenced. It has only triggered a harbinger. At this juncture, Ivy's actions serve as a catalyst, hastening the arrival of this transition. There is no need for overthinking. Such considerations are reserved for after the conclusion. To dwell on the splendid outcomes of success before the journey has even begun is imprudent. It is essential to maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Ivy, accompanied by Shaddy and Golden Week, has entered Don Quixote Doflamingo's palace, formally encountering this former celestial dragon, now the king of Dressrosa, one of the 7 warlords, and the infamous middleman of the dark underworld, the Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ivy, I am well aware of your exploits and must commend your audacity in provoking Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. In the new world, aside from myself, I doubt anyone else can offer you protection, Doflamingo declares with a smile, asserting his dominance. With his purple sunglasses, golden buzz cut, feathered coat, tight trousers, and pointed shoes, Doflamingo strides toward Ivy with a somewhat hunched posture, exuding an air of arrogance. Although Ivy stands tall at approximately 2.5 meters, he still must look up to meet Doflamingo's gaze, which exceeds 3 meters. Yet, Ivy regards Doflamingo with an unperturbed expression, neither intimidated nor oppressive, maintaining a straightforward demeanor. Of course, I have some understanding of you. The overlord of the underworld is quite well connected in the new world. In terms of certain factions, your influence is nearly equivalent to that of the 4 emperors, albeit with slightly less territory. Ivy continues to flatter, then glances at the other occupants in the room, who are seated nearby. Fufufu. I almost forgot to introduce you to my subordinates. These are my 4 major divisions and my most trusted allies, the Spade Army led by Toribol, the Black Army led by Pika, and the Diamond Army led by Diamante. The Heart Army is currently on a mission and is not present here. Greetings, Ivy. Turbol, leaning on his cane, greeted with a cheerful smile. 2 viscous streams of liquid perpetually trickling from beneath his nose, only to be inhaled once more. He possessed the powers of the superhuman-type mucus fruit, colloquially known as the snivel fruit, allowing him to envelop himself entirely in slime. Thus, his current state was not his true form. His actual self remained concealed within the vast expanse of mucilage, revealing him to be a diminutive, frail, old man. Hello, Ivy. Welcome to our ranks. We shall work together from now on, he said. Suddenly, a face emerged atop the city wall, Pika. His shrill voice was jarring, yet juxtaposed with his towering, robust physique. It appeared rather ludicrous. Pika, a rock human endowed with the powers of the rock fruit, could meld his being into the very earth, altering its natural form. In his mightiest state, he could transform into a colossal rock giant, towering hundreds of meters high, dominating a quarter of Dressrosa. The entirety of Dressrosa served as his armor. In a sense, unless the entire land were to be obliterated, he was virtually invulnerable to attack. However, he harbored a weakness. He was overly sensitive to remarks about the absurdity of his voice, which would enrage him instantly. Those in the employ of Doflamingo were well aware of this and deliberately tolerated it, allowing for a harmonious coexistence. Before I acknowledge you, it would be prudent to remain on your best behavior. Otherwise, I, Diamante, will ensure you comprehend the gravity of your errors. I hope you do not witness this. It would surely lead you to regret setting sail, Diamante remarked coolly, a mysterious yet unremarkable red pattern adorning his face as he sat in his chair. He was the formidable adversary Ivy had prepared for Inel, a powerful contender and the current champion of the arena, wielding the powers of the superhuman-type float fruit. Capable of rendering any object weightless and as thin as paper, coupled with formidable swordsmanship. Is that so? I doubt such a day will ever come. By the way, one of my companions visited the arena yesterday and felt disheartened for not challenging Mr. Diamante. He has returned today, hoping Mr. Diamante might grant him this wish. Surely, Mr. Diamante will oblige, won't you? Ivy said, his face alight with a smile as he regarded Diamante. Diamante exchanged a glance with Doflamingo before offering a curt nod to Ivy, devoid of warmth. Ivy then introduced Doflamingo to Shaddy and Golden Week, omitting details of their strengths and abilities, as it was unreasonable to divulge one's entire arsenal upon a mere first meeting. Regarding Ivy's mention of his companion wishing to challenge Diamante, Doflamingo perceived this as Ivy's attempt to gauge their respective strengths, a subtle test of wills. In the eyes of Doflamingo, this is quite a commonplace occurrence. Those endowed with formidable strength possess an inherent dignity and would seldom relinquish everything to align themselves with others. Were it not for the influence of the Yonko Big Mom, Avery would undoubtedly refuse to join him. These are merely the speculations of Doflamingo, and Avy's performance has alleviated some of his doubts. Under such circumstances, where both parties feel at ease, the atmosphere appears quite relaxed. Avy also casually expressed a desire to gain further insight into the subordinates of Doflamingo. It is quite natural. Thus arrangements were made for Violet to escort Avery around her territory. However, Doflamingo had cautioned Violet that certain significant locations were strictly off-limits for Avery and her companions. The foundation of collaboration lies in mutual sincerity, yet Avery arrived with only 2 individuals and even allowed her ally to challenge Diamante, indicating that she had not fully resolved to join the Don Quixote family. Consequently, the places suitable for Avery's visit became limited. Chapter 165. The Ace in the Hole is the Golden Week. Do you know where sugar is? Without attracting Doflamingo's attention, could you take me there? Avery had previously elucidated the importance of sugar to Violet. Her significance is akin to that of a nuclear weapon. Erasing any trace of an individual's existence is a fundamentally destructive weapon, capable of ensnaring your allies right before you, unbeknownst to you, while simultaneously erasing the memory of the ensnared ally. How terrifying this is. It is as though that person has been completely obliterated from your memory, and you remain blissfully unaware, as if it were always this way. The level of dread must certainly be addressed first. Indeed, I can guide you. But there will undoubtedly be many individuals surrounding Sugar, taking turns to protect her. I am uncertain who is safeguarding her today, so once I lead you there, everything will depend on you. Violet has also been proactive, having already discovered Sugar's location. In the past, he would have undoubtedly disregarded such matters. To safeguard King Riku, she was coerced into joining the Don Quixote family as a cadre, a role she has reluctantly accepted. Aside from the tasks mandated by Doflamingo, Violet is indifferent to anything else. We must hasten our actions, otherwise, Doflamingo will surely sense something amiss. Given Doflamingo's inherently suspicious nature and his astuteness, even a hint of doubt left in his mind could lead him to uncover the truth. Now, it is a race against time to see whether we can act more swiftly than Doflamingo can react. Where have they gone? Gazing at the sunlit sky outside, Doflamingo casually inquired while reclining under a parasol. He then shed his clothing and leapt into the swimming pool to unwind. It appears that Violet has taken Avi and the others towards the castle, responded Baby 5, the weapon girl, who stood at the pool's edge, catching Doflamingo's garments. Baby 5, belonging to the Spade Army, is a weapon-human hybrid who has consumed the weapon fruit, enabling her to transform any part of her body into known weaponry, whether firearms or melee weapons. Adopted by Doflamingo at a young age, she serves as both a maid and an assassin for the Don Quixote family. Clad in a maid outfit with cascading black waves for hair, she has a penchant for smoking. She yearns to be needed, agreeing without hesitation to any request, whether for a loan or a marriage proposal, making her an ideal target for unscrupulous suitors. Her fiancé is also one of Doflamingo's primary cleanup tasks. Due to this connection, she has attempted to confront Doflamingo multiple times, only to be defeated, a tale of poignant struggle. The castle? Leaning against the edge of the pool, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Although obscured by sunglasses, the movement of his facial skin conveyed that he truly squinted, revealing a contemplative demeanor. He instructed to investigate what Violet had done since her return yesterday. Doubt began to stir within Doflamingo, who immediately set his plans in motion. If his suspicions proved accurate, he would not hesitate to act decisively. No one had ever dared to meddle within the Don Quixote family and emerged unscathed. What did it matter if he provoked the matriarch? If Doflamingo wished, any of his subordinates could easily carry out such a task. His interest in Ivy was merely a matter of amusement, coupled with the recognition of Ivy's formidable abilities, which made him consider the possibility. However, should he decide to obliterate them, he would feel no remorse. Furthermore, it seemed that Violet had been excessively lenient towards the Riku family in recent years. Fufufufu. I hope you do not disappoint me, Violet. And you too, little Ivy. After contemplating these thoughts, Doflamingo plunged into the depths, while Dressrosa appeared remarkably tranquil, reminiscent of its peaceful days. There were no unsettling elements, only the arena, alive with fervent cheers, resonating with the clash of flesh and blood, delivering an exhilarating rush that stirred the soul. On the island, uninvited guests had also arrived. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, accompanied by his sidekick, Clara, set foot here. His intent was not to incite chaos or liberate Dressrosa. Such actions were not his primary objective. Thus, he arrived quietly, as the Revolutionary Army always did, maintaining a low profile. His mission was to apprehend the notorious Bon Clay, who had resurfaced against all odds. Initially presumed dead, Bon Clay's resilience proved remarkable, allowing him yet another opportunity to take the stage. The purpose of capturing Bon Clay was to uncover clues and information regarding the Poison Dragon Pirates. Despite Ivy's belief that the Poison Dragon Pirates had faded into obscurity, the influential figures among the pirates and revolutionaries were still aware of them and held a certain trepidation. Aside from Sabo and his crew, Kinemon finally arrived here, having followed a trail of subtle clues, evidently lagging far behind Kinemon, only to be met with scathing mockery upon his arrival. Additionally, there were a few pirates enticed by the enormous bounty offered by the Empress Big Mom. Though their numbers were scarce, otherwise, it would indicate Ivy's whereabouts had been compromised, particularly with Katakuri leading a fleet to the scene. Thus, while Dressrosa appeared calm on the surface, a tempest brewed beneath, with currents swirling ominously, hinting at an impending cataclysmic battle as time progressed. The only lamentable aspect of this impending clash was the absence of the Navy, or more accurately, the lack of a formidable naval presence. It was certain that naval spies lurked within Dressrosa, yet Ivy remained oblivious to their existence. However, these clandestine Navy operatives were incapable of influencing events significantly. This was the New World. In the earlier parts of the Grand Line, they might have wielded more power, but here, such thoughts are indeed far-fetched. The castle inhabited by Sugar is heavily guarded by numerous sentinels, both visible and concealed. What are your plans? Violet, feeling a twinge of anxiety, recalled that Ivy had merely instructed her to await her arrival after determining Sugar's location, and then to escort Ivy to Shaddy. Numerous questions lingered, one of which was why Ivy was so assured that Don Quixote Doflamingo would designate her to guide Ivy and her companions on their tour. Furthermore, Ivy had not divulged the specific steps involved, which left Violet feeling inexplicably tense as the moment approached. It was a straightforward matter. Upon meeting Sugar and capturing her, the subsequent actions would naturally unfold. As for your doubts, do you think I brought Golden Week for no reason? She is our secret weapon for this endeavor. The decision to bring Shaddy alongside Golden Week was not without purpose. It was a conclusion reached after careful consideration by Ivy. Each individual possesses an irreplaceable significance. Chapter 166, foreseen and inspired the earlier conflict between Golden Week and Dihua yielded valuable insights. By studying emotional connections and severing emotional ties, Golden Week developed her own methodology. The reason Doflamingo did not simply summon anyone but chose Violet, who had interacted with Ivy, was undoubtedly influenced by Golden Week's presence. Once they encountered Sugar, Golden Week could employ her unique abilities to manipulate Sugar's emotions of fear and panic, achieving a state of intimidation. Although this may sound simple, it requires an actual encounter. And the castle is filled with many who protect Sugar. Through her observation haki, Ivy discovered that she could not penetrate the castle's walls, an astonishing revelation. She had never faced such a situation before. It seemed that cunning alone would not suffice. Doflamingo's protection of Sugar was indeed formidable. The group proceeded into the castle under the watchful gaze of the guards, showing no signs of discomfort. When the guards attempted to halt Ivy and her companions at the entrance, Violet produced a badge and displayed it before them. I, whom you do not recognize, am acting under the orders of the young master to escort these individuals for a tour. Is there an issue? Observing Violet's proud demeanor, one could sense an air of bravado, a testament to the years of enduring humiliation that had not been in vain. Her acting skills were commendable. The guard hesitated, unable to decide whether to allow them entry or to deny them, caught in a dilemma. I say, since they wish to enter, let them in, came the voice of the disheveled uncle, Toripole, from within. The guards promptly exhaled in relief. Something feels amiss. As Ivy stepped inside, she experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation, only to regain her composure swiftly, drawing no attention from those present. Within the room, aside from the disheveled Torbole, there were also the weapon-wielding girl Baby 5, the spinning man Buffalo, and the exceedingly heavy Mob Eyes, all members of the cadre. Meanwhile, Pika, a user of the rock fruit, had the remarkable ability to traverse any location in Dressrosa at will, and it was believed that he would swiftly appear at the slightest disturbance. Of course, our focal character, Sugar, was seated comfortably on a chair, surrounded by a multitude of small grapes, nibbling on them while casting a smile at Ivy. What is the meaning of this? I merely wish to explore. Is such a grand display truly necessary? And who is this adorable little girl? May I embrace you, dear brother? Gently colliding with Golden Week, Shaddy moved forward, unconcerned and unguarded, presenting a soft smile to Sugar before halting at a position deemed safe for both herself and Sugar. At that moment, Shaddy, Golden Week, and Violet sensed that something was amiss upon entering, simultaneously becoming aware of the approaching footsteps from behind, a multitude in number. This revelation comes swiftly. Truly, one cannot help but admire the formidable forces that have maintained their standing in this new world for so many years. Observing the individuals before me, none appear to be easily provoked. This is merely a third of Doflamingo's true strength, with other executives yet to make their appearance. It seems they believe this group suffices. A notion that will ultimately become the greatest flaw leading to the downfall of the Don Quixote family. Beneath the surface, everyone bears attention far from the ease they project. Violetta, the young master has treated you with such kindness. To think you would contemplate betraying him is utterly unforgivable. Today, I shall cleanse the ranks in service of the young master. The weapon-wielding girl, Baby 5, spoke first, her arm transforming into a dark, unknown firearm aimed directly at Violetta. What is happening here? Why such fervor? Stepping back discreetly, I positioned myself between Violetta and Baby 5. In truth, given my strength, I could have struck with precision from the earlier distance to achieve my desired outcome. However, I would have inevitably faced a barrage of attacks from Torbol and the other executives. Mutual destruction is not the goal. We are not yet at the point of a grand confrontation. Did you not come to see me? Why the sudden fear now? Am I truly that terrifying, dear brother? Sugar's appearance is deceptively charming, with her doll-like face and bright red dress, tilting her head curiously at me. If she were genuinely a young girl, it would be one thing, but I am aware that her current form is merely a consequence of consuming the hobby fruit at a tender age, leaving her body in a state of perpetual youth, potentially even older than I. Her act of feigning innocence and calling me big brother is quite irksome. Forcefully stifling the unknown liquid threatening to escape my nostrils, I utilized my abilities to eradicate it without revealing any signs of weakness. Hello, Baby 5. I have heard your name for quite some time. You are known to be a kind-hearted, innocent girl, a simple soul. Therefore, if I were to make a modest request, I trust you would acquiesce, would you not? I chose to ignore the playful Sugar, redirecting my focus onto Baby 5, despite being aware of my intentions. Torbol and the other executives remain locked in a stalemate with me. The reason for this is not something I dwell upon, yet I can surmise a few possibilities. Baby 5, with a hint of rosy cheeks, shyly nodded her head, decisively abandoning her oppositional stance as she trotted over to Avi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A profound sense of being needed surged within her, filling her heart with immense happiness. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated by your innocent and endearing nature. Therefore, may I request your promise? As she gently bent one knee, Baby 5 covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes nearly twinkling with stars. Was this a proposal? Baby 5, come back. He must have some sinister plot, bellowed the rotund Mahabais. I say, you little rascal Avi. How dare you manipulate Baby 5? Such audacity is truly reckless. Baby 5, you've been deceived once more, chuckled Buffalo, yet his neck fan began to spin ominously, signaling his rising ire. In that exhilarating moment, Avi sprang into action. With lightning speed, no one could react in time. By the time everyone caught sight of Avi again, he had returned to his original position, having discarded the sugar on the ground while Gold Week swiftly restrained its movements. Avi then shielded Gold Week, Shaddy, and others, standing as a barrier while smiling at Tory Pole and his companions. I apologize. Although you are incredibly beautiful and charming, and I hold affection for you, we are, after all, adversaries. This reality brings me considerable sorrow, as it signifies an insurmountable chasm between us. Please forgive my departure this time. I believe we shall meet again in the future. And I hope that when we do, we can cast aside all burdens and embrace the right to choose freely, even in the current predicament. Avi passionately conveyed his helplessness to the somewhat dazed Baby 5 before swiftly departing with Gold Week and the others. As for women, one must always exhibit a degree of tolerance. Even if one deceives Baby 5, it is unnecessary to disclose the truth outright. A simple shift in perspective suffices. Why complicate matters? This was Avi's line of thought. And as for the potential troubles that might arise later, that was a matter for another time, as no one could foresee it now. Everyone, pursue them. The castle echoed with furious shouts, and several figures hastily surged forward, chasing after the departing Avi. Chapter 167, The Chaos Begins One by One. They have all turned unruly. According to intelligence reports, Doflamingo had discovered that the little people had been quite active recently, and some unusual individuals had appeared in the city. Well then, it is the perfect opportunity to ensnare you unruly lot once and for all. Doflamingo promptly issued orders to Diamante to deal with Enel swiftly. Eager to witness an entertaining spectacle, given Doflamingo's level of arrogance, he harbored no doubts about the possibility of failure. This is closely related to his long-standing experiences. He seldom engages in battles without confidence. Let us proceed. Within the realm of the diminutive folk, Cornus followed Leo into a narrow passageway, which led to an elongated subterranean tunnel where enormous insects fluttered along a predetermined path. They were companions ferrying us along, so there was no need for trepidation. Leo cheerfully introduced the scene to Cornus, noting that since she had candidly confessed to deceiving them, he and his naive companions had only sulked for a brief moment before warmly welcoming her once more. Greetings, Lady Beetle number 4 at your service. The large ladybug appeared anything but repulsive. Rather, it exuded a unique charm, which eased Cornus's mind, prompting her to respond, "Hello, thank you. Where are we headed?" She inquired with curiosity toward Leo. Of course, we are bound for Dressrosa to rescue the princess, Leo proclaimed, his right hand raised high. Behind him stood a formidable array of diminutive soldiers and beetle warriors, their presence imposing and unstoppable. Since the captain has not assigned me any specific tasks, I shall seek out the remnants of the poison dragon pirates. The longer we delay, the more they are likely to scatter. The matter concerning the poison dragon pirates had been discussed the previous night between Shaji and Ivy, aligning perfectly with their shared goal. Ivy sought vengeance, while Shaji was eager to uncover information about the Flower Clan. Indeed, there should be something here. Drawing from his experience of apprehending the poison dragon pirates the night before, Shaji swiftly located one of their gathering points. At this moment, they had not yet fled, likely unaware that their captain had perished. Shaji was not particularly interested in the details. Capturing these pirates would yield crucial leads. However, who are you? Shaji frowned as he gazed at a man and a woman entering from outside. The man donned a tall black gentleman's hat, while the woman wore an adorable pink hat. Apologies, but could you please hand them over to us? We've been searching for them for quite some time. Please, please. The woman clasped her hands together, her eyes blinking pleadingly at Shaji, seeking his consent. The man and woman in question are Sabo, who has recently arrived on the island, and his partner, Clara. After an extensive search yielding no clues, they are suddenly drawn to a man exhibiting suspicious behavior as he approaches a building. Intrigued, they follow him inside, only to discover the very individuals they have been seeking. In truth, they could abandon their pursuit, for they merely wish to pose a single question. If you feel uneasy, you may observe from a distance, Sabo suggests, presenting a seemingly reasonable request for both parties while casting a polite glance at Shaji. Instinctively, he senses that this individual is no ordinary foe. Were it not for the pressing mission at hand, he would be compelled to test the man's capabilities. Especially since Sabo has recently developed a new technique he yearns to experiment with. Should this man refuse, he cannot be held accountable for any indiscretions, surely. Their leader would understand. Indeed, such must be the case. Are you members of the Poison Dragon Pirates? Allies? Friends? Collaborators? Or perhaps adversaries? None of the above. The man replies cryptically. I cannot disclose further details, but suffice it to say, we are not friends. Very well. I need merely to capture these pirates and simultaneously eradicate the entire 4th Division of the Poison Dragon Pirates on this island, ensuring a permanent resolution. Moreover, as Sabo has stated, we are not here to rescue them, so there is no cause for concern. Shaji, however, senses that declining this offer might lead to complications, something he detests above all else, considering he already has more than enough troubles of his own. I appreciate your gallantry, he acknowledges. Yet Sabo's disappointment is evident, betraying his feelings as he begins to inquire about the whereabouts of their captain from the members of the Poison Dragon's 4th Division. Indeed, it proves to be quite troublesome, Shaji muses while remaining attentive to Sabo's inquiries. Are you seeking their captain? Yes. Do you know of him? If they lack a second captain, as far as I am aware, he has perished, devoured entirely by the island's fighting fish, Shaji responds, shrugging nonchalantly. How do you know this? Clara interjects, approaching to scrutinize this individual anew, whose intentions align with their own, searching for leads on the Poison Dragon Pirates while being informed of their captain's demise. This matter is undoubtedly complex. If you wish to know more, assist me with the task, and I shall divulge the details. How does that sound? It appears that these two individuals possess considerable strength and could serve as valuable allies. It is settled then. A promise made is a promise kept. The two clasped hands in solemn oath, while Crow, observing from behind, could only bury his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. How could one so readily ally with a stranger? Such is the nature of Sabo, as the proceedings have yet to commence. You will soon grasp what needs to be undertaken. Regarding the information you seek, I must confess, I have deceived you. I am not privy to the whereabouts of their captain, or rather, he has perished before I could gather such intelligence. However, capturing all the pirates from the 4th Division of the Poison Dragon Pirates should suffice to achieve a similar objective. Having established our collaboration, Shaji speaks candidly, sharing all that he knows. Haha, just as I suspected. Upon learning the truth, Sabo's spirits soared higher. For this revelation indicated that the 4th Division of the Poison Dragon Pirates remains unaware of their captain's demise. Most of them still linger on the island. Though a significant fish has been lost, many smaller ones remain, which is a consolation of sorts, an unavoidable circumstance. Moreover, Sabo expressed great interest in Shaji's revelations, intrigued by their captivating nature. Crow, now familiar with Sabo, could only sigh repeatedly and attempt to offer guidance. Yet Sabo remained undeterred, grinning widely. Pulling his hat low to shield his eyes, with the iron pipe resting confidently upon his shoulder. It begins. Shaji produced a snail phone and announced his intentions before stepping outside. The streets beyond had already descended into chaos, the populace in a state of fervent agitation. Chapter 168. A Flash of Rebirth. Golden Week. Let the festivities commence. Behind, Torpol and the other officials followed closely, yet they granted Ivy a brief moment of respite. During this period, Sugar has consistently been pursued by the Golden Week. If it were anyone else, Ivy would not feel at ease. It is only with Golden Week that she can confidently allow her to confront Sugar, although Golden Week lacks the powers of a devil fruit. Her innate mental abilities possess boundless potential. She has already developed several profound techniques to resist Sugar's fruit abilities, making her the most adept among Ivy and her companions. Consequently, as Ivy anticipated, during their escape, Sugar utilized the powers of the Hobby fruit against Golden Week but was ultimately thwarted. At that moment, Sugar appeared almost childlike. Curling up in an attempt to flee, yet with Ivy and Shadab surrounding her, escape was utterly impossible. It seemed as though Sugar had fallen into the clutches of a sinister figure, struggling desperately yet fruitlessly. Her emotions severed, she remained calm, rational, and composed, while fear and panic magnified exponentially. With a swift and fierce maneuver, Ivy, perceiving Sugar's timid demeanor as she shrank back, raised her staff. Her eyes filled with a deadly glint. As Sugar anxiously regarded the staff, Ivy suddenly struck, repeatedly provoking Sugar's frail nerves. After several encounters, Sugar succumbed to unconsciousness. Her mind clouded, rolling her eyes back as she collapsed to the ground, her face rigid. Let us find a place to tie her up, Ivy contemplated. Although Sugar might be older than her in reality, her appearance made it difficult for Ivy to take decisive action. After a moment's hesitation, mindful of the time, Ivy resolved that she truly could not bring herself to harm Sugar. Discovering an empty room, Ivy bound Sugar securely before quickly departing with Golden Week and Shadab. Is Sugar all right? Not long after Ivy's departure, Torpol arrived with Mahabais and several subordinates, finding the bound Sugar in the vacant room. A sigh of relief escaped him. If anything were to happen to Sugar, it would indeed be a colossal loss for the Don Quixote family. Hey, what is going on? Young master, we will handle this immediately. Torpol, who had been smiling, could no longer maintain his demeanor, for Doflamingo had just informed him that chaos had erupted in the city. In an instant, many toys had transformed back into humans, and the underground factory had descended into turmoil, with countless pirates, once transformed into toys by Sugar, now fighting their way out. Ivy. Torpol glared in the direction Ivy had fled, filled with genuine ire. Doflamingo had dispatched Mahabais of the Block Army to his aid, yet under such overwhelming circumstances, he allowed Ivy to escape with Sugar. Such consequences will undeniably cast a significant shadow over the grand ambitions of the young master. In order to redress such losses, it is imperative to minimize the damage, for only then can one hope to redeem oneself. Ivy, you have truly proven yourself worthy. I have not misjudged you. And you. Violet, wretched traitor, betraying from within. With his head tilted back in maniacal laughter, Doflamingo's mind began to devise a plan. If Treble cannot mitigate the losses, then let us obliterate everything that remains intact. Doflamingo indeed possesses a certain decisiveness. At this moment, his fury has become increasingly difficult to contain, fueled both by the audacity of Avis and his own carelessness. Diamante, eliminate that individual. There is no need to delay. The other members of the Avis pirate crew must be at the underground factory, for otherwise, why would the situation escalate so rapidly? Doflamingo's thoughts raced like lightning as he contemplated every possibility. However, they are destined to return empty-handed, with no place to rest in death. Guarding the underground factory are Lao Ji and Senior Pink, and Doflamingo harbors unwavering confidence in the strength of his family. Although you have piqued my interest slightly, you shall undoubtedly pay a painful price for your folly. Quite conveniently, I can sell you to Big Mom, ensuring that her pirate crew owes me a favor, which will not interfere with my plans. Though laughter escapes his lips, the veins prominently throbbing on Doflamingo's forehead reveal the extraordinary turmoil within his heart. The recent turmoil marks the most significant insurrection since Doflamingo assumed command of Dressrosa, surpassing all previous disturbances combined. The fervent spirit of Dressrosa, renowned for its vibrant atmosphere and the peculiar toy city, is not merely a figment of imagination. The number of toys here constitutes nearly half of the island's population. As these toys revert back to their human forms, a chaotic melee will undoubtedly ensue throughout Dressrosa. Don't run away. After causing such a ruckus, do you wish to escape? Why not indulge in a little game while you still draw breath? Dirinji, bounding along Ivy's path with manic glee, sported a grin that seemed to stretch to the back of his head, his laughter echoing with a hint of brutality. This word, though seemingly innocuous, took on a sinister connotation when uttered by Dirinji, suffused with a violent madness. It was a derangement, a capriciousness, a chilling calmness. A madness that disregarded human life as trivial. Ivy had never fathomed that such a spectrum of expressions could manifest on a single face, yet in this moment, she bore witness to it. Dirinji, allow Shadi to escort the golden week away, Ivy said, furrowing her brow at him, her displeasure palpable. Within the Don Quixote family, aside from Doflamingo and the insipid Torpole, Dirinji was her most detested counterpart. A cadre of the Don Quixote family, Dirinji was a merman of formidable strength, surpassing the average man. His penchant for cruelty was notorious. He reveled in tormenting his victims, vowing not to relent until they were pushed to the brink of despair. Since fate has intertwined our paths today, I bid you farewell. Ivy moved with lightning speed, her form vanishing in an instant and in a heartbeat. She collided with Dirinji in a frenzy of conflict. Clang, clang, clang. With each clash, Dirinji was forced back, at times crashing through walls and buildings, at others plummeting into the depths below. Yet, like a tenacious cockroach, he would burst forth anew, laughter surging with indomitable spirit. To think he possesses such a duality. Is he both assailant and defender? Truly a curious specimen, Ivy mused, though such thoughts would not deter her momentum. With swift movements, she unleashed a barrage of attacks, horn charges, stiletto strikes, and gun-heeled assaults. Dirinji launched a relentless onslaught, his speed escalating until only an afterimage remained, accompanied by the incessant clang of metal on metal. Yet, compared to Ivy, he was markedly outclassed. She had originally carved her niche through unmatched speed, and in that realm, she claimed the second position, with none daring to assert they were first. This is Ivy's confidence. The technique known as Flash, the first ultimate move devised by Ivy, once accompanied her bloody ascent, is now employed again, but with a distinctly different experience. No longer merely a swift assault achieved through brute force. It is imbued with an ineffable grace, gliding up and down like the gentle undulations of water, lively and accompanied by a subtle tremor. Such a description is exquisite, and the outcome is equally so. It glides effortlessly, akin to a sharp blade gliding over paper, seemingly severing the resistance of the air, instantaneously teleporting from one position to another. As Ivy reverts the limitless staff back into a simple rod and slings it across her back, turning to depart, Dillinger remains oblivious to the unfolding events, still raging and unwilling to concede, eager to continue the fight. Yet, as he attempts to pursue, he realizes, to his bewilderment, that his upper and lower body have become detached. As if that were not enough, in an instant, his entire form is cleaved into small square fragments before exploding into a myriad of pieces. Rebirth. As Ivy departs, she softly utters the name of this technique, Flash Rebirth. The brutality of the move is the very reason Ivy had instructed Shadi and Golden Week to leave beforehand. Chapter 169. Doflamingo perish. Result? Indeed. Ivy reunites with Shadi and the others, gazing at the chaotic city below with a tranquil mind, harboring no particular thoughts. Torbor and Pika are busy restraining the residents, while Sugar transforms them back into toys. Yet, even this proves to be a mere drop in the ocean, utterly ineffective. Although the residents of Dressrosa, now transformed into toys, may not recall who is responsible, they are nonetheless aware of Sugar's fruit abilities. This is no longer as quiet as before, rather, it unfolds in the midst of a vast crowd. The once concealed weapon of the Sugar, hidden by the Don Quixote family, is now laid bare for all to see. An undeniable threat that cannot be obscured. Should even a single individual manage to escape, the grand designs of the Flamingos would suffer a significant blow, an outcome that the officials of the Don Quixote family would certainly dread. United in glory and downfall, they are but ants on the same string, bound by trust as companions. I proclaimed, Pika, encircle the entire island. Toribol would never permit such an occurrence. Even if all the inhabitants of the island were to become mere playthings, it would be preferable to allow anyone to slip away with secrets. Understood. Pika replied with a sharp voice before vanishing into the depths of the earth. In a brief span, the tremors of the land became palpable, and suddenly, a towering wall, dozens of meters high and as unyielding as iron, rose along the coast of Dressrosa, obstructing all attempts at escape. At such a height, it would undoubtedly obstruct most ordinary individuals on the island, while those possessing the strength to escape would be thwarted by Pika, ensnared within the rocks, rendered immobile. At this moment, the entirety of Dressrosa transformed into an immense, inescapable prison, suffused with an atmosphere of oppression and dread. This is precisely what you desired, truly remarkable indeed. Just then, a figure clad in red high heels approached slowly from behind Ivy, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who placed a hand upon her shoulder, languidly declaring, "I must admit, you have genuinely provoked my ire this time. What does it matter? I had every intention of dealing with you," Ivy retorted, simultaneously delivering a kick at da Flamingo, which he deftly evaded. "Are the youth today so brazen? Or have I inadvertently given you the impression that you were easy prey?" Da Flamingo continued to grin menacingly, his fingers exhibiting an unnaturally twisted curvature, a clear indication that he had activated his powers. The paramecia type string fruit may appear inconspicuous, yet in da Flamingo's hands, it unleashed unimaginable might. Ivy, I seem to have fallen into your trap." At that moment, Shaddy's body moved involuntarily forward, drawing forth a silver long knife from her waist, advancing step by step toward Ivy. Her brow furrowed, yet she remained composed, clearly having been informed of da Flamingo's abilities prior to their encounter. "Can you handle this?" Ivy inquired without glancing back, her gaze fixed upon the sky, a testament to her faith in Shaddy's strength. Knowing the characteristics of da Flamingo's fruit, Ivy believed that only Shaddy's cellular fruit could potentially resist the parasitic strings. If one were to liken da Flamingo's parasitic threads to a virus, then Shaddy's fruit ability served as the means to actively eradicate the virus. "It may be challenging, but it is not insurmountable," Shaddy affirmed, her body continuing its advance, gradually transforming into a sprint, hands gripping the long knife, seemingly poised to strike at Ivy's head. "Fufu. Though I am unaware of your discourse, the notion of unraveling my parasitic strings is nothing short of a ludicrous jest." Da Flamingo had never encountered anyone capable of liberating themselves from his control. Thus this encounter was destined to yield a particular outcome for him. He glanced down at the long knife protruding from his chest and at Shaddy, who had raised her head before him, astonished yet more perplexed. Why? Why reveal this to a dead man? With a swift motion, Shaddy withdrew the long knife, stepping back beside Ivy, and spoke coolly, "How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Your group continues to astonish me. I find myself reluctant to eliminate you." Above the sky, a solitary white cloud was gently whisked away by the wind, unveiling another Don Quixote da Flamingo hidden behind it. "Have you come to discover me?" The airborne da Flamingo inquired with a smile, betraying no trace of urgency or panic at being found, only an air of calm. In his mind, although this farce had spiraled somewhat out of control and inflicted unimaginable devastation upon Dressrosa, the situation remained manageable. The formidable pirates within the underground factory were destined to be ensnared, and despite the chaos among the island's residents, it was still under control, with the likes of Pika and Treble suppressing any potential upheaval. The bullfighting arena, teeming with a multitude of challengers, might harbor delusions of profiting from this commotion. Yet their inability to escape was a foregone conclusion. Diamante's strength was undoubtedly the most formidable among all the executives, and da Flamingo could attest to this fact. With everything firmly in hand, why then should da Flamingo exhibit such distress? All he needed to do was crush these insignificant insects before him, along with any other hidden pests. Though a period of turmoil would ensue, he was confident that within a few months, everything would revert to its original course. Two da Flamingos. Shaddy glanced at the motionless form of da Flamingo on the ground, then at the one suspended in the air, his astonishment directed towards Ivy. It was akin to the parasitic threads from earlier, yet this time it was not about controlling others, but rather controlling oneself. This individual truly regarded all of humanity as mere puppets to be manipulated at will. "You all go assist Robin and the others. Your help is not required here." Regardless of the circumstances, da Flamingo's power was undeniably beyond what Shaddy and Golden Week could contend with. They might employ some unconventional tactics to challenge him for a brief moment, yet a direct confrontation would surely last mere seconds. This is also the reason why Ivy urged them to depart. "Understood. Take care and do not falter." In critical moments, Shaddy and the others exhibited no hesitation. They are adults, after all, possessing the ability to discern the situation. Most importantly, they have faith in Ivy's strength, convinced that she will undoubtedly prevail. Her consistent victories have instilled confidence in them all. "Thank you for joining me in this madness. How could I possibly lose to such foes?" In an instant, Ivy soared into the air, her form rapidly expanding until she resembled a corpulent figure, only to swiftly contract, steam billowing from her body. A potential release. "There is still time," So let us engage in a little play. Doflamingo's parasitic threads hung above the clouds. His movements akin to that of Spider-Man, darting swiftly through the air, where countless threads had already woven a dense web, poised to ensnare the approaching ivy. Much like a waiting predator, weapon raised, ready to strike. Chapter 170. All are astute individuals in the residential buildings of Dressrosa, Shaji, Sabo, and Kral observed the relentless chase unfolding before them. I promised you that once this matter concludes, I would share the results of the interrogation with you. So let us commence our work now. After speaking to Sabo, Shaji set to action. Ivy had tasked him with the protection of the island's inhabitants, with no further demands. These efforts would serve as the most advantageous support for his future reputation, when Ivy's strength grew and she established her hold over Dressrosa. Those she had saved would welcome her with open arms. Indeed, Ivy has already begun to think far ahead. Regarding the title of Pirate King, Ivy shares the same sentiment as Luffy. The Pirate King is undoubtedly the freest person upon the seas. Yet, without strength or authority, freedom is merely confined to one's own small realm, not genuine freedom. True freedom is the ability to pursue one's desires, to eat what one wishes, to go wherever one pleases, unimpeded by others. Of course, Ivy would not engage in nefarious deeds. She is, after all, a principled new pirate of the era. It is astonishing how beneath the vibrant facade of the daytime path lies such a sordid world. Sabo, too, took action. Witnessing this scene, he could not remain passive. Even without a transaction with Shaji, the Revolutionary Army has been resisting precisely such filth. Indeed, who could have imagined? Kral found himself bereft of further counter-arguments against Sabo. We are partners. Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. But in the blink of an eye, Kral cried out. Realizing that Sabo had not waited for her and had already dashed off to an unknown location. Another individual acting alone, that wretched Sabo. Following the route etched in his memory, Klar began to move. That man with the handlebar mustache seems to possess a strong sense of justice. Are they pirates as well, Captain? I wonder if we could enlist them into the Revolutionary Army. If that were possible, our strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yes, let us proceed with this plan. At this moment, Avi remained oblivious to the fact that a carefree young girl was plotting against her pirate crew. Instead, she was relentlessly engaged in battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo. The weapon in her hand, the infinite staff, morphed into countless forms, swords, spears, and other weaponry, under Avi's deft control. While her proficiency lay in staff techniques, the sharpest and most potent weapon was undoubtedly the sword. Currently, Avi wielded a massive cleaver. Each swing seemed to slice through the very fabric of the world, breaking the constraints of space and time, akin to a displacement. Even though Doflamingo's observation haki was remarkably potent, he could not evade such an assault. How could this be? How could anyone possess such speed? Under the terror of her velocity, Doflamingo abandoned his initial relaxed demeanor, adopting a more serious approach. Yet, the more earnest he became, the more he felt the overwhelming power of Avi, as if it were boundless. With each increment of strength Doflamingo gained, Avi's prowess surged ahead, plunging him deeper into despair. Such swiftness, surely even Kizaru could not match it. In this situation, Doflamingo still had time to speak before he was swiftly cleaved in two by Ivy. Another parasite. I am curious to see how many you possess. If you wish to reclaim it, we shall see if you possess the strength to do so. Doflamingo desired to retrieve the deceased parasite, yet Ivy held it firmly, rendering escape impossible. Since you seem to cherish it, I shall gift it to you. No sooner had Doflamingo's words faded than the parasite in Ivy's grasp began to slither like a serpent, attempting to envelop her entire being and assert control over her. Humph. You no longer desire this, and you offer it to me? Do you think I would accept it? With a surge of armament haki, Ivy shattered all the threads, her gaze fixed intently on Doflamingo above. Your strength must surely exceed this paltry display. I recall that your fruit's power has awakened, so let us witness its manifestation. Otherwise, your opportunity will slip away. Though I have myriad reasons to confront Doflamingo, the desire to battle him in his prime remains one of the foremost. The warlords of the sea once stood as the most formidable pirates aside from the four emperors, their renown unparalleled. Had it been otherwise, the Marines would not have sought to recruit these pirates, granting them immense authority. The initial clash with Warlord Crocodile was fraught with peril at that time. Ivy had yet to master haki, resorting to crude methods against a user of the natural type fruit. Crocodile, having grown complacent over the years, had not only stagnated but had significantly weakened. This resulted in Ivy not being able to fully indulge in the battle. Now, both she and Doflamingo stood at the pinnacle of their power, devoid of any significant flaws, and adept in the use of haki. If she could not engage in a truly exhilarating fight, Ivy would never find satisfaction. Haha. Very well, since you wish to see, let us proceed. The parasitic threads severed by Ivy, under Doflamingo's control, returned to his grasp. With a flourish, he cast them skyward, causing them to disperse, radiating outward from Doflamingo as he began to envelop the entire island of Dressrosa. Birdcage. As Doflamingo uttered these words, a colossal birdcage materialized above Dressrosa, swiftly contracting. Unlike Ivy, Doflamingo had no intentions of indulging in an all-out battle, yet he recognized Ivy's undeniable strength. Even if he were to vanquish her, the cost would be substantial. In light of this, let Dressrosa be sacrificed. It is merely a base. As long as my family remains, I can always establish another. What? Ivy, who had been anticipating Doflamingo's awakened ultimate move, was taken aback. This was entirely different from her expectations. Doflamingo, this audacious fellow, dares to contemplate escape? You are a warlord of the sea, a celestial dragon, and a formidable figure in the underworld. It is indeed perplexing. However, it is not difficult to fathom that Doflamingo's desperate struggle against Luffy stems from the latter's destruction of his artificial devil fruits, coupled with the capture of Caesar. Upon arriving on the island, Luffy has thwarted numerous plans devised by Doflamingo. Furthermore, with the new Admiral Fujitora in play, there was no viable option left. Should he refrain from engaging Luffy in a life-or-death battle, he would inevitably be apprehended by Fujitora and brought to the Marine headquarters. Thus, one must ponder why he would relinquish the opportunity to eliminate Luffy, the very bane of his existence. This time is different. The factory for artificial devil fruits remains operational, and Caesar is still under his control. With these resources and a plethora of subordinates at his disposal, it is inevitable that he will emerge as a formidable leader wherever he goes. Why engage in a life-or-death struggle with Ivy? Doflamingo believes that he is not foolish enough to resort to that. On the island, there exists only a secondary factory for artificial devil fruits. Its destruction would be inconsequential, as it would perish alongside the entirety of Dressrosa. What does it matter? Don't run. Come back. Doflamingo comprehends this situation. Given Ivy's intelligence, how could she not grasp the reality? The moment Doflamingo attempts to flee, Ivy understands the circumstances. She realizes she has been overly impulsive. She must play the role of the underdog, slowly wearing Doflamingo down. Once Robin, Sparta, and the others achieve success, she can gradually provoke Doflamingo until he is ultimately caught off guard. In the end, she acknowledges her inherent goodness. She struggles to master the art of cunning and deceit. Since she already foresees the outcome, Ivy no longer conceals her strength. If he wishes to escape and avoid confrontation, so be it. She will compel him to fight. Resolutely, Ivy swiftly surpasses Doflamingo and delivers a powerful punch to his face. Chapter 171. The defeat of Mob Eyes and the collapse of the birdcage dragon's claw. Bang! The 1,000 tons of destruction. Mob Eyes, with his exceedingly corpulent form, plummets from the sky, his weight pressing down on the air itself, a broad grin etched across his face. Mob Eyes possesses the ability to manipulate his body weight at will, allowing him to defy gravity and soar into the heavens. Once he targets an enemy, he rapidly adjusts his weight, delivering a crushing blow. Sabo gazes upward at the descending Mob Eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. The populace in this area has not yet fully evacuated, and should Mob Eyes crash down, the resulting chaos could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he must brace himself for the impact. With his right hand gradually curling, Sabo aligns his index and middle fingers while tightly binding his ring and pinky fingers. Armament haki envelopes his fist, amplifying the force of his strike to formidable levels. With a fierce motion, he swings upward, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. In the next instant, Sabo launches himself into the sky, colliding forcefully with Mob Eyes. The dragon's claw grips Mob Eyes' abdomen tightly, exerting a crushing force that bursts forth in a spray of blood, followed by another powerful strike that sends Mob Eyes hurtling in the opposite direction. The area is now devoid of residents, with only empty houses remaining. Mob Eyes' immense body crashes heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The reverberations of his impact cause numerous structures to collapse, leaving destruction in their wake. With no safe haven in sight, Sabo, are you all right? Clar had swiftly located Sabo and rushed over, anxiously grasping Sabo's bleeding right hand while preparing medical supplies for bandaging. It's nothing, it's from that guy, Sabo replied, withdrawing his hand and evasively inquiring, "Have all the residents been evacuated?" "Yes, most have been relocated, but a few are moving slowly due to injuries," Clark reported, recognizing that Sabo did not require his assistance and putting away the medical supplies. The entire Dressrosa was rendered nearly devoid of safe havens due to the actions of Treble and Pika. Sabo had originally intended to defeat Pika, but the latter's elusive nature had thwarted his efforts. "And what of the Sand Gatherers?" Sabo questioned, perplexed by this group, which seemed to possess an ambiguous affiliation with the Revolutionary Army. However, they had clearly stated to Sabo that they were pirates and had no knowledge of the Revolutionary Army's affairs. A pirate? Sabo found it difficult to reconcile this notion, as his perception of pirates was predominantly marked by their ruthless nature, with only a scant few pursuing their dreams in the New World, a rarity distinct from the crew of the Don Quixote family. At present, the Sand Gatherer was accompanying the one-legged knight, Gyrus, and the diminutive inhabitants of the Tontata Kingdom toward the flower fields, claiming to rescue the princess of the Tontata Kingdom. As Sabo continued to move forward, aiding the injured while relaying his report, he declared, "The princess of the Tontata Kingdom? The Don Quixote family is utterly vile. They must be eradicated today." Suddenly, Sabo noticed a colossal cage looming above, enveloping all of Dressrosa. With his keen sight, he observed that the bird cage was rapidly constricting. "This is bad. The residents who have just evacuated." In an instant, Sabo grasped the peril posed by the cage and began sprinting towards the exterior. "Heavenly hell, Tun, Bays," cackled Mahabais, "you shall not escape my grasp today." Like an indomitable cockroach, Mahabais launched yet another attack on Sabo, his body drenched in crimson liquid, rendering his expression grotesque. The weight of his form caused him to plummet swiftly, his skin appearing a vivid red, akin to a human meteor hurtling towards Sabo. "I have no time for your foolish antics. Get out of my way." Dragon's Bite. This technique is an extension of the Dragon's Claw, with the preliminary steps identical to that of the Dragon's Claw. The sole distinction lies in the simultaneous execution of the gesture with both hands, gathering energy as if one's entire being transformed into a ferocious black dragon, roaring skyward at the diminutive foe and striking down with unbridled ferocity. A mere second elapsed, and the battle concluded. For warriors of their caliber, determining victor from vanquished was neither trivial nor overly complex. Their strengths were closely matched, each possessing unique defensive maneuvers, making swift triumph exceedingly elusive. Yet, it could also be simplified. Only a single opportunity, a mere chink in the armor, could lead one directly into the grasp of death. Mahabais exemplified this archetype. His defenses were not formidable, and even employing his own techniques left him grievously wounded, particularly against the assiduously offensive Sabo. Thus, under this dual onslaught, the outcome was all too predictable. After Sabo departed with Crowl, Mahabais, having lost consciousness, plummeted from the sky, falling into a deep slumber. "Do not lose focus. Otherwise, the amusement shall dissipate," Diamante proclaimed, standing atop a cascade of fluttering paper, launching attacks and dispersing Enel's lightning as a reminder. At that moment, the paper beneath Diamante's feet was none other than the original beast-fighting arena, now swirling under the control of his devil fruit powers. "The sky is the realm of the divine. You have crossed the threshold," Enel, embodying the god of thunder, stated with an unperturbed tone. As the earlier distraction stemmed from a sudden appearance of a birdcage in the air, upon glancing upward, he realized he was ensnared within it. This is an immense humiliation for Enel. How dare anyone confine the actions of a god? Such delusions. After repelling Diamante with a single blow, Enel soared into the sky, wielding the power of lightning under his command, directing a powerful electric strike upon the birdcage. 1 billion volts, in the name of thunder. His entire being crackled with electricity as he launched a formidable assault on the birdcage, blue lightning illuminating the sky with a brilliance that surpassed even the sun's radiance. The lightning coursed along every branch of the birdcage, culminating in a rapid collision under Enel's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed, resonating through the heavens. Diamante, watching in disbelief, murmured, "It's impossible. How could this be? This guy actually shattered Doflamingo's birdcage." Diamante was well aware of Doflamingo's birdcage, which was nearly the most formidable confinement technique aside from the awakening of his devil fruit. The iron-hard threads, relentlessly converging, annihilated everything within the birdcage. Yet this electrifying individual managed to shatter it. How could this be? Is the birdcage now more comfortable? How infuriating. Even without it, I could never defeat that guy. Enel's fury stemmed from the subtle suppression exerted upon him by Ivankov. His nature despised having someone looming over him. Self-proclaimed as a god, he demanded absolute freedom. Yet now, although still free, he felt a discontent simmering within, heightening his aversion to the birdcage. One is enough. Another? Do they truly believe this god lacks temper? Very well, let us continue. As Enel descended, he calmly addressed the dazed Diamante. Chapter 172, one-sided in the flower fields of Dressrosa, within a certain forest. We are almost there. Leo, accompanied by his troop, hurried towards the forest. Micra, what is the situation ahead? Leo inquired of the returning Micra. Micra was a member of Leo's scouting team, possessing great strength, often adorned with a sky blue hat. Like the other little folk, she had a petite stature, a pointed nose, and a fluffy sky blue tail that matched her tiny form. I see our kin ahead, Micra exclaimed joyously, bouncing with excitement at Leo's question. Let us go. Brothers, follow me. We must rescue our kin and bring back Princess Mancheri. The group of little folk swiftly dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You must be Curly and Rebecca. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Cornus, a companion of Ivankov. I've heard about you from Ivankov, so let us drive together. Cornus raised her hand in a gesture of encouragement, smiling gently as she greeted Rebecca and her daughter, before swiftly aligning herself with Leo and the others. Let us all do our best. Rebecca felt a surge of joy upon seeing Cornus, a kindred spirit, especially given the tumultuous changes she had experienced in recent days. Overwhelmed by both joy and sorrow, she longed for respite. Yet, circumstances did not permit her such indulgence. Not only for the sake of the citizens of Dressrosa, but also for her own sake, she could not afford to rest. Thus, while she was busy, her heart felt weary. With Cornus, another woman by her side, a delightful camaraderie blossomed, and friendships developed with remarkable swiftness. In a brief span, Rebecca and Cornus became confidants, sharing their thoughts freely. Stop. You cannot proceed any further. A stout woman blocked their path, her deep green, voluminous hair contrasting with her yellow and red patterned dress, creating an incongruous appearance. She was Jorah, a member of the Don Quixote family, affiliated with the Treble's flower army. Her devil fruit ability, the art fruit, allowed her to monitor the diminutive Princess Mancheri, ensuring she did not escape. You are the tormentor of our kin, Jorah. Today I, Leo, shall defeat you here and rescue Princess Mancheri. Earlier, when traversing the forest, Leo had reunited with the 500 captured Tontata tribe members and informed them of the situation. Yet he had failed to find the princess. Through their accounts, he learned that Mancheri had been imprisoned in a hidden chamber within the palace. After enduring great hardships to reach her, he was confronted by the corpulent figure before him, and Leo could not tolerate this obstruction. He launched an immediate attack. Despite their diminutive stature, the Tontata possessed formidable strength, and with the aid of the Stitch fruit, they quickly subdued Jorah. The soldiers following her were also vanquished by the Tontata. After Leo rescued Princess Mancheri, Cyrus escorted Rebecca away, while Cornus chose to remain, collaborating with the Tontata to continue repelling the forces of the Don Quixote family. This family was vast, comprising not only high-ranking officials but also numerous subordinates, amounting to thousands. Although these subordinates lacked the strength of the commanders, the damage they inflicted upon Dressrosa was substantial. Relying solely on the crew of the AV pirates to confront them would be an immense undertaking, which is precisely why AV sought the assistance of the Tontata and Cyrus. They desperately needed more hands on deck. At this moment, Cyrus, accompanied by Rebecca, arrived at the entrance of the underground factory, having learned that the former King Liku was still alive and imprisoned within. Previously, when he joined Leo and the others to rescue Princess Mancheri, it was a promise made during his days as a toy soldier, a pledge that reflected the honor of a man. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Akin to water spilled, this place had witnessed a harrowing battle. Upon inspection, Cyrus could discern that the conflict was far from trivial. He observed no fewer than 100 fallen bodies along the path, whether they belonged to the soldiers of the Don Quixote family or the captives of the underground factory. The scene was utterly brutal. The innocence of Rebecca, unaccustomed to such grim realities, overwhelmed by the sight of carnage, eventually led her to lean against the wall and succumb to nausea. Rebecca, are you all right? I had previously advised against your coming here. If you hadn't, perhaps you would not be facing this. Cyrus, filled with concern, gently patted her back. I'm fine. I will endure. We have just reunited. I cannot bear to part from you now. Wiping her mouth clean, Rebecca steeled herself and continued to follow Cyrus. There are sounds of battle ahead. Let us hasten. But do not mention King Liku. Cyrus. Now fully recovered thanks to Meng Shuili's healing abilities, her power derived from her tears, was no longer a one-legged soldier but a man standing strong on both feet. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, back bridge slam. The combatants were Sparta and the officers of the Don Quixote family, including the peculiar Senor Pink, a robust man clad in doll-like attire, perpetually sucking on a pacifier. His devil fruit ability, the swim fruit, allowed him to transform solid surfaces such as ground or walls into a liquid state, enabling him to swim through them. However, this liquid was only beneficial to Senor Pink. Others could not replicate this phenomenon. Senor Pink had even devised a unique set of offensive techniques based on his ability. The back bridge slam was one such technique, wherein he would submerge beneath the ground, silently approach his adversary from behind, and execute a powerful throw, slamming their head against the ground. Due to his swim fruit prowess, he felt no fear of such impacts. In fact, any solid damage was rendered ineffective against him. While others might become vulnerable due to carelessness, Sparta was unwavering. With every strike, he unleashed his full strength, remaining vigilant regardless of the opponent's might. Thus, when Senor Pink's attack came, Sparta countered instantly, inflicting a deep gash upon Senor Pink's abdomen. "Man, you have successfully captured my attention. Now, I shall take this seriously." Although the wound on his abdomen continued to bleed, Senor Pink remained unfazed, speaking in a deep, mature voice with deliberate slowness. He then once again submerged into the underground wall. Suddenly, with a burst of armed hockey enveloping his entire body, he emerged beneath Sparta's feet. In one swift motion, he yanked, pulling half of his body underground, and finally appeared above Sparta, seizing his shoulders and beginning to spin. "Did you think I would quietly await your attack? A man who only resorts to sneaky ambushes. Do you dare face me head-on?" However, he soon deemed it uninteresting to continue. With a powerful thrust of his arms, Sparta freed himself from Senor Pink's grasp and thrust the white wolf fiercely into the ground, twisting and swinging it. A dull thud resonated as Sparta exerted all his strength to leap from the ground, launching an immediate counterattack without giving Senor Pink any time to react. "White wolf, rampant bites. All right, you've won. Go ahead." Even after sustaining numerous wounds, Senor Pink did not cry out. Instead, he swallowed the blood that threatened to spill from his mouth and stood still as he addressed Sparta. After Sparta departed, he staggered to a corner, slowly sank down, and expelled a mouthful of blood, losing consciousness. Still wishing to escape? Even amidst his battle with Don Quixote da Flamingo, Ivory remained vigilant, observing the conditions of his comrades across the island. With the extent of his observation hockey, he could encompass all of Dressrosa. The situation was almost overwhelmingly one-sided. Chapter 173. The terror of Doflamingo Sabo and Krar were effectively organizing the safe hiding of refugees, while Shaji led a significant number of those who had been transformed into toys and were now restored to their human forms, continuously countering the onslaught of the Don Quixote family. A bolt of lightning descended from Enel, striking directly at Diamante, who used the arena beneath his feet as a shield to fend off Enel's attack, swiftly retaliating. In the underground factory, Cyrus had already joined forces with Sparta, while further below, the battle between Robin and Laji was nearing its conclusion. Under the assault of a massive tree attack, Laji finally lost consciousness, unable to inflict any further harm upon Robin and her allies. After rescuing the little princess Mancheri from the palace, Cones and the soldiers of the Tontata tribe began systematically clearing out the Don Quixote family soldiers from above. The tide of battle had decidedly turned. Perhaps it could be said that the individual strength of Ivory's group far surpassed that of the Don Quixote family. Apart from a few still resisting, the majority of the Don Quixote family members had lost their ability to fight back. Is this truly necessary? Have you considered whether you can withstand the wrath of two emperors? The foot of the gods. At that moment, Doflamingo delivered a sudden kick, unleashing 8 nearly translucent threads that struck heavily against Ivy, sending him flying. Even now, Doflamingo showed no intent of surrender, attempting to resist on the ground, which was precisely what Ivy had anticipated. Among the 7 warlords, Doflamingo's strength is renowned to be the most formidable, subtly hinting at the power of an admiral. While the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, the rumors surely possess some basis. Doflamingo's greatest talent lies in his ability to disguise his true strength. Had Ivy not been aware of everything beforehand, he would never have suspected that Doflamingo was still concealing his abilities at this juncture. The current intensity was just right. Proceed. If you do not reveal your true strength for me to behold today, then I shall lose interest. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the debris below, thrusting aside the massive stone slab above and seizing it forcefully to hurl at Doflamingo. "You have done all this merely to witness my power?" Doflamingo exclaimed with a chuckle. "I must admit, my fondness for you is growing. What a dilemma. I find myself reluctant to end your life. Therefore, you should perish." A multicolored thread launched from Doflamingo, slicing the stone slab into 5 irregular pieces that fell to the ground, maintaining its momentum as it continued to advance towards Ivy. Simultaneously, Doflamingo swiftly approached upon landing. His hands touched the ground, and a white hue began to spread rapidly across the entire area. "Is it not your desire to witness the power of a fruit's awakening? Allow me to present it to you. There are no supreme fruits, only the mightiest of wielders. Even the paramecia can be potent enough to instill despair." The Wujigan shielded him, intercepting the multicolored threads, yet Ivy was still propelled backward by the force of the impact, only to discover that the entire world around him seemed to shift in color. The threads transformed into the sole focus of Ivy's vision, filling the sky and coalescing into a massive hollow sphere, within which Ivy found himself trapped, the sphere nearly closing in. Moonwalk. Continuously employing the Wujigan to fend off the advancing white threads that obstructed his escape, Ivy swiftly sought to flee. These white threads, perhaps they should not be referred to as mere threads, but rather as colossal waves. Within a radius of several kilometers, all structures have vanished, leaving only this expanse of white, undulating waves. Doflamingo stands resolutely amidst this white torrent, wielding his hands to manipulate the waves in an assault against Ivy. Sea of white waves. The white waves surge in increasing strength and height, engulfing all objects upon the surface of the sea, forcing Ivy to employ Moonwalk to seek a relatively safe position. At this moment, striking Doflamingo seems an impossible endeavor, for at the very heart of this white maelstrom resides Doflamingo himself. 1,000 arrows through the heart. Feather strike. Line. Countless threads ascend from the ground, transforming into the sharpest of spears, swiftly launching toward Ivy. The tips of these spears are extraordinarily sharp, fortified by the armor of Haki, ensuring their lethal potency. The clanging of metal reverberates as Ivy is propelled backward by the relentless assault of these thread-like spears, rising higher and higher, pursued without relent as if the spears had no end. Damn, it's like a massive turtle shell. I refuse to believe I cannot break through. Ivy, increasingly frustrated by this oppressive barrage, contemplates the superiority of the natural elements. They not only excel in both offense and defense, but also possess unparalleled escape capabilities. Furthermore, it is said that every devil fruit, when honed to its zenith, grants its wielder a domain of their own. Doflamingo's awakened ability manifests as the domain of threads, capable of fundamentally altering the essence of everything, transmuting it into controllable threads. Such transformative power is immensely formidable, akin to wielding an overwhelmingly powerful realm that is unequivocally one's own. Engaging in combat with such an individual proves to be exceedingly arduous. One relies on personal strength to strike, while the other draws upon the might of their domain to bolster their attacks. The disparity in strength becomes clear. Yet Ivy remains undeterred, each failed onslaught prompting an even more fervent assault. Now, Ivy's focus has shifted. He no longer aims to confront Doflamingo, but rather seeks to conquer this ocean of threads. The allure of this thread domain captivates him even more, for within it, he perceives the echoes of the scene left by the Golden Lion, laden with profound significance. That desolate expanse, far more terrifying than the current ocean of threads, looms in his mind. Should he face the Golden Lion at his peak, Ivy is certain he would flee at the mere sight, unwilling to engage until his strength reaches a certain threshold. Yet, I digress. As Ivy delves deeper into the nature of the thread domain, he finds himself marred by wounds inflicted by the colossal waves of threads. This individual is truly infuriating. Doflamingo wore a sullen expression, defiantly gazing at Ivy, who persistently probed the boundaries of his fruit domain. Several times, Ivy lunged directly at Doflamingo, startling him, yet he refrained from launching an attack, continuing instead to focus on the thread domain. However, such an individual was precisely the kind of challenge Doflamingo relished. He possessed unwavering confidence in his fruit domain. For as long as he drew breath, this domain would endure, merely consuming inconsequential fragments of his lifespan. Since engaging with Ivy, Doflamingo had begun to feel an inkling of trepidation. This individual was undeniably a lunatic. The sheer intensity of Ivy's focus reminded him of another madman, Kaido. To achieve such prowess through sheer physical strength was an extraordinary feat, and in Doflamingo's recollection, there was only one who could rival it. Monkey D. Garp. That was truly terrifying. Yet, how could it be possible? How could a mere fledgling pirate, newly emerged in the new world, exhibit such capabilities? Chapter 174. The threshold of an admiral since you wish to witness it, then behold. The thread of divine retribution, assimilation, extermination. Under Doflamingo's command, the white waves swiftly morphed as the silver threads transformed into a pool of seawater. Just as Ivy was taken aback, a multitude of thread-wielding Doflamingos emerged from the surface, boldly launching lethal assaults upon him. In the blink of an eye, 100 thread Doflamingos appeared, each seemingly endowed with independent consciousness, unleashing a torrent of assaults, colorful threads, snapping lines, and whips converging upon Ivy like a swarm. With a single strike that could be vanquished, Ivy's method of response was straightforward. He withstood the simpler attacks without resistance, absorbing them with his body, while powerful techniques were effortlessly swept aside with a single blow, retaliating mercilessly against the thread Doflamingos. Ivy had previously possessed the opportunity to swiftly defeat Doflamingo but refrained from doing so, as he had yet to fully comprehend the principles of the thread domain. Now, however, he was beginning to glean some understanding. He needed a deeper insight, and thus, while dispatching the thread Doflamingos, he rapidly surged towards the ocean's surface. Those thread Doflamingos he felt clung to him even in death. Though not numerous, their presence was equally lethal. Half of his infinite staff had transformed into white threads, slipping beyond Ivy's control, while patches of flesh on his back morphed into white threads, fluttering away and leaving a gaping void. Robust currents of electricity coursed through Ivy's body, resisting the invasion and assimilation of these white threads. However, without Ivy's active control, their efforts were aimless, yielding minimal effect, merely ensuring that his life remained free from peril. So, it was as such. A sudden jolt coursed through his body, severing the white threads that clung to him. With a fierce determination, Ivy abruptly shut his eyes, focusing intently on mastering the currents within him. Under this purposeful endeavor, his aura intensified. What game was he playing? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, fixated on the unresisting Ivy while relentlessly intensifying his assault. Taking advantage of a foe's weakness to deliver a fatal blow, this was the very essence of Doflamingo's philosophy. With the enemy already identified, it mattered not what they were engaged in. Whenever an opportunity arose, Doflamingo would unleash a lethal strike. Countless white threads transformed into spears, whirling, splitting, and proliferating as they surged toward Ivy. The silken threads penetrated Ivy's body without hindrance, initiating a mode of savage growth. The white filaments surged through her wounds, invading her flesh and lungs, commencing a brutal destruction. Fufufufu has finally perished. It startled me quite a bit just moments ago. Thus, those who dare to resist Fufufufu should likewise face punishment. At this moment, Ivy resembled a rag doll, her body in disarray, unrecognizable as human, with her breathing barely perceptible. In Doflamingo's eyes, her chances of survival were non-existent. Perhaps Monet's healing fruit could offer some hope, but alas. Under Doflamingo's observation hockey, he could sense the little dwarves of the Tontata tribe currently battling Gladiolus in the direction of the castle, rendering any assistance impossible in the short term. Therefore, Ivy's demise was inevitable. Just as Doflamingo contemplated turning away, he noticed a surge of blue, lightning-like energy emanating from Ivy's body, intensifying with each moment, while her breaths became increasingly rapid. What now? Doflamingo's expression soured. Was this individual truly an indestructible cockroach? How could she still be alive? Skeptical, Doflamingo resumed his assault on Ivy, moving swiftly. As he advanced, the ocean of white threads shifted, transforming into a colossal beast, lunging toward Ivy with ferocity. How intriguing. This is yet another statement from Ivy after he opened his eyes, simultaneously encountering the menacing visage of Doflamingo, who was charging towards him with murderous intent. Then, prepare to meet your demise. Casting a glance at the nearly vanishing ultimate staff in his grasp, he slung it across his back. Due to the previous assimilation with the threads, the staff sheath had completely vanished, rendering him unable to carry the ultimate staff. No matter, he mused, my old companion. I shall add some enhancements for you next time. Under the influence of the lightning fusion technique, the shattered ultimate staff transformed into a headband, which Ivy adorned upon his forehead. As previously mentioned, lightning fusion is an enhancement Ivy developed by harnessing his own electrical currents and refining Inel's Raijin technique, allowing him to reshape the ultimate staff into any desired form. Thus, there is no need for further elaboration. Blue lightning danced incessantly across Ivy's form, and with each arc that traversed his body, his previous injuries vanished without a trace. In a fleeting moment, All of Ivy's wounds had healed, and the internal injuries that had plagued him were already mended the instant he regained consciousness. Otherwise, with his internal organs compromised, it would have been impossible for Ivy to spring back to life so swiftly. Regarding your admiral-level prowess, I was initially uncertain, but I can now unequivocally inform you that you have grazed the threshold of admiral status. Listening to Ivy's words, Doflamingo's brow furrowed even tighter, and his perception of Ivy's danger escalated to alarming heights. Indeed, Doflamingo possessed a profound awareness of his own strength. Had he lacked such knowledge, he would have met his demise countless times over. Possessing a unique domain, even if one is brushed against the threshold of admiral strength, it remains a somewhat superficial assertion. The title of admiral is a designation bestowed by the Navy, merely a label acknowledging one's power reaching such heights. It could be deemed self-proclaimed, awakening one's fruit or honing one's physical prowess to perfection, thus forming a unique domain of talent, could all qualify as admiral-level strength. The spectrum of strength varies, and it is up to the individual to assess their own capabilities. The admiral status is merely a gateway to a true understanding of the world, a threshold Doflamingo has only recently approached, yet he was astonished that Ivy had mastered it in such a brief span of time. So young, yet brimming with limitless potential. Now, my desire to eliminate you has intensified. Doflamingo's resolve to extinguish Ivy's existence grows stronger with each passing moment, fueled by the astonishment Ivy has consistently evoked, becoming increasingly alarming. Previously, you had no chance. Now, your prospects have diminished further. The thunderous power that devours the heavens and earth. With a swift grasp, Ivy seized the colossal marionette controlled by Doflamingo, immobilizing it, and then inhaled deeply towards the creature. In an instant, the winds whirled violently, and before long, the massive marionette was drawn into Ivy's being, where it was transformed into a formidable foundation through the conversion of the internal electric force. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. Doflamingo, having uttered this incredulity countless times today, likely exhausted his lifetime's worth of disbelief, yet this would mark his final proclamation. Whether you believe it or not, I do. Ivy retorted with a satisfied burp, leading the enraged Doflamingo towards the epicenter of the battle. Ivy had not forgotten his initial objective. Chapter 175. Look who this is. Possessing a unique domain of power signifies that one has crossed the threshold into the higher echelons of the pirate world. And Ivy has now stepped into this realm. He can now confidently declare himself a grand pirate, a fact that all must acknowledge. Ivy's domain of power is his golden touch, a gift from his traversal, perpetually coursing through him like electricity, guiding this energy to merge more intimately with his physical form and will. Ivy has acquired his first technique upon entering the ranks of the generals, the thunderous power that consumes the heavens and earth. Under this technique, any substance, whether tangible or intangible, will be absorbed and wholly digested by Ivy, fortifying his foundation or enhancing his combat prowess. It can be said that this is yet another exploitation of his golden touch. As time progresses, Ivy's strength escalates incrementally. Although the faint currents within him have morphed into robust flows, they still struggle to keep pace with Ivy's burgeoning power. Nevertheless, the golden touch remains the origin of all beginnings. Its immense potential leaves Ivy with a bittersweet sense of ambivalence, unsure of how to handle it. However, such considerations are no longer necessary. Everything has been resolved. In this moment, Ivy's power surges explosively, rendering the confrontation with Doflamingo effortless. Ivy's speed, unparalleled, now combined with his domain of power, ensures that no one can evade his grasp. Doflamingo, bruised and battered, was hoisted effortlessly by Ivy, his limbs swinging mindlessly in tandem with Ivy's advance, his consciousness hazy. It could be said that this was the most destitute state he had ever experienced. Cease this at once. Look who it is. In the heart of the battlefield, Ivy shouted loudly, drowning out all other sounds, leaving only one voice reverberating across the island. Captain. In his hand, he held what seemed to be Doflamingo. Standing atop the shoulder of the stone giant, Shaji leaped, evading the enormous hand of Pika, and gazed down at Ivy. Young master. It is the young master. How could this be? The young master cannot be defeated. I have come to rescue you. Pika was initially taken aback, then fell into disbelief, for Doflamingo had always appeared invincible in his eyes, and in his memory, he had never known Doflamingo to suffer defeat. Anger soon followed. The towering stone giant, under Pika's control, swiftly charged forward, seizing a piece of the city as easily as a child would grasp a toy, and hurled it forcefully towards Ivy. Though Pika had transformed into a stone giant, Gaining immense power and destructive capability, speed was his Achilles heel. Quickly realizing this, he abandoned the giant form, slipping beneath the rocks. As a user of the rock fruit, Pika could navigate through the stones with ease, undetectable by observation hockey. Making the rock his finest disguise, he swiftly maneuvered towards Avi's direction, though another individual was even faster. "What have you done with Doflamingo?" Diamante, who had been in the arena, was the first to respond upon seeing Doflamingo in Avi's grasp. Although he struggled to believe it, his immediate reaction was to rescue Doflamingo. Trying to escape. Did you seek the gods' permission first? Yet, no matter how swift Diamante was, he could not outpace the speed of lightning. A blue flash appeared beside him, revealing Enel, who brandished his golden trident, launching an attack towards Diamante. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Avi, smirking. "How could I let you take the lead when I desire to play?" The proud Enel would never admit that Avi's strength far surpassed his own. He always believed that had it not been for Avi's peculiar ability to absorb his lightning, Avi would be no match for him. Get away. Diamante was a man who valued Doflamingo's life above his own. The thought of Doflamingo being harmed by another filled him with rage, especially seeing Doflamingo being treated like a lifeless dog in Avi's grasp. The fury within him was indescribable, and at that moment, Enel dared to impede him, prompting him to unleash a powerful attack. Crescent Funeral. With a swift stroke directed at Enel, a tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving him in two. The blade's aura, imbued with the power of hockey, inflicted significant damage upon Enel. The golden trident was effortlessly severed into two fragments, with the front section plummeting towards the ground. Diamante had now begun to fight with all his might, catching Enel off guard. Having previously underestimated Diamante due to the ease of their earlier encounters, Enel now suffered a grave injury. As he reverted from his elemental form, a straight crimson line of blood cascaded from his forehead, extending downward until it reached his chest. This is the result of Enel's desperate attempts to evade, leading to the complete destruction of the arena beneath them, which was shattered into two halves, a long fissure seemingly cleaving the earth asunder. Simultaneously, it revealed the underground toy factory, exposing Spartacus, Robin, and others within. "Is it over?" Robin sighed as she gazed at the hovering Ivy. "The trouble caused is indeed significant. What kind of captain have I followed? There's no peace wherever we go. Did his father also traverse such tumultuous paths?" Witnessing this scene, Robin reminisced about her childhood, recalling the genteel man who always wore a warm, sunny smile, seemingly devoid of any worries. Day after day, he either munched on biscuits while gazing outside or enjoyed afternoon tea, basking in the sun. Smilock, the father of Ivy. "Ah, Chio, that beautiful girl is thinking of me again. Truly, being handsome is a burden." In a certain sea region of the New World, on a drifting island, an elder gentleman in a palace suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and lamenting, "At my age, still so shameless. The captain remains unchanged." At that moment, an alluring woman entered, casually remarking, "Indeed, the captain is still as handsome as ever." Following her was a diminutive man with a pointed face, grinning and trying to curry favor. "You flatterer," Ghost Spider retorted disdainfully. "Who was the flatterer?" "You, venomous spider." Though the thin monkey appeared sycophantic before the captain, he was still a witty fellow, always ready to exchange barbs. After all these years, still so boisterous. "Are we gathering again?" The elder gentleman, seated, smiled brightly at the newcomers, stepping out of the shadows to warmly embrace them. It had been quite some time since he last saw them. He had remained steadfast here, yet he never regretted his chosen path, even if it meant walking it on his knees. Word had reached him that the little rascal from back in the day seemed to be seeking them, having found one of their locations. The little rascal referred to by the woman and Ghost Spider was the Venom Dragon. "Ah, have we finally been found?" Smilock, the father of Ivy, gazed at the unchanging blue sky, a wistful smile spreading across his face. "Fortunately, we need not clean up this mess." Upon contemplating this, Robin couldn't help but smile with a touch of cunning delight, relishing the absence of the burden of cleaning up after the captain. Meanwhile, the few individuals trailing behind him gazed upon the desolate remnants of a shattered kingdom, their emotions undoubtedly complex. Among them were the former Emperor Riku, the old king, Cyrus, Rebecca, and Violet. Could this nightmare finally be drawing to a close, all thanks to that man? Violet looked up at Ivy in the sky with a mixture of emotions, astonished that he had truly succeeded. King Riku, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. He was unfamiliar with Ivy and his companions, hoping they wouldn't drive away the tiger only to be confronted by a wolf. Chapter 176. The conclusion of the great battle. Now that everyone is gathered, allow me to recount the misdeeds of this wretch. As all eyes turned toward him, Ivy experienced an oddly gratifying sense of accomplishment and began his narration. A protagonist without the skill of eloquence would find it difficult to claim the title of hero, yet Ivy had seldom indulged in this ability. Save for that one instance in the town of Magic Valley, when he had put on a show before Roland's descendant, Kulik. The memory of their expressions lingered in Ivy's mind. It was indeed exhilarating. One by one, he laid bare the heinous acts of Don Quixote da Flamingo for all to see. As he witnessed the fury igniting in the eyes of the crowd, Ivy felt an unsettling sensation. When had he become the judge? Moreover, the residents of Dressrosa were already aware of these atrocities, and even if they were not, the truth had emerged from the mouths of those restored from toys. Everything came flooding back. Thus, Ivy did not relish the expected thrill. By the end of his account, he found himself stumbling over his words. Smack. This is not what I desire. Ivy felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the script away. The crux of the matter is that everything is devoid of a script. After speaking, an inexplicable emotion surged within Ivy's heart. I am a pirate, not a marine. Do I really need to engage in such nonsense? I am not a harbinger of justice. The frustration weighed heavily on Ivy, dulling the exhilaration of having recently surpassed his own limits. It was imperative to vent this pent-up emotion, otherwise, madness would surely ensue. Though Ivy is a pirate, he would never lay a hand on the defenseless residents of Dressrosa. Thus his target became unequivocally clear, the members of the Don Quixote family. Casting a glance at Diamante, he was on the verge of making a move when a single glance from Enel halted him in his tracks. Enel, equally vexed, had originally intended to vanquish Diamante with a thunderous strike, only to find himself nearly outmaneuvered. What a predicament, especially in front of Ivy, who had once withstood the might of Admiral Kazara. Having spent some time in the Grand Line since departing from Skypiea, Enel had become acutely aware of the powers and factions present here. The admirals represent the pinnacle of naval strength, having withstood one. How could he falter against a mere subordinate of the 7 warlords? This indignation was intolerable for Enel. Thus, he unleashed a furious assault on Diamante, fully immersed in battle. Unwilling to allow Ivy to intervene, his gaze then shifted to Tori Pole, who was engaged in combat with Sabo. How could he bring himself to strike a snot-nosed fruit user? Better to leave that to the benevolent Sabo. Quickly turning his attention to the remaining members of the Don Quixote family, he considered Violet, who now stood on their side. Pass. Sugar? A seasoned little lowly with little strength, merely protected to the end by her fruit abilities. She would likely succumb after a few hits. Pass. Baby 5, the weapon girl. I cannot bring myself to strike her. Pass. 2 remained. Pika, the rocky youth, and Gladius, the explosive-headed lad. I shall choose one who can withstand a beating. Very well. I select you, Gladius, the explosive-headed young man, clearly built to endure. With his sturdy muscles, bulging head, and black battle attire, he was preparing to bully the adorable conies. If I am not to strike you, who else shall I strike? Stay still. Allow me. No, not to die for me. With a swift motion, Doflamingo was cast aside, inadvertently sending Pika, who had just emerged from behind Ivankov, to launch a surprise attack, hurtling through the air. He landed not far behind Robin, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning unleashed by Diamante. This strike caused a rock to plummet from above. While Pika could utilize his devil fruit powers to meld into the stone and remain unscathed, Doflamingo could not. Thus, in a bid to shield Doflamingo, Pika intercepted the falling rock. Unfortunately, it struck him squarely on the head, splattering blood in its wake, and small pebbles cascaded into his eyes. Overwhelmed by pain and temporary blindness, Pika stumbled and fell into the water below. The arena was filled with seawater, and in that moment, falling into the water signified defeat. Moreover, powerful fighting fish swarmed, fiercely biting into Pika's body, staining the surface of the water crimson. What dreadful luck! Robin couldn't help but voice her thoughts upon witnessing the scene, and the onlookers, including King Riku, shared her sentiment. Having never encountered such misfortune in their lives, let alone a series of calamities that left no room for a reaction, could it be that the formidable Doflamingo and Pika, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, were to meet such an unfortunate end? The thought was almost surreal, evoking a sense of magical disbelief among Cyrus and the others. How are you all holding up? At that moment, Sabo, accompanied by a group of brave souls resisting the Don Quixote family's tyranny, approached, only to find Robin regarding him with a peculiar expression. His gaze then fell upon Pika and Doflamingo bobbing in the water. Realizing the situation, he muttered, "It's no surprise. I warned him not to wander about recklessly. Who can he blame for this?" King Riku and Cyrus, unsure of Sabo's cryptic words, were oblivious to the fact that Sabo possessed the power to conjure misfortune and orchestrate various accidents. Had they watched a certain film from Ivankov's past, they would have instinctively exclaimed, "The Grim Reaper has arrived. King Riku, you are alive. How splendid. King Riku, come back to us. King Riku, we need you." The crowd that had followed Sabo gathered around King Riku, speaking fervently, but their message was clear. "King Riku, we need you. Please return to us." Indeed, it is quite tidy. On the other hand, at the most critical juncture, Ivy valiantly rescued Cornus from peril. With his right arm raised high, he unleashed a formidable punch, radiating an intense blue lightning that flickered and transformed, continually amplifying its power. One can only imagine the genesis of thunder. It arises from a multitude of positive and negative electrons colliding rapidly in the air, manifesting as a visible phenomenon. In that moment, Ivy expedited this process, engendering a plethora of collisions that resulted in unimaginable devastation. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, from Ivy's decision to strike the explosive-haired lad, to his swift approach, the execution of his attack, and the impact upon the unfortunate youth, all unfolded seamlessly, akin to flowing water. Boom. A sizable crater was thus formed. Oh, how I yearn for a life of modesty, yet my prowess does not permit it. Gazing at his clenched fist and then at the explosive-haired boy, now unconscious and buried deep in the earth, Ivy let out a profound sigh. "You remain the same, Captain. After witnessing your grand performance earlier, one might even suspect you were an imposter," Cornus remarked with a grin. "Indeed, I am still that dashing figure, a tempestuous beauty unfit for grandiloquent endeavors. I shall continue my path as a pirate. You have no idea. The frustration I felt just now was unbearable. It was utterly stifling, devoid of freedom, and certainly not the life of a pirate." Reflecting on this, Ivy couldn't help but ponder whether his attempts at bravado were misguided or if he was inherently unsuited to the role of a mere verbal combatant. What a noble profession it is. To find oneself ill-suited for it is disheartening. It seems I must rely on my strength to conquer my foes. Doflamingo, how are you holding up? Are you all right? After reuniting with Saji and Robin, a piercing scream echoed from afar. A grotesque figure, oozing a peculiar liquid, left a trail of viscous substance in his wake. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of Saji and Robin, his arm elongated, ensnaring Pika and Doflamingo, rescuing them from the water. Alongside a fierce fighting fish. Get lost, disgusting fish. Stay away. With formidable strength, the fighting fish, capable of effortlessly dispatching dozens of ordinary men, was easily sent flying by Tori Pole. Chapter 177. The thoughts of King Riku. Is everyone all right? Sabo hurried to Torpal's side, positioning himself protectively in front of him as he inquired about Saji and the others. "It seems everything has come to a conclusion." Robin gazed at the approaching Ivy and Cornus, while Tori Bull, clutching Doflamingo and Pika, cast a resentful glance at them before turning on his heel and fleeing without uttering a word. The tide had turned decisively against him, and he could no longer remain in that place. Yet, as long as Doflamingo lived, the prospect of a fresh start lingered. Reminiscent of the time he had invested everything to support Doflamingo after their initial meeting. Back then, he had nothing to lose. And Tori Bull firmly believed that if he could escape, anything was possible. Doflamingo would never be defeated in such a manner. Doflamingo, Doflamingo. Tori Bull repeatedly called out the name as he fled, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. "Are we just letting them go?" Sabo inquired, glancing at Ivy and then at the others, including Shaji and Robin, who were trailing behind him. "And what alternative do you propose? You didn't pursue them either." Ivy replied, scrutinizing Sabo, whose visage bore an uncanny familiarity that she could not quite place. A thought flickered in her mind, only to be suppressed. Who is this person? This is Sabo, and the one behind him is Clar. Like us, they are in search of leads regarding the Black Dragon pirates, and we happen to cross paths. Shaji introduced, as everyone gathered. "This is our captain, Ivy. This is our musician, Cornus, our archaeologist, Robin, and I am Shaji, the navigator." He then proceeded to introduce his companions to Sabo. In that moment, Ivy experienced a sudden epiphany, recalling Sabo distinctly, the scar on his forehead, the iron pipe he wielded. Their encounter here was a surprise. She had not anticipated meeting him in such circumstances. Indeed, there were differences between animated portrayals and reality, which explained why Ivy initially failed to recognize him. The burn scar on Sabo's face, which she had once found striking in animation, now appeared somewhat unsightly in person. "Greetings. And thank you for your assistance. However, that matter does not concern me," she replied with an impassive nod. As for the reason behind their release, it was quite simple. Their schemes had been thoroughly thwarted, and they had suffered considerable losses. Merely a handful had managed to escape, unable to stir any significant turmoil. One must acknowledge the remarkable resilience of individuals in the pirate world. Despite the harrowing ordeal, they continued to survive. Yet, Doflamingo had also lost several fingers to those fighting fish. Observing Doflamingo's fingers contorting bizarrely during the use of his abilities raised a troubling thought. What if he could no longer wield the powers of the string fruit because of this? Just imagine, Sabo mused, his brows knitted as he regarded Ivy. He had witnessed many such scenarios. Although Doflamingo's power had plummeted to its nadir, should he recover, he could once again unleash devastation upon the world. What else can I do? I am not a marine, Ivy retorted. In the grand hall of the Dressrosa kingdom, Ivy and others were joyfully indulging in the feast, while Robin, as usual, perused the royal library, immersing herself in historical tomes. Ivy felt a profound sense of happiness, for he had achieved his initial objective. Now, only the subsequent itinerary remained. Regarding the Pirate King, Ivy harbored ambitious thoughts. Regardless of what Roger had concealed in Raftel or what discoveries awaited, it was imperative for him to explore this world of pirates. This is utterly outrageous. However, the journey to Laugh-Tale cannot be merely guided by the pointers of records. Otherwise, after so many years, it would still remain undiscovered. To become the Pirate King, one must reach Laugh-Tale, the ultimate haven for pirates, and this requires a read historical text, of which Ivy is currently aware of only 2 locations. One is possessed by the cursed elephant, which ceaselessly roams, and the other is in the hands of Big Mom. Thus, it is inevitable that I find myself at odds with her. Sabo has already departed with Crow. His purpose in coming here was to ascertain the whereabouts of the poisoned dragon pirates from their cadre. Upon uncovering Doflamingo's sinister scheme, a second purpose emerged, to aid Dressrosa in breaking free from Doflamingo's tyrannical rule. With both objectives now accomplished, is there any reason to linger here for dinner? Despite the noble rhetoric, it was, in fact, Dragon who summoned them back. Otherwise, Sabo would have gladly stayed to feast. Ivy had no intention of inviting Sabo to join his ranks. He understood his temperament well. The 3 brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, are not the types to easily reside under another's command. Although Ace and Sabo currently find themselves in the service of others, Ivy felt he lacked the strength to win Sabo over. Moreover, his own companions were not lacking, so there was no need for insistence. It was best to let fate take its course. Cheers, Uncle Riku, Ivy exclaimed, approaching the former king. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, Dressrosa would still be under Doflamingo's dark reign. After much pleading from the citizens of Dressrosa, King Riku reluctantly agreed. Even after learning of Doflamingo's actions during his rule, King Riku had yet to recover. The artificial devil fruit project, the Toy Kingdom scheme, and the transportation of arms and ammunition to other nations have already ignited conflict in several neighboring kingdoms surrounding Dressrosa. The multitude of pressing matters and their grave implications have left King Riku in a state of profound anxiety. A misstep could plunge Dressrosa into yet another horrific conflict, which is utterly intolerable for a kingdom already riddled with wounds. The foremost task at hand is to recuperate and seek a reliable ally. In the New World, survival hinges on possessing formidable strength or securing a powerful patron. Otherwise, one risks being mercilessly torn apart by adversaries. The stark reality is that this is not mere child's play. It is a visceral clash of flesh and blood, fraught with its own shadows. While the Navy stands as the mightiest force on the Grand Line, its reach is limited in the New World, which has become the domain of pirates. Hence, the Navy as an option can be dismissed. The most formidable among pirates are the 4 emperors. However, King Riku does not have the acquaintance of these powerful figures. The nature of their attitudes towards his islands remains uncertain, necessitating careful consideration. Thus, the option of aligning with the 4 emperors is temporarily set aside. As for Ivankov, King Riku perceives a vast potential and, having gathered some insight, considers it worth a try. Of course, this is predicated on the condition of not falling into ruin. Yet King Riku has resolved to take this gamble. Ivankov, what are your thoughts on Dressrosa? Though a decision has been reached, it remains imperative to observe Avi's attitude before finalizing it. Chapter 178, The Pebble That Disturbs the Peace. Time does not pause for anyone. It relentlessly charges forward. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. By noon, the shores of Dressrosa were teeming with individuals who had gathered out of gratitude for Avi and his companions, the beach brimming with people. Among those rescued from the underground factory, many were pirates who admired Avi's strength and wished to join him, yet they were met with refusal. He harbored no intentions of expanding his crew just yet. Such thoughts could be entertained in the future when he was prepared to vie for supremacy. But not at this moment. It is not the quantity of men that matters, but their quality. Each individual is a formidable pirate in their own right, which suffices. Nonetheless, Avi did not abandon these pirates. He allowed them to remain in Dressrosa to assist in its reconstruction, as the region was currently in a state of turmoil. Its power at its weakest. Avi had promised King Riku that he would offer protection, encouraging the king to reach out should any issues arise, while also informing him of his current circumstances. With one of the four emperors, Big Mom, lurking ominously, and the other emperor's intentions unclear. It was perilous to raise his flag at this juncture, for if Big Mom were to discover it, she might unleash a massacre upon Dressrosa. Thus, Avi suggested that King Riku discreetly raise his flag without making it overt, a strategy beneficial to the king's side, and he readily acquiesced. Should Avi's strength prove inadequate and he face annihilation amid the tumult of the new world, King Riku could always select another. The primary reason for King Riku's agreement with Avi was the reasonableness and safety of the conditions presented. The Avi pirates departed, leaving no trace behind, save for the ripples still dancing upon the sea's surface. "Old man, what has you so cheerful today?" On the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard laughed heartily from his position surrounded by intravenous tubes, shaking the ship with his mirth. Approaching him was a bare-chested man who inquired with a smile. This was Ace, who had previously sought to provoke Whitebeard, consumed by despair and longing for death. Ace, having been haunted by the tragic demise of his comrades, had begun to doubt his dreams and contemplated disbanding the crew, ultimately losing himself in aimlessness. In such a state, the desire for death took root within him. Yet, he refused to perish without a name, which was his final thought before seeking out the Whitebeard pirates, hoping to confront the man who stood alongside his father, Roger, as the mightiest on the seas. He was subsequently taken in. "Kid, why the rush to meet your end? If you fear nothing, then become my son," boomed Whitebeard with joviality. Whitebeard, with a hearty laugh, gazed at Ace, the man who exuded grandeur beneath the sun, and in that moment, he loomed larger than life in Ace's heart. It was this singular phrase and that penetrating gaze that compelled Ace to join the Whitebeard pirates, igniting within him a renewed fervor for his existence. His aspiration transformed. It was no longer about claiming the title of Pirate King for himself, but rather to elevate Whitebeard to that esteemed throne. As Ace approached, his eyes fell upon the newspaper in Whitebeard's hand, where a familiar silhouette brought forth a smile. Avi had also ventured into the New World. He eagerly anticipated their reunion. Ace held Avi in high regard, considering him a worthy adversary. At that time, Ace believed that, apart from himself, Avi was the most likely candidate to become the Pirate King. They had made a pact for a competition on Sabaody Archipelago, and Ace was confident in his victory. He felt assured that, aside from Whitebeard, no one possessed the audacity to seize the title of Pirate King. This conviction resided steadfastly in Ace's heart. "You recognize that little brat, Ace," Whitebeard remarked, expressing his delight at the emergence of formidable pirates upon the seas. This attests that Roger's initial decision was not in vain. "That little rascal has been quite active lately. I wonder how far he can go. I am truly looking forward to it." With that thought, he burst into laughter. As he ages, Whitebeard finds himself increasingly eager about the influx of newcomers, hoping that in his lifetime, he might see his old friend, Blue Phoenix, once more. In the New World, in a certain sea area on Cake Island, within the palace of one of the four emperors, Big Mom. "Mama, we have news about that fellow." Her eldest son, Perispero, entered holding a newspaper. The front page adorned with a striking image of Ivankov hoisting Doflamingo, surrounded by blue lightning, looking rather dashing, accompanied by a new bounty of 800 million berries. The Navy's response has been remarkably swift at this point. Ivankov could not help but commend the photographer for capturing such an authentic moment that further showcased Ivankov's innate beauty and commanding presence. "That guy? Why has he been killed yet? What are we waiting for?" Big Mom, with her mouth agape, shouted, spewing saliva. "Understood, Mama. I'll take care of it right away." The long-tongued eldest son hurriedly departed. He had merely intended to mention it in passing, yet he had already made arrangements to pursue Ivankov. He hadn't anticipated Mama's volatile temperament. Indeed, she was true to her reputation. Perispero's heart raced as he suppressed the fear that had nearly overwhelmed him moments earlier. No one could remain calm in the presence of Mama. He began to deduce the next destination for Ivankov's crew based on their course after leaving Dressrosa. On Biscuit Island, they set sail. Korazumi led his pirates outward, aiming for the location of Ivankov's next island. In another part of the New World, in the territory of the Four Emperor Kaido, Doflamingo was in trouble. Having just contemplated his own demise, Kaido sat down heavily and asked, "What about the deal he promised us? How will that be fulfilled?" Frustrated, he rubbed his spiked club against his head while glaring intensely at the messenger who had come to report. Though Dressrosa was no more, the research base for artificial devil fruits remained intact, and the researchers were still present. The trade of artificial devil fruits could proceed as usual. The messenger, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor, spoke, though internally shaken, for the aura of the Four Emperor Kaido was not something one could easily withstand. "Oh, then why should I continue cooperating with you? Would it not be better to simply take your assets directly?" Kaido's rhetorical question sent a shiver through the newcomer, their complexion paling. The Don Quixote family had nearly reached the brink of utter decline. Should Kaido choose to strike now, they would possess scant resistance. "The young master instructed me to convey a message upon my arrival, and I believe that after you hear it, you might reconsider how to address our situation. Indeed, it is a matter of disposition." Following his defeat at the hands of Ivankov, the Navy rescinded Don Quixote Doflamingo's title as a warlord of the sea, barring him from the Navy's territorial waters for respite and forcing him to evade. At this moment, the weakened Don Quixote family requires a formidable backing to deter those adversaries who are keenly drawn to the scent of blood. The reality is harsh. The predator consumes the prey, and the smaller fish devours the shrimp. Unfortunately, the Don Quixote family's current state presents an irresistible allure. This is also the reason why Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon regaining consciousness, chose to send someone to seek out Kaido. He is acutely aware that, should there be no other advantages, Kaido would undoubtedly consume him in a far more brutal manner. The message that Doflamingo's envoy conveys to Kaido ultimately determines how Kaido will handle his leverage, whether to continue the transaction or to devour him entirely, leaving not even a fragment behind. The decision rests solely with the silent Kaido, shrouded in shadow. "Ah, what a magnificent catch!" shouted Ivy from the golden ship, as he skillfully reeled in a large fish measuring 5 to 6 meters. Unbeknownst to him, the entire New World was becoming increasingly tumultuous, stirred by his continuous growth. Chapter 179, The Movements of Dragon in a Certain Maritime Region of the New World, on Rainy Island, based on the information we possess. The gathering place of the Poison Dragon pirates should be here. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, disembarked from the ship, gazing upon Rainy Island. Their assembly at this location stemmed from a rather obscure legend, one that began to circulate among the various powers in the New World shortly after the execution of Gold. Roger. 7 years ago, this legend became particularly fierce, as it concerned the world's most enigmatic figure, the Blue Phoenix, who seemed to possess knowledge of all secrets. The world government regarded this individual as a thorn in their side, yet they were powerless to eradicate him. Whispers suggested that wherever the Blue Phoenix ventured, he uncovered secrets capable of influencing the very pulse of the world. Furthermore, information regarding the Blue Phoenix was systematically destroyed under some mysterious force, leaving only fragmented tales to this day. Dragon was privy to some of these hidden truths, one of which was the compelling reason for his considerable entourage accompanying him. It was said that within the secret discovered by the Blue Phoenix lay a magical map that marked various islands across the world. This map vividly displayed the geographical distribution of all islands and the composition of their powers. Its enchantment lay in its ability to evolve continuously, always reflecting the most current state of affairs. This map would prove immensely beneficial to Dragon, as it was akin to possessing a far-seeing eye, unlocking a navigational advantage. With this map in hand, his endeavor to dismantle the world government's dominion would be significantly aided. Members of the Revolutionary Army streamed from the ship, taking their positions behind Dragon. Sabo, venture into the island first. Assess whether there are any inhabitants and ascertain the specific circumstances within. Find out if the Poison Dragon pirates have arrived, and return once you have gathered the necessary information. Dorag turned to Sabo beside him and remarked that the current situation was such that the Poison Dragon pirate crew held the key to the destination, while he did not. Given Dorag's understanding of the Poison Dragon, he was certain that it would never be shared with others. Thus, Dorag's objective was crystal clear: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Ivy had been adrift at sea for approximately 2 months. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to life on the ocean, and he was accompanied by such delightful companions. Such days are truly splendid. During moments of leisure, one diligently hones their abilities. The battle against Don Quixote da Flamingo opened new horizons for Ivy, and upon stepping through, Ivy discovered a plethora of intriguing possibilities. During Ivy's tedious interlude, the powers of Thunderbolt have flourished remarkably. In the world of pirates, merely toiling away yields little promise. Here, creativity reigns supreme, and Ivy possesses an abundance of it. By harnessing the domain of his powers, he has developed a myriad of extraordinary techniques. And now he is eager to engage in a fierce battle to test the potency of his moves. As for the crew aboard the Golden Ship, there's little thrill in sparring with them. He refrains from confronting Shaddy, Robin, Conies, and Golden Week due to the overwhelming force he wields, and primarily, he fears retaliation. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with women, and concerning Shaji, his abilities are rather peculiar. Ivy would not seek to provoke him. As for Enel, it is best left alone, as Ivy inherently counters him, leaving no room for anger. It is wiser not to rub salt in old wounds. Regarding Spartacus, Ivy has indeed sparred with him. Using only half of his strength, Spartacus managed to hold his own. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, Ivy chose not to disclose this, leading Spartacus to intensify his training, believing that with a bit more effort, he could surpass Ivy. Witnessing Spartacus's enthusiasm, Ivy refrains from dampening his spirits. Thunderbolt's Lomaying. Approximately 2,000 meters beneath the sea, Ivy's entire being radiates a cerulean glow. With his hands positioned, one to the left, one to the right, one raised, and one lowered, an entity of half-black, half-blue emerges between his palms, pulsating with an enigmatic energy. In that moment, fish and sea creatures are irresistibly drawn toward him, eagerly swimming into the net, entering the realm of Lomaying encapsulated within the entity between Ivy's hands. The realm of Luoming has been meticulously transformed by Iwei, modeled after her own electric domain. Upon its opening, it emanates an enigmatic aura that irresistibly draws all living beings within its grasp. In Iwei's comprehension, this Luoming space resembles a black hole, capable of devouring all matter with an efficiency that surpasses mere gluttony, yet at an even swifter pace and with greater efficacy. Creatures that venture into the Luoming realm are immediately disintegrated by a thunderous electric force, transmuting into substances that augment Iwei's strength. In simpler terms, previously, Iwei could only harness the faint electrical currents within her body during moments of consumption or under conditions of poisoning. At other times, this energy remained dormant. Now, however, Iwei has gained the autonomy to manipulate this power freely and accelerate its manifestation. Formerly reliant on the natural lightning stored within her electric domain or the powers derived from Eniru's fruit, she now possesses a rooted source of energy. There is no longer the need to concern herself with depleting the lightning reserves and seeking replenishment. Having elaborated on Iwei's remarkable abilities, an indeterminate amount of time passed before she retracted the passage to the Luoming space. Ascending above the ocean, she gazed upward to behold the magnificent golden ship soaring through the skies. This airborne vessel assures Iwei that during her training at sea, she need not fret over the possibility of losing sight of her ship upon emerging from the depths. With a chuckle, Iwei exclaims, "Haha, I, who Lao-san have returned," a slip of the tongue causing her to quickly correct herself. Meanwhile, Sime, languishing beneath a sunshade, turns her weary gaze towards Iwei. The last time Iwei exhibited such exuberance was upon the unveiling of a new bounty poster, not merely due to the reward's increase from 500 million berries to 800 million, but rather because of the image displayed upon it. She had boasted about it for 3 to 4 days, each day presenting a unique angle, even going so far as to cut out the photograph and affix it to her bedside. How dreadfully dull and self-absorbed this is. Today, the news bird did not arrive, and we have been drifting aimlessly at sea, devoid of opportunities to engage in mischief that might provoke the Navy to issue a bounty. At this moment, Shaji emerged from the laboratory cabin, emanating smoke. The thunderous boom, previously procured from Gully Pineapple Island, had finally shown promising results after numerous experiments. Thanks to AI Wei's assistance, yet significant uncertainties remained, prompting Shaji to continuously adjust his work in the lab. As the vessel soared through the skies, there was no need to consider navigational deviations, allowing Shaji to progress swiftly. If it cannot be accomplished, then perhaps it is best to take a break for the sake of one's health. Upon hearing Shaji's words, AI Wei was displeased. He was the type who thrived on chaos. Responding to Shaji, he consoled, "Who says I cannot do it? I was just on the brink of success." I shall continue. Initially, Shaji had intended to take a moment of respite, having gone several days without rest, but AI Wei's provocation was too much to bear. He promptly returned to his work. You, always picking on poor Shaji, Shati remarked, removing his sunglasses and casting a sidelong glance at AI Wei. Chapter 180, The Sudden Attack on Falling Wood Spring Island in New Island. Here I come. Gazing at the distant, lush expanse of primordial forest, AI Wei exclaimed in delight. AI Wei approached all endeavors with a sense of serendipity, rarely taking the initiative, although he held a keen interest in the read historical texts. Currently in the possession of Aunt Charlotte Lingling, he did not rush to seek them out. With no hidden whereabouts, if Aunt were to send someone to deal with him, then so be it. The Sonata he had slain was one of Aunt's 4-star generals. Thus, if she were to send someone after him, it would at least be one of the remaining 3 generals, or perhaps merely a sacrifice. AI Wei was eager to test his new techniques but lamented the lack of opportunity. If they truly came, he would welcome it. According to our navigational route, this island is known as Falling Wood Spring Island, Shaji informed AI Wei while perusing the nautical notes. At this moment, Shaji had finally tidied his disheveled appearance after days of neglect, having completed significant progress in his research on the thunderous boom. Truly, the thunderous boom lived up to its name, wielding tremendous power. After successfully modifying it, AI Wei had once instructed Shaji to fire it at him. And had it not been for AI Wei's quick reflexes, the outcome would have been catastrophic. It is essential to recognize the strength of AI Wei's physique. Even he had to evade the thunderous boom, underscoring its terrifying potency. Falling Wood Spring Island. I believe I have encountered some descriptions of this island in a certain tome. Robin interjected as she leapt from the ship, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Falling Wood Spring Island, as the name suggests, experiences a phenomenon each year where countless pieces of timber descend from the sky, their origins unknown. This annual occurrence has bestowed the island with its evocative name. On the island, the indigenous tribes known as the Mao people coexisted with formidable beasts through a unique form of communication. These tribesmen could exert control over these large creatures and command them to attack. The island was home to several Mao clans, perpetually engaged in conflict, with battles erupting almost daily. Their remarkably short reproductive cycle, lasting approximately a month, contributed to the unceasing nature of their warfare. Closing the book in his hands, Robin lifted his gaze to his companions and remarked, "This account is from over a decade ago. I cannot ascertain whether circumstances have changed since then. However, I must caution you all, once we enter, regardless of what we witness or hear, it is imperative that we remain indifferent. This way, we can peacefully spend a few days here. Otherwise, the Mao people may unite against us." Of course, this was merely a suggestion, and whether or not they heeded it was entirely up to them. Observing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Robin, akin to Dressrosa, made his choice. He would convey the various dangers and their reasons to the group, but whether Avi and the others would listen was beyond his concern. That was the captain's prerogative. He resolved to follow the captain's decisions and move forward, embracing this perspective with an open mind. All right, let us embark. Let us see what the Mao people are like. Perhaps they are not so different from us, merely a bit hairier. He chuckled. It was Avi's first encounter with such tales, and she thought to herself, indeed, I knew there were different species. Golden Week continued with his usual craft, rendering the golden ship invisible before hastily following AV's lead. The external view had not provided a profound experience, but upon entering, Avi was struck by the sheer abundance of trees within the forest. It resembled a fortress of foliage, devoid of any gaps. By the heavens, Avi exclaimed, placing her right hand gently on the bark of a tree and uttering a command. As she gazed ahead, blue lightning coursed through her body before dissipating. With a resounding roar, once Avi released her grip, the fortress-like forest erupted into a cacophony, and the trees within a 5-meter radius began to disintegrate, transforming into fine wood shavings that floated away. In an instant, a cloud of debris enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Damn it, Avi, what have you done? Golden Week coughed, shielding his eyes from the swirling wood shavings, and impulsively hurled a stone at Avi's head without mercy. Golden Week, cease your antics. This is standard procedure, do you comprehend? Easily evading the onslaught, Ivy kept her eyes closed. The technique she had recently developed, known as Food of the Earth, harnessed her unique thunderous energy to execute a devastating assault. Thus, it would not be absorbed by Ivy, but rather dispersed into the atmosphere. Although she continually consumed various substances to bolster her inherent strength, she did not indulge indiscriminately. After all, She was not so impoverished as to subsist solely on tree bark. Simultaneously, Ivy discerned the sound of approaching footsteps from the opposite end of the forest, indicating that others were aware of her presence. It seemed they possessed some degree of capability to have noticed her, despite her cautious approach. If Golden Week were privy to Ivy's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scold her for being a fool. Was this truly stealth? Creating such a ruckus? If the inhabitants within remained oblivious, they would surely be deaf. Stay vigilant. Someone is approaching, Ivy warned her companions, Sparta and Robin, as she withdrew her upgraded Widgeon, which she had repaired using the remaining sea prism stone from the Dressrosa Palace. Consequently, the Widgeon was now more potent and heavier than before. Though this added weight posed no challenge for Ivy. Suddenly, Ivy sensed a barrage of sharp arrows rapidly descending upon them, filling the expanse with a veritable storm of projectiles, each spaced no more than half a finger's breadth apart. In other words, evasion was impossible. They could only confront it head-on. How remarkable! How were they achieving this? Despite their ongoing defense, the sheer volume of arrows was astonishing. Where were they sourcing such an abundance? The countless trees within the forest served as their raw materials. Yet each arrow was imbued with the power of hockey. How could they not tire? Moreover, the uniformity in the spacing of the arrows was uncanny, as if crafted by a machine with meticulous precision, devoid of error. Ivy, growing increasingly irritated with their relentless assault, called out, "Cornus." "I understand." Cornus emerged from behind her protective cover, hands on her hips. "Hill House." This pose signaled the activation of her ability. In an instant, a translucent white dome descended from the heavens, enveloping Ivy and her companions, shielding them from the relentless barrage of arrows. Though the Hale House appeared fragile, it was capable of withstanding the onslaught for over half an hour. "Intruders, Lamu Chun Island does not welcome you. Depart at once. Or do not blame us for being inhospitable." It is possible that they realized the harm inflicted by those arrows upon Ivy's group did not meet their expectations, prompting them to speak out. The voice sounded peculiar, oscillating between that of an elderly individual and a child, shifting continuously. "How naive to provoke me and expect that I would depart in disgrace, truly believing that I, the esteemed one, am made of clay and devoid of temper." Inside the Hale House, Ivy bellowed toward the source of the voice. Chapter 181. The Cunning Robin. After enduring such relentless assaults, they now think a mere phrase could compel Ivy to retreat? Impossible. In an instant, Ivy burst forth from the protective confines of the Hale House, disregarding the incessant barrage of arrows that merely stung but could not penetrate his defenses. He could endure the discomfort. Drawing forth the Widgeon from his back, Ivy wielded it with precision, creating an impenetrable sphere of strange gravitational force, stirring a tempest that enveloped all the arrows. Then, with a mighty swing, he struck forth, targeting the space ahead, instantly tearing a colossal breach as if the heavens themselves had been punctured. In that moment, all the arrows dissipated, revealing the true scene before him. A group of ebony wooden figures stood 30 to 40 meters away, their eyes fixed upon Ivy, motionless. Before these dark wooden beings lay an odd, large machine, behind which was a conveyor belt laden with countless arrows, now rendered useless, for the machine had been utterly disabled by Ivy's formidable strike. Although the gaze of the black wooden figures evoked an uncanny sensation, Ivy paid them little heed, instead seeking the source of the earlier dialogue. Not far behind the wooden figures stood a diminutive creature, half a meter tall and glistening green, easily catching Ivy's eye. Its delicate face and pointed ears bore a striking resemblance to the elves of legend. Was that impenetrable assault conjured by this lot? Ivy furrowed his brow and inquired of the green sprite, "Why have you attacked us? Provide a reason that might spare your lives. Why you mustn't be so arrogant. We shall never submit to you outsiders." The small sprite, sensing the shift in circumstances, rolled its eyes nervously before making a hasty retreat. Despite its petite stature, it was remarkably swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye. That voice, was it not identical to the one heard earlier? After Ivy had thoroughly cleared away the incessant rain of arrows, Robin and the others emerged from the Hale House. Golden Week sprinted a few paces in an attempt to catch up, but upon noticing that the others remained still, he returned with a sense of indignation. Surely, they needed to be taught a lesson. Their arrival at the new island, once filled with joy, had been utterly marred by their antics. Ivy concurred with this sentiment and nodded in agreement with Golden Week. It seemed that it was indeed Ivy who had provoked the situation. This wall of forest may hold a distinct significance for them, yet it was Ivy's actions that had rendered it in disarray, prompting their frustrated advance towards us. Thus, all of this turmoil is attributed to you, the true instigator, Ivy. Robin remarked with an unchanging smile, instantly shattering Ivy's disgruntled demeanor and drawing the fierce gazes of many upon her. Huh, how could that be? This is all the doing of those rascals. And that little sprite from earlier is certainly in cahoots as well. I will chase after them immediately. Noticing the unfriendly stares from Shaddy and Golden Week, Ivy promptly distanced herself from the situation, leaving no room for retorts, and vanished in an instant. Humph, it's all that scoundrel Ivy's fault. Golden Week crossed her arms in displeasure. All right, let us hasten inside. Who knows what trouble he might stir up next? Shaddy consoled Golden Week. Yes, Cornus nodded repeatedly. Having often felt overlooked, she simply followed her sister's lead, believing that doing so would prevent any missteps. Let us go. Sparta's voice echoed from a considerable distance, having followed closely behind Ivy after he departed. Now, only Robin and the few other women remained at the spot. Noticing the absence of others nearby, they quickly caught up. Robin, did that wooden figure just move? Cornus, who had been trailing at the back, suddenly spotted a black wooden figure that seemed to shift slightly and hurriedly approached Robin, her voice laced with apprehension. Surely not. They must have been damaged by Ivy previously. It was likely just a gust of wind or some other trivial cause. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily, Shaddy replied, casting a cautious glance at the motionless black wooden figures behind them, uncertain herself. Legend has it that after the death of the Mo people on Fallwood Spring Island, they transform into black wooden figures that roam the island. Upon encountering beautiful maidens, they will rush forth to devour them whole. As Robin leisurely uttered those words, all attention of Cornus and the others was abruptly drawn to her, causing them to huddle tightly together in fright. Robin, you must be joking, right? Golden Week, having spent considerable time with Robin and thus possessing a modicum of immunity, tremulously inquired while embracing Shaddy. Of course, that was a fabrication of mine, Robin stated before taking her leave. Phew, fortunately it was a ruse. I was genuinely terrified just now. At that moment, Cornus heard a relaxed voice emanating from behind her, but crucially, it was not a voice belonging to any of them. Shaddy, Golden Week, were you just speaking? Cornus cautiously questioned. No, they replied. The group exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically, their a ghost. Without further ado, disregarding whatever might lurk behind them, they resolutely fled, leaving no trace. Quickly, inform the clan that outsiders have arrived, and they must take cover. A voice emerged from the black wooden figure. Then, from behind it, a fissure appeared, slowly revealing a creature entirely covered in fur. The architecture here is truly a marvel. Ivy, who had already distanced herself considerably, marveled at the sight before her, noting that all the structures were crafted from wood. After wandering around the island, Ivy felt as though there was no other material to be seen apart from wood. This was indeed astonishing. It felt exceedingly isolated. Moreover, after exploring the area, she found no sign of the legendary hairy beings or even any formidable beasts. Was Robin truly deceiving her? There is nothing here. Moreover, the mischievous sprite that had just fled is nowhere to be found. Despite Ivy's observation hockey being potent enough to envelop the entire island, he discovered nothing. Speaking of which, Ivy couldn't help but express his concern. It seemed that his observation hockey had diminished significantly since entering the new world. It frequently faltered, as experienced during his time in Dressrosa when he attempted to locate sugar but could not penetrate even the castle-like structures. Now, having witnessed a pesky sprite on this island with his own eyes, he still could not detect it, which struck him as peculiar. Was it not said that under the influence of observation hockey, no subtle movement could escape one's gaze? It was rumored that Katakuri could foresee the future with his hockey. It appeared that Ivy's skills were still lacking. He pondered this quietly to himself. What is that? As Ivy wandered, he noticed an unexpected appearance in a previously empty space, an adorable fluff ball that instantly captured his attention. Chapter 182, The Charming Fluffballs. Oh no. I've been spotted. The round, fluffy creature exclaimed in panic and attempted to flee, its little legs kicking in a frenzy. Run? Where could it possibly go? Why do you intend to attack us? It turned out that the fluff ball had been lifted off the ground by Ivy's hand. Enough. Intruder, put the fluff ball down, or you shall face our wrath. At that moment, a horde of fuzzy beings emerged from the earth, brandishing weapons and threatening Ivy. Captain, shall we engage? Sparta, ever vigilant, prepared to draw his sword, casting a glance at Ivy. No. Ivy halted Sparta's advance and gently set the fluff ball down. The creature shot Ivy a disgruntled look before bouncing away playfully, exuding an undeniable charm. We have just arrived at Dropwood Spring Island and intend to stay here for a few days, but you.